I clearly possess a legendary beast pet that commands the admiration of the world. Yet I am being jointly suppressed by the school's higher-ups and the wealthy families of the entire city. They are even using every means possible to seize my beast pet for themselves. This is solely because, in their eyes, the resources required to nurture this beast pet are incredibly vast. As a lowly commoner, I am simply unworthy of possessing such a divine beast. But what they don't know is that I actually possess an infinite divine-level talent for spikes. With each level I gain, I can acquire a divine golden spike. Just as I was about to step down from the altar and leave, the teacher overseeing the ceremony called out to me from behind. Classmate Gu Changqing, do you have any thoughts on selling this legendary pet card? Selling pet cards is a common transaction, but I shook my head and decisively refused, saying, I have no intention of selling, teacher, before stepping away. Watching my retreating figure, the teacher sighed for a long time, lamenting the loss of such a legendary pet upon returning home. Before I could even take off my coat, a heavenly voice came from the kitchen, Xiaoqing is back, and dinner will be ready soon. I replied and sat on the sofa, trying hard to suppress the joy within me. At the kitchen door, a stunningly beautiful face suddenly peeked out. By the way, I heard you went to the awakening altar. How did it go? What bloodline-level beast pet did you obtain? I let out a slight sigh, and seeing my unusual mood, the girl quickly added, it's all just a matter of luck. Later, I'll go to the beast pet auction house to take a look. The first beast pet must be a good one. Seeing the girl's serious expression, I could no longer hold back. I jumped up from the sofa and dashed into the kitchen. I scooped up Yuroyan, who was still in her apron with a spatula in hand, and exclaimed, Sister, I awakened a legendary bloodline beast pet. The girl was stunned for a moment before instantly tossing aside the spatula, exclaiming, That's amazing. I knew Xiaoqing was the best. Her petite red lips left a gentle kiss on my forehead. Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, we enjoyed the meal especially well. You rest at home while I go buy some materials for you. A legendary pet requires more comprehensive care than others, so hurry and complete the contract with it. Understanding her motherly nagging, I smiled softly, knowing my elder sister meant well. As soon as Yuruyan left, I took out the red pet card and made a small cut on my index finger with a fruit knife. Just as I was wondering where the wind was coming from, the door was suddenly kicked open. A few people rushed in one after another, instantly filling the small living room. Gu Changqing, right? I am Chen Ziming, the head of the family. I want your legendary pet card. Chen Ziming's eyes were sunken, bloodshot, and filled with greed upon seeing the legendary pet card. I paused my breath, quickly putting the pet card into my backpack, then looked at the others besides Chen Ziming, my heart suddenly constricting. I recognized all of them, the principal and grade director of Jinhai One High School, and also the deputy city lord of Jinhai, Li Haoren. Suppressing the unease within me, I asked, Leaders, your presence here is for a visit, right? Principal Wang of Jinhai One High School smiled warmly as he sat next to me. Changqing, we all know about your legendary pet acquisition. Normally, you would be a key candidate for our special training, but you also know how rare it is to obtain a legendary bloodline pet. Even if we exhaust the resources of the entire city, it's uncertain how long it would take to fully cultivate it to perfection. The time and resources required are unknown, and the school and the city lord's office have discussed a plan that you might want to hear. After saying this, Chen Ziming slapped a stack of material purchase lists and a check for 3 million on the coffee table. Here is a golden pet card and all the materials needed for its evolution, plus an additional 3 million gold coins. This should make you an elite in Jinhai City. Principal, are you here to trade or to rob? The value of a legendary level pet card can go for tens of millions at an auction, and you can't bully me like this. Chen Ziming's face darkened. All he cared about was that legendary pet. Kid, these things are more than enough for you. I advise you to recognize the situation and not do anything detrimental to Jinhai City. Moreover, its value is no longer just that of a pet. It is a future guardian beast of Jinhai City. At that time, everyone will remember your selflessness. Don't you remember the moral education we received at Jinhai One High School? I looked up and coldly laughed. Principal, are you trying to place me on a moral high ground? Just as you sacrifice for the greater good, why is the head of the Chun family unwilling to sacrifice a bit more? You filthy creature, you have the audacity to shine with your face. As a lowly commoner, you think you deserve to possess a legendary pet? Either take this and hand over the legendary pet card to me, or I'll ruin you today. Principal Wang stopped persuading after Chen Ziming revealed his true colors. Li Haoren, who had been watching the drama unfold, suddenly scoffed. What a miscalculation by Jinhai. As a hero, you act selfishly, disregarding the bigger picture. Such a student is a destabilizing factor in the city. Li Haoren adjusted his glasses and said emotionlessly, just in case. As the deputy city lord, I command Gu Changqing, do not let your ambitions fall into the hands of such people. For the safety of Zheng Haicheng, what are you waiting for? Upon hearing this, Chen Ziming approached me with a menacing smile. At this moment, Principal Wang stood up to leave, while several other school leaders came forward to restrain me. Chen Ziming now held a black card in his hand. I gasped in shock. What are you doing with the hidden contract card? You'll find out soon enough. Chen Ziming put away the pile of transaction proofs he had slammed on the table, forcibly grabbed my bleeding finger, and drew a six-pointed star pattern resembling a summoning array on the table, then squeezed out a drop of blood into the center. A deep, hoarse cry echoed as the legendary beast pet card flew out of my backpack. It was guided by the blood, quietly floating to the drop of blood in the center, forming a red six-pointed star contract array that shimmered with silver light. The same pattern appeared beneath my feet, while the shadow of the blood demon fire behind me seemed to stare intently, eager to break free. But in the next second, Chen Ziming crushed the card, and countless strange black wisps transformed into tendrils, one probing into the legendary card while the other firmly grasped the beast pet. The void shadow contract card forcefully severs the bond between the beast and its master. I wanted to struggle, but I was firmly controlled by the school leaders. I watched helplessly as the beast shadow was pulled out repeatedly. I could only look at Principal Wang with pleading eyes. As our gazes met, my heart sank instantly. The howls of the unwilling beast echoed painfully in the room, intermingling with Chen Ziming's frantic voice. Truly legendary, the reverse contract card cannot be extracted. However, I was prepared. I obediently submitted. With the nurturing of my Chen family, you will become the guardian divine beast of Jinhai City. Now, hurry back. Suddenly, nearly half of the beast shadow was pulled out by a black aura, surrounded by thick crimson flames. Under the onslaught of the blood-red flames, the black aura of the reverse contract card retreated step by step. However, the colors of the beast insect card rapidly changed red, purple, blue, yellow, green until the card turned completely white, completely evaporating the black aura that entangled the beast shadow. Chen Ziming's face turned ashen, and it wasn't just him. Li Haoren's bright red eyes suppressed an overwhelming anger. They never expected that the legendary beast would rather die than submit, even at the cost of burning its own essence to resist the reverse contract. Not only did they fail to gain favor, but it also caused the legendary rank to drop to ordinary. If this gets out, it will surely spark a media frenzy. Li Haoren shot a fierce glare at Chen Ziming, and then, with a furious expression, pointed a trembling finger at me. Well, a good student from our high school, even if you disagree with the transaction, you can't destroy it on your own. Principal Wang, how does your school educate its students? Is there any need to keep such a rotten apple? With that, he waved his sleeve and left. I felt neither joy nor sorrow at their villainous accusations. I blankly spread the now white beast insect card, my face ashen. The legendary beast's bloodline essence was exhausted, and under the pressure of the legendary blood demon fire, it fell to an ordinary rank. A few high-ranking leaders held me down, looking helplessly at Principal Wang. They were indeed here to seize the legendary beast, but they weren't aiming to destroy it. Principal Huang's expression was awkward as he angrily shouted at Chen Ziming. Even if the Chen family lacks bargaining chips, Gu Changqing is clearly trying to exploit the situation. You shouldn't resort to illegal means to protect the legendary beast, right? His voice was so loud that nearby residents started to gather, curious about what was happening. Chen Ziming immediately understood. I hadn't expected him to take such extremes. Regardless of whether the transaction succeeded or not, we were all focused on protection and cultivation. Human hearts are hard to predict, and whispers of discussion suddenly arose outside. What had happened? It seems that Gu Changqing obtained a legendary beast, and Chen Jia along with school leaders came to negotiate a deal. Gu Changqing was unwilling to concede and kept raising the stakes. In the end, they couldn't reach an agreement, and Gu Changqing destroyed the legendary beast. Wait a minute, am I hearing that someone came to seize it? The Chen family is the foremost family in Jinhai. Do they really need to resort to theft? Listening to the different comments outside, most were favorable to our side. Principal Wang and Chen Ziming both let out a sigh of relief. Changqing, what can I say? You truly misunderstood our intentions. You're being too extreme. I stood still, thinking about the scene of the blood demon fire struggling. Was it my fault? Yes, it was my fault. I shouldn't have contracted early, I shouldn't have been so optimistic, and I shouldn't have trusted the school even a little. In front of the legendary beast, everyone who was once kind and friendly transformed into wolves and tigers. Without the legendary beast, do I still need to escort you out? You child, why are you speaking like this? How does your school educate you? Get out! A furious shout cut off the reprimands from that grade director. Alright, calm down, calm down. The national exam is approaching. Principal Wang pulled the indignant Chen Ziming away. The living room fell silent instantly, with no more excitement to watch. The surrounding neighbors also returned home to rest, and everything was quiet as if nothing had happened. My heart was filled with mixed emotions, as if a piece was missing, and the reality before me was so stark. If I want to achieve a good ranking in the national exam, the first beast is crucial. Now, the legendary beast has become worthless. If you are willing to sink into the abyss for me, what reason do I have to abandon you? I quickly cleared my thoughts, squeezed the wound, and a drop of blood fell onto the beast insect card. At first, the beast insect card refused to absorb the blood or form a contract. Only after my threats did the blood slowly seep in. A palm-sized black crow emerged from the beast insect card, hopped onto my shoulder, and pecked at the unshed tears. A feeling of bloodline connection surged within me. I lovingly stroked the feathers of the night cry duck. Even without the legendary bloodline, I would never abandon you. The night cry duck looked down in melancholy as it responded to me. Suddenly, a message from the abyss arrived. Congratulations on contracting your first beast, the night cry duck. You have officially become a pre-sale master. The information panel opened. Congratulations on awakening as a pre-sale master. You have unlimited talent, and your gold attribute level has increased to level 1. Please draw a gold attribute to trigger your talent. A series of notifications left me in a daze for a moment, and I eagerly opened the information panel. Gu Changqing's beast, the night cry duck, is a white ordinary junior pre-sale master with unlimited talent. The gold attribute is unique, and for each level increase, you can obtain a gold attribute. The attribute can only be assigned to the contracted beast, and the assigned beast cannot betray the gold attribute. Is this real? I rubbed my eyes vigorously. It wasn't until the notification sound prompted me again that I selected to draw an attribute. The draw was successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a gold attribute. The stunning bloodline of the great sun, a ball of golden flames, illuminated the pre-sale space brilliantly. The wall of flames hurt my eyes just from a glance. I couldn't help but feel excited. The bloodline corresponding to the gold attribute is mythical. I still couldn't believe it. A mythical level bloodline, that's definitely divine. Such miracles have only occurred in the first generation of Beastmasters since the establishment of the Beastmaster system. Everyone seemed godlike, yet there were no gods. Now, a beast with a mythical level bloodline was glaringly before me. Everything was happening too suddenly. It was like the wild ups and downs of a roller coaster. Even having lived 2 lives, I couldn't help but feel my heart race and my breaths become heavy. I opened my backpack, and a ball of golden flame hovered inside. Reflecting the experience of the Great Sun bloodline, the attribute description introduces the supreme divine fire birthed by the sun, possessing the unique ability to burn everything to the highest greatness. The awakened bloodline ability of the assigned beast requires no additional constraints. As long as the level and materials meet the standards in this life, success is guaranteed. Fire-type bird beasts are required. This is real. I forced myself to calm down and chose to assign the gold attribute to Yi Minjia. The gold attribute assignment was successful. Your beast, Yi Minjia, has successfully been promoted to a rising sunbird. The rising sunbird has a bronze bloodline rank, gold attributes in Great Sun experience, skill form transformation of the first sun incantation, passive immunity to flames, and a golden physique. I opened my mouth but couldn't make a sound. At this moment, all my thoughts and emotions condensed into 2 words of pure essence. Seeing Yi Minjia's other form, I finally understood what it meant to defy the heavens. The golden attribute was terrifying indeed. As Yi Ruyan entered, she saw the disheveled living room and me sitting on the sofa, my emotions fluctuating. "What's wrong with you, Xiaoqing?" He hurried to the mirror and shook his head. Seeing the dry blood on the table, I instantly understood. Who could have provoked Yi Ruyan's rare fury, like a mother lion protecting her cubs? "Sis, I'm fine." I suppressed my inner joy and excitement and told Yi Ruyan about Chen Jiaqing's warning and the truth behind the slander at Shanghai High. As for the gold attribute and the mythical beast, I kept those to myself. I dared not touch upon the faces and madness of those people right now. Even with unlimited gold attributes, I still had to feign weakness to disarm others before I had the power to protect myself. Yi Ruyan's expression remained unchanged as she instinctively held my hand. "Don't worry, sis will bring you justice." Yi Ruyan, who was once a member of the city defense team alongside my late parents, had experienced the abyss 7 years ago when the rules constraining ferocious beasts were weak. Outside the city and even in the dungeons, ferocious beasts broke free from their seals, forming a tide that launched a brutal attack on Shanghai City. In that battle, many brilliant beastmasters fell. After the war, Yi Ruyan became a teacher at Shanghai High and took care of me. I had heard a bit about his identity from my parents before. I didn't know why he came to Shanghai City, but he had an unignorable power behind him. Hearing his promise in person confirmed my suspicions even more, but I firmly declined Yi Ruyan's kindness. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, not from fear of those people or families, but from contemplating whether to use his own power. After so long together, we had become like family. Yi Ruyan must have her reasons for not revealing her true identity. I feared that Yi Ruyan would leave because of this. Sis will handle this personally. Trust me, Yi Ruyan said seriously as she looked into my eyes. After a moment, she relaxed her tense demeanor. Alright, I believe you. I knew my temper too well. I was the kind of person who would never act recklessly without support or confidence. If I didn't succeed, it wouldn't be too late for you to step in. Looking at my pointed smile, Yi Ruyan straightened herself. You little rascal, your mind is filled with nonsense. Go to sleep. You have classes tomorrow. All right. She watched me enter the bedroom and closed the door. The smile on her face vanished as she looked at the bloodstains on the table, and a cold glint shone in her eyes. Once in my bedroom, I repeatedly confirmed that the bloodline and talent of my beast were not an illusion before drifting off to sleep with a satisfied smile. The next morning, I woke up to Yi Ruyan's knocking. After freshening up and having breakfast, we walked to school side by side. As I walked down the narrow corridor of the teaching building, someone called out to me from behind, Gu Changqing, wait a moment. Turning around, I saw my homeroom teacher, Lu Mei. She wore thick glasses and had an ordinary appearance, but her friendliness was undeniable. She pulled me into the corner of the nearby stairwell and whispered, I've heard about your situation, but I believe in your character. My students could never do something so heinous. I couldn't help but feel moved. Lu Mei had often looked after me due to her special position. Sai, as an old teacher, I can't speak for you. I just returned from a meeting. The school's position is to let you go home and rest, which is also good. You can adjust your mood to prepare for the upcoming national exam. I wasn't surprised. It would have been surprising if the school took no measures at all. I understand, teacher. I'll go back to the classroom to pack my things. Don't be discouraged. I've believed in you from the start. Keep it up, thank you. I stepped into the classroom, and as soon as I entered, the previously noisy atmosphere fell silent. All eyes were on me. Unaware, I made my way to my seat and began to gather my books. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, followed by a sharp slap on my cheek. I looked up in shock to see a beautiful girl with a scholarly air glaring at me in fury. Her hand, still raised, was about to strike again. I lowered my gaze and managed to dodge the second hit. Su Sisi, are you crazy? Su Sisi paused in disbelief. Gu Changqing, how dare you insult me? With your attitude, do you really think I'll agree to your pursuit? Dream on. I demand that you kneel and apologize right now, or you can forget about ever seeing me again. Seeing this, I couldn't help but find it amusing. Not long ago, I had lost a bet, and my punishment was to confess to the top student, Su Sisi. At that time, she had hesitated, politely refusing, and I thought that would be the end of it. Not long after, the White Lotus had risen to the status of a tea art master. Thank you, and rest assured, I will never see you again. I just wanted to grab my things and leave, gently pushing past the relentless Su Sisi. The moment her gaze shifted to the classroom door, she fell to the ground of her own accord. Gu Changqing, I won't bother with you anymore, absolutely not. Mu Wu Zun, Mu Wu Zhenhai, fine, but now you're even bullying classmates? Gu Changqing, you're really something. A tall and handsome young man stood at the classroom door, blocking my way. Seeing this person, my anger ignited. Chen Hai, the son of Chen Ziming, hailed as the genius of the Chen family and their future heir. In an instant, I began to realize that Chen Ziming's attempt to seize the legendary beast was likely for Chen Hai. I took a deep breath and reminded myself to stay calm. Chen Hai, look, you've even bruised their hand. Su Sisi's voice, pinched in her throat, sent chills down my spine. Chen Hai enjoyed this, wrapping his arm around her soft waist and reaching out to pat Su Sisi's head. With a sneer, Chen Hai said, Gu Changqing, apologize to my girlfriend. You didn't know, did you? Sisi is my girlfriend now. With trash like you, even as a sycophant, you think you deserve to confess to her? These two are a perfect match. One is an arrogant scion of a prestigious family, and the other is a master of tea arts. Move aside, I said coldly. I told you to apologize. Are you deaf? Su Sisi nestled in his arms, provocatively said, kneel and apologize, or you'll never leave this school. Then perhaps I should embellish what happened last night and share it with others. Chen Hai paused, his expression darkened as he glared at me. Gu Changqing, are you really looking for death? Even if you say it, how many will believe you? Crushing you is easier than squashing an ant. I reached out and pushed Chen Hai aside. Then please move out of the way. You're looking for death. Chen Hai, furious, raised his fist and was about to strike. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be in class? Get back to your seats. Lu Mei timely intervened, stopping Chen Hai. I nodded to Lu Mei, then left the classroom. The moment I stepped out of the school gate, I quickened my pace. I could no longer hold back. I needed to level up before the national exam and elevate my beast's rank. In the principal's office, Yi Ruyan's emotions were fluctuating as she looked at the silent Principal Wang, raising her voice. Gu Changqing, after all, is our student at Jinhai High. He shouldn't just bear the unfair treatment and losses. He shouldn't have to take the blame for the punishment either. Ms. Yi, this is the decision of the city lord's office. I can't do anything about it. Yi Ruiyan calmed herself and said, then please ask the principal to relay a message to Qin Jia for me. Before the national exam, if anyone dares to have ill intentions towards Xiaoqing, someone will kick Qin Jia out of Jinhai City. Even he won't be able to stop it. Principal Wang finally showed emotion. Ms. Yi, why must it come to this? It's also partly my fault. If I had known Gu Changqing's temperament was so fierce, I wouldn't have let my guard down. I would have stepped in to warn and restrain him. Then I'll trouble you, principal. Those words came out with great difficulty. Let's settle this amicably. After watching Yi Ruiyan leave, Principal Wang picked up the phone on his desk. As Yi Ruiyan left the office and arrived at the teaching building, she gazed at the clear blue sky and murmured, Xiaoqing, all I can do is help you buy some time. After leaving school, Gu Changqing took a taxi straight to the Dungeon Square in the western district of Jinhai City. The Dungeon Square is specifically set up for new beast masters to undergo training dungeons. From level 1 to the top-level dungeons for lower-tier beast masters, everything is available. However, the output from the dungeons is somewhat lacking, focusing more on helping the new generation adapt to the combat environment. After Gu Changqing got out of the car, he saw teams of beast masters lingering in front of various dungeon portals at the Dungeon Square. Old bringing new, for missing one, hurry up. Level 1 beast pet set, strength plus 10 points, an absolute artifact for newcomers. Level 5 hell difficulty, summon powerful beast pets. As soon as he got closer, the bustling voices echoed around him. Gu Changqing hurried to the level 1 dungeon portal, and as soon as his hand touched it, a deep abyss prompt sounded. Dungeon green pasture difficulty, normal level, 1 description, an ordinary green pasture, where the animals on the grassland have been infected and mutated after the arrival of ferocious beasts. This dungeon can accommodate a maximum of 5-person teams. It has detected that you are alone. Would you like to wait for a team? No. Would you like to enter the dungeon? Yes. The dungeon portal emitted a red glow, enveloping Gu Changqing completely. Accompanied by a dizzying sensation, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an endless green pasture. The air was filled with the scent of grass mixed with a faint smell of blood. A 6-pointed star formation appeared beneath Gu Changqing's feet, and a night-bright crow let out a joyful cry, flying onto his shoulder. Xiao Jin, it's your turn to shine. The night-bright crow was entirely black, and even in its initial form as the sunbird, it only had an extra golden feather on its head. The final form of the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline is the Golden Crow, so Gu Changqing simply named it Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin's pair of black eyes turned with intelligence, and then a golden feather sprang from its head, flapping its wings and flying into the air, soaring above the knee-high grass. Gu Changqing followed closely behind. Just as he pushed through the dense grass, a sheep's bleat rang out, and a black sheep, with blood-red eyes and 2 sharp, elongated teeth, was almost in his face. What the hell? Gu Changqing was startled and turned to run back. The red-eyed black sheep bleated harmlessly but bared its knife-like teeth, relentlessly pursuing him. Caw! A cry came from the sky, and Gu Changqing felt a wave of heat brush past the back of his neck. Boom! A slight explosion sounded, and when he turned to look, he was dumbfounded. The black sheep that had been chasing him was engulfed in flames, struggling for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground in defeat. Congratulations, you have killed a level 1 lower-tier ferocious beast, strong black sheep, gaining experience plus 5. It just died? The grade of ferocious beasts is completely different from that of beast pets. There are 8 levels: lower tier, mid tier, upper tier, elite, ferocious demon, beast king, beast emperor, beast god. They start off 1 grade higher than beast masters or beast pets. Even though the strength of ferocious beasts is greatly weakened under the rules of the abyss, Xiao Jin's initial Sun True Flame killed it in an instant. Is this the power of a myth-level beast pet? Filled with disbelief, Gu Changqing opened Xiao Jin's skill panel and saw the information for 3 bloodline skills, his mouth agape once more. Sun True Flame, bloodline skill. Releases scorching white flames, attacking enemies from a distance, dealing double damage based on mental attributes. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Spirit power consumption, 50. Flame immunity, passive skill, ignores fire damage of the same level and grade, increasing with the beast pet's grade. Golden Crow body, bloodline skill. After releasing the Golden Crow body, fire skill damage is doubled. Subsequent abilities unlock as the bloodline improves. My goodness, is this what a myth-level bloodline beast pet is like? It's completely unreasonable how strong it is. No wonder it can kill ferocious beasts in an instant. The weak and mighty black sheep could hardly withstand the damage from the doubled 70 points of mental attributes. Not being killed in an instant would be unreasonable. And what about the spiritual power consumption? Is that true? Little Gold was born with 500 points, which means that in just 1 minute, it could unleash 10 initial sun true flames at its limit. Such monstrous firepower made it unbearable for those new generation beast masters, who had to wait a long time for their pets to release a skill after using one. Little Gold, continue. Gu Changqing's blood surged within him, and for a moment, fireballs flew wildly in the sky above the green grassland. Gu Changqing transformed into a master of taking medicine. After all, the recovery of a beast's spiritual power, aside from returning to the beast master space, could also be achieved by drawing energy from the owner. After nearly 20 minutes, Gu Changqing felt a warm current surging through his body. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 2. Infinite golden attribute triggered, please draw. Another new golden attribute awaited collection. Draw. A burst of golden light exploded, transforming into thousands of golden rays, and finally, one surged into Gu Changqing's view. Attribute draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden attribute. Battle intent boiling. Battle intent boiling. Auxiliary golden attribute. Description: the surging battle blood boils in the heart, and boundless battle intent surges like a raging fire. Even if there are insurmountable obstacles ahead, facing countless gods and demons, there is no fear or trepidation. Special ability: during battle, the beast will gain a 0.1% increase in all attributes per second, with no upper limit. Requirement: can be granted to combat-type beasts. Damn! Even someone as composed as him couldn't help but curse. What is a golden attribute? This is it. An unlimited battle state stacking, a definite war machine. Little Gold was already a powerful output, and with this, Gu Changqing couldn't even imagine how violent the scene would be. Grant! After bestowing the golden attribute to Little Gold, the golden light spread out on its surface and then merged into its body as a blood-red hue. Accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds, Gu Changqing looked at Little Gold's attributes, and his mouth dropped into an O shape. Beast, initial Sunbird, rank, Bronze, level 2, bloodline, Great Sun Golden Flame, Gold, attributes, Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 140, Spiritual Power, 700, Skills, Form Transformation, Initial Sun True Flame, Flame Immunity, Passive, Golden Crow Body. Good heavens, Gu Changqing couldn't help but exclaim. With one golden attribute, the four-dimensional attributes doubled. Coupled with the quadruple increase from the Golden Crow Body and Initial Sun True Flame, it was utterly ridiculous. Others relied on nurturing rare materials and equipment to enhance their beast's attributes. Gu Changqing relied on golden attributes. With 2 golden attributes, the current 3-legged golden crow had already surpassed the known level classifications. Completely godlike. If more were added in the future, what heights would it reach? Gu Changqing couldn't even imagine. The sheep-like ferocious beasts on the grassland had, in the past, relied on tormenting the new generation of beast masters to satisfy their superiority. Today, suddenly, a killing god had arrived. If it weren't for the abyssal rules deliberately dispersing the ferocious beasts to give the new generation time to adapt, Gu Changqing would probably be able to break through the dungeon in less than 10 minutes. Watching the last white sheep beast turn into charcoal, Gu Changqing began to ponder. The next step should be to challenge the dungeon at a higher level. Little Gold's combat power could easily achieve a level-up kill. Having a myth-level beast that surpassed the known rank classification and still being obedient, one could just wash up and sleep. Just then, he saw clouds of dust rising from the grass ahead, with grass clippings mixed with dirt rushing towards him. Suddenly, a dark shadow dashed in front of him, and he saw 2 heavy objects collide. Little Gold, despite its small size, held its ground firmly. The dust scattered to the side, revealing the true form of the instigator. A wolf stood upright on its hind legs, holding a blood-stained machete in one hand and a worn wooden shield in the other. Gu Changqing used his detection skill, and the wolf's information instantly appeared before him. Grey Wolf, low-level beast level, 3 attributes, Strength plus 21, Constitution plus 15, Agility plus 13, Spirit plus 9 skills, Defense/Description, who rules the green grassland, the unmatched Grey Wolf with knife and shield. As a level 3 low-level beast, its overall attributes were only slightly higher than those of sheep. Xiao Jin's spiritual power was still slowly recovering, but aside from spirit, the other 3 attributes were superior to the Grey Wolf. Coupled with the surge of battle intent and the advantage of height, every dive of its claws left deep wounds on the Grey Wolf. Before long, as the Grey Wolf fell backward with its knife broken and shield shattered, the abyssal prompts followed. Congratulations on killing the low-level beast Grey Wolf. Experience plus 10. The new instance dungeon green grassland has been cleared, exiting in 10 seconds. Is that it? Gu Changqing felt a bit unsatisfied. After exiting the dungeon, he directly leveled up to 4 and chose a level 5 dungeon. However, aside from leveling up and obtaining some beast meat, he only received a few pieces of white equipment with no attributes. The drop rate and experience from the dungeon were appallingly low. Moreover, this was under the condition that he was soloing the dungeon, enjoying the experience alone. The Great Sun Golden Flame Bloodline, although it didn't have those complicated promotion conditions, still required several necessary materials. To obtain them, aside from spending money at the Beast Pet specialty store in the city, the other method was to kill the final boss in the level 10 highest difficulty dungeon for a chance to drop them. Gu Changqing stopped his progress of grinding dungeons, took a taxi home, and pulled out a gray savings card from a drawer. This card was the compensation money after his parents' sacrifice. Gu Changqing opened his computer, searched for the Beast Pet specialty store in the city, and began checking the prices of the required materials. Space Stone, 100,000. Fire-type Beast Stone, 50,000 each. Bloodline Evolution Agent, Dam, 59,000. Bloodline Stabilizer, 66,000. Calculating the total amount, it reached a staggering 300,000 gold coins. He helplessly rubbed his messy hair, revealing a bitter smile. Why are the poor getting poorer while the wealthy families are getting richer? Just the promotion of Beast Pets was enough to explain everything. Buy it. Gu Changqing entered his personal information and delivery address, but paused at the payment interface. The computer screen displayed, "This store is currently not open for your purchasing service." Gu Changqing was taken aback and tried ordering from other stores, but the same prompt appeared. Even with a price increase, it was the same. "I'm back." The sound of the door opening echoed as Yi Ruyan entered, took off her coat, walked behind him, and looked at the prompt on the screen, her expression darkening. "Can't buy? It must be the Chen family's doing." As the first family in Jinhai City, the Chen family's financial power extended throughout the city. Achieving this was a piece of cake for them. Yi Ruyan used her own account, but the purchase was still denied. "Xiao Chang, I might have done something wrong." In an instant, she recalled the warning she had given Principal Wang today. Her connections were unknown to others, but some upper echelons in Jinhai City were well aware. Because of this, they feared Gu Changqing might leverage this connection to rise forcefully, thus revealing the truth of that matter. Gu Changqing sighed, having roughly guessed what was happening. He held Yi Ruyan's hand and smiled. "It's okay, sister. You're doing all this for my sake. If we can't buy it, then we can't buy it. Tomorrow I'll go to the store. They can't just kick me out." Yi Ruyan looked guilty. "Xiao Chang, I really have something hard to say." Before she could finish, Gu Changqing stood up and pressed his index finger against her red lips. "Sister, I'm not a child anymore. I understand." Yi Ruyan was taken aback for a moment, then immediately exploded in anger. "You little brat, dare to take advantage of me." The atmosphere in the house instantly became lively. After some commotion, Yi Ruyan was panting, her two majestic mountains rising and falling, making Gu Changqing feel parched. "By the way, what do you need these materials for? Wait, did you contract a beast pet? It can't be. The one without bloodline, right?" Gu Changqing did not hide it and summoned Xiao Jin from the beast space. Seemingly sensing the different atmosphere between the two, Xiao Jin bounced to Yi Ruyan's feet after coming out, its golden fur swaying adorably. The girl had no resistance to such a small pet, bending down to hold it in her hands, smiling and teasing it. After playing for a while, Yi Ruyan still worriedly said, "Xiao Chang, I know Nian Nian is reluctant to leave and would rather burn its bloodline than part with you. But, you contracted it. What will happen during the national exam? Your parents have very high expectations for you. Sister, you might as well take a look at Xiao Jin's attributes." Gu Changqing actively opened the inspection function for Yi Ruyan. It was just the information he had modified. Yi Ruyan stared at Xiao Jin, and in an instant, her face showed joy, followed by confusion. "Golden level bloodline? Xiao Chang, it's..." Gu Changqing nodded. "Not fully burned, it still retains part of its bloodline growth. After all, it's a legendary level beast pet. How could it be easily destroyed?" It wasn't that Gu Changqing didn't trust Yi Ruyan, it was precisely because he trusted her that he deliberately concealed it. The beast world is full of wonders, all kinds of types exist, both imaginable and unimaginable. He didn't dare to take risks. After the joy, Yi Ruyan calmed down and said worriedly, "Xiao Qing, it's not that I'm trying to discourage you, but relying solely on it is still not enough. If I hadn't rushed out at that time and stayed to help you contract the beast pet, maybe it could have been saved." Looking at Yi Ruyan, who was blaming herself again, he could only continue with the kind lie. "Sister, Xiao Jin's bloodline will recover little by little. No one has foresight, since it has already happened. We must look forward." "Really?" Gu Changqing nodded seriously. "When have I ever lied to you? Sister, I'm hungry, I want to eat braised pork." "You little glutton." Although she knew Gu Changqing was comforting her, his words gave a blind sense of trust. The next morning, Gu Changqing, still asleep, was pecked awake by Xiao Jin. The little guy opened its mouth and called out, clearly hungry. Alright, I know you're hungry. Gu Changqing took out the beast meat chunks he had obtained yesterday from his backpack, and Xiao Jin's eyes lit up, pouncing on it like a hungry ghost, devouring it. By the way, it seems there's still one chance to draw a golden entry. He had forgotten about it after being busy looking at materials and chatting with Yi Ruyan until late yesterday. You still have one draw opportunity. Would you like to draw? Draw. Gu Changqing rubbed his hands vigorously, wondering what entry he would get this time. In front of him, countless strands of golden light intertwined, and finally, only one strand flew out. Entry draw complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden entry, the Spring of Foodies. The Spring of Foodies? This entry name is getting more and more abstract? Gu Changqing muttered to himself as he checked the entry's ability. The Spring of Foodies, golden entry foodies also have their spring. Everything can be eaten, stay away from picky eating. Any item consumed by the beast pet can maximally absorb its attribute abilities. The entry was abstract, and the ability description was a bit convoluted. With the belief that there are no useless golden entries, Gu Changqing immediately bestowed it upon little Jean. The little golden crow, who was eating, suddenly paused, then began pecking at the meat chunks faster and faster, creating afterimages. A piece of meat weighing over 10 Jean disappeared in an instant. Moreover, it wasn't full yet and kept chattering crazily at Gu Changqing. Damn! Gu Changqing felt overwhelmed. With such an eating style, even a mountain of gold wouldn't be enough. At that moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang out. The ability of the glutton spring has been triggered. Your beast pet is eating bloodthirsty porcupine meat chunks. Physique attribute +1. Ha! Attribute points added. So that's how it works. Gu Changqing took out a whiteboard armor from his bag. Armor, wooden vine armor, grade, white, attributes, strength +1, agility +1. After finishing the meat, little Jean turned its attention to the armor. Then, to Gu Changqing's astonishment, it easily pecked open the wooden vine and began to eat it piece by piece. In less than 2 minutes, an entire piece of armor was in its belly. The ability of the glutton spring has been triggered. Your beast pet has eaten a piece of white equipment, increasing attributes. Strength +1, agility +1. Watching little Jin's attributes increase, Gu Changqing quickly grasped the ability of the golden entry. Carnivorous food determines the increase in attributes based on the grade of the ferocious beast meat. Equipment is accepted without exception. The better the food, the more attributes are added. Truly, you are what you eat. Not a bit wasted. Gu Changqing drooled at the corners of his mouth. This golden entry ability is indeed incredibly powerful. Seeing that there was no more food, little Jean flew to Gu Changqing's cheek, cutely begging for more. Gu Changqing was both amused and exasperated. He glanced at the few pitiful pieces of equipment in his bag. Originally, he intended to sell them for money, as the cost of upgrading materials was not low. Forget it, money is worthless, we can earn more later. He took out the remaining 4 pieces of equipment, and little Jin's eyes sparkled with red light as it dove right in. The ability of the glutton spring has been triggered. Your beast pet has eaten a piece of white equipment, increasing strength +1. The ability of the glutton spring has been triggered. Your beast pet is eating. 5 minutes later, all the equipment was in its belly. Little Jean then lay back on the ground, legs stretched out, feeling very comfortable and content. Gu Changqing couldn't help but sigh. Having a cheat really feels great. In this short time, the 3-legged golden crow's 4-dimensional attributes had increased by 12 points. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth and shouted at the full-bellied 3-legged golden crow, "Let's go. I'll take you to the beast pet shop. Can't buy it online, but money is right in front of you. It can't be pushed away, right?" Gu Changqing took a taxi to the city center square. Looking around, various beast pet-related shops were dazzling, with customers coming and going endlessly. Among them, the largest and most luxurious was the Eternal Beast Pet Shop. It was rumored that this shop was backed by the city lord's mansion. Many rare materials were not a problem as long as the money was sufficient. This is the one. Gu Changqing walked to the luxurious shop entrance, raised his foot to step inside, only to see the 2 receptionists on either side blocking his way. "You are Gu Changqing, right? Sorry, our Eternal Beast Pet Shop does not accept your business. Please leave." Gu Changqing frowned. They wouldn't even let him in the door? Without further entanglement or inquiry, Gu Changqing turned and went to another shop nearby. However, every beast pet shop used the same excuse to keep him outside. Moreover, they all uniformly took out a sign from inside the shop and placed it at the entrance. Gu Changqing and dogs are not allowed in the beast pet shop. A 5-meter vacuum zone appeared around Gu Changqing. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, pausing to watch. They felt familiar with Gu Changqing's name, but couldn't recall why at that moment. In whispers, slowly, their expressions and gazes began to change. "Yo, I thought a big shot had arrived. Turns out it's the legendary figure from Jinhaino. One high school. Of course it's a legendary figure." To prevent the legendary beast pet from slipping away, he'd rather exhaust its bloodline source than hand it over to the most suitable person. Jinhai no. One must have done a lot of good deeds in their past life to teach such a student. What are you all being so sour about? If you have the ability, go awaken at the abyss altar yourself. Gu Chongqing is showing us through his actions that Jinhai City is nothing. I'm willing, I'm comfortable. Genius, are you going to the beast pet shop? No need to trouble yourself, just say what you need. Want some beast poop? It's not expensive, I'll give it to you for free. Ha ha ha, you guys are too harsh, how can a genius bear this? For a moment, Gu Chongqing became the target of their mockery and banter. The staff from various shops also cooperated by holding brooms and ropes, adopting a posture of driving him away. Gu Chongqing, however, wore a smile, listening to their taunts. Those people still threw this pot onto his back. What are you doing? Clear the way. At this moment, the crowd parted to make a path. Chen Hai and a few of his lackeys made a grand entrance. Seeing Gu Chongqing being resisted by the staff, a smile crept onto Chen Hai's face as he vented the anger in his heart. His face darkened as he scanned the staff, and under his gaze, they instinctively lowered their heads in fear. Do you know who he is? He is one of us from Jinhai no. One Hai. Is this how you treat him without asking me? One staff member trembled and weakly said, Young Master Chen, please calm down. We are just following the rules. This person has a notorious reputation, selfish and self-serving, a descendant of heroes but lacking their magnanimity. Doing business with him would damage our credibility. After he finished speaking, the other staff members nodded in agreement. Chen Hai's expression grew serious as he shrugged at Gu Chongqing, looking helpless. He leaned closer to Gu Chongqing's ear and whispered, Gu, if you sincerely ask me and publicly admit your wrongdoings, they will immediately clear a path for you to enter the shop. From the moment he made that online purchase yesterday, he understood that those evil forces had begun to impose sanctions. He just didn't expect their actions and intensity to be so great. Thank you for your kind intentions, young Master Chen, but I have one thing, I'm tough as nails. Gu Chongqing didn't linger and left the square to get in his car and head home. As soon as he left, the crowd that had come to watch also dispersed. Chen Hai's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Young Master, are we just going to let him go? He's just a waste, we can play with him. Chen Hai shot him a glare and coldly said, Do you want to tell the people of Jinhai City that our Chen family is suppressing and retaliating against him? No, not at all. I absolutely didn't mean that. Chen Hai's expression softened, let the public opinion continue to ferment, just don't touch him for now. Understood. Publicly ridiculing and ruthlessly trampling him, the best scenario would be to stomp him into the mud. Chen Hai wished he could make Gu Chongqing infamous immediately, disappear among the crowd, vanish from Jinhai City. But his father had warned him that while they could suppress Gu Chongqing from all angles, it must never escalate to the point of taking his life. Chen Hai knew that the best opportunity to crush Gu Chongqing was gone. Even if I don't do anything to you, in Jinhai City, you'll know what it means to struggle. What? All the beast pet shops in the city have turned you away. In the living room, Yi Ruyan slammed the table in anger. Am I just talking to the wind? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, pulling out her phone to call for help. Gu Chongqing hurriedly stopped her. Sister, don't be anxious. How can I not be anxious? Under Gu Chongqing's comfort, Yi Ruyan sat down with a huff and said, I thought about it carefully last night. If I want to rank high in the national exam, I need to break through to an intermediate beast master and open the second beast space. Gu Chongqing was taken aback, then immediately felt deeply moved. Yi Ruyan had already planned everything that followed. A beast master becomes a junior beast master after contracting their first beast pet. When a beast master's level reaches 10, using various materials for beast pet evolution will promote them to an intermediate beast master, allowing them to contract a second beast pet and open the beast space. Space stones are crucial materials for opening the beast space. Nowadays, beast pet shops are blacklisted, and it's almost impossible for individual beast masters to produce such expensive items. Trying to hit that pitiful chance is no different from winning the lottery. Gu Chongqing had once seen a post where a beast master, not believing in evil, spent an entire month grinding a level 10 dungeon without getting a single hair. So, I never planned to gamble on the drop rate. Gambling on the drop rate, we don't have that much time, it's really. Suddenly, Yi Ruyan realized something and looked at Gu Chongqing, who seemed to have the winning ticket, in disbelief. You mean, get the clearance record? The dungeon clearance record is an additional reward imposed by the Deep Blue rules after the Ferocious Beast dungeon is generated. Anyone who reaches the top, as long as they maintain a score in the top 10 for 24 hours, can obtain rare materials. The space stones and other promotion materials that Gu Chongqing needed could be obtained 100% by securing the record. The difficulty lies in the fact that only hell-level dungeons count towards the clearance record. Xiao Qing, have you thought this through? Hell-level dungeons are almost on par with the original strength of the ferocious beasts. Gu Changqing had already taken out his phone and searched for the clearance record rankings of various level 10 dungeons. The first place was, of course, the gold medal team from the Eternal Beast Pet Shop. This team's clearance record was outrageous, 30 minutes and 3 seconds. Yi Ruyan looked at the nearly insurmountable record number, her face full of worry. Clearing a dungeon is different from grinding for records. For clearing, as long as you find the right method and loopholes, you can use time to grind it out. There are many beast masters online who profit by writing clearance strategies. However, grinding for records has much stricter requirements. Complementary teammates, understanding of the dungeon, and powerful beast pets are all indispensable. Moreover, as a high-level beast master, she had already lost the qualification to enter such low-level dungeons. Gu Changqing's reputation, under deliberate embellishment, had reached a point where everyone wanted to take him down. Who would dare to team up with him? Yi Ruyan turned to look at Gu Changqing, who was checking the information on various dungeons, as if she had made a significant decision. Just as she was about to find an excuse to leave, Gu Changqing closed his phone and stood up from the sofa. I've looked at most of the information, sis, let's go. Yi Ruyan was taken aback. Where to? Gu Changqing grinned. To stock up. Various forces united to resist his resources. Well then, I will take down all your resources. Yi Ruyan was still dazed when Gu Changqing pulled her out of the car. Looking at the numerous dungeon portals in the square, she hurriedly pulled him aside and whispered, Xiao Chang, don't act impulsively. You don't plan to go into the dungeon alone, do you? Yeah, finding teammates is too troublesome. There was one thing he didn't say, enjoying the experience alone is the way to go. Yi Ruyan felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in her throat, wanting to spray it all over him. After all that was said, it had all become a breeze in his ears. For the first time, she felt that the little brother she had carefully taken care of for years was becoming more and more unfamiliar. Losing a legendary beast pet, being framed and oppressed by various powers, if it were her, without her own background, she wouldn't know how to resolve it. But he, instead of giving up, was actively seeking a way to break the deadlock. Yi Ruyan seemed to see that he had some kind of support, allowing him to charge forward without any reservations. Could it be that age is catching up, starting to hesitate? Without any support, then sister would be your biggest backing. Yi Ruyan suddenly patted Gu Changqing's shoulder, and in his astonished gaze, her full bosom stood tall, and a confident smile appeared on her stunning face. Xiao Chang never takes on a battle without assurance. Go ahead, if anything happens, I'll take the heat. Yi Ruyan's change was noted by Gu Changqing, and he felt a sense of relief. The first time he saw Yi Ruyan, it was as if he had witnessed a decisive female hero. That brilliance was still vivid in his memory. But after their parents died, the female hero had shed her battle armor and turned into a caregiver, consumed by the mundane worries of life. It was all because of him. Now, as the situation took a turn, his legendary path was about to begin. Yi Ruyan should also seek her own glory. With sister here, there won't be any accidents, I'm going. Gu Changqing had just arrived at the entrance of the level 10 dungeon. At that moment, the portal to the dungeon suddenly flickered with red light. Congratulations to the Jinhai Wang team for breaking the record for clearing the dungeon of Chaos Stone Ridge. The prompt sounded, instantly drawing gasps of surprise. Gu Changqing opened the dungeon record leaderboard, his pupils constricting. He saw that the Eternity Beast Pet Shop, which had been in first place, had been knocked down. Dungeon Chaos Stone Ridge, Hell Level, Clearing Time Record, First Place, Jinhai Wang Team, Clearing Time, 29. 11, Second Place, Eternity Beast Pet Shop, Clearing Time, 30. 03, Third Place, Beastmaster Rose, Clearing Time, 33. 64. Yi Ruyan also checked the leaderboard and exclaimed in surprise, in under 30 minutes, could this Jinhai Wang team be from the Beastmaster Association? Just wait, they'll be out soon. Soon, a vortex appeared at the dungeon portal, and 5 figures slowly walked out. Behind the 5, each was followed by a powerful beast pet. Moreover, each beast pet was above the golden level. The aura they emitted was extraordinarily strong. These 5's beast pets were not merely accumulated through wealth, their bloodlines were also exceptionally excellent. They are the elite city guard team protecting the East District. Seeing their attire, Yi Ruyan recognized them at a glance. The elite city guard team of the East District? Gu Changqing murmured in his heart, suddenly realizing. The East District was the base of the Chen family's old residence, and the city guard there was basically intertwined with the Chen family. He just didn't expect that the Chen family's response strategy was indeed meticulous, accounting for all aspects. Oh, isn't this the former vice captain Yi Ruyan? The leader of the 5-man team noticed Yi Ruyan and greeted her familiarly. Yi Ruyan's expression darkened. The city guard's purpose is to protect Jinhai City from beast disturbances, When did you become interested in low-level clearing records? What's wrong? Is the Chen family on the decline? Can't supply you with materials? The leader looked around at his brothers, shrugged, and said, Vice Captain Yi, your words are a bit biased. We're just the lowest-level foot soldiers, nowhere near like you, born at the top of the Roman road. Besides, we really need materials to level up. You didn't come here to compete with us, did you? But with your body and beast pet, it might be a bit difficult. I still have my pride, a high-level beast master lowering their rank to clear low-level dungeon records. That's really going backward. Yi Ruoyan checked their levels and frowned deeply. Xiao Chang, all 5 of them have forcibly dropped their ranks using special secret methods. It seems they don't want you to get involved with the clearing records. Gu Changqing nodded. They were familiar with Yi Ruoyan and spoke with a hint of disdain towards her. Mad, coming to bully the weak and feeling superior. The elite of the city guard, is this the record you can achieve? Gu Changqing's voice was not loud, but it landed accurately in everyone's ears. For a moment, the beast masters in front of the various dungeon portals all stopped in their tracks. Where did this yellow-haired kid come from, so unaware of his own limitations? As if breaking a dungeon record is as easy as picking cabbage, if you can clear it in under 30 minutes, you're already a monster level. Is this new generation of beast masters so full of themselves? Among the crowd, there were many students who naturally recognized Gu Changqing. I thought it was someone else, turns out it's Gu Changqing. Others say I have to give him a piece of my mind, but Gu Changqing, I won't comment. Yeah, he's the type who won't even spare his own beast. Gu Changqing, go home and stay there. Don't come out and tarnish the reputation of Xinhai. Various comments rose and fell. Are you the Gu Changqing who awakened a legendary beast at the abyssal altar? The leader's gaze was sharp, as if trying to see through him. Yes, shouldn't you add a few more words, like selfish and a cancer to Xinhai? This. Gu Changqing's quick retort left the latter momentarily at a loss for words. Is your skin really that thick? You have no friends like this. Are you here to break records? Gu Changqing pointed behind him. Look how scared the people behind you are. Even a legendary beast has become a useless pet, and you still have to be cautious? Damn! The leader was about to break down. Is that even an answer to my question? Gu Changqing smiled, and just a few words had him on the edge. Alright, you're just here for the money. Otherwise, we would have to make a bet. Gu Changqing stepped forward, pushing aside the bewildered leader. Please select the difficulty for the dungeon Rubble Ridge. Hell level. Detected that your team has only 1 person. The full team for the dungeon is 5. Do you wish to enter? Enter. The Hell level dungeon has been generated. Please enter the light portal. Amidst everyone's confusion, Gu Changqing walked into the dungeon portal. Is it starting already? You have entered the Hell level dungeon Rubble Ridge. The light of the dungeon portal gradually faded, revealing Gu Changqing's figure. Before he could see the environment inside the dungeon, he heard a whistling sound cutting through the air, growing increasingly urgent. Holy crap! Gu Changqing looked up and saw a giant rock, about a meter in diameter, crashing down like a cannonball. He lifted his foot to dodge, but his steps faltered. At that moment, his feet had already sunk into the soft, fine sand. Xiao Jin! With a cry, Xiao Jin spat out a white, blazing fireball. It collided with the giant rock in midair, and the surface of the rock slowly melted under the intense heat of the flames. A pitch-black stone man fell from within. Upon landing, it kicked up a fierce sandstorm. In Gu Changqing's eyes, information about the Black Stone Man leaped into view. Unknown species of ferocious beast, Black Jade Stone Man, not in the rank hierarchy, level, 10 attributes, strength plus 100, constitution plus 300, agility plus 55, spirit plus 0 skills, rockfall, blackened frenzy, eternal body. Looking at the stone body reflecting black light under the swirling sandstorm, Gu Changqing was not intimidated by its frightening attributes. How did he encounter an NPC in the dungeon here? Before coming to the Rubble Ridge dungeon, Gu Changqing had thoroughly studied the. However, he never expected that once it was his turn, the rhythm of the dungeon would change. According to the first challenge after entering the dungeon should be a sand monster. The teleportation location was indeed within the sandy area, but the Black Jade Stone Man was supposed to be encountered after passing through the sandy marsh, at the foot of the Kanjiing Ridge. Huff! Gu Changqing took a deep breath, not thinking too much about why the changes in the dungeon level occurred. The early appearance of the Black Jade Stone Man meant that no sand monsters emerged from the quicksand to attack. Moreover, as an NPC, although there was no quest, it also had no inclination to attack. Xiao Jin! He called out again, and the sharp claws grabbed Gu Changqing's shoulder before soaring into the air. After bestowing the glutton with spring, Xiao Jin's attributes had doubled again. With 40 points of strength, it was more than enough to lift Gu Changqing. The Black Jade Stone Man indeed stood motionless as described in the strategy guide after emerging from its stone shell. Xiao Jin flew over the head of the Black Jade Stone Man, heading towards the vaguely visible massive mountain beyond the quicksand. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound of something cutting through the air came again. Xiao Jin instinctively flew sideways. A black stone whizzed past, brushing against Gu Changqing's cheek. Warm liquid flowed down, and when Gu Changqing reached up to wipe it, he found the blood was actually black. Poisonous. This was the first thought that crossed his mind. However, his body felt no discomfort. Just as Gu Changqing was about to command Xiao Jin to steer clear of the quicksand, he saw a true sun flame, dragging a long fiery tail, roaring towards the black jade stone man. Immediately after, Xiao Jin tossed Gu Changqing aside, elegantly turned, and caught his collar in midair with its mouth. Its sharp claws ignited with white flames as it dove down. Clang! Clang! The claws arrived before the fireball. However, as soon as the white flames touched the neck of the black jade stone man, they instantly extinguished. The steel-like claws only sparked a few embers, leaving no wounds at all. Xiao Jin shot straight up, while the true sun flame arrived late. Boom! A loud explosion followed, and a powerful shockwave kicked up a storm of sand. In the center of the vortex, the white flames surged, incinerating the black jade stone man within. Xiao Jin flapped its wings, switched to its claws to grab Gu Changqing, and rubbed its face against Gu Changqing's, who was dizzy and disoriented, as if to say, "Don't be afraid, I've avenged you." Gu Changqing's head spun, and he barely managed to suppress the turmoil in his stomach. No, the side effects of the mobile cannon were too great. It was better not to use it unless in a critical moment. High-speed movement without protection was not something a novice beast master like him could enjoy. After a while, the flames of the true sun flame gradually extinguished. Gu Changqing's gaze was fixed. In the strategy guide, some had mentioned whether it was possible to kill the black jade stone man. Many had commented on it. There were only 2 points: the inability to break through its defense and the irony that the black jade stone man couldn't be bothered to retaliate. The true sun flame was currently the most damaging skill, especially with a mental attribute exceeding 280 points. If it couldn't break through the defense, there was no need to waste time. As the storm of sand dissipated and the flames went out, the black figure stood firm like a war god. Not only was it unharmed, but its blackness also deepened further. "Let's go!" Gu Changqing patted Xiao Jin's back, not lingering. The unknown species that even Deep Blue couldn't identify was, at least for now, not something they could handle. "Yip!" Xiao Jin screeched at the black jade stone man, seemingly warning it. But the next second, a shadow suddenly loomed over them. Gu Changqing looked up sharply to see a rock over 10 meters in diameter, resembling a small mountain, hovering above them. Damn! This dungeon must be toxic. The amiable and intangible black jade stone man was actually trying to kill him. Fortunately, facing the attack of the giant rock, Xiao Jin fully displayed the strength that a mythical beast pet should have. However, the black jade stone man's attacks became increasingly sinister. Just as they entered a safe zone, falling rocks appeared out of nowhere, chasing after them. It was clear it didn't want them to leave. As time passed, with the buildup of battle intent, Xiao Jin stopped fleeing and began bombarding the black jade stone man with true sun flames every 5 seconds, recklessly. Strangely, as the flames burned, those pursuing falling rocks crumbled and disintegrated into gravel. Gu Changqing frowned, and suddenly, a thought crossed his mind about the perpetual body among the 3 skills of the black jade stone man. Could it be that it doesn't let me go because it needs me to provide energy? At this moment, Gu Changqing cast aside the record-keeping. Seeing the flames disappearing faster and faster, the deep black became even glossier. After a full 10 minutes had passed, Xiao Jin's spiritual power was exhausted and replenished, and Gu Changqing had taken so many pills that he almost got drained by Xiao Jin. Suddenly, a tremendous repulsive force radiated from the black jade stone man. Immediately, the originally indestructible black jade developed a crack. 1 crack, 2 cracks, 3 cracks. In no time, the black jade stone man was covered in cracks, ready to shatter at a touch. "Xiao Jin, go down!" Xiao Jin flew to the side of the black jade stone man, and Gu Changqing jumped down. He reached out and gently touched it. Crash! Half of the black jade stone man's body shattered in an instant. Inside its body was hollow. A black card quietly floated at the position of its heart. Just then, the wound on Gu Changqing's cheek, previously scratched by the black stone, burst forth with black blood, which fell onto the black card and was quickly absorbed and fused. Everything happened too fast. Before Gu Changqing could figure out what was going on, the prompt sound rang out. "Congratulations on completing the special hidden task, the perpetual body that cannot be filled, reward an unknown beast pet card." A black beast pet? Gu Changqing held the card, his brow furrowed. Clearly, its rank was not within the sorting of the Abyss rules. Such an unknown was uncertain whether it was good or bad. After putting the black beast pet card into his bag, Gu Changqing reached out to grab Xiao Jin's claw and flew towards the edge of the sand marsh. Once they cleared the level, he needed to gather more information about the unknown species. Remembering the terrifying defensive ability of the Black Jade Stone Man, he felt quite tempted. If the second beast pet could contract such a meat shield defense type, then there would be no worries on the national examination stage. The swirling sand in the marsh gradually thinned, and the outline of a solitary towering mountain slowly became clear in his sight. When the sandstorm subsided, a vibrant green scene filled his vision. Beneath the Kanjiing Ridge, the vegetation was lush, the trees dense, and the mountain path leading up the ridge was occasionally filled with the sounds of birdsong. As soon as Xiao Jin landed with Gu Changqing, the prompt sound rang out. First phase of the Lone Stone Ridge dungeon completed, time taken, 15 minutes and 4 seconds. Phase time ranking, 19th place. Second phase begins. To provide sufficient energy for the Black Jade Stone Man, most of the time was wasted in the first phase of the Sandmarsh. If they wanted to break the record, they had to give their all in the next phase. Xiao Jin, can you still hold on? At this moment, Xiao Jin's spiritual power was less than half. Continuous bombardment for more than 10 minutes, even with 3 golden attributes, was a bit too much to bear at its current rank and level. Xiao Jin lowered its head, rubbing against Gu Changqing's abdomen, making a cooing sound to please him. Gu Changqing helplessly patted its head. He had originally entered the dungeon to level up and get food for it. Now, he hadn't gotten any food and had almost drained his own body. It was normal for it to throw a bit of a tantrum. Spoiled children have the best lives. Alright, the progress ahead is all food, all for you. Upon hearing the word food, Xiao Jin's gluttonous nature was activated. All for you, it ignited an unprecedented desire to fight. Gu Changqing stepped forward, and suddenly, the ground shook. A vine as thick as a thigh burst through the soil. A straight, sharp spike, as sharp as a blade, came straight for Gu Changqing's heart. The flames of hunger surged in Xiao Jin's eyes as it flashed in front of Gu Changqing. Dealing with something long, straight, and both soft and hard was instinctual in its bloodline. After grabbing the vine with its claws, it unleashed a blast of true sun flame. The vine, already afraid of fire, snapped at the back end with a crack as it was consumed by the flames, then burrowed underground. In that brief moment, Gu Changqing had gathered information about it. Human-faced Puraria, intermediate beast, level 10, attributes, strength plus 72, constitution plus 208, agility plus 5, spirit plus 30, skills, earth spike barrage, vigorous life. A level 10 intermediate beast with such attributes was truly a live target. However, Gu Changqing looked at the dense rows of tall trees in sight, feeling a bit of a prickling sensation on his scalp. This dense forest extended all the way to the mountainside, with the overall length of the mountain path being about 1,000 meters. This meant that in the second phase, besides identifying which were human-faced Puraria, they also had to deal with attacks that could come at any time. It could be said to be a contest of speed and reaction. But the next second, a smile appeared on Gu Changqing's lips. He turned to look at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin was savoring the softened vine, crunching it with a refreshing sound, the aroma of fragrant grass wafting in the air. Xiao Jin, I heard there's a particularly delicious beast on the ridge. What you're eating now is just trash compared to it, like leftovers from a gutter. You have been granted a golden attribute by me. You are now a transcendent existence. As a being beyond the divine, you eat this? If you can endure it, even the master can't. Currently in its juvenile stage, Xiao Jin's intelligence was akin to that of a few-year-old child. Upon hearing Gu Changqing's words, its eyes brightened. It steadfastly met his gaze, as if saying, whatever you say, I will follow. Gu Changqing pointed to the dense forest. They're all trash, let's burn them all, and we'll feast. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed by, and Xiao Jin had already spread its wings to soar into the sky. The blazing true sun flame gathered and struck down towards the dense forest below. With a violent explosion, a white fireball scattered, igniting everything it touched, whether ordinary trees or human-faced Puraria. In less than 2 minutes, most of the dense forest had turned into a sea of fire. Even more terrifying was that Xiao Jin didn't even need to specifically target anything. The human-faced Puraria was already afraid of fire, and once the flames erupted, it was utterly unstoppable. Gu Changqing stood leisurely in place. It's good to have a child like this who is easy to fool. It's just a pity that the equipment in the fire couldn't be collected. Suddenly, a series of notification sounds erupted like a boiling pot, echoing madly. Kill level 10 intermediate beast human-faced Puraria, gain experience plus 50. Kill level 10 intermediate beast human-faced Puraria, gain experience plus 50. Kill level 10 intermediate beast swift-wind eagle, gain experience plus 25. Kill level 10 lower level beast swift-wind eagle cub, gain experience plus 10. Experience surged like a flood tide, popping up in segments. Truly a hell-level difficulty dungeon, this experience. Even if the experience required to level up doubled, at this monster-slaying speed, it was easily manageable. In less than a minute, the exciting level-up notification arrived. Congratulations, your level has increased by 1. Infinite golden attribute triggered. You can draw a random golden attribute once. Gu Changqing, Beast Pet, Initial Sunbird, Level 4, Experience 20/800, Title, Junior Beast Tamer, Talent, Infinite Golden Attribute, Unique, Level 4 required 800 points of experience, and the acquisition speed was gradually slowing down. The dungeon was nearing its end. Gu Changqing rubbed his hands together, hoping for another heaven-defying golden attribute. With that, the final boss wouldn't take too much time. Drawl. Gold entry extraction in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained the gold entry, Path of Destiny. Path of Destiny? Gu Changqing curiously clicked on the introduction of the gold entry. Path of Destiny, a special bloodline entry, a path filled with thorns and dangers that defies the heavens, can only be harnessed by special beast pets. A specific gold entry has appeared. A chicken rib. The number of beast pets and ferocious beasts recorded in textbooks alone exceeds 1,000, not to mention those that have yet to be discovered and documented. Finding one among them is undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Gu Changqing regretted wasting an opportunity, suddenly, the black beast pet card in his backpack seemed to be guided by something and began to tremble violently. The black beast pet card buzzed intensely. The mysterious beast pet temporarily residing within seemed to want to break free from the card's constraints. However, the deep blue rules were too domineering, rendering its efforts futile. A beast pet that has not been contracted cannot be endowed with a gold entry. Gu Changqing took the black beast pet card out of his bag and held it in his hands, uncertainly saying, "Are you attracted by a familiar aura?" The beast pet card moved again. "Stay inside obediently, and I will consider making you my second beast pet." With Gu Changqing's promise, the black beast pet card finally quieted down. Putting it back, Gu Changqing couldn't help but ponder. Just after obtaining the designated special gold entry, the black beast pet card reacted. Could it be that the talent of the infinite gold entry is randomly provided based on his own reference? The more he thought about it, the more he felt the possibility was high. He decided to stop thinking. There was still quite a distance to level 10. At this moment, Kanjiang Ridge had completely turned into a sea of flames. After the initial sun's true flame extinguished, the fire did not die down but instead formed waves of blazing fire dragons, determined to burn the entire ridge to the ground. The experience bar was still increasing, but the rate had decreased. Just as he was about to break through the level 5 barrier, it came to a sudden halt. Contentment is happiness. Other sprinting teams wished they could avoid fighting any monsters and compress time with all their might. The fire had only been raging for less than 7 minutes. The experience points had increased by more than 1.5 levels. There was still a significant time gap to operate before reaching the first place's completion record. Behind him, there was only an old monster left. Little Jean circled above the fire scene, occasionally diving down, and when it flew back up, it dropped a piece of damaged equipment in disdain. The spring of gluttons could not absorb the attributes of those equipment. The second phase of the Lone Rock Ridge dungeon completed. Time taken 7 minutes and 31 seconds. Phase time ranking, first place. Final phase begins. Due to your arson, causing the dungeon's ferocious beasts to go berserk, the phase difficulty has increased. Killing the final ferocious beast will also increase the drop rate. There is a high probability of obtaining rare items such as Bloodline True Blood and Space Stones. The ferocious beast has gone berserk. Just as Gu Changqing heard the abyss's prompt, with a loud bang, a deep pit several meters deep exploded in the open space to his left. At the bottom of the pit, the white flames swirling around Little Jean had mostly dissipated. Little Jean! Gu Changqing was startled and hurriedly jumped into the pit to check its injuries. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had the protection of flames. Little Jean was not seriously hurt. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. Little Jean rallied its spirits and grabbed Gu Changqing, flying into the air. The scene before him left him dumbfounded. It wasn't just the ground shaking, the entire dungeon seemed to be on the verge of collapse. From the direction of the sand marsh, several tornadoes formed from fine sand surged towards the ridge with the force to break through the sky. The entire Kanjiang Ridge was rolling down giant rocks, visibly increasing in speed. Meanwhile, the blue swift-winged eagles that had not perished in the fire gathered in droves at the top. With the piercing cries of the eagle rising and falling, hundreds of swift-winged eagle feathers danced, eerily merging together to form a massive eagle head. The main body of the Kanjiang Ridge, after rising nearly 3 meters, slowly extended limbs. A vast expanse of fine sand filled the surroundings, transforming into a flowing armor cloak. Damn it! At that moment, standing before him was a fusion-type monster, 30 zhang tall, with an eagle head and a sand cloak. His knowledge of beast taming was solid. He possessed infinite golden attributes, and several extraordinary golden attributes were not beyond his reach. But now, gazing up at such a ferocious beast, he wanted to say, the stuff in textbooks is just to fool children, right? Is this what they call going berserk? Revealing its true form is more like it. In a standard dungeon strategy, the final guardian beast is the swift-winged eagle king and its subordinates. Is it really necessary to use a nuclear weapon to swat a mosquito just because a fire was set? Gu Changqing swallowed hard, and information about this fusion monster appeared before him. Ferocious Demon Lone Ridge Watcher, Fusion Type Special Ferocious Beast Level, 10 Attributes, Strength plus 300, Constitution plus 300, Agility plus 300, Spirit plus 300 Skills, Swift Wind Eagle Cry, 1000 Miles Quicksand, All Things Spring, Eternal Motion Body, Passive, Description, a mutated ferocious beast forcibly fused by unknown powers. Defeating it will yield unprecedented special rewards. If killed, one will become part of it. Damn! Ferocious Demon Level. Although it is said that the ferocious beasts that died at Gu Changqing's hands number at least 200, the highest level was only intermediate. Now, before him stood a ferocious demon. It had crossed 3 major levels. Gu Changqing looked up at the sky of the dungeon. Damn it, Abyss, if you want to kill me, just say it directly. The terrifying 4 attributes of 300 had completely surpassed the strength expected of a level 10 dungeon. The 3 active skills were unique to the 3 phases of ferocious beasts in this dungeon. No wonder little Jean was sent flying. Even the mythical bloodline granted by the golden attributes was nothing compared to this fusion monster. Little Jean exhaled hot air, the temperature on its surface rising, as white flames enveloped Gu Changqing while rapidly condensing in front of him. Little Jean was determined, vowing to take revenge for the slap. The fireball accumulated for a full minute, reaching a diameter of 1 meter, before it surged towards the ferocious demon with an angry cry. Suddenly, Gu Changqing's vision blurred, and he seemed to see a remarkably handsome divine bird's phantom enveloping little Jean. Could it be, this is the body of the golden crow? Little Jin's spirit suddenly lifted, though it appeared somewhat wilted. With this strike, the hard-won spiritual power was instantly depleted. Gu Changqing frowned tightly, for this fusion-type ferocious demon possessed the most troublesome skill, Eternal Motion Body. This skill was held by the Black Jade Stone Man, and Gu Changqing couldn't be sure if the ferocious demon had a special ability to fuse the skills of beasts existing in the dungeon, or if it was, like the Black Jade Stone Man, a type of unknown ferocious beast. The powerful true flame of the rising sun distorted the space wherever it passed. The ferocious demon made no move, watching as the fireball drew closer, heading straight for the eagle head. Suddenly, the eagle head's tightly shut eyes opened, its black pupils resembling beautiful jade. An invisible wall of air collided with the rushing true flame of the rising sun. Watching the fireball's power slowly diminish, Gu Changqing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he guessed right? If so, what's the point of playing? Might as well start the next round and not waste time. A crisp sound interrupted his thoughts of quitting. He saw that the invisible air wall had spiderweb-like cracks spreading across it. The next second, the true flame of the rising sun broke through it. Although its power had weakened, it was still formidable. There's hope. Gu Changqing was overjoyed. Soon, he was once again dumbfounded. At some point, a giant sword made of flowing sand had coalesced in the hands of the fierce demon. With a heavy swing of its stone arm, a crescent-shaped sword energy of flowing sand spread out, blocking the sky and sun. The initial sun's true flame, upon contact, was instantly enveloped and extinguished. The flowing sand filled the sky, centering around the fierce demon, covering most of the dungeon's sky. This strike not only neutralized the initial sun's true flame from Xiao Jin but also completely plunged Gu Changqing's heart into despair. How could they continue like this? His own attack felt like a mere tickle, while the fierce demon's casual strike was utterly devastating. They were not even in the same dimension. Xiao Jin, Gu Changqing called out, already planning to retreat. But Xiao Jin looked up at the orange sky, letting out a low whimper. He thought the little guy was unwilling, and he softly comforted it. Don't mind it. Winning or losing is common in battle. Your future is far beyond what this mere fierce demon can compare to. Once you grow a bit more, you'll be able to take it down with ease. Unexpectedly, in response to his reassurance, Xiao Jin became inexplicably irritable. It suddenly turned its head, its sharp beak pecking at Gu Changqing's abdomen. Gu Changqing was startled. He hadn't expected Xiao Jin to attack him. In the next moment, before he could react, the beak seemed to pierce through a barrier, and when it pulled back, it was holding a black card in its mouth. Ha! Gu Changqing focused and realized this was the Black Beast pet card from the package. Could it be? With the black card in its mouth, white flames instantly enveloped it. The card responded, rippling with circles of black waves as it was nourished by the flames. In Gu Changqing's ears, a tender, stuttering voice rang out. Silly, silly bird, let go of me, you're biting my brother. Brother, quick, let go, or I'll hit you. Gu Changqing stared wide-eyed, confirming for a long while, finally realizing the voice was coming from the Black Beast pet card. Compared to its childish voice, the other one was somewhat melodious. Black brat, this trouble was caused by you. Hurry up and lend me your power, otherwise, WH. What power? Silly bird, I'm still a child. Child, my foot. If something happens to the master, I'll tear you apart, roast you slowly, and eat you when you're sizzling. Rude, crude, violent. What does your master have to do with me? Gu Changqing listened quietly, feeling amused. He had learned in textbooks that beast pets could resonate and communicate with each other provided they were under the same beast master. Xiao Jin had a mythical bloodline, so it was not surprising it had this ability. However, the beast pet inside this black card could actually communicate with it. At the very least, it indicated that its own abilities were quite powerful. Not willing to admit defeat, huh? Alright, once we get out, I'll have the master find some shiny things for you, bathing you in holy light every day to wash away all your darkness. The two beast pets stubbornly argued, but suddenly, with a remark from Xiao Jin, it immediately silenced the other. The beast pet in the black card cursed in a childish voice, reluctantly spilling forth surging black energy that wrapped around the white flames. Yip! Xiao Jin chirped, stuffing the black card back into Gu Changqing's bag space, then soared into the sky. Its body rapidly grew at a visible speed under the stimulation of the black energy. It only stopped when it reached nearly 10 meters in terrifying size. The body of the golden crow. This was the true body of the golden crow. Gu Changqing hurriedly checked Xiao Jin's status. Beast pet, morning sun bird rank, bronze level. For bloodline attributes, great sun golden flame, gold, battle intent boiling, gold, glutton spring, gold. Attributes, strength plus 40 plus 4, glutton attribute. Constitution plus 40 plus 3, agility plus 40 plus 2, spirit plus 280 plus 4, spiritual power, 21100, bloodline ability activation plus 20,000, skills, form transformation, true flame of the morning sun, flame immunity, passive, body of the golden crow status, dark eternal motion, dark negative attribute, destruction plus 100%, absorption plus 100%, dark source, maximum limit enhancement of beast pet bloodline ability activation, determined by the beast pet's constitution. After the status disappears, all attributes and skills of the beast pet enter a cooldown ban period, lasting 5 hours. Looking at the status page in the information bar, Gu Changqing understood why Little Jean had brought out the black card. Since entering the dungeon and encountering the Black Jade Stone Man, he had unlocked a hidden quest. And precisely, the beast pet in the black card was the only key to defeating the fierce demon. Go, Little Jean! Gu Changqing couldn't help but shout. Enhanced by Dark Source, Little Jean responded with a sharp cry. Immediately, a surging sea of flames erupted around it. The blazing white and dark, two opposing colors of energy, surprisingly blended together in harmony. Little Jean spread its wings, which were several times larger than its body, and charged towards the fierce demon. Gu Changqing watched quietly, feeling a sense of awe. This was the dominance and might that a myth-level bloodline golden crow should possess. The fierce demon, resembling a small mountain, with its black eagle eyes, stared at Little Jean as it approached with ferocity, seemingly sensing the threat, and drew its quicksand giant sword, swinging it several times. A curtain of quicksand seemed to engulf the entire dungeon, but the next moment, a giant fireball with a diameter of 9 meters burned through the black mist, breaking through the quicksand's blockade. In the fierce demon's eagle eyes, pure black light flowed, but under the status enhancement, its eternal motion skill was completely ineffective. Boom! As the giant fireball approached the fierce demon within 10 meters, it suddenly exploded. Countless small flames, like a meteor shower, covered the entire massive body. Bang! 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 Each fireball that fell produced a violent explosion. The black and white flames intertwined, and as the explosions continued, a towering pillar of fire shot up into the sky. The surging waves of fire and shockwaves spread outward, the overwhelming power seeming to reshape the earth. Helpless, Gu Changqing had no choice but to jump into a pit to avoid it. Suddenly, his head spun, and all his strength rapidly drained away. Is this trying to drain me dry? Once a beast master and beast pet sign a contract, they enter a symbiotic relationship. If one party suffers heavy damage, the other will also be harmed to varying degrees. Previously, killing the fierce beast could be done by relying on bloodline suppression. Now, Little Jean was forcibly enhancing its bloodline strength through Dark Source, which was overdrawing its master's power to achieve its own recovery. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing took out a bottle of pills, poured them out, and stuffed them into his mouth. Fortunately, it hadn't been too long. The sounds of explosions outside faded, and a shadow appeared above Gu Changqing. He looked up to see little Jean had transformed into its night crow form, weakly falling into his arms. Its body was riddled with wounds, with peck marks from birds and debris left by tree thorns. Rest well. With a flash of light, Gu Changqing placed it into the beast's space. He climbed out of the pit and looked into the distance. What met his eyes was a sky full of flames and the pockmarked remnants of walls. Gu Changqing felt a pang of regret. It was best if this skill could be avoided. Congratulations on killing the fierce demon-level special fusion-type fierce beast Lone Ridge Watcher, gaining experience plus 2000. Congratulations on completing the final hidden quest of the dungeon and obtaining the special item Eye of Darkness. Congratulations on clearing the hell-level dungeon, Rock Ridge, with a completion time of. In front of the dungeon's light gate, Yuruyan stood quietly outside, her tightly clasped hands betraying her current state of mind. No matter how confidently Gu Changqing spoke, as time passed, Yuruyan's worries erupted like a geyser. She occasionally glanced at the dungeon's light gate, her tense and complex emotions reminiscent of her first official battle against a ferocious beast. Vice Captain Yi, don't be anxious. Even if we can't clear the dungeon, the fact that you dare to go in alone still shows your spirit, Zhang Sun, the team leader, said. Yuruyan shot him a glance and scoffed. Zhang Sun, is the reward from the Chun family really that generous? Are you willing to give up your future just to record a low-level dungeon? It seems that years of peace have made you forget a lot. Zhang Sun remained unfazed. You don't need to provoke me. There's gain and loss. The city guard is loyal to the Lord's mansion, as you know. I really don't know what those heroic spirits who died in the beast tie for Jinhai City would think if they saw their descendants treated this way. You're still so compassionate. Well, those in high positions naturally have a heart for the world. But it's also a shackle. Otherwise, how could it have kept you trapped in Jinhai City for over a decade? Yuruyan was provoked and snapped, "Shut up, or I'll cut you." Zhang Sun immediately waved his hand, making a zipper gesture at his lips. One last word before I zip it, out of respect for our former master. Although the Chen family has some restraint because of you and wouldn't dare to harm Gu Changqing, it's hard to say about other matters. What do you mean? Yuruyan pressed, but Zhang Sun returned to the team, adopting an indifferent attitude. At that moment, the crowd in the square parted to make way. Lu Renjia, the department head of Jinhai No. 1 High School, walked over solemnly, accompanied by Chen Hai. Su Sisi, linking her arm with Chen Hai, lowered her head in shame when she saw Yuruyan. Yuruyan looked at them in surprise and asked, "Director Lu, what brings you here?" Before Lu Renjia could speak, Chen Hai coughed, taking the lead. "Teacher Yi is here too, that's perfect." Regarding the outrage caused by Gu Changqing's actions, the Lord's Mansion has issued the latest notice. The school's higher-ups are furious and have convened a meeting to decide on his punishment. Director, please show Teacher Yi the punishment results. Lu Renjia forced a smile and took out a notice, coldly handing it to Yuruyan. Teacher Yi, since Gu Changqing is not here, you can pass this on. Yuruyan unfolded the notice, scanned its contents, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You're expelling him from Jinhai No. 1 High School? Director Lu, is the school really going to take such a hard line? About the legendary beast pet matter, you." Lu Renjia interrupted her, his angry expression perfectly timed. Teacher Yi, the school's decision to expel him from Jinhai No. 1 High School is already showing great mercy. His actions regarding the legendary beast pet have tarnished the reputation of Jinhai City and desecrated beast tamers. Yuruyan's chest heaved with anger, but reason told her not to confront them head-on. The notice was enough to explain everything. Although expulsion wouldn't cut off his path to the national exam, prestigious schools value their reputation above all. A beast tamer who has been ordered to withdraw from school, whose character is questionable, and who is even ostracized by the entire city would hardly be considered by a beast-taming university. This move was ruthless enough to push Gu Changqing into an abyss from which he could never return. The school should have dealt with Gu Changqing long ago. With such character, it's fortunate he didn't contract with a legendary beast pet, otherwise, he would become the greatest disaster for Jinhai City. Su Sisi linked her arm with Chen Hai's, wishing she could meld it into the decent 2 liang of meat. Chen Hai smiled with satisfaction. Teacher Yi, you have a significant background. Why sacrifice your dignity for a guy with a notorious past? The school's decision was to announce it nationwide, but considering he is a hero's descendant, they gave him one last chance to turn over a new leaf. Yuruyan was furious, pointing at Su Sisi and sternly saying, "At such a young age, you have mastered tea art. Am I wrong?" With Chen Hai by her side, Su Sisi felt emboldened. What is Gu Changqing? Does he deserve to have a legendary beast pet? He is just a commoner. Even with special treatment, how much can he have? A legendary beast pet is not something he can possess, Wouldn't it be better to exchange it for something more suitable for himself? A lowly crawler should strive to climb out of there by any means, not aim too high. If a legendary beast pet were in the hands of the Chen family, with their abundant resources, it would become the guardian beast of Jinhai City in the future. He sacrificed a grand vision just for himself. Tell me, isn't he a sinner of Jinhai City? Being expelled from school is too lenient. He should be driven out of Jinhai City. Hearing Su Cici's words, everyone fell silent. Are you two a couple? If so, you're meddling too much, right? Who wouldn't want to keep a legendary beast pet for themselves? If not, what does it matter what choice he makes? This outrageous statement really. It's true that not everyone belongs to the same family. Saying this, Su Cici pointed at Yu Ruyan with disdain. Teacher Yi, you always pride yourself on being aloof. That's because you don't understand the logic of life for the lower class. If you really have the ability, then show it. Yi Ruyan's face flushed red, surprisingly not retorting. She indeed had the power to change Gu Changqing's fate but chose not to. Just then, a cold voice rang out from behind Yi Ruyan. What are you? My sister's choices don't need a filthy bitch like you to comment on. From the portal of the dungeon, Gu Changqing weakly stepped out. Yi Ruyan was overjoyed and rushed forward. Anxious, how are you? Are you hurt? Gu Changqing shook his head, seeing the notice of expulsion in her hand, and sneered. Jinhai no. One high school is truly rotten to the core. Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia immediately became furious. Gu Changqing, you selfish traitor who harms Jinhai City, how dare you speak so boldly? What qualifications do you have? What qualifications? Shut your dog mouth and listen carefully. Buzz. As soon as Gu Changqing's words fell, the abyss's notification sound echoed across the square. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for clearing the hell-level difficulty dungeon, Shattered Stone Ridge, topping the dungeon record list with a time of 27:63. The abyss's notification sounded like a heavy bomb, landing directly on everyone's heads. On the record list, Gu Changqing's name ruthlessly trampled the recently broken record of the Jinhai King team. What was most unbelievable was that the other record holders had all been in fully equipped 5-member teams. Gu Changqing did it alone. Zhang Sun and the other members of the Jinhai King team looked at Gu Changqing with horrified expressions. A 2-minute gap, others might not know the difficulty involved, but they certainly did. Not to mention improving by 2 minutes, even 2 seconds would be beyond the limit. Not to mention the severely time-consuming swamp. Just the second phase alone had cost them considerable time and resources. Moreover, they had used special means to drop from a high-level beast master to a junior beast master. With a dimensional drop in impact, numerical and experience advantages, and various powerful recovery potions. Even so, the record was still broken. A 2-minute advantage effortlessly crushed by a selfish waste? How did you do it? Zhang Sun's CPU was burning out, unable to comprehend the reason. Cheating, of course. Without cheating, how could you possibly break your records? After all, recklessly dropping levels to compete for low-level dungeon records comes with its own penalties. Gu Changqing didn't hide it at all, stating it outright, while also stabbing a knife into Zhang Sun and the others' hearts. He had originally cleared the dungeon relying on his cheating talent, but what could he do? His talent was just too extraordinary. What could they do about it? Chen Hai and the others woke up from the shock of Gu Changqing breaking the record. Following his lead, they shouted, so it really is cheating. Gu Changqing, how can you still have the face to admit it? Su Cici chimed in. Exactly, it's utterly shameless. Using cheating methods to maliciously snatch dungeon records, the City Lord's Mansion and the Beastmaster Association won't let you off easily. The uninformed peers among the Beastmasters also joined the wave of denunciation. Gu Changqing, the disgrace of Jinhai City, I suggest the City Lord's Mansion expel him from the city to fend for himself. Did you ever think about your parents while you were cheating? The glory they earned with their lives has been tarnished by you. To be born in the same era as this person is a great humiliation for us. Expel him from the city. Expel him from the city. The calls for expulsion grew louder, reaching a boiling point. However, there were still some Beastmasters who did not participate. Those who had experienced the hell-level dungeon difficulty remained silent at that moment. Cheating? After the Abyss rules were invoked in the real world, there had been rumors of powerful genius powers overflowing, causing the rules to collapse. But there had never been a case of exploiting the Abyss loophole for personal gain. Despite Gu Changqing's actions being too bizarre, it was impossible for a dungeon honed over generations to be opened just for him. Yi Ruyan tightly held Gu Changqing's hand, expressing her stance. Gu Changqing responded with a warm smile, Sister, it's not over yet. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for completing the hidden task in the dungeon. The Shattered Stone Ridge dungeon will be temporarily closed for 1 hour. The reopened dungeon will present new ferocious beasts. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for unlocking the unique hidden task chain. the first phase reward has been issued. The voice of the abyss was somewhat quieter than when the record was broken. It still suppressed the overwhelming voices of denunciation. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Gu Changqing. Within those gazes were curiosity, envy, greed, and a myriad of desires. A task? Are there tasks in the dungeon? I don't know. I'm only level 2, not qualified to hear about these. Is there a level 10 big brother who can tell us what that hidden task is? Are the rewards really rich? I don't know the specifics, but I can tell you that since the dungeon has existed, it's only been speculated that there might be tasks. I didn't expect there to actually be one. And it's unique. The rewards will definitely be astonishing. Yi Ruyan was first stunned, then excited, pressing her 2 peaks against Gu Changqing's chest. You little brat, you've made it. Sensing the fragrant breeze and the wonderful touch after the collision, Gu Changqing's face turned rare red. Sister, calm down. Yi Ruyan realized the position was inappropriate for the occasion and raised her hand to tap his forehead. You little rascal, thinking such messy thoughts. Gu Changqing protested his innocence, claiming he thought nothing at all. No wonder. We didn't lose unjustly. Zhang Sun stepped forward, looking relieved. Being able to solve a task that countless beast masters have speculated about is enough to prove your excellence. It seems your beast pet has been heavily brainwashed by rumors. You're overpraising me. It's just luck. The Abyss and Zhang Sun provided live commentary, and those beast masters who had been shouting about cheating all lowered their heads, some even running away in shame. Chen Hai's face turned ashen as he gripped Su Cici's hand tighter, causing her to grimace in pain, yet she dared not protest. Gu Changqing, we'll see about this. With that, he dragged Su Cici away from the square. Lu Rinjia did not follow Chen Hai but instead put on a smiling face and said, Changqing, don't hold a grudge against the school, it was all unavoidable. Don't worry, I'll have a good talk with the principal when I get back. After all, it's not our intention to let such an outstanding student fall by the wayside. Yi Ruyan chuckled at this, mocking, Director Lu, your attitude has changed quite a bit. Weren't you just shouting that Xiaoqing cheated? Well, that was unavoidable. The decision from the city lord's mansion left the school no choice. However, we still believe that Gu Changqing is a good student. Lu Rinjia changed the subject. By the way, Changqing, what reward did you get for this task? It's not that the director wants to pry into your privacy, but we need a strong point. This way, we can argue with the city lord's mansion and get you back to school. Reward? Ha! Gu Changqing opened his bag and took out a blue card. The card bore the image of a majestic eagle. This was the first phase reward for a hidden task, the Swift Wind Eagle King. It's just a lord-level beast pet card, and the rest are just random precious materials. I estimate that later on, there will be king level, legendary level, or even higher. Smack! Lu Rinjia slapped his thigh in frustration, feeling exasperated. The school is foolish. How can they expel such a genius? Come, let's go back to school. Even if the director loses his position, I will make sure you can return. With that, he reached out to pull Gu Changqing. However, Gu Changqing dodged aside, looking at the astonished onlookers with a cold smile and said, Director, have you heard a saying? Late affection is cheaper than grass. Gu Changqing, you. Lu Rinjia's face turned red. Being openly mocked in front of so many people was unbearable. Given Gu Changqing's current situation, he had to suppress his anger and maintain a smiling face. Alright, let's not say things in anger. You are a talented student nurtured by Jinhaino, one high school, and your parents are both honorary beast masters of the school. Your subsidies, your encouragement funds, and so on, all come from here. Changqing, I know you still have feelings for the school. The misunderstanding has been cleared up. Don't throw a tantrum. Gu Changqing looked at Lu Rinjia, who spoke so confidently yet maintained a calm demeanor, in astonishment. He truly could not understand how he could say such things with a straight face. Just moments ago, in the same place, among the same crowd, his accusations of cheating had been loud and clear. One could only say that having a thick skin could really withstand the impact of a nuclear attack. Yi Ruyan rolled her eyes, ruthlessly exposing the truth. Director Lu, it seems that what you just said is either the honor awarded by the Provincial Beast Master Association or something I arranged through connections. In your mouth, it all becomes the school's merit. Facing Yi Ruyan's dissatisfaction, Lu Rinjia remained unperturbed. You are a teacher at No. 1 high school. The school is aware of your contributions. Teacher Yi, let's not dwell on this. What matters now is restoring Changqing's student status. It's all for the National College entrance examination. Gu Changqing felt nauseated by his sticky attitude. He took Yi Ruyan's hand and said, Let's go, sister. I need to sort out the tasks and the rewards I've received. Let's go home and make you something delicious. The two of them passed by Lu Rinjia, brushing aside his outstretched arm as he tried to retain them. Director Lu, I cannot bear the school's kindness. From now on, I have no ties with Jinhaino. 1 high school. Lu Rinjia wanted to argue, but the two had already blended into the crowd and disappeared. Damn Gu Changqing, just because he made him take the blame once, he holds a grudge like this, forgetting even the school's nurturing grace, a white-eyed wolf. After a moment's thought, no, he had to report this to the principal quickly. Not to mention the rewards for the hidden task. If other schools in Jinhai City got ahead of them, they would lose face. Gu Changqing and Yi Ruyan returned home, the latter diving into the kitchen to start cooking a delicious meal. Gu Changqing sat in the living room, first checking on Xiao Jin's condition. The buff status of Dark Source was truly terrifying. Xiao Jin lay motionless in the beast space, the mighty flames burning, healing its wounds. The zeroed spiritual power showed no signs of recovery. Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel emotional. This was the second time Xiao Jin had given its all for him. There was a connection between beast masters and their pets. It knew it could exit the instance at any time. Nevertheless, it still held nothing back. From Xiao Jin, he felt a warmth similar to that of Yi Ruyan. Rest well, once you recover, I'll let you eat your fill. Hearing the word eat, the lifeless three-legged golden crow lifted its weak head, nodded a few times, then lay back down. Gu Changqing smiled, the three golden attributes, yet the foodie effect was the strongest. After that, Gu Changqing began to tally the gains from the instance. First was the most needed space stones, there were as many as 3. The fusion-type fierce demon dropped 2, and the hidden task rewarded 1. The progress bar had increased significantly. Besides that, there were some materials. Heart of the Sand Demon, ingredients. Swiftwind Eagle Beast Stone, ingredients. Poppy Fruit, ingredients. The heaviest reward was undoubtedly the beast pet card of the Swiftwind Eagle King. Gu Changqing's fingers gently brushed over the Eagle King's image on the card, and information about it immediately appeared. Swiftwind Eagle King Bloodline, 3 paths Swiftwind, Lord Level, Blue, Skills, Swiftwind Eagle Cry, Extreme Speed, Low-Level Evolution Description, possesses a weak bloodline of the 3 paths Wind Falcon, with an extremely low probability of evolving bloodline level. The introduction of the Swiftwind Eagle King was not much, but just having the 3 paths Swiftwind bloodline attribute was enough to make it notable among Lord-level beast pets. This was solely because the 3 paths Wind Falcon was undoubtedly a peak king among fierce beasts and captured pets alike. The bloodline skill of the 3 paths Wind Falcon, according to legend, could dissipate the physical body, strength, and even soul of both beast masters and their pets. There were terrifying rumors of the 3 paths Wind Rising, causing souls to scatter. Among beast masters, only one 3 paths Wind Falcon had been captured and tamed, becoming a beast pet of a beast master. The owner of this beast pet was none other than Zhao Zhanxiong, the current lord of the Jinhai City Lord's Mansion and the Beast Master Association. However, all of this seemed insignificant to Gu Changqing. No matter what bloodline you had, as long as I took a liking to you, I would immediately transform you. Gu Changqing hesitated, wondering whether to choose the Swiftwind Eagle King or the unknown Black Beast pet card. Or should he complete the hidden task first and see if there were better rewards later? In his heart, he truly looked down on the Swiftwind Eagle King. With Xiao Jin, the King of the Void, already by his side, it was naturally not in his selection. As for the Black Beast pet card, although it had a connection to that specific golden attribute, he still felt uneasy about something that even the Abyss could not probe. What if a mysterious, unknown, and powerful monster was released? If he couldn't handle it, it would be disastrous. Next, he needed to search for anomalies in various instances. Unfortunately, in instances below level 30, there were no obvious abnormal NPCs like the Black Jade Stone Man. Gu Changqing scratched his head. Could the clues be in the wild instances outside Jinhai City? After completing the first phase of the task, the second phase's task objectives were not provided at all. It all depended on the luck of the beast masters taking the tasks to stumble upon something. The nature of the dungeons inside and outside the city are 2 extremes. The dungeons outside the city are called wild dungeons. Almost every wild dungeon's portal is occupied by ferocious beasts. To clear a wild dungeon, one must first endure a life and death struggle with these beasts. Similarly, the rewards and experience from wild dungeons are an order of magnitude higher than those inside the city. Even so, only beast masters of advanced rank and above dare to venture outside the city for adventure. Gu Changqing pondered whether he should go out and try his luck. Xiao Qing, it's time to eat. The enticing aroma wafted through the room, and Gu Changqing, pulled from his thoughts, sniffed the air, his stomach growling instantly. He approached the dining table, picked up his chopsticks, and grabbed a piece of braised pork, feeling as if he had transcended. Yi Ruyan's cooking had truly become more exquisite. Compared to her first attempt at dark cuisine, it was like heaven and earth apart. Watching Gu Changqing enjoy his meal, Yi Ruyan smiled knowingly. Just as she served a bowl of rice in front of him, a series of urgent breaking sounds suddenly came from outside. Then, a soft and sweet female voice came in. "Excuse me, is Gu Changqing home?" "Ha, who?" Yi Ruyan opened the door in surprise, only to see 6 beautiful girls dressed elegantly yet youthful, nodding at her before gracefully entering the small living room. Gu Changqing, who was eating, looked up and froze instantly. Good heavens, where did this group of socialites come from? The 6 beauties, except for the one in the middle who was slightly older, were all about the same age as Gu Changqing. If Yuruyan's looks were rated at 99, theirs were around 90. They were all top-tier beauties. Who are you? Is it polite to barge in without a greeting? Seeing Gu Changqing staring at them, Yuruyan felt a surge of anger and spoke rather harshly. Hello, we are from Jinhai Girls High School. I am Xia Bing, the head of the senior class. These are students about to graduate, and they all wanted to meet the prominent figure of Jinhai. Xia Bing smiled warmly, giving off a refreshing feeling. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Yuruyan sighed in relief, shot Gu Changqing a glare, which made him immediately avert his gaze and eat obediently. Jinhai Girls High School, what do you want with our Xiao Chang? If it's just to admire him, you've seen him, so I won't keep you for dinner. One of the girls beside Xia Bing, dissatisfied with her attitude, wanted to speak but was stopped by her raised hand. Actually, we heard that Gu Changqing was expelled from Yigao. Our principal is particularly concerned about this. After extensive discussions, the school has decided to make an exception and admit Gu Changqing. If he is willing, Jinhai Girls High School will spare no resources to support him in the National College Entrance Examination. Poof! Gu Changqing nearly spat out the rice he had just put in his mouth. He knew about Jinhai Girls High School, and not only that, this school was famous throughout the province. The beast masters who graduated from this girls' school were either recruited by major families or had connections with large organizations. Even the current city lord's wife graduated from this school. In terms of connections, the Chen family, the first beast master family in Jinhai, would have to bow down to them. And they, who had always kept a low profile and focused on cultivating excellent female beast masters, were actually making an unprecedented move to recruit a man. Can I really go to the girls' school? Gu Changqing was completely bewildered, taking out his phone to check his appearance. He still looked handsome and masculine. How could they have taken a liking to him? Xia Bing smiled gently and said, "Do not doubt our school's determination. We are sincere in recruiting you. Give me a reason." Gu Changqing was not a 3-year-old child. The so-called full support from the girls' school had unimaginable power behind it. When something seems too good to be true, there must be a catch. He wasn't naive enough to think that with a seemingly legendary beast pet and hidden tasks, he could make them go crazy to this extent. Yi Ruyan also frowned, and suddenly, as if she thought of something, she blurted out, "You want Xiao Qing to go to that place?" Xia Bing nodded directly, without any hesitation. "Teacher Yi is quick-witted, that's right. The reason we are paying such a high price is that we hope that after Gu Tongxue gains the ability, she can go to the Forbidden Sea to find her for us." Gu Changqing was left confused. She? Who is she? Yi Ruyan's expression turned serious as she said in a deep voice, "The last and only female city lord of Jinhai City, Situ Danya. During the beast tide that attacked the city, there were only land beasts, and none from the sea. That was because the female city lord led an elite team into the Forbidden Sea, but after the beast tide, that group of beast tamers did not return." Xia Bing sighed, "We also sent beast tamers to search, but the Forbidden Sea has been shrouded by deep sea rules again, and only legendary beast pets can enter. Gu Tongxue, we have learned that your beast pet has not been demoted, or rather, there is still a chance to return to the legendary level." With such accurate information, Gu Changqing was not surprised. Being at the top of the record board was enough to explain everything. Xia Bing breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. As long as you agree, whatever the female high school can do, just say it." Yi Ruyan looked at Gu Changqing, her eyes showing a hint of emotion. As long as she agreed, the Chen family and the city lord's mansion would definitely be wary. Gu Changqing considered the pros and cons for a moment, just about to respond. "I disagree." Before he could finish his sentence, a roar came from outside the room, interrupting him. Su Sisi rushed in with an anxious and angry expression, followed by Lu Renjia and several high-ranking officials. "I disagree." Su Sisi walked to the dining table, looking down at Gu Changqing, her hurried mood easing a bit, her tone softening. "Changqing, you are the pride of our Jinhaino. One high school, my pride. How can you transfer to the female high school? Do you really want to be separated from me? I've thought about it carefully, and there is still a place for you in my heart. My previous rejection was because I cared too much about you, wanting to give you some pressure to become even better. Now, you have become even better, and I agree to be your girlfriend. Moreover, Hai has already agreed. As long as you are willing to come back, the Chen family will eliminate those rumors affecting you. Just consider it for me, okay?" Su Sisi's eyes turned red, a hint of mist spreading. Her emotional persuasion fell on deaf ears for Gu Changqing, who who instead felt as if she was making a great sacrifice, saving the world from disaster. Where did this self-righteous bitch come from? Daring to compete with our female high school for brother Gu. So pretentious, oh my. Could it be that someone really thinks a pair of worn-out shoes can stand in front of people? Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out to be one of young Master Chen's girlfriends. Hi. Ugh, just hearing it gives me goosebumps. May I ask, how many fish do you have in your pond? The young ladies of Jinhai Female High School surrounded Gu Changqing, spouting sarcastic remarks from both sides. Various enticing scents wafted into the air, particularly alluring. Su Sisi angrily pointed at them, helplessly turning to Gu Changqing. Changqing, they are slandering me. Don't believe them. I am innocent. Su, we are not familiar. Please call me by my name. Gu Changqing's face was cold as frost. As for whether you are innocent or not, it has nothing to do with me. Su Sisi's pupils widened in shock. Changqing, how can you say that? Oh, sorry, I should have slapped you out of here. Seeing you makes me want to throw up the food I just ate. Su Sisi was about to say more when she was shot down by several young ladies. You know to wipe your snot before it drips into your mouth, but it's too late. Get lost, Gugu is ours. Do you have money, power, or free time? You have nothing, yet you still dare to say this and that. One after another, their words made Su Sisi's face gradually turn red, each sentence hitting hard. Changqing, I've already given you a way out. If you don't come back, I won't bother with you anymore. After saying that, she covered her face and hurried away. Gu Changqing was left with a head full of question marks. What kind of thinking was this? What kind of foolish author could write such a ridiculous plot? Su Sisi was driven away by the young ladies of Jinhai High School. Lu Renjia and several senior officials from the school exchanged awkward smiles, quietly watching the young and beautiful ladies eagerly trying to serve Gu Changqing. The information was wrong. Wasn't it said that Gu Changqing was infatuated with Su Sisi? According to the analysis, it was just a matter of giving him a way out. As long as Su Sisi lowered herself and said some soft words, it would be easy. How could it be? The few of them exchanged glances and quickly understood the answer. After all, they were still young, with other girls watching. Saying some angry words to save face was completely normal. It seemed there was still hope. He truly is a talented young man. Lu Renjia was the first to break the awkwardness left by Su Sisi's departure. Changqing, what Sisi wants to convey is the heartfelt voice of all the teachers and students at our school. You are just too impatient. Tell me, would we personally send away a genius we have painstakingly nurtured? The other school leaders followed suit, explaining repeatedly. We are just constrained by pressure from above, temporarily resorting to the method of expulsion, with the aim of protecting you. I believe you understand. Yes, causing such a huge public outcry. For the sake of the upcoming national exam, we must first quell the public's misunderstanding and prejudice against you. You should be able to see how much the school values you. Come back, the school is your home, and your classmates are your family. As for you and Su Sisi, if you have intentions, we will still turn a blind eye. That's right, she argued for you with the relevant personnel from the city lord's mansion for a long time. In her heart, you are a special existence. After they finished speaking, their smiles grew wider. With a confident demeanor, Gu Changqing felt like laughing. Smack! Half a bowl of rice was slammed onto the table. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow, looking at the performers with a teasing expression. So, it turns out I was the petty one, misunderstanding the good intentions of the leaders and teachers? Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia sensed an opportunity and thought Su Sisi was indeed useful, immediately adding fuel to the fire. There are reasons for everything. It's all a misunderstanding. How could we blame you? Come on, the principal has specially arranged a reinstatement ceremony for you, so let's just let the past be the past. Gu Changqing stood up with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, while the beautiful ladies from Jinhai High looked worried, wanting to say something but unable to interject. Yi Ruyan, rarely silent, had a trusting light in her eyes. Seeing Gu Changqing walking over, Lu Renjia and the others smiled even more brightly, even provocatively glancing at Xiaobing, the sarcasm unspoken. Since that's the case, Gu Changqing stopped in front of Lu Renjia. Then I agree to cooperate with the girls' high school. As for the specifics, we need to discuss them thoroughly. In the next moment, Gu Changqing suddenly turned around, forcefully grasping Xiaobing's hand, and in her dazed state, he coldly laughed. Director Lu, thank you for the care from the first high school, but I have no intention of being associated with the Chen family, so I won't cause trouble for the school. The smiles on their faces froze. It was only now that they realized they had been played by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing. Lu Renjia's voice turned somber. I've given you a great deal of face. Don't be ungrateful. The steps have been laid out for you, so don't let Su Sisi lose heart. Her? She can't lose heart. A social butterfly in tea arts. How could she let her body cool down? Gu Changqing paused for a moment, And who told you that I fall for this kind of trick? Director Lu, do you really like that green, oily feeling? Lu Renjia was choked up, his hand pointing at Gu Changqing began to tremble. Just for such a trivial matter, you disregard your alma mater that taught you to be an adult. You are tarnishing the hero's reputation and are unworthy of the monthly pension. Xia Bing regained her composure. Although Gu Changqing only agreed to cooperate and did not commit to joining the girls' high school, the goal had been achieved. That monthly pension of 1,000? No way. I remember that according to merit, Changqing's parents are entitled to A-level hero treatment. Combined, it should be at least 7,000. Am I mistaken? I might need to inquire with the relevant departments of the city lord's office. Lu Renjia and the others gasped. Nonsense, they are D-level treatment, how could it be A-level? Jinhai Girls' High School has always had a good reputation. It turns out they excel at slandering their peers too. Gu Changqing, do you see? Such a school will only lead you astray, becoming the laughingstock of Jinhai City. Gu Changqing laughed nonchalantly, looking at them. I am already the laughingstock of Jinhai City, all thanks to my good school. Then, that's all a misunderstanding. Gu Changqing shrugged. Alright, whenever the school clarifies the events of that day at my home to the public, I will return to school. For now, I have important matters to discuss with teacher Xia Bing, so if there's nothing else, I won't see you out. The few of them looked dejected, their expressions fluctuating. Their eyes avoided Gu Changqing's gaze. How to say this? Offend the Chen family and the deputy city lord? Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. Those who could climb to high positions in the city are not easy to provoke. Don't speak like a child. We will give you ample time to consider. Consider what? I have only one condition. If you can't agree, then don't keep pestering me. Gu Changqing unceremoniously issued an eviction order. Shall I escort you out, or can you manage on your own? Yi Ruyan's gaze was sharp, delivering a final warning. Humph, don't regret it. Gu Changqing snorted coldly. Who knows who will regret it? The annoying fellows left, and a few beauties from the girls' high school tried to entangle him, but Xia Bing used her eyes to shoo them out of the room. Thank you for your trust in us. The annoying flies have left. Please tell me how you wish to cooperate? Materials? Equipment? Or beast pets? Or perhaps, against the Chun family? Gu Changqing shook his head. Just apply some pressure. I will personally settle the real accounts. As for other aspects, I'm not lacking at the moment. Such pretentious words left Xia Bing dumbfounded. Before they came, she had thoroughly gathered and studied all of Gu Changqing's information, even investigating how often he went to the bathroom in a day. The Chen family had used their power to seal off all the beast pet shops in the city, almost cutting off his path. There were many targeted plans, every detail meticulously laid out, leaving him with no way out. Yet the person involved claimed he lacked nothing. He was either arrogant or had some depth. Xia Bing couldn't understand. No matter how precious a legendary beast pet was, if it couldn't grow, it was useless. Where did his confidence come from? Or was it that he had some doubts about their sudden visit? You haven't mentioned any conditions. It's hard to carry out the cooperation. Gu Changqing smiled. Who said I have no conditions? My condition is simple. I hope your school can provide me with convenience on the wild map. Wild dungeons? Xia Bing's expression changed instantly. She had thought about how harsh the conditions proposed by Gu Changqing would be, and the higher-ups at the girls' school had also mentally prepared for it. Yet, he chose not a single condition that would benefit him, instead pushing himself into a situation of death. Xia Bing was in a daze, thinking she had misheard, and opened her mouth to confirm. You mean, you want to enter a wild dungeon? Gu Changqing smiled slightly. What's wrong? Is it hard to understand? Xia Bing instinctively nodded. A wild dungeon, after all, was a place where one could truly face death. Compared to the beast tide that erupted after a long time, a wild dungeon was pure confrontation with ferocious beasts. Within Jinhai City, there was the protection of abyssal rules, so in the dungeon, as long as a beast master was in danger, they could choose to exit or continue. Moreover, the beast pet shop sold some life-saving items that could protect beast masters from life-threatening dangers. However, once one left the city and officially stepped into the map outside the city, the protective mechanism of the abyssal rules would completely fail. A wild dungeon was the deadliest of all places. Aside from pills, other auxiliary items would become ineffective, meaning that if one died, it was truly death. For 99% of the beast masters in Jinhai City, the normal process was to take the entrance exam for their desired school, learn all about beast mastery knowledge and skills. After advancing to a high-level beast master and contracting 2 or 3 beast pets, they would consider stepping into the map outside the city. The death of a beast pet would only cause irreversible damage to the beast space but would not threaten life. Xia Bing looked at Yi Ruyan with a strange expression, as if asking if he had always been like this. His thinking and reasoning were different from ordinary people, Could he possibly have a masochistic tendency or a mental illness? Yi Ruyan responded with a bitter smile, fully understanding Xiaobing's current thoughts. When Gu Changqing wanted to break the dungeon record alone, she had felt the same way. Alright, since you dare to bring it up, it means you have some confidence. However, we need some time. How long? 1 day. Gu Changqing shook his head. Too long. For me, every minute and second is precious. Xiaobing realized that Gu Changqing clearly knew very little about the map outside the city. Currently, there are 5 wild dungeons that can be entered in the exploration of the map outside Jinhai City. However, around these 5 dungeons, the Beastmaster Association, the City Lord's Mansion, and various families in the city all have their own beast masters guarding them and have established camps. She sighed softly. Unfortunately, the girls' school did not participate in the rights to the dungeons, so we need to negotiate with others, hoping for understanding. So that's how it is. Gu Changqing understood. 1 day is too long. I can only give you 5 hours. Xiaobing hesitated for a moment and said, Alright, we will do our best. Xiaobing left. But before she did, she drafted a supplementary cooperation agreement with Gu Changqing. With the abyssal supervision, both sides felt at ease. During the waiting time, Gu Changqing extensively searched for information about the map outside the city. However, there was very little useful information available online. It seemed that some people were unwilling to expose too much about the matters outside the city. The purpose was self-evident. Aside from preventing beast masters from recklessly seeking death, it also served to keep the production within the dungeons confidential. Originally, Gu Changqing's plan was to first secure the dungeon records within the city to at least preserve the materials needed for promotion. But the rewards from hidden tasks were clearly more advantageous. Now, with the backing of Jinhai Girls' School, at least the material demands were no longer so pressing. Taking this opportunity, he also wanted to see what kind of great fortune those big guys were secretly making. Seeing that Gu Changqing had made up his mind, Yi Ruyan knew that her persuasion would be futile. She took all of Gu Changqing's assets and began preparing for the outdoor adventure. It wasn't until 2 or 3 in the afternoon that Xiaobing finally arrived. 2 pieces of news, one bad and one good. Which one do you want to hear first? After gathering a large amount of supplies, Yi Ruyan, who was categorizing them for Gu Changqing, immediately replied, Okay. The good news is that we secured the rights to the dungeon, and it's the most resource-rich one among the 5 dungeons. Gu Changqing squinted and asked, What's the bad news? This is the bad news. This dungeon has always been tackled by the Beastmaster Association. From what we've learned indirectly, various major forces have also organized elite teams to go in. As a result, none of them came out. Xiaobing felt guilty, realizing that the girls' high school had not fulfilled the optimal conditions. We also tried to negotiate with others, but Gu Changqing was already mentally prepared. But they all agreed that no matter what conditions you offer, they won't trade, right? Yes, only the Beastmaster Association was straightforward. Then let's go with that. Gu Changqing knew without guessing that the Chen family's blockade power was unquestionable. Suddenly, his Beastmaster space trembled. A surge of powerful heat spread from him, filling the living room. Gu Changqing felt a surge of joy in his heart and comforted, Xiaojin, stop making a fuss, I know you're all better now. The scorching heat gradually subsided. Xiaobing wiped the dried sweat from her forehead, excitedly saying, Is this the oppressive feeling of a legendary beast pet? This cooperation is truly a win-win. In her Beastmaster space, a completely snow-white leopard, adorned with special patterns, seemed to sense an unbeatable nemesis the moment the heat wave from the 3-legged golden crow surged forth. It trembled and crouched in a corner of the space. That was pure suppression from its bloodline. Even before it had leveled up, it possessed such power. She seemed to see the image of Gu Changqing bringing back that legendary city lord from the Forbidden Sea. All the food and supplies are ready. Yi Ruyan brought a large package to Gu Changqing's side. Gu Changqing reached out to place the items into the package space, and amidst Yi Ruyan's complex emotions of wanting to say something but holding back, he held her hand in his palm. Sister, I understand, don't worry, with it here, I'll be safe. Yi Ruyan's eyes misted over, affectionately stroking Gu Changqing's cheek. It's all my fault for not being able to accompany you. It's too dangerous there, we can't just act recklessly. Gu Changqing felt warm in his heart and smiled, Of course, I still want to accompany you and witness your former glory. Some of Zhang Sun's words confirmed that both Yi Ruyan's body and her beast pet had issues. Even if Yi Ruyan wanted to go, he wouldn't allow it. For her, Gu Changqing couldn't quite discern what kind of emotion it was. A mix of motherly and sisterly feelings, or perhaps, our people will also follow, and we will never let him be in danger. Only then did Yi Ruyan feel a bit more at ease. After all, no one wanted to openly oppose the girls' high school. As Gu Changqing stepped out of the door, he saw several beautiful women excitedly getting out of a car and surrounding him. Teacher Xia, Don't tell me they are the ones assigned to protect me? Xiaobing nodded and smiled. Don't underestimate them. The strength of the Beastmaster Roses is not to be taken lightly in Jinhai City. Beastmaster Roses? That name seemed familiar. Gu Changqing pondered for a moment and couldn't help but show admiration towards the 5 beautiful women. The record board for the Lone Stone Ridge dungeon previously ranked the Beastmaster Roses team in 3rd place. This team's combat ability was impressive. Xiaobing took the driver's seat, and after bidding farewell to Yiruyan, she occasionally glanced at Gu Changqing's expression through the rearview mirror. Seeing that Gu Changqing was starting to value them, she smiled and said, "Don't underestimate the girls from our girls' high school." Gu Changqing awkwardly nodded. Just clearing a hell-level difficulty dungeon and leaving behind a good result is something that not just any high school can achieve. The girls' high school really is deep and unassuming. The girl named Su Qing had 2 cute ponytails and a pair of lively eyes that darted around. Hearing Gu Changqing's praise, she seized the opportunity and said, "Brother Changqing, come join our girls' high school. If you come, I can promise you anything." As she spoke, a pink mist flowed in her eyes. Gu Changqing glanced at her and felt a blur before his vision cleared, and an involuntary sense of fondness and admiration rose in his heart. He subconsciously said, "I am willing." Yip! A sharp cry suddenly echoed in the carriage, overwhelming Gu Changqing with a wave of heat. Su Qing seemed to be struck hard, her face instantly turning pale, and the pink in her pupils collapsed. Misunderstanding. Xiaobing hurriedly pulled the car over to the side of the road and turned to explain. The heat wave finally brought Gu Changqing back to his senses from that strange feeling. He looked at Su Qing warily. It was her eyes. "Su Qing, didn't I tell you not to casually use the abilities of your second beast pet? If the principal finds out, you'll be punished in the little black room." Su Qing's face was ashen as she forced a smile. "I'm sorry, Brother Changqing, I didn't mean to." She raised her hand to touch Gu Changqing. He instinctively dodged, a flash of insight quickly passing through his mind. Charm, a mental-type skill? Xiaobing didn't expect Gu Changqing to have such a deep knowledge base. Setting aside her explanation, she sighed. "I even thought of tying you up in the girls' high school. No wonder Su Qing would want to charm you." Gu Changqing wasn't angry. He calmed Xiao Jin down and said, "My parents left behind many books, one of which records this. However, skills activated by beast pets through beast tamers are too rare." Xiaobing just smiled and didn't explain further. Gu Changqing also tactfully shifted his gaze to the window. Since it was private, it was better not to know. The car wound through the streets of the city, and gradually, the surroundings began to change. The population was sparse, with hardly a person in sight every few minutes. The buildings in this area were mostly square-shaped, and even multi-story buildings were quite rare. As they continued forward, the houses disappeared. Instead, there were endless ruins and deep pits several meters or even over 10 meters deep. Gu Changqing immediately became serious. He knew they had arrived at the buffer zone. Ahead of the vehicle, under the sunlight, a towering wall about 100 feet high loomed, resembling a giant dragon lying across the earth, stretching for thousands of miles. The city boundary. It was Gu Changqing's first time here, but he had seen it on the computer. Whenever the beast tide broke through the weak rules, it would cross and breach the surrounding wall, launching the most bloodthirsty and brutal attacks on humanity. In this scene, images of hellish suffering flashed through Gu Changqing's mind. It wasn't until the car stopped that he realized they had arrived at the city gate. Gu Changqing got out of the car, following Xiaobing as they slowly walked toward the gate. Standing beneath the massive door, a heavy feeling hit him. Xiaobing took out her documents and the exit permit, handing them to the city guard. The guard checked each person, and when he saw Gu Changqing, his brow furrowed. "Teacher Xia, the outside is not as gentle as the inside. Bringing a junior beast tamer might not be a good idea. Our principal specifically appointed him. I have no choice. Please make an exception." Saying this, she quietly slipped a pouch of money to the guard. "All right." After accepting it, the guard shouted to open the gate. The door, made of an unknown material and dozens of feet high, slowly opened from the middle to both sides. Instantly, a gray mist seeped in through the crack. As he brushed past Gu Changqing, the strong smell of blood was overwhelming. In his ears, it seemed as if the sounds of beast roars and the clamor of battle echoed, filled with anger, slaughter, and malice. Little Jean flew out from the beast master space, landing on his shoulder, alleviating the negative effects brought by the mist. Gu Changqing looked at the others. Apart from Su Qing and Xiaobing, the other 4 girls were also being affected. In contrast, the city guard, seeing Gu Changqing recover so quickly, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Soon, the 4 girls returned to normal. After Xiaobing thanked the city guard, she led them through the nearly 30-meter-long city gate corridor, at the end of which was a scarlet light gate. Gu Changqing was also struck by the human endeavor. The construction of this wall surrounding the entire city must have consumed the efforts and resources of countless people. "Let's go." Xiaobing was the first to step into the light gate. Gu Changqing followed closely behind, and as his feet stepped in, a prompt sounded. You are about to leave Jinhai City and enter the unknown and dangerous world outside the city. Do you wish to proceed? Yes/no. Gu Changqing selected yes. In the next second, the light gate flickered, and when his vision cleared, he found himself outside the city. Behind him, the towering city wall had become blurred, shrouded in mysterious energy, making it hard to see clearly. You have entered the outside world, the abyss protection rules have disappeared, and some items will lose their effectiveness. Crack, crack, crack. Several sounds echoed from his body, and Gu Changqing knew that the protective constraints of the abyss rules had shattered. The life-saving items that Yiruyan had accurately provided him also turned a deep gray. Let's go, there's still a distance to the instance camp, Xiaobing reminded, her previously warm expression now tense. Okay, Gu Changqing replied, and then he saw several summoning formations light up. The 5 beauties summoned their beast pets one after another. Gu Changqing's attention first fell on Su Qing's beast pet. It was a small, snow-white pony that timidly hid behind Su Qing as soon as it appeared, peeking out with half its head, curiously and timidly looking at Gu Changqing and the little Jean on his shoulder. To Gu Changqing's surprise, there was a small bump on the pony's forehead, a small white horn bud that was quite eye-catching. Could it be a unicorn? Gu Changqing asked uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Su Qing nodded cheerfully. Yes, it's a support-type unicorn. Don't be fooled by its cute appearance, it's quite powerful. Gu Changqing clicked his tongue in admiration. Su Qing's background must be extraordinary. A support-type unicorn would definitely be worth a fortune. No wonder their 5-person team could clear the shattered Stone Ridge instance. Among beast masters, support-type pets were indeed rare. Their value was several times higher than other pets of the same level. Just as Gu Changqing marveled at the wealth around him, he failed to notice a shadow flash by in the nearby grass. The world outside the city was vast with dense forests and numerous rocky streams. Apart from the lingering faint smell of blood in the air and the occasional beast roars echoing from afar, it was no different from inside the city. The sudden appearance of ferocious beasts he had imagined did not come to pass. Gu Changqing's puzzled and cautious demeanor caught Xiaobing's attention, and she explained, this area has already been traversed by predecessors and is relatively safe. Plus, with the constraints of the abyss rules, ferocious beasts generally won't come too close to the city wall. They prefer to gather around the wild instance areas and are relatively friendly towards humans. Gu Changqing found it hard to understand. It was the first time he had heard the word friendly used to describe ferocious beasts. It felt somewhat blasphemous. How many casualties had ferocious beasts caused to humans? How many beast masters had perished under their brutality? Her evaluation left Gu Changqing with a sense of discontent. Xiaobing did not elaborate further and continued to lead the way ahead. Sometimes, words cannot teach a person. As they moved further away from the city walls, the dense vegetation gradually thinned out. Groups of rock mountains, some several meters, others dozens of meters high, were arranged in clusters, with streams winding between the mountains and forests, flowing towards the distant, unknown, misty sea. This city was called Jinhai City, but how far the sea was, and what kind of magnificent waves it had, were all fixed in the computer network. From the moment they left the city, Gu Changqing compared the scene before him with the azure rivers and mountains of the past. Everything was disordered, unrecognizable. The abyss had changed not only the species and ecology of this planet but had also silently expanded its area. Attention, we are approaching the rock forest. Xiaobing's tone was serious, and in her hand, a flash of ice blue shone, a blue shield engraved with a pattern resembling a tiger or leopard, held horizontally in front of the team. The other members of the girls' high school, upon hearing this, stood in formation as if they had trained for it, in a 1-3-2 arrangement, while their beast companions were positioned on the left, right, and rear of the team, maintaining vigilance. It was Gu Changqing's first time out, and he didn't know what to do, so he could only let Xiao Jin fly up into the air to observe the surroundings. However, this formation kept him securely in the center, making him feel warm. After advancing about 200 meters, they had just reached the entrance mountain path of the rock forest when they saw large boulders, several meters wide, rolling down from the rock mountains, heading straight towards them. Gu Changqing was startled. Had they encountered a ferocious beast? But Xiao Jin in the air shook his head, indicating that no ferocious beasts were in sight. However, Xiaobing's expression was grim as she held the shield in front of her and said, the ferocious beasts during a beast tide are indeed humanity's greatest enemies. But in the world outside the city, describing them as friendly is because they rarely invade human territory. There are few ferocious beasts that roam the world looking for humans to eat. Yet here, the greatest enemies of beast tamers are their own kind. Gu Changqing still did not understand the meaning of Xiaobing's words when he saw the beast pattern on her shield open its mouth, and a series of brilliant ice arrows, gathering cold air, shot towards the rolling boulders. White horse, give me strength. Su Qing, feeling as if she had eaten something terrible, recited 2 lines that were both amusing and absurd, and then saw her unicorn nodding in satisfaction, its small horn glowing with white light, enveloping Xiaobing within. Bathed in the white light, the oppressive aura around Xiaobing became heavier and sharper, and more ice arrows sped away, freezing all the boulders before they could reach the front lines. Then, Xiao Jin spat out several small fireballs, turning the boulders into piles of red carbon. Xiaobing stared at the gradually extinguishing white flames, surprised. The temperature of such powerful flames could indeed only be achieved by legendary beast companions. After a moment of distraction, she looked up at the small mountains above the rock forest and shouted with ample breath, "Jinhai Girls' High School teacher Xiaobing, leading my students in trials outside the city. If we have disturbed you, we hope for your understanding. We are merely passing through and understand the rules. After this, we will not forget." As soon as she finished speaking, a round stone from the mountaintop seemed to be pulled by a giant force and was thrown towards Xiaobing. Boom! Xiaobing did not retreat but instead firmly braced herself with the shield. The tremendous impact force radiated outward, and Gu Changqing pressed his hands on her shoulders, still feeling the powerful recoil, as if his organs were about to shift. "Teacher Xia, who are they?" It was already clear that what was blocking them in the rock forest was not ferocious beasts. There was only one possibility. "I thought it was some family occupying the rock forest as a camp, but clearly, it is not. This secondary road has always been managed by the Beast Tamer Association, and correspondingly, the probability of those bastards appearing is also the highest. It was my carelessness. You and Su Qing should retreat as quickly as possible. I'll buy you some time." After saying this, Xiaobing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then her gaze became firm and resolute. Gu Changqing shook his head. "If we're leaving, we leave together. The main reason lies with me. If it weren't for me..." "Shut up!" Xiaobing suddenly reprimanded. "They are beastmasters who live by killing and plundering, the vicious beastmasters who have been expelled from the city. Staying behind will only become my burden." "Yip!" The little golden creature in the air let out a childish cry at Xiaobing, then returned to perch on Gu Changqing's shoulder, its mouth opening and closing incessantly. Although Gu Changqing couldn't communicate with the beast yet, through the bloodline connection of the beast space, he understood that it was probably cursing quite harshly. Xiaobing had made up her mind, and just as Gu Changqing wanted to persuade her again, suddenly, 2 meters to his left, a figure in a black cloak, wearing a purple demon badge on his chest, appeared out of thin air, slowly materializing from head to toe. This scene terrified everyone. The gradual appearance was not a projection or an illusion skill. Such abilities were rare in the world. "I've found you." His voice was hoarse, as if his throat had been doused in acid, particularly grating. As his words fell, a sound of breaking air and a strong pressure arrived simultaneously. "Be careful." Su Cheng, sensing Gu Changqing was in danger, lunged towards him. But in the next second, that powerful pressure swept over the spot where Gu Changqing stood. However, Gu Changqing himself had vanished. "That was close, almost fell for it." Gu Changqing's voice came from the air. At that moment, he had been lifted into the sky by the little golden creature. Just as the invisible attack was about to strike, the little golden creature timely activated its golden crow form, dodging it at a faster speed. While evading, it also unraveled this shocking and bizarre technique. The cloaked figure was astonished and quickly distanced himself from Xiaobing and the others. Gazing at Gu Changqing atop the massive divine bird, he said, "No wonder it's a legendary beast pet. We've changed our minds." Xiaobing was taken aback. "Changqing, above your head." At that moment, a suspended black swamp appeared in the sky above. Huge bubbles rolled up from the bottom of the pool, making a crisp pop sound as they burst, and black flames erupted like fireworks, rapidly transforming into a sea of fire. Immediately after, a torrent of black water poured down, with arcs of the same color dancing within. 3 different powers collided and intertwined, then strangely fused together, forming a massive black serpent that enveloped Gu Changqing with the combined might of electricity, fire, and water skills. Gu Changqing frowned. Such beast pet skills were rare. Below, Xiaobing shouted in horror, "Not good, it's a fusion skill of the same type of power." Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing exclaimed, "Goodness, that was a trump card that could only be mastered by advanced beastmasters. It was a magnificent skill that could only be achieved by the rarest of talents. The collision between beast pets could amplify the original skills by 10-fold or even 20-fold. The little golden creature stopped its cries and looked up at the dark, sprawling pool. Realizing escape was impossible, it quickly gathered energy, preparing to withstand the attack. If Gu Changqing wanted to escape from this black serpent formed by the fusion of 3 skills, he might not be able to get away, but he could at least minimize the damage. However, if he left, Xiaobing and the others below would become the primary targets. "Damn it, let's do this. Little Gold, don't worry about me, just hit hard. The power of this move, while not as strong as that of the fierce demon merging with the fierce beast, would at least have half its strength. Xiao Jin was also prepared to draw Gu Changqing into the fray. It had immunity to flames, but clearly, the power of the fused skill's flames exceeded the limits of that immunity. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. Gu Changqing shouted down. Xiaobing's face was filled with anxiety, yet she felt helpless. She had not yet advanced to a high-level beast master, and among the remaining few, everyone except Su Qing was at a low level. If Gu Changqing were to fall here, the plan of the Jinhai Girls' High School to rescue the female city lord would be completely ruined. Gu Changqing, we won't. Teacher, let's go. Su Qing interrupted Xiaobing's stubbornness, shaking her head seriously. The latter met her gaze, and in the end, helplessly shouted, go. Before leaving, Su Qing recited a spell to enhance the three-legged golden crow's status. You better not die, or the top score in the national exam will be mine. Watching the few of them desperately escape the coverage of the skill, Gu Changqing sighed. It was indeed coming for him. The beast master on the ground, indistinguishable from a ghost, did not intercept them. Now that they're gone, I can go all out. Gu Changqing opened his backpack and pulled out a mysterious black card. Who doesn't have a trump card? The black card seemed to anticipate what was about to happen, struggling to break free from Gu Changqing's grip. If you keep moving around, do you believe I'll sell you at the auction house? Born through my hands, I am your benefactor. It's time for you to contribute. The black card was restrained, and its struggles lessened. Xiao Jin turned its head and clamped it in its mouth, but this time, it did not use the black card's perverse amplification ability to temporarily activate its bloodline. As Gu Changqing was taken aback, he noticed the supportive skill Su Qing had applied to it. Glory of the Holy Light Paradise, resist dark attacks plus 200%, dark damage reduction plus 100%, pet skill damage plus 30%, skill accompanied by radiant effect. My goodness, this supportive skill is also incredibly strong. No wonder it's a rare breed of unicorn. From the skill, it was clear that Su Qing had figured out the evolution path, heading towards the light. Gu Changqing clicked his tongue in admiration. Indeed, he was not the only one favored. Those families at the top of the city, even without talents like his, could infinitely catch up and approach through their heritage and financial power. But I am the true Bug. In an instant, Gu Changqing stood up, looking at the gradually forming black giant snake, and coldly snorted, fused skills? Or is it because you're too weak that you have to huddle together for warmth? Xiao Jin was also infected by Gu Changqing's rising spirit, and with the support status, the size of the initial sun true flame grew larger. The white flames became increasingly dazzling, and in the center, faint strands of golden light swirled. That's right, Xiao Jin was the ancestor of playing with fire, and its unique daylight golden flame bloodline was enough to rival the sun. How could a small layer of darkness possibly cover the brilliance of the sun? Yip! The cry echoed through the rocky forest, spreading in all directions. Xiao Jin gathered almost all its spiritual power, and that dazzling fireball no longer rushed forward but slowly detached, flying towards the attacking black giant snake. Boom! When light and darkness met, terrifying energy erupted instantly, and a violent shockwave spread, raising a dust storm from the ground. At first, the black giant snake could still contend with the initial sun true flame, but it actually swallowed the fireball in one bite, and then, the light exploded within its energy body, causing the giant snake's form to rapidly dissipate in the illumination. The residual power of the initial sun true flame did not diminish, striking into the black swamp, and in just a moment, the swamp evaporated, restoring the sky to its original appearance. Wow! 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 3 cries of pain rang out in unison from the sky. Little Jean spread its wings, swift as lightning, and pecked at the air in a certain direction, while its sharp claws seemed to grasp something and pulled hard. Instantly, a rain of bird blood and feathers fell, revealing a torn blackbird in Little Jin's claws. On its sharp beak was a person dressed in a black cloak, adorned with a demon emblem. At this moment, his heart had been pierced, and he was clearly beyond saving. With a forceful toss, the man plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and then there was no more movement. Congratulations on killing the malicious beast master. Honor points plus 10, prestige in Jinhai City plus 10. Oh, there's an unexpected gain. Honor points are crucial for a career path. If one wishes to join the Lord's Mansion or the Beast Master Association, this is an essential consideration. Prestige is reflected in establishing organizations or families. The higher the prestige, the more support one receives from the citizens of the city. Little Jean, it's all yours, don't let any go. Little Jean was overjoyed, finally ready to feast. The bird's head was like a pile driver, and in an instant, the over 3-meter-long bird carcass was devoured, leaving not a feather behind. With the food consumed, its spiritual power was significantly restored. With another scream, 2 more malicious beast masters were killed, and nearly identical bird-type beast pets became food in its belly. Foodie Spring triggered. Your beast pet has consumed the golden grade beast pet black firebird, gaining plus 50 to all attributes. Current maximum, fire skill proficiency plus 100. Foodie Spring triggered. Your beast pet has consumed the golden grade beast pet black thunderbird, unable to gain attributes, lightning resistance plus 5%. Foodie Spring triggered. Your beast pet has consumed the golden grade beast pet black waterbird, unable to gain attributes, water resistance plus 5%. Your beast pet's 3-legged golden crow's true sunflame skill proficiency is now full, leveling up to level 2. The prompts came one after another, but Gu Changqing did not listen. He was looking at the ground where the 3 malicious beast masters' corpses were disappearing. Little Jean dove down, and Gu Changqing jumped off its back, gazing at the empty surroundings, sneering, "Do you think you can run away with the corpses? Unfortunately, it's too late." Gulp. On the flattened barren land, a sound of swallowing echoed suddenly. The next second, Gu Changqing looked to the left ahead. Little Jean understood, and the true sun flame in its mouth was instantly condensed, and surprisingly, a faint golden glow emerged from the predominantly white flames. The moment the fireball ignited, the surrounding temperature surged by more than 10 degrees. It was hard to imagine just how high the energy temperature contained within the fireball was. Gu Changqing was momentarily stunned by the heat wave, and looking at the skill that had risen to level 2, everything else remained unchanged, except the fire skill's damage had increased from double to quadruple, doubling in strength. Such damage intensity, when fully concentrated, was nearly equivalent to the previous enhanced state strike. Divine bloodlines, terrifying indeed. Come out, don't think that relying on your beast pet's special talent means you can truly be undetected. The fireball erupted, flames soaring, creating a pit in the ground while forming a fire tornado over 5 meters high. Black dust spread, and amidst the flames, a 2-meter-long chameleon revealed its true form. Its mouth suddenly opened wide, and the first malicious beast master jumped out, followed by 3 heartless corpses that fell out. Panic flickered in the eyes of the malicious beastmaster, and in a trembling, hoarse voice, he said, "What do you want?" "Naturally, I want to ask you a few questions. Will you answer honestly?" "Dream on, we will never." Swish. A crisp sound of bones cracking echoed, and little Jean, swift as lightning, pierced through the heart of the petite body released from the golden crow. The malicious beastmaster looked down in astonishment at the hollow in his chest, his mind filled with question marks. Wasn't it said that one would act when provoked? According to the proper procedure, you should threaten and intimidate me, and only when I couldn't bear it would I slowly divulge the information you wanted to know, right? Little Jean swallowed the heart whole, perhaps because the beastmaster couldn't trigger the spring of the glutton, he disdainfully spat it out. Gu Changqing walked slowly to the front of the malicious beastmaster, a smile spreading across his lips. "I knew you had dignity. You wouldn't reveal your employer and organization even if it meant death." The malicious beastmaster's pupils began to dilate. He wanted to say something but opened his mouth weakly, unable to make any sound. His pet chameleon, wanting to avenge its master, was torn to pieces by little Jean. "Congratulations on killing the malicious beastmaster. Honor points plus 10, Jinhai City prestige plus 10. The spring of the glutton is triggered, consuming the silver grade pet chameleon, gaining plus 20 in all attributes, plus 5% in breaking false abilities." Only silver grade? However, relying on the chameleon's special skills, even when facing strong enemies, it could achieve unexpected victories without the opponent's knowledge. As the body of the malicious beastmaster fell to the ground, 4 faint red lights dropped from him. Gu Changqing stepped forward to pick them up, unable to hide his joy. These were all their packaged supplies. After opening and inspecting, besides the more than 300,000 in cash, there were also a dazzling array of beast materials. Although most were low-grade, he still unearthed treasures, bloodline fruits, skill elixirs, and a spatial stone. Truly, what one lacks comes when needed. Clearly, this group had not refrained from burning, killing, and plundering. "Ah!" A surprised voice rang out as Gu Changqing merged the package into his backpack. Xia Bing, Su Qing, and the others returned. Upon seeing the 4 corpses on the ground, except for 2, everyone else turned away, covering their eyes. One even started to vomit. Little Jean had indeed been heavy-handed. The area pierced in the chest was a bit too large. They just died like this? Xia Bing's face was one of disbelief. She had witnessed the malice of the malicious beast master. It wasn't that he was particularly strong, but he excelled at ambushes, striking unexpectedly, and using numbers to overpower. That skill fusion was the best example. She had never seen or heard of a beast master escaping unscathed under their siege, even managing to turn the tables completely. Now, Gu Changqing not only achieved this but appeared calm and composed, as if it were effortless. Could it be that his legendary pet was indeed, as the school speculated, not downgraded? Su Qing's eyes sparkled, fixated on Gu Changqing. So amazing, Brother Changqing, you will undoubtedly be the top scorer in this year's national exam. Gu Changqing smiled and said, if it weren't for your final support, I wouldn't have come out unscathed under such a powerful skill. If the mythic bloodline little Jean couldn't handle a golden grade pet, that would truly be embarrassing. Xiaobing raised her hand and shot out several ice arrows, freezing the 3 corpses, then shattered the arrows, completely erasing the evidence. Let's go, making such a big commotion, this place is already a sight of trouble. The group continued on their way. This time, they encountered no assassins or fierce beasts along the way. By nightfall, they emerged from the treacherous rocky forest and arrived at the campsite of the wilderness dungeon. Stop! This campsite was artificially expanded, surrounded by red blood locust wood as a fence, with beast masters guarding the entrance. The blood locust wood was nourished by the blood of fierce beasts, emitting a scent that they disliked. Xiaobing took out a pass and allowed Gu Changqing and the others to enter. The camp area was quite large, with the surrounding vegetation cleared away, and numerous warning devices and traps set up. A dozen wooden houses were haphazardly arranged, with beast tamers coming and going, casting curious glances at them. Let's go rest first. The wild beasts are frequently active at night, which isn't good for entering the dungeon, right? Xiaobing asked Gu Changqing for his opinion. He shrugged, I'll follow your lead. Alright. Xiaobing took the lead and walked towards the largest wooden house. As soon as she opened the door, the previously noisy atmosphere instantly fell silent. A wave of oppressive, domineering auras pressed down on Gu Changqing and the others. Xiaobing quickly raised the pass, saying, we are from Jinhai Girls' High School, here to clear a dungeon. The Beast Tamer Association should have made arrangements. At that moment, a young man, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol, staggered over, circling around them before finally fixing his gaze on Gu Changqing. You're the traitor from Jinhai City? With that one sentence, Xiaobing and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Before Gu Changqing could speak, Xiaobing said darkly, Chen Go, he is one of us from Jinhai Girls' High School. Think before you speak. Don't think that just because you've entered the Beast Tamer Association with the Chen family's influence, you can recklessly provoke our school. Oh, ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. You girls are becoming more and more incomprehensible. You dare to protect anyone, not afraid of getting burned in the end? As he spoke, he spat on the ground. The wild dungeon is already resource-strapped, and you can only enter once a day. Wasting the opportunity on him, what? Do you look down on our Beast Tamer Association? As soon as Chengo finished speaking, more than 10 people in the room stood up, their gazes unfriendly. Gu Changqing pulled Xiaobing back, shaking his head, don't talk to a mad dog. What if it bites you? It seems there's no rabies vaccine here? Ha ha ha, he. Several young girls, including Su Cheng, couldn't help but laugh. Chengo's expression changed wildly. You worthless piece of trash, what did you say? Gu Changqing dug at his ear. Just right, I'm full of anger today and can't find the right person to vent it on. You're from the Chen family, right? How convenient, grievances have their source. Can you let me see the prowess of the Beast Tamer Association? Don't worry, I'll keep it light. I won't take your life. Take my life? Chengo turned back in surprise to his teammates from the Beast Tamer Association. Did you hear that? He said he wants my life. Ha ha ha, young Master Chen, you better be careful. Coming and swinging, how scary. The members of the Beast Tamer Association chimed in, mocking him. Oh, I admire your absolute confidence, or should I admire your ignorance and stupidity? Chengo gradually lost his smile, his gaze icy, as if looking at a corpse about to lose its warmth. Changqing, classmate. Xiaobing tugged at Gu Changqing's sleeve from behind, whispering, I know your beast pets have extraordinary combat power, and even several golden tier beasts can handle it easily. But it's better not to provoke unnecessary trouble, especially him. I know. Gu Changqing's response left Xiaobing momentarily speechless. If he knew, why provoke trouble knowingly? A few years ago, the Chen family was just an ordinary prestigious family in Jinhai City, far from the status they have now. And he, suddenly emerging, ranked in the top 30 in the national exam that year and was admitted to the Qinglong University of the 4 major beast tamer academies. During the exam, most other beast tamers were at the intermediate rank. He, however, stood out, advancing to a senior beast tamer. However, in the arena battle, he lost to a top genius from the capital. After graduating from university, he returned to Jinhai City and was exceptionally recruited into the Beast Tamer Association by the current city lord. Some say he was scared stiff by that genius and has since fallen into decline. Relying on the ever-increasing prestige of the Chun family, he was able to join the association. Conservatively estimated, he has already surpassed a senior beast master and opened up the 4th beast space. Gu Changqing smoothly recounted Chen Go's basic information and speculations, especially regarding his strength. It could be said that they were guessing at the highest level. At this moment, the girls from Jinhai High School were even more confused. With such a high evaluation and such caution, why provoke him? A junior beast master, no matter how advanced their beast pets were, could not challenge 3 ranks at once. Moreover, from the moment one officially promoted from the first rank of intermediate beast master, not only would the beast pets improve, but the beast master themselves would also significantly enhance their combat power. After 3 ranks, even including Xiaobing, no one knew how strong they would become. For the first time, Xiaobing looked at Gu Changqing with flickering eyes. She began to doubt and waver. It seemed that the person Jinhai High School was trying to support with all their might was not the right choice. A young beast master showing off their talents was not a bad thing. At least they had considerable confidence. But too much confidence turned into arrogance. In her years as a teacher, she had seen many promising talents, but none as arrogant as Gu Changqing. The strong are easily broken. Sometimes retreating is not weakness. Thank you, Teacher Xia, for your guidance. I know when to advance and retreat, but the current situation does not allow for it. Good intentions turned into a donkey's liver and lungs. Xiaobing's face flushed with anger. She had already made up her mind to persuade the school management after returning, not to invest more resources in someone who was so unaware of their own limitations. Let's go to the camp courtyard. Let me see how you plan to take my life. However, I will also pass on the same message to you. Know your limits. Don't take my life. The two of them walked one after the other to the open area in the center of the camp, standing opposite each other. The beast masters in the camp learned that someone was going to duel with Chen Go and put down their work. Before long, nearly 30 people surrounded the two. Teacher, what should we do? Su Qing jumped up anxiously, seeking help from Xiaobing. If he seeks death, what can I do? Sigh, the plan has to be shelved. Don't worry, Chen Go won't kill him. But, she didn't say the rest, but it was obvious. Gu Changqing was indeed reckless, but she understood a bit about Chen Go's temperament. He wasn't the type to actively seek trouble. Go for it, Chen. Don't let a junior bully you. I've placed my bets. It's rare. Chen seems unusually serious. Chen, be careful. Don't really kill him. Listening to the members of the Beast Master Association tease, Chen Go suddenly smiled, and the drunken haze he should have been in instantly dissipated. I didn't expect you to disregard others' advice and actively propose to compete with me. The arrogance and boastfulness in his voice faded, replaced by a hint of indifference and doubt. The Chen family has sent you out. Even if I don't want to cause trouble, you would find a way to push me into it. Since that's the case, why make it so complicated? Just outside the city, he encountered a malicious beast master, and now in the camp, he met such a legendary figure from Jinhai City. Even if he were foolish, Gu Changqing understood the intention behind it. If he died at the hands of the malicious beastmaster, it would be a clean end. If he survived, Chen Go would be the final hurdle. The purpose was, of course, very simple. They needed to clearly grasp what Gu Changqing's trump card was. You're much smarter than I imagined. If my cousin had half your wits, that would be great. For the sake of the Chen family's grand plan, I had no choice but to offend you. Gu Changqing waved his hand. There's no need to talk about offending between mortal enemies. Chen Go was taken aback by Gu Changqing's straightforward words, paused for a moment, and suddenly laughed. Good. No wonder you're bold enough to provoke my Chen family. Wait until you are defeated by my brother, and I will plead for you, letting you leave with ease. Then thank you, and conversely, when I destroy the Chen family, I will consider sparing your life. After a round of verbal sparring, the air suddenly turned cold. The surroundings fell silent, everyone holding their breath. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chen Go was the first to make a move. He waved his right hand forward, and 4 hexagram arrays appeared on the ground. As the light grew brighter, 3 massive phantoms emerged from 3 of the arrays. 2-headed dog, slaughtering golden sword, ice bird. As Chen Go recited the names of his beast companions, the essence within the hexagram arrays converged, revealing their true forms. One was a 3-meter-tall, pitch-black hellhound with 2 heads and blood-red eyes. Another was a giant bird covered in ice-blue feathers, its size nearly that of a golden crow. And the third was a gigantic golden sword. The aura of slaughter permeated the air, and just a glance made one's eyes ache, as if pricked by needles. Yet, the 4th hexagram array was completely empty. Even so, Gu Changqing was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that one of Chen Go's beast companions would actually be a weapon companion. The golden giant sword suddenly shrank, transforming into a normal sword shape, flying into Chen Go's hand. Chen Go held it, performing a flourish, and said, "The skills of a beast master after a high-level promotion. Now, I am the beast companion." As he spoke, a surge of battle intent shone in his eyes. "Since you have a high-level guardian, don't hide anymore. Your legendary beast companion hasn't fallen from its bloodline, has it? Quickly summon it out so I can witness the power of a legendary beast companion." Gu Changqing collected his thoughts and replied calmly, "As you wish." Just as Chen Go had said, having passed the most dangerous moment, it was time to reveal his cards. Everyone's attention was focused on Gu Changqing. Although no one believed a junior beast master could win, they were extremely eager to see the legendary beast companion. Gu Changqing's mind sank into the beast space, where Xiaojin knew this battle had to make a name for itself. Currently holding a black card, its sharp claws scratching incessantly, as if teaching a rebellious little brother a lesson. The voices of the two beast companions echoed in the beast space. Not lending, absolutely not lending. Will you lend it or not? Otherwise, I'll burn you to death with my fire. Burn away, the hotter the better, the fiercer the burn, the faster I grow. If you do that, then I will borrow it. But you have to promise to be gentle, I haven't recovered from last time's loss. I have a feeling that the master is about to do something big. If you perform well, maybe you can stay. Since yesterday, the two little guys had stopped stuttering and speaking in baby voices, which made Gu Changqing feel a bit tickled inside. Here comes a big task. If you do well, you can have whatever you want. If you don't do well, there will be punishments. With rewards and punishments, that is the way of the beast master. Gu Changqing left the beast space, still in the preparation stage, needing a bit of time. He walked in front of the betting table under everyone's gaze, looking at the left side piled high with space bags. It was obvious they belonged to Chingo. He rummaged through the backpack, pulling out the Lord-level beast companion card and other scarce materials like space stones, placing them on his designated spot. Wow! The moment the Lord-level beast companion card appeared, everyone's mouths dropped open, exclamations bursting forth, breaths quickening. This was a Lord-level beast companion card. Moreover, it was a beast companion with a special bloodline. If nurtured properly, even if it didn't reach the strength of a king level, it would still be a top-tier existence of that grade. Could this guy be out of his mind? Isn't it better to keep it for himself? Or does he have a better alternative? In an instant, their attitude towards Gu Changqing underwent a significant change. Soon after, those who had not entered the venue also began to follow suit. Space stones, blood sculpting pills, and other delicacies were all put on the table. Even Xia Bing and the others could no longer contain their restless hearts. However, except for Su Qing, they all placed their bets on Chengo. Gu Changqing didn't care. Any normal person wouldn't bet on him. Watching the table quickly fill with a dazzling array of materials and money, he was almost drooling. In one go, everything was prepared. There was still a lot of surplus. Su Qing took out a fist-sized white jade stone and placed her bet on Gu Changqing, then smiled and said, I put in Xiaoma's lifeline, so you better not lose. Gu Changqing grinned at her words, wondering if she could use a different term. Don't worry, it's a sure win. After saying that, he returned to his spot and said, sorry to keep you waiting. It seems you are quite confident in your beast pet. You even brought out that hidden mission beast pet card. What a pity. Chengo showed a look of disappointment. I forgot to tell you, a month ago, our Beast Master Association hunted down a fierce beast that was about to undergo a transformation. Although it was in a weakened state, with only 2 out of 10 of its fighting power left, we still managed to kill it. And I was the main force behind that. You seem to underestimate the difference in our ranks. Gu Changqing casually scratched his ear. Fierce beasts, they're just like that. Everyone is looking forward to how to divide my bets, so let's not waste time. In the beast space, Xiaojin let out an excited cry, clearly ready. The hexagram formation slowly rose beneath Gu Changqing's feet, followed by a blazing golden firelight that surged upward like a tornado. The dazzling brightness made it impossible to look directly, forcing everyone to close their eyes. The surging cold air from Chen Go's iceberg instantly crumbled. The scorching waves swept over, making everyone feel as if they were about to melt under the sun. Yee! A cry resembling a phoenix's call echoed, and a fierce whirlwind swept through the camp, carrying away all the heat. Everyone opened their eyes, dumbfounded. The originally dark night now resembled broad daylight. In the sky, a golden sun hung high. Squinting closely, one could vaguely see a giant bird flying within it. Gu Changqing was also astonished. Xiao Jin's form had never been this powerful even when killing that fierce beast. This scene was nearly the legendary true golden crow. He instinctively entered the beast space and saw that black card lying there. The black color nearly faded to gray. The complaining voice was weak. Little. If I trust you again, it's your life. The frail voice seemed as if it would stop at any moment. Gu Changqing quietly stepped back to check on Xiao Jin's condition. No wonder it was so fierce. It had already overdrawn its bloodline ability to a terrifying 50%. It had already begun to take on the true form of the golden crow. Do you still want to fight? Gu Changqing asked lightly, looking at Chen Go. The two-headed dog had long since collapsed on the ground, trembling. It was not only the suppression of the bloodline but also the overwhelming strength it could not resist. Although it possessed the bloodline of the Hellhound, at most, it was only at the Lord level. The icebird had shed its layer of ice, completely becoming a featherless chicken, motionless like a statue. The only one still holding on was the sword in his hand. Artifact pets were rare. Their connection with beast masters was deeper than with other types. At this moment, feeling the struggle and pressure in its master's heart, the murderous golden sword actually broke free from Chen Go's hand and fearlessly stabbed towards the sky. But under the dazzling brilliance, its glow was too dim, nearly non-existent. Gu Changqing raised his right hand and then brought it down. All that could be seen was the golden sun enveloping little Jean, slowly descending from the sky towards the camp. As the golden sword of slaughter made contact, there was a crisp crack, and it broke in half, immediately vanishing. Wow! Chen Go spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in horror at Gu Changqing. Is your beast pet really legendary level? Impossible, this can't be. His question was everyone's question. Although legendary beast pets are extremely rare, it doesn't mean they don't exist. A complete legendary beast pet indeed has the power to devastate a city or a province, but that is only in its complete form. The rank is entirely equal to the bloodline level, fully activating the beast pet's inherent form. Moreover, during cultivation, there can be no shortcuts, all potential must be unearthed, supplemented with countless materials and equipment. And Gu Changqing? From the moment he contracted the beast pet until now, it has only been 3 days. You tell me, a beast pet contracted for 3 days can shoot the sun? As one of the geniuses of Jinhai City, the top combat power of the younger generation of the Chen family, the light in Chen Go's eyes slowly faded. When the golden fireball was only 100 meters from the camp, he despaired. I concede. As the words of concession left his mouth, the golden fireball gracefully arced over the camp and then flew far westward. Nearly 10 minutes later, a violent roar echoed, and the ground trembled twice in response. The camp fell silent, with only the sound of swallowed saliva. Everyone felt a chill in their necks, having narrowly escaped from the gates of hell. Gu Changqing, however, cheerfully said he was sorry, while happily rummaging through the spoils on the table and stuffing them into his bag. Then, the notification sound exploded like a frying pan, jumping wildly. Congratulations, you have killed the lower-level fierce beast, strength horn ant, gaining experience plus 66. Congratulations, you have killed the intermediate fierce beast, blood-tailed kite, gaining experience plus 100. Congratulations, you have killed the lower-level fierce beast, bald dog, gaining experience plus 66. The super-large true sun flame that little Jean had thrown out, who knows which mountain it hit, the kill notifications rang out recklessly, watching the experience soar like a roller coaster, rising one segment after another, until, congratulations, your level has increased by 1. Infinite gold attribute triggered. Please draw your gold attribute reward in a timely manner. Gu Changqing smacked his lips, as if he had found the secret to leveling up. If he just tossed one out when he had nothing to do, it would be no problem to advance to a high-level beast master before the national exam. But the next notification dashed his thoughts. Due to your beast pet, the initial sunbird, suffering severe bloodline exhaustion, it will enter a deep sleep for 12 hours. So serious. He probed into the beast master space, and the golden crow's body had not yet reverted, but compared to its usual state, its size had shrunk by nearly half. The black card was also severely depleted, lying on little Jean, slowly absorbing its flames to recover. It seems that the trump card for survival can only be used for survival. Better to level up to level 10, contract a second beast pet, and then consider other matters. Hey, aren't you happy winning a fortune? Su Qing pouted as she approached, her gaze fixed on Gu Changqing's bag. My treasure should be returned to me now. Sorry. Gu Changqing took out the white jade and other delicacies and handed them to Su Qing. Su Qing only took the jade, smiling. I'm just here to support. I have plenty of these things. Gu Changqing didn't act coy and stuffed the items back. Pretending to be polite with a rich woman is like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. It's a clown's behavior. Suddenly, the shocked Chen Go shouted at him in surprise. Watch out. Just as Gu Changqing was taken aback, he felt a cold gust of air rushing towards him. Get back! Su Qing reacted quickly, blocking in front of Gu Changqing, and with a loud bang, a great force surged, sending both of them flying like stacked dolls. A giant clad in black armor slowly revealed its form, a 3-meter-long broadsword in its hand crackling with black lightning. Just as it was about to pursue its victory, a hexagram formation rose from beneath its feet, returning to the beast-taming space. Su Qing, Gu Changqing. The students from Jinhai Girls High rushed over to check on the injuries. Gu Changqing was fine, having just fallen awkwardly. Su Qing had a deep sword wound on her arm, exposing bone, with flesh turned outward, faint black arcs of electricity visible. Gu Changqing was furious, glaring at Chen Go in the distance, and coldly said, "Do you want to die?" Chen Go was also scared, sweating profusely. If Gu Changqing died, it would be a delight for his family. If something happened to Su Qing, the Su family and Jinhai Girls High would be in an uproar. He quickly pulled out all the healing medicine from his backpack and said, "The beast pet I just contracted doesn't have a high loyalty." Gu Changqing was still shaken. He had almost flipped over and become a soul under the sword. He still had countless treasures yet to be unearthed. Under the pile of precious healing medicines, Su Qing's wound quickly healed, though her face was still a bit pale. "Thank you." Gu Changqing sincerely expressed his gratitude. Su Qing smiled slightly and said in a voice only the two could hear, "Hurry up and contract the second beast pet." Gu Changqing was taken aback, noticing the fleeting pink in Su Qing's eyes, and understood. He had slightly misjudged the ability of Su Qing's second beast pet. After a thrilling little episode, deep night was approaching. When Gu Changqing returned to his room, Shengo was already waiting for him at the door. "Is there something?" Shengo seemed a bit awkward. I don't want anyone to die." "I know, you should have gathered enough information about me by now." Gu Changqing pushed past Shengo's shoulder and entered the room. The might of Xiaojin indeed left everyone present in despair, yet Shengo had never launched an effective counterattack against him, almost as if he was deliberately giving up, conceding. Just as the door was about to close, Shengo said, "The Chen family was wrong, completely wrong. I can feel it. It wasn't the legendary beast pet that made you, but only you can make the beast pet. I'm tired. Goodbye." Gu Changqing shut the door, ignoring Shengo outside. His heart, however, was racing. This guy. His observational skills are a bit terrifying. Sitting on the bed, he began to extract golden word strips. Countless golden lights swirled before his eyes, and one flew out. "Congratulations, you have obtained the golden word strip. The sun shines brightly." Gu Changqing couldn't help but be overjoyed at the ridiculous name of the word strip. He had figured out a pattern with the infinite golden word strips. The more ridiculous, the better. Keep going, keep enjoying. He checked the ability of the golden word strip, and his smile gradually spread. The sun shines brightly, golden word strip, for specific fire-type beast pets. When basking in the strongest midday sun for 1 minute, the beast pet's all attributes and skills are increased by 1000%. The description of the word strip was concise and powerful. Gu Changqing's eyes nearly popped out. A 10-fold increase, and it was instantaneous, especially since it included skills as well. Was there no limit to the perversion of golden word strips? Although it lasted only a minute, within that minute, it was almost invincible. Gu Changqing unhesitatingly applied it to Xiaojin, who was in a deep slumber and seemed to sense something, whimpering twice. Then, Gu Changqing began to hesitate. Should he choose the mysterious figure on the black card for the second beast pet? The next day, when Gu Changqing woke up, there was a commotion outside his room. In the courtyard, Xiaobing and several beautiful students from Jinhai Girls High were arguing fiercely with a few middle-aged men dressed as leaders. Even some greetings to family members were mixed in. "You're awake." Su Qing appeared at some point. "What happened? Isn't it someone who displayed great power last night, scaring the most outstanding young talents of the Chun family out of their wits? The news has already spread to the city." "Boring," Gu Changqing muttered, preparing to head back inside. There were still 2.5 hours until Xiaojin recovered, and he hadn't even sorted through the spoils from last night. "Xing." Just as he was about to step in, a call that made him nauseous rang out. Su Cici's face was filled with surprise, and she was about to throw Gu Changqing a warm running hug, but the school, still in the midst of arguing, was quicker than her movements. "Gu Changqing, I'm the vice principal of No. 2 High School. As long as you come." "What's No. 2 High School worth? It has to be our Jinhai Independent High School, our education. Everyone, don't crowd. One at a time." "Gu Changqing, I fought on the battlefield with your parents." A cacophony of self-introductions ensued, even bringing Gu Changqing's parents into the mix. At that moment, a weak voice among the crowd caught Gu Changqing's attention. "Our private independent high school is willing to offer a 1,000-year-old Huayang ginseng to help your sister recover from her hidden illness." Gu Changqing's heart raced as he forcefully pushed aside those blocking his way and approached the speaker. "Huayang ginseng? Do you really have it?" The frail bespectacled man in the crowd, seeing Gu Changqing's keen interest, immediately shoved aside the people in front of him and shouted, "Yes, our private independent school definitely has it." Gu Changqing looked at the people pressing forward, his brows slightly furrowed. The bespectacled man appeared weak, but the light behind his thick lenses occasionally revealed different emotions. "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the recruitment director from the independent high school." "What? Trying to deceive Gu Changqing before your school collapses?" The vice principal of No. 2 High School mocked disdainfully, his belly protruding. Others seized the opportunity. "Gu Changqing, don't listen to his nonsense. 1,000-year-old Huayang ginseng is an unparalleled delicacy. Not to mention Jinhai City, even the provincial capital might not be able to find it." "Exactly. Who doesn't know that Teacher Yi has an extraordinary background in Jinhai City? The forces behind her can't achieve it. How can an independent high school? Such an old-fashioned scam. They're targeting Gu Changqing's weakness. Amidst the back and forth, Lu Rinjia caught the key point. Teacher Yi is an excellent teacher at Arjunhai No. 1 High School. We have been discussing solutions to her situation with her family. We've been searching for Huayan ginseng for nearly 8 years without success. Director Chi, trying to use it to deceive our school's genius student is a bit naive. Oh, now he's your genius student? If I remember correctly, you personally threw the judgment document in front of Changqing. Regretting it now? Where's your face, old Lu? Actually, you're no. 1 High School has even less face to be here. Gu Changqing not receiving fair treatment is due to your collusion and suppression. If he were in our school, even the city lord wouldn't stand a chance. Su Cheng muttered quietly. What a late reaction. When Gu Changqing was expelled, why didn't you all show any excitement? The atmosphere instantly plummeted. Gu Changqing shouted inwardly, pulling the director of the private independent school into the room, saying, "Everyone, thank you for your good intentions, I appreciate it." As the door closed, the noise surged again. He sat on the edge of the bed and asked, "Do you really have the 1,000-year-old Huayan ginseng?" The 1,000-year-old Huayan ginseng is a very special promotion material. Its first appearance was when a 4th-tier spirit-level beast master was promoted to a king-level beast master. According to the records, the transition from spirit to king is not just an elevation of the beast pet, even the beast master undergoes a transcendent transformation. Indeed, the first person to be promoted to a king-level beast master single-handedly resisted the beast tide in their city. After this incident, someone revealed that the source of such transformation ability was the main ingredient, the 1,000-year-old resurrection ginseng. Not only is it an extraordinary delicacy for promotion, but it also has the effect of allowing beast tamers to undergo a complete physical transformation and heal hidden injuries. However, it does not have a specific production location or dungeon. The senior from back then obtained it by chance. Even families as deep-rooted as Yi and you couldn't find a single stalk, which shows its rarity. Just moments ago, Director Chi, who was timid under the siege, suddenly took off his glasses, and his demeanor changed drastically. What they said is not wrong. I indeed do not have resurrection ginseng. His honesty did not surprise Gu Changqing. Director Chi raised an eyebrow, and Gu Changqing's reaction exceeded his expectations. Seeing him silent and not driving him away, for a moment, he couldn't grasp what Gu Changqing was thinking. However, we have information about resurrection ginseng. Oh, Gu Changqing responded indifferently. Director Chi's heart began to race. What does Euro mean? It's like 2 different people from just now. A senior entrusted our old principal to keep this secret safe before leaving. He said it would secure everything for us in the near future. Oh, this time, Gu Changqing showed a slight interest, but still did not elaborate further. Director Chi bit his teeth, his gaze behind the glasses becoming much sharper. Again with this attitude. Outside Jinhai City, near the sea, there used to be a small town. However, after the great upheaval, it was occupied by ferocious beasts. The important thing is that the constraints of the abyss rules there are minimal. Perhaps it's too far from the city, and the beasts won't easily leave. Alright, I understand. You can go out now. Oh. Director Chi was momentarily stunned, his hand just resting on the doorknob when he suddenly realized, damn, my trump card was so easily revealed? Outside the door, Su Qing's pink hue in her eyes was fading, and her legs weakened, supported by her female high school companions. What's wrong, Qingqing? Su Qing shook her head. It's nothing, let's go back and rest. Is there anything else? Gu Changqing asked in surprise. No, then we. Gu Changqing opened his backpack and began to organize the cluttered items. Without looking up, he said, didn't that senior predict this? Director Chi was overjoyed. You agreed to join our school? Not really, I can be registered. But there's one more condition. After I return to the city, I want to meet your old principal. Registered? Ha! Director Chi's enthusiasm remained undiminished, but he still compromised. With Gu Changqing's current influence, even just being registered could revive the nearly bankrupt school. Then we will wait for you at the school. In less than an hour, Gu Changqing finished organizing the items in his backpack. The materials needed for promotion were basically complete. At the same time, he was eager to tackle the upcoming wild dungeons. The dungeon record resources that various pet shops, families, and organizations in the city valued highly were not considered high-grade here. The items carried by the Beast Tamer Association members could fetch a good price in the city. Indeed, hunting in the wild is the best way to get rich. Gu Changqing entered the beast taming space, and after a night's rest, Xiao Jin's condition had noticeably improved. However, the black card still appeared black and gray. The energy accumulation of this trump card seemed quite troublesome. Unfortunately, it belongs to an unknown species that even the abyss cannot identify, and the only known means of energy accumulation is Xiaojin's flames. Let's take it one step at a time. With the two great auxiliary skills of fighting spirit and the sun shining overhead, even without the transformation and instant kill ability of the black card, the success rate of traversing the wild dungeon is still not low. Time passed second by second, and finally, with a resounding phoenix cry, the room where Gu Changqing was located was instantly engulfed in white flames, turning to ashes. Not long after, Gu Changqing, with a dark expression, had a black crow perched on his shoulder, happily pecking at its food. Xia Bing and other high-ranking officials from various schools rushed forward but were stopped by Gu Changqing. "Everyone, I have no intention of joining any school, please leave." Upon hearing this, Xia Bing's face dimmed a little as he said, "Changqing, Teacher Xia, please lead the way." Xia Bing sighed deeply, knowing that the last glimmer of hope was gone. Fortunately, he did not terminate the collaboration. Under Xia Bing's guidance, a group of people left the camp and headed deeper into the wilderness. After about 20 minutes of walking, a rich red glow appeared in the hazy distance. That is the entrance to the dungeon map. As soon as Xia Bing finished speaking, a deafening beast roar came from that direction, followed by the rumbling sound of footsteps growing closer, like a stampede of thousands of horses. Not good, the ferocious beasts are in a frenzy. Over there, is everything arranged? In the inner city of Jinhai City, in the office building of the Lord's mansion, a middle-aged man with messy, spiky hair and a disheveled appearance swirled the red liquid in his goblet, gazing out the window at the vast view of half of Jinhai City. As he asked this question, a smile spread across his lips, as if he had thought of something amusing or an interesting person. Reporting to the Lord, everything has been arranged. The timing is just right. A young man dressed in a suit, with a serious demeanor, replied without a smile. However, a hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. "What's wrong? Are you starting to worry about the Gu family's loan heir?" Zhao Zhanxiong took a sip of the aged, mellow wine, glancing at him with a teasing tone. "Lord, you jest. Ever since the city fell, my life has belonged only to you. As for him, it is no longer for me to consider his future. Miss Yi will certainly do better than I. Tisk tsk tsk. Zhao Zhanxiong clicked his tongue, helplessly saying, "I can't believe you. If it weren't for your secret assistance, would the news of him easily defeating Chingo spread so quickly? Because of this, my subordinate is quite angry, thinking it was my secret instruction." The young man remained calm. "You can push me out. I believe the deputy lord won't make things difficult." "You, sigh." Seeing that the cold stone showed no signs of warmth, Zhao Zhanxiong stopped joking. "I did it on purpose. Over the years, he and the Chen family's influence have monopolized all the dungeon records in the city. I can guess the ultimate goal, but unfortunately, it was disrupted by a little guy." Zhao Zhanxiong sat back in his main seat, one leg resting on the desk, and said, "What do you think of him? If used properly, he is a sharp knife. If not, he is a deadly weapon." Zhao Zhanxiong's expression instantly became serious. "Yes, a knife that is too sharp not only hurts the enemy. Plus, he possesses considerable intelligence. It truly is inherited without a drop missing." A hint of admiration and pride appeared in the young man's eyes. Of course, their child is not someone the Chun family can easily manipulate. "Ha ha ha," Zhao Zhanxiong laughed, "a guy who speaks one way and thinks another. You continue to monitor over there. As long as it doesn't deviate from our original plan, you can do as you please. I will contact those old fellows and snatch people from them. It will be a big bloodletting." "All right." The young man exited the office, and after the door closed, he took out his wallet from his pocket. Inside, there was a photo of a handsome couple, embracing a naive and carefree boy, all making peace signs towards the front. The young man's index finger rubbed the photo, and a twisted smile that wasn't quite pleasant appeared on his lips. "Shao Qing, don't let us down." The earth rumbled and trembled, a strong smell of blood assaulted the senses. Gu Changqing stood at the front of the line, side by side with Xia Bing. Staring at the fierce aura rushing towards them, he shouted, "Xiao Jin, break their charge." Xiao Jin let out a cry, instantly transforming into its golden crow form, soaring into the air, its massive wings stirring up a powerful gale. The true flame of the rising sun spread across the area, and as the flapping frequency increased, white flames shot like meteors into the dust stirred up by the ferocious beasts. At the same time, a portion of the flames encircled them, suddenly erupting into a firewall over 2 meters high. As the dust drew closer, coupled with the fierce wind from Xiaojin, Gu Changqing finally saw the true forms of those ferocious beasts. Raging Rhino, intermediate ferocious beast level, 10 attributes, strength plus 120, constitution plus 150, agility plus 130, spirit plus 45 skills, charge horn strike, raging tread status, enslavement. The increase in thought attributes is determined by the owner's mental power, current increase, 30%. Sacrifice, as the designated offering, random abilities gain enhancement, enhanced values, strength plus 40, agility plus 40. Looking at the attributes of the raging rhino, Gu Changqing's heart trembled. Indeed, without the excessive suppression of the abyss rules, the four-dimensional attributes of intermediate ferocious beasts had skyrocketed, but its growth was a bit too abnormal. Especially the statuses of enslavement and sacrifice left him baffled. Could it be that the abyss saw me as too powerful and switched the normal difficulty to hell mode? Form up! At Xiaobing's call, the girls from the high school immediately formed a line. However, their expressions revealed mostly panic and fear. Once outside the city, all protective items became ineffective. This meant that if they were killed by the ferocious beasts, it would be real death. These young ladies from the high school were rare commodities in the city, easily able to team up with excellent beast tamers for dungeon runs. They had hardly faced life and death dangers. While maintaining the flames, Xiaojin continuously intensified its output against the raging rhino herd. Although the true flame of the rising sun had considerable damage capability and coverage, this large number of raging rhinos was no longer the mindless fools from the dungeons. They used raging tread to reduce the spread and damage of the flames, encircling Gu Changqing and the others in layers. Gu Changqing looked up and saw a red sun climbing to an altitude of 80 degrees in the gray sky. Checking the time, there was still an hour until noon. Xiaojin, it's up to you. Gu Changqing began to rummage through his pockets, tossing everything he had aside from the promotion materials. Foodie's spring triggered. Your beast pet eats the red sun grass. Flame damage increased by plus 1%. Foodie's spring triggered. Your beast pet eats the strength bear stone. Attribute strength plus 20. Foodie's spring triggered. Your beast pet eats the misty fruit. Attribute spirit plus 15. As various delicacies entered Xiaojin's belly, Xiaobing and the others' eyes gradually widened. They saw the three-legged golden crow's body growing at a visible speed. Although the growth was limited, the power of the skills it released was gradually increasing. What a fuss! Gu Changqing muttered proudly to himself. Although the attribute increases were small, through several golden attributes and skill stacking, the power rolled over several times. At this moment, several beauties from the Jinhai High School seemed inspired, quickly rummaging through their bags, throwing materials, pills, and more at Xiaojin. With someone feeding it, it ignited its determination to work hard. Gu Changqing chuckled silently, throw more, the more the better. After all, he didn't have to spend his own money. Su Qing watched as Xiaojin single-handedly suppressed the rampaging rhino herd, then broke away from the formation to approach Gu Changqing. I'm increasingly convinced that Chen Go's words are true. Your beast pet is definitely not legendary level. Gu Changqing did not respond. Miss, if you're really bored, let your horse boost my beast pet status. Su Cheng smiled charmingly. I guessed it right, don't worry, we won't let it slip. Gu Changqing curled his lips, suddenly realizing the problem. Did you receive any experience notifications for the kills? No, the rhinos outside the firewall were all burned to death. Xiaobing and the others, under the protection of the firewall, still occasionally threw skills at the rhino herd outside. However, most of their beast pets were at the golden level, fundamentally different from the rampaging rhinos. They could only inflict minor damage, barely scratching the surface. Woo! At that moment, a rhino engulfed in flames broke through Xiaojin's firewall and charged in. However, all its vitality had been burned away by the white flames, and it lay down on the ground unwillingly as soon as it entered. Yip! This scene seemed to ignite a fuse. The white flames on Xiaojin's body began to shimmer with a visible golden hue, while a surging blood-colored mist, like boiling water, rapidly evaporated. Gu Changqing opened Xiaojin's status. The battle intent had unknowingly doubled and was still slowly increasing. Su Qing's beast pet, the unicorn, also added a support status to Xiaojin. With the enhancement, the nature of the flames changed. If the true sun flame was the first ray of light illuminating the world at sunrise, then the fire at this moment was like the nemesis of all evil spirits and monsters, extinguishing everything. The rampaging rhinos, which could still withstand some of the impact, suddenly found the temperature of the flames rising sharply, melting away along with the sand and soil particles. In the blink of an eye, the rampaging rhino herd fell in droves, covered by the sea of fire, burning. Streams of lava, a meter wide, meandered through the sea of fire, automatically avoiding the firewall. Su Qing looked at the scene outside the wall, resembling a hellish sea of fire, and couldn't help but swallow hard. What kind of monster are you? Burning mountains and boiling seas were not just legends. As the daughter of a wealthy and noble family, Su Qing had seen many powerful beast pets. Those beast tamers were all pillars of Jinhai City, and some were even favored by people from the provincial capital, with limitless prospects ahead. But the difference was that they were all built up with unimaginably vast resources. For example, Chen Go, a standout among the younger generation of the Chun family, could even be a leading figure. Before the national examination, he already held the title of senior beast tamer, with one Lord-level beast pet and two top-tier Golden-level beast pets, making a splash in the examination and breaking records in Jinhai City. Beast tamers with talent and resources could almost all reach that level. But what about Gu Changqing? Relying on a beast pet that had turned into a useless card, even if it were a legendary-level beast pet, it would still have the power to rival those established genius beast tamers. He hadn't even been promoted yet, and the evolution path of his beast pet hadn't opened up. How could he surpass the efforts of others by 10 or even dozens of years? Su Qing's heart churned, feeling as if her worldview had shattered. Every time, she thought that was Gu Changqing's full strength, but each time, he refreshed her understanding. Even her second beast pet, with its special abilities, could not fully probe into it. Gu Changqing, where are your abilities and your beast pet's potential limits? Su Qing was completely bewildered, staring at Gu Changqing without blinking, as if looking into an endless abyss. Hey, stop daydreaming, we might have found a way. Gu Changqing tapped his finger on Su Qing's forehead, seeing her eyes clear and awake. He crouched down and pointed at the rampaging rhinoceros that had charged in. Xiao Jin's flames had not extinguished, they continued to burn. However, the skin of the rampaging rhinoceros was somewhat special. After the flames turned it to ashes, the dust did not scatter but instead solidified tightly together. Gu Changqing picked away a portion of the flames and pressed gently. It was hard as stone. A cold breath drilled into his body along his fingers. Teacher Xia, are you sure that the Beast Tamer Association can really handle the intensity of this wild instance? Gu Changqing's brows furrowed. The ferocity of the wild map's beasts was indeed no joke. Continuing deeper into uncharted territory could even lead to encountering a beast king, but that would definitely not happen here. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the several outrageous golden attributes added to Xiao Jin, infinitely enhancing the power of its divine bloodline, even if the Beast Tamer Association members in the camp came tenfold, the rampaging rhinoceros could flatten them with just a few charges. Their destructive power and impact could easily be compared to the elite vanguard during a beast-tide siege. I'm not very sure either, Xia Bing said nervously, even feeling a bit scared. Among the 5 known wild instances, only this one had yet to be cleared. The information about this instance was tightly sealed by the Beast Tamer Association. On the surface, it only seemed slightly more difficult than the other 4. But who knew that before even reaching the instance's light gate, hundreds of terrifying beasts would emerge? If something were to happen to Gu Changqing here, it would be a serious problem. I'm sorry, we didn't delve deeply into the information about this instance when we exchanged for its usage rights. Xiaobing apologized in time and explained, but I can guarantee that there were no rampaging rhinoceroses in the previous distribution of beasts in this area. Oh, if it wasn't the original beasts, then either the instance had a problem, or someone had done it intentionally. As for who it was, that remained unknown. Xiao Jin, Gu Changqing called softly. Xiao Jin only circled above the firewall and then let out a clear cry. Gu Changqing was taken aback, and upon looking at its state, the battle intent was surging and continuously increasing. However, the rampaging rhinoceroses had all been burned to death. The battle intent should have stopped. Could it be? Gu Changqing immediately stood up and said, "You all hurry and leave." Su Qing thought Gu Changqing was angry and began to defend the school. Such valuable strategy experience for wild instances is generally not made public. Moreover, you were too urgent, and we had no choice. Leave. Gu Changqing's face darkened as he shouted loudly. What's wrong? Su Qing sensed something was off and quickly asked. If you don't want to die here, hurry up and leave, stop dawdling and talking nonsense. Yip. Xiao Jin in the air seemed to sense something was wrong, opening its mouth as a beam of white flame shot out, melting the ground around the firewall into a flowing river of lava. The ground where Gu Changqing and the others stood began to drift away like a flatboat, floating back to where they came from. Gu Changqing reached out, and Xiao Jin dove down, carrying him on its back. From a high vantage point, Gu Changqing looked at the bodies of the rampaging rhinoceroses lying on the ground, each one positioned as if rehearsed, forming a giant ghostly face. The original position was right at the center of this ghostly face's forehead. Damn it! Gu Changqing cursed inwardly. At this intensity, there wouldn't be another beast of the demon level coming, would there? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, suddenly, in the direction of the wild instance not far away, a figure cloaked in black appeared from the mist. In the next moment, the earth split open a large hole, and a pair of arms, each with the heads of 10 ferocious beasts, reached out from underground, directly grabbing at Gu Changqing in the air. Gu Changqing was greatly alarmed. What on earth was this? The 10 beast heads, like 10 fingers, opened and closed powerfully, their mouths gaping wide, and various skills instantly formed a dazzling net of firepower. The arms intertwined, intending to strangle Gu Changqing along with his beast companion within. Yip! Little Jin's wings trembled, large flames falling off in clusters, exploding rapidly around him. The powerful shockwave of fire barely held back the 10 different beast skills, and then it soared into the sky, successfully escaping the encirclement. Boom! 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 The successive collisions of skills created a moment where the sky was ablaze, fierce winds swept through, thunder raged, and heavy rain poured down. That was close. Gu Changqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, secretly grateful. This dual-armed monster was indeed quite formidable. Compared to the ferocious demon in the solitary rocky ridge, it was even more powerful without the constraints of the abyss. He was now a bit uncertain whether it was a mutated fusion-type beast or the beast companion of that black-cloaked beast master. No wonder they could easily kill our people. Even the beast companions of the once theoretical genius of Jinhai are so unique. This person did not deliberately suppress his voice, he spoke in his true voice. The sound was melodious, like a lark, yet carried a masculine strength. Coming for me again, it seems they are paying a hefty price to eliminate me. The moment he appeared, it indicated that he belonged to the same organization as the 4 deceased malicious beast masters. The distinctive evil ghost pattern was proof of that. But one thing Gu Changqing couldn't understand was why, despite Jinhai Girls High openly supporting him and Yi Ruyan applying pressure, the Chen family still relentlessly sought to bring him to his death. There were many things that didn't make sense. Unless, Gu Changqing's doubts about the Chen family were slowly dissipating. Some aspects were simply unreasonable. Since they dared to test and arranged an ambush once, then Shingo's probing in the camp became meaningless. If it wasn't the Chen family, who else could it be? For a moment, Gu Changqing couldn't think of anyone else with whom he had an irreconcilable feud. The cloaked man chuckled softly, and a slender arm broke through the ground behind him. He bit his index finger and wrote something in the palm of that arm. Suddenly, the 10 beast heads let out a piercing roar, their massive mouths opening wide, tearing apart their salivary glands, blood splattering everywhere, extremely terrifying. Thick, black smoke, like ink, spewed from the beasts' mouths. This smoke, meeting the storm, quickly polluted and enveloped the area several kilometers above the instance in the blink of an eye. Even with Little Jin's aerial advantage and speed, it still couldn't escape, becoming trapped within. Cough, cough. Enveloped in the black smoke, Gu Changqing took a breath and immediately covered his mouth and nose. The smoke entered his body, making him feel dizzy, his whole body weak and powerless. Until Little Jin wrapped flames around him, that uncomfortable negative state slowly faded away. Little Jin was also affected, struggling in the black smoke. Even the golden flames began to diminish. Gu Changqing opened its status and saw a ghostly pattern. Soul-devouring dust domain, a negative state fusion skill released by a special fusion-type mutated beast companion, reducing all attributes, perception, mental strength, etc. Good heavens! Even as a newcomer, he knew how terrifying the soul-devouring dust domain was. No wonder it could make the god-level bloodline Little Jin start to regress. Special, fusion, mutation. It almost filled all the exceptional conditions. Moreover, it was the fusion skill of 10 ferocious beasts. In the soul dust domain, Xiao Jin's condition gradually weakened. Its attributes were visibly declining, especially its mental attribute, which had dropped by nearly 40%. If it weren't for the slight consolidation of fighting spirit, the consequences would be unimaginable. It let out a painful sound, and the massive golden crow body carrying Gu Changqing was also shrinking. Yet it still endured the discomfort to hold on. Xiao Jin. Gu Changqing suddenly bent down, pressing close to Xiao Jin's back, murmuring, "You've suffered with me. If you're tired, don't force yourself." Xiao Jin's murky eyes brightened a little in an instant. However, it was still of no help. Its body continued to shrink until it could only maintain Gu Changqing's size. "Give up, don't struggle anymore, you've done well enough." Gu Changqing opened his pack and took out a self-defense dagger. Gently pressing it against his chest, he smiled and said, "As your master, I've embarrassed you. Even in death, I won't hand you over to them." Just as Gu Changqing was about to press down with the dagger, a crack opened in the pitch-black soul dust domain. Sunlight streamed in from outside, like a path unfolding towards brightness. A conspiratorial smile appeared at the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth. The malicious beast master outside the soul dust domain clearly sensed that he had been deceived. Just as he was about to mend the crack, a sound rang out. A high-pitched phoenix cry, like thunder from the heavens, reverberated through the dark and silent soul dust domain. The sound was ancient and long-lasting, as if it came from a distant unknown world, wild and mysterious. As the cry fell, Xiao Jin's originally listless body suddenly erupted with boundless golden light. The brilliance was so strong that it almost expelled the darkness from every corner of the soul dust domain, illuminating it. Like a sun suspended in the air, it was too dazzling to look at, with boundless power. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks began to climb on the special spatial wall of the soul dust domain. Until a loud, crisp sound echoed, the soul dust domain was burst open by the endless light. Breathing in fresh air again, Gu Changqing smiled as he looked down at the cloaked figure. Your beast pet skills are quite good. It's just a pity that the person is a bit too foolish. The malicious beast master gritted his teeth, his tone turning harsh. Damn little ghost, I will tear you apart and make you experience the pain of living worse than death. His two arms began to intertwine, eventually forming the shape of a towering tree. The 10 ferocious beast heads stretched out like spirit snakes, rushing in from all directions. Gu Changqing chuckled lightly, watching the approaching beast heads that were about to unleash their skills again, and said, "You've missed the best opportunity to kill me, so why didn't you kill me then? Are you worried about something?" After a pause, he said proudly, "No one can kill me at noon because my beast pet is invincible." As if in response to Gu Changqing's words, the golden flames on Xiao Jin suddenly soared into the sky. Even the hazy smoke that covered the sun retreated in the face of the extreme heat. The blazing noon sun revealed its true form, and under the sunlight, Xiao Jin's golden crow body grew larger and larger. "Are you ready to die?" Gu Changqing's gaze suddenly turned fierce. The malicious beast master looked up at the sky, and in his eyes, the 10 ferocious beast heads that leaped up were instantly melted by the golden radiance before they could get close. He swallowed hard in shock, his eyes blank. Two suns? In the sky above, it was as if a large hole had been punctured. In the distant blue sky, a great sun was shining with dazzling brilliance. The hazy smoke tried to cover the hole but was pushed away by the extreme heat wave. All around Little golden light shone brilliantly, resonating with the great sun above. Gu Changqing bathed in the gentle golden flames, watching as his two arms gradually melted in the extreme heat, unable to help but sigh. Infinite products, all are exquisite. The sun shines high. At noon, it can absorb the sun's energy for beast pets. Current time, 12 o'clock, entry grants ability, all attributes, skills plus 1000%. Status will disappear in 1 minute. Unbelievable. A tenfold increase in all attributes and skills, coupled with the initial sun's true flame and the body of the golden crow, which already had damage stacking multipliers. With this tenfold enhancement, the power. Yip! Little Gold let out a clear cry, descending with unparalleled divine beast might, the golden flames like a meteor from the heavens, trailing along fiery tail, covering every inch of land below. The malicious beast master, shocked, bit his finger again, drawing one strange symbol after another. At that moment, those rampaging rhinos that had been burned by the flames suddenly stood up again. As the fireball was about to hit the ground, a rumbling sound of the earth trembling was heard, and dust spread wildly. A huge pattern of a malevolent ghost unfolded from the dust. After the fireball touched the pattern, it vanished as if a stone sinking into the sea. Gu Changqing was astonished. He never expected that with the power of several golden entries, the malicious beast master could still resist. This scene greatly exceeded his imagination. One must know that the power of that fireball, while not as devastating as when using the black card, was still more than sufficient at 1/10 of its strength. To withstand such a dense and saturated offensive was truly unbelievable. He really began to question life. Crack, crack. After withstanding dozens of fireballs, a series of cracking sounds suddenly erupted. The next second, a continuous series of explosions followed. That extremely strange malevolent ghost pattern crawled with fine cracks, and with the impact of the fireballs, it exploded with a loud bang. Ah! A broken body was flung out from the dust. Half of the malicious beast master's body was blown to a bloody pulp. His beast pet, however, pierced into his heart, shining with black light, quickly repairing his injuries. Still not dead. The malicious beast master's tenacious vitality truly shocked Gu Changqing. At this moment, Little Gold shrank its golden crow form, placing Gu Changqing back on the blasted, pockmarked, and unrecognizable ground, while fiery threads pinned that hand to the ground. The malicious beast master's life was temporarily saved, but he could no longer continue to repair his body. Half of his hood was blown off, revealing a face with delicate, feminine features, but his pupils were green. Green pupils? Not from the divine Hua kingdom. This beast master world, like Blue Star, once had various different nations, but after the ferocious beasts descended, many nations were destroyed, forced to merge into other nations to escape. Some gathered together, exploring the wild world, settling outside, becoming untamed kings. Most of these beast masters were enemies of the beast masters within the city, thus defined as malicious beast masters. Xinhai City, located on the eastern coast of the divine Hua kingdom, had actually been infiltrated by malicious beast masters from other nations. The man, knowing that life and death were not in his hands, said coldly, "To be defeated by your hand, I have nothing to say, but your good days are about to come to an end, unless you hide like a turtle and never come out of the city." Suddenly, his gaze turned sinister. "Even in the city, you won't be safe. One day, you will pay the price for your arrogance." Gu Changqing dug in his ears, disdainfully saying, "Am I someone who gets scared easily? Don't worry, you won't need your people to find me. I'll come knocking on your door to wipe you out. Answer me one question, and I'll make your death a little more merciful." "Humph, a warrior of the evil god does not fear death. I will not die, I will merely return to its side. One day, when it awakens and returns to the world, I will die and be reborn as a believer." Ah! Before he could finish his words, Xiaojin pierced through his palm with its beak. Moreover, flames gently ignited, scorching the flesh and blood at the wound. Great warrior of the evil god, consider my proposal. Dream on." Ah! His thigh was pierced again, the same familiar method. Gu Changqing was enjoying this. He had started to like this stubborn foreign warrior. Until his body was riddled with charred holes, Xiaojin found a new target, and just as its sharp beak was about to peck down, he shouted hoarsely, "Why don't you ask?" "Did I not ask?" Gu Changqing glanced at the still unsatisfied Xiaojin. Xiaojin completely ignored him, staring intently at the heart, as if to say, "Never mind, just peck first." "Ha!" The malicious beast master, who looked anything but good, helplessly said, "Our organization is indeed located in a secret place outside the city, and most of the members are descendants from foreign lands." So easily opening up, Gu Changqing asked, "Get to the point, like the evil god you mentioned, and why do you want to kill me?" "The evil god is the last hope for us foreign descendants. Its origins are unclear. All I know is that it needs a large number of beast pets to restore its former power. As for why to kill you, it's obviously because of your beast pet." Gu Changqing nodded. This made sense. The bizarre operation in the Soul Dust domain was clearly unrelated to the Chen family. However, a new question arose. The people in the city all know that I am selfish and self-serving, causing legendary beast pets to become useless. Even if I had a slight setback last night, you wouldn't have had so much time to set up such a trap here. Setback? I didn't receive any news. If I had known in advance that you were a pervert, I wouldn't have taken the task even if you killed me. He looked at Xiaojin above him, fear spreading. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come looking for death. This task was accepted the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday? Gu Changqing frowned. The Zhenhai Academy had exchanged a large number of conditions to gain entry into the wilderness dungeon. At the same time, someone had issued a kill order on him to the malicious beast master in the wilderness. Excluding the Chen family, then it could only be that person. Thank you for your cooperation. Gu Changqing stood up, and Xiaojin cleanly pecked through his heart, flames instantly rising, leaving not a trace of ash. Just as Gu Changqing went to pick up his fallen package, suddenly, the arm that Xiaojin had pinned with the light needle transformed into a pool of white liquid, merging into the ground and disappearing. The event happened too quickly for both the man and the beast to react. That thing wasn't his beast pet? Congratulations on killing the malicious beast master. Honor points plus 20, Zhenhai City prestige plus 50. Ha! The honor and prestige were even higher than the 4 he had killed before? It seemed this guy was an elite member of that evil god organization. Xiaojin jumped to the spot where the arm had vanished, its sharp claws scratching incessantly, and finally, it huffed in frustration and withdrew. Gu Changqing smiled and patted its head. Next time we meet, just kill and eat it, leaving no chance to escape. Only then did Xiaojin regain its composure, chirping and reluctantly retracting its golden crow form. Gu Changqing turned and walked towards the nearby dungeon portal. Looking at the already flattened rock mountain, even he gasped in surprise. Under the blazing sun for just a minute, Xiaojin's combat power was enough to rival those perfectly trained powerful beast pets. If its rank increases and its bloodline abilities are further unlocked, Gu Changqing felt his mind was already insufficient, unable to imagine how terrifying its power would be at that time. As he walked, he was drawn to the scattered severed limbs and broken arms that had been blown apart. These corpse-like remnants were entirely black, and a familiar cold aura still lingered when he lightly touched a finger to them. These are the corpses of those rampaging rhinos. He slowly realized why that ghostly face absorbed Xiaojin's flames. It was transferring the power of those flames into the bodies of the rampaging rhinos. If Xiaojin hadn't been in an invincible moment and wanted to deal with him, it would have indeed taken a lot of effort. Now Gu Changqing understood what Xiaobing had once said, a malicious beast master does not possess absolute combat power, rather, their beast pets are, compared to ordinary beast masters, far too bizarre. First, there were the extremely rare fusion skills, and then there was the formation that used ferocious beasts as a medium to absorb firepower. Without absolute strength, one would truly be helpless and might even be killed by strange means. In Gu Changqing's heart, the organization of the evil god was marked with an extremely dangerous label. Before long, he arrived beneath the light gate. Fortunately, the instant's light gate could adjust the terrain's height by itself. Gu Changqing reached out to touch the light gate, and a light of information appeared before his eyes. Wild instance, hand of the evil god instance level, hell instance description, a town, destroyed under a terrifying giant hand on a pitch-black night. No one knows what happened that night. The only thing clear is that nearly 10,000 beast masters did not escape the disaster. Instance reward, it is rumored that a mysterious stone came from the heavens, capable of opening a mysterious foundational space for the fated to walk the path of the beast god. This wild instance had no level restrictions and no difficulty choices, directly maxing out the intensity. Coincidentally, Gu Changqing had just heard the term evil god from the mouth of a malicious beast master, and the next moment, he encountered an instance named after the evil god. Just a coincidence, but it was too coincidental. As for the reward, Gu Changqing casually brushed it aside. The foundational space for the path of the beast god sounded grand, but in reality, it was merely a rumor. With infinite golden attributes, even without any space, he could still become a god. Moreover, the path to becoming a god was just a term from legend. Countless talented beast master predecessors had pursued the so-called path to godhood, only to ultimately become a grain of dust on this road after enduring the test of time. You have not yet formed a team. This instance can accommodate up to 30 people. Would you like to enter the instance solo? Yes/no? A prompt appeared again, and just as Gu Changqing was about to click confirm, he was interrupted by a voice. Wait! Gu Changqing turned his head, and Shen Go, with a complex expression, rode over on a two-headed dog. Is there something? Shen Go sighed, looking around at the rock mountain that had dropped at least 3 meters, and said, I owe Su Qing a favor, and she requires it from you. Gu Changqing shook his head. No need. It's necessary. What I want to say is about the basic situation of the instance. Since our Beast Master Association discovered this instance, we have been stuck halfway and unable to progress. Do you know why? Gu Changqing just looked at him, showing no intention of asking. Shen Go was not embarrassed and said naturally, because inside the instance, besides ferocious beasts, there are also beast masters. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows. He had thought of this. Based on the previous malicious beast master's ability to impose enslavement and sacrifice states on the rampaging rhinos and control them, along with that escaped arm, he had formed a rough guess. In the early stages, we have already strategized. If you can successfully clear it, I hope you can provide us with a simple strategy. It's not to pass the level, but to commemorate our fallen comrades. Shen Go's eyes held no distractions, while Gu Changqing nodded, suddenly recalling something. I remember you mentioned hunting a fierce monster. Was it in a dungeon? Yes, Shen Go sighed. We were 30 people, led by the captain of the association's 6th team, the spirit-level beast master Sun Yi. Before encountering that fierce monster, everything was going well. Except for the high level of the beast, its combat power wasn't too strong. Just when we thought we could pass smoothly, the fierce monster appeared. As if recalling a terrifying event, Shen Go's eyes filled with fear and panic. It was a 3-headed touch dragon that had undergone metamorphosis, possessing various corrosive skills. Moreover, its bloodline purity was extremely high, even growing half a dragon horn. Shen Go recounted that dungeon experience in detail to Gu Changqing. After hearing it, Gu Changqing's understanding of the dungeon's difficulty increased another level. After finishing, Shen Go felt no pride in killing the fierce monster. Instead, he was drenched in cold sweat, soaking his clothes. With the potential of your beast pet, you should be able to breeze through this dungeon. We are enemies, but I still want to say, it may not be possible now. Shen Go's gaze suddenly became resolute. Since then, I have returned and read a lot of books. I can clearly tell you that the arrival of the abyss brings more than just fierce beasts. I agree. He still had a half-dead black beast pet card lying in his beast space, an unknown species that even the abyss couldn't identify. So, are you still going? Gu Changqing lightly tapped yes, and as the dungeon's light gate began to spin, a strong vortex of suction emerged, slowly pulling his figure into it. You will die, I may not. The vision before him began to darken, and when it restored, Gu Changqing found himself standing in a lush green wheat field. You have entered the wild dungeon, Hand of the Evil God. In the dungeon, all auxiliary items except for medicines will be ineffective. Every 12 hours, there will be an opportunity to exit the dungeon. Once you choose to exit, you cannot enter again for a month. The dungeon begins. Please prepare. As the abyss's prompt echoed, suddenly, heads began to emerge from the wheat field, their eyes fixed on Gu Changqing. What the hell? The sudden bizarre scene startled Gu Changqing, causing him to tense up. Just as he was about to call for Xiao Jin, he saw it had already flown above those heads, its sharp beak easily piercing through the tops. No blood splattered, only a green, viscous liquid hung from its mouth, which it slurped up and swallowed. Foodie's spring triggered. Your beast pet consumed the essence blood of the mimic beast. Disguise ability plus 5%. Foodie's spring triggered. Your beast pet consumed the essence blood of the mimic beast. Mental attribute plus 1. Several prompts followed, and only after the mental attribute increased by 10 points did Xiao Jin gradually lose interest. Perhaps scared by its meal, the heads instantly transformed into fireflies, flying towards another field in the distance. Congratulations on killing the lower-level Fierce Beast Mimic Beast. Gained experience plus 1. Congratulations on killing the lower-level Fierce Beast Mimic Beast. Gained experience plus 1. Looking at the unmoving experience bar, Gu Changqing thought he had misread it. He glanced at the fleeing mimic beasts, and their information gradually appeared before him. Mimic Beast, lower level Fierce Beast level, 1 attributes, Strength plus 0, Constitution plus 1, Agility plus 1, Spirit plus 50 skills, Illusion, Split, Mimicry description. As the lowest existence among fierce beasts, the mimic beast escapes the risk of being preyed upon with its unique abilities. Naturally timid, they are not good at fighting but possess remarkable escape skills. Xiao Jin. Gu Changqing looked up, giving it a glance. Little Jin understood and immediately spread its wings, chasing after the mimic beast. Before long, the remaining dozens of mimic beasts were forced to fly back under Little Jin's intimidation. Gu Changqing found the largest one among them, and its information had changed, with the word leader added after its rank. The mimic beast leader noticed Gu Changqing's unfriendly gaze and immediately approached Little Jin, completely forgetting that it had just devoured a dozen of its kin in an instant. Taking out a contract card from his bag, Gu Changqing said, "It seems you have gained some intelligence. As long as you obey me, I won't harm your friends." Little Jin chirped, acting as a translator. The mimic beast leader communicated with it for a while, then suddenly returned to the center of the group. In the next moment, one by one, the mimic beasts flew closer to it, and dozens of twinkling sparks instantly merged into one. Gu Changqing grinned. Indeed, the fusion skill was just as he had imagined. After merging with its brethren, the mimic beast leader actively flew towards the contract card in his hand. The lower-level Fierce Beast Mimic Beast is actively submitting to you, willing to become a beast pet. Do you agree? Agree! As soon as the words fell, the rule power within the contract card generated a pulling force, sucking the mimic beast leader inside. Watching the transparent contract card turn white, Gu Changqing let out a sigh of relief. A white beast pet card is just trash? Indeed, the combat power of the mimic beast could be described as garbage. However, Gu Changqing valued its mimicry and illusion abilities. Both of these functions acted on the mind. He wasn't afraid of bloodline deficiencies. What it lacked the least was golden attributes. Level up, level up. Gu Changqing was invigorated as he left the wheat field, walking along the only path deeper into the area. After a long time, no fierce beasts appeared. The surroundings were filled with dilapidated houses, as if they had experienced a brutal battle, with remnants of humans and fierce beasts' bones scattered everywhere. This area had been conquered by the Beast Master Association. Unlike wild dungeons, city dungeons only reset and refresh after being completely cleared. Let's go, Little Jin. Little Jin activated its golden crow form, crouched on the ground, and waited for Gu Changqing to climb onto its back before spreading its wings and flying towards the unexplored front. After flying for nearly an hour, a vague shadow of a city wall slowly emerged at the edge of his vision. Below, it was no longer wilderness. Makeshift camps, each covering dozens of square meters, began to appear in disarray. You have reached the edge of the dungeon progress. Just as the abyss's prompt arrived, Little Jin let out an unhappy screech and was forced to land. Gu Changqing jumped down and observed his surroundings. The materials used for the camps were quite new, likely left by the Beast Master Association. Some were relatively intact, while most had collapsed and been destroyed. It seemed they had been hunting the fierce beast-level monsters not far away. At that moment, Little Jin called out twice towards the west, then grabbed Gu Changqing and flew at low altitude. As they got closer, Gu Changqing could see that within a 10-mile radius, the ground was pockmarked and in ruins. He slowly approached a massive deep pit nearby, looked down, and his pupils suddenly constricted. At the bottom of the pit lay the skeleton of a giant fierce beast, about 30 meters long and 5 meters high, lying on its back. The pit's bottom was almost covered with a layer of brown blood, and when the wind blew, a foul stench of blood assaulted his senses. Is this the corpse of that fierce beast level 3-headed touch dragon? The people from the Beast Master Association really knew how to play. A dignified fierce beast level monster had been stripped down to just a skeleton. Moreover, its hardest parts had also been damaged, brutally broken, and taken away. A person and a beast stared at the enormous skeleton, both opening their mouths. The flesh and blood of such a fierce beast must be incredibly nourishing. Just as fierce beasts devoured humans, they believed human flesh and blood to be delicious and capable of enhancing their abilities. The same goes for the reverse. it's just that humanity has always been at a disadvantage. Don't be greedy, there's something better behind. Gu Changqing patted Xiao Jin's head, left this place, and began walking towards the city wall. He chose not to ride but to walk. As the distant, blurry city wall became more solid, buildings resembling watchtowers appeared around him. Suddenly, a human head poked out through a small window in one of the watchtowers. Here again, Gu Changqing frowned, and with a loud bang, the watchtower shattered into pieces. A massive octopus burst through the small space. More unsettling was that the head of the octopus was, in fact, that human head. The octopus moved swiftly, climbing down the tower with remarkable agility, and in just a few blinks, it was only a few dozen meters away from Gu Changqing. He saw 6 or 7 tentacles whip out simultaneously, making a loud whooshing sound as they sliced through the air, striking towards him. Gu Changqing leaped high, landing on Xiao Jin's back, and at the same time, he saw the monster's information: Deep Sea Octopus, High-Level Beast Level, 25 Attributes, Strength plus 351, Constitution plus 549, Agility plus 313, Spirit plus 221 Skills, Corrosive Horn Kill, Ink Bomb Description, a beast pet that is parasitic with its master. Dangerous. After reading, Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows and then frowned again. What Shingo mentioned, besides the fierce beasts, also included beast tamers. He didn't expect it to be in this form. The tentacles swept left and right like iron whips, but Xiao Jin was not slow either, narrowly dodging the attacks. Kill! Following Gu Changqing's attack command, Xiao Jin quickly condensed a true sun flame, evading the tentacles at a tricky angle, and reached the top of the octopus's head, then spat it out towards the human head. Seeing the hit land, Xiao Jin immediately retreated. Suddenly, Gu Changqing heard a whisper in his ear. Help! Help me! Save me! Free me! Boom! Zizizizi, the true sunflame accurately hit the face of the octopus's human head, exploding and splattering flames that dripped onto the massive octopus's body, the extremely high temperature searing into its skin, causing the octopus's tentacles to thrash wildly. Immediately, a large amount of moisture surged from the octopus's body, trying to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Xiao Jin's spirit attribute, after several absorptions and the enhancement of the golden attributes, had reached a terrifying level. Even though this deep-sea octopus had excellent 4-dimensional attributes, it still couldn't withstand Xiao Jin's fire. Gradually, the flames grew larger, and after the moisture inside the octopus was completely evaporated, before it could show its true strength, it turned into a small mountain of food-emitting and enticing aroma. Congratulations, you have killed the high-level beast deep-sea octopus, gaining experience plus 400. The experience bar jumped significantly, and Gu Changqing opened his personal information. Gu Changqing Beast Pet, True Sun Bird Level, 5 Experience, 720/1600 Title, Junior Beast Tamer Honor, 60 Prestige, Jinhai City, 90, Talent, Infinite Golden Attributes, Unique. To reach level 6, 1,600 experience points are needed, doubling for each level from the original base, and to meet the minimum standard for promotion to level 10. Gu Changqing scratched his head. The task was daunting. If it really came to it, should he wait until after this, and during Xiao Jin's invincible minute, indiscriminately unleash a map cannon in the outer city map? But that was just a thought. Who knew what fierce beasts lurked in unexplored areas? He began to envy those who had already reached the golden level beast tamers before the big exam. Collecting his thoughts, he continued to check Xiao Jin's status information. Beast Pet, Rising Sun Bird Rank, Bronze Level, 5 Bloodline Attributes, Great Sun Golden Flame, Gold, Battle Intent Boiling, Gold, Glutton Spring, Gold, Sun Shining Bright, Gold, Attributes, Strength plus 80 plus 31 plus 50 plus 20, Constitution plus 80 plus 22 plus 50 plus 20, Agility plus 80 plus 46 plus 50 plus 20, Spirit plus 560 plus 14 plus 50 plus 20 plus 10 Lightning Resistance, 5%, Water Resistance, 5%, Deception Breaking Ability, 5%, Disguise Ability plus 5% Skills, True Flame of the Rising Sun, Level 2, Flame Immunity, Passive, Body of the Golden Crow. As a mobile high-altitude firepower platform, Gu Changqing could no longer comment. With a staggering 654 points of spirit, combined with the enhancements from the Level 2 True Flame of the Rising Sun and the Body of the Golden Crow, the terrifying damage displayed was exemplified by this deep-sea octopus. Each golden attribute granted doubled the base attributes, allowing Little Jean to venture further down the path of the super god. Although the other 3 attributes lagged behind, it was still a top-tier existence among its level. While Gu Changqing was checking, Little Jean had already jumped to the top of the octopus, fully utilizing the advantage of a super-speed piledriver, devouring chunks of delicious meat. Gu Changqing then arrived at the position of the human head, his face scorched and dried by flames, but it was still faintly visible that the corners of his mouth were accompanied by a smile. His fists involuntarily clenched tightly, The Beast Master in this instance had once fought on the front lines, shedding blood for the rear base camp. Just a single hand had cost them their lives. Even in death, they had to endure such spiritual lashings, turning against one another. And it was merely a small part of the countless worlds outside the city. Ha! Gu Changqing exhaled a breath of turbid air, waiting for little Jean to finish eating the octopus, continuing forward in silence. Glutton Spring triggered. Your beast pet consumes high-level beast flesh. 4-dimensional attributes plus 30. Glutton Spring triggered. Your beast pet consumes high-level ferocious beast stones. 4-dimensional attributes plus 50. Greatly reducing deep-sea fear. Your beast pet's 3 attributes have reached the critical value and can no longer increase. Reached the critical point? Among the 4-dimensional attributes, except for spirit, the other 3 had all reached 200. The spirit attribute broke 700, reaching a terrifying 734 points. Gu Changqing sighed self-deprecatingly. The wish to infinitely elevate little Jin's attributes through Glutton's Spring had still been shattered. Upon reflection, under the bronze rank, the total attributes had surpassed 1001. Which was enough to prove the terror of the super god level. It all depended on what the critical value of the spirit attribute was. Continuing forward, he deliberately slowed down at each watchtower he passed. Until he reached the base of the city wall, he had not encountered any beast masters assimilated by beasts. This city wall is almost half the height of Jinhai City. The wall was 20 stories high, and the towering city gate was forged from fine iron, still looking new. Little Jean flew into the air, but only halfway up. It was suppressed by the abyssal rules. Gu Changqing frowned. This was the rhythm of breaking through the city gate. He cautiously approached the gate, and just as his hand touched the cold iron latch, a prompt suddenly appeared. Hidden Task Stage 2 triggered. Please proceed to the city center to stop the 3-headed dragon from evolving. Task failure penalty, talent reduction, beast pet bloodline lowered by 3 ranks. Task success reward, randomly obtain a king-level beast pet card. Gu Changqing's eyes widened. The good news was that the hidden task was activated, indeed in the wild instance. The bad news was that the penalty was too damn harsh. A king-level beast pet card would cost him his lifeline. Abyss, oh Abyss, your intentions against me are too obvious. This time, just like that ferocious demon last time, it was clear that it didn't want him to have it easy. After the task was activated, there was no choice but to accept it. 3 touching dragons? Weren't they killed by Chen Go's Beastmaster team? Could it be that there is more than one fierce beast of that level? The strong sense of security that Xiao Jin brought him began to waver at this moment. Moreover, there was no indication of a time limit in the task. The serious error in intelligence made Gu Changqing consider retreating. A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. He waved to Xiao Jin, who was resisting the abyss rules in the air, wanting to avoid the spotlight for now and push the dungeon only after making sufficient preparations. But unexpectedly, the city gate slowly opened by itself, and a beam of strong light shone through the increasingly large gate, illuminating him. Damn it! Gu Changqing cursed the abyss in his heart, squinting his eyes. After easing the glare, he saw the scene inside the city behind the gate. Xiao Jin, run! Gu Changqing's expression changed drastically. Without time to turn around, he grabbed Xiao Jin's bird leg and urged him to retreat quickly. Xiao Jin opened up full power, and just as they flew 100 meters away, a dense array of skills, like brilliant fireworks, continuously exploded at the city gate. It lasted for a full 10 minutes before the skills dissipated. The originally magnificent city gate and wall collapsed with a loud bang. Abyss, damn you! Gu Changqing cursed loudly. Amidst the dust and ruins, Beastmasters led their beast pets out, targeting Gu Changqing. I just opened a door. There was no need for such a grand and relentless welcome. The Beastmasters below were orderly commanding their transformed fierce beasts, continuously releasing skills in an attempt to bring Gu Changqing down from the air. After the skill attacks proved ineffective, those with flying fierce beasts formed a group to strike him from the air. Taking this opportunity, Gu Changqing also grasped their information. But there was a positive side. Their combat instincts and experience had not disappeared. Xiao Jin, do not break combat distance. Prioritize eliminating the flying fierce beasts. Use guerrilla tactics to take them down. Yip! Xiao Jin chirped in response, gathering initial sun true flames around its body. It deliberately slowed down a bit, and when the flying fierce beasts caught up, it executed a beautiful somersault, instantly causing a dozen fireballs to explode. Nonsense! Gu Changqing felt a complete loss of centrifugal force, his vision darkening, and his brain began to thrum. It wasn't until the abyss's prompt sounded that he regained his composure. Displeased, he tapped Xiao Jin on the head, took out a rope from his backpack, and firmly secured it to his back, feeling slightly more at ease. Congratulations, you have killed the high-level fierce beast, flame-headed falcon, gaining experience plus 300. Congratulations, you have killed the high-level fierce beast, flame-headed falcon, gaining experience plus 300. Two flying fierce beasts were turned to ashes by the flames in a single encounter. Gu Changqing looked at the name of the fierce beast, and his heart skipped a beat. Flame-headed falcon, that name was too familiar. His memory returned to before the last beast tide attacked the city. The father, whose face was gradually fading from his memory, had once taken him into the city guard. There, he had seen flame-headed falcons, and not just one, but an entire breeding base. Flame-headed falcons possess remarkable speed and excellent close combat ability in the air. Anyone who joins the city guard can contract them as beast pets as long as there is space available in their beastmaster space. The nearly faded voice echoed in his ears. Gu Changqing suddenly looked up. Behind him, there were still 6 or 7 giant birds over 3 meters long in pursuit, their heads adorned with a conspicuous tuft of red feathers. It was the flame-headed falcon. Gu Changqing recognized them at a glance. In the entire Xinhai city, only that city guard team would contract flame-headed falcons. Gradually, the fierce falcon also became their symbol. Why? Why would the city guard of his cheap father appear here? Shouldn't they be protecting Xinhai City with their lives? His gaze fell to the ground, where those beast tamers, though long dead, had become like ferocious living corpses. Yet their combat skills and the formation they had taken told him that they had survived through bloody battles as elite city guards. Slap! Gu Changqing's hand struck his cheek, and the slight wavering in his heart quickly dissipated with the pain. Kill! The tone was cold, devoid of any emotion. Guliolu. As if responding to its master's stabilized state of mind, the surface of Little Gold began to bubble with a faint red mist, like boiling water. The fighting spirit surged, layer upon layer, and over the true flame of the rising sun, a blood-red hue was also cast. Every 5 seconds, a fireball coalesced, while Little Gold maintained its distance, surrounded entirely by the scorching true flame of the rising sun. Yee! With a cry filled with excitement, fireballs trailed long white-red tails, like meteors from the sky, bombarding the ground below. The flames, with their overwhelming attributes, exploded the moment they touched the ground. Like brilliant fireworks, they quickly engulfed the pursuing beast tamers. Congratulations, you have killed a mid-level beast tamer, puppet, gained experience plus 200. Congratulations, you have killed a high-level beast tamer, puppet, gained experience plus 250. Congratulations, you have killed a mid-level beast tamer. The notification sounds rang out continuously, and Gu Changqing's experience bar shot up like a rocket, quickly reaching level 6. Infinite golden prompts followed. However, Gu Changqing's attention was not on this. Looking at the beast tamers in the flames, who gradually showed no signs of struggle, his teeth ground together. These people were all heroes of Xinhai City. They were dead, yet suffered such humiliation. For the second time, he could not hide the killing intent in his heart. Nearly 100 lives, both human and beast, were left with no survivors under the carpet bombing of Little Gold's long-prepared attack. Gu Changqing freed himself from his restraints and walked through the sea of fire. The burning corpses that lay fallen all bore smiles on their lips, just like the person who had merged with the deep-sea octopus. Gu Changqing took out a bottle of mediocre wine, uncorked it, and poured it into the flames. The scent of the wine spread and evaporated, mingling with their ashes, drifting towards the direction of that town. Crash! The wine bottle slipped from his hand, and Gu Changqing turned back to Little Gold's back. Squeak Ye sensing its master's displeasure, Little Gold began to make noise to comfort him. I'm fine, destroy this place. The final resting place of heroes, receiving applause, flowers, and the admiration of the people, is a rare outcome. More often, it is about standing shoulder to shoulder with brothers, defending the land they must protect, even if it means being shattered to pieces, without fear or regret. Little Gold spread its wings and flew towards the town at the fastest speed. As they approached the target point, the previously fading fighting spirit surged once more. Returning again, without the cover of city walls, the previously unimaginable scene was laid bare before them. In the center of the massive town, there was already a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Human bones, the bodies of ferocious beasts, and beast pets were piled together densely. Thousands of beast stones quietly floated in the center of the air, their energy being drawn out, transforming into countless strands of energy ribbons, converging at the very center. And at the center lay a giant serpent nearly 100 meters long, with 3 heads. 3-headed dragon. There really are 2 of them. On its head, 2 beast stones, one black and one white, radiated 2 colors of light, absorbing all the energy from the beast stones. As the energy continuously surged in, the 2 black and white beast stones began to merge at a slow pace. However, from Gu Changqing's perspective, all the corpses were arranged like an altar for promotion. He also saw some corpses that had not completely decayed. Those should be the beast tamers killed by the Beast Tamer Association. For a moment, Gu Gu Chongqing recalled those vicious beast tamers who had ambushed him. Just then, on the back of a three-headed touch dragon, 4 beast tamers slowly emerged. They noticed Gu Changqing's position, and one of them opened its mouth, its voice mechanical and devoid of emotion. Young beast tamer, the promotion nourishment is sufficient. Leave, we won't kill you. Not kill me? The flames in Gu Changqing's eyes were about to burn his reason to ashes. Thank you for sparing my life. Since there is a favor, it must be repaid. As he spoke of repayment, wisps of white smoke leaked from Xiao Jin's mouth. When it came to the word repay, the accumulated flames it had built up erupted like a volcanic explosion, shooting out a flame pillar over 2 meters wide, directly aimed at the three-headed touch dragon. Impudent! The 4 beast tamer puppets coldly shouted, their skin moving but their flesh unmoving, as 12 black hexagram formations suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping the three-headed touch dragon from 4 directions. 12 hands, steaming with black gas, rose from the center of the formation. The enormous hands, thick with dark energy, extended outward, tightly grasping each other to form a black barrier. Hand of the evil god? Gu Changqing stared in astonishment at this scene. Due to the distance, he couldn't capture the information of the giant hands. Pop! With the sound of a bubble bursting, he saw the flame pillar spat out by Xiao Jin collide directly with the barrier formed by the giant hands. When the two met, there was not much fluctuation. The power of the two energies seemed evenly matched, creating a subtle balance. Damn it! You want to compare endurance with me? Xiao Jin could no longer move and could only gather some flames to protect Gu Changqing's safety. The 4 beast tamer puppets also had no intention of rushing in to battle him. Gu Changqing opened his backpack space and pulled out all the medicines inside in one go. Before long, Xiao Jin's broad back was covered with various bottles of medicine, each with different effects. Xiao Jin, go for it. If we don't destroy it, what face do I have left to continue being a beast tamer? Gu Changqing was also all in. You have the energy to maintain it. Originally, a protracted and destructive battle had turned into a test of endurance due to circumstances. Squeak squeak, Xiao Jin responded clearly twice, and then an even more vigorous flame surged and burned. Damn! Suddenly, a feeling of panic and helplessness spread in his heart. All the strength in his body was drained in an instant, and Gu Changqing's eyes widened as he plunged into the soft feathers. Xiao Jin, there's a saying that goes slow and steady wins the race. Are you afraid you won't be able to suck me dry? Now, he understood the helplessness of the black card. Each time, it was like the pump's horsepower was turned to the maximum. Even with a huge reserve, it squeezed out every last drop. Fortunately, the medicine bottles scattered down, and the crimson pills rolled to his mouth. Using his tongue, he rolled a pill into his mouth and gently bit it open, a warm current flowing down his throat into his stomach, then starting to circulate through his limbs. In less than 10 seconds, Gu Changqing sat up, full of vitality. These pills, aside from those won from the beast tamers at the camp, were mostly prepared by Yi Ruyan. She was truly afraid something would happen to him, inadvertently helping him in a life-saving way. Time passed second by second, and after numerous attempts, Xiao Jin finally found the balance point for absorption and replenishment. Gu Changqing swallowed the pills one by one, experiencing the wonderful sensation brought by the rapid loss and replenishment of power. Without the black card's bloodline purification, he could only rely on his own supply. Although Xiao Jin was a pet beast above the divine level, it was still in its juvenile stage, and the intensity of this charged attack had long exceeded the limits of spiritual power. Yip! Gu Changqing, caught in the cycle of taking pills, was suddenly awakened by Xiao Jin's cry. He turned to look towards the center of the city. After nearly an hour of stalemate, the barrier formed by the 12 giant hands had dissipated the black mist, revealing a fair complexion. This arm was strikingly similar to the one that had fled. The impact of Xiao Jin's flame pillar was stronger than before, and the unending surge of battle intent was also one of their trump cards. Ha! Suddenly, the transformed white giant hand, without the aid of black mist, instantly turned to ash like white paper. Boom! Like a heavy hammer striking a drum, the flame pillar, no longer obstructed, surged with unmatched heat, crashing into the three-headed touch dragon. Hiss! The left and right heads of the three-headed touch dragon trembled in pain, while the middle one remained still as if in meditation. But in the next moment, the beast stone energy that had been absorbed by the black and white stones began to reverse and dissipate, forming a wave-like energy shield that once again protected the three-headed touch dragon. Damn it, this altar is not just for promotion, it also has a powerful protective formation. Cursing, he stuffed more pills into his mouth. You dog, if you have the ability, take down the energy protection. I'm standing right here, not moving. Come at me one-on-one. Gulp! With your pathetic appearance, you still dare to call yourself a fierce beast? The wild boar at my doorstep has more guts than you. Gulp! You want to drag this out with me, huh? I may not have much, but I have plenty of pills. Look at those beast stones. Their colors are fading. They're about to run out. Gulp! Gu Changqing kept taking pills, transforming into a powerful verbal warrior. However, no matter how much he provoked, the three-headed touch dragon remained huddled in its protection. Watching the dwindling supply of pills, Gu Changqing felt a bit anxious. Whoever runs out of energy first will become the other's feast. As the beast stone energy was consumed, his reserves were also nearing depletion. Alright, you think you're tough, huh? Xiao Jin, give it all you've got. Gu Changqing stuffed 3 more pills into his mouth, and after Xiao Jin confirmed with a glance, the already surging battle intent exploded, the overwhelming blood flames almost engulfing half the town in crimson. Xiao Jin's body expanded nearly 5 times, bathed in blood flames, like a world-destroying fierce bird. But Gu Changqing was in trouble. Having consumed all the pills, he still couldn't maintain the high power extraction. Due to your vitality dropping to the critical point, the Abyss has automatically activated protection. Experience points will replace pill consumption. Your experience -100, experience -100, experience -100, damn. Abyss, you bastard. Coming out to rob at this time. Cursing aside, when it comes to life and death, one must fight. The experience points plummeted at a rate of 100 per second, in exchange for Xiao Jin's frenzied attacks. Originally, after eliminating the Beastmaster puppets and fierce beast pets that had chased him out of the city, Gu Changqing's level had soared to 8, with plenty of experience to spare. Now, was he going to return to square one? With the experience points emptied, his level also dropped by 1, until it fell back to level 6, and seeing that even the experience for this level was in jeopardy, Gu Changqing wanted to curse. Fortunately, just when there were only 200 points left, it suddenly stopped. I surrender, I surrender. A weak, unfamiliar voice slowly came through. Without Xiao Jin's extraction, Gu Changqing's mental energy gradually began to warm up. Until he could rise, he finally saw the scene before him. The town, where was the town? Within the walls, the area of several dozen meters had turned into a patch of charred black earth. The three-headed serpent dragon lay sprawled on the ground, its massive body covered in claw marks, each one nearly a gaping wound. Yet, it was still scorched by flames, not dead yet. 3 serpent heads, 2 of them pecked beyond recognition, missing more than half. The remaining head struggled to lift itself, hissing at Gu Changqing, and spoke in human words. I lost, don't kill me, I can become your beast pet, willingly, never to betray. Seemingly feeling it lacked persuasion, the 3-headed serpent dragon continued, although I failed to advance, I am still a fierce demon level, I can help you a lot, as long as you don't kill me. Gu Changqing jumped down from Xiao Jin's back and walked to the massive serpent head. Xiao Jin pressed the serpent head into the ground with a paw, squeaking and warning it to behave. Since you can speak, tell me, where is the hand of the evil god? The 3-headed serpent dragon struggled to lift its mouth from the ground. You came for the hand of the evil god? No wonder you have such a powerful divine pet. The hand of the evil god has already been destroyed by you. No, to be precise, the power it left here has been dispersed. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows. What level of fierce beast was this hand of the evil god? Even the rules of the abyss were powerless against it? Then, you shall die in its place. Gu Changqing issued the kill order, and Xiao Jin could no longer hold back, ready to take its serpent gall and peck through its brain. Wait, I have a secret. I know a secret. Someone in your human city is deliberately raising or has an unspeakable secret with the evil god. As Xiao Jin was about to feast, Gu Changqing hurriedly stopped it. Xiao Jin. The latter unhappily clicked its tongue, diverting its attention elsewhere. How do you know this? Seeing Gu Changqing temporarily sheath his knife, the 3-headed serpent dragon immediately said, the vast energy I used to advance was deliberately sent by that person. Oh, how was it sent? Gu Changqing was initially uninterested. His goals were exploration and leveling up. Yet, one after another, they came to him, still from the same camp. He also heard the 3-headed serpent dragon say that someone was deliberately using the lives of beast tamers to provide it with nourishment for advancement. Moreover, in this instance, most of the victims came from his father's city guard, all sorts of buff conditions piling up making him have to pay attention. It was through the instance to kill beast tamers. Each time, the beast tamers that came in wouldn't be very high level, it was a case of big taking small. We also tacitly only killed the small ones, sending the big ones back. However, in the last few times, there was a deviation. A team of powerful ones came, and my wife was killed by their hands. Gu Changqing recalled the 3-headed serpent dragon that was killed, realizing it was a male and female pair. Shen Go had not lied to him. Do you think I would believe you? Suddenly, the 3-headed serpent dragon's belly wriggled, and its massive mouth opened, spitting out a white card. It was a non-contract beast pet card, but the 4 corners of the card were wrapped in black patterns, clearly something unknown. The hand of the evil god gave this to me and also told me the necessary conditions for advancement. I am just the meat waiting to be eaten by you. How dare I lie to you? You can ask the divine pet, what I said is all true. As it spoke, the serpent head tried to tilt away, but Xiao Jin pressed it back down forcefully. Can you see the rank of my beast pet? Beast tamers can check the information of known fierce beasts through the rules of the abyss, unless it is an unknown type like the black card. Similarly, fierce beasts also have the ability to detect beast tamers or their pets. I can't tell, but the intimidation and oppression your divine pet brings me is no different from that of the hand of the evil god. The only difference is the level and rank. Rather than being used as a weapon, I would prefer to follow you. Little Jean rolled its eyes disdainfully, chirping away, and the three-headed touch dragon's words were clearly sincere. Alright then, let's keep you for now. Gu Changqing took out his beast pet card, bit his index finger to let blood drop onto the card, and pressed it against the forehead of the three-headed touch dragon. Fierce demon-level beast, three-headed touch dragon, voluntarily pledges allegiance to you and wishes to become your beast pet. Do you agree? Yes. A wave of black and white light enveloped the massive serpent body, and in less than a minute, the serpent body deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving only a thick layer of serpent skin. The color of the beast pet card also changed from white to purple. Gu Changqing was taken aback, not expecting that it still had a king-level bloodline within. King-level beast pet card, three-headed serpent rank, ordinary bloodline, touch dragon divine blood, purple, initial attributes, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, agility plus 20, spirit plus 10 skills, strangulation, corrosive acid description, descendant of the touch dragon divine Jiao, just a slight opportunity away from transforming into a dragon. The bloodline of the touch dragon divine Jiao, TSK, what a great bargain. Gu Changqing remembered from his textbooks that during the brutal war between humans and fierce beasts, the touch dragon divine Jiao had a place in history. The Kyoto Dragon Fall incident was rumored to be when the touch dragon divine Jiao attempted to reverse its bloodline to transform into a nine-heaven Jiao dragon, but was thwarted by powerful beast tamers of the time, ultimately leading to a fierce conflict with heavy casualties on both sides. However, Gu Changqing put away the beast pet card, already formulating a plan in his mind. In his plans, the three-headed touch dragon was not a priority. With the golden entry in hand, all divine blood and immortal roots could stand aside. Congratulations on completing the task, you have obtained a king-level beast pet card. For subsequent tasks, please explore on your own. At this moment, the task reward had also arrived. Looking at the two purple beast pet cards in his backpack, Gu Changqing pouted. Sometimes having too many beast pets was also a hassle. Regardless, this trip was a fruitful one. But as he waited, the news of clearing the level had yet to arrive. Could it be that there are still other fierce beasts left to kill? He murmured, taking out the beast pet card and tossing it at Little Jin's feet. At that moment, the three-headed touch dragon, stripped of all its power and re-registered, immediately panicked. Unable to speak, it desperately flicked its serpent tongue, trying to explain its innocence. Little Jin understood its words and slowly walked to the serpent's skin, breathing fire to burn a large hole. Gu Changqing took the opportunity to pick up the beast pet card and stepped closer to take a look. The spot where the three-headed touch dragon had been was now a melted stone slab, revealing a dark hole. Gu Changqing tossed a stone down, and soon he heard an echo. Could it be the legend mentioned in the dungeon introduction? Little Jean. As a burst of flames dissipated, Little Jean, transformed into a night-bright crow, flew inside, followed by a series of chirps. Gu Changqing followed closely, and after about 7 or 8 meters of depth, his blurry vision suddenly brightened. This was a cave over 3 meters high, with a small internal space, and a milky white stone firmly embedded in the ground. Inside the stone, there was a black shadow. Stone from beyond unknown species ability, unknown effect, has a similar energy fluctuation to spatial stones, can be forcibly tested. Information about the stone appeared, and Gu Changqing's teeth ground together in frustration. Something that couldn't be identified, and they wanted me to forcibly test it? Damn abyss, trying to kill me time and again. Damn it. I'll give it a try. At least one thing was certain, the properties of this stone matched the dungeon's description. I want to see what kind of space can forge the path of the beast tamer god. Gu Changqing placed his hands on the surface of the stone from beyond the heavens. In an instant, a strong electric current surged through his arms, spreading throughout his body, followed by a frantic power that began to burn like boiling magma in his limbs. Xiao Jin. Gu Changqing wanted to call out to Xiao Jin to interrupt him, but the latter simply watched quietly, showing no intention of intervening. What's going on? Am I in trouble? Just as he was filled with doubt, a voice from the abyss sounded. You have received feedback from the unknown stone from beyond the heavens. Your beast mastery space is being opened and transformed. You have received feedback from the unknown stone from beyond the heavens. Experience plus 100. You have received feedback from the unknown stone from beyond the heavens. Experience plus 100. Gu Changqing was momentarily stunned, watching as his severely depleted experience slowly increased, while the beast mastery space was completely enveloped in a milky white light. Additionally, in the area outside the space, a white pearl the size of a grain of rice was visibly expanding at a noticeable speed. He swallowed hard. Is this the opening of the second beast mastery space? Gu Changqing was even more confused. Everything happening exceeded his understanding of beast masters. The scorching heat continued, but after gradually getting used to it, Gu Changqing was able to grit his teeth and endure. At that moment, he heard joyful shouts. Hey hey hey, can you hear me? Master, can you hear me talking? Xiao Haiden, get out of the way, you're not the master's pet, so why are you making a fuss? Ah, it's so long, I really want to hear the master affectionately call me. Xiao Haiden, you're not allowed to use your powers to maliciously interrupt. This is my space, belonging only to me and the master. If you have the ability, go occupy that newly opened space next door. It was Xiao Jin's voice. Previously, this could only be achieved through bloodline enhancement or heart pulse connection. Now, they finally realized the ability to converse between master and pet. Although Gu Changqing couldn't speak, Xiao Jin kept chattering around him. Since there was no danger, Gu Changqing let go of his concerns and relaxed completely. He didn't know how long it had been, but it felt like he was soaking in a hot spring when suddenly he was pulled into cold water. He instinctively shivered, and when he opened his eyes, the stone from beyond the heavens had vanished, leaving only a black-covered book lying on the ground. Congratulations, you have successfully promoted your rank through special powers. Congratulations on breaking through your limits and being promoted to Intermediate Beast Master. A warm and powerful energy dispelled the pain brought by the stone from beyond the heavens, quietly repairing his body. Gu Changqing clenched his fist, feeling a surge of strength, creating an illusion of power. Even a tiger in front of him would be unable to withstand a punch. From the inside out, he could feel that energy enhancing his physical strength as if it were cleansing his marrow. Intermediate Beast Master Skill, Beast Power Activation. Gu Changqing opened his personal information and found an additional skill bar for Beast Mastery skills, with Beast Power slowly activating like a blood-red vortex. Beast Power, a unique skill of the Beast Master, beginner level. By utilizing the sublimated Beast Mastery space, a small portion of the pet's power can be harnessed for one's own use. Current Beast Power ability, Fire Control, Mythical Level Pet, Early Sunbird. The activation of Beast Power made Gu Changqing understand why absorbing the energy from the stone from beyond the heavens felt like being in magma. It was actually condensing Xiao Jin's true flame of the early sun. However, just as he thought to showcase the true flame of the early sun and envisioned a bright future where he could protect himself, a flame like a lighter danced at his fingertips, bouncing around and ruthlessly shattering the brief vision he had constructed. Forget it, having Xiao Jin's protection feels quite safe. As he regained his senses, he had not yet picked up the black-covered book on the ground when Xiao Jin flew into his arms, chattering away. To Gu Changqing, it sounded like a normal girl's voice. Master, you can finally understand what I'm saying. Gu Changqing rubbed Xiao Jin's head and said, yes, now we can communicate freely. The man and the bird chattered for most of the day, with Xiao Jin doing most of the talking. Ha, you didn't level up? The energy from the stone outside had pushed him straight to level 10, skipping the promotion process and even opening up the second beast taming space. It saved time and effort, and materials were conserved. No, that broken stone wouldn't let me rub against it. Xiao Jin looked increasingly human-like in her grievance. Your bloodline has reached the level for automatic promotion, and the materials are more than enough. After a while, Gu Changqing finally managed to stop the chatterbox Xiao Jin and picked up the black-covered book from the ground. Beast Compendium Unknown Volume, to be activated, ability, unknown description. It seems to be a book recording all beasts, but it is blank, probably meaning you need to fill it in. With a dark expression, Gu Changqing tossed the Beast Compendium into his backpack. Ever since the second phase of the task began, the abyss had become increasingly unreliable. However, aside from the early promotion, there were no other special abilities. The legendary Beast Tamer God was just this? At that moment, a light screen popped up in front of him. 12 hours have passed. Do you wish to leave the evil god's hand instance? Yes/no huh? The instance wasn't cleared? The three-headed dragon wasn't the final boss? Gu Changqing was confused. According to the three-headed dragon's explanation, the evil god's hand had broken free from the abyss's constraints and was no longer in the instance. It willingly became a pet, which indicated it wasn't lying. It seemed this instance was not as simple as he had imagined. Yes, Gu Changqing didn't want to linger. He could explore it further if he had time later. The instance's light gate appeared before him, and in the next second, it sucked him in. Once he returned outside the instance, he instinctively touched the light gate. Wild instance, beast-tide disaster instance level? Instance description: no one knows what has happened here. That hand that brings death and destruction seems to be brewing a secret that endangers humanity. Instance rewards: depending on the clearing situation, no upper limit. The instance had changed, and the difficulty level was marked with a question mark, indicating it had surpassed hell level. You have used up your instance attempts for today. Please come back tomorrow. Gu Changqing seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on the words beast tide, recalling the city guards that should not have appeared in that previous instance, various speculations swirling in his mind. Brother Changqing, a clear voice interrupted Gu Changqing's thoughts. Su Cheng and other students from the Jinhai Girls' High School, along with members of the Beast Tamer Association in the camp, were waiting not far away. Seeing Su Cheng's hurried steps, even with her arms outstretched, a fireball erupted at her feet, signaling her to stop. She affectionately rubbed against Gu Changqing's face, proudly declaring, "I am the master's heart and soul, his precious treasure." Gu Changqing chuckled, "Xiao Jin, she has even given you ingredients before." Xiao Jin glanced away, humph, sugar-coated shells. Su Qing didn't care about Xiao Jin's warning and stepped forward to watch the smooth exchange between the man and the bird, happily saying, "You leveled up to intermediate beast tamer? Did you find treasure in the instance?" "Sort of a small gain, but it's not really treasure," Gu Changqing replied ambiguously. However, those nearby didn't see it that way. A treasure that could be called the beast tamer god, and he said it was just a small gain? Their differing expressions were all seen by Gu Changqing. "Since you don't believe the truth, then let your thoughts run wild. Did you pass the level?" Shengo came before him, his expression still serious. Gu Changqing shook his head. "None of your intel matched. The 3 heads of the dragon touch are 1 male and 1 female. Thanks to you, I almost died at their hands." Shengo's eyes flickered with colors, a mix of shock, lingering fear, and more emotions that even he couldn't articulate. "I apologize to you, it was my fault." "No need." Shengo hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping short. Gu Changqing held no malice towards him. There was no affection either. Even if he weren't a member of the Chen family, they might not have become friends. He seemed sincere, yet there was an indescribable quality beneath that. "Teacher Xia, we should head back and prepare well for the big exam." "Alright, I've already informed the association. There will be 3 waves of association members protecting us on the way." Just as he brushed past Shengo, "Wait." Shengo called out to him, "Before the big exam, Xiao Hai should be able to advance to a senior beast master. Moreover, the Chen family has used almost all their connections to purchase a king-level beast card. Don't underestimate just being king-level, its combat power is comparable to a legend. Last night, you indeed intimidated me. It was only afterward that I realized your beast couldn't unleash that world-destroying strike without a cost." Gu Changqing was surprised again. "As an enemy, what are you trying to gain by revealing this information to me?" "That's right, such a strike nearly drained all my energy. But so what? Crushing Chen-Hai and revealing the truth was my initial goal." Chen-Hai? The Chen family? Having passed the most dangerous period, they were no longer in Gu Changqing's eyes. Shengo was taken aback, then revealed a bitter smile. Watching Gu Changqing's retreating figure, he murmured, "Gu Changqing, what if there's a beast that can restrain your legendary beast?" On the way back, everyone from the Jinhai Girls' High School was silent. Even Su Qing, who was close to him, was deep in thought. As Xia Bing had said, upon reaching the Jinhai city gate, there were 3 waves of Beast Master Association teams patrolling the road. Gu Changqing turned to glance outside the city and walked straight into the light gate. The moment he returned to the city, the power of the abyss enveloped him, and that feeling of being protected returned. "Brother Changqing, if you encounter me during the big exam, don't go too hard on me." In the car, Su Qing broke the silence. "Who knows? Anyway, let's work hard together. Since we're in the same city, it's inevitable we'll run into each other." Su Qing was surprised. "Didn't you check the official website for this year's exam process?" Gu Changqing shook his head. "Since I got Xiao Jin, I haven't had a moment's peace. This year's rules have changed. In addition to individual ability scores, there are 2 more items. One is the escape battle, and the other is the team battle. Is this year's big exam that difficult? In previous national exams, there were only 2 sections, the written exam and the martial exam. The written exam tested knowledge of beast cultivation, while the martial exam assessed performance in artificial dungeons and battle outcomes. Only those who ranked in the top 50 of the entire city in both categories qualified for the National Comprehensive Examination. Each section was focused on the individual. However, through Su Qing's explanation, the escape battle and team battle were based on the overall strength of the school unit. It's quite normal. This year's new Beast Masters have produced many talented individuals. Xia Bing, steering the wheel, looked at the 2 sitting side by side through the rearview mirror and continued, "Classmate Changqing, regarding your legendary beast, it is indeed the only one in the history of Jinhai City. However, in various provinces, including Kyoto and other large cities, it is not as rare as a phoenix feather. There's also Su Qing. Even though your family has poured all their resources into you, you still can't let your guard down. What a pity. If only you could come to our Jinhai Girls' High School, you and Su Cheng would definitely make a name for yourselves across the country. Gu Changqing curled his lips. Make a name for themselves? It certainly wouldn't be a good one. Brother Changqing, how about you? Seeing Su Cheng inching closer, Gu Changqing quickly sidestepped to maintain a safe distance. No, I'm afraid Xiao Jin will get jealous. Humph. Su Cheng sat back with a haughty demeanor. You have no sense of romance at all. Gu Changqing glanced at the slightly raised hill in front of him. Whether he had a sense of romance or not, it seemed to make no difference. Xia Bing looked at Gu Changqing, who still wouldn't speak, and couldn't help but sigh softly. If she had believed a bit more back then, insisted on following the school's intentions, and not analyze things with a conventional mindset, perhaps the situation wouldn't be as dire as it is now. She was already prepared to be punished by the girls' high school. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, was flipping through a few beast pet cards lying in his backpack, feeling troubled. The second beast space currently had 5 options. The first was the Wind Eagle King, which he naturally wouldn't consider now that he had Xiao Jin. The second was the Mimic Beast. Although it was just the most ordinary of beast pets, its abilities were quite special. The third was the 3-headed touch dragon, which Gu Changqing already had plans for. The fourth was a king-level beast pet as a reward for completing a task, a snow leopard with incredible speed. And the last one was an unknown black card. He was more inclined towards the mimic beast, and there were still 5 golden attributes left to draw, eagerly anticipating what abilities the corresponding mimic beast's attributes would have. Compared to the other 4, the unknown beast pet in the black card seemed to be filled with magic, making him constantly waver and hesitate. We're here. The car stopped, and Gu Changqing looked up just in time to see Yi Ruyan's anxious and haggard face. Only when she saw that he was safe did she relax. Sister! Gu Changqing opened the door and got out of the car. Yi Ruyan searched his body with both hands for a long time before worryingly asking, Are you hurt? How could I be hurt? My name is quite famous in the city, right? Seeing Gu Changqing's childlike demeanor, Yi Ruyan's gaze softened, her right hand resting on his neck. Famous? My ears are almost getting calluses from hearing it. Classmate Changqing will be leaving first. Xia Bing called out and drove away. Brother Changqing, see you at the big exam. Yi Ruyan frowned slightly. Brother Changqing, that sounds so sweet. Her eyes carried a different emotion. Gu Changqing hurriedly summoned Xiao Jin to block in front of him. It's just a normal friendship. You can ask Xiao Jin if you don't believe me. Xiao Jin knew the woman's position in its master's heart, spreading its wings and flying into Yi Ruyan's embrace, chirping away. Gu Changqing's expression gradually darkened. This guy was snitching. It was describing in tears how ambiguous he was with Su Qing, to the point of neglecting it. Fortunately, its current level wasn't high, and only he, as the master, could understand what it was saying. Alright, you must have gained a lot from the trip outside the city. Come in and tell me slowly. Okay. At the dining table, one person and one bird were devouring the food in front of them like a whirlwind. From time to time, Gu Changqing transformed into an excellent storyteller, embellishing the events he experienced. But the life-threatening parts were automatically omitted. Yi Ruyan smiled sweetly, constantly adding dishes for them, listening quietly. Gu Changqing sensed something was off, stopped his flow of words, and put down his chopsticks, saying, Sister, you. He didn't know when, but tears had started to flow from the corners of her eyes. Yi Ruyan wiped them away and said, Seeing you become an excellent genius beast master means I haven't let your parents down. I'm very happy. You're lying. Every time you deceive me, you have this calm and breezy demeanor. Sister, you want to return to the battlefield too, right? Yi Ruyan was taken aback, her thoughts exposed, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. The biggest gain from this trip is knowing about the news of the resurrection ginseng. I believe your family has been tirelessly searching for it. The resurrection ginseng can reshape and eliminate hidden ailments in the body, helping beast tamers to fully revive. What surprised Gu Changqing was Yi Ruyan's strange reaction. Not only did she show no joy, but she also stood up abruptly as if she had touched a reverse scale. Little Jean, who was still showing off his food, was so frightened that the feathers on his back bristled. No, even if I know, what does it matter? My injuries cannot be healed by resurrection ginseng. With my background, how could I find a single resurrection ginseng? It's all a scam, don't fall for it. The people from the private independent high school are all swindlers relying on sweet talk. Sister. Yi Ruyan's loss of composure was unprecedented in his memory. Even when he was nearly killed by the Chun family, Yi Ruyan had mostly shown anger and used whatever resources she could to help him resolve it. Now, upon hearing about the resurrection ginseng, She was like a lioness stirred by terrifying memories, completely in a state ready to devour. He didn't mention the private independent high school, but Yi Ruyan knew. Xing, you should focus your energy on the upcoming exam. There are only 2 or 3 days left. Don't let us down. Gu Changqing nodded, his tone softening. Got it, sister. This time, I want everyone to know that my sister is the strongest, because she brought out an even stronger me. You little brat, you're teasing me again. After finishing the meal, Yi Ruyan returned to Xinhai No. 1 high school. With the exam approaching, her responsibilities as a teacher grew heavier. Gu Changqing sat on the sofa, rubbing the round belly of the Jinwu lying on his lap, and said, Little Jin, is the resurrection ginseng really useless? I don't know. Little Jin scratched its belly, its eyes rolling, and said, Master, that black egg might know. Then, Little Jin returned to the beast space and pulled out a black card from inside. What are you doing? I'm resting and recovering energy. The mysterious beast inside the black card spoke in a childish voice in Gu Changqing's consciousness. Using the unique communication channel between me and the master, that's giving you face. Keep talking, and I'll peck you to death. Little Jin's sharp beak made the black card scream repeatedly. Be honest. The master wants to ask you what effects the resurrection ginseng has. Resurrection ginseng? Do you have it? Give it to me, and I can level up again. Black egg, if you keep talking nonsense, you really won't have a chance. Alright, the resurrection ginseng does have the effects that the master knows. However, that's just the most superficial and wasteful use. If combined with several nearly extinct divine materials, it can break through the peak barriers of beast tamers and reach the level of top ferocious beasts or other mysterious levels. The black card paused. Your sister's reaction is so intense. I think she's worried about the master's safety. After all, the growing environment of resurrection ginseng is not only harsh and severe but also guarded by powerful ferocious beasts. So that's how it is. How strong are the guarding ferocious beasts? How do they compare to you and little Jean? Master, although you have the miraculous power to continuously elevate the bloodline of the eldest sister, don't forget that even if the eldest sister is strong, she is invincible only among the same level or 1 level higher. Unless the eldest sister's rank reaches the king level, she will have the strength to fight. Level 60. 5 promotions, which means little Jean must evolve into the 9 mysteriously Fire Saint Monarch. Gu Changqing frowned. He couldn't wait that long. Of course, if you contract with me, as long as you reach gold, you can present the resurrection ginseng to your sister. Upon hearing this, little Jean thought, this black egg is indirectly mocking me. Just as it was about to continue the repairs, Gu Changqing said, Alright, the second beast space is yours. Really? Adoptive father, grandpa, dear ancestor. The black card trembled excitedly, trying its best to ingratiate itself. Gu Changqing took a fruit knife from the fruit platter, made a cut on his index finger, and let the bright red blood drip onto the center of the card. The blood was instantly absorbed, and at the same time, a wave of cold, ominous black energy surged out from within, accompanied by an evil, sinister laugh echoing in the living room. Gu Changqing's heart sank, realizing the danger. How could he be so reckless as to take such a huge risk? The black energy nearly filled half the living room, and he could vaguely see a strange figure slowly taking shape within it. Normally, at this moment, a warning from the abyss would sound, but now, there was no message at all. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. Just then, a flame devoid of any warmth surged into the black energy. The black energy seemed to have met its nemesis, evaporating in an instant. Once the gas completely dissipated, on the black card on the coffee table, there stood a monkey, only 30 centimeters tall, entirely black, striking a pose with its hands on its hips and laughing heartily. Little Jean was calm and composed, glancing at the monkey with a nonchalant expression. Hey, black egg, who are you chatting with? The monkey immediately jumped over to little Jean, fawning. Big sister, it's just that I've been locked up for too long. Please have some understanding for your little brother. Hurry up, if you keep dragging this out, I'll refine you. I, understood, little brother understands. Gu Changqing was already dumbfounded, staring in shock as the monkey returned to the black card and then merged into its own body. Congratulations on contracting your second beast pet. Your beast pet is not listed in the Beast Atlas and cannot be activated. In the beast space, the monkey was very pleased with its new home, celebrating with a dance before emerging with a black 6-pointed star formation. Master, are there any of those good things that can instantly enhance bloodlines? Gu Changqing looked at the 2 pitch-black beast pets. Little Jean was fine, restoring its golden crow form, still exuding an invincible kingly aura. But this monkey, How did it turn out to be black? It was completely different from what he had imagined. Oh, there is. Gu Changqing opened the golden entry, and a golden entry named the Path of Destiny shimmered with brilliant light. Do you wish to bestow the golden entry Path of Destiny upon the unknown beast pet? Yes. Golden entry bestowed successfully. Congratulations, your beast pet has gained a special destiny bloodline. The moment the golden entry was bestowed, the black aura reappeared on the monkey's surface, but this time, it merely circulated around its body. In no time, the black energy continuously condensed, covering its body, gradually transforming into a shining black armor and a flowing black long sword. Shouldn't it be a staff? How did it become a long sword? With confusion, he opened the monkey's information attributes. Beast pet black egg, unknown species, cannot be identified, grade, ordinary level, 0 bloodline, unknown bloodline, destiny, special bloodline. The path of destiny is fraught with difficulties. With each rebirth, it can significantly enhance basic attributes and unlock special skills. Note, forced suicide is ineffective. Attributes, strength plus 35, constitution plus 20, agility plus 25. Spirit plus 20 skills, Dark Surge, cannot be used, Dark Origin, cannot be used, Eternal Body, Level 1. Plundering Swordsmanship description, once a lawless black monkey, for unknown reasons sealed within a stone man, fell into the beast world along with ferocious beasts. Goodness, Gu Changqing exclaimed in surprise. The Abyss really knows how to save trouble. Not knowing the name, it simply used a nickname instead. However, its basic attributes, like Xiao Jin's, are both maxed out at 100 points. Whether it's due to the fated bloodline or that unknown bloodline, the 4 luxurious skills, the most powerful and defiant, cannot be used. Gu Changqing looked at the black egg, momentarily unsure of what to feel. The black egg felt a shiver under Gu Changqing's gaze and trembled, saying, "Master, what do you want to do? I'm curious, why don't you use a stick?" A black marlow wielding a sword made him, as a transmigrator, quite uncomfortable. A stick? I have one. The black mist dispersed, transforming back into a black stick. The black egg thought it was cool as it waved it around a couple of times, but the next second, the stick slipped from its grasp and shattered the lamp above. My bad, I was just practicing. I meant to be as precise as an extension of my fingers." The last glimmer of hope extinguished. "You should just use a sword, otherwise, people might think I'm training a monkey." Alright. After dealing with the second beast pet, Gu Changqing no longer had the desire to level up. Time was already running short. He had always been curious why leveling up seemed as easy as drinking water for others. For him, even soloing wild dungeons, it was still so difficult to gain levels. Forget it, let's focus on the big exam first. In the time that followed, Gu Changqing mostly stayed at home to solidify his knowledge of beast cultivation. With nothing more to learn, he relied on his level 10 advantage to break all the records for level 10 dungeons. Those beast shops that occupied the top rankings gritted their teeth in secret, but they could do nothing about this plague of a person, only swallowing their anger. Finally, when the sun rose on a new day, the entire Jinhai city welcomed the most grand moment of the year. All the universities gathered at the central Pingding Square of Jinhai City. The city lord's mansion had already set up a stage here, with a super wide-angle light screen floating in the air, ensuring everyone could see. One by one, the reference beast masters from various universities, led by their teachers, took their seats in their designated areas. At this moment, Gu Changqing had just woken up, stretched lazily, and shook awake the still sleeping Xiao Jin in his arms. "You little rascal, don't you remember what day it is today?" Yi Ruyan, dressed in a teacher's outfit, was surging with emotions, her buttons straining as they threatened to pop off. "Sister, I'm just a casual examinee. Going early just means listening to those leaders' formulaic speeches, which is so boring. Get up quickly, I've brought you breakfast." "Okay." Gu Changqing put on his shoes and got out of bed, while Yi Ruyan tidied up the messy bed. Looking at Xiao Jin, who was rubbing its eyes, she was greatly surprised. The small and cute image was long gone. At this moment, it had grown nearly 3 times in size. It had evolved from a Chuyang bird into a true fire sparrow. "Ha, did Xiao Jin level up?" "Yeah, I ran through the dungeon more than 10 times and finally raised its level." Yi Ruyan nodded, paused for a moment, then said, "More than 10 times of hell difficulty dungeons? What level are you now?" "Level 10, the experience required is just too much." Yi Ruyan asked suspiciously, "How much experience is needed to level up?" Gu Changqing, munching on a bun, opened the information panel and took a look. 51,200. Oh, Yi Ruyan continued tidying up, suddenly exclaiming, "How much? 51,200? Yeah, what's wrong?" She dropped the blanket and walked to the living room. "What's wrong?" "Your experience doubles with each level up." Gu Changqing was also taken aback by the question. Wasn't it like that? At that moment, Xiao Jin flew onto the dining table, pecked at a bun, and said, "The limitation of golden attributes." In an instant, Gu Changqing realized. No wonder those monsters could reach the level of golden beast masters in such a short time. It turned out his experience was double that of others from the very beginning. Before Gu Changqing could think of how to explain, Yu Ruyan clapped her hands, causing the surging emotions to shake 3 times. It should be Xiao Jin, a legendary beast pet, which will more or less have certain restrictions before and after the contract. Alright, the imagination of Yan Shiyan kicked in. After eating and drinking enough, under Yu Ruyan's urging, Gu Changqing was finally let out the door, heading towards Pingding Square. As soon as he arrived, looking at the sea of people surrounding him, he wanted to find a random spot on the outskirts to wait. After all, as an unregistered candidate, his ranking was quite low. "Brother Changqing, Qing, over here." 2 voices came from opposite sides. "Humph, a new love and an old flame, I want to see how you choose." Yu Ruyan crossed her arms in front of her chest, glancing at Su Sisi on the left and observing Su Qing on the right, eagerly enjoying the show. Gu Changqing helplessly shrugged at her. "No matter how good others are, my sister is the best. I'm not going anywhere, just staying by my sister's side." Yu Ruyan was amused by his sweet words. Her gentle laughter and the tremor of her fullness drew the attention of many around them. "Stop feeding me nonsense, I have things to do, you should do what you need to do." As a teacher at Jinhai No. 1 high school and a senior authority on beast knowledge, Yu Ruyan left Gu Changqing and sat in her exclusive position at the teacher's seat of No. 1 high school. As soon as she sat down, several school leaders from No. 1 high school approached her with flattering smiles. "Teacher Yi, if Changqing doesn't have a fixed university, he might suffer in the big exam. Yes, why don't you persuade him? We can immediately restore his student status. From what we understand, this big exam is truly a gathering of talents. Without support, it will be very difficult for Changqing to face many opponents alone." Listening to the clamoring voices, Yu Ruyan had no interest in engaging in their empty talk and said directly, "There's nothing to discuss. The conditions for him to change his mind have always been there. Yet you school officials pretend to be deaf and dumb, trying to bypass obstacles and force him to comply with underhanded tactics. No wonder No. 1 high school is getting worse and worse, its reputation plummeting. With this group of so-called advisors, there's no hope." Humiliated in public, they couldn't hold their faces, yet they were helpless against Yu Ruyan. "Are you really willing to let him bear the infamous label of disloyalty? The school has indeed been lacking in supporting him, but is he at fault? We are thinking of his future, is that wrong?" "Ha!" Yu Ruyan sneered, the cold light in her eyes intensifying. "Regretting after doing something wrong, and now you want to question the right and wrong of that time? How can you even say such a thing? I'm embarrassed for you. I'm still in a pretty good mood, so don't provoke me, or I'll expose your dirty little secrets here. I haven't acted not because I'm afraid of you, but because I believe in Xiao Qing. He will seek justice himself, fairly. Otherwise, do you think I, Yi Ruyan, am just a decoration?" Her voice was not loud, but it was full of intimidation. In an instant, several school leaders hurriedly returned to their seats, each one sweating profusely. They were indeed stakeholders in the school, but only in terms of profit. If they truly angered this deity, Jinhai City would surely turn upside down. After the last beast-tide battle, this deity's wrath had shaken the upper echelons of Jinhai and even the province. Yu Ruyan flicked her hair, snorted disdainfully, and then her gaze turned to the back, where a tall figure gradually shrank in her eyes, and in her mind, that tender voice echoed, "Auntie, will my parents not come back? Will I have to live with you from now on?" A warm smile spread across her lips. On Gu Changqing's side, ignoring Su Sisi, he walked into the exclusive area for the girls' high school. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of all the teachers and students from the girls' high school. Su Qing bounced over to his side, smiling, "Brother Changqing, go easy on me." Gu Changqing just smiled. At that moment, a spirited elder, around 60 years old, approached him with a smile. "Changqing, it's better to see you in person than to hear about you 100 times. We are aware of the events that occurred recently and have imposed a suspension on Teacher Xia. Please believe in our sincerity to cooperate with you." Gu Changqing scrutinized him carefully, and Su Qing introduced, "This is Mr. Morong Yuan, our school's major shareholder. Lord Morong is his daughter." Gu Changqing nodded and smiled in response. No wonder the girls' school was so reckless. It turned out the actual controller behind it had spoken. "There's no need for that, Teacher Xia's actions are reasonable. The descendants of heroes are indeed extraordinary. Since you are pleading for him, we will discuss it accordingly. The follow-up contact work will still be handled by Teacher Xia. Alright, you young people can chat, I won't be a bother." Morong Yuan smiled and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and said, "What a pity, we can't recruit you into the girls' school, it's such a shame." Watching Morong Yuan shake his head regretfully as he returned to his seat, Gu Changqing curled his lips. What does a shareholder of a girls' school want with a man like me? Doesn't he understand the principle that men shouldn't make things difficult for other men? I think it's a pity too, Su Qing teased, earning an eye roll from Gu Changqing. The two chatted idly, but suddenly, Su Qing looked behind him, her face showing disgust. Gu Changqing turned back in surprise, feeling the same way. He saw Su Sisi approaching awkwardly with two men and a woman. The older man and woman scrutinized him, while the younger one appeared indifferent, pouting in disdain. Is there something you need? Gu Changqing asked coldly, feeling annoyed. Yet, the other party still felt good about themselves. Su Sisi, unable to detect the disdain in his words, said, Qing, these are my parents and my younger brother. They often hear me mention you, so they wanted to come and see. See me for what? There's nothing to see. Su Sisi's mother squinted her eyes and scolded, Is it because you confessed to our Sisi? You look alright, but your mouth is too foul. Didn't your parents teach you how to speak to your elders? The man also chimed in with dissatisfaction. Exactly. If it weren't for Sisi begging us, someone like you wouldn't even be worth our time. Gu Changqing smiled. Oh, so it seems I'm still honored? If you have something to say, hurry up. The exam is about to start. Seeing the atmosphere turn sour, Su Sisi quickly tugged at her parents and forced a smile, saying, Qing, you should understand my intentions. Now that my parents know I only have you in my heart, they are going along with me. She pointed to the young man behind her. This is my brother Xiao. He has a big exam next year, but he still doesn't have a decent beast pet. Your Lord-level beast pet card hasn't been used yet, right? If it's not in use, could you lend it to Xiao for an emergency? With your help, he will surely achieve good results. Then, perhaps we can. Gu Changqing raised his hand to interrupt Su Sisi. As for the beast pet, I have already given it away. What? Her parents exclaimed in unison. Given it away? A beast pet worth millions, and you just gave it away? Who did you give it to? Get it back immediately. I'm telling you, without a Lord-level beast pet card, you can forget about Sisi agreeing to be your girlfriend. A poor guy trying to act generous? Have you never seen the world? Su Sisi's expression also darkened. Gu Changqing, how could you do this? Even if you're upset about me being close to Hai, there's no need to waste such a valuable thing. Who did you give it to? Tell me. Gu Changqing now understood what it meant to be in cahoots with snakes and rats. He had thought Su Sisi was a genetic mutation, awakening the attributes of a T-Arcmaster. Unexpectedly, it turns out that they are genetically predisposed, having fully mastered this skill from the very beginning. Not evolving their expressions would truly be a waste of talent. It's just a Lord-level beast pet card. I believe the young master of the Chen family can easily give you 10 or 8 of them. Su Sisi choked, hatred rising within her, her expression gradually becoming fierce. Ever since he broke the dungeon record, Chen Hai seemed to be enchanted, leveling up without a care, completely ignoring her, even insulting her. If she hadn't lost her pet, she wouldn't have thought of Gu Changqing having Lord-level beast pet cards here. You are hopeless. To get my attention, you've sunk to such a shameless level. Why waste words with him? Let's go. Hurry to find young Master Chen. I saw him. Su Sisi let her mother pull her along, saying resentfully, Don't think I'll forgive you easily. After they left, Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Changqing, how did you attract such a gem? Gu Changqing felt quite embarrassed, young and naive. He wished he could find the person who had beaten him back then and give them a good beating. Unfortunately, that person had transferred to another school. Suddenly, a gust of wild wind swept through the entire examination venue. Gu Changqing, along with everyone else, looked up at the sky, where a majestic bird, like a king, was surveying the venue. 3 colors of wind swirled around it. A tall, unkempt man lay on the bird's back, half of his head exposed, his voice booming. The national examination time has arrived. I, Zhao Zhanxiong, wish you all a prosperous fate. Is that Zhao Zhanxiong? Just a glance at the middle-aged man on the back of the bird, which was swirling with white, black, and blue winds, made Gu Changqing's heart race. Strong, very strong. Moreover, it wasn't just the bird, hailed as the pinnacle of king level. Even ordinary legendary beast pets couldn't defeat the 3-path wind falcon. Zhao Zhanxiong, the newly appointed lord of Xinhai City, exuded an aura that was enough to make people hesitate and tremble. I didn't expect there to be interesting characters here. In the beast space, the black egg stroked the long sword formed from black mist, twirled it into its sheath, and crossed its dark hands behind its back. With the physique of a beast master, stepping into the king-level sequence, not bad, not bad. The little gold, who usually took advantage of the black egg's flamboyance, surprisingly didn't show up to beat it, clearly in agreement. For a moment, Gu Changqing felt as if all his contracted beast pets were hidden giants. The golden attributes not only elevated their bloodlines but also seemed to grant knowledge beyond the realm of beast masters. King level? The title after spirit level beast masters? Yes, master, this step is very important. it is a watershed for beast masters. No, it should be said that whether it's ferocious beasts, beast masters, or other unknowns, this step is extremely crucial. Crossing it will lead to an unimaginable transformation. Failing to cross it means a lifetime of hopelessness. This is the level rule of the abyss, balancing ferocious beasts while also constraining beast masters. Gu Changqing firmly believed in the black egg's words. With the golden attributes, loyalty would be 100%, and it wouldn't deceive its master. Wow! Just as Gu Changqing was pondering and digesting the black egg's words, the entire square suddenly erupted, a powerful wave of sound roaring, especially from the girls, who screamed until their throats were raw. Following their gazes, Gu Changqing saw a handsome young man with a refined demeanor, exuding an elegant charm, walking up to the 10x10 battle platform alongside several high-ranking officials from the city lord's office, including the deputy city lord. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with pink light, little stars twinkling around her. "Hey, wipe your drool." Interrupted, Su Qing was quite displeased. "Brother Changqing, don't delay me from watching my idol." "Who is he?" Gu Changqing regretted the question the moment he asked it. Not only Su Qing, but also some students from the Jinhai Girls' High School cast him wary looks, as if he were an alien. "Brother Changqing, are you really from Jinhai City? You don't even know him." Gu Changqing smiled faintly. How many people at the bottom have seen or interacted with such high-level individuals? Not knowing is quite normal. Seeing that Gu Changqing truly didn't know, Su Qing had to lower her waving hand and said, "Shenlin, an outstanding student from Mindu High School. After graduation, he joined the city guard. During the last beast tide, all his teammates perished, and he was the only one who survived. After that, he was valued by Zhao, who was not yet the city lord at the time, and became his secretary. By the way, he and Chengo were in the same class, but unfortunately, Shenlin did not participate in that year's major exam. Otherwise, he would have definitely surpassed Chengo's results." "Oh, from Mindu High School." Gu Changqing's gaze crossed over the crowd to Shenlin on the podium. The more he looked, the more familiar it felt, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't recall. As if sensing this, Shenlin also looked in Gu Changqing's direction. Their eyes met briefly before quickly parting. Familiar, yet a strange familiarity. A very tangled feeling. As the deputy city lord and several high-ranking officials finished speaking on the podium, Shenlin began the process for the major exam. The national major exam begins. The first topic is the arena battle. Please listen carefully to the names and enter the arena instance in order. If there are students designated for a battle, submit the information to the city lord's office, and after a comprehensive assessment, you may enter the main arena. Now, those whose names are called, please come up to enter the instance. Xian Sen, Mu Yang, Zhang Dahua. One by one, names were called, and candidates from various schools went up to the podium to collect their assigned numbers and entered the instance portal beside the main battle arena. As the number of candidates decreased, not a single designated battle was announced. This was actually quite normal. The rounds of arena battles were 30, scored by the number of victories. The main event was usually saved for last. Su Qing, Jiang Feng, Brother Changqing, it's my turn. I'm going in first. Okay, good luck. Gradually, all the candidates in the square entered the instance, and the light screen began to select and display the battle scenes from the instance. Gu Changqing. Finally, it was the turn of the idol candidate with no school. Gu Changqing stepped towards the podium, his gaze sweeping around. Aside from Yi Ruyan cheering him on, everyone else looked at him with scrutiny or disdain, especially the Chen family and the deputy city lord side. Without the fear of Gu Changqing's beast pets, it seemed that Chen Hai's rapid progress had given them a lot of confidence. "Here, this is your number plate." Shenlin picked up a plate and handed it to Gu Changqing. As Gu Changqing turned around, Shenlin lowered his voice and said, "Good luck." Gu Changqing was taken aback and turned to look, but Shenlin had already left the podium. Feeling quite puzzled, he approached the instance portal and gently touched it. "Welcome, the 666th candidate. You are about to enter the arena battle instance. Functional items will be unavailable during the battle." Gu Changqing's vision went dark, and when it returned, he found himself on an arena. Opposite him stood another candidate. Currently in the preparation stage, Gu Changqing released the hexagram formation and summoned Xiao Jin and He Dan. Xiao Jin maintained the form of the night bright crow, glanced at the two beast pets of the same number opposite him, and uninterestedly returned to the beast space. He Dan pouted, feeling bored. "Master, they're too weak. It's not worth my effort." Gu Changqing's brow twitched, gritting his teeth and saying, "If you won't make a move, then I'll do it myself." He Dan raised a paw, speaking with righteous indignation. "What kind of cow or horse is worth Master doing it personally? Master, just watch. I'll be right back." Battle countdown. 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. The Beastmaster on the opposite side, after the countdown ended, immediately charged over with a hefty wild boar and a long blue snake. Upon seeing that Gu Changqing only had one pet beast, he couldn't help but smile with delight. Wild boar, charge. Corrosive venom. Without a second thought, he unleashed the two skills. The wild boar, weighing nearly 200 pounds, stomped the ground fiercely, like a heavy tank, its surface surrounded by a dim yellow light. The blue snake coiled upwards, its massive mouth wide open, spewing a cloud of brown venom. The small black egg, only a few dozen centimeters tall, stood there calmly, slowly forming a long sword in its hand, just as the wild boar was about to crash into it. In the next second, the wildly charging boar suddenly came to a complete stop. The immense inertia caused its rear to lift off the ground, crashing heavily onto the floor. A dark finger from the black egg pressed against the boar's nose, instantly splattering blood everywhere. As the falling venom approached, it drew out a black sword with its other hand and waved it gently. A crescent-shaped sword energy shot out, and as soon as the venom touched it, it was completely absorbed. With a heavy thud, the blue snake's head was cleanly severed from its body. I concede. The opponent surrendered decisively. Congratulations, you have won the battle, points +1, victories +1. Is that it? Although the opponent's pet beasts were at most silver level, the attributes after promotion were quite impressive. Since the contract, the black egg had been recovering energy in the beast space and hadn't leveled up at all. Damn, is the unknown species really that powerful? Instant kill. Meanwhile, on the panoramic screen outside the dungeon, after Gu Changqing entered the battle arena, the scene inside was broadcasted on the big screen. At the same time, the basic information about both combatants was displayed by the Abyss. When Yurian saw that Gu Changqing's opponent only had 2 silver-level pets, her anxious heart finally relaxed. But when she looked at Gu Changqing, her heart tightened again. Because the information revealed by the Abyss showed that Gu Changqing's pets were one unranked and one unknown. Unranked means a useless pet. Unknown represents something unpredictable. This isn't the Abyss's fault. When Gu Changqing contracted Little Gold, its legendary bloodline had indeed been exhausted, reducing it to a useless pet. And the infinite golden attribute bug kept elevating its bloodline, surpassing the divine again and again. Not to mention the Abyss, even Gu Changqing, as the master, couldn't understand what level of bloodline Little Gold currently had. The black egg, however, was a different story. Unranked? What a joke! Wait, is it false that Gu Changqing single-handedly forced the genius Chengo to concede? It seems that the forces behind him are starting to make a show. Damn, I really thought a dramatic reversal from the bottom would unfold, but it's all just a play. All tricks. At that moment, from the direction of the Chen family, Chen Ziming's laughter was so unrestrained. Some universities are using public opinion to create rumors. This wave is truly a blood prophet. However, no matter how well it's packaged, there will always be a day when it gets exposed. When the backlash comes, it can only become a laughingstock. Lu Ringjia, beside Su Qing, chimed in, indeed. This person is straying further down the wrong path, bringing shame to heroes. Originally, we at the top wanted to give him a chance to reform. Who would have thought he would arrogantly believe we had regrets and make all sorts of unreasonable demands for slander? The data from the Abyss lay before them. Even if Yurian wanted to refute, she couldn't find a point to counterattack. How could mere words hold more authority than the Abyss? Oh, the villain is jumping up first. What? Isn't it time to stick like maggots? Do we need your evaluation of what our girls' high school does? Don't say he really has the strength. Even if he doesn't, we're willing to package him. Can you, as a senior executive, handle that? As the behind-the-scenes big shot of the female high management, Morong Yuan, puffing on his pipe, his eagle-like eyes gleamed as he stared at several leaders seated at the high table, directly firing back. I recorded everything you just said. Don't come crying later when you embarrass yourself. Lu Ringjia, seeing the hidden big shot make an appearance, instantly lost his temper. Don't be fooled by the Morong family's low profile in Jinhai City. They truly fought their way up. Especially during the tenure of the former city lord, their prestige reached its peak. Even in decline, no mere director dared to engage in conversation with them. Chen Ziming's eyes were cold and sinister as he stood up and snorted, Morong family head, don't you think you're slapping the former city lord's face by protecting a notorious scoundrel? What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are? When I was dominating Jinhai City, you were still begging big shots in front of various dungeons. Do you have the qualifications to challenge me? I'll say it plainly, Gu Changqing is under my protection, Morong Yuan. Chen Ziming never expected that in front of the beast tamers, the citizens, and most of the high-ranking officials in the city, Morong Yuan would be so tough. Today, the Chen family, as the first family in Jinhai, still fell short compared to the Morong family in terms of heritage. I hope you can still be stubborn later, relying on despicable means, and see how he embarrasses himself in front of everyone. Alright, let's see. Are you brave enough to make a bet? If Gu Changqing easily handles his opponent, you will eat shit in public. Do you dare? Chen Ziming felt his temples about to explode. He angrily sat down, no longer willing to confront Morong Yuan. Lu Rinjia saw a good opportunity to flatter and said, Morong family head, I advise you to think twice. Relying on a low-level beast pet to win against two silver-level ones, if he can win, I'll take over for the Chen family head. The onlookers were highly entertained, watching the high-ranking individuals engage in a fierce verbal battle. Suddenly, just as the words indicating the start of the battle appeared on the light screen, both sides' beast pets clashed head-on. In the blink of an eye, a large banner reading "Congratulations to Candidate 666 for victory" began to scroll across the center. What? What happened? Did the abyss malfunction? Too many candidates caused the rules to collapse? No way? Is there a replay? I didn't see clearly. One-hit kill? Didn't they say Gu Changqing was useless? How can this be called useless? The change came too quickly, just in the blink of an eye. But the leaders from various schools and the high-ranking officials from the city lord's office sitting in the front row all turned pale in shock. They clearly saw a pitch-black monkey holding back the charge of a wild boar with one finger, and a sword aura severing the head of a green snake. Ha ha ha! Yi Ruyan's suppressed emotions were instantly released. She coldly looked at Lu Renjia and said, Director Lu, what you just said about taking over for the Chen family head, does that count? Lu Renjia's cheeks burned with pain. Pretending not to hear, he sat down and lowered his head into his arms. A mere intermediate beast tamer, Teacher Yi, don't gloat. Pa, don't jump around like a clown, just sit quietly and watch. A high-ranking leader wanted to help Lu Renjia out but was fiercely rebuffed by Yi Ruyan. On the battle platform, Gu Changqing was waiting in the waiting area for his next opponent. He was unaware of the heated excitement outside. The black egg swaggered back with a flourish, grinning, Master, easy to handle. Good, since it's easy, let's continue with the next opponent. Understood, but Master, if I take them all down for you, can you consider prioritizing me when you get that kind of treasure? Those things can change your bloodline? Heidong shook his head. No, because not all entries are related to bloodlines, but it does have the ability to influence bloodlines. Of course, that's excluding the big sister. You've given it too many good things, and almost all of them are tailor-made for it. At that moment, the waiting area across from them flickered with light, and the next opponent was assigned. Go ahead, you'll be prioritized afterward. Got it. With the promise, Heidong was full of spirit, pitying the beast master opposite him, as the countdown had just ended, and before he could issue a command to his beast, the fully armed armored sword monkey charged over with murderous intent, slashing the beast down to the ground in just a few strikes. The next opponent was still quite weak, not exceeding the level of an intermediate beast master. In the early stages of the arena battles, it was basically a matter of giving points and victories to the stronger players. Gradually, Gu Changqing's winning streak reached 19 matches. In the 20th match, he finally encountered a senior beast master. The configuration of the beasts was decent, with 2 golden grade and 1 lord grade. As soon as the waiting area's light curtain opened, the person excitedly ran to the center of the arena and looked at Gu Changqing, saying, So it's you, Gu Changqing. Ah, my second defeat was at your hands, so it's not unjust. Let's not waste time, I concede. The other person's action left Gu Changqing stunned. A senior beast master voluntarily conceding? Could it be that he has some special eye power? Did he see the overwhelming aura behind me at a glance? After seeing the school uniform he was wearing, Gu Changqing roughly understood. A student from a private independent college. This was a favor being given, and it couldn't be pushed away. Congratulations on reaching a winning streak of 20 matches. The arena leaderboard has been opened for you. Your ranking is 21st. After the arena battles, different rewards will be distributed according to the rankings. Keep it up. With the leaderboard opened, during the waiting period, Gu Changqing opened the list, and when he saw the names and rankings above, he murmured, as expected. Arena battle leaderboard first, Jinhai, Senior Beast Master, wins, 25, losses, 0, School, Jinhai No. 1 High School second, Su Qing, Intermediate Beast Master, wins, 23, losses, 0, School, Jinhai Girls High School third, Shi Shang, Senior Beast Master, wins, 22, losses, 2, School, Private Independent fourth, Gaohan, Senior Beast Master, wins, 21, losses, 1, School, Shanglin High School, 21st, Gu Changqing, Intermediate Beast Master, wins, 20, losses, 0, school, none. The rankings on the leaderboard are arranged according to the number of wins. The 20 people ahead of him all had over 20 wins. Such an average record was extremely rare in previous years. Most of the time, a few outstanding Beast Masters dominated the rankings, while other candidates became mere background. It seems this year, there are quite a few experts. Damn! In the opposite waiting area, a beautiful female voice suddenly exclaimed. Gu Changqing turned to look and couldn't help but smile wryly. He really ran into her. Su Qing, with a dark expression, followed by a beautiful and dreamy unicorn, sighed as she walked from the waiting area to the center of the arena. Seeing this, Heidong drew his sword and was about to charge up, shouting, "Here comes a tough opponent. Her attributes are extremely compatible with her beast, a rare sight. Come back." Gu Changqing called back the serious Heidong and walked to the central position, standing opposite Su Qing. Sigh. Su Qing sighed, "After countless prayers, I still ran into you, brother Changqing. It seems my first defeat will be at your hands." Su Qing had not known Gu Changqing for long, but due to their connection through their beasts, she had a general understanding of his strength. Realizing that victory was hopeless, she still held her head high and said, "If it were any other time, I would immediately surrender, but today, it concerns the honor of the girls' high school. Brother Changqing, I'm sorry." The national exam focuses on the students' scores, not just the surface-level battle for oneself. Its impact encompasses the entire school. Sometimes, the significance of that impact outweighs individual achievements. This is also why the higher-ups at Jinhai-no-1 High School have repeatedly tried to reinstate Gu Changqing's student status. On one hand, they might genuinely regret giving up a hidden gem. On the other hand, at the highest level, it's about using students to enhance the school's reputation. Alright, today I can open my eyes and see your second beast pet. Su Qing's second beast pet, Gu Changqing had a deep understanding of. A beast pet specializing in the mental realm. He had almost suffered a loss from it. Su Qing looked at the small black egg and instinctively said, "Brother Changqing, aren't you going to use your full strength? Without Xiao Jin, you might not be able to defeat me." This remark deeply provoked the black egg. Where did this ignorant little girl come from? When I, Black Lord, was rampaging, you didn't even know where you were hiding. Isn't it just a unicorn? To me, it's just a target to be hit. And the other one, heh, a few compliments and you're already puffing up. Listening to the black egg's complaints, Gu Changqing also abandoned the thought of summoning Xiao Jin. But in Su Qing's eyes, the black egg's chattering was quite eye-catching. Brother Changqing's beast pets are so cute. How about this? When I advance to the golden rank, will you give it to me? Give it to your sister? No way. The black egg broke down, instantly drawing its sword, the sharp black sword energy sweeping out, clearly furious and showing no intention of holding back. Su Qing didn't expect this monkey to act out of the ordinary, and seeing that Gu Changqing had not given any orders, she couldn't help but be startled. Be careful, this monkey is not normal. In her heart, a seductive mature voice echoed. At a critical moment, Su Qing jumped sideways, narrowly dodging the sword energy. At the same time, she quickly formed the summoning array for her beast pet twice. Just as the sword energy reached the unicorn, the hexagram array automatically pulled it into the beast space. After the sword energy flew past, it reappeared. What the hell? Gu Changqing, who was watching from the side, was also shocked by Su Qing's move. His combat experience was almost zero, as he had only undergone one-sided crushing education. His understanding of combat skills was pitifully weak. Whether it was Xiao Jin or the black egg, they had completely transcended the limitations of beast pets. They had independent thinking, knowing how to fight and respond, which basically required no concern from Gu Changqing. Obeying orders was purely instinctive loyalty at 100%. And Su Qing, with her not weak beast pets, had excellent responsibilities. If it were a battle between two intermediate beast masters, Gu Changqing felt he wouldn't be able to defeat her. It seems I haven't strayed from this path. Gu Changqing shook his head lightly, then burst forth with strong momentum. Although it was a momentary change, Su Qing still caught it. For the honor of the school, she would not hold back. Since returning from outside the city, she had been studying Gu Changqing's weaknesses. Because he was her biggest obstacle to becoming the top student in Jinhai City, she had already discovered Gu Changqing's shortcomings. Now, she felt uncertain. It was not due to the unsummoned Jin Wu. Little girl, you do have some skills. At just the intermediate level, you can establish such a deep connection with your beast pet. Since that's the case, Black Lord won't treat you as a fledgling anymore. I'll cut you down. The black egg unleashed its power, instantly charging forward. The unicorn, however, was fully prepared, the bump on its head crackling with electric sparks. When the black egg's long sword reached Su Qing's waist, blinding white light and a loud thunderclap erupted simultaneously. Retreat! Gu Changqing suddenly shouted loudly, and in front of Su Qing, a field of lightning had formed. The black egg's attack paused abruptly, struck squarely by the white lightning. Gu Changqing's command was executed only after a few seconds. The black egg flew out of the lightning field as if it had been hit hard. Gu Changqing saw the pink glow in its eyes gradually disintegrating. Charm! His heart tightened. This ability, which specialized in mental manipulation, was a bit too strong. The black egg was undoubtedly a mythical level bloodline, and logically, the beast pets beneath it should have some suppression. Could it be that Su Qing's second beast pet was also? Hey! The charm disappeared, and the black egg rubbed its spiky black fur that had been struck, then began to unleash a barrage of insults. Cunning little thing, you caught Black Ye's vital points so quickly. Alright, so this is how you want to play. In the lightning field, Su Qing walked through the lightning, and at that moment, her aura had changed dramatically. Amidst her regal elegance, there was a unique youthful vitality. One of her pupils was normal, while the other was filled with a rich pink hue. Gu Changqing frowned. He was very familiar with this power. It was the first Beast Master skill unlocked after advancing to an intermediate rank, Beast Power. Compared to him, who could only conjure a small flame to start a fire, Su Qing's application and exploration of Beast Power were far superior. Brother Changqing, be careful. Su Qing's words seemed to carry another voice. That voice was extremely penetrating, echoing in the ears like a ripe woman whispering in your ear, causing all sorts of fragmented thoughts to jump uncontrollably in your mind. Ibai said, in the holy hall, there is only light. Suddenly, Su Qing began to chant that amusing incantation again. However, this time, it was different from the last. The unicorn's forehead bulged, once again gathering a large amount of white lightning. It wasn't aimed at Gu Changqing, but fell directly onto Su Qing's head. Immediately after, a thrilling roar erupted, and the unicorn dissolved into white lightning, slowly transforming into a dazzling white crown above Su Qing's head. Ha! It seemed extremely comfortable, and Su Qing couldn't help but let out a soft moan. But just that sound nearly shattered Gu Changqing's resolve. The black egg stared at her intently, its eyes filled with pink stars that seemed ready to form a galaxy. Outside the instance, the light screen had just finished broadcasting a battle featuring Shanhai. The former easily defeated the privately owned independent Qishang with overwhelming force, adding a loss to his record. Shen Ziming, seeing his son's long face, sneered, "This is a genius, the undisputed #1 in Jinhai City. That selfish waste, although still undefeated, has only faced opponents with a win rate of less than half." Yi Ruyan clenched her fists at these words. The facts were laid bare before her, she couldn't refute them. Suddenly, the light screen flickered again, and the images of Gu Changqing and Su Qing appeared on the screen. Ah! A series of gasps erupted from Jinhai Girls' High School. Morong Yuan and the leadership of the girls' school frowned as they watched Su Qing bathed in lightning on the screen. Morong Yuan's expression darkened as he murmured, "How did they encounter each other so quickly? Su Qing has gone all out, and her control over that beast pet is even more profound. But I wonder how much confidence Gu Changqing has in dealing with this form. He has only summoned one beast pet, he can't be too arrogant." Although Su Qing is at the same level as him, her beast pet is definitely not as simple as a deep abyss-level king. The whispers of the girls' school leadership made Morong Yuan feel even more uncomfortable. Meanwhile, in the air, Zhao Zhanxiong, sitting on a San Tu Feng Huan and drinking, finally brightened up a bit upon seeing Su Qing's form. Could it be a legendary bloodline that surpasses the legendary bloodline? I just don't know how much ancestral blood it has inherited within. Gu Changqing, what will you do to win against her? Brother Changqing, be careful. The enchanting voice filled with countless alluring powers. Su Qing was surrounded by white lightning, her right hand raised, pointing at Gu Changqing. Swish! A sharp, piercing sound of breaking air mixed with the rumble of thunder transformed into a unicorn made of lightning. Holy Hall Judgment! Su Qing lightly shouted, and the unicorn grew larger and larger. Just as it was about to approach Gu Changqing, it suddenly exploded. Strikes of destructive lightning, like a torrential downpour, instantly covered a 10-meter radius around Gu Changqing. There was no way back, not even a path to survive. What the heck? Black Egg's fur stood on end in fright, immediately darting in front of Gu Changqing and pushing him out of the lightning zone. Perpetual body. Countless bolts of lightning struck the armor formed by Black Egg's dark energy, but it was as if they sank into the sea, being assimilated and absorbed upon contact. Black Egg's monkey body rapidly expanded, on the verge of bursting. The perpetual body ignored damage and could absorb others' energy for its own use. However, in its current state, it had reached a critical point. Gu Changqing thought to summon Black Egg back while releasing Little Gold. "Hey, you've got guts, watch me smash your head." In the white electric net, dense dark energy spread out, transforming into raging flames that completely negated the effects of the Holy Hall judgment. Black Egg deftly flipped in the air, wielding a long sword that danced into blooming black sword flowers. Those sword flowers seemed to draw on the lightning from Su Qing's body, but she did not sit idly by. Her body trembled violently, and with a delicate shout, a pink tail extended from behind her, crashing down towards Black Monkey with immense force. Having gained some advantage, Black Monkey did not linger in battle, quickly distancing itself and returning to Gu Changqing's side. It wiped its face, fur singed and falling off in clumps. Taking a deep breath, it said, "Master, this is a tough spot. It's better to bring out the big sister. I can only guarantee you won't lose, but I can't assure a win." Gu Changqing observed everything, especially Su Qing's tail, which was truly unexpected. She actually used herself as a medium to unleash her beast pet's abilities. It was quite an eye-opener. At first, I thought it was an ordinary unicorn and almost fell for it. There must be some mysterious figure guiding her, otherwise, how could she find the path to ascend in the Holy Hall? Is it really that impressive? Black Egg scratched its head. Beast pets primarily assist, but once they merge with their master, they trigger the Holy Hall bloodline. With light as the deity and lightning as the power, it resides within, punishing evil and upholding justice. Isn't that a beast master skill? Gu Changqing was thinking about the application of beast power. No, it's a unique ability of beast pets. Besides this unicorn on the Holy Hall path, the other one is just as strong. If it wasn't beast power, then that was fine. If he couldn't keep up with 2 super god level beast pets, he wouldn't have the face to call himself a beast master. Little Gold. Gu Changqing snapped his fingers, and a 6-pointed star formation appeared, revealing the pitch-black night crow form of Little Gold. As soon as it appeared, it shook the golden feather on its head and disdainfully glared at Black Egg. Useless thing, it's up to the big sister to clean up the mess. Black Egg completely lost the earlier dominance it had while still in the beast pet card, grinning and saying, "When the big sister comes out, everyone has to lie down." Little Gold flew to Gu Changqing's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. "Master, I'm your favorite, right?" With a domineering and proud demeanor, Gu Changqing felt warmth in his heart, gently stroking its small body, saying, "Of course. Go, big sister. Big sister is mighty." Amid the shouts of the Black Egg, Little Jean flew to Su Qing's side, ignoring the flickering white lightning, and said while flying, "Indeed, there's a tough guy hiding in her body. For the sake of being a friend of the master, let me drive it out for you." Little Jin's tiny claws opened, enveloped in blazing white flames, far stronger than the sun's true fire. "Wait!" Su Qing retreated several meters, distancing herself from Little Jean, and said, "Now that Little Jean is on stage, I concede." She straightforwardly submitted her surrender to the abyss, and only after hearing the prompt did she let out a heavy sigh of relief. Just moments ago, her second beast pet seemed to encounter a natural enemy, desperately warning her to be careful. It felt as if what Little Jean had extended was not a bird's claw, but a deadly hand reaching out from hell. The opponent has voluntarily surrendered. Congratulations on your victory. Current winning streak, 21 matches, points, 21. Su Qing, back to her usual self, was not angry. She cheerfully approached Little Jean and began pulling materials out of her backpack space. Little Jean looked at her as if to say she was very understanding, crunching through the materials one by one. I lost. I couldn't even take down Brother Changqing's new beast pet with all my might, let alone Little Jean." Gu Changqing smiled and said, "Your battle experience and skills are not something I can compare to. If there's another chance, I should ask you for advice." Su Qing's expression fell. "It's better not to learn. I've been forced to study by my family since I was little, suffering a lot. If Brother Changqing is willing, come visit my house after the big exam." "Sure, I will definitely come." Gu Changqing truly couldn't learn the way big families trained their offspring. They started from childhood, naturally winning at the starting line compared to ordinary people. However, he also understood that to gain battle experience and skills, one must confront fierce beasts and fight for their life to make up for this gap. "It's settled then." Su Qing's body slowly dissipated on the arena. "By the way, be careful of Chen Hai. He gives me a very uncomfortable feeling." After giving her warning, she was teleported to another instance arena. "Chen Hai, huh?" Not only did Su Qing remind him, but Chen Gaot also made this clear. Gu Changqing didn't take it to heart. New grudges and old ones could be resolved at once. The subsequent opponents were also easy for him, until he won 30 matches in a row, earning 30 points to be teleported out of the instance, during which he didn't encounter any of the top 30 talents on the leaderboard. When he was teleported out, Yi Ruyan greeted him with a smile. Shen Ziming snorted, "You just got lucky for a moment. I don't believe you'll keep being lucky in the next subject." Just then, the instance portal shook again, and Chen Hai walked out. He looked at Gu Changqing in surprise, then checked the leaderboard. When he saw that both of them ranked first and second with a 100% win rate, his expression darkened even more. It was simply because Gu Changqing was above him. Gu Changqing, don't get cocky. I'll show you what a top beast master really is. After dropping a harsh remark, Chen Hai turned and left the podium. Gu Changqing was rather surprised. This guy seemed to have a bit of insight now. Did he receive guidance from a master? But that makes it more fun. The instant collapse was far less impactful than the gradual crumbling of psychological defenses, hoping to sink slowly. Nearly an hour later, all the candidates had finished their arena battles. At this time, Xinlin stepped onto the main podium and said, "The results of the first subject's arena battles are out. We will now proceed to the second subject, a hell-level difficulty artificial instance. The rules for this year's literary exam have also changed. According to the total scores of the martial arts exam, the universities you wish to apply to will set the questions uniformly. I hope all candidates will strive to be noticed by the universities they apply to. After the artificial copy exam, the overall scores will be announced. The top 30 candidates will represent Shanghai City and their schools to compete against the geniuses from various provinces and cities of Manhwa. The written exam postponed? Only those selected will have a chance?" A series of changes left most of the candidates present in shock and confusion. Only a small number of people had a general understanding of how special this year's national exam was, all of them eager to make a final impressive effort. "Xiao Chang, so far, you have not been selected by any Beast Master University." The scores from the arena battles had already been reported to various cities in Longwa, and even the top-tier and second-tier universities had received them. That's normal. Gu Changqing was not surprised. This year's national exam was much more difficult compared to previous years. Correspondingly, the admission criteria for those Beast Master universities had naturally risen. Moreover, a single arena battle could not indicate anything substantial. In this situation, individual scores had merely become a reference. The main event still lay in the final survival battle and team battle. However, Yiruyan changed the subject. One of the four symbols academies in the provincial capital, Xuanwu University, is paying special attention to Chen Hai. If his subsequent scores continue to rank high, it's probably secured. Oh, the Four Symbols University? The Four Symbols University is named after the legendary Four Divine Beasts. In terms of school history and faculty strength, it is second only to the Qilin University in the capital. It can be said that being noticed by one of these universities is enough to demonstrate that Chen Hai's combat ability and potential have been fully recognized. What's even stranger is that I inquired from the side. During the 2 days you were training outside the city, Chen Hai also went outside. However, the Chen family has kept his whereabouts very well guarded, with no leaks. Gu Changqing frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. Don't worry, I will personally shatter the Chen family's calculations. We can't be careless. I feel that Chen Hai is different from before. I can't quite pinpoint what's different. It's very disconcerting, very. Yi Ruyan thought of many words but couldn't describe that strangeness. I won't underestimate any opponent. After explaining the slight changes in the rules, Xinlin pushed up his glasses and glanced at Zhao Zhanxiong, who was enjoying himself on the back of the sun-to-wind falcon in the air, and said, "Next, we will proceed to the second item of the exam, the clearance of the artificial copy. The progress in the copy will be an important indicator for judging scores and abilities. In the copy, you can use any props. Theoretically, there are no restrictions, unless what you use is something even the abyss cannot tolerate. I urge all candidates to take this seriously, and here, I wish everyone good fortune in martial arts." After Xinlin finished his explanation, the leaders and teachers from various schools began to lead their students toward the second examination site, the back mountain of Shanhaino. One high school. No, One High is waiting for you. Okay. Yi Ruyan followed the No. One High team as they left, and the large square quickly became empty. Gu Changqing couldn't help but rub his forehead, feeling that he was the only candidate without a school affiliation. What's wrong? Aren't you leaving? Xinlin, holding a folder, asked curiously as he walked by. I'm leaving now. Gu Changqing still couldn't help but glance at him, trying to recall where he had seen him before. Noticing his gaze, Xinlin merely smiled faintly. Good luck. You should have received some information about this year's national exam. You guys have encountered the best and also the worst year. However, when making choices, don't dwell on the pros and cons. Just like your heroic parents, they had choices and ultimately chose the worst, but also the best decision. Looking at Xinlin, who was caught between the familiar and the unfamiliar, Gu Changqing said, Secretary Xin, do you know my parents? Everyone who survived the beast tide in Jinhai City knows your parents. If that's the case, then why am I still? Xinlin raised his hand, pushing Gu Changqing's words back. Knowing, recognizing, acknowledging, do you understand the meaning behind these? Their sacrifice has etched their image into everyone's mind. But that doesn't mean that their actions are endorsed by the later generations. What you need to do is break this distorted shackle with your own self, to achieve recognition in your own corner. The light in Gu Changqing's eyes gradually shifted from dim to bright. He deeply bowed to Shin Lin and said, "Thank you, Secretary Shin. I think I know what to do now. Once you understand, the emergence of beast tamers is for humanity to have the strength to defend their homeland, not, I've said enough. I hope we have the chance to meet again after the big exam." Shin Lin quickened his pace, and suddenly, a massive snow ape appeared beneath him, lifting him up with its large palm and disappearing from Gu Changqing's sight in a few swift movements. TSK. Truly, the people from the Lord's mansion are terrifyingly powerful. 10 minutes later, he successfully entered Jinhai-No-1 high school with his number plate. Looking around at the familiar environment, Gu Changqing hurried to the back mountain. When he arrived at the second examination venue in the back mountain, in front of the instance portal, he noticed that nearly a quarter of the candidates were missing. When the rules were announced, Gu Changqing knew that some candidates would be absent. He didn't expect there to be so many. Zhao Zhanxian was no longer in a disheveled state. He had tidied up his attire, and an invisible, overwhelming aura emanated from him, like an insurmountable mountain, pressing heavily on everyone's hearts. Before we begin, I have only one thing to say. Do not forget the blood shame, do not forget the sacrifices of our ancestors. The reason this place has become a forbidden ground for new beast tamers is that you have yet to grasp the essence. I hope that this year, one of you can. After saying this, Shin Lin began to call out the number plates. One by one, the students lined up and entered the instance. However, the instance portal mercilessly expelled the candidates who had entered before. Zhao Zhanxiang shook his head repeatedly. Shanghai, Gu Changqing. Coincidentally, their names were called one after the other. Gu Changqing approached the instance portal and lightly touched it. Information about the Bloodied Wilderness instance appeared before him. Artificial instance, Bloodied Wilderness difficulty, hell description, a trial ground for ferocious beasts specially created by Jinhai-No-1 high school for the new generation of beast tamers, open to those under 18. Bloodied Wilderness. The school's curriculum not only includes known ferocious beasts but also the bloody memories from when humanity had not yet risen. And among these memories, the Bloodied Wilderness definitely ranks in the top 10. He didn't expect the school to bring that dark history into the instance. Gu Changqing, even if you can defeat Go, what of it? He has fallen so low that he no longer deserves the title of genius. I forgot to mention, I easily defeated him yesterday afternoon upon my official return. A spirit-level beast tamer, truly laughable. I not only want to trample you underfoot, but I also want to claim the title of Jinhai's best. Gu Changqing's expression turned cold as he said lightly, before entering the instance, take a good look at the scenery of reality. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to see it again. Just empty words. Chen Hai was the first to enter the instance. Gu Changqing also chose to enter. The great door of the instance slowly opened, and immediately, a thick, dark red mist seeped out. Strange and fierce. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing stepped forward and walked into the instance. After a violent wave of dizziness, when Gu Changqing opened his eyes again, he found himself on a vast grassland. You have entered the hell-level dungeon, blood-soaked wasteland. The grassland was shrouded in a dim, dark red mist. The grass, half a person tall, provided the perfect cover for lurking beasts. Little wild boar. Before Gu Changqing could take any action, the black egg, which had come out of the beast's space on its own, was the first to charge forward, using its long sword to slash through the weeds and clear a path. Watching as a group of startled lower-level bloodthirsty hedgehogs charged at them with tusks as thick as arms, the black egg became excited, swinging its sword left and right. In no time, 5 bloodthirsty hedgehogs were dismembered, turning into a pile of meat chunks. Its skillful technique was almost on par with that of a master butcher. The experience points are so few. This doesn't seem like what hell difficulty should be like. The black egg caressed the sword's body, resembling a graceful swordsman, weaving among the bloodthirsty hedgehogs. Gu Changqing sighed. What a pity, why did it have to show off its sword skills? Before long, there were no more traces of the bloodthirsty hedgehogs. Let's go! Gu Changqing led his 2 beast companions forward. As they exited the grassland, suddenly, a thick cloud of mist descended from the depths of the dungeon like a collapsing sky. Ha! The black egg glanced and exclaimed, that power seems to be the first batch of beasts being drawn in. Just as it was astonished, the mist rolled in, and a tiger engulfed in green flames leaped out, first launching several green fireballs directly at the black egg and Gu Changqing. Taking advantage of their evasive maneuvers, it swiftly launched a sneak attack on the black egg. This tiger is a dead creature, master, be careful of its flames. This is a fire specifically targeting souls. The black egg transformed into an encyclopedia of beasts, explaining to Gu Changqing while drawing its sword. The flames extinguished, and the energy within was completely drained by the sword technique. Guide. White flames surged from Gu Changqing's fingertips, and with a whisper, several fire lines split from the small flame, wrapping around the temperatureless yet highly corrosive green fireballs, which were quickly pulled into the cluster of flames. The firepower of the little golden flame came from the unique bloodline of the golden crow's great son Golden Flame. After the green fireballs were decomposed and attempted to struggle, they were completely devoured by the domineering white flames. Your Beast Master skill Beast Power, Fire Control Technique, Proficiency plus 10, huh? After the battle with Su Qing, although Gu Changqing completely overwhelmed in terms of beast companions, it made him value the abilities of the Beast Master himself. The skills of a Beast Master stem from their beasts, and he had a sudden idea to see how powerful the fire control technique was. However, he did not expect its power to far exceed his expectations. But when he saw the proficiency of the fire control technique, with 3 zeros following the 5, it felt like a cold bucket of water was ruthlessly poured over him. The road ahead is long and arduous. On the other side, the sharp black sword energy of the black egg absorbed the incoming fireballs. Seeing the fiery corpse tiger engage in close combat, it turned like a ghost, almost teleporting behind it, and thrust the black long sword into its back. The sword tip pierced through the heart, shattering a green crystal, and the energy within gradually flowed along the sword into the black egg's body, merging with the black energy. Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast, Fiery Corpse Tiger. Experience plus 30. Your beast companion's level has increased. Successfully leveling up from 0 to 1, the black egg's height increased slightly, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. However, its fur became much shinier. Proudly touching its black fur, it said, "Master, don't I look much more spirited?" Gu Changqing replied irritably, "Hurry up and get to work. Remember to save the good stuff for your master. You think you can just eat whatever like Xiao Jin?" He Dan lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong and said softly, "I can, although my abilities are different from the big sisters." In an instant, a murderous intent surged in its eyes, and the long sword formed from black energy became even sharper. It charged into the thick fog, shouting continuously, "Damn it, you made me get scolded by the master. I'll kill you. Look at my sword. Look at my sword. Look at my sword." At that moment, a few fish that had slipped through the net circled around He Dan and began to attack Gu Changqing. Sensing danger, Xiao Jin appeared from the beast taming space, and several fireballs formed instantly. "Xiao Jin, I can handle it myself." After his promotion, Gu Changqing's physical baptism had given him remarkable reflexes. Facing the siege of the intermediate flame corpse tiger, although he was retreating step by step, he narrowly avoided being disfigured by the tiger's claws several times. Relying on his heightened concentration in critical moments, he managed to escape danger time and again. Gradually, Gu Changqing understood their various attributes, and with their single attack method, he began to turn the tide. His fire control technique occasionally burned large holes in them until they exhausted their strength and collapsed into rotting corpses on the ground. Your Beast Tamer skill Beast Power, Fire Control Technique, Proficiency plus 20. Your Beast Tamer skill Beast Power, Fire Control Technique, Proficiency plus 20. A series of notifications rolled in, making Gu Changqing overjoyed. He had thought that the only way to increase the proficiency of the fire control technique was by devouring flames, but it turned out that fighting and using skills directly was a faster way to gain it. Finding the method, Gu Changqing had He Dan continuously release ferocious beasts, and with increasingly skilled techniques, the battle time was greatly shortened. Gu Changqing found joy in it, tirelessly grinding experience with the ferocious beasts. When his stamina reached its limit, he took medicine and continued to charge forward, completely forgetting that it was an exam, until the solemn voice of the abyss echoed in the dungeon, a prompt that all examinees in the dungeon could hear. Congratulations to examinee 439, Chen Hai, for killing the level 40 advanced ferocious beast Undying Flame Corpse, and discovering the secret of the Undying Beast group. The first phase of the plot ends, and the second phase of the plot begins, bloodshed on the wasteland. The announcement repeated 3 times, and Gu Changqing burned the last ferocious beast to death, his gaze slightly focused. Chen Hai had truly undergone a transformation. The Chen family had pinned all their hopes on him. Congratulations to examinee 119, Shi Shang, for killing the level 40 advanced ferocious beast Undying Flame Corpse and discovering. Congratulations to examinee 076, Su Qing, for killing the level 40 advanced ferocious beast. Congratulations to examinee 444, Morong Qin, for killing the level 40. More and more beast tamer examinees, following Chen Hai, completed the first phase of the plot one after another like bamboo shoots after rain, eager to not waste even a second. Gu Changqing looked at the proficiency of his fire control technique at 2000 and thought that to raise it, he would have to set it aside for now. Xiaojin, hey Dan, kill. Hey Dan's sword momentum did not stop, and upon hearing this, it turned its head. Master, I've already put in full power. Suddenly, a fireball the size of a basin, trailing a golden flame tail, shot into the thick fog. Boom! Like a brilliant firework exploding in the pitch-black night, the golden light dazzled, and the waves of fire surged, scattering fiery sparks everywhere. Any ferocious beast that was touched by it was consumed by flames in painful howls. Even the thick fog was pushed back by the waves of fire, revealing the land that had been covered. Oh no! Hey Dan exclaimed, like a kite with a broken string, it was blown away and then fell to the ground. Gu Changqing's throat moved. He knew that after Xiaojin was promoted to silver rank, its attributes had increased, but not as much as he had imagined. Gu Changqing opened the information and scrolled down. The skill list showed that the original True Sun Flame had disappeared, replaced by another skill. Blazing Sun Flame, a true Fire Sparrow bloodline skill, evolved from True Sun Flame. The intangible, pale golden fire-type skill cannot be upgraded. Spirit power consumption, 100. Skill effect, fire attack plus 600%. The higher the spirit attribute of the beast pet, the stronger the skill released, with no accumulation ability. In the state of the Shadow of the Golden Crow, trigger the combination skill, Golden Crow Roar. Shadow of the Golden Crow, a new skill generated after the evolution of the Golden Crow's body, capable of summoning the phantom of the Golden Crow for battle. Skill effect, the Shadow of the Golden Crow can store fire energy, is immune to fire, and amplifies firepower. For every 100 points of spirit attribute, amplify fire-type skills by plus 20%. The duration of the Shadow of the Golden Crow is 10 minutes, cooldown time, 20 minutes. Trigger the combination skill with the Blazing Sun Flame, Golden Crow Roar. Golden Crow Roar, a combination skill that releases all fire energy at once, causing skill damage equal to 100 times the spirit attribute. 100% of the stored fire energy can be used, cooldown time, 12 hours. The true flame of the rising sun and the Golden Crow's body have been replaced by the Blazing Sun Flame and the Shadow of the Golden Crow. Looking at the lengthy and complicated skill introduction, the light in Gu Changqing's eyes kept flickering. If the two skills before evolution were completely ordinary double damage, more like a fixed basic support, then after evolution, Little Jin's future growth path was completely laid out. The strength of the spirit attribute would determine what level could be achieved in the future. Especially the combination skill, 100 times the spirit damage. With so many golden attributes granted, he finally saw the correct return. The pale golden flames burned the rich and bizarre fierce beast clean, and the golden hair on Little Jin's head acted like a powerful vacuum cleaner, sucking the flames back in. Behind the Blazing Sun Flame, a 2% progress bar also appeared. This is the stored energy that can only be used with combination skills. A puff of white smoke rose from the top of his head. Little Jean burped and said, "Master, I've rested enough. Next, your dear little baby will accompany you on the adventure." As for the black coal ball, a hint of disdain and contempt filled the golden eyes. "It's better to go back where it came from. Ha ha ha." In a good mood, Gu Changqing patted Little Jin's little head, nodding repeatedly in agreement. The black egg panicked, running under Gu Changqing, tearfully pleading, "Big sister, you can't abandon your most loyal little brother. I'm still very useful. Once my energy is fully charged, I'll be a reliable power bank again." "You almost got the master into danger, and you still have the nerve to say you're reliable." Little Jean flew onto the black egg's head, pecking at it with its sharp beak. With a perpetual motion body and a tough exterior, it made a clanging sound, creating quite a commotion. The black egg smiled ingratiatingly. He, isn't that just wanting to admire the big sister's heroic figure? Since you leveled up, you rarely come out to move around. I haven't seen you in a long time, and I've been thinking about you so much that my dark circles are heavy. Gu Changqing smiled warmly as she watched the two beast pets bicker. Just then, a heavy thud echoed, and the temperature around them suddenly dropped. The cold was not a physical stimulus but acted on the soul. "Damn it, who's the blind one?" The black egg's pupils turned blood red. "Didn't you see I was reporting to the big sister?" A massive flame corpse tiger, reborn from the ashes, appeared, but its movements were extremely slow, as if every step weighed a ton. The black egg drew its sword, and dozens of black sword energies instantly transformed, slashing at all the vital points of the flame corpse tiger. The next second, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and those plundering sword energies, upon impact, were actually dispersed. "Humans should all die." The already dead and stiff tiger head suddenly opened its foul-smelling mouth and spoke human words. "Black egg!" Gu Changqing called out to the black egg, which was about to continue attacking, and before him, information about the infernal corpse tiger appeared. Undying infernal corpse, high-level puppet beast level, 40 attributes, constitution plus 3000 skills, unmoving as a mountain, undying corpse flame description, a puppet beast brought back from the true blood-soaked wasteland, possessing unparalleled perfect defense. However, it also has the weaknesses of a puppet. Once, human beast tamers used countless troops to barely extinguish its energy. This was the first time Gu Changqing had seen a beast with a single attribute. But that staggering 3,000 points in constitution was enough to prove how formidable it was. Was this the culprit behind the undying infernal corpse tigers in the blood-soaked wasteland? The candidates who had cleared a path for him had indeed proven that defeating it would allow them to enter the next stage of the story. Humans, all should die. The head of the undying infernal corpse roared again. A surge of green flames erupted from beneath its feet, rapidly spreading in all directions. Wherever the green flames burned, it turned gray, devoid of life. Fire control technique. Gu Changqing ignited white flames, attempting to absorb and devour the green flames as he had done before. But as soon as the white flames touched, they withered and extinguished, causing the white flames at Gu Changqing's fingertips to turn gray as well. Damn it! Gu Changqing quickly retracted the fire control technique and took several pills from his backpack, popping them into his mouth to restore his fingers to normal. The green flames of the undying infernal corpse were many times stronger than those of the infernal corpse tigers. Xiao Jin, go! Xiao Jin flew to the ground and stepped involuntarily. The green flames immediately wrapped around it like maggots clinging to flesh. The black egg panicked, wanting to draw its sword for rescue, but Gu Changqing pressed down on its head. Don't panic. A body that is nearly impossible to break through must have a mechanism. The difficulty of this first checkpoint was neither too high nor too low. Through the introduction of the abyss, Gu Changqing already had a general strategy in mind. That was to resist. The energy of the undying infernal corpse was certainly significantly reduced. It no longer had the terrifying might of facing countless troops. Sure enough, after being enveloped by the green flames, Xiao Jin erupted into blazing sunlight, transforming into a dazzling pale golden fire sword, cleaving through the air. Clang! This strike caused the undying infernal corpse to stagger back several steps, leaving a half-meter-long wound on its massive tiger head. The next second, that wound began to heal on its own. However, the color of the flames spreading outward dimmed slightly. Effective! The big sister is indeed the big sister. What a load of nonsense flames, they can't even get close. Following this, Xiao Jin employed the same trick again, manipulating the formless and shapeless blazing sunlight to perfection. On the undying corpse, wounds burst open and healed, while the green flames began to shrink and return to the body of the undying infernal corpse as its energy depleted. Big sister, I'm here to assist you. With the threat gone, the black egg could finally vent its anger, and the sword dance created a flurry of sword flowers, with the feeble green flames having no resistance against the sweeping sword energy. Boom! After 5 minutes of relentless attacks, various parts of the undying infernal corpse's body fell apart, crashing to the ground and kicking up thick dust. The massive body of the infernal corpse tiger was left with only the head and torso relatively intact, collapsing on the ground without the support of energy. Congratulations, Candidate 666, for killing the level 40 high-level beast Undying Infernal Corpse, and discovering the secret of the Undying Beast group. The first stage of the story has ended, and the second stage is about to begin. Would you like to enter the second stage of the story immediately? Yes/no. Gu Changqing was just about to click yes when Xiao Jin suddenly said, Master, wait, this puppet beast has something fishy about it. Something fishy? Gu Changqing, filled with confusion, circled around the large corpse that was 7 meters long and 3 meters high. Heidon knocked on its hard exterior with his fist, producing a hollow sound. Master, it seems to be hollow inside. As he spoke, he swung his sword fiercely, sparks flying, but it was still futile. Gu Changqing and Xiao Jin, in perfect harmony, covered their foreheads with their hands and wings, speechless. Heidon looked up and, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. The sword won't do, I need to change weapons. With that, a surge of black energy gathered, transforming into a hammer that was several times taller than him, and he struck it forcefully against the tiger's mouth. Boom! Like the sound of a great bell, it shook Heidon's entire body. Again and again, cracks finally appeared at the tiger's mouth. Break for me! With one last strike, there was a crashing sound, and the tiger's head sank in completely. In the next moment, a torrent of green liquid flowed out from the gap, instantly illuminating the surroundings with a vibrant green glow, as a coffin bathed in the liquid was washed out from within. Warning! Warning! The plot of the instance has changed. You have inadvertently released something beyond the difficulty of this instance. It has been detected that you will be in life-threatening danger, and a teleportation portal will be activated immediately. After exiting, your exam results will be recalculated. The abyssal prompt sounded like an alarm, beeping incessantly. In an instant, Xiao Jin and Heidon both shielded Gu Changqing behind them, as if something extraordinary was about to emerge. Master! Master! The two beast companions forcibly pushed Gu Changqing back, away from the liquid and further from the coffin. Heidon! In terms of experience, Heidon, being an unknown species, was more knowledgeable than Xiaojin. Master, it's an anomaly. Just the pressure released alone makes half of my power ineffective. What about you, big sister? In Xiaojin's golden pupils, a bright light shone, and upon closer inspection, it seemed like a divine bird engulfed in flames was soaring up from the brilliant sun. A faint phantom intermittently enveloped it. The shadow of the golden crow. Xiaojin responded with action. Its situation was no different from his own. Should they retreat? Gu Changqing felt reluctant, glancing at the teleportation portal not far behind and then at the coffin. Gritting his teeth, he said, Heidong, you defend, Xiaojin, you attack. If anything goes wrong, immediately enter the teleportation portal, understood? He didn't want to just spar with this giant, he wanted to know what was inside the coffin. He couldn't just leave empty-handed. Understood. Heidong's body was surrounded by swirling black energy, reconstructing new armor. Gradually, the surface of the new armor became more solid, appearing like black jade at first glance. With the strongest form activated, the trio began to approach the teleportation portal. Just a step away from entering the portal, Gu Changqing exchanged a glance with Xiaojin. A long, narrow fire whip extended from the phantom on Xiaojin's back, accurately striking the lid of the coffin. As the lid fell to the ground, splashing green liquid, Gu Changqing reached for the teleportation portal. Whoosh! Suddenly, a surge of green liquid burst through the ground, spraying directly upwards. Damn it! Let's go for it! Heidong gripped the long sword with both hands and plunged it into the ground. Instantly, a jade-like black energy formed a protective shell around them. However, the teleportation portal was not so fortunate. The green liquid, unable to break through Heidong's defense, redirected its target and began to wash over the portal. Seconds later, the green liquid returned to the ground, and Gu Changqing's heart sank. There was no trace of the portal left. This strange liquid can actually destroy the rules of the abyss? Gu Changqing was astonished. This matter completely exceeded his understanding. The power of the abyss's rules could be broken, but there was a prerequisite. The rules themselves had to have loopholes. Now, the green liquid completely ignored this prerequisite, stripping away the life that the abyss's rules had left for him. Just as Gu Changqing was contemplating how to respond next, a green hand reached out from the coffin, gripping the edge of the coffin with strength. At the same time, a prompt from the abyss appeared on the light screen. After the initial shock, Shinlin began to attempt to retrieve the live broadcast permissions for Gu Changqing's instance. The only response he received was a cold, terse message. The candidate is in a special situation, unable to play or exit. Zhao Zhanxiong, sitting in the center of the leadership seat, suddenly stood up from his chair, pointing at Principal Wang of Shanhaino One High School, and shouted angrily, Wang, how did you manage the artificial instance? Damn it, I was fooled by you back then, personally rushing to the bloodbath wilderness to capture the beasts there for filling. I didn't expect you to play tricks behind my back. Principal Wang was drenched in sweat. City Lord, the rules of the instance are set by the City Lord's Mansion and the Beastmaster Association. We are merely participants, and our opinions are barely considered. Moreover, we have no rights to change the artificial instance. Then tell me, what is going on? Gu Changqing has been punished by your school multiple times on various charges and was even expelled. Is this how you treat the descendants of heroes? Principal Wang knew he was in the wrong. This was not solely his doing, and the blame fell squarely on him. He could only look to Chen Ziming, the head of the Chen family, for help. When their eyes met, his heart raced. Sure enough, the next second, Zhao Zhanxiong's fury turned towards him. The Chen family has been quite arrogant in recent years. Chen family head, you at least came from humble beginnings, right? How is it that a crow flies up to the branch and becomes a phoenix, transforming into the very type of person you used to despise? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you can forget about standing in Jinhai. Chen Ziming was equally drenched in cold sweat, feeling wronged. At this moment, Deputy City Lord Li Haoren stepped in to mediate. City Lord, we still do not know what exactly happened in the instance. Perhaps Gu Changqing encountered some fortuitous event, causing the abyss to be unable to connect. Or maybe he used something he was most adept with. It is all unknown. Moreover, to be so furious over just one person might lead other candidates to think that Gu Changqing's reckless behavior is because you are backing him. In the earlier part, everyone could still understand, but the latter half immediately tightened their previously relaxed nerves. At the same time, everyone realized that Gu Changqing could rise so quickly even without a legendary beast companion, and his greatest support was actually the city lord. Slowly, whispers turned into loud discussions. For a moment, the second examination hall was filled with voices, all seeking a fair answer from Zhao Zhanxiong. Witnessing how Li Haoren turned the situation around with just a few words, Zhao Zhanxiong shouted, Deputy City Lord Li, Your words are meant to strike at the heart. Li Haoran smiled. City Lord Zhao, it is your words that I find most difficult to understand. It seems that while you superficially agree with the proposal from the last meeting, you do not actually accept it in your heart. The results are right in front of us. I cannot afford to disbelieve them. Unless, City Lord Zhao believes he can. Before he could finish, the light screen restored the image. A rolling prompt from the abyss crossed the center of the screen. Li Haoran carefully read the content, and the smile on his face gradually froze. Candidate 666 Gu Changqing has unlocked the hidden plot of the Bloodbath Wilderness. With just a few numbers, the expressions of Li Haoran and Zhao Zhanxiong switched places. Ah, not bad, not bad. It seems I really misunderstood Principal Wang. Here, I apologize to all the teachers and students of Gaoyi. In terms of nurturing the new generation, your achievements are indeed evident. I hope you can continue to work hard, eliminate the bad apples from the team, and rectify the shortcomings. In contrast, Li Haoran's gaze was cold and sharp, like a keen steel blade, directly piercing towards Chen Ziming. The latter was also at a loss. Looking back at Principal Wang, their eyes met, and only a bitter smile remained. As for the design of the artificial copy, Lord Zhao and Principal Wang have indeed put in a lot of effort. In the challenge of the Undying Flame Corpse, there are surprisingly clever arrangements. Principal Wang smiled bitterly. As the pinnacle of the two major powers in Jinhai City, he was completely unable to participate. Vice City Lord Li, I truly do not know. The Undying Flame Corpse was transported back at our request to Lord Zhao. Perhaps it is our input of the plot mode that has allowed the Abyss to have a deeper compensation. At this point, shifting the blame to the Abyss was the best way to handle it. If you have the ability, you too can go find trouble with the Abyss. Li Haoran was certainly not foolish enough to think that the Abyss was helping Zhao Zhanxiong, and he kicked the ball back. Lord Zhao truly cares for and trusts this child. Zhao Zhanxiong was not in a hurry. He casually took a sip from the wine gourd and said lightly, in the past, there were many new generations like him, but unfortunately, they were born into humble beginnings and could not have a good start. Vice City Lord Li, if Gu Changqing can really turn the tables and take first place, our topic. Li Haoran immediately said, alright, I will no longer oppose it and will fully support it. Such a straightforward attitude made Zhao Zhanxiong somewhat suspicious, but the current situation was exactly what he had always wanted. Gu Changqing, you must not drop the ball. The conversation split into two parts. Gu Changqing, protected by the Black Egg's perpetual defense, saw a green hand clawing at the edge of the coffin, and the Abyss's warning voice buzzed incessantly. Gu Changqing felt even more anxious from the noise, turned off the prompt, and quietly observed the changes. What year is it? Suddenly, a weak voice came from inside the coffin, followed by green liquid beginning to flow back into the coffin. A strange light mist rose, and the coffin completed its mission, dissipating along with the light mist. A vague figure slowly solidified. Beast Master? As the light and shadow dissipated, Gu Changqing noticed that the figure was also examining him, exclaiming in surprise. Gu Changqing's pupils contracted. Was this a person, or a fierce beast? Below the waist was a green snake tail, above the waist was a complete human body, with exposed arms covered in patches of green scales, glimmering with a dangerous sheen. Beneath a cascade of green hair was a face of a person from the Dragon Kingdom. The pupils were vertical, and a single glance sent chills down his spine. However, the figure did not attack. Instead, it shifted its gaze, surveying the environment of the copy with a hint of nostalgia. Black Egg. Gu Changqing commanded it to withdraw its defense and stopped 5 meters in front of it, respectfully cupping his fists in salute, saying, Senior? It turned its gaze and stared at Gu Changqing for a while. At that moment, Gu Changqing also felt uneasy, but the teleportation portal had closed, and the copy had deviated due to its appearance. He could only brace himself and move forward. Senior? Ha ha ha, there is nothing wrong with that title. I should indeed be your senior. Hearing this, Gu Changqing felt a bit relieved. Why were you sealed in the coffin within the puppet beast? This is an artificial copy, restoring a certain brutal battle between humans and fierce beasts in history. You wouldn't be. What a clever junior. The snake tail coiled, and it shifted to a more comfortable position. Indeed, there are rules from the Abyss at play. The future generations have not forgotten us old folks. Although it did not answer directly, it provided Gu Changqing with the answer he sought. Yo! Suddenly, he glanced over Gu Changqing, aiming at his 2 beast pets. Can't see through at all. Junior, are those your beast pets? Their bloodline level is very high, above legendary? Xiao Jin and He Dan, both like cats with their fur bristling, instinctively wanted to hide in the beast space. However, with a wave of his hand, green liquid severed their connection with Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing felt a chill. He realized the link with his 2 beast pets had been cut off. If they are above legendary, then they are extremely important supplements for me. He suddenly turned hostile, a fierce expression evident on his face. From the serpent tail beneath him, a large amount of green liquid seeped out, transforming into water snakes that slithered past Gu Changqing, heading straight for Xiaojin and He Dan. You trickster, do you think Lord He is easy to bully? The golden crow shadow on Xiaojin grew even larger, and from the gradually solidifying shadow, an ancient and majestic aura emerged. No, this isn't legendary. Could it be? This is the legendary divine bloodline? He went completely mad, stroking the serpent tail beneath him with his right hand. After tormenting each other for so long, you who pride yourself as a god, how do you feel seeing a true divine level? Gu Changqing gritted his teeth, taking a quick step to block the water snake's path, simultaneously using fire control technique, sending lines of fire dancing from his fingertips to entangle the advancing water snakes. Wow! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, his 7 orifices bleeding, his body weakened, yet he still struggled to hold on. Senior, if you are still human, with human thoughts, then I advise you, stop dreaming. If you want my family, you must withstand the abyss rules head-on. Otherwise, once I die in the instance, I will be immediately teleported out. Gu Changqing's weak body gradually straightened. I thought that the beast tamers of that time were different from now. Looking at it now, they are all the same. Robbery, exploitation, oppression. Throughout this journey, Gu Changqing wanted nothing more than to use the power in his hands to seek justice, plus some interest. If I die at your hands, I accept my fate. Yip! Ah whoa! Suddenly, cries and roars sounded simultaneously. In the next moment, the golden crow shadow that originally belonged to Xiaojin, and the perpetual body of He Dan, bizarrely appeared on him. The black, jade-like protection and the faint golden, majestic image made Gu Changqing feel an endless surge of energy within him. The fire control technique at his fingertips released thousands of fire lines, controlling and suppressing every water snake. Not bad at all. He nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. Just then, a prompt from the abyss sounded. Your beast pet's loyalty has exceeded 100. Congratulations on activating the hidden skill of the beast tamer, Light of Hope. Loyalty exceeding 100? Any beast pet with a golden attribute has a loyalty of 100 points. Gu Changqing had never thought that 100 points was not the maximum value, but there was still room for improvement. Light of Hope, hidden skill of the beast tamer. Only when loyalty exceeds the limit, and the beast pet is willing to give for its master, can this skill be activated. Skill effect: the beast pet's master can set a certain ratio to draw energy from the beast pet for learning, amplification, and strengthening their own beast tamer skills. Once the ratio is set, it cannot be changed permanently until the beast pet's death. Understanding the skill effect, he was momentarily at a loss. Light of Hope truly deserved to be a hidden skill. Its effect could significantly enhance the harvest for the beast tamer within the same time frame. Especially for beast pets with higher bloodline levels, the returns would be even more substantial. But Gu Changqing closed the skill information panel, ignoring it, treating it as if nothing had happened. At that moment, the golden crow's shadow and the perpetual body that enveloped him returned to Xiaojin and He Dan. In his green vertical pupils, there was nothing but astonishment and confusion. As a beast master, apart from being able to contract beast pets in command battles, one could only obtain a small amount of power through the required heavenly materials and earthly treasures during the promotion of ranks, to purify the body, strengthen the spirit, and absorb enough foundational conditions to unlock beast master skills. 80%, or even 90%, belonged to the beast pets. Now, this hidden level Light of Hope would break the balance, with the greatest beneficiary shifting from beast pets to the beast master. Why was there no reaction to this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Or was it merely suppressing excitement, acting in a play with him? You don't want to? I must remind you, if you don't set it, it will be erased and repaired by the rules of the abyss. Why should I use it? Gu Changqing's retort suddenly left this senior who had maintained a strange form for who knows how long, feeling a bit lost. Gu Changqing did not intend to use it, even though the effect of the Light of Hope was comparable to a golden entry. But what he lacked the least was golden entries. He still had 3 chances to draw that he hadn't used, which might not be inferior to it. Don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to possess power comparable to beast pets? Don't you want to stand further and higher, overlooking the path of the beast master? I do. Gu Changqing's eyes were clear as he called out, and Xiaojin and He Dan joyfully came to his side. Stroking their heads, Gu Changqing smiled sincerely and said, "But the path of the beast master I want to walk is not just mine, but ours. Without them, let alone walking, I wouldn't even have the qualification to step in. They are the ones fighting hard, protecting me, and facing death first. The beast master is indeed the master, but then what? Does that mean depriving them of the rights that rightfully belong to them? I don't know how others feel, but in my eyes, they are an inseparable part of me. Only when they become strong can I truly become strong. As for the Beast Master himself, only a waste would feel it's unfair. Gu Changqing spoke passionately, his words flowing like a river. In his mind, he recalled all the injustices he had encountered, all the schemes and deceptions, ultimately because some people were dissatisfied and wanted more, better. You, ha ha ha. Junior, you truly astonish me. His expression shifted from shock to contemplation, followed by hearty laughter. The scales on his body began to shed, becoming crystal clear and vibrant green. The massive serpent tail dissipated in the misty green smoke, and in no time, he had transformed into a human that Gu Changqing was familiar with. At his feet was a small green snake, with 2 palm-sized fleshy lumps at both ends of its head. The heavenly green dragon, to suppress you, we have all paid a heavy price. It was also because of this that the bloody battle in the wasteland ensued. But whether as a fierce beast or a beast pet, you have a debt to the divine bloodline. And I, like you, owe a debt to the human race and to you. The heavenly green dragon? Gu Changqing was utterly astonished. The small green snake before him was hard to compare with the dragon from textbooks that could summon winds and rain, roaming the heavens and earth. Wait, if it was the heavenly green dragon, then... Gu Changqing looked at him again, murmuring, the son of the first-generation Beastmaster God, the only genius of the human race, the first Beastmaster to contract a mythical-level beast pet, the Beastmaster who perfected the Beastmaster system. In the bloody wasteland, a king sage who fought against the peak combat power of fierce beasts alone. If it was truly the king sage, there were many more titles and names that Gu Changqing did not mention. The proposal to cultivate the beast taming power of the human race and establish a beast tamer school was initiated by him as well. In the history of the human race, there have been many wise predecessors, but his brilliance has, to some extent, already surpassed that of his father, the god of beast tamers. No wonder he looks so familiar. I never expected that in such a distant future, someone would still remember me. The eyes of the Sage King revealed a sense of nostalgia for the past. Seeing you, hearing your persistence and path, it's as if I see the brilliant momentum of the human race. I still have to thank the Abyss. It allowed the puppet beasts to be distributed across various instances, letting me witness the vigor of the new generation. Compared to our time, they are strong and not weak. Very good, very good. Gu Changqing did not correct him. He patiently listened to the Sage King's heartfelt words. Indeed, being able to enter this instance and reach the puppet beasts was a sign of an excellent beast tamer. However, among those people, it was rare to find even one from a poor background among 50. The rise of the human race from obscurity to gradually being able to contend with strong enemies relied on the selflessness of their generation. And now, the class system of beast tamers has transformed from mere hearsay into reality. The upper class controls almost all resources, and to those they deem lowly or commoners, perhaps even a single ordinary spirit fruit or spirit meat is too much for them to bear. For a moment, Gu Changqing's emotions surged, a mix of feelings. The Sage King observed his change and suddenly extended a hand to Gu Changqing. Confused, Gu Changqing still shook it. Congratulations on triggering the Hidden Task's third phase, becoming the first in the Great Examination of Jinhai City, defeating all the talented prodigies. Rewards will be determined by the final result. Failure will result in losing everything. The Hidden Task's third phase has been triggered? Gu Changqing looked up, meeting the Sage King's gaze, which held a hint of pleading. The bloodied wasteland was my mistake that led to the human race's beast tamers being in a state of decline. I hope you can prevent the tragedy from happening. After all, the human race is based on humanity. The Sage King's body transformed into countless white dots, beginning to dissipate into the instance along with the azure dragon. With his hand empty, Gu Changqing gazed at the scattering light points and said solemnly, I will do my best. Until everything returned to calm and the instance began to operate normally, the second phase of the plot has been activated. Do you wish to enter? Enter. It's restored. Gu Changqing's live broadcast has resumed. In the second examination venue, the family forces led by Li Haoran and the Beast Tamer Association faction led by Zhao Zhanxiong confronted each other irreconcilably in front of the citizens observing the great examination. Just as both sides were on the verge of conflict, Principal Wang, drenched in sweat, pointed at the light screen, seeing Gu Changqing enter the teleportation portal of the second phase of the plot, and his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. It seems that the person Zhao City Lord was looking forward to has good luck. Likewise, the backup plan that Deputy City Lord Li arranged is quite spectacular. Li Haoran and Zhao Zhanxiong, the actual helmsman of Jinhai City, used this opportunity to give each other a way out, both returning to their seats to quietly watch the scenes on the light screen. Yu Ruiyan's heart, too, relaxed. At the moment the live broadcast signal was interrupted, she truly wanted to tear off the hypocritical mask shrouding Jinhai City and expose the truth in bloody detail. Below the podium, Xinlin pulled his hand out of his pocket, the damp sweat indicating his unsettled heart. Outside the scene, Gu Changqing was completely unaware. After entering the teleportation of the second phase of the plot, he was now standing in front of a crumbling city wall. Surrounding him were the shattered bodies of fierce beasts and beast tamers, with beast tamers coming and going in groups of 2 or 3, some collecting the bodies of their companions, while others hurriedly repaired the city wall. There was no emotional fluctuation on anyone's face. Gu Changqing could tell that they were not mechanized NPCs simulated by the abyss, but rather a restoration of a memory, implanted into the instance, allowing the candidates to face the tragic battlefield of that time. Only by being numb to life and death could one remain so indifferent. Brother Changqing. As he walked, both inside and outside the city were the same. In a wide area, Gu Changqing heard a call and looked up to see Su Qing waving at him. Besides her, there were other candidates who had cleared the first segment of the storyline. Su Qing's face still bore traces of tears, clearly having cried. The expressions of the others were quite similar, especially Chen Hai, whose eyes were filled with unmasked killing intent. Gradually, more and more candidates gathered in this place, and after counting, there were still over 100. The other candidates were all blocked outside the first stage of the instance. At this moment, a tall and burly beast master, with muscles like coiling dragons, stepped forward before the crowd of 100. You are the future of beast masters. If it weren't for the survival of humanity at stake, I wouldn't want to send you to the battlefield while you still don't know what life and death are. But the ferocious beasts are coming. What should we do? They want to break through the only defensive position on this grassland, and once the city falls, they will charge straight into the human heartland. Now tell me, is there anyone afraid? Don't worry, I will consider it carefully and won't let anyone die. The burly beast master was fulfilling the scene of mobilizing the new generation of beast masters back in the real city. Suddenly, an untimely voice interrupted. Blabbering, what kind of broken instance is this? Hurry up and give us the mission, we're in an exam. Exactly, the abyss rules are quite trendy. I wonder if the beast masters and ferocious beasts inside will give experience when killed? Will they drop equipment? They probably won't, after all, it's a manifested image. Gradually, no one was listening to what the burly beast master was saying. Everyone was discussing what the next mission would be. The blood-soaked wasteland artificial instance, hell-level difficulty, allowed a maximum of 10 people to team up. The second stage of the storyline gathered the candidates together, and the purpose was already very clear. Can you all shut up and quietly listen to the senior finish speaking? Gu Changqing's gaze was unfriendly, staring fiercely at the few leading candidates from other schools. Even if they didn't listen, the burly beast master would still follow the fixed procedure. But inside, he felt a nameless anger burning. Isn't this Gu the genius? I've long heard of your great name. A junior rank can scare the Chen family's great genius into surrendering. We truly cannot compare. Gu Changqing, what are you pretending to be? Exactly, a poor person who has never seen the world. Don't you know what this is? Just ask. We definitely won't laugh at you. Someone quietly leaned into Chen Hai's ear and provoked, Young Master Chen, this dog has slapped your Chen family hard. Are you just going to watch? That's not like you. These people only feared Chen Hai, not respected him. They were clearly the scions of noble families from Jinhai City. The Chen family was indeed the first family in Jinhai City, but that didn't mean they could act recklessly. I will settle the score with him myself. If you have ulterior motives, I'll be the first to kill you. Chen Hai's eyes were dead, staring at the person until they trembled and quickly distanced themselves. Sigh. Su Qing sighed and said, Brother Changqing, no one will care. To them, this is just a piece of history, that's all. Yes, what am I angry about? Gu Changqing clenched his fists. In Jinhai City, if one couldn't form alliances or compromise, they were destined to be marginalized, a targeted outlier. I told you to shut up. Do you believe I can throw you out of the instance? A black sword aura rushed past the heads of the candidates, while the black egg's crimson eyes glowed, white gas spewing from its nostrils as it bared its teeth and roared at them, its form fierce and terrifying. Feeling the piercing chill directly on their heads, they were momentarily stunned into silence. Chen Hai looked at Gu Changqing's beast pet, proud of its coldness, and began to slowly ease, his face serious. At that moment, a burly beast master shouted, Your task is to guard the North City Gate. I won't hesitate to tell you that only the greatest, bravest, and most fearless human warriors are qualified to walk the city walls. Now, you are those warriors. Go! After he finished speaking, all the candidates received a prompt from the abyss. The second stage of the plot, Bloodshed on the Wasteland, has begun. You can choose to team up or go solo. Your score will be calculated based on the number of beasts you kill. Please head to the North City Gate and choose your guarding position. In half an hour, the beast army will attack the city. Brother Changqing, I need your help. Surprisingly, Su Qing took the initiative to invite Gu Changqing to team up. Let's choose nearby positions and help each other, shall we? Her idea perfectly matched Gu Changqing's thoughts, and he nodded in agreement. The two formed a team and did not rush to claim a position like the others. Instead, they walked around the city, observing the appearances of the beasts, trying to gather some understanding. However, when they arrived at the North City Gate, all the candidates on the city wall had already chosen their positions, leaving only the spots directly above the gate, one on the left and one on the right, unoccupied. A candidate who had been intimidated by Gu Changqing sneered, "Gu Changqing, Miss Su, you are all big shots in the top 3. So, the most difficult positions are left for you. No need to say thanks, it's just the way it is." Despicable and shameless, using underhanded tricks to set up brother Changqing. Su Qing was indignant, her words not defending her own interests but prioritizing Gu Changqing's. Oh, the young lady of the prestigious Su family actually cares about a commoner. Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? A wealthy heiress falling for a poor boy, how interesting. Su Qing's face flushed with anger, and she pressed a hand on his head. A dog bites you, don't bite back. Gu Changqing remained indifferent, his gaze fixed on the broken North City Gate, where a vast, boundless plain lay beyond, and the beast army was charging from that direction. Su Qing obediently nodded. Right, biting back is so disgusting. Gu Changqing, you're asking for death. The barking scion of a noble family had summoned his beast pet, and with it by his side, his temper hardened considerably. You're too noisy. Hey Dan suddenly leaped into the air like a released arrow, shooting towards the top of their heads. The black sword reflected the dim yellow sunlight, shining with a slick glow. In an instant, 5 swords slashed out, a rolling crescent-shaped sword aura filled with killing intent. Water prison, water shield, water wall. The noble scion was confident, and both of his water-type beast pets simultaneously unleashed their defensive skills. Layers of water rippled, carrying a strong absorption ability. As the black sword aura touched them, the rapid attack immediately slowed down, gradually being enveloped by the soft water. Just when many candidates thought it was nothing more than that, suddenly, after the 5 black sword auras were absorbed, they exploded, transforming into countless needle-thin sword auras, and the 3 layers of water-based protective shields were rapidly expanded. With a crisp sound, the protective skill, as fragile as paper, was riddled with holes by the sword aura. Everything changed too quickly. By the time the noble scion realized something was wrong, their bodies were already slashed and bleeding by the sword aura. Stop! Gu Changqing, do you dare to kill your classmates during the exam? Who gave you the audacity to be so arrogant? Do you really think we are just decorations? They only felt a burning pain on their faces. Sun Min was not the strongest among them, but he was also a high-level beast master, with 3 beast pets, 2 gold and 1 lord, and they all raised their ranks to gold. It can be said that under full defense, there was basically no possibility of breaking the shield. However, Gu Changqing, the poor man and cheater in their eyes, summoned only 1 beast pet and with just 1 move, not only broke the defense that Sun Min relied on for survival but also nearly died under the sword energy. They couldn't understand why a poor man could be so strong. Chen Hai's gaze was sharp as he looked at the calm Gu Changqing, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease in his heart. But in an instant, he dismissed the thought. Breaking the shield with 1 move, I can do that too. Sun Min, right? Gu Changqing glanced at him. I hope your mouth can stay tough. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind having a life-and-death arena battle with you after we exit the dungeon. Covered in blood, Sun Min's pride was completely gone. The sword energy only caused him superficial injuries, not fatal ones, but the superiority he had cultivated for a long time was ruthlessly trampled into the ground. At that moment, on the distant plain, a storm of dust suddenly rose, and the earth rumbled and shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. A series of towering light screens divided the area around each candidate's chosen position by 10 meters. The beast army has arrived at the city gate. Candidate task, kill 100 beasts. After completing the kills, you can exit the dungeon. 100 beasts. The candidates visibly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this task number. Those who made it to this stage were basically the rising stars cultivated with the resources of a family, with only Gu Changqing being a poor man. They're coming. Gu Changqing frowned, seeing the dust flying 50 meters outside the city, while the beasts were moving extremely fast, already closing in at 30 meters. Brother Changqing, tell Little Black not to move. Su Qing came over with a unicorn, wanting to apply a status to the black egg, but he stopped her. Take care of yourself, remember to call me if you encounter danger. With a command, Gu Changqing jumped down from the more than 10-meter high city wall with the black egg. Go! Gu Changqing stood in front of the broken city gate, the black egg surrounded by black energy, its armor reinforced again, resembling black jade. Roar! One by one, 2-meter-tall red horses charged out from the dust. Their skin was tightly pressed against their bodies, as hard as iron. Upon reaching the city gate, the leading horse lowered its head, charging at the dilapidated city wall like a fearless warrior. Intermediate beast Ironhead horse, level 50, attributes, strength plus 360, constitution plus 220, agility plus 300, spirit plus 20, skills, steel bones, charge, description, an extinct type of beast, known for its brute force. They only receive one command. Seeing their information, Gu Changqing's heart raced. Intermediate beasts at level 50 had attributes exaggerated to this extent. The black egg took the lead, exuding an aura as if one man could hold back 10,000. But the next second, its small body was knocked away by the Ironhead horse, crashing heavily against the city wall. Damn it! Can't cut through. Perpetual body, give me more. The armor thickened again, and the black egg pulled itself from the wall to continue blocking. After several cycles, until the perpetual body was pushed to its limit, it barely managed to withstand the charge of the Ironhead horse. Black egg, cut its legs. Don't try to confront it directly, be more agile. Gu Changqing analyzed the battle situation and gave the black egg the correct instructions. Sure enough, this move proved to be effective. The Ironhead horse's body was exceptionally sturdy, and its legs were its only weakness. Moreover, they only understood how to charge at the city wall, ignoring everything else outside the wall. One by one, the horse legs were severed, and the Ironhead horses struggling on the ground still stared straight at the city wall. Single-celled beasts were indeed the best. Other candidates, seeing Gu Changqing's clever move succeed, began to imitate him. Before long, under the bombardment of over 100 candidates, they were all eliminated. Master, look! The black egg, holding the iron-headed horse in a fit of anger, suddenly came over with a severed horse's head, prying open its bloody mouth to reveal a thumb-sized jade stone inside. This is... Gu Changqing took out the jade stone. Congratulations, you have obtained a puppet jade. Puppet jade, a special item, an important core for making and controlling puppet beasts. Puppet, yet another puppet. He quickly asked the black egg, does everyone have it? Only this one has it. It was the one at the front. Gu Changqing pondered, what exactly happened in the wasteland back then? The Sage King said it was his fault, but there were no puppet beasts among his beast pets. Suddenly, an anomaly reappeared at the end of the wasteland, with flames shooting into the sky, illuminating half the sky. Xiao Jin. Gu Changqing no longer held back. Kill, look for such jade stones. Xiao Jin let out a high-pitched cry, and pale golden flames surged on its body as it flew towards the distant firelight. Quack quack quack. At the end of the wasteland, the dim red flames burned through half the sky, and the harsh cawing of crows, when gathered together, sent chills down one's spine. Xiao Jin, engulfed in flames, flew deep into the plains, and for a moment, pale gold and red reflected off each other, with a series of explosions echoing. Congratulations, you have killed the intermediate fierce beast, Fire Crossing Crow, gained experience plus 200. Congratulations, you have killed the intermediate fierce beast, Flame Crow, gained experience plus 100. Current dungeon task kill progress, 15. Current dungeon task kill progress, 16. A golden crow, comparable to the legendary divine beast Phoenix, fell into the flock of crows. Faced with its own kind, Xiao Jin showed no mercy. Perhaps inspired by the black egg's skills, the formless flames of blazing sun transformed endlessly in Xiao Jin's hands. Soon, the number of fierce beasts in his designated racetrack sharply decreased. Brother Changqing, help me! Suddenly, a voice for assistance came from Su Qing beside him. Gu Changqing turned to look, only to see Su Qing surrounded by a large number of fire crows, struggling with her unicorn, its snow-white fur scorched in patches, looking utterly disheveled. Black egg, go quickly! The black egg hesitated. Master, the big sister isn't around. If I leave again, what if? Hurry! Seeing his master's mind was made up, the black egg rushed into Su Qing's designated area, working together with the unicorn's support abilities, and soon began to fight fiercely. The black egg's perpetual body seemed to have developed immunity from Xiao Jin's flames. The fire skills released by the fire crows not only harmed it very little but also provided an opportunity to absorb and charge up. With the situation under control, Gu Changqing took the chance to look at the racetracks of other candidates. This glance nearly made him furious. The task requirement for the major exam was to kill 100 fierce beasts. However, the fierce beasts originated from the memories of this battlefield. Some candidates, seeing that they couldn't kill the dozens of fire crows in the racetrack with their own strength, actually left their positions, letting the fire crows into the city and cooperating with NPCs to kill them. But on his way back, Gu Changqing learned about the current situation in the city. Among the 4 city gates, the other 3 were severely damaged, and only the north gate still had some defensive capability. The combat power and injured personnel in the city were mostly concentrated in the urban streets inside the north gate. They let the flock of fire crows in without resistance, and for a moment, the city was engulfed in flames, with cries of battle echoing endlessly. "Humph, a bunch of cowards." Not far from Gu Changqing's position, Chen-Hai commanded the Red Flame Wolf and a Snow Lion to cooperate, holding back the attack direction of the Fire Crows. He himself was clad in expensive armor, wielding a long spear, bathed in the gleam of red and blue, like a god of war. Any Fire Crow struck down by his skills was swiftly impaled by his spear, clean and decisive, without any hesitation. 10 minutes later, little Jean flew back, blood and bits of flesh at the corners of its mouth, looking quite pleased with its meal. Before long, Su Cheng praised He Dan and came to thank Gu Changqing. Watching Chen-Hai's sharp maneuvers, Su Cheng sighed. It seems the second position is going to be hard to hold on to. The Chen family really spares no expense. The Xuanwu armor and the Thunder War Spear were bought by a mysterious person at the Beast Pet auction house in the provincial capital for a staggering 54 million. I thought it was the work of some super prestigious family, but it turns out the Chen family bought them to invest in Chen-Hai. Seeing Gu Changqing's lack of understanding about the equipment, Su Cheng explained, the Xuanwu armor is a king-level piece of equipment, with a perfect defense skill attached, reducing attack damage by 70%. The Thunder War Spear seems to be made from the spine of the Thunder Tiger mixed with rare materials, also a king-level piece of equipment. The attached skill can unleash the power of lightning, effective both at close and long range, suitable for both offense and defense. However, his greatest reliance should be the third beast pet. It hasn't been released since the arena battle. Brother Changqing, you need to be especially careful. Gu Changqing clicked his tongue in amazement. To be able to represent Chen-Hai City with the top score, the Chen family had truly armed Chen-Hai to the teeth. Warning! Warning! The third wave of ferocious beasts is about to arrive. There are numerous ferocious beasts, all candidates should prepare. Brother Changqing, I'll head back first. All right. Gu Changqing's gaze passed through the gap in the city gate, seeing chaos within the city. Flames were recklessly consuming the already scarce shelters, and some injured individuals who couldn't escape could only perish in the sea of fire. However, this wouldn't be against the rules. It also wouldn't affect their performance evaluation. Whether it was the first wave of Ironhead horses or the second wave of Fire Crows, their abilities, although greatly limited, still exceeded the average strength of the current candidates. Seeking help from NPCs within the city was also part of the city defense task. They're coming, they're coming. What is that? Black water? Does it look like it? If we can't hold them off, let them into the city, and we can pick up the scraps behind. This method is really good. Free muscle, why not use it? The candidates, shaking off their previous tension, remained calm. At worst, they could just let them into the city. Master, I want to chop them to death. He Dan caressed the sword's body, his tone filled with murderous intent. What a load of nonsense. Just burn them to ashes with a fire. Little Jean rarely stood up for He Dan. The task is important. Don't worry, there will be opportunities for you. The black stream quickly spread across the entire plain, and when it flowed to the city gate, Gu Changqing finally saw clearly that it wasn't black water at all, but a dense swarm of black ants. Low-level ferocious beast, devouring ant level, 30 attributes, none skill, devour description, an extinct beast ant, known as the second brute like the Ironhead horse. It can eat anything. If you encounter it, run quickly. Gu Changqing used the fire control technique, sending out several fire lines, and as soon as they touched the devouring ants, they were instantly turned to ashes. At the same time, the number of kill tasks increased. Gu Changqing was puzzled. So weak and easily defeated. Was this a welfare gift? Outside the instance, the failed candidates, their families, and the common people watching through the light screen cast incredulous glances at the leadership seats. Was this blatant cheating? Cold sweat broke out on Principal Wang's forehead. He stood up to face the skeptical crowd and explained, our original intention in creating the dungeon was indeed to commemorate history. As for why such an error occurred, it should be the Abyss's deliberate doing. You should know that in previous years' dungeon assessments, no one has ever entered the second stage of the dungeon. Please believe that we are adhering to the principles of fairness and justice. Fairness and justice? Those candidates who easily killed the ferocious beasts have already completed their tasks, and the teleportation gate has appeared. In the national exam, Jinhai City is openly cheating and taking shortcuts. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the entire nation? Wait, look, Gu Changqing isn't going to kill the ferocious beasts. How come he's wandering on the city wall? What the hell? What am I seeing? Gu Changqing actually chopped Sun Min down. Gu Changqing, what are you doing at my spot, you useless piece of trash? After Sun Min's beast pet killed some of the devouring ants, the task requirement of 100 ferocious beasts was first achieved. Prompted by the abyss, he had to choose to leave the dungeon immediately. At the same time, he was still thinking about the taboo dungeon that everyone feared. The new generation of beast tamers, was this it? He, Sun Min, would be the first to clear it. What Chen Hai and Su Qing were, were just paper tigers, impressive in appearance but useless. Just as he was about to make his selection, a hand grabbed his wrist. Sun Min turned his head to see it was Gu Changqing. The latter had a face full of indifference. Among the candidates on the city wall, aside from a small portion who were diligently killing the devouring ants to prevent them from approaching the city wall, the rest chose to exit the dungeon to compete for the prestigious first place. Devouring ants, iron-headed horses, fire crows, these ferocious beasts would not actively attack candidates as long as you did not provoke them. In their eyes, there were only the city gates, city walls, and NPCs in the dungeon. Thinking of leaving just like that? Gu Changqing's pupils emitted a chilling coldness. Have you forgotten your responsibilities in this storyline task? Sun Min forcefully shook off Gu Changqing's hand. Looking at the NPCs in the city, he sneered. Are you the one who's crazy? I'm here to participate in the national exam. Within the rules, I can do whatever I want. I see, the poor have lofty ambitions and feel sympathy for the NPCs in the dungeon? Then go ahead and feel sympathy. If you single-handedly eliminate all the ferocious beasts, you'll turn things around, and you'll become a great hero. What does that have to do with me? It's just cold, hard data. Once out of the dungeon, who would recognize who? Can they crawl out and find trouble with me? Gu Changqing's lips could no longer suppress a cold smile. His hand, he didn't know when, had grasped the black sword of the black egg. A strange black line, accompanied by a piercing sound, sliced directly across Sun Min's neck. Smack! The delayed water shield protected Sun Min, but it was too late. A spray of bright red blood shot out from his neck, crashing against the water shield. Sun Min's eyes were filled with astonishment as he pressed his hands against the wound, still unable to stop the blood from gushing. The gradual loss of life filled him with panic. His left hand reached out to touch the teleportation gate, but Gu Changqing swung the black sword again, leaving a clean cut on his wrist. You can't leave with the completed task. You can only be killed and leave in disgrace, because you don't deserve it. Sun Min felt despair, his consciousness gradually blurring. Although there was protection from the abyss, he wouldn't truly die, but the process of dying was unavoidable. Gu Changqing discarded the long sword, and the black sword transformed into black mist, returning to the black egg's hand. Pa! The black egg spat at Sun Min. Damn it, I've been displeased with you for a long time. Gu Changqing continued to walk forward, and Sun Min's sudden death caused the highborn youths to panic for a moment. Watching the figure walking over, like a Shura from hell come to collect souls, they hurriedly activated the teleportation gate. However, when the teleportation portal shattered at their touch, only the brilliant starlight gradually dimmed and disappeared, just like their lives. At that moment, a reminder from the abyss echoed in Gu Changqing's mind. Wish exchange completed. Beast Master hidden skill, Light of Hope will not appear on you. After the appearance of the devouring ant, the time limit for the Light of Hope skill had also expired. The abyss rules compensated him. As long as the wish was not excessive, it could be fulfilled. Originally, Gu Changqing intended to exchange for more information about the black egg. After all, his bloodline was innate, and even the golden tier destiny path could not change that. Little did he know, Sun Min and the other aristocratic youths wanted to leave without a trace. So he changed the exchange conditions, and the teleportation portal became ineffective. At this point, Gu Changqing had already reached the next candidate's position. Looking at his expressionless face, the candidate trembled and threatened. Do you know who I am? The principal of Pingding High School is my second uncle, and I am the only son of the Gao family. If you dare to kill me, once we leave the instance, you will have no good outcome. The Gao family, one of the aristocratic families in Jinhai City, funded the construction of Pingding Square. But, Pingding? How can you have the audacity to use the word Pingding? Can you tell me what you have stabilized? Did you stabilize the upward path for the poor and humble? Did you secure your noble family's status? Or do you mean that as long as you are here, Jinhai City can stabilize the beast tide and protect the people's well-being? The only son of the Gao family, not expecting Gu Changqing's words to be so sharp, momentarily didn't know how to respond, and stiffly said, So what? Without our aristocratic families, could Jinhai City develop so rapidly? Who would protect the city during the beast tide without the elite of the aristocratic families? Even the guard teams in each district are supported by the aristocratic families' funding and efforts. The only son of the Gao family found his rebuttal point immediately. Then I have to ask you, Gu Changqing, you are just an orphan living on a pension every month. Do you have the ability to cultivate and raise legendary beast pets? Do you know how astronomical the costs of raising them are? Do you still dare to dream of reaching the sky in one step? Do you know how ridiculous that is? The conditions the Chen family offered you are already generous. At least they can allow you to smoothly enter a Beast Master University. One must learn to see reality clearly. If something does not match your capabilities, do not harbor delusions. His words were loud enough for all the candidates to hear. Su Qing, Qi Shang, Chen Hai, and a few others all had unsightly expressions. Chen Hai shouted angrily, "Qigao, my Chen family's affairs are not something you can mention." Su Qing sighed and remained silent. It was too late to say anything now, it was all in vain. Many things were known to everyone, but to arrogantly expose it in front of them was not just mocking those who considered themselves at the bottom, but rather tearing away the veil of shame, making all the aristocratic families lose face in front of others. "Are you done?" Gu Changqing remained cold. He finally understood why Saint Wang said he was wrong before he dissipated. Perhaps, from the moment he inherited his father's will as the Beastmaster God and perfected the Beastmaster ranking system, he had foreseen this day. If someone must bear the responsibility for the prosperous era of humanity that Saint Wang longed for, then I, Gu Changqing, will take it on. Gu Changqing suddenly raised his head, his eyes like lightning. Dark energy instantly condensed into a sword in his hand, slashing diagonally, and the Gao family's only son's chest was immediately split open. Gu Changqing did not pause his steps, moving faster and faster. The aristocratic candidates who were already terrified had forgotten how to struggle and resist. Beams of light shot into the sky, using the darkest sword to send them away from the instance. Until more than 30 people died under the black sword, Gu Changqing finally stopped his hand. "Gu Changqing, you!" Chen Hai glared angrily. Gu Changqing was not venting personal grievances but challenging authority. With a sword in hand, Gu Changqing pointed coldly at Chen Hai and said, "Don't worry, the Chen family is something I can never abandon. If no one speaks of retreat, then kill the ferocious beasts. Don't tell me you've forgotten what that beast master elder said. Chen Xiao, you need to stand up for the young masters of our families." The surging tide of the devouring ants was wiped out by the combined efforts of the remaining candidates before they could even approach the city wall. Gu Changqing transformed into a death instructor. Anyone who slacked off would be sent out of the instance for a taste of the joys of reincarnation. Some candidates steadied themselves, wanting to take advantage of Gu Changqing's moment of inattention to kill him. But upon seeing the black egg that never left his side and the little gold that resembled a fire god, they gradually dismissed the idea. Once this wave of ferocious beasts was easily repelled, someone approached Chen Hai, hoping he would stand up and lead the young masters against Gu Changqing. Chen Hai's teeth ground together. The combat power of Gu Changqing's beast pets had far exceeded his expectations, by several times, even dozens of times. Although he still had confidence to fight, it would be a waste to do so here. "Fool!" Chen Hai scoffed coldly. "Can't you see that this major exam is testing more than just results? Does the high-level city lord's office set such a simple challenge? Think with your brains covered in shit. He is forcing you, in a sense, to help you. The one who wants to send him out of the instance the most is me." The young master of the family was scolded by Chen Hai and left in disgrace. Gu Changqing returned to his position, passing by Chen Hai, who coldly snorted, "Gu Changqing, don't think that just because you have two powerful beast pets, you can look down on the families. Restrain your hostility, or you will die without a burial place." I'm waiting," Gu Changqing responded indifferently. Watching the unconcerned figure leave, Chen Hai clenched his fists. "You ignorant commoner, you will pay the price for your arrogance." Meanwhile, dozens of candidates who had been killed out by Gu Changqing emerged from the light gate, their faces pale and eyes vacant. As soon as their feet hit the ground, they collapsed onto the ground. It wasn't until the elders of their families and school leaders came forward to help them that they regained their senses, crying and throwing themselves into their arms. "Damn it, I don't care who Gu Changqing is. Who is supporting him from behind? My Sun family must severely punish this scoundrel." Sun Min's expression was dazed, alternating between crying and laughing, clearly suffering a mental blow. The elder of the Sun family, filled with compassion, angrily scolded, vowing to seek justice for his grandson. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Other family heads and school leaders followed suit. "The wanton slaughter of classmates on the exam stage, is this a human beast master? I see a tendency towards extremism, becoming a public enemy of humanity. If Gu Changqing is not dealt with, it won't be enough to quell the public anger. City Lord Zhao, this child should be dealt with using thunderous methods, disqualified from the exam, and expelled from the city. Expelling him from the city would bury a disaster for Jinhai City. I suggest immediate execution to prevent future troubles. Gu Changqing dares to provoke authority and disregards the rules. Such a candidate is disgracing Jinhai City and tarnishing our reputation." The voices of condemnation grew louder, and the emotions soared. Zhao Zhanxiong squinted his eyes, leisurely drinking wine, listening with great interest. Meanwhile, the onlookers, aside from the young masters fanning the flames below, were ordinary people enjoying the show, savoring the performance. "Have you said enough?" Seeing their signs of incessant chatter, Zhao Zhanxiong suddenly shouted, and after a moment of surprise, the old master of the Sun family pointedly said, "Lord Zhao, could this young man's behind-the-scenes helper be you? If it were, you need not go through all this trouble. Just inform my Sun family, and we will do as you wish, whether to kill or to maim. My Sun family can take orders, but we will never accept humiliation. Zhao Zhanxiang laughed heartily and said, humiliation? By whom? Gu Changcheng? How could that be? He is a descendant of heroes, his parents died in battle against the beast tide. The heroic honor issued directly by the provincial capital can only be seen as a disagreement among peers. How can there be talk of humiliation? Descendant of heroes? Is slaughtering one's own kind considered heroic? Can the achievements of his parents be passed down to the next generation as a reason for absolution? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. In the battle against the beast tide, there were more than just two who were honored as heroes. Does that mean they can act recklessly and without restraint? Li Haoren sat upright and subtly signaled to Chen Ziming. The latter understood and picked up the old master of the Sun family's words, saying, whether he is truly a hero is still hard to say. I seem to vaguely remember that Gu Changcheng's parents did not die while defending the city, right? Being awarded the title of hero was also something the former city lord submitted temporarily before going out to fight the sea beasts. Could there be some hidden agenda in this? Chen, if you don't want the teeth in your dog's mouth, I'll break them one by one for you. Morong Yuan could no longer hold back, standing up in anger and cursing. Daring to strike at my Morong family, weigh your own worth. Don't talk about being the first family in Jinhai. Even if the first in the province came, they'd better speak properly. Li Haoren quickly smoothed things over. Old Master Morong, don't be angry. Questions must be resolved naturally. We do not deny the contributions of the Morong family to Jinhai City, and the Chen family head has no intention of overturning that. Then what are you barking about? The information you've gathered on Gu Changcheng is more detailed than ever. You know very well whether there are any issues. What? Is someone above disagreeing? Or do you have ulterior motives? Li Haoren's gaze sharpened. Old Master Morong, that's going too far. Is it too far? At this moment, Yi Ruyan, who had been silent, pointed directly at Li Haoren. Do I need to clarify? Why did my teacher and his wife die in battle? Silence. In an instant, the previously uproarious scene fell silent. All eyes were on Yi Ruyan. Her gaze revealed sadness and disappointment with the current situation. I'll say this, whoever dares to target Gu Changcheng and obstruct what he intends to do, I, Yi Ruyan, will reveal some secrets that shouldn't be spoken. Don't warn me that I have stakeholders behind me. They are them, and I am me. Good. Ha, no wonder you are the disciple of that couple. Count me as part of the Morong family. Li Haoren took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as a knife. You too, do you know the consequences of doing this? Yi Ruyan straightened her chest. Consequences? You can try. For a moment, the aristocratic families fell silent, as if the earlier denunciation of Gu Changcheng was merely an illusion. Oh, the fourth wave of the beast army is coming. The personal examination should come to an end. Zhao Zhanxiang's lazy words drew everyone's attention to the light screen. At this moment, at the end of the plain, suddenly, towering images of fierce beasts rose like pillars supporting the sky, looking down oppressively on the broken small city on the vast plain. The second segment of the bloodied wasteland copy has reached its final sound. All candidates should unite and resist the beasts. After the storyline ends, rewards will be distributed according to contribution points. Please note, the transcendent beasts are gathering to attack, defend the honor of humanity and repel the beasts. The abyssal prompts continued without end, but the candidates present, gazing at the towering monstrous beast at the edge of the plain, had no thoughts of resistance left in their hearts. Gu Changcheng gritted his teeth, his heart trembling as well. Had the city lord's mansion and those leaders at Igao lost their minds? What kind of creatures were they stuffing into the artificial dungeon? The pressure was more intense than the oppressive feeling he had faced before with the fierce demons of Lone Eagle Ridge and the three-headed touch dragon. The most terrifying part was that 10 of them had appeared at once. It was a sure path to total annihilation. How? How are we supposed to play this? Even if we all go together, we wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps. Gu Changcheng, you forced us to hold on. If you have the ability, go kill them yourself. Even Qi Shang, who had remained neutral and had shown some goodwill towards Gu Changcheng, sighed. Gu Changcheng, I'm afraid I can only go this far. It's not that I'm afraid of death, it's just a dungeon. Su Qing was also filled with despair. If it were one or two beasts, with dozens of people surrounding them, there would still be a chance. But 10 at once, all superdimensional beasts. What does superdimensional mean? It meant they were beyond their average level, beyond the colossal beings of their rank. How to fight? What to fight with? At that moment, the abyssal rules, knowing human nature, opened a portal of light within the city. Seeing the portal unfold, most candidates showed joy on their faces. At this point, they were not afraid of failing the dungeon, they feared experiencing the pain of reincarnation. You all, please go. In the face of such a vast gap, cowardice was not shameful. Gu Changcheng had killed dozens earlier because those people did not understand the need for basic respect. Now, he hesitated. As soon as they heard they could leave, only a dozen candidates remained on the city wall. Gu Changqing turned his head and saw Qi Shang had not left, saying, "Why aren't you going?" Qi Shang smiled and replied, "I am going, but not now. This is a superdimensional beast. Wouldn't it be a pity not to witness it with my own eyes?" Su Qing rolled her eyes. "You really can act tough. If one of them slaps down, I hope you can still stand." Qi Shang did not argue. Miss Su was right. "Anyway, I estimate my score won't drop out of the top 20, so failing once is no big deal. I'm more curious about death. I haven't even stepped outside the city." Gu Changqing glanced over Qi Shang at Chen Hai. Chen Hai merely snorted coldly. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. His feelings towards Chen Hai were also complex. It was the Chen family that wanted him dead. To keep that secret from being revealed, he had to die. Chen Hai was arrogant and conceited, a product of his family's upbringing. Flaunting his power was a habit of the aristocratic youth. Besides that, he was only good at verbal sparring, often countered by Gu Changqing. "When the death knell of the Chen family rings, I will consider sparing your life." After Gu Changqing finished speaking, he had already transformed into the true fire sparrow form of Little Jean, whose body was continuously expanding. He jumped onto its back and said to the remaining dozen people, "I will go test the strength of the beasts." With a light chirp, Little Jean carried Gu Changqing towards those colossal creatures. "Two people come with me." Chen Hai also called two candidates and rushed towards the other beasts. In an instant, the remaining dozen people, as if sharing a telepathic connection, left the city wall in groups of 3 or 2. Just as they left, a burly beast master stepped onto the city wall. Looking at the groups that had split into several small teams, his eyes filled with approval. Although the indelible tier system still exists, in the face of great right and wrong, their choices are unanimous. At this moment, several other beast masters appeared beside him. That Chen Hai is not bad. He can set aside grudges and understands benefits. Humph, does your Zhuke Academy have its eyes on the surname Gu? Be careful not to get killed by him. Tisk tsk, old bye, you don't mean that. When Gu Changqing sent those people out of the instance, you were still clapping and cheering. I was happy. The fierce beasts are already at the city gates, and instead of prioritizing the protection of the citizens, you want to run to complete the mission? If it were me, I would clear them all out, not leaving a single one. This is the main reason why your White Tiger Academy has difficulty recruiting students. With a principal like you, there's no way it would be good. Alright, our time is up. All 4 of our universities have our eye on some promising candidates. Let's just quietly watch their performance from the outside. The approaching group had no idea about the discussions about them on the city wall. At this moment, with every meter they advanced, they felt the fierce wind howling, their hearts pounding with fear. The closer they got to those big guys, the more their hearts raced. Can you see its information? Chen Hai, clad in king-level equipment, felt less pressure and stood at the front, bearing the burden for the other 2. No, it's still a bit far. Let's move a little closer. Move closer? They're moving. About 200 meters away, the massive bodies, like high-rise buildings, slowly lifted their feet and stepped forward. Boom! Like a cannonball exploding, the ground shook. That step spanned over 10 meters, leaving the 3 of them dumbfounded. Got it. Damn, your abyss rules. In front of the 3, information about the fierce beasts appeared. Chen Hai mounted the crimson flame wolf and said, "Let's go back and regroup." When they returned to the city gate, they found Su Cheng and Qi Sheng each bringing people back. Upon meeting, everyone exchanged glances. "We can't fight anymore. We have 2 level 50 fierce demon-level beasts on our side. The Jinmu giant ape and the wind willow demon tree. Damn it, 2 fierce beasts together. They can borrow each other's power. We can't handle that. Our side isn't optimistic either. We have a level 55 fierce demon-level beast, the hell 3-headed dog, definitely a legendary bloodline. The east side is a bit better, with 4 level 60 elite-level fierce beasts. Their bloodline isn't pure, so we can prioritize killing them." After exchanging information, Su Cheng and the others discussed the relatively weaker points. "Hey, has Gu Changqing not returned yet? Could he be entangled by the fierce beasts? Should we go rescue him?" A young master from a prominent family weakly suggested. Even though they hated Gu Changqing to the bone and wished for his death at the hands of the fierce beasts, his strength and methods, though not fully revealed, told them one fact: he was much stronger than them. With one less strong hand, there was one more point of danger. "I'll go." Su Qing summoned a unicorn and was about to mount it when the abyss notification sound echoed across the plain. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing, number 666, for killing the level 65 elite-level fierce beast, the 3-tailed white fox. What the hell? While they were still discussing how to kill it, Gu Changqing had already taken one down by himself. Although elite-level fierce beasts were a tier below fierce demon-level beasts, the difference in level also mattered. In terms of attributes alone, there was a gap, but not much. The strength of fierce demon-level beasts lay in the uniqueness of their bloodlines. This, Gu Changqing, solo killed it? Just as I heard, Shen Xiao, are the rumors about him from the outside all false? Could it be that Go surrendered to him out of fear? Is that real? The remaining young masters from prominent families had their hearts shattered by Gu Changqing's shocking record. Even though they knew the news they heard was false, they never expected the difference to be so outrageous. Chen Hai clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding, and suddenly donned the Xuanwu armor and Thunder War Spear, heading towards the position of those high-level fierce beasts to intercept them. The young master's puzzled inquiries felt like steel needles piercing his heart. Gu Changqing, if a useless person like you can do it, I can do it too, and better than you. Looking at the spirited Chen Hai, Su Cheng chuckled, while Qi Shang also held his forehead and murmured, "It's been a long time since I've experienced this kind of blood-boiling state. Let's go. If we can't take on 3 with 1, then let's go all out in a many-to-many fight." A golden hexagram formation appeared beneath his feet, summoning a beast pet resembling a golden Buddha, with 3 heads and 6 arms, surrounded by golden light. However, the arms and heads of the beast were in the form of a lion. "Oh, not hiding it anymore," Su Qing teased. Qi Shang shook his head, "Not hiding it anymore, nor can I. I thought I could save it for when I compete with the national geniuses as a secret weapon, but they won't allow me to keep it private." "Sigh, then what's the point of hiding it?" "Well, I guess we have to show everything now. Gu Changqing, I hate you." "It's fine, once we clear the dungeon, we can challenge him in the arena to regain our face." "You go ahead, my beast pet just signed the contract not long ago, don't ruin my loyalty." Several disciples from noble families, after accepting Gu Changqing as a freak, had their mindsets changed simultaneously. They reined in their arrogance and indulgence, treating him as an equal or even a superior. They suddenly realized that aside from being foul-mouthed and vicious, he wasn't bad in other aspects. "Let's go, support Chen Hai." The group summoned their last trump card beast pets and followed Chen Hai to intercept the 4 elite-level ferocious beasts. On Gu Changqing's side, taking advantage of the ferocious beast's lack of awareness and the swift speed of Xiao Jin, he deliberately lingered for a while. Once the battle began and the fighting spirit surged, stacking to double amplification, Xiao Jin activated the shadow of the golden crow and unleashed the blazing sun flames. The elite-level 3-tailed white fox, being of the agile attack type, was caught off guard by the sudden ambush and was hit head-on by the blazing sun flames, taking full damage. He Dan then rushed in to deliver dozens of sword strikes before finally succeeding. But with the death of the 3-tailed white fox, 2 deafening roars echoed across the plains behind. 5 tails, each several meters long, rose up like fallen pillars of heaven, crashing down towards Gu Changqing. Xiao Jin moved swiftly, soaring into the sky to evade the 5 tails' assault. Boom! The ground was kicked up in a cloud of dust, and a blood-red aura pressed down like a tidal wave. A 5-tailed blood fox, several times larger than the 3-tailed white fox, glared with blood-red eyes the size of lanterns, lowered its head to nuzzle the charred remains of the 3-tailed white fox, and let out a mournful wail that sent chills down Gu Changqing's spine. At that moment, the information about the 5-tailed blood fox also appeared. Ferocious demon-level beast, 5-tailed blood fox level, 55 bloodline, primitive ancient species, orange, attributes, strength plus 500, constitution plus 300, agility plus 500, spirit plus 200 skills, blood dissolution sphere, blood prison, source evolution, mountain of corpses and sea of blood, tail severing description. One of the extinct 9-tailed fox clan's inherited bloodlines, it has entered the primitive ancient species sequence due to the inability to find its evolution method. This clan has feared flames since ancient times, so be careful not to be hit by its skills. The glaring words ferocious demon made Gu Changqing's heart tighten. This ferocious demon was far stronger than any he had encountered before. It wasn't just because of its attributes, but the orange legendary bloodline and 5 skills. Even the 3-headed touch dragon ancestor lying in his backpack, the one that wanted to defy fate, was still a notch below. "Human, damned human! You killed my child, die!" The 5-tailed blood fox roared, blood spheres gathering on its 5 tails, then splitting into 2, then 4, then thousands. Yip! Behind Little Gold, the shadow of the golden crow grew increasingly vast and real. One could vaguely see a sun plummeting from the sky, exploding into boundless flames. A divine bird, bathed in fire, walked out gracefully, letting out a long cry to the heavens, as everything was reduced to nothingness in the surging flames. "You ugly old furball with 5 tails, dare to touch my master? Go ahead and try." Within the shadow of the golden crow, strands of blazing sunlight danced through the sky, covering most of it. The unparalleled stance unique to the divine beast, the golden crow, was interpreted by Little Gold with a mere 20% of its might. The blazing sunlight transformed into fireballs the size of wash basins, outnumbering the blood balls of the 5-tailed blood fox. Divine beast bloodline? Feeling the suppression from both spirit and bloodline, the five-tailed blood fox displayed a human-like expression of fear, instinctively stepping back as it gazed at Little Gold in the sky. "Old furball, who do you look down on? Black Lord is here, so hurry up and surrender." Black Egg raised his sword to the sky, but at the height of the nine-tailed snow fox, he looked like dust. The five-tailed blood fox glared down with its blood-red eyes, its heavy claws swiping towards Black Egg. "Damn it!" Seeing that the intimidation was ineffective, Black Egg's sword immediately surged in size. It extended to 3 meters in length, swinging forcefully against the claws. The black light briefly held back the claw's strike, while strands of blood-colored energy surged into the black sword. "Big sister, it's up to you." Taking advantage of the massive shockwave, Black Egg moved swiftly, retreating from the battlefield. At the same time, fireballs fell like a meteor shower, crashing down upon the five-tailed blood fox from above. "What if I have a divine beast bloodline? Am I afraid of a divine beast that hasn't grown up?" The five-tailed blood fox flicked its 5 tails simultaneously, shooting out blood balls, and a continuous series of explosions echoed, as fireballs and blood balls collided in the sky. Fire could dissolve blood balls, and blood balls could scatter fireballs, momentarily dividing the sky into pale gold and blood red. Gradually, the five-tailed blood fox roared. The blood color filling the wasteland suddenly surged, converging towards Gu Changqing from all directions. Gu Changqing was alarmed and shouted, "Little Gold, retreat!" It was too late. The speed of the blood gathering increased, and with a buzzing sound, a cubic mass of blood trapped him within. This was the five-tailed blood fox's second skill, Blood Prison. Pop pop, the blood prison was formed, trapping Gu Changqing inside. Black Egg, not believing in evil, slashed several times, but the once invincible sharp sword energy only created ripples on the surface, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Even the plundering sword energy could not seize the blood-colored energy on the blood prison. Little Gold wanted to attack and test it, but was stopped by Gu Changqing. The five-tailed blood fox extended its head like a small mountain, its blood-red eyes fixed on Little Gold, speaking coldly, "A noble and supreme divine beast, yet you choose to form a contract with a human, willingly degrading yourself to become a pet to be commanded. This is a waste, a crime. If I had your bloodline, I would have long dominated the past and present, becoming the sole truth of ferocious beasts. Look at you now, clearly possessing infinite potential, yet you could traverse this world by tapping into your own bloodline. And now you've fallen to the point where you can't even defeat me. Your obstacle is him." Strangely, the five-tailed blood fox did not attack him, but instead fixed its gaze on Little Gold, beginning to lecture it. "Why should a pet be bound by its master's abilities? This is the greatest limitation imposed on us by the abyss. Come, let me unravel the contract between you and this useless human. Once you regain your freedom, you will once again display the might of a divine beast in a short time." As Xiao Jin listened to the incessant persuasion of the five-tailed blood fox, her little head tilted, and her light golden eyes spun around twice. In a crisp, childlike voice, she said, "The wild ancient species must be tormenting beasts, right? You, who should have a bright future, have lost a thread of pure bloodline just because of a tiny bit of bad luck, thus cutting off the path of evolution and sublimation. In desperation, you can only seek other evolutionary routes, but the bloodline evolution path of the wild ancient species has caused a significant divergence in your own path. You are drifting further away from the pure path of your ancestors. You are troubled and helpless, wanting to give up yet unable to. You can only remain at the fierce beast level, even if your level rises high and your attributes increase greatly. But the core bloodline of the fierce beast is gradually fading and becoming murky." Roar! Xiao Jin's words clearly struck a nerve with the five-tailed blood fox, which opened its massive mouth and roared angrily. The powerful sound waves made even the blood prison tremble. Gu Changqing saw the five-tailed blood fox lose its composure and immediately signaled Xiao Jin to continue. At the same time, he instructed Black Egg to assist from the side. Xiao Jin once again spread her golden crow shadow, pointing at the image behind her with her little wings, proudly declaring, "Isn't it cool? My master gave it to me. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that you came in such large numbers, I would have been saving my strength to deal with other fierce beasts. With your current state, you are simply not my opponent." The expression of the five-tailed blood fox grew more serious. Indeed, having only completed one evolution, during the recent exchange, although the five-tailed blood fox held the initiative, it could sense that Xiao Jin had not used her full strength. Divine beasts inherently possess suppressive abilities over low bloodline beast pets and fierce beasts. Even in legends, they must kneel. "What the big sister said is absolutely right, old Scruffy, look at me." Black Egg chimed in, its perpetual motion body immediately activating. A black aura swirled around, transforming into various armors and weapons, while the black energy operating at full power barely revealed intermittent layers. It seemed to be suppressing Black Egg's bloodline, yet it also appeared that the two complemented each other, with one still undeveloped and unactivated. I'm not afraid to tell you, Black E also has a divine-level bloodline. My path is different from the big sisters. She is responsible for killing, while I am responsible for transcending tribulations. How about that? Isn't it rare? Gu Changqing patted Black Egg on the head and said, "Stop talking. What if it goes berserk and kills us all?" After saying that, he suddenly slapped his forehead. I almost forgot, this is a dungeon, protected by the abyss. Xiao Jin flapped her wings and flew to the blood-colored mist in the blood prison, looking pitifully at the five-tailed blood fox outside. If you had a pure bloodline, you would also have endless means like me. Don't doubt it. If I wanted to take you down in a second, it would be a matter of minutes. Roar! The five-tailed blood fox went berserk again. Around the blood prison, countless blood-colored swords appeared out of thin air, swiftly shooting towards Gu Changqing from all directions. Why are you still talking nonsense? The blazing sun flames transformed into an ancient bell, enveloping Gu Changqing and Black Egg inside. The black energy emanating from the perpetual motion body formed armor, wrapping the three of them tightly. Although the blood swords were sharp, they could not break through the defense of the bell. Seeing the bell above his head, Gu Changqing couldn't help but shiver. Golden Crow, the bell. Damn, Xiao Jin's final growth endpoint. Could it be that she is about to recreate that supreme divine form? I told you it's a futile effort. It's a futile effort. Why don't you believe it? Black Egg put its hands on its hips, looking like it was giving a heartfelt lecture. How about this? Become my master's preparatory beast pet, and I'll painfully give you my spot. A rare opportunity is right in front of you. Not cherishing it would be a waste. Black Egg. Gu Changqing scolded. How can you make choices for me so casually? You know how precious that thing is. Master, you wouldn't want the confused beast to go astray on its path, would you? If we give it, then let's just give it. Sigh. Gu Changqing sighed, simultaneously opening the talent panel and choosing to draw. Thousands of golden rays of light sword, with a wisp falling into the backpack. Congratulations, you have drawn a golden attribute. The flowers smile at me. What a ridiculous name. Is it paired with the sun shining in the sky? Draw again. Congratulations, you have drawn a golden attribute. 10,000 battles across the land. Now it's more serious. Gu Changqing clicked on the attribute, glancing at the black egg, tailored for it. 10,000 battles across the land, golden attribute, ability, become a deity through countless battles, ascending through the blood of thousands of enemies. Each battle increases all attributes by +1. Upon reaching the limit of 10,000 battles, can shatter to become a deity. Requirements: reborn from nirvana, reincarnated beings can use, reborn from nirvana. Gu Changqing knew that the legendary divine beast, the phoenix, had such a gifted bloodline. And reincarnation? Does the black egg belong to that? He placed the golden attribute in the beast space of the black egg. This beast meets the usage requirements. Will you bestow the golden attribute upon the beast, the black egg? No! The evolution path of the black egg was increasingly resembling that of the black marlow. It was just that the weapon didn't match the image. Draw again. The golden rays soared once more. Gu Changqing clasped his hands together. Come on, give me the golden attribute I want the most. The golden light faded. Gu Changqing eagerly opened his backpack, and in that golden radiance, he seemed to see a fierce beast with 9 tails. Congratulations, you have drawn a golden attribute. Heart of Qingqiu. Gu Changqing clicked on the golden attribute information, immediately overjoyed. It came out. It really came out. Heart of Qingqiu, limited unique bloodline golden attribute. Description: the purest bloodline left by the legendary 9-tailed divine fox, can be used by the beast to unlock the evolution path of the 9-tailed divine fox. Ability: pure and extreme, born to charm. The beast's charm can stack without limit, triggering a special skill that descends without battle under certain conditions. On the surface, the Heart of Qingqiu is a bloodline attribute of the same type as the golden flame of the Great Sun, but its presentation is not as striking as the golden flame of the Great Sun. Adhering to the truth that there are no useless golden attributes, Gu Changqing chose to absorb it. A mass of golden rays of light gathered in the palm of his right hand, and through the radiance, a 9-tailed fox could be faintly seen, standing atop a mountain, looking up and roaring at the full moon hanging high in the sky, the silvery moonlight cascading down, draping it in a dazzling cloak. Suddenly, the offensive in the blood prison paused. The 5-tailed blood fox seemed to have caught the scent of its kind, its blood-red eyes converging on Gu Changqing's palm, instantly shrinking. This is the bloodline scent of the pure divine fox. Its eyes widened, unblinking, fearing that the next moment would vanish like a dream. The black egg also looked as if it had seen a ghost. It thought that the golden attributes Gu Changqing smashed onto the little golden body must have been obtained through extraordinary hardship and overwhelming luck. So blatantly displayed before its eyes, its entire black fur stood on end in fright. However, as an excellent actor, it couldn't be influenced by external factors. Did you see that? Did you feel it? I didn't lie to you. As a beast, whether fierce beast or pet, what is the most important thing? The innate hatred? No, it's knowing the times. My master has the ability, yet still thinks of being trapped in the dungeon, with no hope of evolution for a lifetime? Don't be foolish, take that brave step, and you will have an infinitely bright new life. Gu Changqing listened with delight. The black egg was small, but when it spoke of great truths, it was a set of arguments that left the five-tailed blood fox stunned. Human, state your conditions. The heart of Qingxiu was too tempting, and the five-tailed blood fox stepped forward, following the steps given by the black egg. Gu Changqing pointed to several fierce beasts in another direction and said, "Stop them, and if possible, kill one without leaving any behind. As long as we achieve this, our trust and cooperation will continue." No way! The five-tailed blood fox immediately refused. Gu Changqing's expression darkened. Oh, is there also loyalty among fierce beasts? You are mistaken. I cannot leave. Not only that, but soon behind me, another fierce beast will appear. And it is the final king of fierce beasts in this instance. You can give me the golden item first, and I will block it for you. He Dan snorted coldly. Do you think my master is foolish? Even I can see through it, so don't try any tricks. Seeing that the trick wouldn't work, the five-tailed blood fox had no choice but to say, I will block the last fierce beast for you and tell you the weaknesses of the other fierce beasts. After it's done, give me the golden item. Deal. Gu Changqing agreed readily. Among the fierce beasts, besides me and the last one, the most troublesome are that old ape and the willow tree. They have formed a symbiotic relationship, inseparable. However, the old ape has a serious injury to its right leg and lacks intelligence. The willow tree fears fire and thunder. Your divine beast should handle it easily. As for that dog, you can completely ignore it. As far as I know, it comes from a beast pet background and has survived on its own since its master died in battle. It has some goodwill towards humans. The others are elite fierce beasts with decent attributes but lack strong bloodline skills. If there are enough people, they can be dragged down. As for the last one, I cannot know. Because it was not captured, it was formed by the rules of the abyss. After the five-tailed blood fox finished speaking, it turned and ran towards the plains behind, fulfilling its promise. Gu Changqing was a bit dazed. This five-tailed blood fox was a bit too honest, right? It had only reached a verbal agreement and already betrayed its other companions. If it later found out that the golden item could only be given to beast pets, who knows what it would think? An honest fierce beast is truly too adorable. Gu Changqing sighed, leading Xiao Jin and He Dan towards the two fierce demon-level beasts. Keep up the defense. Status. Where's the status? Qi Sheng took out his trump card beast pet, a three-headed, six-armed mad lion, with excellent attack and defense capabilities. With 6 arms swinging, the elite fierce beasts in front found it hard to advance. Su Cheng and a candidate were busy sweating, with their 2 support-type beast pet skills ready to be released immediately. We're almost there, keep up the offensive. Their momentum is starting to wane. Don't stop, keep taking the medicine, we can't let it all go to waste. Shen Hai was also fighting alongside several candidates, with cracks appearing on both of his king-level equipment, especially the Scarlet Flame Wolf and the Snow Lion, with fire and ice skills unleashed together, creating a dual realm of ice and fire, combined with the accompanying skills of the Thunder War Spear. Chen Hai was surprisingly the fastest killer. The other candidates were kite-flying the other two, with all sorts of highly provocative remarks, stimulating the already enraged fierce beasts chasing them, wishing they could swallow them whole. Why has Gu Changqing stopped over there? Qi Sheng, heavily burdened by the 3 mad lions, while taking medicine, noticed the blood-red sky in the distance fading and said with concern. Su Qing, hoarse from chanting the status-enhancing spell, barely replied, Don't worry about Brother Changqing, his trump cards are more than all of ours combined. Has this guy been forced to jump off a cliff by the Chun family? In such a short time, to have such a powerful beast pet, I should have known not to concede voluntarily during the arena battle. Su Cheng chuckled, enhancing the status of the 3 mad lions. At that moment, in the distant plains, a touch of green spread across half the sky, followed by fireballs like meteors, trailing long fiery tails, crashing heavily to the ground. The waves raised were immense, like the impact of a hot weapon. Wow! Gu Changqing's side is on fire. Looking at the direction, it seems to be those 2 fierce demon-level beasts. We've used all 36 strategies, barely able to hold on. Gu Changqing is going in alone, taking on 2? Damn it, who spread the negative news about Gu Changqing? Just wait until I crush his head. Shoo, keep it down. Can't you see Chen Xiao is working even harder? People fear comparisons, the facts are right in front of them, leaving no room for disbelief. Su Qing proudly stretched her swan-like neck. Of course, Brother Changqing is amazing. I've seen it with my own eyes. Qi Sheng beside her said with a bitter smile, Sister, stop chatting. Focus, focus. At that moment, Gu Changqing had his own troubles, which he could only bear in silence. He was now filled with the urge to curse the 5-tailed blood fox, you only told me this giant Jianmu ape has a leg injury, at least clarify where it is? A leg over 5 meters tall. Demon level beast, Jianmu giant ape level, 55 bloodline, divine wood spirit ape, purple, attributes, strength plus 700, constitution plus 200, agility plus 600, spirit plus 0 skills, earth tier, divine power, passive, celestial Jianmu, symbiosis description, the legendary descendant of spirit apes that have consumed divine wood fruits, possessing an agile body and unmatched divine power. Due to issues in its evolutionary path, its constitution has significantly declined, relying on symbiosis to compensate for its weaknesses. Demon level beast Wind Willow Demon Tree level, 55 bloodline, ethereal cracking Sky Willow, orange, attributes, strength plus 200, constitution plus 600, agility plus 100, spirit plus 600 skills, regeneration, withered wood revives, willow chains, symbiosis description, there is a willow tree, no one knows its origin, yet it strikes fear into fierce beasts and beast tamers alike. It is said that this willow tree perished under a thunder tribulation while evolving into a divine beast. Later, a new sprout grew from its dead roots. 2 demon-level beasts with attribute points reaching 1,500. Although the dungeon weakened their combat power, their battle alertness and bloodline abilities remained intact. Gu Chongqing initially wanted to swiftly reduce one of their combat capabilities like he did with the 3-tailed white fox, but they were too alert. Before he could get close, he was met with willow branches raining down like steel chains, along with the flying sand and stones caused by the earth being heavily struck. Xiao Jin, pull up. Use flames to blast them. Xiao Jin quickly retreated, flying to a position out of reach of the willow chains, the blazing sun flames raining down like meteors, covering every angle without missing a spot. At the same time, he entered the beast taming space, bestowing the 10,000 battles divine body to the black egg. A streak of golden energy spread out in the black egg's beast taming space, disappearing in an instant. The next second, the black egg, which was freely attacking on the ground, suddenly felt a surge of energy spreading within, and it couldn't help but shout in delight. Master, is it really my turn? I feel so strong now, ridiculously strong. Hearing this, Gu Chongqing opened its information and saw that the black egg's attributes had not changed at all, except that the skill of the perpetual motion body had disappeared, replaced by the 10,000 battles divine body. 10,000 battles divine body, active skill, after use, base attributes increase threefold, defense and attack skills plus 200% passive effect, ignores damage from mental, charm, and toxin skill attributes. Special ability, after fighting 100 times, skill level increases by 1. The black egg was full of spirit, and under the enhancement, the color of its black long sword became even deeper. It jumped several meters into the air, sword energy like a ribbon, and the next moment, a fist several times larger than it ruthlessly collided with its face. Damn it! The black egg was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth to crack and sink. But it crawled out of the pit as if nothing had happened, brushed off the dirt from its body, and said, "Damn, almost smashed your black grandpa. This round doesn't count, let's go for another." Saying this, it continued to charge forward recklessly. Gu Chongqing, however, noticed that the black egg's 4-dimensional attributes had increased slightly. Black egg, hold it back, don't let it retreat. The spirit of 0 points fully showcased the intelligence of the Jianmu giant ape. Seeing the tiny creature, 100 times smaller than itself, provocatively challenging it, the Jianmu giant ape leaped several meters into the air, its fists tightly clenched together, and struck the ground with force. Boom! The earth shook, sending sand and stones flying in a 10-meter radius from the point of impact. Hey, can't hit me, drives you crazy. The black egg, slippery as an eel, accurately predicted the movements and easily dodged the flying debris, occasionally flashing its dark little monkey butt at the giant ape. Roar! The Jianmu giant ape's anger was completely ignited, gradually leaving behind the slow-moving wind willow demon tree. Good opportunity. Suddenly, like a meteor falling, a fireball changed its trajectory, and hundreds of pale golden flames all targeted the wind willow demon tree. Boom! Boom! One by one, the fireballs exploded above the wind willow demon tree. The flying willow chains, while piercing through the fireballs, were also burned back by the flames with a spirit attribute of 1,500 points. But the number of fireballs was endless, and with the inherent restraining attributes, in an instant, towering columns of fire mixed with small mushroom clouds engulfed the wind willow demon tree. Gu Chongqing took out a pill and swallowed it, regaining considerable strength, and said, "Little Jean, keep bombarding it." The fierce demon-level beast, still with an orange legendary bloodline, plus at least 2 recovery skills, was dead but not truly gone. "Master, the recovery medicine is ready. I want to absorb it," Little Jean kindly reminded. Then, the shadow of the golden crow visibly expanded and solidified. The exhilarating feeling of being absorbed returned, almost making him lose himself in ecstasy. Gu Chongqing quickly stuffed more medicine into his mouth, and Little Jin's energy storage progress skyrocketed at an incredible speed. Until, caw! A loud cry of the golden crow rang out. The shadow of the golden crow instantly transformed into a divine bird bathed in flames, its overwhelming fiery aura far surpassing that of the blazing sun. Combined skill, golden crow roar. The wind willow demon tree, covered in flames, had its charred branches continuously recovering their lush greenery. But as the golden crow roar took shape, a female human face appeared on its thick trunk. Human, I surrender. I will immediately withdraw to the depths of the plains and no longer attack the city. Gu Changqing, with his mouth full of pills, weakly lay on Little Jin's back and coldly snorted, realizing to wipe your snot when it drips into your mouth. Too late. You are born to be useful, just a loser. The golden crow roar howled down, its scorching temperature making the surrounding space within 10 meters appear illusory and blurred. Gu Changqing was also filled with curiosity about how powerful this new skill, formed from 2 divine-level skills, would be. Just from the absorption aspect, it was much more intense than dealing with the 3-headed touch dragon. No! The wind willow demon tree let out a desperate cry, only to be completely engulfed by the golden crow roar. There was no earth-shattering noise. The location of the wind willow demon tree had long turned into a lava zone. In the center, a pit bubbled with magma, and ash was obliterated. Gu Changqing swallowed hard. This was the combined skill amplified 100-fold, directly creating a volcanic crater. Master, I'm a bit tired. I want to rest for a while. Little Jin, feeling exhausted, brought him to the ground and returned to the beast space on its own. Thank you for your hard work. Now, it's up to the black egg. At that moment, a prompt from the abyss echoed across the plains. Congratulations to candidate 666 for killing the fierce demon-level beast Wine Willow Demon Tree. At the same time, 2 more notifications followed one after another. Congratulations to the candidate team of Su Qing, Qi Shang, Yuan Huan, and Feng Jisha for killing the elite-level ferocious beast, Fierce Horned Rhinoceros. Congratulations to the candidate team of Chenhai, Gaohan, Mu Rongqin, and Wu Dezhuang for killing the elite-level ferocious beast, Desert Lizard. It seems the progress over there is also quite good. Seeing that the black egg, although unable to defeat the giant wood ape, was safe, Gu Changqing simply left it behind and headed towards the hellhound that was strolling leisurely since its appearance. Suddenly, a buzzing sound unexpectedly came from the backpack, and the beast compendium unfolded on its own, revealing an image of the wind willow demon tree that had just been killed on one of its pages. The beast compendium was activated? Gu Changqing stopped in his tracks and took it out of the backpack. Beast compendium, special auxiliary equipment function. Every time a ferocious beast of demon level or above, or a legendary bloodline beast is killed, it will be automatically recorded. The images of recorded ferocious beasts can automatically collect and condense the energy needed by the equipment's owner. This energy cannot be used at present introduction. The Beast Compendium was once wielded by the first Beast Master. Due to irreversible factors, it was forcibly reclaimed by the Abyssal Rules and thrown into a certain dungeon. After merging with the Stone from Beyond, it generated new abilities that require the equipment's owner to explore slowly. Equipment used by the Beast Master? Gu Changqing flipped through the Beast Compendium, and aside from some impressive introductions, there were no other effects. I'll keep it for now. In the distance, he saw a ferocious beast with 3 terrifying heads, surrounded by a deathly aura, wandering aimlessly across the plain. Perhaps something triggered a memory. The beast stopped and looked around with its 3 heads. Senior! The hellhound's interest was interrupted, and from its 3 mouths, it exhaled scorching deathly breath, simultaneously lowering its head to look down at the tiny Gu Changqing, coldly saying, "Human, are you here to seek death? While I still don't want to use you as a snack, hurry up and roll." Gu Changqing obediently took out some snacks for Xiao Jin from his bag. "Senior, please enjoy." "You little brat." One of the hellhound's heads picked up a large piece of meat and chewed it without restraint. "The meat is fresh, but the grade is a bit low. Eating mixed bloodlines gives me a toothache." Gu Changqing started eating a pill, laughing as he said, "It seems Senior has had quite a few delicacies from high-level bloodlines in the past." "Is it already the past? The last time I woke from slumber, I was brought here by a little guy from deep within the plane. Junior, I know your intentions. Leave. I have an agreement with that guy. Even under the constraints of the Abyssal Rules, I won't attack humans. Moreover, it's just a memory being replayed. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness towards the human race." Having received the answer he wanted, Gu Changqing bowed respectfully. Although it was merely a pet of a powerful being, it had made an indelible contribution to the human race. "Junior, wait." Suddenly, another head of the Hellhound called out to him. "Does Senior have any further instructions?" "Not really instructions, more like advice. Since entering the dungeon, no one has ever entered the deep memory restoration. Consider it a bored beast's advice to a junior human. That guy once told me that the existence of beast masters transcends sublimation." Gu Chongqing listened attentively and nodded, but after the Hellhound finished speaking, it fell silent. "That's it? That's it. This is what I dislike about you humans. Why can't you just say what you mean directly? Why must you beat around the bush?" Gu Chongqing smiled faintly and slowly withdrew. Watching the tiny figure disappear into the plane, all the heads of the Hellhound looked back towards the depths of the plane. "It seems there is hope for the future." After murmuring this, it continued to wander around. When Gu Chongqing rushed back, the scene before him was truly shocking. The giant arm of the Jinmu giant ape, as thick as a steel pillar, slammed the black egg hard into the ground. The black egg beneath the fist was continuously spitting out blood bubbles, and the protective barrier formed by black energy was completely shattered. "Black egg!" Gu Chongqing shouted anxiously. The black egg at the bottom of the pit managed to force a smile. "Master, don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Just a lot of broken bones, but it's fine, the old ape is exhausted from me." The black egg awkwardly pulled itself from under the giant ape's fist, limping out of the pit, and spat at the head of the giant ape lying at the edge of the pit. "Let's go back to the beast space to rest." The black egg shook its head. "Let the big sister rest a bit longer. Only she can turn the tide in the tough battle below. But my strength has also increased quite a bit." Gu Chongqing examined carefully, and indeed, the black egg had grown a few centimeters taller, and its muscles were noticeably more defined. Looking at its attributes, in such a short time, its four-dimensional attributes had increased by 10 points. "Well done," Gu Chongqing praised, somewhat pained. He, master, just give me a little more special treatment in the future." Cunning human, detestable beast pet. If it were back in the day. If it weren't for the abyss rules weakening me. If I hadn't been injured. If you hadn't been born, there wouldn't be so many ifs. The fact is, you were knocked down by Black E, understand? Gu Chongqing looked at the injured leg of the Jinmu giant ape. Good heavens, the fur had been completely shaved off, and the entire leg was covered with dense sword scars, especially near the thigh, which was almost pierced through. "Let's get to it. We still need to support other directions." "Got it." The black egg climbed onto the giant ape's massive body, reached the heart area, and condensed black energy into a giant sword, stabbing it heavily inside. "Human, you will not die a good death." With a roar, the giant ape's eyes gradually lost their vitality. The black egg was unceremonious, skillfully dissecting the giant ape's corpse. "Master, put it away. The big sister is awake and will eat." In the black egg's hand, there was a fist-sized beast stone dug out from the giant ape's heart, and Gu Chongqing ordered it to absorb it. Good heavens, sister was a bit crazed in her licking. Congratulations to candidate Gu Chongqing for killing the fierce beast Jinmu giant ape. Watching the black egg absorb the beast stone, its injuries had mostly healed, and looking at its attributes, good heavens, its growth rate was not much weaker than Xiao Jin's. Beast pet black egg, unknown species, cannot be identified, grade, ordinary level, 5 bloodline, unknown bloodline, destiny, all battle 4 directions attributes, strength plus 53, constitution plus 34, agility plus 40, spirit plus 34 skills, dark surge, cannot be used, dark origin, cannot be used, all battle divine body, level 1, plunder swordsmanship. Unfortunately, the black egg could not grant a golden attribute like Xiao Jin, which doubled the basic attributes. He was increasingly looking forward to what the 10th level of the destiny path would be like. After tidying up the Jinmu giant ape, the black egg carried a hard rib 3 times its height, striding proudly towards the other teams for reinforcement. "Hold on. I can't hold on anymore. My beast pet has suffered heavy damage, loyalty has decreased, and I can't summon it." Miss Su, status. Young Master Chen, at this point, shouldn't the third beast pet make an appearance? Everyone retreat. It's gathering a big move, and the coverage is very wide. The last 2 elite-level fierce beasts had already exhausted the dozen or so people, and at a critical moment, an unexpected event occurred. Su Qing gritted her teeth. After the unicorn released its support skill, it also collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Qi Shang hurriedly rushed in front of her. The 3-headed, 6-armed Arhat lion had 4 of its arms twisted and deformed. With ammunition exhausted and nowhere to go, despair enveloped everyone's hearts as they witnessed a fierce beast being ravaged by lightning, its chaotic power affecting the entire battlefield. All hope seemed lost. "Thieving beast, look at my sword!" Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and a brilliant black sword energy, wrapped in white beast bones, streaked through the night like a meteor. The sword energy surged, piercing sharply into the lightning generated by the purple-blue thunder beast. The energy inside was interrupted by the external force, causing the surging lightning to spread over a radius of 7 meters, startling everyone into a hurried escape. Hey, something seems off. The black egg scratched its monkey head, and the already unstable formation completely collapsed. Rib bone, come. The black energy wrapped around the giant ape's rib bone, flying back into the black egg's hand. The 10,000 battle god body activated, and the black egg charged forward with the bone, not forgetting to shout to Su Qing, "Beauty, give me a status boost. Your enhancement is very much appreciated by Black Grandpa." Gu Changqing arrived a step later, and upon hearing the black egg's cheeky words, couldn't help but chuckle. Su Qing had regained some strength, and the unicorn enveloped the black egg in a layer of milky white light. With the intertwining of black and white, the black egg's attributes soared, and combined with the defense of the 10,000 battle god body, it was momentarily on par with the Thunder Beast. The pressure on the dozen or so people was greatly reduced, and as the lightning dissipated, Shenhai and Shisheng took the front line, surrounding another fierce beast with great enthusiasm. "Brother Changqing, you finally made it." Su Qing's voice was hoarse, her face weary, but her eyes shone with joy and calmness. "Make sure to communicate well with Little Ma. Although the incantation is good, overdoing it can harm beast tamers." Su Qing's face flushed, and the unicorn beside her sneezed, seemingly displeased with Gu Changqing's suggestion. At that moment, a girl with a striking appearance, calm demeanor, and capable presence stepped forward. After sizing up Gu Changqing, she said, "At first, I didn't believe it, thinking my grandfather had been deceived. Now it seems I was short-sighted, and I apologize to you." Gu Changqing looked at her in the Yutong High School uniform, unable to recognize her identity. "Who are you?" "Murong Qin." The girl extended her hand, and Gu Changqing shook it halfway, realizing, "So you're the young lady of the Murong family." "Indeed, old man Murong is a kind elder. After the big exam, I hope you can visit the Murong family. Consider it a way to repay my aunt." "Sure, I'll definitely make time." More than half an hour later, the two fierce beasts, heavily exhausted, fell to the ground in agony under the combined efforts of everyone. Watching the continuously disassembled beast corpses, some candidates sighed. Alas, these fierce beasts only sought mercy. The moment they mentioned contract beasts, they immediately fought back like they were on steroids. "Yeah, if I could contract one, I'd take off right here. When we get out, I must have my family buy me a king level or higher beast, otherwise, it's too exhausting." Gu Changqing walked slowly in front of them and said, "It's not that the beast pets aren't strong, it's that the dungeon is severely overleveled." Seeing Gu Changqing, everyone no longer looked down on him and gathered around. "Stop comforting us, we know how big the gap really is." "Gu Changqing, have you ever jumped off a cliff?" "Where did you jump? Point me in the right direction. When battling against the nation's geniuses, it's all up to you." Even Shenhai, with a stiff expression, said, "Don't think you've won for sure. The first place in Jinhai City is mine." Gu Changqing just smiled. Take my life, perhaps?" At that moment, from the direction of the city, smoke suddenly billowed into the sky. The 4 beast tamers possessed by the 4 major academies, leading the beast tamers in the city, stood on the city wall as if preparing for the final battle. "The final boss of the artificial dungeon has descended. Please return to the city and fight against the strong enemy with NPCs. Let's go, the final battle is just beginning." As Gu Changqing shouted, more than a dozen candidates instinctively followed him, heading towards the city. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Changqing had become their backbone. Just as Gu Changqing and the others arrived near the city gate, they saw a fierce battle erupting beyond the plains ahead. 2 colossal beasts shook the ground as they passed, causing the earth to crack. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed, sensing danger. He recognized one of the ferocious beasts as the 5-tailed blood fox, but it was in a sorry state, having lost 4 of its 5 tails, leaving only one, which was being held and violently swung towards the city. Boom! The bloodied 5-tailed blood fox crashed heavily against the city wall, creating a large breach in the already fragile structure. Its body was covered in bite marks and gaping wounds. It tilted its head and locked eyes with Gu Changqing, immediately saying, "Human, I will block it for you as agreed. Give me that thing, and once I recover, I will surely subdue it." "You're about to be killed. Can't you just calm down and stop boasting?" Gu Changqing sighed. "I forgot to tell you, you can only be granted that if you become my beast pet." The 5-tailed blood fox was taken aback, then erupted in anger. "Human, you're deceiving me." "Deceiving you? You can either die or become the master's backup beast pet. Choose your path." The black egg spoke firmly, knowing it couldn't handle you in peak condition, let alone in its half-dead state. "Human, you, let me think." "Sure, tell me what happened." The 5-tailed blood fox weakly replied, "I didn't expect it to be that in the end." "Human, don't die." Roar! A deafening roar echoed from afar, causing all the beast pets present, including the black egg, to tremble in fear. Xiao Jin was startled awake by the roar and emerged from the beast space. The dozen or so people swallowed hard, as if they had seen a ghost, murmuring, I didn't hear wrong, did I? That roar just now, was it a dragon's roar? Everyone's faces turned pale, feeling a sense of helplessness. You heard right, it was a dragon's roar. Oh my god, if I can see a dragon in my lifetime, I will have no regrets. Wait, why is there a dragon? The burly beast master suddenly took a deep breath and shouted like a thunderclap. Beast masters are the first line of defense for humanity, and also the last. My dear friends, brothers, I am ready to face death. What about you? Humanity is fearless, we are unafraid. Humanity is fearless, we are unafraid. Humanity is fearless, we are unafraid. The deafening unified shout gradually drowned out the dragon's roar, the boiling blood igniting a fierce fire in their chests. Gu Changqing and the others were also infected by the intense emotions, their fear of the dragon slowly dissipating, vanishing without a trace. Roar! Another dragon's roar erupted, and deep within the plains, a thick blood-colored mist rose. A colossal creature slithered through the mist until a blood-colored dragon head suddenly emerged above the city, its half-closed dragon eyes wide open. A torrential blood rain began to fall. Kill! The burly beast master tore off his outer garment, his muscles rippling like a dragon, soaring into the air to commence the final battle. But in the next moment, just as the burly beast master's heavy iron fist was about to strike the dragon's forehead, Xiao Chuan, you've grown. A figure descended faster than him onto the dragon's head, a blood-red arm colliding with the burly beast master's. How could it be? You? The violent shockwave caused the burly beast master to quickly retreat, and upon seeing the face of the newcomer, his pupils widened in disbelief. Steadily landing back on the city wall, he stood there in a daze, murmuring impossible. Captain Yang Chuan, what's wrong with you? The other three beast tamers stepped forward to check on him. Yang Chuan's brows furrowed, as if a tangible killing intent was spreading. Suddenly, he looked up and stared directly at the person on the dragon's head, shouting, why? As a teacher, you have violated the promise you made when you taught us, willingly falling to stand on the opposite side of humanity. Tell me, why? Our former god, Wang Yuntian. With Yang Chuan's furious reprimand, the blood mist on the dragon's head began to dissipate, revealing the original appearance of a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to the Sage King. However, his body was covered in fine scales, identical to the dragon scales beneath him. Gu Changqing thought to himself that things had taken a turn for the worse. The others around him also looked bewildered. Yang Chuan? Wang Yuntian? Damn, have we crossed over? Crossed over my foot. We're in a recreated memory instance. But this is too ridiculous, right? One of the most serious disgraceful wars in human history, and it ended up being infighting? Wang Yuntian, he was one of the first ancient beast tamers, known as the god of beast tamers. Yang Chuan, the strongest among the top 10 beast tamers. Damn, I was daydreaming during his lecture. Brother Changqing, what should we do? Gu Changqing clenched his fists, realizing that the Sage King had been wrong, and there was another layer of meaning. From Yang Chuan's dialogue, he pieced together a possibility. That is, while exploring the beast taming system, this god of beast tamers made a mistake, becoming an existence that was neither human nor beast, just like those beast tamers in the hands of the evil god's instance. But even knowing this, there was no better way, they could only take it one step at a time. We are not the main force, everyone remember to protect your own safety as much as possible. If it was a fight between humans and ferocious beasts, there was nothing to say until death. If it was infighting, then do your best. Xiao Chuan, you are still so naive. Even if you are called the god of beast tamers, so what? I am still not a god. Human life is too fragile. In the limited time, what can be done is minuscule. So, I fused with the heavenly blue dragon. Now I have a long life and boundless power. But there is one drawback, which is that my food intake is quite large. So, hand over their beast taming powers to me. I won't kill you, after all, you are my beloved disciples. You must be dreaming. Yang Chuan roared, and a series of hexagram formations appeared around him, with powerful beast pets emerging from the beast taming space. What do you take humanity for? Wang Yuntian sneered, wiping the corner of his mouth with his blood-red hand, saying, caged food, through layers of elimination, the inferior is discarded, and what remains is naturally the essence. Hopeless, you are already half dead. Let me send you on your last journey. Yang Chuan charged again, his 7 beast pets unleashing overwhelming power, following closely behind. However, the heavenly blue dragon let out a dragon's roar, and the crushing pressure caused the beast pets to waver. Those who have already betrayed, don't come out to embarrass yourselves. Suddenly, a surge of death energy erupted, transforming into an arm crawling out of hell, gripping the heavenly blue dragon's neck. The heavenly blue dragon felt pain, and the blood-red energy surged, pushing away that arm. The three-headed hellhound, not knowing when it had appeared, was on the other side of the city wall, looking up at the heavenly blue dragon, saying to the people on the wall, I'll hold this cursed dragon, you all do your best to send the old man to the afterlife." An unimaginable battle unfolded before everyone. The beast pets that fully realized their bloodline indeed possessed terrifying destructive power akin to a city-crushing force. The plains outside the city wall were shrouded in dust and stones, and the low-ranking beast tamers could not get close at all. In the face of absolute strength, numbers can sometimes seem insignificant. But, do you have any medicine left? Give me all the medicine. Upon hearing this, everyone began rummaging through their backpacks, and soon a mountain of various precious and cheap medicines piled up. "Xiao Jin, are you okay?" Gu Changqing tilted his head and gently stroked Xiao Jin's head. Although Xiao Jin's spirit was somewhat low, the fire in his eyes did not extinguish. "I feel the power surging up continuously." Gu Changqing was taken aback and checked the time. There was still half an hour until noon. The time in the instance was completely based on the memory of time. "Protect yourselves, don't act recklessly, and follow the NPC's commands." After saying this, he leaped onto Xiao Jin's back and soared into the air, heading towards the chaotic center of the battlefield. The crowd was dumbfounded. "Why are you flying when we are hiding?" Xiao Jin's body was surrounded by waves of fiery energy, blocking the chaotic aftermath outside. "Xiao Chuan, Xiao Kong, your progress is too weak." Wang Yuntian fought against 4 opponents, along with the bombardment of a dozen beast pets, easily holding his ground. The hard blood-red dragon scales provided the best defense. No matter what skill struck against them, they could only create ripples of energy without causing any impact. Yang Chuan's muscles bulged, and 3 beast pets gathered energy around him, 3 colored waves swirling around his entire right arm. Combination skill, chaos kill. Suddenly, hundreds or thousands of fist imprints erupted, carrying the power of the beast pets and himself. Reverse scale armor. Wang Yuntian spread his arms, and the phantom of the azure dragon coiled up from beneath his feet. The dragon scales on his body burst forth with bloodlight, and Yang Chuan's fist imprints immediately sank as if caught in a quagmire, slowing down. "Wang, even if it costs me my life, I won't let you act recklessly any longer." Yang Chuan transformed his palm into a blade, leaving a shocking wound on his left wrist. Bright red blood surged out, turning into a bloodline that continuously infused into the fist imprints. Seeing this, Wang Yuntian sneered disdainfully. "The path of beast taming is wrong. Weak humans think they can control ferocious beasts as pets to drive them away and reclaim their homes, but they forget that their own strength is the ultimate goal. With my fusion of divine bloodlines, I will be unmatched." The reverse scale armor opened before Wang Yuntian like an impenetrable net. Despite the fist imprints infused with immense energy, they still couldn't break through the reverse scale armor. At that moment, a loud phoenix cry suddenly rang out. Yang Chuan and the other 3 saw a sun charging into the battlefield, its scorching heat seemingly ready to dry up everything. And within the sun, a majestic divine bird flapped its wings, shaking off flames that instantly melted the earth. "Everyone, please attack. Leave his reverse scale armor to me." Upon hearing the voice, they finally saw a human standing on the back of the divine bird. "Azure Dragon? Divine Bloodline? The god of beast tamers? Huh? It seems you've always been a frog, staying in the well without seeing how vast the sky really is. Today, let me show you what a true divine bloodline is." The flames of battle burned fiercely in Gu Changqing and Xiao Jin's eyes. "Kill the legend. Become a legend. Surpass the legend. Arrogant, overbearing, ignorant, blind to the divine. The fearless young calf, even a madman." The 4 top beast tamers of the human race on the plain looked at Gu Changqing and Xiao Jin and all thought he was crazy. The god of beast tamers, divine bloodline, whichever it was in existence at the pinnacle. Wang Yuntian had walked far down this path, a height they could never reach. This suddenly emerging young calf generation actually dared to claim they would show the god of beast tamers the world. Wang Yuntian's gaze sharpened, and a massive aura spread outwards. He fixed his eyes on the small golden creature, whose flames were intensifying as noon approached. His calm heart began to show cracks under the inexplicable pressure. He could clearly feel the struggles of the heavenly blue dragon, along with a faint sense of panic and fear. It was a primal instinct from deep within, a submission to a higher bloodline. Divine bloodline? Impossible. No beast pet's bloodline can surpass my heavenly blue dragon. No, this trembling sensation. No, it's not divine. Could it be a super divine bloodline? Wang Yuntian's expression and tone began to show stark contrasts. A bloodline above the divine? The 4 top beast tamers exchanged glances, but Yang Chuan was invigorated, shouting, "Heaven bless humanity, humanity must strive for self-improvement. I will never allow it." Wang Yuntian fell into madness, crimson blood energy and vibrant blue light erupting from his body. The heavenly blue dragon, locked in a fierce battle with the 3-headed hellhound, let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, then swung its tail to force the hellhound back, charging into the clouds, appearing above Wang Yuntian in the next moment. I am the true transcendent god. The body of the heavenly blue dragon coiled around Wang Yuntian, slowly becoming transparent, completely merging into his flesh. Blood red and azure light surged, forming an indestructible egg. Wang Yuntian within it visibly transcended and evolved, shifting between human and dragon forms, half dragon and half human, switching through various shapes. Not good, stop him. The partially dragonized Wang Yuntian was already overpowering the four top beast tamers. If he fully transformed into a dragon, the entire city, even all of humanity, would have no one to contend with him. However, their attacks and the skills of their beast pets struck the dragon egg, all absorbed as nourishment for evolution. Yip! The golden crow shadow on the small golden creature let out a resonant cry, and then the scorching sun flames uncontrollably spilled out. Noon. Time's up. Slaughter the gods. Little Jean, kill. Following Gu Changqing's command, under the tenfold attribute enhancement of the golden sun overhead, the fierce pale golden flames were cloaked in a dazzling golden brilliance, a fireball like the sun itself, continuously expanding and growing. Kid, we'll lend you a hand. Yang Chuan and the others poured their own and their beast pet's energy into the fireball condensed by the small golden creature. As the 1-minute mark approached, the four top beast tamers looked up in astonishment. The sun, like a real sun falling, carried an unstoppable destructive divine power, crashing heavily onto the dragon egg. Initially, the power on the dragon egg could still absorb and transform, but as the extreme temperature within the sun fireball revealed itself, the surface of the dragon egg began to melt, and the steam-like gas was annihilated by the high temperature. Once the outer layer of the scorching sun flames was nearly exhausted, a crack appeared on the dazzling golden surface at the center, followed by a second, third, fourth. On the back of the small golden creature, Gu Changqing, who was weak and only focused on feeding pills, patted the small golden creature and strained to shout down, "Run! The residual damage from the fireball is about to explode." Yang Chuan and the other three exchanged glances, put away their beast pets, and heeded the advice, fleeing as fast as they could. The small golden creature flew far away, but as it neared the city wall, it could no longer sustain itself, dropping Gu Changqing from the sky. Gu Changqing, brother Changqing, Shi Shang, Su Cheng, and others hurried over to help the weak Gu Changqing up. Hurry, quick, hide. Before he could finish his sentence, a blinding golden light suddenly burst forth from the horizon of the plain. The entire plain seemed to welcome the first ray of morning light, radiating golden brilliance that swept away all evil. My God! The destructive power unleashed by the combined strength of four top beast tamers was even more perverse than the forbidden skill that the black egg had used to enhance its bloodline. Roar! The anguished roars of dragons echoed from the point of the golden explosion. Boom! The sound of fireworks exploding resonated in every corner of the plain. The sound was not loud, but the subsequent shockwave, wrapped in a terrifying heat wave, swept through like a hurricane. Holy crap! Is the world about to be destroyed? Damn it! Everyone down, find cover. This temperature feels like I'm going to melt. What on earth happened over there? A dozen people were either digging holes in the ground, summoning their beast companions to hide behind, or burying their heads in the ground, their faces flushed from the heated sand. Outside the instance, after the golden light filled the screen, the portal to the instance began to sway precariously, the clear sound of cracking stimulating the hearts of everyone present. Not good. Zhao Zhanxiong rushed to the portal, using his identity as the creator of the instance to draw upon the power of the abyss to stabilize the instance. Even so, sweat poured down Zhao Zhanxiong's forehead as he struggled to maintain it. What on earth happened? What triggered such a powerful energy that even the instance can't be stabilized? The golden light lasted nearly 10 minutes before gradually calming down. The three-headed, six-armed mad lion released its tightly clasped arms, and Qi Shang and Su Cheng both let out a sigh of relief, looking down at Gu Changqing, whose complexion had returned to a healthy hue, and exclaimed, "What did you do?" Gu Changqing forced a bitter smile. "I didn't do anything, just used a skill." A skill? Just that? The two exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Brother Changqing, you're even more perverse than when you were at the Beast Tamer Association camp. Gu Changqing continued to smile bitterly. It's not me who's perverse. It's the power of those four old geezers that's perverse. Reflecting on the endless surge of energy that gathered like an ocean within that minute, Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel emotional. The older generation of beast tamers truly deserved to be the backbone of humanity. They opened the path of hope for humanity with their own fists. Gu Changqing hurriedly checked the status of little Jin in the beast space. It had completely fallen into a deep sleep. It had reached little Jin's limit of endurance. At this moment, Yang Chuan and the other three began to head towards Wang Yuntian, and Gu Changqing and the others followed closely behind. The impact that nearly encompassed the entire instance caused no damage at all. Only Wang Yuntian, at the center of the explosion, bore the brunt of all the attacks. The dragon egg had shattered, and the dragon transformation on his body had completely disappeared. Now in his full human form, he gazed up at the sky with a bewildered expression. "Teacher," Yang Chuan tentatively called out. "Is that you, Xiao Chuan? I seem to have made a mistake, right?" Yang Chuan fell silent, unable to respond to the established fact. Gu Changqing also lowered his head and sighed helplessly. From the spiritual support of humanity to a slaughtering demon, Wang Yuntian had fallen to the depths. The dragon slayer had become the evil dragon. Shi Shang, Su Qing, and the others looked at this once divine being, who had enriched the textbooks and pioneered and repaired the beast taming system, with deep regret. The most tragic sacrifice in human history turned out to be his doing. This truth was undeniably heavy. However, at the moment of failure, I seemed to see the correct path for the future. Wang Yuntian struggled to raise his arm and pointed at Gu Changqing. "Without seeing the divine, how can one talk of becoming divine? Thank you, successor, you have left me with no regrets. I finally saw the true divine before closing my eyes. My sin, I will repay it in the next life." After saying this, Wang Yuntian's arm fell to the ground. The god of beast tamers of a generation had thus fallen, but just as he departed, the heavenly blue dragon broke through the beast taming space and flew out from his corpse. The blue energy emitted an endless, strange aura, identical to that of the manipulated flame corpse tiger. The heavenly blue dragon appeared without a word, opening its dragon mouth and lunging towards Gu Changqing. Having witnessed a true divine, even super divine bloodline, its path had emerged. Everything happened too quickly, leaving no time to react. Just as Gu Changqing watched the dragon's mouth draw closer, suddenly, a voice rang out, accompanied by a tremendous pulling force that drew the heavenly blue dragon away. "My father has passed, let the sins end here." A young beast tamer, as graceful as jade, stepped forward. Gu Changqing and the three heads of the hellhound simultaneously said, "It's you." The newcomer was none other than Wang Yuntian's only son, the perfecter of the entire beast taming system, Wang Shangren. Gu Changqing recalled the last part of the first plot, where Wang Shangren had a brief conversation with the heavenly blue dragon. It seemed that according to the original memory line, even without his intervention, Wang Yuntian was destined to lose. Wang Shangren's appearance was to conclude the matter and conveniently eliminate the hidden danger of the heavenly blue dragon. The two segments of the replayed memory plot closed here. Compared to youth, you really look quite unappealing at your age. The hellhound lowered its three heads, surrounding Wang Shangren, resembling old friends greeting each other. But Wang Shangren's actions and expressions were formatted, showing no change whatsoever. He raised a hand and pointed at the heavenly blue dragon, which had no resistance and was absorbed into the beast taming space within his body. "You are not him," the hellhound said disinterestedly. "It seems my task ends here." As soon as it finished speaking, particles of light dust slowly rose from beneath its feet, and its entire body gradually dissipated within them. "Little one, to see a junior like you inheriting the future of humanity in the remaining memories, I sincerely feel happy for him." Gu Changqing bowed at a 90-degree angle and sincerely said, "It is the fortune of humanity to have predecessors like you guarding us. Though it's cheesy, I find it quite pleasant to hear. If I weren't already gone, I would consider following you to see if the world today is more interesting than back then. It will be, humanity will only move forward and flourish more. We will not forget our predecessors, it is you who allow us to stand taller and see further. Senior, walk well." "Good, good, good." The hellhound called out 3 times, then transformed into particles of light dust, dissipating in the instants. At this moment, Yang Chuan and the other 4 top beast tamers, along with the city, where once fearless human beast tamers stood, all vanished without a trace. Wang Shengren's feet left the ground, floating in the air, his tone cold and emotionless. "Congratulations to candidates Gu Changqing, Shi Shang, Su Qing, Chenhai, Morongqing, and 15 new beast tamers for clearing the hell-level artificial instance, Bloodied Wasteland. Each candidate receives a total score increase of 50 points and 1 beast evolution stone. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing for completing the plot task, stop Wang Yuntian, and receive 1 random beast tamer equipment. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing, plot task completion rate reached 90%, receiving 1 random beast skill unlock stone, guaranteed. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing for becoming the 2nd plot task's killer of Wang, receiving 1 unique beast tamer equipment. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing for leading companions to clear the Bloodied Wasteland instance, receiving the newcomer King Halo title of Jinhai City. Congratulations to candidates Qi Shang, Su Qing, Chenhai, Morongqing. A series of abyssal information notifications left viewers breathless. Gu Changqing is undoubtedly the biggest winner. Qi Shang and Su Qing both cast congratulatory glances at him. The other young masters from noble families were genuinely impressed, offering verbal congratulations that couldn't hide their disappointment. Only Chenhai clenched and then relaxed his fists, his expression shifting repeatedly. There was unwillingness, anger, reluctance, frustration, and almost every emotion was included. In the end, with a bitter smile, he seemed to let everything go, gaining a new perspective, as if he had grown in an instant. Gu Changqing, congratulations, you are the first in Jinhai City. Looking at Jinhai's outstretched hand, which he had let go of, Gu Changqing simply stared and did not shake it. He had a sense of national pride and passion for humanity, but he felt no pity for his enemies. Jinhai awkwardly lowered his hand. Although I still have confidence that I can defeat you in the arena, I guess it's better to let it go. The others were momentarily at a loss for words, pretending they hadn't heard anything. The instance has ended. Please enter the teleportation portal to leave. With a wave of his hand, Saint Wang summoned a series of teleportation portals in front of everyone. Once Gu Changqing stepped inside and reappeared on the high mountain behind the instance, a fragrant breeze rushed into his embrace. Xiao Chang, you are first. You are first. You are first. First, Yu Ruyan shouted excitedly, her voice choking as warm tears soaked Gu Changqing's chest. Gu Changqing held her tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, as if he were dreaming. Before him, he could vaguely see that in front of those lofty families, Xiao Jin was willing to exhaust his legendary bloodline for it, unwilling to leave him. He saw the Chen family using various means to block him, felt the cold mockery from others, and saw Yu Ruyan's worries. Now, after all the hardships, he could stand before everyone without reservation and shout loudly, I, Gu Changqing, first in Jinhai. Sister, if you keep crying, you'll get smaller. Gu Changqing teased as he composed himself. Smaller? What will get smaller? Yu Ruyan wiped her tears, dazedly stepping out of his embrace. Seeing Gu Changqing leering at her chest, she let out a delicate cry, her slender fingers moving like the wind, pinching Gu Changqing's ear. You little rascal, your courage is growing. Dare to make a dirty joke about me. Are you itching for a spanking? Her strength was small, and Gu Changqing pretended to be in great pain, begging for mercy. Ahem! An untimely voice came from the side as Shenlin pushed up his glasses, speaking in a somewhat indulgent tone. How about you two go down and flirt? I'm about to announce the results. Get lost. Yu Ruyan shot him a glare, pulling Gu Changqing aside. Now, I will announce the results of the national exam Jinhai City personal scores. In midair, a score sheet appeared. National exam Jinhai City ranking list, first place, Gu Changqing. Arena score, 30, instance record score, 150, extra points, 20, total score, 200. Second place, Jinhai, arena score, 30, instance record score, 100, extra points, 0, total score, 130. Third place, Su Qing, arena score, 29, instance record score, 95, extra points, 0, total score, 124. Fourth place, Shi Shang. When they saw the score of 200, the leaders from various schools and the high-ranking officials of the city lord's mansion were dumbfounded. Chenhai's 130 was already rare among Jinhai City's examinees over the years. This 200 was like a chasm, making Gu Changqing appear even more unfathomable. The top 30 examinees, please continue to prepare and restore your condition. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, you will represent Jinhai City and compete on the same stage as the national elite geniuses. Wishing everyone great success in martial arts. As Gu Changqing, who was being praised fiercely by Yu Ruyan, suddenly saw those leaders in their seats beginning to leave. Wait! Gu Changqing shouted, looking at Chen Ziming and Li Haoran among others, coldly saying, Master Chen, Deputy City Lordly, have you forgotten something? Chen Hai, following the footsteps of the elders in his family, paused at the sound and was about to turn back. Chen Ziming forcefully stopped him by the shoulder, as if he hadn't heard anything. At that moment, Li Haoran halted, wearing a calm smile, his refined demeanor carrying a hint of ruthlessness. He met Gu Changqing's gaze, his tone steady and unruffled. Classmate Gu Changqing, you are now the top student of Jinhai City, the undisputed newcomer king. Your achievements are rare even on a national level. Therefore, for the expectations of the citizens in the city, and to honor the spirits of the two heroes in heaven, it would be best to focus on the two matches against the national candidates this afternoon, leading the candidates of Jinhai City to achieve a satisfactory result. This is what everyone in the city lord's mansion is looking forward to, is that alright? Gu Changqing nodded in agreement, saying, Deputy City Lordly truly understands the greater good. If you are unwilling to speak, then let me take on the task. Everyone present, whether from noble families or common folk, I believe you are all quite full from the big news about me, Gu Changqing. But to your disappointment, the culprit that caused my legendary beast pet to fall to the status of a useless pet is actually Gu Changqing. Li Haoran suddenly emphasized his tone, his eyes behind the glasses flashing with cold ruthlessness. Please be mindful of your identity at this moment. The national battle is imminent. Are you trying to shake the morale of others? Gu Changqing, I hope you prioritize the bigger picture. All you want is an apology, right? I assure you, after the major exam, the Chen family will face Xinhai City and give you the most satisfactory response. Li Haoran's seemingly righteous words were, in fact, pressuring Gu Changqing under the guise of Xinhai City's honor. Gu Changqing listened and couldn't help but laugh. Deputy City Lord Li, your reasoning is truly thought-provoking. If I were lacking in my wits, you might have really swayed me. Gu Changqing's laughter stopped. Deputy City Lord Li, you seemed to be present that day as well. When Master Chen forcibly tried to extract my beast pet with a reverse contract, why didn't you stop him and tell him that, if not careful, I and my legendary beast pet might perish together? At that time, you must have tacitly approved of Master Chen's actions, right? If so, what is the difference between today and that day? Li Haoran's expression darkened, deliberately glancing at Yu Ruyan, who had been silent beside Gu Changqing, and said, Miss Yi, there seems to be a misunderstanding here, do you believe it? Yu Ruyan shrugged, wrapping her arm around Gu Changqing's, a single gesture indicating her stance. So there's no room for negotiation? Not even a shred of courtesy left? Ha ha ha. Gu Changqing laughed coldly. Courtesy? Was there any courtesy when they tried to kill me? Deputy City Lord Li, do those vicious beast tamers outside have anything to do with you? Watching Li Haoran, who was desperately trying to assert himself, a thought crossed Gu Changqing's mind. The three-headed touch dragon once said that someone had reached a certain agreement with the hand of an evil god and was intentionally raising it to help it break through evolution. If that person were imagined as Li Haoran or the Chen family, it would not be unacceptable, especially Chen Hai's attitude, knowing there was a chance to resist, yet still clinging tightly to the last card. The dirty deeds done by Chen Ziming were being mediated by him. Was Li Haoran really protecting the Chen family? Or did he have other motives? Or perhaps, the two sides had long entangled themselves, unable to distinguish between you and me. Protecting him was protecting oneself. Gu Changqing's eyes turned, a new idea forming. He crossed over Li Haoran and said to Chen Hai, actually, there is a way to achieve both sides' satisfaction. Do you want to hear it? Yi Ruyan was surprised. What was her annoying little brother up to? Was he getting too soft-hearted? But the next moment, seeing the smile at the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth, her heart settled down. She had overthought it. Her annoying little brother was still the same annoying little brother. Kill Chen Ziming, the head of the Chen family, your father. Cruel? Malicious? Looking around at the high-ranking officials of the city lord's mansion, the leaders of various universities, and the prominent families of Xinhai City who had not left, Gu Changqing understood one thing. In chaotic times, kill the saint. Punish the traitors in the family. The lesson from Wang Yuntian told him that unless you are truly a god, able to turn the tide at will, without absolute strength, an individual remains insignificant. Even if one were to take a different path than before, it would only be a stronger blade. Gu Changqing, one must have boundaries. Even if the head of the Chen family has done wrong, he can offer compensation. You want to destroy Chen Hai? Yes, we firmly oppose this punishment. Some family representatives inexplicably united, sensing an unknown crisis. Xing, don't. Hai hasn't done anything wrong. Why are you pressing him so hard? Art Master by Lianhua Su Sisi stood out, tearful, accompanied by her parents and younger brother. Su Sisi's mother frowned. Such a heavy killing intent from a child. How can we trust you with Sisi? Yes, one should spare others when possible, young man, let it go. Xing, my parents have temporarily agreed for us to be together. Just let go of your grievances against Hai, turn hostility into peace. After all, you are the hope of Xinhai City. Before she could finish, a sharp black sword energy flashed past Su Sisi's neck. Her long black hair was severed at the roots, falling to the ground. Bright red blood gushed from her throat. Su Sisi's parents were horrified. Someone's been killed. Sisi, don't scare us. He Dan returned to Gu Changqing's side, standing with his back turned, slowly sheathing the black sword. Where did this filthy bitch come from? Just hearing her talk makes me sick. Stop howling. She won't die, just won't be able to bark anymore. Injuring someone in public, especially while the various families were retaliating, the expressions of the families turned extremely grim. Gu Changqing, are you openly challenging us? Don't think that just because you're the top in Xinhai City, you can act recklessly. My Gao family warns you, the Chen family is our most important partner. If anything happens to him, don't blame me. Miss Yi, you are also from a prominent family. You should know what he must pay to stir the waters, right? He Dan placed his hands on his hips, brandishing his sword. Old bastard, do you believe that I can cleave you in two with one sword? Little Chang, Yi Ruyan was born and raised on this ship called the Prominent Families. She knew better than anyone what was inside. Gu Changqing's future was limitless. Over the years, she had been able to suppress the families of Xinhai City with her status. Her greatest reliance was still holding their secrets. Now, Gu Changqing was no longer facing just the Chen family, but the collective interests of Shanghai City. She wavered. Both sides were on edge. Gu Changqing's face was stern. He was prepared for the worst. He just wanted to seek justice, yet it had drawn such strong resistance. Ultimately, it was because he was no longer the poor man who could be easily manipulated. Oh, everyone's here? How come someone got hurt? Zhao Zhanxiang returned, accompanied by two middle-aged men who looked quite significant. One of them wore a white robe, with a white tiger badge on his chest. The aura of killing intent around him was almost palpable. The other person was dressed in a red robe, adorned with a vermilion bird emblem, and beneath a warm smile that seemed to radiate joy, he resembled a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. The middle-aged man in the white robe strode confidently in front of Chen Hai and said, "Chen Hai, our White Tiger Academy thinks highly of you. You have been accepted early." Upon hearing this, Chen Ziming was instantly overjoyed. But suddenly, Gu Changqing shook his head. "The teachers of White Tiger Academy, right? I have no authority to interfere with your school's selection process, but could you wait until I finish handling my matters?" "Gu Changqing, how dare you speak to a teacher of White Tiger Academy like that?" Li Haoran, confident of victory, used the power of the aristocratic families to pressure Yu Ruyan, exploiting her feelings for Gu Changqing. Meanwhile, White Tiger Academy further increased his chances of success. It was evident that Gu Changqing remained undeterred, showing no regard for White Tiger Academy in his words, thus loudly reprimanding and even showing signs of flattery. After the arrival of the fierce beasts, the living space of humanity had drastically shrunk, and the original Dragon Kingdom, due to the presence of first-rate beast tamers like Wang Yintian, Wang Shangrun, and Yang Chuan, fared much better than other nations. Consequently, those from fallen nations flocked to the Dragon Kingdom, and gradually, the name Xinhua became the name of the newly unified nation. However, the people of the Dragon Kingdom knew that despite the current prominence of aristocratic families and powerful clans, the four major academies were sacred places for every beast tamer. Chen Hai, being noticed by one of the four major academies, White Tiger Academy, indicated one thing: the Chen family was safe. Gu Changqing remained unafraid. He patted Yu Ruyan's hand, signaling her to be at ease. At that moment, Yu Ruyan was in turmoil. On one hand, she absolutely supported any decision made by Gu Changqing. On the other hand, she feared that he might recklessly provoke the long-standing system of the Dragon Kingdom, akin to revealing a lavish fantasy that only existed in imagination to all ordinary people, while simultaneously planting a seed in their hearts that everyone could aspire to climb. This was tantamount to declaring war on the entire aristocracy of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, she felt both conflicted and hesitant, unsure of which side to lean towards. Gu Changqing, the guy whose individual score in the major exam ranks among the top 10 in the nation? The white-robed teacher from White Tiger Academy scrutinized him and nodded, saying, "He is a good seedling. His future achievements may not be inferior to Chen Hai's, but what a pity." No one knew what he meant by "what a pity." To the ears of Li Haoran and the other aristocrats, it sounded like a death sentence, a predetermined conclusion. White Tiger Academy indeed possessed such strength and status. Whether it's a pity or not, you need not worry about it. Right now, I just want to seek justice. If you have the leisure, you may also serve as a witness for the younger generation. Gu Changqing locked eyes with the teacher from White Tiger Academy, showing no fear. It wasn't that he was fearless. Rather, he understood that if he took a step back, what awaited him would be an endless retreat. He was almost killed. Why shouldn't he be allowed to take revenge? Just because he had a fortuitous encounter and wasn't killed, he should cast aside all grudges? Killing for a life is only right. Even the King of Heaven cannot change that. The intense killing intent emanating from the white-robed teacher grew stronger, like a steel blade pressed against Gu Changqing's neck. The chilling murderous aura seeped into his bones, and Gu Changqing felt as if he had lost all sensation, unable to even move. Yet he still stood tall, defiantly raising his head. "Are you going to bully the weak with your strength? How ridiculous! Is this the fine style of the four major academies? If you give me time, you won't be my opponent. If you want to kill, then come." The white-robed teacher glared fiercely, a powerful gust of wind radiating outward from him. It was like a tiger fixated on its prey, ready to pounce. "Kid, are you really not afraid of death?" Gu Changqing let out a cold snort and smiled. "Isn't life and death all decided by your thoughts?" For a moment, the situation was once again at a standstill. "Ha ha ha, old boy, you've taken a hit, haven't you?" At this moment, a teacher from Juke Academy chimed in with a tease. "All right, let the young people handle their own matters. What they said isn't wrong. You ruined my opportunity and still want my life. What? Just because you have power and influence, you don't dare to seek justice?" The white-robed teacher let out a heavy snort, and the killing intent instantly dissipated. "Nonsense! If my son kills me, then my student is done for." Gu Changqing secretly let out a long breath, the heavy stone in his heart finally settling back down. Gu Gu Changqing's actions were both a test and a gamble with his life. The pressure from the white-robed teacher was no less than that from Wang Yuntian in the instance. After all, that was a memory. The longer it was, the greater the error. But now it was real, and if he wasn't careful, he could lose his life on the spot. However, he won the gamble. I only want justice. Someone whispered a few words in the white-robed teacher's ear, and after listening, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He walked back to Chen Hai and, under Chen Ziming's eager gaze, asked, "Are you willing to enter Baihu Academy?" Chen Hai hesitated, struggling, and did not answer immediately. However, Chen Ziming replied for him, "Yes, my Chen Hai is willing." The white-robed teacher did not look at him and continued to ask, "Even if it requires some cost, are you willing?" "Yes, no matter what it is, my Chen family can afford it." "Good." The white-robed teacher suddenly responded, and a roar like a tiger echoed through the mountains. His right hand struck Chen Ziming's forehead, and immediately, blood gushed out, splattering all over Chen Hai's face. "Dad!" Coming back to his senses, Chen Hai saw Chen Ziming's smile forever frozen on his face and was overwhelmed with grief, crying out loud. The white-robed teacher remained expressionless. "Can you blame? Can you hate? Remember this state of mind now, and seek it back in the future, whether it's me or him." After saying this, he turned to Gu Changqing and said, "Kid, are you satisfied now? The student thanks the teacher for seeking justice for me." Gu Changqing bowed deeply, receiving only a heavy snort in return. He was not in a hurry and turned to the dark-faced Li Haoren. "Since the head of the Chen family has passed, let's proceed according to the agreement given by Deputy City Lord Li. After the national examination, the Chen family will explain the whole story and apologize to me." As for Chen Hai wiped away his tears, his eyes bloodshot. "I'll wait for you for a year. By then, either you die or I die." "Alright, I'll wait for you." Chen Hai picked up Chen Ziming's corpse and, accompanied by the Chen family disciples, left the back mountain. Li Haoren and the other family heads could only watch helplessly as Chen Ziming lay in a pool of blood. They could use their status and power to pressure Gu Changqing, but they could not shake a towering divine mountain. They could only leave in a dejected manner after saying their goodbyes. Teacher Zhu Ke sighed, "I hope this child can pull through, and you too. Why didn't you give a precaution before taking action?" "What precaution? If I had, could I still act?" The white-robed teacher glared at Gu Changqing, directing his ire at him. "It's all because of you. Why choose today to settle the score?" At this moment, Zhao Zhanxiong, who had not spoken throughout, came out to joke. "Don't blame him. Back then, when you took a liking to your current wife, didn't you also beat that kid from the Jian family to a pulp? If young people do things meticulously, understand the big picture, and know how to endure, then what's the point of calling them young? Ha ha ha, Old Bai had that experience too? Come on, tell us more about it." The white-robed teacher's face darkened. "What, you want to fight, huh? Hurry up and arrange the best place for me. It's already prepared." The three of them, like children, chattered and laughed as they prepared to descend the mountain. "You little brat, and you, Yi family's girl, why aren't you keeping up?" Is there something about me?" Gu Changqing glanced at Yi Ruyan, who nodded. "Let's go, it won't do you any harm." Jinhai Restaurant, private room. The dishes were all served, and the wine cups were filled to the brim. Teacher Bai still had a nose that wasn't a nose and a face that wasn't a face, harboring quite a bit of resentment towards Gu Changqing. Sitting outside, Gu Changqing felt restless. Being stared at by a super beast master was not a pleasant experience. Gu Changqing roughly estimated that this person's rank was at least royal. The only thing that reassured him was the absence of killing intent. "You little brat, if it weren't for the competition you have this afternoon, you'd have to down a whole pot to apologize to me before I could slightly forgive you." Gu Changqing raised his cup, saying all the nice and flattering words, which finally brought a hint of a smile to his face. Teacher Zhu shook his head with a smile, saying, "Don't listen to him, he's tough on the outside but soft on the inside. We have no malice or prejudice against you. It's not wrong for you to seek justice, it's just that old Bai is making choices for his student. Come, let's drink." The five of them raised their cups together. After nearly half an hour of drinking, Yi Ruyan spoke up. "Teachers, since the White Tiger Academy has chosen Chen Hai, does that mean Teacher Zhu, you are here to choose for the Vermilion Bird Academy?" Teacher Zhu suddenly slapped his forehead, cutting off Yi Ruyan's next words. "Oh dear, look at my head. I was so focused on old Bai's excitement that I forgot about my precious student." "Forget it, let's talk after she finishes all her competitions." Both Yi Ruyan and Gu Changqing were taken aback. Teacher Zhu's words clearly weren't directed at Gu Changqing. Seeing their confusion, Teacher Zhu put down his cup, his expression serious. "Gu Changqing, with your first beast pet and the beast master skills you've learned, you are a perfect fit for our Vermilion Bird Academy." "No, not just a fit. We are the ones who are lucky to have you." At this point, even the hot-tempered and foul-mouthed teacher nodded in agreement. The founding deans of our 4 major academies each have their beast pets: the gung-metal white tiger, the Nanming vermilion bird, the Ewood azure dragon, and the Gui water black tortoise. Nanming is the bloodline power of the vermilion bird, representing the Nanmingli fire. It is said that the divine beasts of the 4 major academies possess divine-level bloodlines, but we all know they are still far from being true gods. As Teacher Zhu spoke, he suddenly became excited. But you have opened our eyes and vaguely shown us what a divine-level bloodline should look like. That black gold divine bird born from the sun, the destructive power and might it brings, is unmatched among all known beast pets. Regardless of their bloodline grade, they are worlds apart. No academy can match our Vermilion Bird Academy in controlling flames. I truly value you. Teacher Zhu spared no praise, but, so, the student chosen by the Vermilion Bird Academy isn't me, right? Sigh. I really, damn. Teacher Zhu's expression turned frustrated. Gritting his teeth in anger, he downed his drink in one go. I've been blinded by pig oil, my eyes covered in dog shit, damn it all. Seeing Teacher Zhu getting emotional, Teacher Bai also started cursing after downing his drink, spewing all sorts of foul and filthy words. Only Zhao Zhanxiong, with a smile, poured them more wine and listened. Alright, are you full? If you're full, go back and prepare. The glory of Jinhai City still needs you to bring it back. When the time comes, if they still want to turn things upside down, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at the disheveled Zhao Zhanxiong, Gu Changqing vaguely felt that something was missing. He stood up to take his leave, departing the hotel with Yi Ruyan. Just as they left, the private room erupted in loud noises, and a faint scream could be heard. You dog, shameless, I'll fuck your ancestors. This is the terrible reputation you're talking about? This is the decayed wood you mentioned? This is the tendency of a malicious beast master you speak of? Zhao, are you even human? Do you only pick the right pits? Zhao Zhanxiong rubbed his already darkened eye circles and reminded, we have a deep abyss contract. If you two dare to go back on your word, don't blame me for killing familiar faces. Damn. Shit. The two expressed their disdain for his arrogant attitude, yet felt helpless. Honestly, trapping him would be detrimental to future developments. After all, our 4 major academies have priority access to resources. Zhao Zhanxiong was unconcerned. I thought the same at first, so I didn't intervene in any matters. But what happened next exceeded my expectations, making me increasingly feel that he isn't suited for the academy path. To this, teachers Zhu and Bai rarely shared the same opinion. Gu Changqing's advantage lay in the fact that his beast pets were simply outrageous. Moreover, it seemed that there was more than just one. Others might not see it, but as 2 teachers from a top academy, they had seen enough. Although they couldn't discern the bloodline, they could clearly see the arrogant and reckless spirit of the black egg. Jinhai, a dragon is about to emerge. What do you plan to do next? There are some things he can't access. Zhao Zhanxiong brushed his messy bangs and said, I'm thinking of a way. That old guy Morong Yuan's daughter is still trapped in the Forbidden Sea. Are you secretly fanning the flames? Zhao Zhanxiong nodded. Once I confirmed that his beast pets were unharmed, I started to lay the groundwork. The main reason I'm doing all this is that his parents left something behind before they left. His parents? Teacher Bai was surprised. Who are they? Teacher Zhu rubbed his forehead. You don't even look at the basic information of your students? What's the point of looking at that? As long as they're not committing crimes, I only care about their performance at the moment. Teacher Zhu gave a thumbs up. Let me tell you, his parents are the couple that gave Qinglong Academy and your teacher a headache. Upon hearing this, Teacher Bai suddenly stood up from his chair. The white pillaging duo? His parents are the white pillaging duo? Zhao Zhanxiong nodded. You remember. Of course, the reason the 4 major academies implemented the rule against paying beast resources to selected but unenrolled candidates in advance was because they were heavily scammed by these 2. My teacher curses a couple of times every time he applies for resources. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhao Zhanxiong and Teacher Zhu laughed heartily. Teacher Bai then realized, no wonder you take such good care of Gu Changqing. If he's their child, it makes sense. I heard that they brought back something incredible from that place. What was it? Forget it, don't try to pry my words. Teacher Bai sat down, pondering for a moment, then said, in the future, if there's a major event, I'll try to apply for him to participate as a day student. Although the teachers gnashed their teeth at the 2, they can't hide their fondness for them. It's just a pity, sigh, heavenly jealousy of talent. The reputation of the white pillaging duo had a sensational impact in that era. 2 geniuses, hailed as a once-in-a-decade find, teamed up to scam a large amount of resources from Qinglong and Baihu among the 4 major academies, and resolutely chose to join the city defense team on the day of the report. They turned their backs on a bright future to dedicate themselves to the defense construction of their hometown. What if I told you that I have some evidence proving that their sacrifice back then had other hidden circumstances? I'm not deceiving you out of selfish motives. I want to personally let him investigate the truth of that year, pushing him into the most dangerous situation, so that those executioners can surface. In the Gu family living room, Yi Ruyan peeled a grape and placed it in Gu Changqing's mouth, her long legs crossed and swaying back and forth. Xiao Qing, don't be nervous or discouraged. What if other academies choose you? Your grades are unmatched in Jinhai City, the new king personally announced by the Abyss. If no academy extends an olive branch to you, then they must be blind. Even if not a single one does, it can't overshadow your excellence, your first place. Yi Ruyan gently encouraged him. On the way back, she had discreetly inquired through various connections about the well-known academies in Xinhua country, and among the first batch of individual assessments, Gu Changqing was not on the list of many academies. Yi Ruyan wanted to dig deeper, but the other parties seemed to have a unified response, their answers seamless, echoing the tones of teachers Baihu and Zhu Kei. If it really doesn't work out, I'll pull some strings for you. Just like your parents, get into a special institution. Gu Changqing looked somewhat dazed, not absorbing a single word of Yi Ruyan's advice. At that moment, he was rummaging through his backpack for gifts. Soon, he pulled out 2 king-level beast pet cards, the Swift-Wind Eagle King and the 3-headed Touch Dragon. He took Yi Ruyan's delicate hand and solemnly placed the cards in her palm. Sister, I've prepared these 2 beast pet cards for you long ago. Yi Ruyan was taken aback and immediately tried to refuse. King-level beast pet cards, while not as rare as legendary ones, were still valuable currency in the current market. The 3-headed Touch Dragon had the bloodline of the king-level peak ferocious beast, the Touch Dragon Divine Flood Dragon, just one step away from becoming a legendary existence. You keep them. Once you get your title, you can use them yourself. Yi Ruyan pushed the beast pet cards back, but her eyes were misty with happiness. She lovingly stroked Gu Changqing's head and said with satisfaction, my Xiao Qing has grown up. From now on, you won't need me to make decisions for you. That's not okay. You're my family, you can't leave my sight. Wherever I go, you go. After the big exam, I'll visit the private independent sector. I'll definitely find you the Millennium Reviving Ginseng. By then, we'll be the best duo. We'll tackle dungeons, set records, and explore outside the city. Sister, you willingly gave up your dazzling halo to take care of me. Now, it's time for you to reclaim your former title as the female overlord. Female overlord? Yi Ruyan's expression changed rapidly as she pinched Gu Changqing's ear. Tell me, how did I dominate you? Gu Changqing chuckled, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. My sister is the most beautiful in the world, super gentle and considerate, definitely the best candidate for a wife. However, the sweet words that had always worked before fell flat today. Upon hearing the word wife, Yi Ruyan released her grip on his ear, her smile forced. Gu Changqing handed her the 2 beast pet cards, oblivious to the change in her expression. Sister, keep them, you'll need them later. I have plenty more, I'm not short on beast pets. Alright, I'll keep them. You rest first, I'll prepare some medicine for you. After leaving the house, Yi Ruyan leaned against the wall, gazing at the bright sky. Her thoughts drifted back to a phone call she received when she inquired about Gu Changqing's grades. Nan, your agreement with your dad is coming up soon. Come back, the family misses you. Mom, I know. I'll return after the big exam, I won't go back on my word. Then I'll have Xiao Lu come pick you up. It's not safe outside the city lately, I'm worried. Don't let him come. I'll go back myself. Why? Afraid of being seen? Yi Ruyan fell silent, her mind filled with Gu Changqing's image. Sigh, Xiao Chang, I might not be able to accompany you in dungeons or break records. With her thoughts pulled back, tears welled in her eyes. At that moment, Gu Changqing was counting the spoils from the dungeon. Since it was a memory recall type of storyline dungeon, there weren't any great equipment drops. The rewards from the Abyss left him astonished. Beast Pet Evolution Stone, consumable material, after use by a beast pet, can unlock bloodline purity. Beast Pet Skill Unlock Stone, guaranteed special consumable material, after use by a beast pet, will 100% unlock a bloodline skill. 2 stones, 1 red and 1 blue. As Gu Changqing pondered, the black egg had already run out from the beast space, its eyes fixed eagerly on the evolution stone, unable to look away. The evolution stone, used on little Jean, was completely useless. Its evolution only required leveling up and preparing the evolution materials. Gu Changqing tossed the evolution stone to the black egg. Here you go. The black egg happily accepted the evolution stone, stuffing it into its mouth and crunching it down. Soon, the black energy within its body surged out, gradually gathering behind it to form a black halo. Congratulations, your beast pet black egg's bloodline evolution was successful. The Abyss's prompt arrived, but when Gu Changqing looked at the black egg's information, there was no change at all. No, nothing? In response to Gu Changqing's surprised inquiry, the black egg scratched its head. I was drained too much by the big sister before, 1 stone can't make up for it. What a waste. Don't think about this one. Then, Gu Changqing tossed it into the beast space, and the skill stone was absorbed by little Jean. When it woke up, it would reveal what bloodline skill it had awakened. The black egg chattered, still unsatisfied. Gu Changqing smiled, "You won't be left out in the future." This made the aggrieved black egg cheer up. Raising an unknown species was like having an endless pit. Gu Changqing continued to look at the rewards, which included an ancient bronze badge resembling a tiger's claw, with old rust stains showcasing its antiquity. Beastmaster Badge, King-level equipment, ability. The badge contains an independent beast space, allowing an additional beast pet contract. Requirement: cannot be used by combat-type beast pets. What a treasure! Such a rare piece of equipment. Although it couldn't contract combat-type beast pets, Gu Changqing already had a plan. No need to rush. Let's see the last item. Only one Beast Master equipment remained, a robe that shimmered with colors. Heavenly flowing robe, no grade, ability, all skill levels of the Beast Master +1, description, a robe made from the remains of the heavenly azure dragon combined with various rare materials, once worn by the god of Beast Masters. It has growth potential and is a unique piece of equipment. Incredible! Gu Changqing was filled with excitement. Although the robe's ability only raised all skills by one level, it could be upgraded. Based on the Heavenly Azure Dragon's bloodline grade, it was at least Orange Legendary. If each level could enhance skills, then Gu Changqing couldn't wait to put it on, and in an instant, he felt a new understanding of fire. The flames at his fingertips began to change form under his control. Not much, but still. Ding! A crisp ringing echoed throughout the entire Jinhai city. Please, the top 30 candidates gather at the square. Gu Changqing stood up, noticing that Yu Ruyan had not yet returned, and left the house on his own. The real battle was about to begin. Square of Peace Jinhai City's top 30 candidates were ready. Su Qing was cheerfully chatting with Gu Changqing and Qi Sheng, who stood on either side. Qi Sheng smiled gently, patiently listening to Su Qing's various jests, his eyes shining. Gu Changqing, however, was scanning around, searching for Yu Ruyan's figure. She had gone out to help him prepare medicine and should have returned by now. The teleportation gates for the escape battle and team battle began to slowly activate. Although Gu Changqing's bag didn't contain much medicine, it was enough. He felt a vague sense of unease and anxiety. Looking back at Yu Ruyan's reaction at home, something felt off. Brother Su Qing, are you a bit nervous? It's okay, my teacher said the dungeon map is quite large. If it really doesn't work, we can just gather and hide in one place, specifically targeting those who are alone. Gu Changqing forced a smile. Sure, you and Qi Sheng can team up. You'll definitely have unexpected gains. Hey, don't think just because you have the title of newcomer king that I won't dare to tease you a bit. A gentleman can engage in sneaky activities. At most, we can just throw some black bricks. Let me tell you, there are tricks to throwing black bricks. Gu Changqing listened absent-mindedly, scanning the area but still not seeing Yu Ruyan. Just as he was about to call her, the host, Shenlin, had already stepped onto the high platform. To the top 30 candidates, you have showcased the new generation of beast tamers to the citizens of Jinhai City with your excellent results. Next, it's time for you to set sail again and fight for the honor of Jinhai City. I've received quite a few reserved spots from various academies. The mentors from those academies will continue to watch your performance through the live broadcast. Alright, I won't say much more. Now, candidates, please move to the teleportation light gate. The team battle will start first. Since our newcomer King Gu Changqing doesn't have a school, he will be the last to appear. Su Qing rubbed her fists, ready to go. Qi Sheng sighed, I wanted to team up with old Gu. It would be easier to paddle together. How could there be such a rule? Sigh. Su Qing straightened her neck. Humph. Do you know what it means to be the final act? Brother Changqing can handle them all by himself. If he teams up with you, wouldn't that just hold him back? Come on, let's go. While pushing Qi Sheng towards the teleportation light gate, she said to Gu Changqing, Brother Changqing, we'll go ahead and try to make sure you don't get a chance to go on stage. Gu Changqing cheered them on and continued to call Yu Ruyan, but it was still in an unanswered state. At that moment, Shenlin, who had just come down from the stage, approached him. Miss Yi hasn't arrived yet? Not yet. Shenlin pushed up his glasses. 3 hours ago, I saw her fiancé. It's been a few years since we last met, and his strength has grown even more. But I'm curious, why is he in Jinhai City? Is he here to take Miss Yi away? Where is he? Gu Changqing grabbed Shenlin's shoulders, asking urgently. At this moment, his heart was completely in disarray. Yi Ruyan has a fiancé? Is he here to take her away? Is this what was off about her? And why didn't she tell him earlier? The bits and pieces of their life together over the years slowly played in his mind. Unknowingly, his feelings for Yi Ruyan, which had once been like a teacher and mother, had long since developed into something else. Perhaps it had always been there, unnoticed. It seems he is staying at the Bihai Hotel. Hey, don't rush. I'll arrange everything here, no need to come back so early. Watching Gu Changqing run off while waving, Xunlin smiled warmly. It's time to consider the girlfriend issue. Su Qing and Murong Qin are also good, but compared to Missy, there's still quite a gap. Kid, don't let me down. He then took out his walkie-talkie and said, there's been a change. Gu Changqing has an upset stomach. Yes, it was caused by a beast pet. Move to the back, the further back the better. What do you mean by not following the rules? Do you want Jinhai City to be laughed at by other provinces and cities? I'll take responsibility for any problems. In front of the Bihai Hotel, Yu Ruyan looked at the handsome man in front of her, her brows furrowed in unspoken disgust. What are you doing here? The man smiled. Yen, I came to take you back. Your mother said you would be home soon, so I specially took leave to come see you. No need, you can go back. I have to go to the exam. Yu Ruyan turned and walked away, but unexpectedly, the man's arm firmly grabbed her arm. Yen, after all these years, is this how you treat me? I know about the agreement between you and uncle. I understand it's because you can't get over that hurdle in your heart. Fine, I'll wait. Now that child has grown up, your task is complete. It's time to fulfill the marriage contract between the Yi family and my Lu family, right? A sharp glint flashed in the man's eyes. Moreover, your family's clan beast cannot be delayed. Yi Ruyan raised her eyebrows. Are you threatening me? How could that be? I like you so much. How could I threaten you? I'm just stating the facts. Yi Ruyan's struggles grew weaker, and after careful consideration, she was about to speak. Suddenly, a shadow darted like a shooting star, heading straight for the man with the Lu surname. Haydn? Yi Ruyan was startled, and upon seeing clearly, she couldn't help but exclaim softly. The man with the Lu surname reacted quickly. Just as Haydn's sword light approached, a dark, fleshy ball appeared out of nowhere to block in front of him. When Haydn's sword light struck, it felt like cutting into mud, unable to exert any force. The agile body flipped in mid-air, trying to gather strength for another attack. Haydn, come back! A sharp voice rang out as Gu Changqing, dressed in a colorful robe, emerged from around the corner, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Haydn, however, glared at the man with the Lu surname with displeasure and killing intent, squeaking loudly. Where did this little brat come from, daring to compete with my master for a woman? Watch as I don't chop you to death. Xiao Chang. Yi Ruyan's eyes lit up with surprise, and just as she was about to walk over, the man with the Lu surname reached out again, trying to grab her. But clusters of flames ignited around Yi Ruyan, then transformed into fiery lines, wrapping around the man's hand. In Jinhai City, the last thing we want is to resort to violence. The cold words carried a strong warning. When Yi Ruyan's gaze, filled with different emotions, approached him, he waved his hand, and the fiery lines vanished into thin air. He couldn't help but marvel at how good this colorful robe was. After his fire control technique was enhanced, it became more sensitive, allowing him to manipulate it freely within a certain distance. Aren't you supposed to be taking an exam? Why are you here? Yi Ruyan's voice was soft but full of confidence. It was as if she had found support. Without you here, how could I focus? You little brat. Yi Ruyan carefully raised her hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This scene between the two was nothing special. After spending so many years together, they had shared even more intimate moments, but to outsiders, it undoubtedly looked like a display of affection. The man with the Lu surname's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he forced himself to step forward, saying, You must be Gu Changqing, Yan's brother. Let me introduce myself. I am Yan's fiancé, Lu Wenchao. Gu Changqing completely ignored him, gazing softly at Yi Ruyan, and gently said, Sister, are you sincere? Under Gu Changqing's direct gaze, Yi Ruyan felt her heart racing, her shy face turning red. But she knew what Gu Changqing was waiting for, and without any hesitation, she shook her head. Gu Changqing felt a weight lift from his heart, then coldly stared at Lu Wenchao, saying, If my sister is unwilling, then it's null and void. If the Yi family forces this, I wouldn't mind going to confront them. As he spoke, a six-pointed star formation suddenly appeared, followed by a loud cry. A magnificent bird, surrounded by flames, descended with heavy pressure, its golden pupils covered with strange patterns that seemed to flow within. Kid, you're playing with fire. The blatant and glaring threat brought pressure from the little golden bird, making the beasts in his beast-controlling space uneasy. Although his title was much higher than Gu Changqing's, the essence of a beast master lay in their beast companions. In the first round of confrontation, he fell into a disadvantage, being firmly pressed to the ground by Gu Changqing. As for whether it was a confrontation, he believed it was. Gu Changqing's hand climbed up Yi Ruyan's back, gently patting her, tilting his head with a cold smile and saying, Did you not hear what I just said? If you don't understand or are unconvinced, feel free to try it out. After Xiao Jin woke up, the feedback from the skill stone also arrived. Congratulations, your beast companion has unlocked a new skill, Sunburning Heaven, Bloodline Forbidden level. Sun-Burning Heaven, a bloodline forbidden level skill that forcibly activates the complete bloodline of the Great Sun Golden Flame by burning the bloodline's origin. After use, the purity of the bloodline will decrease, with a small probability of causing the bloodline grade to drop. Effect: Great Sun Golden Flame incinerates everything. The golden crow emerges, fire spreads across the sky. All fire-type skills and bloodline skills power increases by times. Cooldown, 1 month. Description: the ultimate form of the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline. If the beast companion's grade and bloodline reach perfection, the side effects will completely disappear. The new skill expanded from the skill stone was random, and unexpectedly, it turned out to be the ultimate bloodline skill. This added another trump card. However, the punishment after use: just eat dust. Yen, what do you mean? The man with the surname Lu turned his gaze to Yi Ruyan, with a strong hint of threat in his tone. Gu Chongqing stopped Yi Ruyan, who was about to respond, and said, "Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? Was what I said not clear enough? If you don't understand, go back and ask your family elder. If you have any objections, it's not up to you to point fingers. By the way, please tell Uncle Yi that my sister won't be going anywhere, got it?" Saying this, Gu Chongqing took Yi Ruyan's hand and disappeared at the hotel entrance. Creak! The man with the surname Lu's teeth and finger joints cracked as he angrily pulled out his phone, shouting into it, "Get me all the information on Gu Chongqing, everything." Yi Ruyan was led by Gu Chongqing to Pingding Square. Her eyes occasionally glanced at him, and some feelings in her heart, under Gu Chongqing's almost domineering behavior, could no longer be suppressed, beginning to take root and sprout. This boy, a few years younger than her, had already grown into a young man. Moreover, he had reached a position she dared not even imagine on his own. Mystery was the most alluring driving force of a man. At this moment, Yi Ruyan felt as if she had fallen into a swamp, slowly sinking, yet genuinely feeling happiness and safety. "Oh, you're back so soon?" Seeing Gu Chongqing return with beauty in tow, Shenlin came over with a smile, deliberately letting his gaze linger on Yi Ruyan. The latter's face flushed red from being stared at, angrily saying, "If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out." Shenlin smiled, then his expression suddenly darkened. "You're back just in time. It's your turn to take the stage." Gu Chongqing looked up at the light screen, his pupils suddenly constricting. The light screen was currently broadcasting the ranking situation, with Xinhai City sitting at the bottom among over 30 cities with a score of 0. It was now preparation time, and the Abyss would replay some exciting highlights captured. Gu Chongqing saw Chenhai, Su Cheng, and Qi Shang. Their strength was definitely among the top 10 in Xinhai City, but the opponents they faced had cleanly knocked them off the stage. So strong? Gu Chongqing frowned. In both duo and group formations, the opponents, whether in beast companions, cooperation, or combat experience, far exceeded Xinhai City. Cities qualified to connect to the national competition are much stronger than Xinhai City. Cities like provincial capitals and the capital city have top-notch talents and combat power reserves among beast masters. Their explorations outside the city are unmatched by other cities. Shenlin pushed up his glasses, not without worry. The resource supply of Xinhai City mostly relies on the low-level dungeons or dungeon records within the city. In recent years, the aristocratic families in the city lord's mansion, along with the Beastmaster Association, have worked closely together, and they have only developed 5 wild dungeons. Even with just 5, the output of high-level materials accounts for nearly 80%. Gu Chongqing nodded, understanding the stakes involved. The snowball would only grow larger, and the gap would be the same. At that moment, from the teleportation portal, Su Qing, Qi Shang, and others walked out dejectedly. Upon seeing Gu Chongqing, they all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Shenhai's mental state was good, but he had not overcome his psychological barriers, only managing to exert 70% of his true strength. "Don't be discouraged, you've done well." Gu Chongqing clapped to encourage them, which made them feel even more ashamed. "Secretary Shen, how many rounds are there in the team battle?" 2 rounds. Battles with fewer than 3 people, and team battles with more than 3. If the team battle can defeat the representatives of 3 cities, Xinhai City's ranking can rise to the top 10. Gu Chongqing thought for a moment and said, "Alright, then I'll participate in the team battle." Shenlin, recalling the earth-shattering strike in the bloodied wasteland dungeon, worriedly said, "Your beast pet. It's fine, simple activities are still manageable." The sun shining overhead is a golden attribute ability, unrelated to skills. At the same time, he also experienced one of the abilities of the Beastmaster Space transformed by that stone from beyond the heavens, which could double the recovery of a beast pet's injuries and spiritual power. That's good. It's all up to you now, let those aristocratic families keep their mouths shut. Seeing Gu Chongqing take the field, Su Cheng and the others felt a sense of reliance, shaking off the gloom of their previous failures, and began to discuss how to cooperate and maximize their team's power. Gu Changqing then moved aside with Yi Ruyan. Sister, will Uncle Yi get angry? Others didn't matter, after all, the Yi family was Yi Ruyan's family. Don't worry about me, I'll handle it well. Yi Ruyan rarely felt shy, lowering her head and burying it deeply. What about that Lu family's background? Why does it feel like the Yi family has something on them? Yi Ruyan sighed deeply and explained the ins and outs of the situation to him. So that's how it is. Gu Changqing now understood how much Yi Ruyan had to bear when she chose to stay in Jinhai City. Regarding the Yi family's beast pet, its old injuries had recurred, accompanied by many strange complications, and it was in a critical state. The Lu family's beast pets mostly focused on auxiliary healing, capable of restraining the recurrence of injuries. So long ago, the two families had arranged a marriage between Yi Ruyan and Lu Wenchao. Yi Ruyan was unwilling and quarreled with her family, coming to Jinhai City and meeting his parents. Now, the Yi family didn't want to wait any longer and was forcing Yi Ruyan to comply. Inherited beast pets? Truly established aristocratic families have one or more inherited beast pets. Such beast pets are the face of a family. Unfortunately, Gu Changqing only had combat-type beast pets, and the probability of drawing golden attributes was also inclined. However, that badge contained an auxiliary-type beast pet space, which needed to be contracted as soon as possible. The preparation time is up. Hurry into the teleportation portal. Shen Lin began to call out. Gu Changqing patted Yi Ruyan's hand and said, Sister, don't worry, I'll find a way. After saying that, he ran into the teleportation portal. On the large arena, divided into dozens of areas, as Gu Changqing and the others appeared in the waiting area, they heard derisive laughter from the waiting area of other cities nearby. Isn't this the city of the little girl? They haven't withdrawn yet. You guys might as well stop calling it Jinhai and call it Jinhuangba instead. The mocking voices came, igniting the anger of others. Gu Changqing's expression was calm as he deliberately glanced at the city displayed in the waiting area. Xianshui City, huh? Don't worry, we'll be the first to take you down. Ha ha, with a bunch of useless people like you think you can. The candidate from Xianshui City suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Realizing the sarcasm in Gu Changqing's words, his expression turned sinister. Fine, let's see you be the first to be eliminated. Gu Changqing snorted coldly, too lazy to engage in banter. Su Qing was summarizing something, and after a while, she said, as a secondary city, Xianshui City's overall strength is a notch above ours. However, their beast pets are of a single type, mostly aquatic beasts. Shi Shang added, that's their weakness, but also a strength. I've watched a few of their matches, they're very strong. Their beast pets have a single attribute, which is extremely harmonious, and their combination skills can instantly create small lakes. They turned their disadvantage into an advantage. Sifang City was careless and lost a match to them. Water, huh? Gu Changqing murmured, who is their leader? Zhang Wenbin. The taciturn Chen Hai almost spat out the name through clenched teeth. It was because in the last 3v3 match against Xianshui City, Zhang Wenbin had noticed Chen Hai's distraction and focused all firepower on him, causing their trio to collapse instantly and suffer a crushing defeat. The record for the shortest elimination time in the team competition was set at 1 minute. Chen Hai, nailed to the pillar of shame, was determined to regain his face, especially with Gu Changqing entering the fray. Shi Sheng pointed to the waiting area of Xianshui City, where students surrounded a blonde-haired boy who was confidently directing the team. That's Zhang Wenbin, a senior beast master. His 3 beast pets are a tyrant whale, a venomous jellyfish, and a highly defensive water turtle. Pay special attention to his jellyfish and water turtle. Their poison and defense are extraordinary. Su Qing's expression darkened. My little horse was killed by poison. Gu Changqing took note of this and then entered the beast master space. The black egg was sitting cross-legged in the space, and the energy drawn into the beast master space was continuously transformed into black gas, flowing into its body. It opened its eyes and disdainfully said, don't worry, master, poison is the least of my fears. Soon that kid will know what it means to be a swordsman lurking in the darkness. Gu Changqing couldn't help but chuckle. More like a monkey in the dark. But Black Egg, do you really use a sword? Is it possible that your bloodline memory is mixed up, and you used a stick before? Is that so? I follow the skills. Immediately, the black gas in its hand transformed into a long stick, and after swinging it a few times, it felt much smoother than before. Hey, master, using a stick makes me feel another force within me stirring. It seems like the golden attribute you bestowed upon me. Gu Changqing clasped his hands together. That was right. With its unique appearance, it was practically a mini version of the Great Sage. Coupled with the golden attribute from the Destined Path, it was a perfect replica. Gu Changqing's expectations weren't high. If the Black Egg could have half the might of the Great Sage in the future, that would be a blessing. Letting it get accustomed to this, Gu Changqing went to the adjacent small golden space. Little Jin's state was still invincible. After a brief exchange, Gu Changqing stepped out. 10 minutes later, a large red flag rose from the center of the arena, and a crimson countdown appeared above. Su Qing, Shi Shang, and the others had already arranged their tactics for the battle, while Gu Changqing was not included in their plans. Everyone knew in their hearts that he, who fought alone and acted freely, was the strongest. Otherwise, they might become a burden. At the moment the countdown reached 0, a shadow dashed out first. Higdon had grasped a bit of the essence. This time he didn't use a sword but instead wielded a black stick 2 to 3 meters long. With a few flips in mid-air, the black mist beneath his feet served as a springboard, and in an instant, he soared above the heads of the students from Xianshui City. Where did this arrogant brat come from? Take a hit from your black lord. Higdon gripped the stick with both hands, and as the black mist continuously flowed into it, the stick's body grew thicker and harder. Thud! Thud! The sound of heartbeats echoed within Higdon's body like heavy drums. Gu Changqing also heard it and felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had a vague guess. As the only designated golden entry, it could be very different from other golden entries. It required the beast pet to comprehend and adjust on its own to meet certain implicit conditions of the golden entry. Otherwise, how could a mere sublimation after enduring hardships match the quality of a golden entry? Boom! The black stick, nearly 2 meters thick, struck heavily in the waiting area of Xianshui City. A violent cloud of dust rose, and strands of black mist dispersed only to be drawn back together, transforming into countless small black sticks that rained down like raindrops, launching a counterattack. The students from Jinhai City were left dumbfounded by the sharp maneuver. Vaguely, one could see in the dust that the originally dense group of students had become shadowy, with hardly a few remaining. Chenhai opened his mouth several times to say something but swallowed it back. Others mourned for the people of Xianshui City. Why provoke anyone else when you could provoke Gu Changqing? This guy had no limits. What of the Beastmaster God? What of the heavenly blue dragon? They could still be taken down. As the dust gradually settled, Higdon's figure leaped out, panting like a monkey. The black stick in his hand transformed into a long sword, and his spirit seemed a bit waning. Damn it, turtle shell, too hard. After complaining, he saw a thin student in the center of the waiting area protected by a massive shell. The surface of the shell shimmered with a deep blue light, forming mysterious patterns. The black mist left by Higdon was pushed out. No wonder it was called a water diagram shell. Now it made sense. Less than half of those who had been standing in the waiting area remained. Higdon's strike had wiped out 15 or 16 people. It wasn't that they were weak. The candidates from Xianshui City never expected that the bottom would suddenly rise up and unleash a big move. Many didn't even have time to react before being sent back home by the black stick. Go, beat the drowning dog. The complete team attacked the remaining soldiers. The students from Jinhai City, filled with pent-up anger, were all excited, their eyes bloodshot, rushing in to surround them. Xiao Jin flew into the air at the right moment, closely watching the movements of the Xianshui City students below, especially the combination skill that could create lakes. If there was any sign, he would immediately intervene. Why are you exhausted? Although Higdon's combat power was not as strong as Xiao Jin's, he could hold on for a long time. The mysterious origin of that unknown bloodline could withstand the coverage of the golden entry, which was enough to prove its strength. With each heartbeat like a war drum, my power increases a bit, but as I jump, I get exhausted. However, I discovered that once I switch back to the sword, that feeling disappears, and the lost power recovers at the fastest speed. TSK. It seems I was right. The two bloodlines complement each other, relying on one another, with mutual suppression and compensation. Perhaps, once Higdon's level rises a bit more and both bloodlines break through, the next promotion will provide the correct path. Gu Changqing couldn't even imagine how tear-jerking that scene would be. Black evolution to the great sage. Invincible, right? With Higdon's full-strength strike, Xiao Jin looked down on the entire situation. The students from Xianshui City, despite organizing 2 waves of resistance to break out, were still firmly suppressed by the students from Jinhai City, who held an absolute numerical advantage. Without the combination skills to create a survival environment, their beast pet's power was greatly reduced. As Chenhai wielded the Thunder War Spear, crackling with lightning, he thrust it, filled with endless personal grievances, into Zhang Wenbin's body, and the voice of the abyss echoed in the arena. Congratulations to Jinhai City for eliminating Xianshui City. Total time 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Congratulations to the Jinhai City team for achieving the fastest elimination record. Although they didn't manage to finish within a minute, 3 minutes left all the cities in the arena stunned. This wasn't a 3v3, it was a 30-person team match. Wiping out the entire opposing team in 3 minutes? Did the people of Jinhai City take banned substances? Or were they cheating? The bottom-ranked player, who had 0 points, suddenly climbed to the top of the leaderboard. Such a stark contrast was truly hard to accept. After dealing with Higher-U.S. City, Su Cheng and the others orderly retreated from that side. With this venting of pent-up frustration, everyone's expressions changed dramatically from before. Once the psychological advantage was established, Gu Changqing knew that as long as they played to their original strengths, squeezing into the top 10 would not be difficult. Don't rush, take it step by step, unite where possible. Remember, do not act recklessly. After saying this, Gu Changqing left the heavily depleted black egg behind to recover, while he took Little Gold and made his way straight toward the large flag in the center, passing through layers of the arena where enemies could emerge at any moment. TSK, I have to admit it. It's still the familiar formula, the familiar taste. No way, you can't measure him by ordinary standards. We're cautious of his recklessness, but conversely, we are the ones at the bottom. Don't flatter yourself. His recklessness is the real bottom line, okay? The dozen or so people who had fought alongside Gu Changqing in the final storyline began to tease. The rest were all sent out by Gu Changqing himself. But having witnessed his might on the light screen, and with the top 10 ranking players holding him in high regard, they could only suppress their feelings of imbalance and dared not speak out. I think Brother Changqing is right. I have a suggestion. Let's first go talk to the teams from the provincial capital city. Being in the same province, whoever wins or loses is beneficial. Qi Shang nodded in agreement. Su Qing is right. Let's unite against the enemy first, then determine the winner. I have no objections. Chen Hai, holding the Thunder War Spear, had his gaze drifting towards the increasingly distant Gu Changqing. After receiving unanimous agreement from the 29 others, Black Egg flipped over, the black sword creating beautiful sword flowers, saying, "You all follow behind me." With Black E leading the way, let's see who dares to bump into us. The others didn't understand what it said, but from its proud expression, they could roughly grasp the meaning. Black Egg, we're counting on you. Su Cheng squatted down, took out a well-shaped beast stone, and offered it to its mouth. This little girl is quite sensible. Black Egg happily accepted it and began to crunch on it. Then, Su Cheng placed one hand on the little unicorn's horn and the other on Black Egg's head, softly chanting, "The little unicorn says, the light of friendship lasts forever, and all things are shared." A blinding white light burst forth from the little horn, then, through Su Cheng as a medium, it enveloped Black Egg along her arm. Black Egg felt a jolt throughout its body as a surge of energy poured in, filling its nearly desiccated form once more. This little girl is impressive. She has comprehended the unique skill of the Holy Hall Unicorn. Now, I can unleash my might again. Looking at the chattering Black Egg, Su Cheng said, "Black Egg, my little unicorn can't compare to you. Even though your energies are interconnected, you still need to consider how to use it." The unicorn let out a soft whinny, seemingly protesting Black Egg's statement. Black E understands, it can't drain it dry. Then, it conjured a black staff in its hand again and thrust it into the ground. Go, stay close to Black E. As Gu Changqing was heading towards the central flag, he learned of their next move through his connection with Black Egg. So showy. Little Jean perched on his shoulder, accurately judging Black Egg's actions. At that moment, someone with poor eyesight saw a lone figure and wanted to approach. The blazing sun's flames instantly transformed into a blanket of fire, moving along with Gu Changqing. At the same time, a sharp cry erupted, and the might of the golden crow spread out. Those who wanted to take advantage quickly dismissed the thought. "Ah, Little Jean is also showing off." Little Jean raised its neck, its golden fur swaying, proudly declaring, "I am the master's precious darling. That dark fellow can stand aside." Of course, Little Jean will always be number one, no one can replace it. Little Jean happily jumped around on the shoulder, perhaps too excited, as fiery orbs of blazing sun flames were occasionally and aimlessly spewed out, regardless of where they landed, exploding upon contact with any object. In an instant, the sound of the abyss echoed continuously above the arena square. Congratulations to Gu Changqing from Jinhai City for killing Zhang Si from Lining City. Congratulations to Gu Changqing from Jinhai City for killing Li Kuei from Tianshang. Congratulations to Gu Changqing from Jinhai City for killing Ding Lu from the capital. Congratulations to Gu Changqing from Jinhai City for killing. A dozen kill messages were broadcast in succession, with unfortunate souls from various cities. Meanwhile, Su Cheng and others successfully connected with the team from Huang Province's provincial capital city. However, the idea of a coalition was not progressing smoothly. Although Jinhai City had wiped out Higher-U.S. City from the start, they still could not gain their trust. Their thoughts were the same as those from other provinces and cities, believing they had used underhanded means. Su Qing, Qi Shang, and others tried hard to negotiate, but to little effect. Just when both sides' patience had reached its limit, suddenly, a huge pale golden fireball, trailing a long fiery tail, smashed down towards the waiting area of the provinces and cities. Upon seeing this, Su Cheng and others quickly shouted, "Defense! Hurry up and defend!" They had to admit, their reaction was extremely quick. As the fireball descended, nearly all the beast pets with defensive skills deployed their protective barriers, layer upon layer, one encasing the other. The waiting area was instantly wrapped in a solid shell. Boom! The arena beneath their feet trembled violently, and dazzling gold spread out, the scorching heat enveloping them in an instant. Crack! Crack! Layers of protective shields shattered and dissolved. Su Cheng and the others were even more alarmed. No way! What is Gu Changcheng doing? Is he wiping out his teammates? Fortunately, there were many experts among the provinces and cities, and they managed to hold on, finally wearing down the flames when only 7 layers of defense remained. The crisis was averted, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, at the end of the Jinhai City team, a scream suddenly erupted. It was Sun Min, who had been killed by Gu Changcheng after exiting the dungeon, barely maintaining a score in the top 30. After withstanding the fireball attack, he had just awkwardly stepped out of the protective circle, only to be hit by a dissipating fireball, striking him at the worst possible moment. Congratulations to Gu Changcheng from Jinhai City for killing Sun Min from Jinhai City. Even at the moment of his death, Sun Min couldn't understand why. Just because of a dungeon, he had said a little too much. Gu Changcheng wouldn't let him go, and even ran far away to snipe him. Everyone watched as Sun Min was engulfed by flames and sent off the arena, exchanging glances, feeling a chill in their hearts, especially those who had offended Gu Changcheng. Suddenly, a refined and scholarly-looking beauty with a neat short haircut brushed her hair and said, "As fellow members of Huang Province, I think it's necessary for us to band together for warmth, because we have only one goal." Hearing this, Su Cheng and the others exchanged glances, wondering how just a moment ago they had been looking down on them with an air of superiority, and now it was all smiles and camaraderie. It wasn't until they saw the leading spokesperson from the province and city with closed eyes, listening intently to the report from the abyss, a look of yearning on their face, that they understood what was happening. Great, another one has fallen in. Brother Changcheng really is something. Wherever he goes, he captures hearts. Qi Sheng was taken aback and whispered, "Could it be that you?" Su Qing raised an eyebrow. "Do you understand the concept of a lady's good match?" Qi Sheng couldn't hide his disappointment. "Fine, fool, first become a gentleman." The two exchanged playful banter, and only then did the broadcast in the arena come to a stop. "Where are the others?" the provincial woman asked urgently. "I don't know, they should have gone towards the big flag." Brother Changcheng's strength is outstanding. Team coordination would only disrupt his pace. "So, are we joining forces or not? If not, we'll leave." Su Qing took the initiative, and everyone was ready to turn and leave at any moment. Join forces. The identity of this provincial woman was clearly not ordinary, and after some whispered discussions, everyone nodded in agreement. "Good, let's sign a contract." The woman was momentarily taken aback. "Do we really need to sign a contract?" On the other side, Gu Changcheng stopped, looking at the small golden creature on his shoulder, resembling a child who had done something wrong, feeling both amused and exasperated. Killing participants from other cities was one thing, but how did he end up taking out his own? This Sun Min was quite unfortunate. "Alright, it's not your fault, you performed well." After some comforting, the small golden creature perked up. However, aside from using its skills on him, it was strictly forbidden to shoot them around carelessly. Gu Changcheng opened the small golden creature's attribute panel, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The little guy had unknowingly become a godlike presence among the new generation of beast tamers' pets. Beast pet, true fire sparrow rank, silver level, 12 bloodline attributes, great sun golden flame, gold, battle intent boiling, gold, glutton spring, gold, sun shining bright, gold, attributes, strength plus 204, glutton attribute, 200, constitution plus 211, agility plus 243,200, spirit plus 1422, lightning resistance, 5%, water resistance, 5%, deception breaking ability, 5% skills, form transformation, blazing sun flame, flame immunity, passive, shadow of the golden crow, energy storage, 68%, roar of the golden crow, bloodline combination skill, sun scorching heaven, bloodline forbidden level. The perfect spiritual attribute for the bronze rank is 1200 points. After achieving this, the little golden creature upgraded from the initial sun bird to the silver rank true fire sparrow. The super divine bloodline, upon completion of the upgrade, not only changed the bloodline skills but also increased the spirit by 200 points. It is no exaggeration to say that among the new generation, few can withstand a normal shot of the little golden creature's blazing sun flame. Gu Changcheng continued towards the big flag, and as he got closer, he saw others approaching from the opposite direction of the big flag. 3 men and 2 women, each wearing a robe with the badge of a high-level beast tamer. Their movements were synchronized, exuding a strong presence and impressive aura. Experts, strong beast tamers of the new generation. Compared to Chen-Hai, they were equally formidable. The 6 of them arrived simultaneously at the small platform under the big flag from 6 different directions. From the Huang province? It's not Tang Luoyao who came. A cute girl, not very tall and a bit chubby, was surprised to see Gu Changqing instead of the expected person. Ha, last time I scared her so much she didn't dare to show up. A young man in a black robe, with a dagger at his waist, spoke in a hoarse and unpleasant voice. Come on, the pearl of the Tang family would be afraid of you? Woyuat, don't think too highly of yourself. The handsome young man with golden hair shot back with a sharp tongue. Wu Tian, are you looking for death? Heh, do you have that ability? Don't forget who scattered your ghost last time. Aya, old friends haven't seen each other for months, and here we are arguing again. A flamboyantly dressed girl from another direction said anxiously, covering her mouth, though her tone was more of instigation. Sassy woman, tone down your flirtation, it's disgusting to watch. He, what can I do? Otherwise, I can't compete with you. Gu Changqing remained silent, acting as a qualified listener. From their words, he roughly understood. These 5 people were the elite from Tian Province, Kyoto, Di Province, Xian Province, and Jiang Province, the leaders of the new generation of beast tamers from the main cities of 5 provinces. The position he stood in should be that of Tang Luoyao from Huang Province. The 6 of them seemed to be familiar with each other. Although most beast tamers would obtain a pet card through the abyss before the national exam, that was merely for the commoners. Wealthy and powerful families would arrange everything for their children long before. The only commonality was that the age for entering the dungeon was the same. However, this stage of pet cultivation became the dividing line between nobles and commoners. The rules of the abyss emphasized fairness and justice, which is why it provided everyone with a chance to fight for it. Listening to their incessant bickering, Gu Changqing didn't care and stepped towards the heavy flagpole. The next moment, several whistling winds, mixed with 5 different skills, called out to him. Fire! Gu Changqing paused and murmured, a fire circle rising beneath his feet, the fire control technique absorbing the power of Little Jean, effortlessly dissolving all 5 skills. Oh, another expert. Seeing the skills ineffective, Wu Tian retracted his disdain. The heavily made-up girl exuded a large amount of pink aura, enveloping Gu Changqing, while her hands rested on her loose-robed shoulders, slowly pulling it down, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. Little brother, your strength is so impressive. I like it so much. Tell me, did you defeat Tang Luoyao? Answer me, and there will be a reward. The pink aura and her delicate voice entered Gu Changqing's body, causing him to shudder and feel annoyed. This woman's power was similar to Su Qing's. However, their methods were vastly different. Su Qing's allure opened a crack in the mind, aiming to manipulate it. But this flirtatious woman purely seduced and ignited desires within, leading to obsession and compliance. The same means, yet vastly different approaches. Get lost. Gu Changqing took a deep breath and suddenly shouted. This roar carried a scorching wave of fire, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Wow! The charm skill failed, and the girl seemed struck hard, her face quickly turning pale, then flushed, spitting out a mouthful of blood before slowly returning to her normal color. You actually broke my charm. Humph, daring to play with people's hearts and still think you can stand among us. Gu Changqing retorted mercilessly. He had only come to seize the flag and did not wish to make enemies. But this woman's approach was repulsive. The others exchanged silent glances, seemingly reaching some kind of agreement. Wu Yu's sinister appearance lifted, rasping, It seems you have defeated Tang Luoyao. Although we are enemies, not everyone can stand with us. Wu Tian laughed and said, Brother, you are new here, and we are also curious about what means you used to defeat Tang Luoyao. Looking at the few people trying to find a well-known reason, Gu Changqing snorted coldly, Stop being so wishy-washy. You just want to get rid of the newcomer, right? Enough with the rambling, come on. You 5, come at me together. Together? The geniuses from the 5 provinces stared at Gu Changqing as if he were a fool. Wu Tian even heard the best joke and chuckled. Do you really think that defeating Tang Luoyao has made you so high and mighty? An unknown kid, could it be that you're a commoner? Just because you got lucky and drew a powerful beast card, you think you can really turn the tables? You think you can stand alongside us? The flirty girl covered her mouth and giggled, her long eyelashes hiding a pair of disdainful eyes. This unknown boy from some backwater thinks that breaking my color domain means he has defeated me? Stop the nonsense. Since you want us to come at you together, let's prioritize getting rid of him. You all stay back, I'll go first. In Wu Yu's eyes, black threads appeared, gradually covering his entire pupils. Behind him, a faint shadow merged into his body. Alright, then come on. Just let me see how far you've fused with the ghost. Wu Yu, you better give it your all. After this, I'll give you a free kiss. Sorry to our new friend over there, but we prefer to interact with the familiar Tang Luo Yao. Only the young man from Kyoto remained silent from the beginning. He neither participated nor obstructed. Kid, use all your strength. Otherwise, you will have nothing. Wu Yu completed his fusion with the beast named Ghost and instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Moreover, it was without a sound, undetectable, as if he had left the instance. His voice suddenly came from all directions, ethereal, truly like a ghost. But the next second, Xiao Jin merely cast a cold glance in one direction, and Gu Changqing understood, using the fire control technique to draw in Xiao Jin's blazing sun flames, transforming them into a giant bird claw, gripping towards the left. The bird claw did not close, something was blocking it. Slowly, the vanishing Wu Yu appeared within the bird claw. He spread his hands wide, straining to prevent the claw from closing, his face filled with disbelief. How did you sense me? The only response was a cold snort and an increasing force. King! Seeing it was difficult to escape, Wu Yu shouted again. A rumbling sound came from behind Gu Changqing. A giant skeleton, about 30 feet tall and clad in bronze armor, emerged from the hexagram formation. In its hollow eye sockets, 2 green ghostly flames suddenly flared up, and a massive fist, gathering immense power, heavily smashed towards Gu Changqing. Dare to sneak attack! Xiao Jin flapped its wings and soared into the air, disdainfully muttering, and opened its mouth to unleash a pale golden fireball. The fireball collided with the skeleton's bony fist, instantly exploding, the powerful shockwave forcing the giant skeleton to stagger back several steps before barely stabilizing itself. So strong! Witnessing the terrifying and bizarre scene, the silent youth from Kyoto finally spoke. As Xiao Jin was about to dive down, a shield emblazoned with a giant turtle pattern blocked its attack. The silent youth swiftly moved to the back of the shield and said to Gu Changqing, Kyoto Xuanwu, Xianting, please give me your guidance. Gu Changqing slowly turned around, the force of his fire control technique increasing once more. A scream was heard as Wu Yu could no longer hold on, being tightly grasped. At the same time, the intense heat scorched his skin, a faint burnt smell wafting through the air. Xuanwu, a student from Xuanwu Academy? Gu Changqing couldn't help but be surprised. The exam hadn't ended yet, and even the already designated candidates couldn't directly use the academy's name. Wu Tian and the others, seeing Xianting take the stage, no longer dared to underestimate him. Earth Dumpling, he is the grandson of the president of Xuanwu Academy, one of the top 10 geniuses in Kyoto. Friend, we acknowledge your strength, let Wu Yu go first. Little brother, fighting and killing isn't good, let's discuss things slowly. The three surrounded from 3 directions, Xianting raised his shield, confronting Xiao Jin. Gu Changqing nodded and said, that makes sense. Wu Yu, who was burned and squeaking, felt a surge of frustration as he heard Gu Changqing's sigh of relief. Sensing the giant claw's grip had loosened, he silently began to summon his third beast pet. Suddenly, a heavier force descended, and a pale golden flame quickly surged from the palm of the giant claw. Before Wu Yu could summon his beast pet, he was turned into a white light and sent off the stage under the dual torment of the grip and the flames. After doing all this, Gu Changqing extinguished the flames, patted his dazzling robe, and said lightly, I intended to let him off, but he didn't appreciate it and planned to backstab me, so I had to send him out. After saying this, he shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands in a way that showed he was also pained. Wu Tian and the others were all taken aback, then anger surged. Let's go together and clear him out first. The 2 girls had already made plans, and as soon as they finished speaking, a cat-like creature resembling a cheetah pounced at Gu Changqing with lightning speed, its sharp claws tearing through the air, glinting coldly. Fire! Gu Changqing murmured, forcibly raising his fire control technique by 1 level through the robe. Besides controlling the flames more smoothly, the intensity of the fire drawn from Xiao Jin also increased significantly. In front of Gu Changqing, a wall of fire suddenly rose, dozens of fire lines flying to entangle the cheetah's legs. Little brother, underestimating me will lead to big problems. On the other side, a flirtatious girl was already sitting on a black and red scorpion, its raised tail needle green with brown, clearly highly toxic. The speed of the tail needle was even faster than the cheetah, and it was about to stab into Gu Changqing's body. Humph! Gu Changqing didn't even look, and the Xiao Jin, who was confronting Xianting, suddenly turned into a ball of unextinguished flame. In the next moment, it appeared at Gu Changqing's side, and the fireball that had been prepared shot towards the poisonous needle. The blazing sun flame with attributes over 1400 accurately struck the poisonous needle. The surrounding space began to blur, and the poisonous needle quickly turned to ashes in the blazing sun flame, rapidly burning along the tail. The flirtatious girl was ruthless, drawing her weapon to sever the tail, causing the scorpion to roll in pain. Good, you timed it perfectly. Wu Tian suddenly roared. He threw a yellow stone into the air, which immediately grew taller with the wind. From the center of the stone, golden patterns extended outward, and in a few breaths, it became as majestic as a mountain. Look at my beast pet skill, falling heaven seal. The weight of the mountain was like Taishan pressing down, and while Gu Changqing was dealing with the two girls, it suddenly struck. It must be said that besides having powerful beast pets, their combat experience and teamwork were also very strong. At this moment, Xian Ting withdrew his shield and shouted, "Spirit snake emerges from the sea." Under Gu Changqing's feet, the arena disappeared, turning into an unfathomable ocean. Beneath the ocean, a spirit snake like a swimming dragon broke through the water's surface, connecting with Gu Changqing, crashing towards the mountain that was falling from above. Seeing that both skills had succeeded, Wu Tian laughed loudly. "Xian Ting, our unintentional cooperation a few months ago, who would have thought there would be a chance to recreate it?" Xian Ting did not relax. His gaze was fixed on Gu Changqing, who was held by the spirit snake, worriedly saying, "Don't get distracted, he is an intermediate beast master, and his second beast pet has yet to appear." The spirit snake and the great mountain were about to collide, but the mist, like a cloud pressing down, completely shrouded the sky above the banner. Pat, pat, pat. Suddenly, tiny particles began to fall from the sky. The girl from the turbulent waves was momentarily stunned, reaching out to catch one. It felt slightly warm in her hand. Was this black glass? Just as she was puzzled, Xian Ting suddenly shouted, "Not good, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive black mountain burst through the mist, continuing to press down. However, beneath the mountain, Gu Changqing's figure had already vanished. What happened? Where is he? Where did he go? Wu Tian, where is your beast companion? Wu Tian snapped back to reality from his shock and glanced at the abyss prompt, swallowing hard. Did it return to the beast space? As soon as he said this, the faces of the three changed drastically. Xian Ting gritted his teeth and said, "His fire burned through the mountain and evaporated the water snake. Now, our means have been turned against us to deal with us." He immediately made a decision and shouted angrily, "Give it your all. The Xuanwu shield can withstand it." This time, they no longer cared about their pride as top talents, summoning all the beast companions that could still fight, pouring all their strength into the Xian turtle summoned by Xian Ting. On the back of the Xian turtle, the rugged ravines filled up continuously as power flowed in. "Xuanwu shield," Xian Ting shouted, and the patterns on the turtle shell began to detach, gradually merging with his shield. Roar! A phantom of a spirit snake coiled around the Xian turtle, lying on top of the shield, its head and the turtle's head opening their mouths simultaneously, issuing a warning to Gu Changqing in the sky. Above the mountain, Gu Changqing looked down from a high vantage point at the four small figures on the arena below and snorted, "Even if the true holy beast Xuanwu were to descend, today I will send you off the stage." Xiao Jin chirped excitedly, and just as the shadow of the golden crow was about to appear behind him, it was flicked back by Gu Changqing's fingertip, who patiently guided it. They are not transcendent ferocious beasts, there's no need to use a trump card. Melt the mountain beneath your feet with flames, and the rest depends on their fate. Don't overextend yourself every time, understand? Although Xiao Jin felt wronged, it obediently nodded, but the fire in its eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Having been lectured by its master, it thought, you won't have it easy. At the moment Gu Changqing looked down, the shadow of the golden crow flashed by, and then a refined pillar of fire ignited atop the mountain. The hard stone melted under the high temperature like cream, continuously dripping down onto the arena below. The mist also evaporated completely under the heat. As this scene unfolded, the arena, which had been in a fierce battle, suddenly fell silent, only the sound of lava falling creating a whooshing wind. What the hell? Is this really a new team competition? Which city's big shot is this? Contracted a star beast? No. At this stage, a star beast shouldn't be able to summon a meteorite, right? Star what beast? Look closely, that's clearly a combination skill. The flame marsh, fortunately, it's heading towards the banner. Seeking information about the big shot online, men will bear him children, women will grind forests for him. In Jinhai City in Huang Province, Su Cheng and others encountered a joint force from two cities also under the jurisdiction of Kyoto. Due to their overall weaker strength, Jinhai City suffered considerable losses. Fortunately, the combat power of the provinces and cities was quite formidable, attracting most of the firepower. Being held back by the joint forces, they failed to catch up with Tang Luoyao, who was gathering the top talents from 6 provinces, becoming a major weapon for this new team. Suddenly catching sight of the thousands of fire meteors, her beautiful face suddenly transformed into a fierce tiger face, opening its bloody maw and letting out a roar that echoed through the mountains and forests. After the opponent in front of her was stunned, she stepped out of the battle circle, gazing at the continuously melting mountain, and exclaimed, "That's Wu Tian's falling sky seal." To be able to burn this skill, could it be him again? Su Qing, who was constantly boosting her teammates, silently shook her head at the sight. Great! Completely trapped! As for Xianting and the others, facing the counterattack that little Jean was secretly enhancing, the smallest lava blocks with a radius of 1 meter had not yet fallen, but the overwhelming sense of pressure made everyone's hearts race. Boom! When the first lava block collided with the Xuanwu shield, everyone felt as if they had been struck on the forehead with a hammer, buzzing in their heads. At the same time, their bodies sank, blood seemed to stop, and the immense pressure caused even the hard arena to show faint imprints. However, with the second, third, and countless more continuous impacts, blood began to flow from the corners of the four's mouths, nostrils, ears, and even eyes. Their legs bent repeatedly, and they knelt on the arena, the ground cracking beneath their knees. Gu Changqing looked at the Xuanwu shield, which was still holding strong despite the combined efforts of the four, and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Xuanwu, the strongest in defense among the four sacred beasts, it was able to withstand little Jin's attacks. Lava splashed everywhere, and the booming sounds continued, with powerful shockwaves rising one after another. The illusory images of the Xian turtle and the spirit snake were battered to pieces but still remained intact. When the last lava block shattered, the Xuanwu shield finally could not hold on any longer and, with a crisp sound, turned into specks of starlight. Once the shield broke, the four let out a simultaneous sigh of relief and instantly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Their beast companions, severely drained of energy, all returned to the beast master space. Thud! Gu Changqing descended from the air, standing firmly atop the flag, looking down at the exhausted geniuses from the four provinces, and praised, as expected of geniuses, "You couldn't even send this out." Xianting, forcing back a mouthful of blood, struggled to rise, but his knees buckled, leaving him half kneeling. His robe was already shredded, flesh torn open to reveal bone, and he gritted his teeth, looking up at the high-standing Gu Changqing, saying, "So what? You couldn't even take one of my moves. What face do you have to call yourself a genius?" Gu Changqing replied indifferently, "Don't compare yourself to me, you can't." His intention was that he had a cheat, and even the abyss couldn't kill him, but to the four on the ground, it sounded like a blatant mockery. Wu Tian, forcing himself to lie back, stared at Gu Changqing and said, "Don't be too pleased with yourself. Our true genius despises participating in such games. When it comes to the escape battle, blood debts will be repaid." "Oh, then I'll wait," Gu Changqing said, pointing his finger, and beams of fiery laser shot out, piercing through Wu Tian's head. The remaining three showed despair. "Before you kill me, tell me your name. With such strength and beast companions, you can't be an unknown." Gu Changqing pointed again, and regarding his expectations for Xianting, he replied, "All right, in the escape battle, I'll be waiting for your revenge. Remember, my name is Candidate 666. As the fire line killed the three, Xianting, upon hearing the name, was stunned for a moment, and as his body turned into white light, he cursed. Gu Changqing frowned, quite dissatisfied. He was from the Kyoto Xuanwu, yet his quality was so low. Although he didn't catch everything, he guessed the latter part from the first few words. It was too vulgar. Forget it, he wouldn't bicker with him. Gu Changqing jumped down from the flag, grasped the bottom of the flagpole, and pulled hard. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for obtaining ownership of the arena battle flag. Students from this city should quickly head to the center of the arena. Successfully guarding the flag for 30 minutes or annihilating all other city participants will result in victory. No declaration of victory? Gu Changqing looked at the flag in his hand with confusion. Arena battle flag, auxiliary type item, used in arena battles. Ability: the city team members of the flag bearer have their pet's four-dimensional attributes increased by 20%, skill damage by 10%, and skill defense by 10%. It's not just about seizing the flag to win. Gu Changqing disdainfully inserted the battle flag back, feeling uninterested. Before long, Su Qing and the provincial team arrived at the scene. When everyone saw the uneven terrain around the battle flag, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Tang Luoyao's eyes sparkled as she tidied her hair on both sides and walked forward with a ladylike stride, saying something astonishing. "You are Gu Changqing, right? Hello, I'm Tang Luoyao. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, I can be your girlfriend." Gu Changqing was momentarily taken aback. Huh? An admirer? Are people from the provincial city this open? For a moment, Gu Changqing didn't know how to respond and could only pretend he didn't hear, sitting cross-legged under the battle flag, feigning meditation. Su Qing, seeing his embarrassment, chuckled softly a couple of times, then approached Tang Luoyao and said, "The flag has been seized. They'll come to take it back soon. You have more people in the four directions. We'll follow your lead. Brother Changqing is tired. Let him rest a bit." Only then did Tang Luoyao let out a sigh of disappointment, seemingly thinking of something else, and said spiritedly, "Our team's combat power hasn't been greatly diminished. The friends from Jinhai City will hold the west direction, and we'll take care of the other 3 directions. Haedong, holding his sword, wanted to come over and flatter Xiao Jin, but before he could say anything, Xiao Jin sent him off to help. Seeing its pitiful look, Gu Changqing smiled and said, Haedong did well, he needs more encouragement. Give me some sunshine, and I'll shine. I don't want that. Gu Changqing could only give Haedong a helpless look. The subsequent battle had nothing to do with Gu Changqing. After eliminating the leaders of the other 5 provinces, the remaining ones were not worth worrying about. Although they were at a numerical disadvantage, Tang Luoya was like a person on adrenaline, teaming up with 2 members from her team to form a steel knife squad, cutting through everything in their path like chopping vegetables. Moreover, with the enhancement of the battle flag's attributes, the other members of Jinhai City were almost on par with those from the big cities. By the end of the battle, only Su Qing, Qi Shang, Chen Hai, and Murong Qin remained from Jinhai City. Meanwhile, on the provincial city side, Tang Luoyao had killed the most, with 11 people left. At this point, Gu Changqing finally stood up and said to Tang Luoyao, only our 2 city teams are left. Your contribution is the greatest, so the victory goes to you. Tang Luoyao felt her heart flutter as Gu Changqing casually handed over the victory, and just as she was about to speak, she saw Gu Changqing choose to exit the arena. Hey, remember to find me for the escape battle. All that answered her were the bewildered looks of her teammates. It was as if they had seen a ghost. In terms of appearance, family background, and strength, Tang Luoya was not the absolute best, but she was certainly among the few. The young talents who actively pursued her had trampled over the Tang family's threshold. Now, it was good, she took the initiative to pursue, yet he ignored her. Tang Luoyao did not lose heart and turned around, saying, What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and go rest. Let me tell you, if the escape battle falls apart, At this moment, a team member, gathering his courage, asked, Sister Tang, you don't seem to be like your usual self towards that Gu Changqing. You young ones don't understand anything, he is the true genius. Look at those who call themselves geniuses. What kind of character do they have? In life, one must be low-key. If this were heard by Shen Ting and the others, they would definitely point at her and curse. Leaving the arena, as they appeared in the Pingding Square, a thunderous applause erupted. And on the light screen, Jinhai City's ranking soared from the last place to 5th place. Shinlin was all smiles, patting Gu Changqing on the shoulder, saying, Good boy, you really didn't let me down. When you took on 5 by yourself, you scared me out of a cold sweat. You know they have all been noticed by the 4 major academies, especially that Xianting. Is it starting immediately? No, tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Go on, men shouldn't dawdle. Gu Changqing nodded, jumped down from the high platform, and rushed towards the waiting Yi Ruyan. He instinctively took Yi Ruyan's hand and smiled, Sister, how did I perform? Yi Ruyan smiled with satisfaction, Amazing, Xiaoqing is too amazing. Come on, tonight I'll make you something delicious. The 2 left the square like a couple in love, under the gaze of many. Shinlin sighed and said to Su Qing, You should head home too, your person has already arrived. As night quietly fell, Yi Ruyan went to the supermarket to buy a bunch of food, preparing to cook her specialty. Gu Changqing took out a beast pet card, letting a drop of blood fall onto it. Do you want to activate the badge beast space? Yes. This beast space can only contract auxiliary type beast pets. Do you want to contract the mimic beast? Yes. As the mimic beast entered the badge, the beast pet card completed its mission. Mimic beast. Gu Changqing called out, and the mimic beast appeared in its B form from the hexagram array. In the next moment, it transformed into a cat and jumped onto Gu Changqing's lap. The transformation was almost instantaneous, and looking at its attributes, the skills were quite good. Right, there were still golden entries unused. Gu Changqing opened his backpack, revealing 2 glowing golden orbs. He reached out to absorb one, and information immediately appeared before him. Flower smiles at me. Golden entry, ability, rivers and mountains, all living beings are close to the entry holder and cannot harbor killing intent. Description, a special ability of a legendary existence, after being granted to a beast pet, has a certain probability of inheriting a skill. Gu Changqing blinked. This entry, could it be the legendary immunity card? All living beings are close, which means even fierce beasts cannot harm it. Thinking about the mimic beast's pitiful attributes, the golden entry was indeed tailor-made for it. As for the inheritance of a skill from the legendary existence mentioned in the description, Gu Changqing didn't care. He initially wanted to keep the mimic beast because of its transformation ability, which could be used to deceive others when necessary. Don't move, be good. Gu Changqing held the golden entry and rubbed it into the mimic beast's forehead. Congratulations, your beast pet has successfully been granted the golden entry. Flower smiles at me. Congratulations, your beast pet has inherited a skill from the golden entry. Congratulations, your beast pet has gained the skill, Natural Power. Wow, this is possible. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. Gu Changqing opened the Mimic Beast's attributes. Mimic Beast Auxiliary Type Beast Pet, Rank, Ordinary, Level, 1, Attributes, Strength +0, Constitution +1, Agility +1, Spirit +50, Skills, Illusion, Split, Mimicry, Natural Power, Special Skill, cannot be upgraded, Ability, can mobilize the energy of nature to heal and repair beast pets and beast masters, with a certain probability of changing the beast pet's bloodline and purifying its bloodline concentration. Gu Changqing was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes and read the ability of natural power several times, confirming he wasn't seeing things, then pinched his thigh hard, wincing in pain. What the heck? What is this? A combination of medicine, rare materials, and bloodline evolution stones? Moreover, natural power is purely natural energy, with no side effects. Gu Changqing lifted the cat-like mimic beast, and at that moment, he had an idea. If he took it out to set up a stall, making 100 or 80,000 a day wouldn't be a problem, right? The mimic beast felt uneasy under the gaze of its new master, sensing the risk of being sold at any moment. Suddenly, Gu Changqing was taken aback. He understood the healing power of nature, but what was that restoration? Could it be? Sister, come here quickly. Yi Ruyan, who was humming a little tune while busy in the kitchen, heard Gu Changqing shout and came out wearing an apron, surprised. What's wrong? Gu Changqing mysteriously patted the empty spot on the sofa. You'll know when you come over. Yi Ruyan paused for a moment, then blushed and said, don't mess around, I'm cooking. Watching her fidget and hesitate, as if both rejecting and inviting him, Gu Changqing couldn't help but swallow hard. When the thin layer of glass in his heart was broken, and feelings gradually shifted from familial love to something else, it was still the same person, yet the view was entirely different. At that moment, Yi Ruyan was like a finely crafted, perfect work of art created by the heavens. Her shyness, form, attire, and every gesture exuded infinite seductive charm. Gu Changqing felt a surge of heat within, his breath growing heavier. Fortunately, the cat-like mimic beast jumped down and rubbed against Yi Ruyan's feet. Ah, such a cute kitty. Yi Ruyan bent down with one hand free to pick it up, and under the various attractions and the tension of her clothes, Gu Changqing's tall and handsome figure appeared even more imposing, especially the ravine between the two peaks. Standing at the peak, Gu Changqing gazed into the depths, feeling an infinite allure, as if his soul were about to be drawn in. Master cough, it's better to turn off the beast space connection. Just as he was lost in the ravine, overwhelmed by an indescribable power, the two little creatures in the beast space pulled him back. The pet I just contracted has a skill, and I want you to help me test it. Upon learning the details, Yi Ruyan felt a bit shy, but then a hint of disappointment followed. She walked up to Gu Changqing, a faint, tranquil fragrance wafting into his nostrils, nearly causing the clear-headed Gu Changqing to fall again. The matter was urgent. Gathering his thoughts, the mimic beast returned to his arms, and at Gu Changqing's suggestion, its two paws rested on Yi Ruyan's back. The next moment, a waft of green grass fragrance spread throughout the room. A large amount of greenery surged in from all directions, gathering on the cat's paws. The green energy reached Yi Ruyan's body through the paws, and upon first contact, she felt a warmth envelop her, followed by a refreshing coolness coursing through her limbs. The severe injury she had suffered earlier, along with the 3 already cracked beast spaces, surprisingly showed signs of healing under the nourishment of the green energy. The pets in the beast space also sensed the green energy repairing their injuries and closed their eyes to rest. Suddenly, Yi Ruyan's red lips parted, letting out a soft, murmuring sound. At the same time, her body began to tremble slightly. Gu Changqing stood beside her, swallowing hard. It was simply too overwhelming. The already tight classroom shirt struggled to maintain its dignity amidst the tremors, while the loose apron was stretched, barely covering half of the mountain's appearance. This movement was like a small earthquake, causing the peaks to shake, and her trembling eyes nearly blurred. Just then, the mimic beast let out a weak cry and slumped in Gu Changqing's arms. Yi Ruyan awakened from the wonderful sensation, pleasantly surprised. My injury feels a little better. Meow 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 meow. After the mimic beast finished its call, Gu Changqing sent it into the badge's beast space to rest. Little Jean then translated, it's still very young, and the natural power it can mobilize is limited. Moreover, the natural forces in the city are far less dense than outside, so it can only slightly suppress, not eradicate. Gu Changqing was not discouraged. This was a good start. At the very least, I know that the power of nature can potentially heal the hidden wounds that Yi Ruyan has suffered. The atmosphere is somewhat ambiguous and awkward. Yi Ruyan only glanced at Gu Changqing before blushing and entering the kitchen. After he looked down in surprise, his face immediately turned red and his neck thickened. Damn, the secret is out. During dinner, the two of them served each other dishes, but whenever their eyes met, they immediately looked down. It was a strange feeling, like honey in the heart, revealing a little sweetness each time, tasting the delicious fragrance. After the meal, Yi Ruyan went out to take out the trash, while Gu Changqing continued to organize the packages. When he saw another golden item lying inside, Heart of Qingqiu, he felt a twinge of regret. After the dungeon ended, the abyss didn't give him time to ask the five-tailed blood fox, "Sigh, it seems the next pet should be a fox." Suddenly, Yi Ruyan's surprised voice came from outside, followed by hurried footsteps. The door opened, and Yi Ruyan looked flustered. Gu Changqing was startled and quickly stepped forward to grab her hand, saying, "Sister, what happened?" The closed door opened again, and a graceful and elegant beautiful woman entered, accompanied by Lu Wenchao. Upon entering, the beautiful woman first saw the two holding hands, raised an eyebrow, slightly angry. "Yan Yan, what's going on?" Yi Ruyan was flustered. "Mom, I." Gu Changqing was also taken aback. The beautiful woman's appearance indeed resembled Yi Ruyan's by about 60%. He tightened his grip on Yi Ruyan's hand and said, "Hello, Auntie, welcome to Jinhai City. It's my fault for not coming to pick you up in advance." The beautiful woman glanced at Gu Changqing. "So you're the child that Yan Yan has been taking care of?" She emphasized the word child. Yi Ruyan's heart trembled, and she shot a fierce look at Lu Wenchao, saying, "Mom, why did you suddenly come over?" The beautiful woman huffed, "If I don't come, will you still be able to return to this home? Since you've completed your promises, what else is there to linger on? He's already an adult, with his parents' compensation. Is he still afraid of not being able to survive?" In front of the beautiful woman, Yi Ruyan was overwhelmed with emotions. Even if she had 1,000 words to say, they were hard to express. "Auntie, we have already agreed that after the big exam, we will venture outside the city together." "Shut up!" Lu Wenchao shouted with red eyes. "Don't you know Yan Yan has hidden ailments? At such a young age, how cruel can one be? You actually want Yan Yan to help you gather resources outside the city? Gu, hasn't she worked hard for you long enough? Do you still want to use moral coercion to bind her?" The beautiful woman, hearing this, also became furious but couldn't lose her temper due to face. Yan Yan was indeed saved by her parents. Our Yi family doesn't owe anyone a favor. Over the years, she has repaid it. If you think it's not enough, just state your conditions. At this moment, Gu Changqing had already understood what Lu Wenchao had whispered to the beautiful woman. Immediately, he raised his head confidently, looking at the beautiful woman, and said, "I'm sorry, sister is priceless, not a commodity. As for her hidden wounds, there's no need for Auntie to worry. I have found a way to cure it." Furthermore, he looked past the beautiful woman at Lu Wenchao and coldly snorted, "I also have a way to heal the Yi family's pet. With a certain probability, it can even help purify the bloodline's concentration. If you don't believe it, Mr. Lu Wenchao here has probably checked my background thoroughly. He can vouch for me." Lu Wenchao was stunned. "Damn, shameless little brat. I'm here to stir up trouble. Why should I vouch for you?" "Mom, Xiaoqing really can help. The crisis facing the Yi family now is that the oldest and most powerful pet in the clan is in a precarious situation. You must know that every family in Xinhua country that holds a prominent name is at the forefront of pet inheritance and reproduction. Relying on them, the family can obtain one or even multiple bloodline beasts of good lineage in each generation, thereby increasing the family's foundation and combat power. Just relying on the abyss ritual and chance? It's too late for that. Although it is possible to acquire them through power and money, that is merely a drop in the bucket. For bloodline beasts of king level or above, even offering sky-high prices may not guarantee obtaining one. The Chen family is willing to take risks, forcibly seizing from Gu Changqing, even attempting to take his life, precisely because of this. Owning a legendary beast would mean that the future of the Chen family could reach greater heights and distances. The beast of the Lu family, on the other hand, is an auxiliary type, which has been used over the years to alleviate the injuries of the Yi family's beasts. At this moment, when Gu Changqing proposed to treat and repair, it sounded like a joke to the beautiful woman. With the power of the Yi family, if they could find another way, they wouldn't need to force their daughter. Lu Wenchao also took advantage of this point, grasping the crux of the matter. "Kid, listen carefully. First, our family matters have nothing to do with you, and you don't need to worry about them. Second, Yan Yan and Lu Wenchao are already engaged, and this is an unchangeable fact. Third, I hope you won't appear in front of us in the future. Regarding your family's kindness, I will prepare 3 million and various resources to repay it, understand? Mom, I'm not leaving. Why don't you believe in Xiaoqing? He really has that ability." Yi Ruyan was anxious, but the more certain she sounded, the worse the beautiful woman's expression became. "Sister!" Gu Changqing interrupted Yi Ruyan, not allowing her to continue persuading. He held no resentment, considering the situation, what he did might even be more excessive than the beautiful woman's actions. His daughter had been taking care of someone else's child before marriage, ruining her future, and had not returned home for years. Just when he finally saw his daughter's heart open, he found her mingling with the child she was caring for, even developing feelings. Not slapping her a few times to vent his anger was already a sign of restraint for a family of their stature. Auntie, tomorrow is the last event of the national exam, the survival battle. If you're not in a hurry, could you please come to watch? If, after it's over, you still hold the same decision, then I have nothing more to say. Yi Ruyan was stunned, looking at Gu Changqing in disbelief. Gu Changqing smiled gently at her, but I will personally come to take my sister out. The beautiful woman's expression changed repeatedly, and finally, she let out a sigh and said lightly, all right, young man, the threshold of the Yi family is not so easy to cross. Whether it's easy or difficult, you don't need to worry about it, auntie. It's getting late, so please take my sister back to the hotel. Tomorrow, I look forward to your presence. The beautiful woman nodded slightly, taking Yi Ruyan out of the house. Once the three left, the tense Gu Changqing immediately relaxed. He didn't take Lu Wenchao to heart. From the beautiful woman's words, he sensed her love for Yi Ruyan. The key lay in tomorrow's survival battle. At this moment, Xiao Jing and He Dan came out from the beast space, teasing the mimic beast while the two began strategizing for tomorrow. Master is facing a hurdle, so everyone needs to be fully alert tomorrow. Big sister, just give the orders. It's simple, little mimic, little Tai, little beast. It's really hard to name you, let's just call you Tai Xiao. You will disguise yourself as a lone student to attract people. Once they fall into the trap, He Dan will entangle them, and I will finish them off. Understood, big sister, the plan is flawless. Meow 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 meow. Yes, everything will be done as big sister says, let's go. Watching the three beasts enthusiastically discussing the details of the trap, Gu Changqing returned to his bedroom, sent Yi Ruyan a victorious expression, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, at Pingding Square, it was the last day of the national exam. Almost all the citizens of the city gathered to watch the final showdown. The 30 contestants, including Gu Changqing, sat in the back row behind the leaders' seats. He occasionally turned to look back, instantly drawing a wave of cheers. Gu Changqing, look here. Changqing Geizhai, I'm the president of your fan club, look at me. Is Gu Changqing's popularity really that terrifying? Aren't his past scandals counted anymore? What are you shouting about? What scandals? The beast pet didn't even lower its bloodline grade, otherwise, how could it take on 5 opponents? The head of the Chen family was taken out by a teacher from the White Tiger Academy. Are you brain dead? Can't you see the tricks inside? Haters, get lost, or I'll sit on you. Under the powerful barrage of fans, the person turned pale with fear and fled the crowd. If he had been a moment later, he would have truly been crushed by the bucket girl. In the waiting area, Su Qing covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Changqing has finally reaped the rewards after enduring hardships. His fan base is growing larger. Shi Shang sighed, that wave from yesterday, I watched it dozens of times after returning. No matter who you put yourself in the shoes of, they can't escape the fate of being killed. I'm puzzled, my lion Arhat is just 1 grade short. How can the power gap be so huge? The 3-headed, 6-armed lion Arhat in the beast space couldn't help but tremble, as there were invisible eyes watching it. It wanted to tell its master that this was not a legendary bloodline, but clearly a myth. But due to its life being at stake, it could only remain silent, letting its master's brain cells die off. As the time for the escape battle drew near, Yi Ruyan and the others still had not appeared. Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw Zhao Zhanxiong accompanying a beautiful woman and Yi Ruyan slowly walking over from one side of the leaders' seats. Their gazes intertwined in the air, and a strong affection sparked between them. Ahem! The beautiful woman coughed, and only then did Yi Ruyan retract her gaze. Zhao Zhanxiong smiled slightly upon seeing Gu Changqing. Sister Xian, let the young ones handle their own matters. It's been a few years since we last met. How is my third brother's health? Good, just that he's been upset by his daughter, sighing all day. Xiao Xiong, you don't understand the heart of a parent. By the way, what about you and that girl Morong? Zhao Zhanxiong hurriedly said, Sister Xian, let's take our seats first. The escape battle is about to start. With the appearance of the beautiful woman, the stone in Gu Changqing's heart finally fell to the ground. Soon after, Shenlin took the stage and called the 30 students up. In an instant, Gu Changqing's shouts rose and fell like waves. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Zhao Zhanxiong, Li Haoran was grinding his teeth in frustration. Filled with resentment, he turned to his loyal dog beside him. Have you made it clear with Chen Hai? I've made it clear, but can it really be used? After all, that's from. Li Haoran softened a bit, no problem. After expending so much manpower and resources, if we still can't solve that fatal issue, then that dog doesn't deserve to be called a dark god. What? Don't you believe me? It's not that. Once Chen Ziming dies, Chen Hai's temperament will change drastically. I'm afraid he will hinder your plan. Li Haoren was confident. Even if he gets accepted by the White Tiger Academy, in the end, he will still return to Xinhai City. I've already told him that the promises made to the Chen family will be fulfilled in full upon his return. Then, he coldly sneered, with his father dying right before his eyes, I don't believe he can suppress his desire for revenge. While the two were discussing their plans, on the other side, Zhao Zhanxiong and the beautiful woman were also whispering to each other. Sister Xin, aren't you curious why I and Yen Yen chose their child? Now I can give you a solid answer. We can't see through him. The beautiful woman was very clear about how strong Xiao Xiong was in terms of his title, and if even he said he couldn't see through it, it could only mean, could he be stronger than those two from back then? Zhao Zhanxiong sighed. At the same age, they didn't score as high in the national exam. Moreover, this is just what he has shown us. The beautiful woman looked shocked. Xiao Xiong, you wouldn't have any ulterior motives, deliberately teaming up with Yen Yen to fool me, this old woman, would you? Sister Xin, do I have that kind of courage? You know that Morong spoke with those two before setting off. I don't know the specifics, but Morong told me one thing. If there is no return in the future, Changqing can take over. This is also why the Xinhai Girls' High School and the Morong family must support Gu Changqing. It is indeed true that legendary beast pets are needed to enter the Forbidden Sea, and such bloodlines are indeed rare in the Beast Master world. But for those long-established families, let alone legendary bloodlines, even mythical bloodlines can be found. The era of information blockade has become history. People today are more clear-headed and objective. The beautiful woman let out a sigh of relief. It seems I came at just the right time. Zhao Zhanxiong nodded. Perfect timing. Yi Ruyan listened to their conversation from the side, her hands tightly clasped. Xiaoqing, you must do your best. On the high platform of the square, Shenlin clearly explained the rules of the escape battle to them and the surrounding citizens. The so-called escape battle is merely a personal melee within a dungeon map. The difference lies in the pursuit of ferocious beasts. A map, apart from the candidates, is filled with dense, various levels of ferocious beasts. Contestants must kill the ferocious beasts while also guarding against attacks from other contestants. There are two conditions for victory. First, eliminate all contestants within the map. Second, kill the level 30 Beast King level ferocious beast in the center of the map. As for the rewards, a point system is used. Lower level ferocious beasts are worth 1 point, intermediate level 2 points, advanced level 4 points, and so on. Killing a contestant earns 10 points. The purpose of the points is to increase the probability of obtaining high-quality rewards. Another purpose is to purchase medicines and other supplies from the map's personal shop. After all the rules were explained, the time for the escape battle had arrived. A massive red dungeon portal appeared in the center of the high platform, and the top 30 contestants from Xinhai City stepped into the portal one after another. Gu Changqing was the last one. After conveying his affection to Yi Ruyan from a distance, he was called by Shenlin. If, after the escape battle, no academy extends an olive branch to you, I will apply to the city lord for you to reorganize that city guard team from back then. Of course, with your results, even without an academy's early selection, you can still force your way in. I'm just giving you a choice, think it over. Okay. Gu Changqing didn't ask further. Although he couldn't recall where he had seen Shenlin before, his trust in him felt innate, never doubting. Stepping into the teleportation portal, after a dizzying spin, he opened his eyes and immediately felt his hair stand on end. A massive red-eyed tiger was opening its bloody maw, trying to stuff his head into its mouth. Thanks to the abyssal rules protecting him during the teleportation, he narrowly escaped disaster. I'll fight. Without Gu Changqing giving the order, Black Egg rushed up with a stick, delivering a flying kick that sent the tiger back, then swung the black stick repeatedly, and in just a few moves, the tiger fell to the ground. Congratulations, you have killed a lower-level ferocious beast, gaining experience plus 10. A tiger that didn't even deserve a name, its experience was barely worth mentioning. He looked around, the surroundings were filled with dense woods, blocking out the sun. Above, at a height of 20 meters, the power of the abyssal rules prohibited flying into the high sky. A winding path led deep into the woods, its destination unknown. It seems all the contestants have been scattered. Finding them in a short time will undoubtedly be difficult. Xiao Jin emerged and, following Gu Changqing's instructions, flew to the highest point. At first, it was manageable, but once they entered the dense forest path, the height of the trees increased. Some even ignored the rules and grew beyond the no-fly zone. Come back. It seemed they had to subdue this dense forest first. Gu Changqing's eyes flickered, and Xiao Jin flew back to his shoulder, whispering in his ear, Master, should I use the trick from the Lone Eagle Ridge? Gu Changqing nodded. Let's begin. Understood. Xiao Jin soared into the sky again, the shadow of the golden crow appearing behind him. Red light spots, the size of fingertip pads, burst forth with a captivating glow, shooting into the forest like a torrential downpour amidst Xiao Jin's cries. Outside the square, the light screen was quite accommodating to this newcomer king, broadcasting his live performance. The beautiful woman, seeing Xiao Jin's strange maneuvers, asked, "What is he trying to do? Set the mountain on fire? At that temperature, how can a mid-level beast master withstand it? Arrogant, too arrogant." Zhao Zhanxiong and Yi Ruyan watched the somewhat anxious beautiful woman, remaining silent. The reality was indeed as she feared. The fire spread, and with the excessive humidity, the resulting high temperature made even the black egg uncomfortable. Gu Changqing attempted to use fire control techniques, but they were completely ineffective. At that moment, Xiao Jin spread his wings, and the blazing sun's flames transformed into a large bell, descending from the sky and enveloping Gu Changqing and the black egg. The intense heat rippled outward, forcing back the flames that wanted to come play with them. The beautiful woman stood up in shock, looking incredulously at the pale golden flame bell. Is this what appeared up there? It should be. One hand secretly supporting and pushing the tide, Zhao Zhanxiong only knew the outcome, completely unaware of what happened or what was gained during the process. I'm quite sure that item is in his hands. Whether he can use it is still uncertain. The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with astonishment, and after slowly sitting down, she asked, "How confident are you? Do we need to let him meet old Yi?" Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head. "It's too early. His beast pet is indeed powerful, but his rank is too low. It won't be too late to meet again once he breaks through to the spirit level and advances to the king level." The beautiful woman glanced worriedly at Yi Ruyan. "I'm just afraid of old Yi's temperament. It might be too late by then." Zhao Zhanxiong seemed to think of something and suddenly laughed heartily, patting his leg. "That kid told you last night too. I really want to see him go to the Yi family alone, facing off against my brother Yi." The mother and daughter of the Yi family stared at Zhao Zhanxiong like fools, their teeth clenching together. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. Just watch quietly, this escape battle will leave not just the participating hidden talents in shock. Even those geniuses treasured by the academies, and even those from noble families, will find it hard to escape." The beautiful woman snorted and stopped speaking, instead focusing on the flame bell on the light screen, lost in thought. The fire raged, turning the sky red. Thick smoke billowed into the air, forcing all the animals and fierce beasts in the forest to flee. Along the way, Gu Changqing was quite relaxed. The fire control technique continuously restrained the clusters of flames, and his proficiency was increasing. "Xiao Jin, this fire control technique is too difficult to upgrade. Since it comes from you, can you share some experience?" Xiao Jin shook his head as he flew, his golden feathers swaying back and forth. "I can't, master. My control over flames is innate. I don't know how to teach you." Thinking about it, the Great Sun Golden Flame was a unique bloodline of the Golden Crow, and flames were inherently understood. If he were to teach, one could imagine what Xiao Jin would say: "Do this, do that, and done." There were no shortcuts, he had to honestly build up his proficiency. Now Gu Changqing truly appreciated the power of the celestial flowing color robe. Beastmasters must carve their own path on this road, strengthening themselves to the point of being able to rival fierce beasts. It is a long process. Unless one can be like Su Qing, with beast companions that possess body and fusion skills, temporarily enhancing the Beastmaster's own combat power. But that is not a long-term solution. After walking for an unknown length of time, the flames finally began to subside. Xiao Jin soared ahead to scout the way, and just as he was about to speak, ice coffin. A rectangular coffin made of shimmering blue ice abruptly trapped him inside. The drowsy black egg, who had been walking, drew his sword upon seeing the leader trapped and shouted angrily, "Who dares to ambush us?" In the next moment, the thick layer of ice instantly melted into water, evaporating without a trace. Xiao Jin's sharp pupils fixed on a spot, and clusters of fireballs ruthlessly rained down. After several loud explosions, a notification from the abyss echoed in the map. Candidate 666 from Zhenhai City, Gu Changqing, has killed a participant from Xianbing City. Candidate 666 from Zhenhai City, Gu Changqing, has killed a participant from Xianshui City. Candidate 666 from Zhenhai City, Gu Changqing, has killed a participant from Xianbing City. Congratulations on killing a participant, you have gained plus 10 points. 30 points were credited, but Gu Changqing felt no joy. Stunned, he listened to the abyss announcement finish, then angrily pointed at the sky and cursed, "Abyss, you old hag, did I provoke you? Why does my identity have to be exposed while others are protected? You really are." The rich and flavorful words of greeting made the viewers watching the live stream outside turn dark-faced. It wasn't until the black egg quietly reminded him that Gu Changqing reluctantly stopped. He had forgotten, his future mother-in-law was still around. It was no wonder he was angry. When he faced 5 opponents, he had boldly reported his candidate number. Although he wasn't afraid, he couldn't withstand the harassment from all sides. The Abyss, however, directly announced his real name in full. Sigh, the carefree days were over. Under a waterfall on the escape map, a girl with a strong presence immediately burst into tears upon hearing the Abyss announcement, sobbing uncontrollably. She recounted Gu Changqing's wickedness to a man who was training his body under the powerful waterfall. Brother, this person is incredibly bad. He even said that it doesn't matter if those sneaky guys are around, he would kill them all the same. After crying, she added more embellishments to her description. Bang! The man under the waterfall threw a punch, and a golden silhouette seemed to envelop him. The water of the several-meter-wide waterfall briefly slowed and even flowed backward under the force of his punch, before returning to normal. The girl, whose eyes lit up as she scolded Gu Changqing's despicable actions, exclaimed, "Brother, your beast power angel form has finally manifested." The man stepped out of the water, his clothes automatically draping over him, and affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, saying, "It's not that easy. I've only reached the 3rd level. There are always stronger people out there." I didn't plan to confront him immediately, but since you said that, I can't back down. The girl immediately rushed over, pressing against him in various places. "I knew you cared for me the most." In a depression, a giant horned rhinoceros violently crashed into the Xuanwu shield, which only staggered back a few steps. The horned rhinoceros met a tragic end, its horn broken and brain shattered under the powerful recoil. Xianting lowered his shield, showing no joy, murmuring, "Not enough, still not enough." In his mind, he recalled yesterday's battle. The combined strength of 5 could not withstand even one of that person's skills. A deep sense of defeat settled in his heart, having clearly become a mental demon. Behind him stood a boy who bore a striking resemblance to him. Looking at the giant horned rhinoceros killed by Xianting on the ground, he said, "Our power comes from our beast pets." The reason the Xuanwu shield is called the strongest defense is not just because of its rebound, but also because of its ability to dissipate force. Xianting pondered his words for a moment and coldly replied, "Thank you." The man was taken aback and smiled wryly. "I'm your brother. What are you thanking me for? Is that person really that strong? Your Xuanwu shield can break through no more than 10 among the new generation. It's not that he's strong, it's that I'm too weak." At that moment, a broadcast from the Abyss echoed in the air. Upon hearing the candidate number 666, Xuanting's body stiffened, and he visibly trembled. The man observed everything and said, "To be able to kill 3 contestants at once, not bad, not bad." Besides that, in 3 other different directions on the map, Wu Yu, Wu Tian, and a chubby girl were all heading towards the location where Gu Changqing was. At this time, Gu Changqing, who was unaware that leaking his name would cause such a stir, was leisurely searching for a route while harvesting points from fierce beasts and browsing through his personal shop. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with joy. "Abyss, you did well to bring this out." In the personal shop, there were various medicines with different effects, common materials, beast stones, low bloodline evolution agents, and so on, everything one could need. In terms of price, when converted to points, it was quite expensive, but all of this was free, requiring not a single penny from him. Gu Changqing pulled the price list down to the very bottom, where a small, unremarkable red bead sat, not overly extravagant in appearance, but its effect was maddening. 5 Spirit Pearl, Fire type, Special Auxiliary Consumable Effect. After consumption, it can increase the proficiency of a certain Beast Master skill by plus 2,000 price, 5,000, points, quantity. 10 1 bead increases proficiency by 2,000. If he took all 10, his fire control technique would break through to level 3. With 2 levels, borrowing the power of Little Jean was already so fierce. At level 3, wouldn't he just take off? However, although the item was good, the required points were too many. It would be quite good to be able to buy just one after fighting tooth and nail. Sigh, why were there no tree demons or similar fierce beasts in this forest? With deep regret, he continued towards the center of the map. Along the way, it was very quiet around Gu Changqing. Perhaps the large fire had driven away the fierce beasts that had originally gathered, leaving only a dozen stragglers. Suddenly, a scream came from afar, accompanied by the sounds of skills clashing and faint shockwaves. Gu Changqing quickened his pace, crossing over a scorched little hill, and in a depression at the foot of the slope, 2 contestants were surrounding a girl whose clothes were completely burned, with only a few secret places still covered. Their words carried a teasing tone. The girl showed signs of shame and anger, and the 2 beast pets she summoned were in dire straits. One lay on the ground, barely alive, with traces of skills on its body, while the other stood in front, also heavily injured. Black Egg scratched his head and stared at the girl, saying, "Master, that woman doesn't look like a good person." Gu Changqing was somewhat surprised. "Oh, even you noticed." Black Egg proudly raised his head. "Of course. In a place full of danger, not being bitten to death by fierce beasts or killed by opponents, but instead being burned by fire like this is just too shameless." Poor acting, can't escape Black Ye's keen eyes. Hearing Black Egg mention keen eyes, Gu Changqing pondered for a moment. The golden words of the destiny path indicated that one must go through hardships. If he wanted to recreate the black cat from his memories, should he have little Jean refine it? Classmate, don't struggle anymore. Everyone here has been cleared out by my brother and me. That's right, come quickly into your brother's embrace. Just as the two were about to make a move on the girl, a sword light as dark as ink rushed in and struck at their feet. Who? One person observed the surroundings, while another shouted loudly. Gu Changqing stood up, coldly laughing from the top of the slope. Which city's contestant is this? Teasing women in a live broadcast? Are you crazy for fame? Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. We don't mind, add 10 more points. The two threatened with words, and the girl seemed to have found a savior, walking up the slope while trying hard to showcase her figure. The joy in her eyes, the shyness on her face, and the subtle hints of her hidden curves as she twisted her waist were rhythmic and measured. They didn't let you sink into it while still piquing your interest. Just as the girl was a step away from the top of the slope, she suddenly tripped, her whole body falling towards Gu Changqing. At that moment, the two began to shout again. Kid, you're looking for death. We'll send you out. The shouts were loud, but the rain was light, and they were too lazy to take a step. Hiss! A sharp dagger glinted coldly, and the girl and Gu Changqing looked at each other simultaneously. Bright red blood dripped, wetting the dry ground. A dagger had pierced Gu Changqing's colorful robe but couldn't penetrate further. Meanwhile, the dagger in Gu Changqing's hand was embedded in the girl's chest. With a strong pull, the powerful inertia caused her to fall down the slope, caught by the two men. The disguise was easily torn apart, and the girl, unable to hide her shock, asked, "How did you see through it?" Gu Changqing dug at his ear. "Your acting is too poor, it's fake at first glance, even my beast pet can see through it. I suggest you go back and watch more, learn more." Then he pointed at the two men. "You two with your immature faces can't play the role of a lecherous man, it's too out of place. This heroic rescue, charging in anger for a beauty, the script itself is wrong, let alone the acting. Playing this out in the escape battle map, I don't know what the three of them were thinking. Perhaps, there really are righteous people who got tricked and sent out of the map." The girl took a pill. Although she wasn't healed, she wouldn't bleed to death. The first place in Jinhai City is indeed well-deserved. Unfortunately, you can't escape the fate of being eliminated. Gu Changqing sneered, "With your 3 pieces of material, that's impossible. What if I add myself? Me, and me?" As Gu Changqing's voice fell, one after another, voices came from behind them. It was as if a curtain of induced illusion had been drawn down, and 2 or 3 dozen people appeared out of thin air. Illusion-type skills? Gu Changqing remained calm, scanning the crowd. From the colors of their clothing, there were at least contestants from 8 cities. However, their beast pets were relatively low in rank, with the highest being Lord-level bloodline beast pets. Not enough. Gu Changqing extended his right hand, and thousands of light golden fire lines shot out like spiritual snakes. Where were the enemies surrounding them? They were clearly points, the 5 spirit pills delivered to their door. "Gu Changqing, you've tricked me so badly." A voice filled with resentment suddenly roared, and a person descended, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then, the familiar Xuanwu shield burst forth with light, blocking the fire lines of the fire control technique. The shield lowered, revealing the complex face of Xianting. Ha! On the other side, a contestant with an angelic phantom behind him threw a powerful punch, shattering the fire lines. Moreover, he also saw that familiar, still flirtatious face. Not only that, Wu Yu, Wu Tian, and that chubby girl, the 5-man group that had been bloodily defeated on the arena, had all gathered. Gu Changqing. Wu Yu's eyes were about to burst. If it weren't for someone holding him back, he would have rushed out to reclaim the humiliation from yesterday. This scene is truly spectacular. What have I done to deserve such attention? To have you all drop everything and unite as one? He said this, but in his heart, he cursed the abyss once again. As for how they found him, Gu Changqing was not surprised at all. The dark history he had in the copy is easily found out. This fire is just the same. Gu Changqing sighed and patted Xiao Jin's head. "You'll have to work hard again in a bit." Xiao Jin's golden fur stood upright. "Leave those useless shrimp to me. Hey Dan, protect the master." Hey Dan dispersed the sword in his hand and condensed it back into a black staff. The intense heartbeat sounded like a rallying war drum. "Sister, just focus on killing the enemies. I won't let the master lose a single hair." Only the cat-like mimic beast was anxiously pacing at Gu Changqing's feet. "Everyone, your time is precious. I won't waste words. Let's go together." The smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. Some impatient contestants were provoked by Gu Changqing's arrogance and commanded their beast pets to rush in for close combat. The next second, a yellow white-fronted tiger descended from the sky, landing squarely on that beast pet, burying it into the ground. How could I miss out on such fun? Behind Gu Changqing, sparse footsteps also appeared. "Brother Changqing, you're fighting a group without calling us. That's not fair." "Exactly, even if we can't help, it's still beneficial to watch. Such a grand scene is rare and hard to come by. Su Qing, Shi Shang, and others arrived with a small group of contestants from various provinces and towns. It was no small feat to gather these people. Tang Luoyao rode a fierce tiger, looking at Gu Changqing on the hillside, and said, "Gu Changqing, you still haven't answered my question from last time." Gu Changqing's forehead twitched, thinking that Yi Ruyan and his future mother-in-law were watching from the sidelines, and immediately changed the subject. Miss Tang's beast pet is indeed a rare sight among tiger-type beasts. If I remember correctly, it should be a Higher-U.S spirit tiger of the peak king-level bloodline. Upon hearing this, Tang Luoyao said, "Your knowledge of beast taming is indeed extensive." Yes, it is Higher-U.S. Its ancestor was a Wuqian Baoan tiger, only slightly inferior to the one from the White Tiger Academy. Unfortunately, as the generations have passed, the purity of the bloodline has greatly diminished. The Higher-U.S spirit tiger beneath her roared at Gu Changqing, as if to say that even with impure blood, it could still protect her. Feeling the pure yang energy, Gu Changqing understood the main reason for Tang Luoyao's personality. According to the Beast Encyclopedia, tigers are called by different names as they age. For example, Big Cat, Striped, Big Bug, White Front, Mountain Lord. Once they reach the Mountain Lord stage, tigers undergo miraculous changes. The bloodline begins to revert little by little, and the grade evolves accordingly. Xiantan, Kaiyuan, Bazhou, Wujian. As for the divine-level bloodline of tigers, it is the legendary Gingjin White Tiger from the White Tiger Academy. Having such a clan beast heritage, the Tang family's foundation should not be underestimated. Tang Luoyao, if you know what's good for you, step aside. We're here for Gu Changqing. Seeing Tang Luoyao standing up for Gu Changqing, Wu Yu shouted loudly. Having mixed in the same circle for so long, we are all familiar with each other's styles. Tang Luoyao, our conflict does not involve anyone else, unless your Tang family stands behind him. Wu Tian straightforwardly laid out the stakes for her to choose. Don't get me wrong, I just want to catch up with my sister. I have no intention of getting involved. Tang Luoyao pointed at the flirtatious girl and scolded, Wei Shufan, you are too malicious, tricking me into thinking that the nutrient solution can replace the evolution agent, causing my tiger to be constipated for several days. This debt will be settled today. As soon as her words came out, the tense atmosphere instantly quieted down. Gu Changqing looked at the flirtatious girl in astonishment and couldn't help but chuckle. Wei Shufan? What a great name. Wei Shufan's face turned red, filled with killing intent. Tang Luoyao, I will tear your mouth apart. In a fit of anger, the scorpion with its tail restored was summoned and charged at Tang Luoyao. Are you afraid? Tang Luoyao mounted the tiger and cast a look at Gu Changqing that said, I can only help you this much. Gu Changqing nodded gratefully and said to Su Qing and the others behind him, stay steady. The rewards for surviving this battle are substantial. Don't act impulsively, understand? Before Su Qing and the others could respond, Gu Changqing had already climbed onto Xiao Jin's back and slowly ascended to the highest point on the map. Want to kill me? Come on! Then, hundreds of fireballs formed from blazing sunlight ruthlessly bombarded the area below where the crowd was densest. Someone below attempted to use an Earth-type beast pet skill to restrain Xiao Jin's flight path but was stopped by Wu Tian. His flames are extremely hot, don't blindly make him a wedding dress. Water-type beast pet skills, follow up with the counter method. Instantly, various water-type skills were unleashed from the beast pets, but upon contact with the blazing sunlight, they turned into a mist of water. Defense, quickly raise the defense. On the hillside, the participants from the province watched the continuous booming sounds emerging from the mist, swallowing hard. What he meant by staying steady is really just to keep us steady. Su Qing and the others looked unfazed. My goodness, one person is challenging 20 or 30 others, and among them are quite a few experts. Why is it different from what I imagined? Shouldn't he be restrained everywhere? Hey Dan shot him an unhappy glance, a country bumpkin, surprised by everything. At this moment, it restrained its temper, listening to the heartbeat like a war drum, feeling the power continuously growing. The last fireball exploded below, the raging heat wave driving away and evaporating the mist, while the shields of the two phantom Xian turtles protected those inside. Even Xiao Jin's mental attribute damage of over 1400 points did not break through. Supporting the Xuanwu shield, besides Xian Ting, was also his brother. Gu Changqing had long anticipated the situation before him. The true experts who had not participated in the team competition were finally going to show themselves. Xian Ting was panting. He had thought that Gu Changqing had leveraged Wu Tian's advantage with the falling heaven seal to unleash the skill's power to an extraordinary level. But now, facing pure flames, he still found it difficult to hold on, even after grasping the key points of the Xuanwu shield. Looking at his brother beside him, whose face was slightly flushed, a sense of defeat surged again. You are Gu Changqing, indeed a rare talent in 100 years as a beast master. With luck and effort, you have grown to this point. If one had to say, you are indeed comparable to those few in history." Seeing his brother's inner demons arise again, he no longer remains silent. It's just a pity that being too proud and arrogant, with no regard for others, will lead to great losses. Gu Chongqing looked down at him, who bore some resemblance to Xianting, and said, "It seems you want to avenge Xianting. I am unworthy, but I wish to seek your guidance." Kyoto Xuanwu, Xuanqin. Xuanqin raised his hand in salute, and then a six-pointed star formation appeared, from which a giant turtle nearly 5 meters wide and 4 meters tall emerged. Compared to Xianting's beast pet, Xuanqin's giant turtle was closer to the Xuanwu. Hiss! A chilling sound echoed as a blue giant python, as thick as a water barrel, slithered out from the turtle shell and coiled around it. The giant python opened its mouth, and a blue water column spewed forth, freezing abruptly before reaching Gu Chongqing in the air, resembling an extending sword, exuding cold air. Xiao Jin let out a cry, and the blazing sunlight transformed into an ancient bell, with scorching waves rolling in. The ice column struck it, only creating layers of fiery ripples, before being melted and evaporated. Xuanqin frowned, knowing he had encountered a tough opponent. The Xian turtle suddenly stomped the ground, and several ground spikes wrapped in ice shot up like blue long spears, once again attacking Gu Chongqing. At the same time, Xiao Jin gathered strength, and a pillar of flame also spewed towards the ice spikes. Boom! The two immense forces collided, instantly raising clouds of dust and scattering rocks. Wow! Xuanqin spat out a mouthful of blood foam, while the surface of his beast pet, the Xian turtle, glowed with blue energy, dispelling the flames that splashed onto it. He could feel that the power of the flames was extremely strong. The two opposing attributes that should have countered each other were completely suppressed. At that moment, the man shrouded in an angelic phantom stepped forward, patted Xuanqin on the shoulder, and said, "You alone are no match for him. That big bird is too different. I suspect it's not even a legendary bloodline." As he spoke, he scanned the crowd behind him and smiled. "Our people have all been bullied, and you few can still sit here." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chongqing saw 3 contestants stepping out from the crowd, each exuding a powerful aura. Moreover, 2 of them had spirit-level insignias on their chests. Heaven, Earth, Xian, Jiang, and Capital, 5 people, 5 different energy fluctuations, 5 overwhelming auras, standing shoulder to shoulder like descending tigers, their sharp and battle-hungry gazes aimed directly at Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing stood at the highest point of the no-fly zone, looking down at the crowd, unafraid of the spiritual pressure from the 5. Their eyes met, and even the air seemed to freeze. Xuanqin did not act recklessly. He swallowed a few pills, restoring himself and his beast pet to their peak condition. Everyone else stepped back. The chubby yet affable contestant from Xian province smiled, his tone as warm as spring, inviting closeness. "Brother Lin, I won't retreat. Gu Chongqing is too much. I want to tear him apart." Wu Yu's face was flushed, filled with murderous intent, harboring deep resentment over yesterday's killing. "Xiaoyu, I, Linny, am not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. Are you saying that during my few days of rest, the first position of Xian province will be handed over?" His tone remained calm and warm, but it struck Wu Yu like a bolt from the blue. He hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, I wouldn't dare. I'll leave right now. That's more like it. Don't worry, once we defeat him, whether he lives or dies will be up to you." Wu Yu joyfully said, "Thank you, Brother Lin, you will definitely win." Lin Yi's gaze narrowed into a line, glancing at Gu Chongqing in the air, and said, "Let's hope so." The others, after the true genius finished speaking, took their people and left the low ground. Watching the 30 or so people gradually retreat, Gu Chongqing turned his gaze towards Su Qing and the others, only to see Qi Sheng signaling to his people, already retreating from the hillside, 1,000 meters away from the upcoming battlefield. Noticing Gu Chongqing's gaze, Su Qing waved her hands and shouted, "Brother Chongqing, we all remember your words, stay steady, stay steady." Gu Chongqing chuckled silently. They were indeed adorable. Both sides retreated, watching from a distance. Only one person remained, sitting down as if to watch a show, observing both sides with great interest. The geniuses from the 5 provinces also noticed this person and tacitly allowed his actions. "Come, fight." Luo Xian from Tian province took a deep breath, and at the moment he exhaled, dazzling golden light flowed over his body. As the word fight left his lips, his tightly clenched right fist flew heavily towards Gu Chongqing. Behind him, an angelic phantom appeared, and then a pair of brilliant golden wings slowly unfolded. A massive golden fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, rushed towards him at high speed. Xiao Jin was about to dodge flexibly but heard Luo Xian grunt, "The sky is no longer your advantage." Behind Gu Chongqing, a golden light suddenly appeared, revealing a nearly 2-meter-tall winged angel. It held a slender golden lightsaber, thrusting it forward. With a golden fist in front and the winged angel behind, this lethal move was completed in the blink of an eye. Gu Chongqing frowned. Any one of these 5 could match the strength of the 5 members of the Xianting. Although the process wouldn't be as overwhelmingly powerful as his own, the outcome would remain unchanged. What was terrifying was their combat experience and their development and application of beast master skills. Was this the elite trained by a true noble family? Moreover, whether it was Luo Xian's winged angel or Xian Xaiyan's Xian turtle, their bloodline quality had already far surpassed the king level, infinitely approaching the legendary. They could even break through that bloodline portal at any moment, inching closer to the perfect form of their clan's beast companion. With a complete evolution route, they could do as they pleased. However, little Jean, in front of a super divine beast companion, everything was an illusion. All was dust. The light of fireflies dared to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Fire control technique. As the massive blazing sun flames enveloped his body, the surging firepower coursed through Gu Changqing. Extinguish. Gu Changqing uttered coldly, his expression unchanged, and with the energy of the main body backing him, the power of the fire control technique reached its peak at this level. He threw a punch, wrapped in blazing sun flames, like a burning miniature sun, colliding with the golden fist. With a loud explosion, it sounded like thunder on a clear day. The golden light and fire sparks danced in the wind as the two beast master skills clashed, evenly matched. Luo Xian, in shock, still wore a victorious smile, but in the next moment, his smile froze at the corner of his mouth. The golden lightsaber, which was about to pierce Gu Changqing's body, could not advance. A black stick blocked his path. Hey, where did this mixed feather birdman come from, trying to ambush Black Ye's master? Just watch me pluck all your feathers. The black egg, empowered by the war drum, though its attributes had not changed much, wielded its stick with extraordinary might, each strike carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The familiar sound of the war drum still echoed, as the black egg stepped to the beat, completely abandoning defense and focusing solely on offense. The thick black energy seemed to be piecing something together, continuously perfecting and evolving its armor. Although the winged angel had an extraordinary bloodline and reached the lord level, holding an absolute advantage in attributes, under the black egg's reckless attacks, it could only defend. Moreover, the black egg's strength gradually increased, already approaching and surpassing it. Not good, hurry and help me. The beast companion and beast master shared a mental connection, realizing the winged angel was in a precarious situation. Luo Xian, disregarding everything else, began to call for assistance. Indeed a ruthless person, if we don't exert ourselves soon, we might not escape, Lin Yi said, and the hexagram formation emerged. A bird's cry rang out from within, followed by a large bird wrapped in green flames flying straight toward the winged angel. The other two also did not hold back, summoning their beast companions, which turned out to be a blue dragon with flesh wings and claws on its feet, and a white gold striped tiger with a king character on its forehead and a single horn. The blue dragon followed the green firebird, while the single horn of the tiger radiated a fierce killing aura, transforming into hundreds of golden tiger claws, soaring into the sky with murderous intent. Mountains and rivers reunite, Xuanwu shakes the heavens. Xian Xaiyan's palms, one yellow and one blue, merged at the moment of contact, as a spirit snake transformed into blue liquid, filling the pattern on the turtle's back. A true Xuanwu phantom flew out from the pattern, and countless ice pillars and earth spikes rose up, carrying the momentum of a heavenly net, aiming to slay Gu Changqing. Oh, Gu Changqing squinted his eyes. Firebird, flood dragon, horned tiger, Xian turtle. For types of beast pets, for great families, could it be that they correspond to the Four Symbols Academy? Master, the black egg is immersed in the heartbeat of the war drum, and seems to show signs of awakening. Feeling the fighting spirit as hot as raging fire, Gu Changqing smiled slightly. The path of destiny, this ambiguous and confusing golden entry, is it finally going to be unraveled? Little Jean, don't hold back. Even if it's just 4 fake beasts, even if the real ones come, we still need to measure our strengths. Let them see, what geniuses and prodigies are just stepping stones. What the hell? Is this really the level a high school beast master can achieve? That green firebird is recognized as the #1 prodigy of the new generation in Xian province, Lin Yi from the Lin family. I have relatives over there, and I've heard that the Lin family has close ties with the Zhuke Academy of the Four Symbols Academy. Our province's goddess Tang Luoyao has publicly expressed her affection and even helped him share some pressure. What you said is optional. Jiang province's Luo Xian, his winged angel is no worse than anyone else's. The Luo family's clan beast pet has a full 6 wings. Stop bragging, let me say one thing. Gu Changqing is invincible, challenging many prodigies single-handedly, unprecedented in past national exams. Yes, Gu Changqing is invincible. Gu Changqing rises. He really brought honor to Jinhai City. Even if he loses, he will become famous in battle. There are undercover agents, someone get them out. Our Qingni Support Association doesn't need fans like that. Zhao Zhanxiong had a cheerful expression, for the first time feeling his spine stiff in front of his elder sister. Yi Ruyan's eyes were filled with affection, staring intently at the face on the light screen. The beautiful woman snorted, impulsive. You could have won easily. but you had to become a public enemy. Just like those two annoying guys, Sister Xin, but I remembered being tricked by those two into losing resources. Zhao Zhanxiong didn't finish his sentence before being frightened back by the beautiful woman's gaze. His waist was stiff, but his courage was still small. Isn't it said that his main beast pet is the foundation? But look at that pitch-black monkey. As the battle continues, it is undergoing drastic changes. The main beast pet, that is, the first beast pet. The beast master's first skill comes from this, and in future rank promotions, although other beast pets can be obtained, the main beast pet will always have one more than the others, and its ability to absorb will also have a greater degree of enhancement due to this extra. Unless one breaks through to the king level, then there will be no distinction between main and secondary. Because of this, beast masters are particularly cautious in choosing their first beast pet. I don't know, this kid is full of mysteries. According to Yen Yen, he has already contracted his third beast pet, an intermediate beast master with 3 beast pets. The surprises are increasing. The beautiful woman coldly smiled. Aren't you afraid he will break free from your control and come to settle accounts with you when he knows what you've been doing behind the scenes? Zhao Zhanxiong clapped his hands. That would be even better. I could retire early. Oomph. Let's see how he breaks through this level. The 4 pseudo-holy beasts unleashed their strongest skills, surging with intense killing intent and might. At Gu Changqing's instruction, Little Jean unleashed all its firepower. In an instant, a blood-soaked shadow of a golden crow unfolded behind him. Dense blood energy and flames intertwined, continuously amplifying and strengthening. Ever since the sun shone brightly, the boiling fighting spirit golden entry had gradually seemed like a useless trinket, especially after Little Jin's rank promotion and bloodline skill enhancement. Now, before noon, the boiling fighting spirit reignited, seemingly dissatisfied with being discarded, and the momentum unleashed after it was like 2 different entries compared to before. Gu Changqing was also stimulated by the blood energy, instantly filled with heroic spirit. He reached out and pointed at the 4 beast pets, shouting angrily, "How dare you, mere beasts, act so recklessly?" With the fire from Little Jean, Gu Changqing felt a surge of confidence. The fire control technique was activated again, and under his mental guidance, 4 towering waves of fire surged forth, transforming into 4 fire dragons that charged towards the 4 beast pets. Fight! 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 Below, Xuanxin and the others shouted in unison, the skills of the 4 beast pets shining even brighter, faintly revealing the presence of 4 sacred beasts. The horned tiger wielded the sharpness of metal, the dragon carried the vitality of wood, the firebird drove the extinction of fire, and the black turtle governed the solidity of earth and water. The top talents from the 4 provinces, the elite of the new generation from the 4 Symbols Academy, abandoned the cumbersome probing and tricks, launching deadly attacks right away. Either you die or I live. In everyone's eyes, Gu Changqing in the sky appeared as a great demon king. To show mercy or hesitate would only lead to self-destruction. The 4 fire dragons collided fiercely with the 4 beast pets, creating waves that rose like surging tides on a calm sea. The powerful shockwaves swept outward from the sky, and the spectators far away called forth their beast pets to withstand the impact. Everyone's hearts surged with excitement, especially the temporarily formed Avengers Alliance, who looked as if they had seen a ghost. Shen Ting, Wu Yu, Wu Tian, and others had their mouths agape. Seeing this scene, they finally understood that Gu Changqing's arrogance was backed by real power. The top talents from the 4 provinces, if any one of them were placed in past national examinations, would dominate effortlessly. Not to mention securing first place, even ranking in the top 3 would be more than sufficient. But now, there were 5 of them, and whether in beast pet bloodlines or the maturity of evolution routes, they had reached the most perfect state in nearly a decade. Though they were not sacred beasts, they already possessed the embryonic form of the 4 symbols. Countless resources had been spent to produce just these few, but that man, engulfed in flames as if a fire god had descended, came from a poor background and stood firm against them, even gaining the upper hand. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be afraid? The fire dragons entangled with the 4 beast pets, and every explosion tugged at the hearts of those below, until Xuanxin and the others began to consume pills. The beast pets, having absorbed the essence of their beast masters, grew even more powerful. They broke through the encirclement of the fire dragons. Not bad. Little Jin's bloodline was extraordinary, but it had only evolved once. The 4 beast pets held the advantage of post-evolution feedback, and the 4 of them worked together to barely level the playing field. Master, I'm going to get serious. With enough time, Little Jean suddenly began to gather flames, the progress bar of the golden crow roaring, visibly increasing. Just then, a voice interrupted Little Jin's build-up. Big sister, don't be anxious. I'm terrifyingly strong right now. It was the voice of Black Egg. Gu Changqing's attention shifted, revealing a look of surprise. Fully focused on the 4 beast pets, he had not noticed when Black Egg had drawn some of the blazing sun flames during the battle with the winged angel. Now, Black Egg was completely enveloped by the thick, unyielding black flames, the heartbeat of the war drum growing faster, as if it would burst at any moment. Feathered bird man, Black Egg won't play with you anymore. From within the black flames, a burning black staff danced, leaving behind countless afterimages, then struck the unsuspecting winged angel on the head. The latter fell like a shooting star, crashing into the ground and transforming into white light, returning to the beast master space. For little pests, take a hit from Black Egg. Crack! Accompanied by Black Egg's shout, the heartbeat of the war drum came to an abrupt halt. But at that moment of cessation, it felt as if something had snapped. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in Gu Changqing's ear. Congratulations, your beast pet has activated the unique limited golden attribute, Path of Destiny. In the black flames, Gu Changqing seemed to see a familiar figure, clad in black and gold chainmail, with a soaring phoenix-winged purple gold crown and a pair of lotus silk cloud shoes, especially that striking black flame staff held in his right hand. He faced 4 beast pets with ease and overwhelming dominance. The bitter days of Heima Luo are finally over. Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel emotional, especially as a traveler. At the moment he saw the Black Egg transform, he was almost moved to tears. Take a hit from Black Lord. The power of the Black Egg was entirely built up from the beating of its heart. After the golden entry of the Destiny Path was fully activated, it could clearly feel the power within its body rapidly depleting. This strange and sinister golden entry, if one was not familiar with its triggering method, could remain safely within the body for a lifetime. The Black Egg leaped into the air. The black staff, under the gathering of black gas, had already grown to 15 jung long, almost touching the ground. Suddenly, it swung with all its might. The thick and domineering power found its outlet, and it gritted its teeth to lift the black staff, drawing a circle towards the 4 beast pets. Just a circle, a black circle. After encompassing all 4 beast pets within it, Gu Changqing immediately pulled it into the beast master space. He did not know what the Black Egg saw or gained after the awakening of the golden entry, but with that circle, it was already secure. Humph, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Xuanxin and the others were seething with anger, pouring all their strength into the battle, yet Gu Changqing let a secondary pet respond. Humiliation. Barefaced humiliation. Gu Changqing coldly snorted, fools, you have already lost. The skills released by the 4 beast pets were about to break through the circle drawn by the Black Egg and attack him. In the next moment, walls of black gas formed from the air, blocked their skills and rebounded back. Boom, boom, boom. 5 different elemental skills intertwined and collided, the power generated by their mutual reinforcement and weakening. At that moment, the circle was filled with the clash of 5 elements, and several cries of the beast pets could be heard, with beams of white light shooting out from the chaotic shadows of skills. When the 4 great beast pets returned to the beast master space within their master, the 4 of them, struggling against the backlash of their injuries, looked gloomy and dejected. Defeated! And it was such a complete and humiliating defeat. The 4 great talents had all come out, yet they still fought with all their might. Even though they had other beast pets, when their main pet was defeated, their fighting spirit had already sunk to the bottom. Their opponent was merely a mid-level beast master. The lowest among them was a high-level beast master, and there were even 2 spirit-level beast masters. They couldn't withstand a single exchange and were eliminated by their own skills, even if there was an element of underestimating the opponent and carelessness. At this moment, they experienced the feelings of those commoners and mediocre talents they had looked down upon. In the air, the little gold, with the blazing sun's flames, struck out mercilessly. This was a competition, a brutal survival battle where only one could survive. Mercy towards the enemy was cruelty towards oneself. Big brother, Lin Gu, boss. The elite of the 5 provinces, facing the descending flames, charged in fearlessly from afar, using their own strength to protect the 5 who had lost their fighting spirit. Gu Changqing turned his head, pressing down with his right hand. The golden crow shadow behind the little gold seemed to revive like a divine bird, the blood-red aura of fighting spirit boiling even more intensely than before. The mental attribute, with the amplification of the golden entry, gradually increased the power and oppressive feeling of the flames. As everyone was about to be unable to withstand the pale golden flames, they were on the verge of being reduced to burning ashes. At that moment, a rainbow of auspicious light enveloped everyone, and from the crowd, a rainbow bridge was raised, barely holding up against the blazing sun. The young man who had been watching the show brushed off the dust from his backside, looked up at Gu Changqing in the sky, and said lightly, Gu, why must you resort to killing? They no longer pose a threat to your first place. Why not show some mercy? This person was a master, and Gu Changqing had been paying attention to him. However, upon hearing his words, Gu Changqing frowned. In his ears, more voices echoed similar sentiments. He remained unmoved, while Xiao Jing maintained the fiery energy. Oh, killing? Mercy? May I ask which academy you hail from, brother? From which family? The school of the Holy Mother? You truly have a heart full of compassion. The young man's brow furrowed slightly, just about to reveal his identity when Gu Changqing raised a hand, signaling that he did not wish to hear it, saying, "It's better if I don't know. Have you ever heard the saying, in chaotic times, first kill the Holy Mother? As fellow new forces of the human race, we should unite, not." Seeing that he still wanted to argue, Gu Changqing snorted coldly, "Aren't you part of the encirclement against my team? When they attacked me, did you tell them not to kill and to show mercy?" The young man was left speechless. "If not, then step aside. At this moment, they are my enemies, do you understand? Moreover, the escape battle is about killing." "Good. What a sharp tongue you have, then don't blame me for being rude." After the young man finished speaking, a beast pet clad in scales, with a goat's head and wolf's hooves, and a body of deep blue appeared from the hexagram formation under the rainbow auspice. As it emerged, the ground beneath it began to surge with rushing water, instantly rising to over 10 meters high. The water was deep blue, carrying a rich water element power, and with the rise and fall of the waves, a wave nearly equal to Gu Changqing surged towards him. "Water Qilin?" Gu Changqing frowned, as Xiao Jin's flames showed signs of extinguishing upon colliding with the wave. This was the first beast master who gave him a sense of being evenly matched since he had granted Xiao Jin the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline, aside from the fierce beasts in the dungeons. Of course, aside from the difference in titles, the most important thing was that the young man's water Qilin must have a high bloodline level, surpassing the other prodigies by several measures. In an instant, Gu Changqing's fighting spirit soared. He had finally caught a rival whose level was extremely close to his own, and he immediately swallowed a handful of pills, shouting, "Good, this is just what I wanted." As the wave surged towards him, Gu Changqing's body suddenly became weightless, and the divine bird from the shadow of the golden crow let out a deafening screech, then flew out, concentrating all the firepower. The body of the golden crow's flames became increasingly solid. The young man tightened his brow. The solidified body of the golden crow's flames exerted great pressure on him. "Auspicious light!" He shouted again, and the rainbow bridge that had been protecting everyone gradually detached from the sky, taking away part of the collective power. "Rainbow bridge! Suppress him!" The rainbow bridge emerged from the great wave, heavily pressing down towards Gu Changqing along with the wave. With 3 beast pet skills unleashed in succession, the young man's tense spirit relaxed. Until now, no one had escaped from his rainbow bridge. Golden crow roar! Annihilate him! Suddenly, beneath the waves submerged by the wave and the rainbow bridge, a powerful fire erupted, and the divine bird with the flaming body spread its wings, rising like a brilliant sun from the sea level. The 7-colored mist rose, swirling around the rainbow bridge, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The blazing temperature, along with the surrounding scenery, became blurred. Under the distortion, this scene was even more breathtaking. However, the young man below suddenly changed his expression, as the water Qilin carried away by the waves let out a painful wail that echoed through the beast taming space. He clearly felt the energy of the water Qilin rapidly depleting, and immediately issued a decisive recall command. But, as a brilliant sun leaped out of the water amidst the waves, the colorful rainbow bridge above it cracked with a snap from the center, and then the broken bridge transformed into countless starlights, gradually dissipating along with the rising mist. "You, Gu!" the young man shouted angrily, his eyes nearly spitting fire. "The sun rises, and all things fall. Even true ocean waves must obey, let alone a Qilin stirring the waters." The waves collapsed, and the massive flow of water turned this lowland into a small lake in an instant. The once proud water Qilin lay flat on the surface, its body continuously radiating scorching heat. The surrounding water energy surged into its body, trying to expel the heat invading its flesh. Gu Changqing stood on the back of the little golden bird, and that scorching little sun began to expand and split into dozens with a crisp snap of his fingers. "Go!" Dozens of tiny suns, each containing immense fiery energy, fell heavily towards the Avengers Alliance below like doomsday meteors. Suddenly, a pair of arms caught the tiny sun that was about to smash into the young man. A giant nearly 7 meters tall held it up with both hands. However, as the flesh palm made contact with the flames, it emitted a sizzling sound, accompanied by a wafting scent of cooked meat. The young man quickly recalled the water Qilin into the beast taming space, his tone softening. "Gu Changqing, you should have guessed my identity. There are no more than 5 people in the entire human race who can control a water Qilin. If you raise your hand today, when you enter the 4 Symbols Academy in the future, I will surely repay your kindness." Gu Changqing curled his lips. "Sorry, I don't need any favors." Seeing Gu Changqing unmoved, the young man urged, "As long as you stop, any condition is yours to propose. Whether it's money or materials, just say it, and I won't argue." The killing intent in Gu Changqing's eyes intensified. He turned his head away, allowing the little son of the golden crow to wreak havoc. Boom! Boom! One by one, the flames exploded, and all the contestants affected had no chance of escape, turning into white light and being sent out of the map. A series of abyss notifications followed. The towering giant could no longer bear it and was soon engulfed by the flames. The young man roared, "You kill us, but you can't kill that beast king, nor can you get what you want. Gu Changqing, I will remember you. In the future, you." His dying words were not finished before he turned to ashes in the fierce flames. It's over. Gu Changqing took a deep breath and collapsed, his body weak. The shadow of the golden crow behind the little golden bird also dissipated, falling from the sky in a similar state of exhaustion. Lion Arhat, bye-bye. Shi Shang and Su Qing simultaneously summoned their beast companions, catching the incapacitated man and beast. At the same time, the few contestants from Jinhai City formed a circle, protecting Gu Changqing inside. This left the contestants from other provinces and cities dumbfounded. What's going on? Just a moment ago, we were all working together, and now they're turning around to stab me in the back? Su Qing, with her keen mind, fed Gu Changqing a pill and said, "Sorry, it was a natural reaction, we meant no harm." "It's fine, it's normal. We understand. If our province had someone like this, we might be even worse." Regardless of whether Gu Changqing was truly unable to fight again, the feat of taking down 2 or 3 dozen people in an instant had already shattered any ill thoughts they harbored. With the reactions of the people from Jinhai City, for a moment, those from the provinces and cities felt a bit envious. What happened? At that moment, Tang Luoyao rode back on her Linghu. Her originally magnificent clothes were now tattered, torn into a beggar's outfit by sharp claws. Seeing Gu Changqing, who was being protected by everyone, she immediately understood what was going on, took out a bright red fruit from her backpack, and threw it to Su Qing, saying, "Crimson blood fruit, much better than those pills." As a young lady from a prestigious family in Jinhai City, Su Qing had seen the world. But seeing Tang Luoyao casually throw out a fruit worth of fortune, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. There was indeed a gap between families. Gu Changqing originally thought of having the fruit for Xiao Jin, but Xiao Jin shook its golden mane and swiftly returned to the beast space. After eating the fruit, it was enveloped in a warm current, and in no time, it jumped down from the back of the lion Arhat, murmuring, "This fruit is countless times better than the pills." Unexpectedly, Tang Luoyao's next words made Gu Changqing, who had just completed a total annihilation, feel embarrassed. "Not enough? I'll give you a few more. I was in a hurry when I left, so I didn't bring many." For a moment, Gu Changqing felt quite emotional. No matter how strong he was, with the protection of the abyss rules, there were many things he couldn't access. A single crimson blood fruit was a treasure to him, but in their eyes, it was just a common candy, nothing special. Tang Luoyao dismounted from the tiger and said, "What should we do next? Kill that beast king?" After saying that, she added, "Don't worry, everything is yours. We're not your match, we can withdraw on our own. I wouldn't want to feel guilty if you had to kill me." Gu Changqing was suddenly startled, as if 2 sharp gazes were piercing his back, making the hairs on his neck stand up. "Ha ha ha," Tang Luoyao laughed, "just kidding, and you took it seriously. I found out some things about you, keep it up." Gu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister, the timing for jokes is off." After resting for a while, Gu Changqing and the others left the now devastated dirt slope and headed towards the Beast King in the center of the map. Although he had Tang Luoyao's assurance, Gu Changqing didn't take it to heart. In the end, he chose to take a chance with the Beast King, mainly because the map was too large. Unless they were like the Avengers, trying to find each one would take a lot of time. On the way, Gu Changqing asked Tang Luoyao, "Will that Beast King drop good things?" The words of the young man before his death seemed to imply something. Tang Luoyao nodded. If it weren't for that item, the geniuses from various provinces and cities would probably choose to remain silent. Even for a major event like the national exam, we wouldn't easily reveal our identities. Gu Changqing asked in surprise, "Why?" "To prevent you from overthinking." Tang Luoyao was straightforward. "It should be to prevent you all from overthinking." Then, she looked up at the scenery along the way and said to herself, "Children of noble families, especially those from higher-ranking families, have their destinies predetermined from the moment they are born. Gu, you are a gifted beast master. Do you know the ratio of awakening a lord-level or higher beast pet at the Abyss Altar? 1 in 100,000. And how many can keep the beast pet contract card after obtaining it and grow through hardships? Not many, you are one of only 2. I know you have a grand vision in your heart, but before you go to realize it, please see the reality clearly. Not all injustices are evil, and not all fairness is good. Tang Luoyao's words came from the heart, sincere and earnest. It wasn't about embellishing or explaining anything, but more like a self-deprecating remark after being misunderstood. Maybe what you said is right. Gu Changqing neither agreed nor opposed. The different trajectories of growth, the stark disparities in status, and the influence of the surrounding environment create vastly different experiences in what one sees, hears, and perceives. Tang Luoyao nodded, indicating that her words were sufficient. After experiencing a great battle, the journey had been quite leisurely. The ferocious beasts on the map seemed to be frightened by the energy waves, with only a few scattered, beaten to death by a group of people. Soon, the surrounding hilly terrain increased, with undulating hills stretching on for thousands of miles. Gu Changqing stood on the ridge, gazing out. The size of the map was far broader than he had imagined. Su Qing and the others were observing the surrounding landscape, confirming that this was indeed the center of the map. However, searching for a ferocious beast in such a vast area was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the probability of encountering a lone beast king was too high. What do you think? Tang Luoyao looked at Gu Changqing. Should we split up or go together? Let's form teams of 3 or 4. If we find any traces of the beast king, don't act rashly. Understood. Just as everyone was forming their groups and preparing to plunge into the hills, a loud rumble echoed from afar, followed by a plume of dust rising into the air. Are the contestants hunting ferocious beasts? Tang Luoyao noticed but didn't pay much attention. But the next moment, a fierce sound of impact came again, followed by a roar that reverberated like rolling thunder across the hills. Suddenly, a massive black paw appeared out of thin air in the sky, exuding a strange aura as it mercilessly pressed down. There are experts. Tang Luoyao was also drawn in by the energy fluctuations. Just as she was about to ask Gu Changqing for his opinion, she saw him summon the well-rested Xiao Jin, flying towards the giant paw. Wait for me, Tang Luoyao shouted, mounting her spirit tiger and chasing after him. Let's go, we should head over too. With such a fierce clash of power, someone must have summoned the Beast King. At this moment, Gu Changqing, on Xiao Jin's back, urged him to speed up. The aura emanating from that giant paw was too familiar. It was very similar to the hand of the evil god in the wild dungeon. The three-headed dragon had once said that someone was secretly making undisclosed deals with the hand of the evil god, and it was one of the beneficiaries. Although he had his suspicions about that person, he had no evidence. Now that clues had emerged, how could he not be anxious? He was eager to know what had happened during the last beast tide. As they got closer to the battlefield, the energy spilling from the giant paw grew thicker. Master, the aura is unmistakable. With Xiao Jin's confirmation, Gu Changqing's brow furrowed slightly. If it truly was the hand of the evil god, then the one who summoned it was a malicious beast master. He had entered the escape battle map as a contestant. Could it be that he was also after the items dropped by the Beast King? At this moment, in the viewing area, Li Haoran's palms were sweaty as he stared intently at the perspective on the light screen, turning to the loyal dog with a fierce glare. What's going on? I'm asking you what's going on. The loyal dog was also sweating profusely. I've already told him that he can only summon the third beast pet when fighting Gu Changqing. It's possible that he was too heavily suppressed by the Beast King level ferocious beast and had no choice but to. Li Haoran's eyes turned red with anger. Good, Yuqin family. Are you plotting against me behind my back? Even if I'm exposed, there will be people above to protect me. And you will be branded as traitors, despised by everyone in Jinhai City. The loyal dog was too frightened to speak. Li Haoran suddenly thought of something and laughed. So, Jinhai, do you want to use a knife to kill me? Is that black paw from the same source as that thing in the Forbidden Sea? Compared to Chen Ziming and Li Haoran's hysteria after their conspiracy was exposed, Zhao Zhanxiong and the beautiful woman fell into an unusual silence at the moment the giant paw appeared. It should be so. Those two are indeed exceptionally talented, exploiting the loopholes in the Abyss rules to forcefully leave behind strong evidence. Unfortunately, over the years, I have only managed to find out who transferred them away back then. The other party did it very cleanly, throwing out nothing but shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The beautiful woman snorted and said, who else could it be but those people? Now that the borders are tense, they are thinking of using forbidden methods to maintain a fleeting peace. Dreaming delusions. Yurian listened to her mother and Zhao Zhanxiong's conversation, seemingly touched by a memory she was unwilling to recall, and whispered, those things are too terrifying. Master, that is the Beast King. Gu Changqing flew to the position where the giant palm appeared and happened to see a bizarre and fierce beast with a tiger's body, a leopard's head, and 2 horns on its head, sprouting white wings. At this moment, it was releasing invisible wind sides nearly 3 meters long, as if forcing the sneaky rodents hiding in the dark to reveal themselves. Suddenly, the Beast King turned its head and caught sight of Gu Changqing in the air, letting out a roar that resembled both a tiger and a leopard, and then surprisingly spoke human words. And like humans, return my child. Then, with a flap of its white wings, thousands of wind sights came rushing in with a sound of breaking air. "Hey, you mangy beast, stop being so arrogant, and take this stick from Black Master." Hey-Dan appeared, wielding a long, thick black stick, swirling it with great force, blocking all the incoming wind sides. As the wind sides dissipated, Hey-Dan had not yet delivered his signature taunt when a thud sounded, and the scattered wind sights miraculously reassembled, silently slashing at Hey-Dan. The armor made of condensed black energy fell apart from his chest, unable to withstand even the defense of the war god body. Damn it! Hey-Dan barely had time to curse before he was sent flying by the powerful force of the wind sides, crashing heavily to the ground, his life unknown. The wind sights continued unabated, and Xiaojin summoned a fiery bell, but after the bell rang, the flames also dissipated, and both the person and the bird fell from the sky, landing beside Hey-Dan. Master Xiaojin weakly called out, and Gu Changqing brushed off the dust from his body, seeing deep, bone-revealing wounds on Xiaojin, blood flowing. Its strength had not fully recovered and could not withstand a single blow from the Beast King. Meanwhile, Hey-Dan lay in the pit created by his fall, not returning to the Beast Master space. Seeing that Gu Changqing was not dead, the Beast King flapped its wings again. Gu Changqing had time to put Xiaojin into the Beast Master space, desperately dodging the wind sides, while the information about the Beast King appeared before his eyes. Beast King Windslayer, Fusion Type Fierce Beast. Beast King Windslayer, Fusion Type Fierce Beast. Level 30 attributes: Strength plus 500, Constitution plus 1000, Agility plus 800, Spirit plus 1300. Skills: Heart of Wind Spirit, 1000 Blades Wind Scythe, Wind Spirit Body, Wind Domain Cage, Extreme Wind 10,000 Annihilation, Extreme Wind Ultimate Penetration. Description: Once a Beast King dominating a region, now dwelling here for special reasons. My goodness, this is the Beast King. Luxurious 4-dimensional attributes, paired with 6 skills, 2 of which, just by their names, are known to be great killing tools. The key is, Heart of Wind Spirit and Wind Spirit Body. One restores spiritual power, the other amplifies physical strength. Forget about killing, just getting close would be a top-notch expert. After Xiaojin's evolution, even in artificial dungeons facing the incomplete, weakened memory version of Wan Yuntian and the Tantian Biling, it had never been this helpless. Is the gap really that big? Stop watching the show, let's go together. At this moment, Tang Luoyao began to command, pulling back those contestants who were intimidated by the Beast King's aura. Defense, push forward with defensive skills. Where are the support-type beast pets? Hurry up and boost the status. Attack-type beast pets, look for opportunities, don't blindly seek death, wait for the cooldown gaps of its skills before attacking. Tang Luoyao commanded while forming an arrowhead formation with Qi Shang. Both of them were giving their all, braving the scythe of the Wind Slayer, and it was quite strenuous. They continuously stuffed medicine into their mouths. Su Qing was too lazy to recite those incantations. As soon as the cooldown for the Holy Hall Unicorn skill was over, he immediately activated it. Everyone worked together, barely managing to fend off the Wind Slayer's onslaught. But Gu Changqing knew that collapse was only a matter of time. The gap between the two sides could not be bridged by mere numbers. Right now, Xiaojin was still recovering in the beast space, and the Black Egg was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Master, call that cat over. Suddenly, at the bottom of the pit, the Black Egg struggled to get up, leaning on a broken black stick. Gu Changqing slapped his forehead, realizing in a moment of panic that he had forgotten about the mimic beast. Just summoned, the cat-like mimic beast walked over to the Black Egg with feline grace. Don't hold back, suck with all your might. I need you to heal the big sister's injuries in the shortest time possible, understand? The mimic beast nodded and meowed twice. Gu Changqing quickly summoned Xiaojin from the beast space. As soon as it landed, the mimic beast's 2 cat paws rested on its wounds. In an instant, a brilliant green light surged. Centered around the mimic beast, a radius of 10 miles was filled with countless strands of green light pouring into its body from all directions. The green light, upon entering Xiaojin's body, visibly healed the wounds inflicted by the scythe of the wind. Bah! The Black Egg spat out a mouthful of blood foam, looking at the gradually reviving Xiaojin, and said, Big sister, my life is in your hands now. Xiaojin nodded slightly, flames gradually rising in its eyes. Master, through your guidance, I've discovered a path different from before. Perhaps, that's what you hoped to see. The Black Egg's words left Gu Changqing momentarily confused. He saw dense black mist reappear, but this time it was mixed with a bloody hue. The black and blood red intertwined, reshaping into magnificent armor on its surface, along with a nearly solid black-red long staff. Black Egg, you. Gu Changqing was taken aback. The Black Egg's spiritual and physical strength had long been exhausted, yet it could unleash an even stronger power, which could only mean burning the essence of its bloodline, just like Xiaojin back then. Break and then stand. No break, no stand. Fight. Whether you're a beast king or a beast god, Dream on if you think Black Yi will submit. The black and red mist surged beneath the black egg's feet. Stepping on the mist, the black egg shouted loudly and instantly flew to the top of the Windslayer. The heavy black-red long staff, wrapped in fiery mist, struck down heavily towards the Beast King. Sensing the black egg's intense killing intent, the Windslayer's surface winds surged violently, and the dual horns on its head overflowed with spiritual power, creating a shockwave that rapidly spread outward. Gu Changqing thought to himself that this was a skill only a Beast King-level ferocious beast would possess. Everyone's movements seemed to slow down several times, but Gu Changqing saw the clue. It wasn't that everyone had slowed down, it was that the Beast King had sped up. Boom! The Beast King's dual horns unleashed a surge of spiritual power once more, and in an instant, the wind domain was filled with countless blades of wind sides appearing out of thin air. The wind sides ruthlessly attacked within the wind domain, and with the enhanced speed of the skill, everyone simply couldn't withstand it. With flashes of white light, many had already been sent out of the map. Only Tang Luoyao, Qi Shang, Su Qing, and the other two experts from the province had yet to be sent out, relying on the strength of their beast companions. However, their bodies were drenched in blood from the wind sides cuts, leaving them with little fighting strength left. The worst off was the black egg. The body of the war god, under the burning of its bloodline, was injured and then reformed, only to be injured again after the reformation. It lasted for nearly 5 minutes, until the power of the bloodline burning significantly weakened. The Beast King's two horns ruthlessly pierced through the black egg's body, forcefully flinging it back into the previous pit. This time, the black egg did not get up. As the bloodline burned out, the last wisp of black gas brushed past the cheek, closing the open eyes. Meow! Yip! The mimic beast weakly called out, lying motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, little Jean was reborn, the massive shadow of the golden crow emerging on the surface of its body. At this moment, a prompt from the abyss suddenly rang out. The sun is shining bright, it is now noon, your beast pet's attributes and skill power plus 1000%. At the same time, the fully charged energy bar within the golden crow's shadow instantly hit bottom. The enormous golden crow image raised its head to the sky and let out a breath of fierce fire. This fire was not large in size, but its scorching temperature instantly boiled the earth, turning trees and flowers to ashes. Little Jin's target was the black egg at the bottom of the pit. Oh my, it's too hot, I'm going to be cooked. Big brother, are you the reinforcements summoned by the Beast King? Your skill is hitting both friend and foe. Did you miss? We're done for, we're all going to be sent out. I can't take it anymore. Among the few struggling in the wind domain, some could not withstand the torment of the wind scythe and the searing heat, voluntarily dropping their defenses and being sent out by the wind scythe. Su Qing's face turned pale as her consciousness entered the beast control space. Can you still hold on? In the space filled with pink, a seductive voice echoed. I can feel a powerful bloodline aura slowly awakening. Girl, give me some time to talk to him alone. Beast, your child is here. At a critical moment, suddenly, from one side of the battlefield, Shanhai, clad in king-level armor, appeared, holding a wailing beast cub in his hand. With all his strength, he threw the beast cub far away. The Beast King immediately dispelled the wind domain and rushed towards the child. As the Beast King left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shanhai then took out the Thunder War Halberd and walked step by step towards Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, are you surprised? As Shanhai spoke, a black arm crawled up from behind him onto his left shoulder. Gu Changqing sighed, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, though it was just for a moment, it was still caught by Shanhai. Ha, you're panicking. All your trump cards are out, and your beast pets are one dead and one injured. There will be no more miracles, and you will have no chance of getting out. Shanhai's pupils instantly turned crimson. Before him lay his father in a pool of blood, along with those noble families who had once been on good terms with him but immediately distanced themselves when trouble arose. A cold voice in his heart continuously provoked his anger, the desire for slaughter overwhelming all reason. The black hand on his shoulder seemed to revel in this aura, softening overall, with tendrils as thick as needles secreting from the point of contact with his shoulder, slowly piercing into his body through his clothes. Shanhai, this is a dungeon. What are you thinking? Are all the candidates from Jinhai City this abnormal? First, Gu Changqing wiped out that group, and now another ruthless person has emerged to challenge the Beast King. Sister Tang, compared to them, don't you think we, as a provincial capital city, are a bit lacking? Tang Luoyao did not listen to her companion's ramblings, her gaze never leaving Shanhai, her brows furrowing deeper. The Kaiyuan spirit tiger beside her bared its teeth and growled, yet dared not make too much noise, as if in fear. Shut up, can't you see? That hand is not a beast pet at all. In Su Qing's eyes, the pink glow faded. What is that? Your power is actually unable to see through it. Could it be a myth-level beast pet? In the beast control space, a seductive voice of a mature woman echoed. No, that is a chaotic aura, impossible to discern as normal. My spiritual power is limited. If I could, I would take a blow for him. Su Qing bit her lip and said, I would know even without you reminding me. No wonder you warned me from the start that he had problems. The problem isn't him, it's that ferocious beast. Just looking at this hand, it could rival a legendary beast pet. However, it relies on the beast master's negative emotions to maintain its power. It's coming, very soon. I can clearly hear the overwhelming heartbeat of that bloodline awakening drawing near. Buzz! The thunder warspear swept across, the violent lightning transforming into an electric net, enveloping Gu Changqing. Die, Gu Changqing, I just want you dead. Chen Hai was completely consumed by madness, half of that hand slowly seeping into his body. The dark gas, entirely different from the black egg, expelled from his body like steam with each breath. Don't touch him. Tang Luoyao took a deep breath. The medicinal power of the crimson bloodfruit had yet to take effect, and she threw a seemingly ordinary punch. The opening spirit tiger let out a whimper, transferring its remaining spiritual power to Tang Luoyao before returning to the beast master space. A fierce tiger-shaped fist imprint collided with the raging lightning, and in an instant, the two powers burst forth, sending sand and stones flying. But Chen Hai, infected by that hand, had his strength greatly increased. The lightning was unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered the fist imprint. Damn! What is this? Shi Shang muttered. The battered lion Arhat continued to block, only to vanish in a flash of white light the next second. And me! Behind Su Qing, a white foxtail extended out, striking with the force of splitting Manhwa, mixing with the thunder. The pink spiritual power absorbed the incoming lightning like a sponge, but the next second, Su Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, lightning threads coursing over her body. She was withstanding the thunder with her flesh and blood. Gu Changqing looked at them weakly, his heart surging. Just as he was about to rise, all his strength was instantly drained. Not just him, Xiao Jin was the same. Run, his target is me. Gu Changqing did not want to incur any more unnecessary injuries. Su Qing gritted her teeth and persisted, no, it's always you protecting us. This time, it's our turn to protect you. Get away. Chen Hai swept the thunder war spear again, and Su Qing could no longer hold on, being swept away like a kite with a broken string. Shi Shang was startled and hurried over to catch her, promptly giving her a pill. Why? Why does a lowly commoner like you receive so much affection from so many people? In school, your beast mastery scores are always first. Do you know how disgusting those people's gazes are? So what if you're a hero's descendant? So what if you're a top student? Why does the abyss have such poor vision, even allowing an awakening to have a legendary beast pet? I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it. Just when I was about to give up, it was you who caused my father's tragic death. Gu Changqing, you can't escape the instance anymore, because within a radius of 30 meters, it's all in my domain. If you die, you die. Aren't you all worshipping and admiring him? Then, accompany him. Only then did everyone realize that the surrounding trees and mountains were fixed in place. Moreover, with the speed of the Beast King, it was impossible for it to take so long to reach the child. All eyes turned to Chen Hai and the hand that was almost fully merging with his body. The hand of the evil god. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened as he slowly spoke. What I hate most is your attitude of being so predictable. It only fuels my anger. Chen Hai's face twisted in rage. The thunder war spear thrust forward, blocking Gu Changqing's path. Kneel. I will consider sparing their lives. Gu Changqing sighed. You have already been accepted by the White Tiger Academy, and you have a better and brighter future ahead. Yet, you choose to walk a path of certain death. Haven't you learned from Wang Yuntian's lesson in the instance? And you really underestimate the Beast King. Can such a domain hold up? Crash! As Gu Changqing's words fell, two horns of the Beast King pierced through the hilly woods. Do you think I wouldn't have thought of that? The domain was broken, but the ability remained. Chen Hai stopped his rambling, the thunder war halberd releasing arcs of electricity as he thrust it down with force. Xiao Hai, don't! A familiar voice thundered in Chen Hai's ears. His face showed an expression of disbelief. Father! Father! Behind Gu Changqing, Chen Ziming, with two streaks of tears, slowly walked towards him. Father, is that you? Chen Ziming nodded. Xiao Hai, it's me. Swish! The thunder war halberd pierced through Chen Ziming's body. Chen Hai sneered, trying to deceive me. Chen Ziming looked at the halberd in disbelief, his body gradually turning into fluorescence. The mimic beast pierced in the abdomen was immediately recalled by Gu Changqing, and Xiao Jin, too, returned to the beast master space with a weak whimper. Have you stopped struggling? Go die! Hey! Which bastard dares to harm my master? Suddenly, a loud roar came from the bottom of the pit, followed by a pillar of fire shooting into the sky. Xiao Jin gathered all its strength to release flames, instantly breaking a large hole in the domain. Within the fire pillar, a fiery cloak swayed, and a stick formed of flames rushed towards Chen Hai in an instant. Chen Hai raised the halberd to block, but the domineering force easily knocked him back several meters. The fire stick was summoned back into the fire pillar, and the abyss's prompt sounded next. Golden entry, Destiny Path triggered, your beast pet all attributes plus 300%, Destiny Path bloodline fusion successful, your beast pet black egg, rank promotion successful. Black egg. Gu Changqing's voice trembled as he looked at the shadow continuously forming within the fire pillar, his heart surging. Master, don't be afraid, just a useless turtle. It seems I need to give you a new name. Gu Changqing opened the information on the black egg, his heart racing violently. Beast Pet Destiny Monkey, Grade, Bronze, Level, 10, Bloodline, Destiny, Gold, 10,000 Battles, Gold, Reset, Attributes, Strength plus 150, Constitution plus 150, Agility plus 150, Spirit plus 150, Spirit Power, 5,000, Skills, 100 Battle Stick, Spirit Clarity Body, Equipment. Description: a monkey that dared to give the middle finger to the gods, then got beaten to a pulp. The black egg became. All attributes attached by 10,000 battles were reset, but the basic four-dimensional attributes of the black egg even surpassed Xiao Jin, reaching a terrifying 150 points. Through the special conditions of destiny, it tripled. Break and then establish. No break, no establishment. Previously, Gu Changqing thought the Destiny Path and the Great Sun Golden Flame were basically of the same level. It turned out that the unknown bloodline had always been the dominant force. Gu Changqing couldn't contain his excitement. This was the true god in every man's heart, an irreplaceable god. 100 Battle Stick, an unfathomable stick technique, condensed through 100 battles. Each strike's skill power plus 10%, after 100 strikes triggers the ultimate move, Heaven Subduing Stick. Heaven Subduing Stick condenses the power of 100 strikes, releasing an unparalleled large-scale area attack. Spirit Power Consumption, 3,000, Spirit Clarity Body, a special physique with unmatched defense, defense plus 500%, skill resistance plus 200%, ignores all negative effects. Spirit Power Consumption, 100 per second. This Xiao Jin's pressure could be greatly reduced. Now Gu Changqing wished he could leave the escape map and dive headfirst into various dungeons to level up. He was eager to enhance the black egg and see its subsequent evolution path, wondering if it would recreate the legendary deity. Gu Changqing. Just as he was lost in joy, Chen Hai's furious roar echoed. Black liquid-like substance extended from his arm, covering the Thunder War Spear. The crackling black thunder, carrying a breath of destruction, transformed into a giant thunderous black hand, pressing down towards Gu Changqing. His domain, its power continuously draining, was on the verge of shattering. Chen Hai did not want to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Allowing the hand of the evil god to invade his body and consciousness, only one thought lingered in his mind: kill. Do you think Black Lord doesn't exist? At the same time, the fire pillar of Little Jean extinguished. The golden blazing flames wrapped around its entire body, and a pair of red eyes emitted a heart-stopping light. The flames beneath transformed into a cloud of fire, and the black egg shouted sharply, moving as fast as lightning. The fire stick swung down, covering Chen Hai's forehead. Back! Chen Hai hissed softly, and the giant black thunder hand changed direction, blocking the black egg stick while the strange thunder instantly transformed into numerous thunder snakes. Bang! The black egg was sent flying by the powerful shockwave, and then using the fire cloud as a springboard, it charged back towards the thunder snakes. Its surface shimmered with a glassy hue, and the thunder snakes struck against it, leaving behind white marks, which quickly healed under the flames' scorching. Gu Changqing watched helplessly as the black egg moved in and out of the black thunder, his heart racing. At that moment, a crimson blood fruit was handed over, and Gu Changqing reached out to take it and put it in his mouth, looking at the disheveled Tang Luoyao, saying, "Thank you." "No need for thanks, just self-preservation," she replied, her delicate brows furrowing. "What's his situation? Where did that hand come from?" Gu Changqing shook his head. "I don't know. It's neither a beast pet nor a fierce beast. There's no such existence in the Beast Master Encyclopedia." Tang Luoyao couldn't help but be suspicious. "Really? I feel like you're lying to me." Gu Changqing replied sincerely, "What would I gain from lying to you? What good would it do?" He truly had no detailed knowledge about the hand of the evil god. Besides hearing a little from those foreign beast masters, the rest was just descriptions from the dungeons. "Hurry up and deal with him. There's a beast king waiting for us." "No rush. Let's wait until the domain breaks." The beast king's power was too brutal, and under the continuous attacks, the barrier formed by the domain was already covered in cracks. Gu Changqing did not want Chen Hai to die. To be precise, he couldn't let him die here. After all, he owed a favor to the White Tiger Master. Right and wrong should be left to the Lord's mansion, not for him to judge. The black egg's 100 battle stick grew stronger, striking the thunderous giant hand. The once unshakable giant hand rippled, and the thunder dissipated. "Are you human? Watching the black egg gradually gain the upper hand, Tang Luoyao fixed her gaze on Gu Changqing, her eyes fervent, wanting to see through him. Gu Changqing felt a bit uncomfortable under her stare and took 2 steps back. It's just luck, just luck. If I believed you, that would be a ghost. Tang Luoyao stopped pressing for answers. After all, probing into someone else's cards was a big taboo. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, Chen Hai's domain barrier finally shattered. Like breaking glass, it scattered piece by piece. Whoo! The black egg pulled away, and the flames belonging to little Jean on it weakened with each attack. At this moment, the 100 battle stick had just struck 100 times. Young man, Black Lord won't play with you anymore. The black egg's hand caressed the fire stick, and in an instant, all the remaining flames enveloped it. Screech! A clear and bright chirp of a sparrow suddenly echoed from the fire stick. The phantom of Xiao Jin swirled and flew from the bottom of the stick. The size of the fire stick rapidly expanded and grew, reaching an astonishing 10 zhang. That mixed for a hand. Consider yourself lucky. This is your first taste of the combination skills of me and the big sister. With this move, it's either you die or you perish. He Dan lifted the thick, hard, and long fire stick with one hand, as the fire cloud slowly rose beneath his feet. Combination skill. Jin Wu Fa Tian. Like a pillar supporting the heavens collapsing, countless flames ignited the sky. One by one, true fire sparrows, clutching the fire stick, burst forth from the sea of flames, quickly burying Chen Hai. Hey! Watch me, Black Lord, as I strike the heavens. He Dan swung his raised hand down fiercely, instantly exhausting all his spiritual power. Damn! Run! Gu Changqing, you bastard, a heads up would have been nice. Brother Changqing, that's too much. Having consumed the crimson blood fruit and regained most of his strength, Gu Changqing also ran with the group, listening to their complaints with a helpless smile. I wanted to give a heads up too, but I was caught off guard. Boom! As Gu Changqing fled, he glanced back and saw a stick striking the heavens, heavily descending. Immediately, a notification from the abyss appeared. Jinhai City Candidate 666, killed Jinhai City Candidate. Like a meteor crashing to the ground, it stirred up massive waves, the shockwave pushing rocks and sand with terrifying force in all directions. Gu Changqing and the others could only flee for their lives, not wanting to die at the hands of their own. After releasing this earth-shattering blow, He Dan's flames, belonging to Xiao Jin, extinguished, revealing his true form. It was still that dark and unremarkable appearance, but his frame had grown larger, indistinguishable from a normal human size. He gasped for breath, struggling to place one hand on his hip while the other pointed at the large pit created in the ground, snorting, "If it weren't for the master wanting to spare your life, you would have been dead long ago." He then spat at the Beast King, who had avoided the attack and was hiding with its child, saying, "Little brat, wash up and go to sleep." After saying this, he transformed into a bright light and returned to the beast space. With the awakening of the destiny contract and the full power of Xiao Jin, he unleashed an unimaginable strike. Having reached his limit, this bee was clearly showing off, exuding dominance. Cough, cough, cough. From the thick dust, hands began to emerge. Gu Changqing poked his head out, taking a few breaths of fresh air. Sensing the returning He Dan, he checked the situation and, confirming there were no issues, spoke up, "Are you all okay?" "We're fine." One by one, heads popped out, looking comical like gophers. The kill notification just came out. Chen Hai should have been sent out. As Gu Changqing emerged from the dirt, the few of them were left speechless upon returning to the battlefield. Within 100 meters, the ground had collapsed, the deepest point reaching 7 to 8 meters. At the bottom of the pit, a figure lay below, unaware of their fate. "Chen Hai?" Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. Surviving such an attack, the hand of the evil god could withstand the combination skills of 2 myth-level beast pets? Don't be afraid, although he didn't die, he's close to it. Moreover, the strange aura of that hand has also dissipated. The voice of the big sister in the beast space eased her worried heart. Since Chen Hai isn't dead, then the kill notification was. She turned around, looking at the few remaining people, and indeed one was missing, Shi Shang. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dungeon's light gate, Shi Shan walked out with a pained expression. "Damn it, Gu Changqing, that's so unfair, why did it have to be me?" At this, the audience present couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Waves of applause erupted. Gu Changqing felt sorry for the accidental kill of Qi Shang, but he didn't mind. He jumped down into the pit and slowly walked over to Chen Hai. Sensing footsteps approaching, Chen Hai opened his eyes and murmured, "I lost, completely." "Gu Changqing, you said I was on the wrong path. What about you?" For Chen Hai, when teacher Baihu killed Chen Ziming, his hatred for the Chen family was not as intense as before, because he knew who the real mastermind was. Winning or losing? Those don't matter, if it weren't for that arm. Tell me, how did it come to be? Did you get it when you went outside the city? Chen Hai sneered, "Do you think I would tell you? It's just the victors and the vanquished." Indeed, you have no obligation to answer me. After you go out, someone will look for you. Gu Changqing turned around, dagger in hand, and threw it backward. Xinhai City candidate Gu Changqing killed a candidate from Xinhai City. Gu Changqing would not be involved in what happened next. At that moment, he stood at the bottom of the pit, gazing up at the Beast King on the edge. Roar! The Beast King opened its bloody maw towards Gu Changqing and charged forward with the wind. Brother Changqing, be careful! Su Qing shouted loudly. Tang Luoya wanted to summon the Kaiyuan spirit tiger, and others also rushed to assist, but they were all too exhausted to summon their beast companions. At that time, Xiao Jin and He Dan were recovering in the Beast Master space, while the Mimic Beast was in the Badge space, which was far slower than the modified space. Gu Changqing pulled out the dagger he had used to send Shenhai away, standing ready, showing little fear. If you want to kill me, come on, my score is still at the top. He posed in attacking stance with the dagger, and at the moment the Beast King descended, Gu Changqing charged forward, like an egg hitting a stone. But the next second, a small fierce beast leaped from the Beast King's embrace and pinned Gu Changqing to the ground. Its wet, sandpaper-like tongue licked his face incessantly. Gu Changqing looked at the Beast King's cub, which resembled a pug, and turned his head to see that the mimic beast had somehow run out. The gunshot wound was severe, only partially healed, and blood was still flowing. This is the ability of the golden entry flower to smile at me? But shouldn't it only target the beast companion itself? Meow, the mimic beast called out, feeling it wasn't imposing enough, and with a flash of light, it transformed into the form of the Beast King, growling softly. The Beast King cub stopped licking and began to observe back and forth between the Beast King and the mimic beast, then nudged its nose to discern who the real body was, scampering back happily, occasionally calling out to the mimic beast. The mimic beast then crouched down and carried Gu Changqing on its back. Human, I misunderstood you before, thinking my child was stolen by you. Oh, ah. Gu Changqing's mind was a bit muddled. Was the Beast King apologizing to him? It should be noted that this guy's attributes and abilities, even if Xiao Jin and He Dan came again with the heaven-defying stick, might not be able to handle. The title of Beast Master, at the King level, is a huge dividing line. And for fierce beasts, the Beast King level is the same. That's because domain. The unique ability of beast companions affects the space, and even time, within a certain range for their own use. Beast Masters, through the King level promotion ceremony, also gain the skills of that domain from a specific beast companion. For a moment, Gu Changqing didn't know how to respond. Your ability has impressed me. The human race has finally welcomed its second true powerhouse. It's a pity that disgusting arm escaped, but it's severely damaged and won't be able to stir up trouble for a while. Is that a fierce beast? With domain skills, it should belong to the Beast King level, but the Beast King lowered its body to protect the cub, saying, it's neither a beast companion nor a fierce beast. It's a fusion entity, made from high bloodline beast companions. I only know that this race has no physical form, existing as a separate core to control and fuse. Another unknown species. Gu Changqing frowned. The unknown difficulty dungeon outside the city might just hold the secret about it. Thank you for the information, and thank you for showing mercy. Since you have no intention of killing us again, we will take our leave and no longer disturb you. The Beast King nodded its massive head, and as the mimic beast carried it away, a sudden gust of wind rushed in. Gu Changqing sidestepped to avoid it, only to see a colorful, unknown material lock whipland before him. Before Gu Changqing could turn around, another gust of wind sent him flying out of the pit. When he looked again, the Beast King had already sped away with its cubs into the depths of the hills. He picked up the lock whip, and instantly, the celestial flowing robe on him reacted, shimmering. Congratulations! You have obtained the unique equipment of Beast Tamers, Celestial Beast Whip. Celestial Beast Whip, no grade, ability, Beast Tamer skill damage plus 10%, success rate of capturing ferocious beasts plus 30%, damage to ferocious beasts plus 10%. Description: originally an ordinary beast whip, it gained extraordinary abilities after being soaked in the blood of the celestial azure dragon. It is a growth type, unique equipment. Another piece of no grade, growth type unique equipment. Gu Changqing silently put it away, his mind starting to calculate. According to the words of the Sage King, the bloodline of the celestial azure dragon should be of legendary top tier, just a step away from myth. If its blood and flesh could forge such extraordinary equipment, then Xiao Jin and He Dan, wouldn't they? Would I become a wholesale dealer of divine artifacts in the future? The two beasts, still healing in the beast taming space, couldn't help but shiver. Once out of the pit, Su Qing and the others all let out a long sigh of relief. If the Beast King had fought again, they wouldn't have had the strength for even one round. Gu Changqing patted the mimic beast's head and recalled it. With a rare moment of rest, the group took medicine simultaneously, and only after recovering somewhat did they begin to discuss their next plan. Let's search the map. With over 20 people left, we should split up. I agree. I really don't know what those leaders were thinking when they designed the escape battle. They really think highly of us to send us to challenge the Beast King. In response, Tang Luoyao had a different opinion. The map and mode design are fine, the only bug is. Her gaze slowly turned to Gu Changqing. What are you looking at me for? What does it have to do with me? Su Cheng and the others understood Tang Luoyao's meaning. Brother Changqing, if you don't send that group out, you should be able to kill the Beast King, right? Gu Changqing stood up to greet them and quickly headed in one direction. He wouldn't take the blame for this. Having faced a setback for the first time, the others were quite pleased. Soon, they dispersed. In the following time, the elimination prompts from the map rang out intermittently. Until candidates from Huang Province's Earth City have exited the competition. Candidates from Jinhai City have exited the competition. Candidates from Huang Province's Earth City have exited the competition. After Gu Changqing killed a participant, the prompt of Su Cheng and the others exiting also came. Gu Changqing smiled wryly. They were cleared out by me, and I still needed a lot of points. Congratulations! You have achieved first place in the escape battle. Rewards will be distributed shortly. The map will close in 30 seconds. Gu Changqing opened his personal store, checked his points, and had just passed 5,000. Without hesitation, he exchanged for 5 spirit orbs and was teleported out of the map. Gu Changqing, Gu Changqing, Gu Changqing, Changqing, I love you. Xingmi will always support you. Xingqing, look over here. Damn, that was thrilling. What is a hero? This is a hero. Heaven has eyes. We almost forced our own genius out of the city. The moment Gu Changqing stepped out of the dungeon's light gate, the entire Pingding Square erupted into a frenzy. Yesterday, those noble families who had scolded him harshly and united to crush him, immediately changed their tune and desperately tried to curry favor with Gu Changqing after Chenhai was exposed. Several young ladies from prominent families even came on stage holding flowers, showering him with flattery. Everyone, quiet. Shenlin took the stage, suppressing the noisy voices, and said, I share your feelings, but now, let's have our prodigy say a few words. Gu Changqing was taken aback. No one had told him there would be a speaking segment. Seeing the beautiful woman sitting in the front row in Yi Ruyan, he smiled and walked up to Shenlin, saying, Sister, I did what I promised you. The words were directed at Yi Ruyan, but his gaze was on the beautiful woman. Yi Ruyan was overjoyed and nodded vigorously. The beautiful woman maintained her composed expression, revealing no joy or sorrow. Sister Xin, I still stand by my words. Let the young people handle their own matters. Humph, save that for old Yi. With that, the beautiful woman stood up to leave. Gu Changqing jumped off the high platform and blocked her path. Auntie, Before he could finish, the beautiful woman snorted, Don't forget the 2 conditions you promised me. If Yan Yan isn't recovered by the time we get home, I'll personally throw you out. Auntie, you agreed? Zhao Zhanxiong, who had followed behind, pushed him aside, dissatisfied. What are you doing? Don't go too far. Just because you got first place doesn't mean you can make demands. Enjoy your little victory, kid. I wouldn't dare. That's enough. That's already enough. You don't have the shamelessness of those 2. Amid Gu Changqing's confusion, the beautiful woman and Zhao Zhanxiong left. Yi Ruyan stepped forward gracefully and took Gu Changqing's hand. Sister, the most invincible duo is finally complete. Gu Changqing held her hand tightly, while Yi Ruyan, with tears in her eyes, kept rubbing her cheek against his. Just as they were about to fly together, Shenlin on the high platform couldn't bear to watch any longer. Gu the great prodigy, don't you want your reward? Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I want it? They spoke in unison. Shenlin was both amused and exasperated. Then hurry up and come up. The voice of the abyss echoed in every corner of Jinhai City. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for achieving first place in the national exam, the escape battle. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, you have received a clue for beast pet equipment. Congratulations, your score ranks first in the national exam, earning the title unmatched. That's it? First in the nation, and this is all? Just a title as a reward? Gu Changqing opened his backpack, where 2 shimmering notes lay inside. Unmatched wearable fusion equipment ability. Beast Master Skill Level +1, Experience Bonus plus 50%, Premium Drop Rate plus 20%. Rookie King Wearable Fusion Equipment Ability, Experience Bonus plus 20%, Premium Drop Rate plus 5%. Do you want to use the title and fuse it with the badge? Yes. The 2 notes disappeared. The special badge on Gu Changqing's chest, representing his title, with the words Rookie King and Unmatched, shone with dazzling brilliance. Paired with the flowing colorful robe, it pushed his prestige to the peak. Hidden brilliance. It wasn't about being Loki, it was just too dazzling. As Shenlin delivered the final remarks, the national exam came to a close. Su Qing, Qi Shang, and others had yet to congratulate Gu Changqing when they were hurriedly pulled away by the elders of their clan. Shao Qing, let's go home. Okay, let's go home. Gu Changqing knew that some academy must have accepted them, but until now, no academy had extended an olive branch to him. Gu Changqing was undeterred. With the golden title, it was the same anywhere. At worst, he could venture outside the city. Their relationship was completely solidified, and at the dining table, pink bubbles floated in the air, drifting between their exchanged glances. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and a loud voice rang out. "Ye girls' skills have improved a lot. Haven't disturbed you, right?" Zhao Zhanxiong came in holding a wine gourd and boldly sat down between the two. Gu Changqing's gaze turned slightly cold, but Zhao Zhanxiong didn't care. He took out a piece of paper and placed it in front of Gu Changqing. "So far, the academy hasn't accepted you. With your scores, if you insist on going, no one will stop you. However, you have another option, which is to join the town guard of Jinhai City." Gu Changqing picked up the paper pushed by Zhao Zhanxiong. It was an invitation from the Beast Master Association. The content was brief, but what truly caught his attention was the mention of the elite Team 6 of the North District Town Guard. The small team was formed and led by his parents before they fell in battle. It also stated that both the Lord's Mansion and the Beast Master Association would delegate authority to Gu Changqing. Whether it was personnel allocation or action deployment, everything would be decided and implemented by him. Zhao Zhanxiong added, "Members of the town guard will enjoy the subsidies and benefits that formal members should have from the moment they join. The path for advancement will also be opened, treating both commoners and noble offspring equally." The invitation suddenly felt heavy in his hands. What does treating equally mean? There would no longer be distinctions of high and low. As long as Gu Changqing liked it, anyone could join the town guard and receive a fixed ration. Is the Lord testing me? Zhao Zhanxiong waved his hand. "There's no need for testing. It has always been this way throughout history. Think it over seriously. I'll be waiting for your decision at the Lord's Mansion tomorrow." Saying this, he looked at Yi Ruyan. "Girl, it's time to let go of your burdens. The promise has been fulfilled. Live for yourself." Yi Ruyan nodded earnestly. "I understand, Uncle Zhao." "Uncle? I'm so sad. You used to call me brother. Off you go. All of you are poking at my heart." Zhao Zhanxiong left, and after a brief silence, Yi Ruyan was the first to break the atmosphere. "Don't hold back. Whether it's the academy or the town guard, they are just forms of advancement and training." Gu Changqing looked at the invitation and said, "Sister, tell me about the elite Team 6 from those years." "Okay." The next morning, Gu Changqing rarely put on a formal suit. In front of the mirror, Yi Ruyan carefully tidied him up, while Gu Changqing's hands mischievously roamed over her arms, neck, and back. This made her face turn red, and she kept using her skills to fend him off. After the glamorous tidying up, looking at Gu Changqing in the mirror with a transformed demeanor, Yi Ruyan giggled, "Handsome, really handsome. Of course, I never doubt my sister's judgment." Sharp-tongued, narcissistic. After breakfast, just before leaving, Gu Changqing asked, "Aren't you coming with me, sister?" "No, I'll wait at home for your good news." "All right." Gu Changqing quickly pecked Yi Ruyan on the lips and then danced out the door. Yi Ruyan didn't expect the sneak attack and touched her lips in a daze, shyly saying, "You little rascal." Jinhai City, as a frontline battlefield city of the East Sea, is divided into 3 areas: the buffer zone, the outer city, and the inner city. The inner city houses important high-level departments such as the Lord's Mansion and the Beast Master Association. When Gu Changqing arrived at the gate of the inner city, the guard on duty stopped him. He took out the invitation letter and was allowed in. Stepping into the inner city, Gu Changqing's pupils widened, as if Lu Laolao had entered the Grand View Garden. The buildings were extravagant and luxurious, with exquisite pavilions and shops that were even more impressive than the largest pet store. The beast masters coming and going in the city, whether in attire or contracted beasts, were all of high quality. Gu Changqing felt as if he had entered another realm, a world completely different from the outer city. "Yo, brother Changqing." Someone is calling him. Gu Changqing turned around and saw Gao Han and Qi Sheng approaching, chatting and laughing. Gao Han had a standard square face, giving off a very honest impression. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and said, "Changqing Gu, my old man said not to take it to heart." Gu Changqing knew what he was referring to and replied, "I'm not that petty. Besides, everyone has their own interests. It's not about right or wrong." Qi Sheng clicked his tongue twice. "Sun Min has lost his soul because of you. I heard he was noticed by a prestigious academy." When the admissions teacher arrived at his home, he found him in a daze and immediately cancelled his spot. Gu Changqing chuckled awkwardly. "I really didn't mean to target him. Perhaps his bad luck has come?" "Exactly. Changqing Gu is not the kind of person who seeks revenge for a slight. By the way, you came to the inner city too." "Oh, City Lord Zhao has something for me. You two go ahead and stroll. I'll take my leave now. Let's gather another day." The two watched Gu Changqing's departing figure, and Qi Sheng said, suddenly, "Where did the excitement of being admitted go?" Gao Han sighed, "Yeah, I even miss the moments of fighting side by side in the instance. Let's go, he is destined to be the brightest star. In front of the city lord's mansion, Xunlin personally came to greet him. Arriving at Zhao Zhanxiong's office, the latter had already prepared drinks, pouring for himself. You're here. Gu Changqing walked straight over and sat on the opposite sofa. How was the journey? Gu Changqing shook his head and smiled. A paradise on earth, nothing more. The ruins of the buffer zone, the struggles of the outer city, while the inner city was resplendent. This kind of disparity was something Gu Changqing had never encountered or compared before. You'll get used to it, don't feel it's unfair. Everyone has a chance to climb up. And then, after seeing and experiencing another world, wanting to join in, to become a wall, a knife that protects this world? Zhao Zhanxiong was taken aback, then sighed. This character is quite similar. I can only tell you, it is what it is. No matter who comes or goes, it won't change easily. If you really don't like it, then strive to adapt, or overthrow it. The divine Huagua has existed for thousands of years, countless genius comets. There are many with ambitions and ideals, but none have been able to shake it, none have wanted to shake it, in the end. Do you know why? Power. In response to Gu Changqing's answer, Zhao Zhanxiong shook his finger. Wrong, it's the rules. The decay of the rules has already rotted to the core, although it still retains some vitality, it's merely hanging on. The external medicinal power has seeped in, most have been expelled and assimilated, only a small part is still trying to heal, a drop in the bucket. Gu Changqing lowered his head in contemplation, thinking of many things, but could not find an answer. Alright, let's not digress. Your presence today indicates you've made a decision. After you finish drinking with me, you can go to the 6th team's base. As for resources, I've already made arrangements with the higher-ups. To keep you here, it's quite a sacrifice. Gu Changqing was taken aback, understanding the cause and effect. No wonder that day, teachers Bai Hu and Zhu Kei were furious. It turns out you made me lose my admission qualification to the academy. Zhao Zhanxiong did not argue, stating directly, those academies do not lack a talented student. But in Shanghai City, the place your parents fought their whole lives for, even losing their lives, lacks a soul. Why me? Gu Changqing had many things he couldn't understand. The dealings that Li Haoren and the Chen family were doing behind the scenes had long violated the rules of beast tamers. So after a failed robbery, they secretly executed him just to keep the secret. Yi Ruiyan's background was indeed strong, but in Shanghai City, it could still be done to deceive the heavens. After all, distant water cannot quench a near thirst. But he still managed to secure his most precious developmental time. He didn't understand before, but now he does. If Zhao Zhanxiong secretly supports him, everything will fall into place. Consider it a promise to an old friend. An old friend? You know my parents? I've met them a few times and admire the couple very much. Alright, go do what you need to do. I'll push for the resources again, going through special procedures. As for the city guard, we won't inquire about it. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Zhao Zhanxiong ambiguously shifted the topic, and Gu Changqing didn't dig deeper. Now that they are under the same roof, some things will eventually come to light. After leaving the lord's mansion, Gu Changqing saw Xinlin walking towards him. Do you want me to accompany you to the station? Then I must trouble Secretary Shen. Xinlin called for a car and began to introduce some buildings and departments in the inner city to Gu Changqing. After exiting the inner city, they headed straight north, and after about half an hour, the car stopped at the junction of the outer city and the buffer zone. The scene here was nothing but ruin, with a few impoverished people occasionally seen scavenging for something. After the brutal beast-tide battle, many items had been buried in the ground. The nearby poor often came to the battlefield to search. Gu Changqing had searched here before and found a damaged beast stone, which made him so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. Every time I see this, I feel quite emotional. Xinlin sighed, as if reminiscing about the past. Let's go, Captain Gu. He patted Gu Changqing's shoulder, and the two entered a nearby courtyard. The courtyard was large, but the buildings had collapsed severely, leaving only a massive structure resembling a stable still intact. Once, the fierce head falcon city guard that dominated Shanghai City was buried in this ruin. However, I believe that one day, you will be able to form an invincible team that belongs solely to you. After Xinlin finished speaking, he summoned the snow ape and said, I'll take my leave now. The car is yours. Gu Changqing walked through every corner of the courtyard, and scenes of memories seemed to replay. A handsome middle-aged man was playing with a cub of the fierce head falcon. A beautiful woman was laughing while scolding the middle-aged man, her happiness evident in her eyes. In the end, everything was gone. Only a frail figure held his hand and left this place. I'm back, Gu Changqing murmured to himself. As soon as Gu Changqing returned home, he saw a note left by Yi Ruiyan. stating that she was going to Shinhai-no-1 high school to handle her resignation procedures. At that moment, a sudden screech of brakes sounded outside the house. Morong-chin pushed the door open and smiled. The unparalleled talent of Shinhai City, I, a humble girl, have come at my family's command to invite you to a banquet. How could I trouble Miss Morong to come personally? Just tell me, come on, let's not do this with each other. Saying this, she looked around. Where's Teacher Yi? She went out for something. Alright, please consult Teacher Yi first. I'll wait for you at the door. Morong-chin's smile was particularly heart-wrenching. Gu Changqing snorted coldly. Doesn't everyone know who runs this house? Let's go. Just before getting in the car, he secretly sent a message to Yi Ruyan. Which academy were you accepted into? I didn't go to any. So you plan to stay and inherit the family business? My parents and grandfather are still healthy. That's good. Morong-chin secretly glanced at the slightly awkward Gu Changqing and said, Are you afraid Teacher Yi will misunderstand? How could I be afraid? He then honestly took out his phone and began sending voice messages. Sigh, if the Qingmi people knew about your situation, how heartbroken they would be. Gu Changqing shot him a glance. What do you know, you little kid? Happiness, this is happiness, do you understand? He decisively ended the heart-wrenching conversation with Morong-chin. Gu Changqing remembered that he hadn't looked at the reward for being first in the escape battle. A beautifully ancient scroll lay quietly in his backpack. Gu Changqing tapped it lightly, and immediately, lines of information appeared before him. You have opened a long sealed scroll, and the contents recorded on it have left you astonished. You have discovered a hidden message, which is actually about pet equipment. The scroll turned to dust and slowly dissipated. Congratulations, you have obtained information about pet equipment. On the shores of the East Sea, beneath the Forbidden Sea, there is an abandoned palace. It is unknown which group left it behind. Go take a look, and you will gain something. Damn! Gu Changqing exclaimed after reading the message prompt, unable to contain his surprise. Morong-chin was startled and nearly drove the car into a house by the roadside. What's wrong? What's wrong? You scared me. Gu Changqing ignored her. It was obvious that the ownership of this pet equipment belonged to the Black Egg. The East Sea, the palace, the clues were too obvious. Moreover, after the Black Egg burned through its unknown bloodline and awakened its destined bloodline, it had gained a complete set of equipment slots. He just didn't know if this pet equipment was that legendary sea-steadying needle. If it was, Gu Changqing's mouth watered at the thought. Hey, what are you thinking about? I'm telling you, I'm not interested in you. With your figure, you can't even compare to half of my sister. Gu Changqing, you're looking for death. Watch the road, watch the road. As night fell, Gu Changqing got out of Morong-chin's car, with several scratches on his neck. At the entrance of the villa, Morong Yuan personally came out to greet him along with several senior members of the Morong family. Gu Changqing glared at Morong-chin and quickly stepped forward, saying, Thank you, senior, for your trust back then. It's nothing, it's what the Morong family should do. Come in, the food is ready. In the large banquet hall, the table was filled with delicacies. Gu Changqing was starving and began to eat voraciously. The members of the Morong family watched him with smiles, their gazes occasionally drifting towards Morong-chin. Morong-chin huffed, Stop looking, Teacher Yi is so excellent, so outstanding, with such a good figure and face, how can I compare? Oh, the little girl still holds a grudge. Morong Yuan smiled helplessly and waited for Gu Changqing to finish eating before saying, Young friend, I won't disturb you without reason. I heard you joined the city guard, that's good. Compared to some first-rate academies, your development potential is broader. Gu Changqing swallowed the last bite of food and said, Senior, just say it directly. Is something happening over at the Forbidden Sea? Changqing, I admit that after my daughter went missing, there was a time when I suspected your parents had set a trap. Back then, when the beast tide came, the city guard in the northern district, which should have been defended by your parents, disappeared. All that was left was a handwritten promotion order from my daughter. Afterwards, we investigated, and before writing the promotion order, the three of them had conspired about something. Then my daughter led an elite team out of the city, heading straight for the Forbidden Sea. As he spoke of the past, a look of painful struggle appeared on Morong Yuan's wrinkled face. Gu Changqing listened attentively, and the other senior members of the Morong family also looked worried. So over the years, the Morong family has retreated, holding a special and complex sentiment towards you. On one hand, you are the son of my daughter's friend, on the other hand, you might also be the child of an enemy, so, Gu Changqing raised his cup and took a sip, so for quite a long time, it was the Morong family that was following me. Many times, Gu Changqing felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him. He had told Yi Ruyan about it, but they hadn't found any leads. Yes, until one day, Xiao Xiong found me and told me about his investigations and speculations over the years. Only then did I realize how many foolish things I had done. Gu Changqing smiled lightly. I am still sitting here, and you have remained rational all along. Morong Yuan stood up and bowed deeply to Gu Changqing. Senior, there's no need for that. Gu Changqing hurried to support him, but was pushed away by Morong Yuan. According to my informants, the Forbidden Sea will undergo significant changes within a week. For some unknown reason, the seal of the Abyss rules on the Forbidden Sea is loosening. Therefore, I hope you can go to the Forbidden Sea and save my daughter. Gu Changqing was not clear about the exact location of the Forbidden Sea. However, the location of the Black Egg's equipment was quite obvious. Just as he had just received the news, the seal on the Forbidden Sea loosened. Was it just a coincidence? The Abyss had always harbored ill intentions. Could it be a trap? Suddenly, Gu Changqing felt a surge of warm energy spreading throughout his body, and then the badge of his position on his chest began to shine with a colorful luster. Congratulations on completing the hidden task, becoming the first in Jinhai City. Hidden rewards distributed. Congratulations, you have gained experience points plus 100,000. Congratulations, you have obtained a skill experience pearl. Congratulations, you have obtained a king-level beast pet card. Congratulations, you have obtained a unique consumable item beast space expansion card. Subsequent hidden task triggered. Investigate the mysterious palace beneath the Forbidden Sea. Task rewards. Rewards will be distributed according to investigation progress. Failure penalty. All beast pets will collectively downgrade to white ordinary. It couldn't have come at a better time. Gu Changqing's level also reached level 11. A staggering 100,000 experience points made his scalp tingle. Was this an advance payment? To prepare for the journey to the Forbidden Sea? Changqing, it's nothing, just leveling up casually. The Morong family members exchanged glances, astonished that they could level up just by having a meal. What a freak! Senior, even if you don't say anything, I will look for you in the next few days. But for safety's sake, I need a lot of equipment and materials. No problem, leave it to me. Fourth, go prepare immediately. Okay, big brother. Gu Changqing thought for a moment and said, will it be on time to set off the day after tomorrow? Morong Yuan nodded, it will be on time. To pursue the girl, we have opened a route towards the Forbidden Sea. Although it's dangerous, the entire combat strength of the Morong family will safely escort you to your destination. Alright, then I will go back to prepare. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Go on, Xiao Qin, don't you still need to see Changqing off? Morong Qin replied reluctantly, I got it. On the way back, Gu Changqing checked the rewards for the hidden task. Skill Experience Pearl, consumable item, using it grants skill experience plus 50,000. Beast Space Expansion Card, unique consumable item, using it opens up a new beast space. King-level beast pet card, Polar Silver Fox, after contracting, you can obtain a king-level bloodline beast pet. 50,000 skill experience was enough to raise Gu Changqing's fire control technique by 1 level. With the addition of the unparalleled attributes, the fire control technique jumped to level 5. However, the beast space and the king-level beast pet card made Gu Changqing's heart sink into an ice cave. Although Xiao Jin and the Black Egg were becoming stronger, what lay before Gu Changqing was the doubling of experience after each level. If he couldn't level up, he wouldn't be able to advance his position. Correspondingly, the beast space couldn't be opened, and he couldn't contract new beast pets. This wave of hidden tasks seemed crucial, but in reality, it was fraught with danger. This trip might not end well. What are you thinking? How will you explain to Teacher Yi when you get back? Morong Qin was nice enough, but she had a big mouth, always bringing up the wrong topic. I can't be bothered. Gu Changqing, are you going to the Forbidden Sea the day after tomorrow? Is Teacher Yi going too? Gu Changqing shook his head, originally planning to bring Yi Ruyan along, but plans had changed. No. Then, can you take me with you? Gu Changqing instinctively wanted to say no, but Morong Qin hurriedly said, don't refuse me. Actually, I really want to see her, even if it's just from a distance. Gu Changqing was taken aback. Through the streetlight shining in from both sides, he could vaguely see a glimmer in the corners of Morong Qin's eyes. Isn't the relationship between Lord Morong and Morong Qin that of uncle and niece? Given this situation, there seems to be an unspeakable secret. Alright, it was hard to refuse, and besides, there would be people from the Morong family escorting them, so there shouldn't be any problems. Really? Thank you, just don't nag me too much. When they got home, Gu Changqing entered the house, and Yi Ruyan was packing her things. Sister, I'm back. Gu Changqing walked up behind her and naturally wrapped his arms around her waist, the fragrance of her long hair making his heart race. Hurry up and take a shower, you smell terrible. Gu Changqing chuckled, Sister, my arms are too short. What should I do if I can't reach my back? Yi Ruyan shot him a glare and teased, I just bought a toilet brush, it will definitely be enough. Fine. Gu Changqing, feeling a bit down, went into the bathroom. While showering, he used the Beast Space expansion card. Before long, beside Xiaojin and Hey Dan, the third Beast Space opened. Then, he contracted the king-level Beast Pet and bestowed the Heart of Qingqiu. Do you want to bestow the golden attribute, Heart of Qingqiu, to the Beast Pet Polar Silver Fox? Yes. Golden attribute bestowed successfully. Heart of Qingqiu activated successfully. Your Beast Pet Polar Silver Fox has successfully evolved into a one-tailed white fox. Ha! Directly activated the bloodline? Gu Changqing opened the information on the new Beast Pet, his mouth forming an O shape. With it, isn't this going to take off again? Beast Pet, one-tailed white fox grade, bronze level, 1 bloodline, Heart of Qingqiu, gold, attributes, strength plus 10, constitution plus 20, agility plus 30, spirit plus 40, spirit power, 3000, skills, speed burst, white fox claw, fox heart chain, enchanting eye description. In Qingqiu, there are foxes, charming the vast wilderness. Speed burst, greatly increases agility speed, up to plus 600% enhancement, level 1, spirit power consumption, 100. White fox claw, attack skill, has a high probability of breaking shield type skills, spirit power consumption, 100. Fox heart chain, binding skill, unique bloodline ability of the Qingqiu Fox clan, can bind with one beast pet, enhancing all attributes by plus 10%, skill damage by plus 10%, and spirit power recovery by plus 10%. Once locked, it cannot be until the beast pet dies in battle. Enchanting Eye, bloodline skill of the Qingqiu Fox clan, can instantly confuse enemies, with success rate and duration increasing with the improvement of spirit attributes. Evolution hint: the conditions for evolving this bloodline are 1. During evolution, a large number of fox-type beast stones are needed to stabilize the Heart of Qingqiu bloodline. 2. The location and time must be chosen during a full moon when spirit power is abundant. An auxiliary beast pet is exactly what Gu Changqing needs right now. The mimic beast can only be used for healing and surprise attacks. In high-level battles, it becomes rather useless. A one-tailed white fox perfectly fills this gap. Gu Changqing mentally communicated with the beast space, and in the newly opened third space, a completely snow-white white fox, about 2 zhang long, lay quietly inside. Sensing Gu Changqing's observation, it raised its head and softly called out, "A new friend has arrived." Hey Dan appeared out of nowhere, wandering around the space, saying, "Bro, you're too white, no way, let me help you tidy up." Yip! A burst of flame sent Hey Dan flying out of the space. Xiaojin spread a pair of wings, the massive sparrow's body wrapped in blazing sunlight, looking down with an imposing presence at a white fox, firmly asserting her dominance as the elder sister. "Are you blind? She's clearly my little sister. And without the master's permission, don't wander around aimlessly." Hey Dan, enveloped in black smoke, chuckled as he approached again. "The elder sister is right, fourth sister, it was second brother's carelessness. You still have a third brother, but he can't be contacted in our beast space. I'll introduce you to him soon." Seeing Hey Dan's carefree demeanor, Gu Changqing found it hard to express his feelings. He really couldn't match up with that great sage. It would be better to wait for a gradual evolution, perhaps things would change. Despite both having mythical bloodlines, the pressure from Xiaojin and Hey Dan was a bit too intense. The white fox, overwhelmed, lay flat on the ground, somewhat frightened. "Alright, rest well for the next couple of days. The comfortable days are about to end." Hey Dan rubbed his hands together. "Great, I'm getting so bored." Without further ado, Xiaojin unleashed another burst of flames, causing Hey Dan to yelp in surprise. Exiting the space, Gu Changqing cleaned himself up and put on a bathrobe. In the living room, Yi Ruyan had divided various medicines into 2 piles. After he came out, she pointed to one of the piles. "Those are yours, this is mine." "Sister, are you going too?" Yi Ruyan was taken aback, pinching his ear with her fingers. "Were all those things you said before just to fool me?" No, how could that be? It's just." "No just," Yi Ruyan said firmly, turning her back and whispering, "I don't want to be on edge at home, do you understand?" Gu Changqing smiled gently, wrapping his arms around her waist, whispering in her ear, "I know, I understand everything." The hot air blew, causing Yi Ruyan to shiver. Her body, once stiff, instantly softened like water, leaning against Gu Changqing's embrace. The atmosphere was gradually heating up, and both could hear each other's increasingly rapid heartbeats. "Sister, Feeling a certain part of his body changing rapidly, Gu Changqing's inner desire grew stronger. Yi Ruyan felt the same. The domineering aura was like a drug. With every whiff, her rationality crumbling a bit more. "Xiao Cheng, we shouldn't." Gu Changqing's hand slowly moved up along Yi Ruyan's body, about to scale those 2 magnificent peaks. Suddenly, a phone rang out sharply. Like thunder on a clear day, it instantly pulled the 2 back to reality. "You answer." I'm going to sleep." Yi Ruyan's face turned crimson as she hurried into the bedroom. Gu Changqing felt murderous. It better be something important. Glancing at the number, it was unfamiliar. Just as he was about to curse after picking up, he heard Morong Yuan's voice on the other end. Changqing, everything's ready, just come to the warehouse tomorrow. Is this the equipment and materials you prepared? In the Morong family's warehouse, Gu Changqing stared wide-eyed at the mountains of equipment and materials. Morong Yuan thought they were short and hurriedly told the people beside him, go to the inner city and have them bring all the supplies over. Gu Changqing quickly stopped him. That's enough, it's too much. That's good then, I'll take my leave. If you need anything, just call the people outside. Wow, the Morong family is really generous. Just this warehouse full of stuff must be worth millions. However, there were a lot of duplicates. Gu Changqing summoned Xiao Jin, who flew onto his shoulder, settling into their usual affectionate mode. Go eat, it's all yours. Xiao Jin let out a joyful cry and dove into the mountain of equipment and materials. Watching the small mountain disappear at an astonishing speed, the abyssal prompt rang out relentlessly. The glutton spring has been triggered, your beast pet eating the radiant gold axe, strength plus 10. The spring of foodies is triggered, your beast pet consumes intermediate beast stone, agility plus 7, spirit plus 9. The spring of foodies is triggered, your beast pet. With the continuous triggering of golden attributes, Xiao Jin's stats soared like a rocket. Half an hour later, a satisfied burp came from deep within the warehouse, and Xiao Jin emerged with a round belly, looking content. Before Gu Changqing could ask, it returned to the beast space to digest. Goodness, if it levels up a few more times, it might not be able to get full. However, this enhancement was substantial. Beast Pet, True Fire Sparrow rank, Silver level, 12 Bloodline attributes, Great Sun Golden Flame, Gold, Battle Intent Boiling, Gold, Spring of Foodies, Gold, Sun Shining Bright, Gold, Attributes, Strength plus 400, Constitution plus 400, Agility plus 400, Spirit plus 2400. Spirit Power, 10,000 Skills, Form Transformation, Blazing Sun Flame, Flame Immunity, Passive, Golden Crow Shadow, Energy Storage, 100%, Golden Crow Roar, Bloodline Combination Skill, Sun Scorching Heaven, Bloodline Forbidden. Level, with so many equipment and materials, Xiao Jin's four-dimensional attributes were directly raised to the peak of the silver rank True Fire Sparrow. With 2,400 points of spirit, this time the journey to the Forbidden Sea had one more trump card. Little Forbidden Sea, here comes Gu Yi. A bit earlier than expected. Looking at the Elite Team 6 badge that had been reserved on the table, next to it was a leave request from Gu Changqing. Zhao Zhanxiong propped his chin with one hand and called out to Shunlin. Shunlin pushed the door open. City Lord, is there something you need? Zhao Zhanxiong pointed to the leave request and said, the Morong family has already taken action. We must keep an eye on Li Haoren and Chen Hai. The reports have been coming in non-stop, and there's still no conclusion on this matter. Clearly, someone up top wants to protect or eliminate the tail. The evidence we've gathered is completely insufficient. Chen Hai insists he knows nothing about this while in prison. City Lord, is it necessary to let that one from the White Tiger Academy? Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head. Don't trouble him. One favor has already cost me dearly. The landlord's family has no surplus grain. So, you personally handle the guards. Also, get me a car to the Morong family. On the other side, after Xiao Jin had a feast, Gu Changqing began to sift through the leftover equipment and materials. With the enhancement of special, unique equipment, he naturally looked down on gear that was only of the highest gold rank. Soon, he picked out 2 decent pieces of gold-ranked beast pet equipment. Hadewan, you can use these for now. A piece of black chainmail and a black iron rod. Hadewan came out, donned the equipment, and smirked. Master, it's a bit too light. It feels like I'm not wearing anything. But it's better than nothing. Make do with it. This time going to the Forbidden Sea, I might get you a suitable weapon. Hadewan's eyes lit up. Really, Master? That would be great. After my original bloodline was extinguished, I can no longer use that black energy. Indeed. Receiving a definite answer, Hadewan entered the beast space to show off to Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai. Gu classmate. At that moment, the closed warehouse door opened, and a guard standing outside came in, saying, the head of the family said if you're done, please go to the reception room. City Lord Zhao is here. Gu Changqing nodded. All right, please lead the way. In the reception room, Zhao Zhanxiong and Morong Yuan were discussing something. Upon seeing Gu Changqing arrive, they stopped talking. Zhao Zhanxiong smiled and said, the captain of the 6 teams I just promoted hasn't even cleaned the base yet and is already asking for leave. Ha, there's nothing we can do. Changqing has an agreement with us. You can rest assured about the base. I will definitely make the newly established 6 teams the most luxurious in Jinhai City. Gu Changqing greeted the 2 one by one, saying, thank you, family head. Lord Zhao is looking for me. It must be something important, right? Zhao Zhanxiong threw a badge to Gu Changqing. This is the waist badge of the 6th team. Also, I should inform you that Li Haoran and Chen Hai have not said a word about the hand of the evil god so far. The attitude from above is ambiguous, so you need to be careful. Just as I thought, Chen Hai is silent for the sake of the family. After all, the consequences of revealing the truth are far-reaching. Although Qin Ziming is dead, the mess he left behind still exists. As for Li Haoran, he is also following orders from others. Yes, that's right. Let's take it one step at a time. I was planning to go to the Forbidden Sea with you, but now I can't. He then took out a bag from his backpack. These are some supplies I've saved over the years. Take them. Thank you, Lord Zhao. Gu Changqing was not polite and took it, putting it into his space. Let's go. We need to clean up the mess. Gu Changqing and Morong Yuan sent him to the door, and before getting into the car, Zhao Zhanxiong stopped and said, Changqing, if possible, bring her back. The car slowly drove away, and Gu Changqing watched the vehicle disappear around the corner, saying, okay. Everything that needed preparation was almost done. In the afternoon, the team heading to the Forbidden Sea outside the city gathered. Yi Ruyan's condition was even better than before. The natural power of the mimic beast had healed some of her hidden injuries. However, she still needed some time for treatment before being ready for battle. Morong Qin appeared anxious, feeling both happy and worried. The Forbidden Sea had become a forbidden zone for humanity since the arrival of the fierce beasts. After so many years, whether Morong Danya was alive or dead remained unknown. Yi Ruyan kindly held Morong Qin's hand and said, don't worry, Lord Morong is not a weak girl. You should know that many geniuses couldn't overshadow her brilliance back in the day. Since she dares to act, she must have a backup plan. Really? While stroking Morong Qin's head, under her hopeful gaze, he replied, really? If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Cheng. Gu Changqing, who was just about to get into the car, nodded upon hearing this. In my memory, I vaguely remember that striking figure. Put your heart at ease. Morong Qin then eased her worries. Teacher Yi, Gu Changqing, thank you both. Outside the car, Morong Yuan was also in tears. After planning for so long, they had finally reached the moment to unveil the truth. The old man's heart couldn't help but feel anxious. Let's go, and return safely. The grand convoy drove out of the Morong family's villa, turned onto the outer city road, and headed straight for the city gate. After checking at the east city gate, everyone abandoned their vehicles and walked into the teleportation array leading outside the city. Sensing the different air from within the city, Yi Ruyan let out a heavy sigh. Gu Changqing summoned a white fox, climbed onto it, and pulled her up front. Now, with nearly 100 experts from the Morong family providing protection, the group could focus on their journey. As night fell, they found a relatively secluded foothill to rest. Uncle Tai, where are we now? Upon hearing Morong Qin's question, the burly man called Uncle Tai took out a hand-drawn map and laid it in front of Gu Changqing and the others. At our speed, we have already left Jinhai City by about 100 kilometers. Our current location is here, Molan Mountain. Once we cross this mountain, we will enter the plains. We should be able to reach the East Sea by tomorrow night. Tomorrow? Gu Changqing stared at the map, which depicted the surrounding situation along the route in great detail with simple strokes. Suddenly, in the lower left corner of the endpoint of this route, there was a beast's head. Uncle Tai, what is this beast's head? Uncle Tai glanced at it and said, it's a wild, located in a small town. We suffered quite a bit here while opening up the route. The fierce beasts occupying it are not of high rank, but they are very difficult to kill. The strangest thing is that after we broke in, the wild instance actually wouldn't let us in. It said we didn't meet the conditions, like being severely injured or on the brink of death. I don't know what the abyss is up to. Listening to Uncle Tai's ramblings, Gu Changqing and Yi Ruyan both changed their expressions simultaneously. According to Uncle Tai's description, this location coincided inexplicably with the position mentioned by Director Qi of the private independent sector. No, Xiaoqing, don't. Yi Ruyan suddenly grabbed Gu Changqing's hand, pleading, our goal is to find the Forbidden Sea and save Lord Morong. We shouldn't complicate things. Gu Changqing was surprised. The Millennium Resurrection Ginseng, although it had the natural power of the mimic beast, had greatly reduced its attraction. However, Yi Ruyan's reactions upon learning about it twice were increasingly intense. What was she really afraid of? Was it truly because it was particularly dangerous? The starry sky outside the city, under the night, was like a huge red cloth wrapping around the light source, dim and heavy, with a faint crimson hue that carried an inexplicable restlessness. Gu Changqing sat on a protruding stone platform on the mountainside, gazing at the distant scenery, his heart filled with mixed emotions. After ending the topic of the Millennium Resurrection Ginseng, Gu Changqing carefully inquired about the mimic beast, and the answer he received left him disheartened. Based on the current progress, relying on natural power to heal the hidden injuries Yi Ruyan had sustained would conservatively take a year. During the treatment period, she couldn't use summoned beasts or employ beast master skills. Although medication could be provided, it had to resonate with her own body, otherwise, it would be counterproductive and could lead to wasted efforts. Gu Changqing naturally wouldn't joke about Yi Ruyan's health. Now that he had learned the specific location of the Millennium Resurrection Ginseng, he was eager to explore it. But it wasn't the time for impulsiveness. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, what's wrong? Are you torn between prioritizing Teacher Yi or my aunt? Morongqin had approached at some point, brushing her hair away from her ears in the faint breeze. You're not a hesitant person, you do what you think of. I understand your feelings. Often, you need to focus on the present rather than the future that hasn't happened yet. It's true that without foresight, there will be immediate worries, but the premise is whether you have the power to grasp the overall situation. Gu Changqing silently listened to Morongqin's words, and soon he made a decision. The knot in his heart disappeared, and he smiled as he thanked her, puzzled. Since you understand so well, why leave yourself with regrets? He was referring to the former Lord Morong Danya. Morongqin showed no reaction after her secret was exposed, responding calmly, I was born under my grandfather's guidance, practicing how to communicate with beast companions, but the family's inherited beast companions wouldn't let me touch them. Until one day, I accidentally discovered that my beloved aunt had another layer of identity. Every family's inherited beast companions are very picky about the bloodlines of the aristocratic descendants. They favor the direct line, but I am only a collateral line. Morongqin opened up, shedding the mask of strength and decisiveness. Every time I contracted a beast companion, I could feel a guiding force appearing from somewhere. It came from the forbidden area behind the Morong family, a call from the inherited beast companions. Gu Changqing listened, understanding the ins and outs of the situation. The inherited beast companions had a special sensitivity to direct bloodlines. Her ability to sense it proved that her lineage was not collateral, and coupled with old man Morong's excessive favoritism, it intensified the suspicion. Can you be sure that Lord Morong is? Morongqin shook her head. I'm not sure, but I really miss her. She accompanied my childhood, not just a mother but more than a mother. Gu Changqing nodded in agreement. He hadn't expected Morongqin's experiences to be so similar to hers. Ah, why have I said so much to you tonight? Morongqin tilted her head playfully and stared directly at him. Gu Changqing immediately shifted his position. Well, empathy is empathy, I mean no other intentions. Morongqin rolled her eyes. You wish. Even though you've become a prominent figure in Jinhai City, you still don't catch my eye. Gu Changqing let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you for your discerning eye. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. If Teacher Yi wakes up, there won't be another chance. Okay, wait for me at the agreed location. I'll be back quickly. Gu Changqing summoned Xiao Jin, jumped onto its back, and soon disappeared into the thick night. How can I not like such a man? Morongqin shook her head, jumping off the stone platform, just in time to bump into Yi Ruyan. He laughed. Morongqin nodded. I really envy Teacher Yi. Such devotion is rare. Yi Ruyan's expression darkened. I wish he would think more about himself. Ha, I heard Teacher Yi's mother agreed, right? Since they are in a relationship, considering your issues is also his problem, isn't it? Xiao Jin, head west. The sky revealed a dim fish-belly white, and after a whole night, Gu Changqing finally saw the familiar area drawn on the map. Directing the way, Gu Changqing took a pill from his backpack, and after swallowing it, his weary body regained vitality. Master, you should rest for a while. It's fine, I'm young and strong. Staying up late is nothing. At that moment, the mimic beast emerged from the badge space, and the emerald green natural energy flowed into his body, instantly refreshing his spirit, leaving no trace of fatigue. What a good thing! Gu Changqing couldn't help but murmur to himself. If he had a burst of natural energy during a fierce battle with Yi Ruyan, exhausted after thousands of rounds, then she would have to surrender obediently, completely submit. The mimic beast was frightened by Gu Changqing's fiery gaze, fearing it might be devoured by its master in the next moment. Master, it should be right there. Xiao Jin reminded him, and Gu Changqing stood up, looking ahead. He saw a small town nestled between a small mountain and a lake, with hundreds of houses already collapsed and in ruins. Inside the town, the trees were dense, and wild grass grew thickly, teeming with terrifying vitality. Meow 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 meow. Suddenly, the mimic beast began to call out anxiously. Master, it says there's a very rich natural energy not far away, and this energy should be able to heal the mistress's hidden injuries. That must be the 1,000-year-old Yangshan. Xiao Jin, clear the obstacles. Understood. The blazing sun flames transformed into fireballs, roaring down towards the town below. Like a high-caliber machine gun, with a mental boost of 2,400 points, every impact raised rolling waves of fire. The small town was instantly engulfed in flames. Congratulations, you have killed the lower-level fierce beast Yang Yang Grass. gaining experience plus 20, additional experience plus 14. Congratulations, you have killed the lower-level fierce beast Shangyang Tree, gaining experience plus 20, additional experience plus 14. Although the experience was small, the quantity made up for it. With the experience boost from the 2 title bars, Gu Changqing's slender experience bar moved vigorously. However, apart from Yangyang Grass and Shangyang Tree, there were no other fierce beasts. Gu Changqing frowned slightly. Something was off. It didn't match Uncle Tai's description. Even stranger, after the trees and wild grass were burned, he did not see the red light gate of the wild copy. Could it be that he found the wrong place? The mimic beast's perception of natural energy shouldn't be wrong. Xiaojin, let's go down. Gu Changqing was particularly cautious, not entering the town but landing on the outskirts. After confirming there was no unusual movement, he stepped forward. You have entered the undeveloped map Evil Altar. Suddenly, the hint from the abyss sounded, and right after, the town that was originally engulfed in flames instantly changed its appearance. An evil altar. Gu Changqing drew the celestial beast taming whip, flames swirling around the whip's body, on high alert. In the blink of an eye, the flames vanished, and the scene transformed into a desolate ruin of ashes, with pairs of crimson eyes appearing from the broken walls. Hiss, a chilling sound that made one's spine tingle and scalp prickle echoed from all directions. Black egg. Little white. Gu Changqing did not act recklessly, although he had yet to find the dungeon entrance. After all, this was the outer map of the city. Underestimating it could cost him his life. Black egg appeared, wielding a steel rod, his blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings as he coldly snorted, "You hiding little rats, if you have the guts, come out and face your black lord." As soon as the taunts fell, the red dots hidden in the shadows surged towards them like a tide. "You idiot!" Little Gold scolded in dissatisfaction, flames spewing from his mouth, forming a massive fire circle that enveloped him. Little White rolled his eyes humanly, looking at Gu Changqing with a pleading gaze, as if saying, "My master, please don't let my chain bind to it." Gu Changqing's attention was focused on the red dots outside the fire circle. Seizing the opportunity, he swung the celestial beast taming whip. Just as the whip's tip was about to reach the red dots, it suddenly coiled into a loop, ensnaring the ferocious beast while tightening fiercely. "Bind!" Gu Changqing shouted, the flames attached to the whip splitting into thousands of fire lines, reinforcing the binding. "Let me see what's playing tricks." With a mighty pull, the ensnared beast had no power to resist and was dragged across the fire circle. Illuminated by the flames, the beast's appearance came into view. This is. Gu Changqing's pupils widened, and anger surged instantly. The creature caught in the whip was a human, to be precise, one who had been human in life. Hundreds of black spikes grew from his flesh, curving like hooks and shimmering with an eerie luster. All 4 limbs had been neatly severed, and on either side of his chest and abdomen were 3 sharp, spider-like protrusions as sharp as battle blades. Triangle Hunter, intermediate beast level, 45 attributes, strength plus 170, constitution plus 200, agility plus 130, spirit plus 50 skills, abdominal blade, black poison, decomposed description, a beast mutated after drinking the altar spirit liquid. It is very dangerous, beware of that deadly toxin. An intermediate beast of such a high level, its attributes were quite impressive. Black Egg was poised to strike. Before the Triangle Hunter even landed, the steel rod, accompanied by a whistling wind, struck its head. Poof! Like a bursting watermelon, black goo splattered everywhere, and Gu Changqing waved his hand to unleash flames, melting all the goo. As the scattered goo hit the ground, a hissing sound continued, and the ground was corroded into numerous pits. So toxic. Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast Triangle Hunter. Gained experience plus 800, additional experience plus 560. One alone yielded nearly 1400 experience. And it wasn't hard to kill. Truly worthy of being a beast from outside the city, quite comfortable. However, this kind of beast felt strangely familiar. It made Gu Changqing think of those enslaved beast masters who had died in the hands of the evil god in the dungeon. Clearly, despite having human bodies, they were not the kind that fused with beasts. The evil altar was indeed wicked enough. Charge in! Gu Changqing commanded, and Little Gold and Black Egg could no longer hold back, eager to try. Big sister, let me borrow your flames. Black Egg thrust the steel rod into Little Gold's flames, and as he pulled it out, sparks flew everywhere, and the whole monkey charged ahead, plunging into the darkness. Blazing sun flame. An endless fire gathered above Xiaojin like a burning cloud, and with a cry, it almost enveloped half the map. Gu Changqing, who was about to rush out with his chain whip, couldn't help but sigh as he watched Xiao Bai and the mimic beast staring at each other. Having powerful beast pets also had its downsides. They had no place to showcase their abilities. Without any enhancements, just relying on their inherent damage, they were not something the Triangle Hunters could withstand. Under the rain of fire, one triangle hunter after another was struck by the flames, instantly turning to ashes. Before long, the experience bar, which was already half full, shot up like a rocket, until your level has increased by 1. Infinite golden attribute triggered. Please draw your golden attribute. The flames spread, and Gu Changqing bathed in them, sitting down in boredom and opening his personal information. Name, Gu Changqing, Beast Pets, Shuyang Bird, Mythical, Destiny Monkey, Mythical, Mimic Beast, Ordinary, One-Tailed White Fox, Mythical, Level, 12, Experience, 3200/204800, Equipment, Heavenly Flowing Color Robe, Heavenly Beast Taming Whip, All Beasts Illustrated, King's Badge, Title Badge, Fusion of Unmatched, Newcomer King Attribute, etc. Beast Tamer Skills, Beast Power, Fire Control Technique Level 5, Talent, Infinite Golden Attribute, Unique. Although the Mimic Beast was granted a golden attribute, it was still considered ordinary since it wasn't a bloodline attribute. Its abilities were enough to rival mythical levels. The big sister and second brother were fighting ahead, while it, as the third brother, walked gracefully between the ferocious beasts and skills. When the triangle hunters encountered it, they seemed to look right through it, rushing past to attack the black egg that was wreaking havoc. 10,000 battles triggered. Your beast pet Destiny Monkey's 4-dimensional attributes +1. In less than 10 minutes, the last triangle hunter fell under the black egg stick, and it returned, limping and covered in wounds. The mimic beast hurried forward to release natural power, and the black egg spat out a mouthful of blood foam, red mixed with black. Not bad, little beast, knows how to use its abilities to heal the second brother. That dog is really hard to kill. The poison is too domineering. I can't withstand it. Meow 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 meow. Xiaojin translated. The little beast says this poison is not ordinary. It is produced by the fusion of natural energy with certain substances. Since this is an altar, there should be other things here. Gu Changqing stood up, using Xiaojin's fire to coat his heavenly flowing color robe with a layer of fire armor, saying, regarding the 1,000-year-old resurrection ginseng, even if it's the underworld, I must charge in. After clearing the first batch of monsters, Gu Changqing, along with his 4 beast pets, walked deeper along the dark path. The further they went, the more the temperature dropped, their breath turning to mist. The dimness gradually faded, replaced by a faint green light. The one-tailed white fox walked in front, suddenly stopping. In its lively eyes, pink energy gathered, and with a low growl, its pupils were covered by a silver moon pattern. The pink energy spread out like fireflies. At the same time, Gu Changqing felt his vision clouding, snowflake patterns appearing, and in no time, the strange sights vanished. When he opened his eyes again, it was still the same place, but in the faint green light, some indistinct forms that were neither human nor ghost appeared. Ahead of these indistinct forms stood a tall red altar, quietly towering. This is the Eye of Enchantment? Wow! Fourth Sister's skill is really useful. It can see the hidden ferocious beasts. These must be soul bodies. If it weren't for Fourth Sister, we would have really suffered. Meow meow meow. That's right. Fourth Sister is mighty. Gu Changqing noticed that on the 3 beast pets and himself, there was an additional pink eye. Eye of Enchantment, a special ability of the one-tailed white fox that can see through illusions, phantoms, and the weaknesses of formations. It can only be applied to contracted beast masters and their pets, lasting for 10 minutes. The Eye of Enchantment has such a use. Slowly approaching those blurred soul bodies, when reaching a certain distance, suddenly, the soul bodies seemed to awaken, turning to look at Gu Changqing, while one by one, heads like water bubbles emerged from their bodies. Go! Gu Changqing swung the heavenly beast taming whip, a flaming chain whip that moved extremely fast, but it passed through the soul body's body and struck the ground directly. Physical attacks are ineffective? Xiaojin and He Dan also made their moves, and without exception, the blazing sun flames and the 100 battle staff all struck empty, but they did manage to kill a few triangular hunters mixed in. Let me try. The voice of the one-tailed white fox echoed in the beast taming space. Xiaojin and He Dan stopped, and they saw the one-tailed white fox walk straight up to the soul body, which had been continuously emerging, and in an instant, it stopped its strange behavior. Under the gaze of one person and 3 pets, the soul body suddenly pounced on the nearest kindred, its huge mouth opened wide, devouring half of that soul body like a pancake. Damn! Witnessing this scene, Gu Changqing was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. At the same time, the information of the soul body appeared before his eyes. Soul Absolute Predator, Special Type High-Level Beast Level, 40 Attributes, Strength +0, Constitution +0, Agility +100, Spirit +1000 Skills, Physical Immunity, Skill Immunity, Multi-Headed Devour, Evolution Description, Mysterious Altar. After the bizarre death of the humans who worshipped, their bodies were occupied, and their souls manipulated. They seem to have no weaknesses, acting and surviving solely based on their spiritual perception. Status, under the control of the Eye of Enchantment, will unconditionally follow commands. Duration, 1 minute. Another type of special fierce beast with a biased attribute, with Xiaobai's spiritual attribute, being able to successfully enchant it at once was already a stroke of luck. However, its skills, displayed on the altar map, exceeded its original capabilities. Master, take the chance to leave quickly. Before Gu Changqing could think or hesitate, Xiaobai reminded him again. The enchanted soul absolute predator, after devouring its kind, grew several sizes larger, and heads floating with faint mist split off from it, then floated towards other kindred. Instantly, the entire open space in front of the altar resembled a battle of thousands of ghosts. The instigator had already been dismembered and consumed by the kindred attracted by the disturbance, and then, driven by instinct, continued to devour other kindred. Go! To be safe, Gu Changqing recalled all three of his beast pets except for the mimic beast. The mimic beast transformed into the appearance of the sole absolute predator, enveloping Gu Changqing, and moved along the outermost edge towards the altar. With the bug-level ability of flowers smiling at him, one person and one pet safely passed through the battlefield and reached beneath the altar. Those sole absolute predators seemed to have a particular fear of the altar. A few that were accidentally attracted turned around and left immediately when they were 20 meters away. Thank you for your hard work, little beast. Gu Changqing bent down to stroke the transformed cat mimic beast. Turning his gaze to the wide altar towering several meters high, he looked contemplative. It was clear that the current map was completely different from what Uncle Tai had described. Not to mention the groups of triangular hunters, even just passing the sole absolute predator level was impossible. With both physical and skill immunities, if it weren't for Xiaobai's extraordinary performance, even with 3 myth-level beast pets by his side, they would have to turn back. Let me take a look at what this altar is all about. After Xiao Jin and He Dan came out, the latter raised his staff and was about to walk up the steps to the altar. But the next moment, a beam of black light shot down from the altar, and the black egg's vertical staff was directly blasted away by the overwhelming force, flying more than 10 meters and nearly falling into the battlefield where soul devourers were tearing each other apart. A notch was struck into the golden great iron staff. Evil altar, beast pets cannot enter. Black egg. Gu Changqing shouted to the defiant destiny monkey, stepping onto the first step of the altar under the watchful eyes of Xiao Jin and the other 4 pets. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold spread from his feet throughout his body. You have been chosen by the evil altar. Please step up, it will guide you to the great path of light. Gu Changqing took out a pill and swallowed it, but the expected effect failed. The medicine is ineffective? He stepped up again, and the next moment, his arms suddenly throbbed with intense pain. It felt as if someone was using a knife to brutally peel away his flesh. Damn it, the altar is poisonous. Gu Changqing wanted to retreat, but found it was too late. Behind him, there were no more steps, already covered by white powder. I'm going for it. With a level 5 fire control technique, a primitive large bell formed around Gu Changqing, and the surging firepower drew energy from Xiao Jin through the beast space, momentarily alleviating the inhuman pain. Gu Changqing pressed on. It was his right arm. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth and continued forward. There were not many steps, only 6 levels, but the pain it brought was no less than being executed by 1,000 cuts. His limbs and abdomen, upon stepping on the last step, he felt his brain thundering, as if someone was hammering down with a chisel, striking his temples with each blow. Gu Changqing's consciousness gradually dulled in the overwhelming waves of pain. Master! Master! Meow! The 3 beast pets cried out anxiously. In their eyes, Gu Changqing seemed to have lost his mind, like a walking corpse. Blood flowed out from beneath the colorful robe. The shadow of the golden crow appeared, wanting to forcefully strike the altar. Big sister, don't be impulsive. Master is fine, he seems to have been pulled into another illusion space. Xiao Jin's prepared flames extinguished as he bit down. Are you sure? A white fox nodded. My charming eye has no effect on the master anymore. This is the only explanation. When Gu Changqing's consciousness returned once more, the terrifying discovery was that his body was still there, but it had already become a bloody, mangled skeleton. Oh, a tough guy has come. Even like this, the soul is still not extinguished. A childish voice rang out from behind Gu Changqing. Oh, so you rely on beast pets. 3 myth-level ones, TSK, that bloodline among them, so familiar. Gu Changqing could no longer find words to describe the fear he felt now. The thing behind him easily unraveled all his secrets. The white powder began to drift, swirling in front of Gu Changqing, slowly gathering into a childlike figure. Was it you who pulled me here through the altar? The powder gradually solidified, the child's features slowly becoming clear, and at the same time, a long spear appeared in his hand. On his forehead, a lotus mark was forming. This image is a bit too fitting. Gu Changqing stared closely, and the abyss did not disappoint, revealing information about him. Damn! A rebellious brat. Abyss contract caller evil destiny unknown species beast level. Attributes, skills, description. A mysterious unknown awakened by the ancient, mysterious evil altar, possessing ominous and terrifying abilities. But it seems to have lost its memory. Anyone who steps onto the altar will suffer inhuman torment and then become a part of it. Warning, extremely dangerous. Particularly dangerous. Super dangerous. Did I get it wrong? Gu Changqing felt suspicious, but the various phenomena after stepping onto the altar indicated that he was indeed the rebellious child from his memories. Lingqi equals cutting bones to return to the father, slicing flesh to return to the mother. Long spear equals fire-tipped spear. Mark equals lotus flower mark. As for the white powder, it was clearly lotus root powder. The identity of the unknown species was exactly the same as that of the black egg. However, the title of Abyss Caller plus Evil Destiny made him momentarily think it was just a resemblance. Your soul's vibration is different from those other people and beasts. The child formed from the condensed white powder circled around Gu Changqing's skeletal frame twice. There is no fear or panic, just a brief moment of retreat in the heart. Tell me, do you recognize me? Did you summon me here? Why aren't you speaking? Are you scared of me? Gu Changqing wanted to respond, but unfortunately, he couldn't. The skeletal frame couldn't produce sound. Oh, interesting, those things actually didn't assimilate you. Well, according to the process, you passed. Then, Gu Changqing felt a loosening throughout his body, and when he regained his senses, his flesh and blood were all there. At this moment, he was already in the central position of the altar. In front of him was a huge cauldron 3 zhang wide, with a pungent gas of black and red intertwining and swirling out, drawn towards the child and then merging into it. The child jumped to the edge of the cauldron, sat down, and looked down at Gu Changqing, saying, "Now you can speak, right?" Gu Changqing organized his words. "I should recognize you. Your figure and experiences are extremely similar to a great hero I admire. It's just that the distance is too far for me, or rather, too far from this beast-controlling world." The child looked a bit confused. Gu Changqing continued, "Is it possible that you are the one I know? You keep asking me if I summoned you. I have a guess that this altar summoned you from the position I am familiar with." In uncertainty, Gu Changqing could only fully utilize his imagination, bluffing. Faced with an unknown species full of question marks, he knew he had no chance. "I don't know. I know nothing. My place is empty." The child tapped his temple, raised his right hand, and the black-red gas in the cauldron became even denser. The next moment, a horrifying scream echoed throughout the evil map. The soul predators, still fighting and devouring each other, suddenly became extremely painful. Countless heads split from their soul bodies, flying into the cauldron, and then strange beads floated out. The child casually picked one up and ate it, then tossed one to Gu Changqing. Soul Rebirth Pill, special consumable item effect, can stabilize the soul and absorb the memories within the pill for personal use. Side effects: too many complex memories can cause the user to suffer a mental breakdown. Without memories, it was the same as the situation with the black egg at that time. Gu Changqing couldn't help but frown. The black egg was nurtured within the black jade stone person and fell into this world with the arrival of the abyss. The child was summoned here by others for sacrifice. Both were highly similar to those two in his memories. Both had blank memories of the past. Currently, the black egg had already embarked on that path. The starting point of everything was me. Gu Changqing was taken aback and shook his head. Not me, but the unique talent, infinite golden attributes. All coincidences began with it. If you want to regain yourself, I have a method that might work. The child merely glanced at Gu Changqing and said indifferently, "This set of rhetoric was already spoken by a sneaky rat years ago. Don't think you can fool me just because I've lost my memory. Kid, you're still a bit too green. May I ask, what does that rat look like? To be summoned to this world, he must not be an unknown figure." "I don't know. I didn't see clearly. He was shrouded in black mist, but the people in the town used to call him the Lord of the Evil God." The Evil God. Again with the Evil God. What is the origin of this malevolent organization from another country that worships such a deity? If you don't believe me, just take a look at my beast pet. Your beast pet is nothing but... The child seemed to have seen something, and with a grasp of his right hand in the air, the black egg instantly appeared beside Gu Changqing. The latter was still dazed, and upon seeing the child on the cauldron, he said, "Where did this scruffy kid come from, daring to act against Lord Black? Watch the stick." It was too late for Gu Changqing to stop him. The iron rod, carrying a fierce battle intent, surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, striking the child's forehead directly. Puff! White dust scattered, and the black egg strike surprisingly met no resistance, scattering the child. "Is that it? Hey, where have I seen you before? So familiar, but I can't remember. However, there's something about you that I care deeply about. I feel like we belong to the same kind." Now, Gu Changqing could basically confirm it. He was indeed the well-known great god of the three altars and the sea assembly. As for that same kind, what same kind? It was clearly the trait of a rebellious brat. Hey, don't try to get close to Lord Black. I don't buy that. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and bring me what my master wants, and if Lord Black is happy, I'll let you off. Black egg. Gu Changqing shouted to stop him. What you care about most might be right here with me. So, how about you listen to my plan? The scattered dust began to coalesce again, and the child nodded. Let's hear it. It's simple, become my beast pet. Don't rush, I have no other choice. The prerequisite for me to use my methods is just this. The child pointed at the black egg. Becoming your beast pet will restore my memory? Under my power's guidance, there's a chance some of it will revive. You can choose not to believe it, but I must clarify one point. Relying on such a pill, you will only reshape the present, not awaken the past. It seemed to strike a chord with him, and the child huffed. I know that rat has ill intentions. Fine, I'll become your beast pet. If you're also deceiving me, I have my ways to break that contract and take your life. No, truly one of the three great rebellious brats. Then, Gu Changqing took out a blank contract card and handed it to the child. How do you use it? Gu Changqing hurriedly taught him step by step, like this. That way. Yes, done. The unknown species beast wants to become your beast pet. Do you agree? Agree. Until the white dust that the child transformed into was completely absorbed into the contract card. Congratulations, you have obtained a normal level beast pet, Lotus Powder. Lotus Powder? Damn the abyss. Is the discrimination against unknown species so blatant? First the black egg, then it. They are clearly equal, one after the other, showing no favoritism. Gu Changqing looked at the future prince, who was now full of question marks, but suddenly received a prompt from the abyss. This beast pet does not allow any beast masters to investigate. Oh, no wonder it's him. Even turned into lotus powder, he still has such flair. Rumble. Suddenly, the altar beneath his feet shook. Without its main support, the cauldron on the altar visibly shrank at a rapid pace, until it became the size of a palm. A brick suddenly moved aside, and the cauldron fell down. There's something below. Without needing a command, the black egg slammed the iron rod heavily onto the altar, and with a loud crash, the bricks on the altar's surface shattered in an instant, and the sand and stones immediately sank down, revealing a hollow in the middle. A beam of red light brightened, and soon an oval-shaped copy portal slowly formed its outline. Gu Changqing was greatly astonished. No wonder he couldn't see the wild copy here. It was embedded in the altar. At the same time, he turned to look at the mimic beast below. When he first arrived, the mimic beast had sensed the rich natural energy, but he didn't expect it to be in the altar. And the altar was built by the so-called evil god. Besides being used for summoning, could those soul reconstruction pills also be drawing on the power from the copy? The thought was chilling. Gu Changqing knew that outside the city, the abyss rules had a weak binding force on the evil god, but he didn't expect it to be this weak. It was even being used against them. The presence of such an unknown super boss outside Jinhai City was indeed a great concern. Gu Changqing increasingly felt that the last beast tide was closely related to the foreign organization. His hand touched the copy portal. Wild copy, peach blossom source copy level, hell copy introduction. This was once a place envied by all, free and happy, until one day, endless black water surged from the lake, submerging the area. Deep in the peach blossom source, there was a divine herb that protected the villagers from the suffering of the black water. Until one day, a pair of evil hands reached for it. Copy rewards, based on completion progress. A hell-level copy, and the introduction pointed towards the evil god. Do you wish to enter the hell-level difficulty copy peach blossom source? Yes. Detected that you meet the conditions to enter the copy, beginning teleportation. Copy entry successful. Gu Changqing's body was sucked into the portal, and the next moment, the fragrance of flowers and grass filled the air, with leaves fluttering down around him. This was a quaint town built by the lake and nestled against the mountains. The lake was lush with aquatic plants, vibrant and green, and occasionally, clear fish could be seen frolicking in the water. Not far away, the small forest was lush and verdant, with peach trees blooming, and a gentle breeze stirred the azure waves, creating ripples. What a beautiful scene of the peach blossom source. What a paradise! So strange, so oppressive, so dull. Meow, the four beast pets each expressed their feelings. Gu Changqing finally pulled his mind back from the beautiful scenery, surprised. What do you mean? Master, don't you think something is missing? Missing what? Gu Changqing frowned slightly and said, people. According to the copy introduction, the town submerged by black water shouldn't look like this. If it were before, there should be people. Little White nodded in agreement with Little Gold's words. My charming, I didn't detect any problems. Unless it's a higher-level illusion. Black Egg snorted. What you see isn't necessarily false, but some things can be tested this way. It swung its stick, infused with spiritual power, and a shadow of the stick several feet long extended out, heavily striking the calm surface of the lake. The next moment, that strike seemed to poke a hornet's nest, and in the lake, streams of black water bubbled up from the bottom. Above the lake's surface, silver waves rippled, and long fish leaped out of the water, opening their mouths to reveal rows of sharp teeth. They were frantically biting at the air. Little Gold. Little Gold was already prepared. Above the not-so-large lake, a net made of flames had spread out, descending upon the fish schools. Congratulations, you have killed the lower-level fierce beast, spirit-eating fish, experience plus 200, additional experience plus 140. Countless kill notifications rolled in. Although the experience wasn't much, the quantity was satisfying. The experience bar increased by about 40,000 before slowly decreasing. Master, look. At that moment, Black Egg pointed at some fish in the fire net that had not yet been burned to death. Gu Changqing looked over and was taken aback. I only saw a few spirit-eating fish devouring the flames of Little Jean. Their silver-white bodies were turning red, with hints of gold. Gu Changqing swung the celestial beast taming whip in his hand, ensnaring one of them and pulling it back. High-level fierce beast, spirit-eating firefish level, 45 attributes, strength plus 0, constitution plus 300, agility plus 100, spirit plus 400 skills, spirit-eating, spirit transformation evolution status, transforming spirit evolution. The Black Egg was about to make a move, but the mimic beast arrived in front of the spirit-eating firefish bound by the chain whip, its cat paw resting on the fish's head. I saw the flame energy it was consuming transform into pure natural energy, absorbed into the mimic beast's body. Meow meow meow. Little Jean translated, the little beast says, over the mountain. Alright, let's go. The fire net shrank, and those fish that hadn't had time to digest the flame energy were instantly strangled to death. Over 8,000 experience points were instantly credited. Gu Changqing, however, did not look at the lake again. Goodness, if it weren't for the feelings of a few little ones, he would have really thought about checking the lakeside. At that time, he probably would have become fish food. As they walked, Gu Changqing increasingly felt something was off. In a hell-level dungeon, not a single person was seen, and they were almost at the town, yet not a single fierce beast was spotted. Instead, on the distant mountain, a wave of pink petals suddenly surged. The petals danced in the wind, gathering more and more, descending from the sky like the Milky Way. What are you looking at? Hurry up and attack. Those are definitely not petals. The voice of Lotus Powder came from the backpack space, reaching Gu Changqing's ears. Immediately after, a tearing sound pierced the air. Those petals, unknown when, shimmered in the sunlight, like sharp daggers. Damn! Gu Changqing quickly used the fire control technique to wrap himself up, only to hear the incessant ding-ding-ding sounds as the fire shield and armor formed by the fire control technique gradually weakened under the attack of the petals. Even the flames released by Little Jean were the same. As the petals struck and collided, they also carried away a bit of the flame's power. Damn it, am I going to flip again? Gu Changqing took out a pill and swallowed two, saying to Little Jean, go find their lair. The Black Egg wielded the iron rod tightly, but the golden-level equipment's rod body had more and more wounds. Little Jean did not hesitate, the shadow of the golden crow appearing on its body, flying to the top of the small mountain, regardless of where the lair was, launching massive fireballs like a meteor shower, crashing down heavily. Suddenly, the petals attacking Gu Changqing halted and then flew back, transforming into shields that blocked Little Jin's attack. At the same time, an ancient voice echoed from the mountain, "You bunch of demons and bandits, coming to rob time and again, do you really think I won't get angry? This seems like we've kicked a steel plate, Master." The Black Egg cherished the iron rod with its numerous cracks, looking at the sky filled with flames and petals, its blood-red eyes full of shock. The flames released by Little Jean were actually blocked by the petals. Even under the full activation of the Golden Crow's shadow, the entire small mountain seemed to come alive. Roots over 10 feet long burst from the ground, like dragons breaking free. The howling wind raged, invisible shockwaves tearing through the air, bypassing the petal shields, scattering the blazing sun flames, even rolling back to attack Little Jean. Danger! Gu Changqing was alarmed and hurriedly called Little Jean back. Countless flying roots pounced, covering the very spot where Little Jean had just been. A tremendous rumbling sound, like thunder rolling, shook the heavens. What the hell is this over-the-top monster? The resummoned Little Jean had a face full of defiance, but it understood the gap between them, proudly raising its head. Devil, today you shall have no return. The flying tree roots propped up the ground, forcibly pulling themselves out of the small hill. They approached Gu Changqing at an extremely fast speed. Run! Gu Changqing decisively retreated. This was unplayable, completely unplayable. But after running a few dozen meters, he found that the mimic beast did not run, but instead looked up at the monster, whimpering softly. Wait! Gu Changqing stopped and said, "Why are we running? We didn't do anything wrong." Master, it seems its emotions have calmed down. The mimic beast ignored the monster's massive body and power, meowing. Perhaps the golden words had an effect. One of the monster's roots poked the mimic beast twice and slowly lay down on the ground. Gu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He had once again danced on the edge of death. At this moment, he wanted to quickly finish, grab the 1,000-year-old resurrection ginseng, and run away. A wild dungeon was truly not something one could recklessly tackle alone. You are not its minion. The tree root passed over the mimic beast and stretched directly towards Gu Changqing. A pair of white eyes emerged on its surface, followed by a nose and mouth. Gu Changqing didn't dare to breathe, but his pupils darkened as he sighed. Have you been through a dungeon? Yu Ruyan didn't let him touch this dungeon precisely because the guardian beast was too terrifying. But at this moment, he was staring directly at the human face that appeared on the tree root. No, the tree root answered bluntly. Then I understand. It seems those bandits you mentioned have stolen quite a bit of your power. At this time, Xiao Jin also noticed. Master, that's the one that escaped right under our noses. You all, follow me. The tree root coiled back and sat down in the small hill again. The mimic beast called out twice to the one person and three pets, then ran towards the small hill. Xiao Jin carried Gu Changqing and followed, slowly approaching from a higher vantage point. Upon seeing the environment on the small hill, he exclaimed, how could this be? The surface of the small hill, wherever a tree root had been pulled out, oozed thick black water. All the trees and flowers that were contaminated by the black water had withered, their life force forcibly drained. Only when the tree roots returned to their original position and secreted a large amount of milky liquid did the black water recede. You are that divine herb. The small hill returned to calm, and petals formed an arch bridge below. Xiao Jin transformed into a night crow and landed on his shoulder. Gu Changqing stepped onto the arch bridge, walking step by step towards the end of the bridge. There lay a paradise, where a woman in a pink dress held the mimic beast in her arms, gently stroking its soft fur. Meow. Seeing her master arrive, the mimic beast showed no intention of leaving. Color beast. Gu Changqing scolded in dissatisfaction, then cupped his fists in salute to the woman, saying, thank you for your mercy, otherwise, I would have met my end here. The woman turned around, her graceful figure captivating, but unfortunately, her face was not visible. It has told me your purpose for coming here. Meow Senior, the 1,000-year resurrection ginseng is crucial for me. I hope you can make it convenient for me. I can trade for it. What can you give me? The woman's question left Gu Changqing dumbfounded. Indeed, what could he offer in exchange? That thing? Is it on you? Suddenly, the woman's tone changed. Even though he couldn't see her face clearly, Gu Changqing knew her expression was not good. Are you referring to that lotus powder? Lotus powder? Gu Changqing nodded sincerely. I initially thought it was a powerful beast, but after the contract, I found it was just a lump of lotus powder. It's of ordinary grade, not worth mentioning. What was summoned from that altar could not possibly be lotus powder. You are lying to me. Gu Changqing raised his hand and swore, if I deceive you with a single word, I am willing to become the nourishment of this place. It truly was lotus powder, certified by the abyss. Fortunately, she did not delve deeply into the lotus powder. It's not impossible to get the resurrection ginseng, but you need to help me with one thing. Congratulations, you have triggered a unique hidden quest. Save the Peach Blossom Paradise. Ha, another hidden quest. Please go ahead, if I can do it, I will do my utmost. In the East Sea, there is a spring where a dragon spring pearl grows. Bring it back to me, and besides the resurrection ginseng, I will also grant you an opportunity. The East Sea again. What does the abyss mean? A slap followed by a sweet date? Alright, but the East Sea is too dangerous. Can we first? I hesitated to mention the word deposit. Cunning human. With a light wave of her hand, a golden ginseng burst forth from the ground below and flew into Gu Changqing's hand. 1,000-year resurrection ginseng, god-level consumable delicacy, mysterious effects, to be discovered by oneself. Gu Changqing's eyes widened, hurriedly storing it in his backpack. For the sake of the resurrection ginseng, I won't hold it against you for calling me cunning. Alright, the goal has been achieved, this little beast will stay with me for now, you can go. With a wave of her delicate hand, a bridge of petals was formed again. Riding the east wind, Gu Changqing slid down towards the exit of the instance. Just as he passed over the lake, the once calm surface began to ripple again. Beneath the clear water, Gu Changqing vaguely saw a massive black creature swimming by, and columns of water spiraled up from nowhere, sweeping towards him. Damn you, Abyss, what the hell? A hell-level instance, and now there's an exceeding instance, that's already a violation. At the last moment, another one appeared. Little Jin's flames felt powerless for the first time. When facing the Beast King, he wasn't this helpless. The black water surged up, and the blazing sun flames seemed to meet their nemesis, extinguishing upon contact. You vile creature. do not be so arrogant. At the critical moment, the woman in the pink shirt rode the peach blossoms in, striking a palm towards the lake's surface, instantly forming a colossal hand made of petals that slammed down into the water. Two light screens flashed before Gu Changqing, and upon seeing the information above, his heart settled. If he were to die at the hands of any monster, it would not be unjust. Supreme Divine Medicine, Peach Essence, Beast Emperor level? Attributes? Skills? Description: a mysterious divine medicine, do not provoke it without reason. Unmatched Sea Emperor, Flood Dragon, Beast Emperor level? Attributes? Skills? Description: a mysterious sea overlord, do not provoke him without reason. You guys are amazing. You are dominant. You are the big thumbs up. I can't provoke you, completely can't provoke you. While the woman in the pink shirt suppressed the Sea Emperor, Gu Changqing did not hesitate and immediately left the instance. No way to play. The Beast Emperor has come out. Master, I want to level up. As soon as he exited the instance, Little Jean said fiercely. Black Egg was also significantly impacted. When facing the Beast King, it wasn't this powerless. Just a difference in rank, and the gap felt insurmountable like a chasm. Gu Changqing gently stroked Little Jin's head and said, "It was my negligence, thinking I could suppress them just by relying on bloodlines. You all have suffered. Alright, let's level up. Then we will come back for revenge and annihilate them." With the 1,000-year resurrection ginseng in hand, Gu Changqing did not linger and headed to meet Yuruyan and the others according to the location marked on the map. All the way, Little Jin's flames did not stop. From the town all the way to the edge of the East Sea, the brilliance of the blazing sun flames spread along the way. The three beast pets also became unusually serious. Black Egg's iron rod was shattered, exuding a murderous aura. What surprised Gu Changqing the most was Xiao Bai, whose enchanting eyes were simply a monster-attracting skill, controlling fierce beasts to gather and kill each other, and then Xiao Jin would finish them off. Gu Changqing lay happily on Xiao Jin's back, watching the experienced Barsoar, and sighed, "There are only lazy beast masters, no useless beast pets." As the sky darkened, Gu Changqing's level soared to level 15 just as they were about to reach the gathering place. With a 70% experience bonus, the leveling speed increased significantly, although there was still a gap compared to normal beast masters. "Sister, I'm back." Gu Changqing jumped off Xiao Jin's back, and Yuruyan rushed over upon hearing his voice. "You little brat, daring to ignore my words and learning to sneak away." Gu Changqing grinned foolishly, letting her powerless fists land on his chest, and then he pulled Yuruyan into his embrace. The sound of her sobbing was faint, and Gu Changqing smiled, saying, "I'm fine, not hurt at all." "Oh, just when I was about to eat, you're throwing dog food." "Just right, saved some food." Morong Qin rolled her eyes at him, ungrateful. Gu Changqing noticed that the number of other beast masters setting up camp had noticeably decreased. "Did you encounter fierce beasts?" Uncle Tai, who was starting a fire, darkened his expression upon hearing this. "We ran into a pack of wolves, and the leader is an elite-level fierce beast. The level is too high, more than a dozen brothers." Outside the city, danger lurked in the map. The remaining people, more or less, had injuries. After a simple meal, Gu Changqing pulled Yuruyan aside. He took out a millennium ginseng that looked like gold from his backpack and handed it to Yuruyan. "Sister, I got the millennium ginseng. I just don't know how to use it. Should I eat it raw or refine it into medicine?" Yuruyan's pupils widened in disbelief. "Xiao Chang, how did you get this?" Gu Changqing briefly explained the process, emphasizing the ferocity of a few beast pets while downplaying the strength of the fierce beasts. But Yuruyan noticed that the expressions of a few beast pets were off, especially the dejected Black Egg, realizing that Gu Changqing was comforting her. She didn't point it out, gently stroking his cheek, saying, "It's my fault for causing you trouble." "What trouble? Your matters are the most important. Hurry and use it, let's see if it's as miraculous as the legends say." "Okay." Yuruyan took out a dagger and carefully sliced off a thin piece from the root. Along with a gray pill, she put it in her mouth. The medicinal properties of the millennium ginseng are fierce. It should be paired with a yin deficiency pill to neutralize the effects. After a minute of taking the medicine, Yuruyan suddenly raised her head, letting out a murmured groan. In the next moment, wisps of white smoke began to seep from her pores. Following that, black, foul-smelling oil was expelled along with the white vapor. A three-colored petal mark appeared on Yuruyan's forehead. Under the nourishment of the millennium ginseng, another petal extended from the center of the flower. The entire process lasted about 5 minutes before the effects of the medicine gradually diminished. "Sister, how is it?" Gu Changqing asked hopefully. Yuruyan slowly opened her eyes, and in her pupils, a phantom resembling a white phoenix-like bird flashed by. "As expected of a millennium treasure, just one slice has repaired 1/10 of my hidden injuries." The long-lost aura on Yuruyan's body was once again revitalized in Gu Changqing. "That's good. That's good. Yi Ruyan's condition had become a heartache for him. He had always thought that if Yi Ruyan hadn't accompanied him and had returned to the Yi family, her condition might have improved long ago. Now, having completed the healing with his own hands, the knot in his heart was completely unraveled. Ah, so dirty and smelly, I need to take a bath. You, help me keep watch. This place was very close to the East Sea, and there was a small pond nearby. Gu Changqing checked that there were no fierce beasts in the pond before he turned his back, feeling relieved. Listening to the rustling sound of clothes being removed, my heart itched with impatience, wanting to turn and take a glance. In the end, reason triumphed over desire. Ah, so comfortable. Yi Ruyan's perfect figure submerged in the water, leaving only her enchanting face above the surface. At that moment, the hazy moonlight shone down, and in the clear water, a vague silhouette could be seen. Sister, hurry up and wash, I'm afraid there might be danger. Gu Changqing swallowed hard. The moonlit pool was a single color, unable to compete with the beauty of the moment. You little brat, I know you're thinking of something inappropriate. How about coming down to wash together? Sure. Gu Changqing, without a second thought, immediately began to unbutton his colorful robe. Just as he got halfway, suddenly a half-human tall golden beast, resembling neither a tiger nor a lion, leaped out of the water and pinned Gu Changqing to the ground. Hey, golden fur, don't harm my master. Heidong, filled with killing intent, brandished a fierce beast's bone, ready to strike. Heidong, you beast! The golden beast leaned in, extending its broad tongue, continuously licking Gu Changqing's cheek. Little Roar, stop licking, can't I just not go down? Little Roar! Yi Ruyan called out, and the golden beast stopped licking, squatting down, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail, just like a golden retriever trying to please its owner. Gu Changqing got up, letting out a soft sigh. During their playful banter, Yi Ruyan had already washed and put on her clothes. The delightful couple's bath had turned into a washout. The moon has risen, let's go, it's time. Gu Changqing was confused. Uncle Tai said you weren't paying attention when he spoke. The silver moon spills over the river, revealing the Forbidden Sea route. You're back? That was fast. Staring at Gu Changqing's flushed face and the still damp spots, Morongqing looked at him with a teasing expression, full of mockery. Are we going to open it? Gu Changqing ignored the provocative gaze, looking at the vast sea shrouded in night mist. We still have to wait a while. When the moon reaches its zenith, the gate to the Forbidden Sea will open. However, Uncle Tai paused, revealing a resolute expression. When the Forbidden Sea opens and we can enter, then fierce beasts can come out too. Are they strong? Uncle Tai shook his head. That depends on how long the Forbidden Sea gate stays open. Last time, it only opened half a finger, and what came out was a sea cockroach. Although it was a level 30 intermediate fierce beast, there were an unusually large number of them. Oh, a lot of them? Gu Changqing smiled broadly, showing no signs of tension. Just what he feared the least were the mid to low-level fierce beasts in large numbers. At that moment, Yi Ruyan rode over on the golden beast. After the healing from the Millennium Ginseng, her complexion appeared even more rosy and delicate, the silver-white moonlight not diminishing, still reflecting a faint glow. TSK, indeed different. Teacher Yi, after being nourished, is even more radiant. Yi Ruyan smiled and nodded. I had only heard about it before, after all, I had never truly experienced it. After eating it, I realized it was several times stronger than the legends. Morongqing was stunned by Yi Ruyan's candid response. Her eyes lingered on Gu Changqing, swallowing hard, and said, Teacher Yi, you ate it? Yes, I did. Aside from being a bit astringent, the taste is quite good. Did you really eat it with your mouth? Yi Ruyan asked in confusion. Of course I did. Xiaoqin, what's wrong? Your face is all red. Are you not feeling well? No, I'm just curious what charm he has that can make you. Yi Ruyan smiled warmly. It should be fulfilling one's wishes. Gu Changqing listened to the two of them, who were on completely different wavelengths yet speeding along, and couldn't help but helplessly facepalmed. This ride was not to kindergarten. Yi Ruyan, realizing what was happening, pinched a bit of Gu Changqing's skin with her fingers and twisted it gently, causing him to grimace in pain. You little brat, while I was away, what unhealthy things did you say to that little girl? Gu Changqing protested his innocence, which only earned him more pinches and playful punches. The leisurely time of playful bickering soon came to an end when Uncle Tai called out, and everyone quickly gathered. The silver moon rose overhead, casting a pale light over the calm, hazy sea. Suddenly, a strong sea breeze swept in from the ocean, with water vapor crashing onto the shore like an avalanche. Everything around was a blur of white, the strong smell of the sea making one feel nauseous. Family guard team, stand ready. Uncle Tai shouted, and the remaining dozen or so beast masters from the Morong family summoned their beast companions, forming a protective circle around Gu Changqing and the others. This is the soul-crossing sea mist. Some ferocious beasts from the sea will come ashore with this mist. Xiao Jin. Gu Chongqing called out, and Xiao Jin immediately left his shoulder, flames bursting forth to form a circular ring that then spread outwards. The soul-crossing sea mist was, at best, a mixture of water vapor and other substances, with water being the main component. Under the blazing flames, everything turned back to its original form, evaporating completely. This was the first time Yi Rian witnessed Xiao Jin's power up close, although she had seen it during the national exam on the light screen. The shock of being there in person still stirred her emotions, leaving her inexplicably excited. Uncle Tai and the others were equally astonished. They knew the family head had chosen a young man with extraordinary talent, the best in Jinhai City and even the whole country. Initially, they had only regarded him as the strongest among the new generation. They never expected him to be this powerful. They're coming! As the soul-crossing sea mist dissipated, several ferocious sea beasts approached the shore. Just as Uncle Tai and the family guards were about to take action, a shadow dashed forward like lightning, carrying a white object. With each swing of the white object, it seemed to create afterimages that lingered. Soon, the sea beasts were surrounded by the afterimages, which then merged into one, sand and seawater flying as if a grenade had exploded. Amidst the falling water and sand, the shadow returned, carrying the white object in one hand and dragging a 3-meter-long fish with a smashed head in the other. Congratulations, you have killed the intermediate beast, the gnawing fish, experience plus 600, additional experience plus 420. Congratulations, you have killed the intermediate beast, the sea turtle, experience plus 700, additional experience plus 490. 10,000 battles in all directions triggered. Your beast companion, the destiny monkey, gains plus 1 in all attributes. Not bad, just a bit low in level. Hey Dan shook the blood off his bone club and spat, too weak, not worth killing. On the way back, Hey Dan had already stacked the passive ability of 10,000 battles in all directions 100 times. With all attributes at 251, even low-level intermediate beasts became like ants. We were just here to guide you? Uncle Tai was astonished. Damn, one abnormal beast companion was already surprising, but there were two. It should be noted that the ferocious beasts near the East Sea had certain water attribute enhancements. In close proximity to the coast, their true combat power could rival that of high-level beasts, and yet, they were taken out in an instant. It's appearing. Morongqing pointed at the sea, and the surface began to boil, like water coming to a boil. The area illuminated by the silver-white moonlight grew smaller and smaller, eventually forming a beam just over 2 meters wide, shooting straight down to the seabed. A red and blue portal slowly rose from the sea. Creak! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed as the portal opened a gap, and strange sounds flowed out, resembling the roars of deep-sea giants. Xiao Jin, Hey Dan! Gu Changqing donned a fire armor and fire shield with his level 5 fire control technique, instinctively urging everyone to be cautious as he walked towards the portal. The two doors opened slowly, and Gu Changqing stepped forward, his right hand brushing against the glowing door. Special instance, Forbidden Sea, difficulty, Hell? Instance rewards distributed according to exploration progress. Instance introduction, above the East Sea, there once were immortal mountains and palaces, filled with divine beasts and treasures. For unknown reasons, the immortal mountains collapsed, and the palaces sank. Only those divine beasts and treasures remain, guarding the ruins, waiting for their homeland to be rebuilt. Warning, special type instance, Abyss rules will be uncontrollable. Hell and above difficulty. No wonder the early rewards were all things he needed. But Gu Changqing still resolutely decided to enter, not just to find Lord Morong, but also to help the Black Egg find that divine needle. Just as he was about to activate the instance, suddenly, countless red dots lit up densely from the gradually opening doors. Quick, retreat, the sea cockroach is coming out. Be careful, it's... Uncle Tai's warning was not yet finished when a torrent of flames transformed into fiery dragons, rushing into the open doors. Before the sea cockroach could charge out, it was engulfed by the sea of fire. The scorching waves of fire, along with the seawater, evaporated in an instant. The badge of office on Gu Changqing's chest shone with colorful brilliance, changing from 15 to 16. Congratulations on killing the intermediate fierce beast, sea cockroach, experience plus 500, additional experience plus 350. This burst of fire had at least consumed nearly 2,000 sea cockroaches. Gu Changqing had just leveled up, and his experience bar was instantly filled and then emptied again. Your level has increased by 1, unlimited gold attribute. Please draw a gold attribute. Gu Changqing ignored the abyss prompt and continued to increase the output of flames into the doorway. Glancing at the 7-digit experience bar, he couldn't help but feel a tremor. No words needed, just do it. The black egg was responsible for striking down from behind, and those sea cockroaches that had narrowly escaped from the flames all perished under the bone club. Experience continued to grow. After nearly 5 minutes, it still only increased and did not decrease. How many were there in there? Could it be that he poked a cockroach nest? The group of Morong family guards behind stared blankly at Gu Changqing, who was absorbing the flames. How much damage must it take for the sea cockroaches not to escape the firewall? Legendary level beast pet? I really don't believe it. Can you tell me a legendary beast pet can do this? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. I guess I'm just too tired today, dreaming about completing tasks. Not just completing tasks, but teaming up with a freak. When I wake up, I must get his autograph. Yi Ruiyan's beautiful eyes widened, and no words could describe the shock at this moment. Xiao Cheng, Teacher Yi, it's just an appetizer. This bastard is stronger than during the national exam. But after grinding sea cockroaches for so long, why only leveled up once? Maybe his powerful secret comes from this. He probably gave too much experience to his beast pet. Listening to Yi Ruiyan's clumsy excuse, Morong Qin smiled and said, "Is it really like that?" Another 10 minutes passed, and Gu Changqing's level finally lit up again. At the same time, the doors had opened halfway. The increase in the experience bar also slowed down. It seems we've reached the limit. Gu Changqing took 2 doses of medicine and signaled for Xiao Jin to slow down the attack. The black egg stood guard at the door, peering inside and said, "Master, the red dots are gone." Gu Changqing turned to Uncle Tai. "What comes after the sea cockroach?" Uncle Tai hesitated. It seems there are none left. The ones I encountered before were all mixed with other types of fierce beasts. Why don't you wait a bit longer?" "No waiting, let's go in directly." Gu Changqing reached for the instance's glowing door again, prompting him to enter. This time, there was no talk of forming a team. The special instance scene was in a public map. "I'll go in first. You all come in after 5 minutes. After speaking, Gu Changqing walked through the open door. "Be careful." Behind the door was a long corridor made of blue crystals. On both sides of the corridor, at intervals, there were fierce dragon sculptures embedded in the walls, lifelike, as if they were about to break through the stone wall and reveal their true forms. Haydn walked at the front, occasionally tapping the dragon's body with a bone stick, pouting. "In the Forbidden Sea, it wouldn't be these loaches that we end up knocking, would it?" Meanwhile, from the pet card contracted with lotus powder in the backpack space, a voice emerged. "Such a familiar fierce beast, just a glance makes me want to slaughter them all." Haydn heard its voice and became interested. "Oh, you little lump of lotus powder also have such thoughts. That's great. Once the master contracts you, we'll come back for a visit. Little black monkey, why do I find you more and more pleasing to the eye? You're speaking right to my heart." Listening to the exchange between Haydn and the lotus powder, Gu Changqing kicked him in the butt and said, "Lead the way properly, stop with the nonsense." "All right, brother, let's talk in detail once we get out." "Sure, you keep busy." Gu Changqing couldn't help but laugh in anger. The 2 rebellious ones conspired to slaughter the dragon clan. Come on, even if they changed worlds, did the inheritance hidden in their bones remain so strong? Little Jean stood on his shoulder, disdainfully snorting. "2 useless ones, one day I'll blow up that sun in the sky." "Jean, don't join in the fun. Blowing up the sun, are you trying to take its place?" Gu Changqing only felt a headache. As the rank of his advancement increased, the arrogance hidden in the golden attributes was also activated. Ahead, light appeared, and the corridor came to an end. Haydn, carrying the bone stick, jumped into the light, and immediately, "Master, save me." Gu Changqing was startled, using fire control to extend several fire lines, pulling Haydn back in. "Damn, almost fell to my death." Reaching the end, Gu Changqing looked down. This corridor was built at a height of 1,000 meters underwater. Below was an endless underwater world, a bottomless trench lying beneath, like a winding giant dragon. At this moment, Yi Ruiyan and the others also rushed over. "So deep? How do we get down?" "Little Jean, it's up to you." "Okay." Little Jean revealed its true form as the fire sparrow, its blazing flames transforming into a large platform. A fire chain extended from its neck to Gu Changqing's wrist. "Up!" Gu Changqing jumped up first, followed closely by Yi Ruiyan. Once everyone was on, Little Jean let out a cry, pulling them down towards the underwater world. On the platform, the members of the Morong Guard couldn't help but touch the railing formed by the flames. "Damn! This dream is getting more and more unreal. I'm standing in the flames, not hurt at all. Can you believe it?" "Yeah, must be dreaming. Everyone's getting a bit ambitious." Uncle Tai shouted, his face lacking luster as he said to one person, "Did you bring your phone? Help me take a picture." Morong Qin smiled wryly. Indeed, such a scene and treatment might only happen once in a lifetime. Gradually descending, soon a massive, dilapidated palace appeared before them. Forbidden Sea. This is the outskirts of the Forbidden Sea. Lord Morong and the brothers were trapped here. Little Jean landed outside the massive palace, and Uncle Tai excitedly got down, touching the knife marks left on a collapsed pillar, tears in his eyes. "Lord, I'm back." Gu Changqing looked at Morong Qin in confusion. Uncle Tai was a member of that team, before the Forbidden Sea closed, Lord Morong and the brothers sent him out. Gu Changqing nodded. No wonder he could accurately find the entrance to the Forbidden Sea outside the foggy city. There are signs of a fight here. There's also some here, along with the corpses of sea-type fierce beasts. The guard team spread out to search and quickly found the information. According to the traces, the direction in which Lord Morong and his group disappeared was within the palace. At that moment, Black Egg sniffed and pointed in a direction. Master, the scent coming from there is very familiar. Gu Changqing was overjoyed upon hearing this. Had they found the exclusive equipment so easily? A stick from Dinghai. In Gu Changqing's world, nothing compared to this exclusive equipment. He immediately had Black Egg lead the way, and the team entered the vast underwater palace, which seemed to have experienced unimaginably fierce battles. From above, they had not noticed anything, but as soon as they walked through the broken gates of the palace, it felt as if they had entered a giant's realm. Everywhere were the corpses of giant sea beasts, and the ground was littered with jade and glass shards, broken into small pieces, resembling little mountains. Only the towering stone pillars, each 100 feet tall, still stood, showcasing the once glorious past of this place. However, as they walked further, the corpses became more numerous, yet there was no trace of Lord Morong and the others. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the direction of the divine weapon that Black Egg had sensed, followed by a dazzling explosion of skill lights. Someone's there! Uncle Tai exclaimed excitedly. It should be Lord Morong, right? Morong Chin could hardly contain her joy and rushed towards that direction without hesitation. Xiao Jin, keep up, that troublesome woman. A special scene map meant it wasn't a copy like a dungeon. If they could come, others could too. Acting blindly in uncertainty about whether they were friend or foe could be deadly. Yi Ruyan chuckled. What's wrong? Is it giving you a headache? Xiao Chang, when you let them act steadily while you charge in alone, do you feel the same way? Gu Changqing felt helpless. He was the first to charge ahead, disregarding the team, because he had the capital to do so. However, the journey to the Peach Blossom Land had taught him many things. In the same tier, one could act impulsively, but when surpassing tiers, one should know when to be cautious. Oh, people from Jinhai City. When Gu Changqing and the others caught up with Morong Chin, they saw her standing there dejectedly, facing nearly 100 beast tamers. Their robes were identical, and on their chests was a blue dragon emblem. People from the Azure Dragon Academy? Gu Changqing was also taken aback, not expecting to encounter students from one of the 4 symbols academies in the Forbidden Sea. Gu Changqing. Suddenly, a voice filled with anger rang out from the crowd of over 100. Gu Changqing looked at the person shouting, whose handsome face seemed familiar. May I ask who you are? Upon hearing this, the person became even more furious. Are you insulting me? Insulting? Gu Changqing was puzzled. I don't even remember you. How could there be any insult? Damn it! The person was even angrier, and circles of blue light began to swirl around him. Behind him, a blue dragon with wings appeared, opening its massive mouth to roar at Gu Changqing, venting its dissatisfaction. Black Egg, shouldering his bone club, said, Oh, isn't this one of the 4 pseudo-holy beasts, the long-haired bug? With Black Egg's reminder, Gu Changqing finally remembered. He was the one who had been in the Qinglong position during the escape battle. So may I ask what your name is? You are too much. How can I, Lu Ziyi, not take revenge for this? Gu Changqing quickly replied, Right, Lu Ziyi. Last time in the battle, your head got messed up by you guys, and I keep forgetting things. Don't take offense. You've already entered the Azure Dragon Academy. Congratulations, Lu classmate. Your future is limitless. Humph. Knowing he was not a match and that the other party had given him a way out, Lu Ziyi stepped down, snorting, What are you doing here? Gu Changqing smiled and said, I was just about to ask you, Lu classmate, why are you here in the Forbidden Sea? The first test for admission to Qinglong Academy is held in the Forbidden Area. However, there was a mishap, and suddenly a teleportation portal appeared. After we accidentally entered, we ended up here, Lu Ziyi explained, then suddenly said, Wait, what did you say? Where is this place? The Forbidden Sea. What the hell? Lu Ziyi exclaimed, and the other students couldn't help but whisper among themselves upon hearing this. Quiet, everyone be quiet. At this moment, a few seniors from Qinglong Academy, older than them, stepped forward. The leader exuded a strong sense of pressure, with a badge on his chest marked with the number 49. A spirit-level beast master, and on the verge of reaching the limit, with hopes of breaking through to level 50 and entering the king-level ranks. Senior Lu, Zheng Senior. The so-called genius, Lu Ziyi, was also very respectful upon seeing this person. Gu Changqing glanced around. Apart from Senior Lu, the others were also spirit level, probably between levels 45 to 48. It was rare to see such levels at this age. Because to level up, one must synchronize their beast pets with themselves. Being strong alone would lead to weaknesses. Of course, this excludes those who are exceptionally talented. People like Gu Changqing, who were exceptionally talented, basically ignored everything. Xiaoyi, do you know him? Senior Lu asked casually. When he saw Yi Ruyan behind Gu Changqing, his pupils brightened. I thought it was someone else, turns out it's Sister Ruyan. Oh, my cousin said he went to Jinhai City to pick you up. Why isn't he here? How did you end up here? Gu Changqing frowned slightly. Well, what a coincidence. In a place where one could lose their life at any moment, he ran into a rival. Lu Shang, don't call me sister-in-law. I'm just an ordinary friend of your cousin. Don't take the old generation's jokes seriously. Lu Shang was taken aback and then noticed Gu Changqing beside her. Lu Ziyi said, Senior Lu, this is the unparalleled examinee from Jinhai City that I mentioned to you. Ah, Gu Changqing, right. Lu Shang clearly knew some things. The unparalleled one from Jinhai City. The Abyss wouldn't easily grant a title like that. It seems you indeed possess extraordinary strength, even surpassing your peers. Jiang Shang, tall and muscular, with a fierce face, coldly snorted, legendary beast pets. If it weren't for some means, how could you break through the combined attack of those 4 families? By coincidence, I, Jiang Yu, also want to test it out. Is your legendary beast pet stronger, or is mine more formidable? Legendary beast pets are 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 100,000. But they are not unique. The Four Symbols Academy has gathered all the talented geniuses of Xinhua country, so having legendary beast pets is not surprising. Gu Changqing looked at the battle-hungry and malicious Lu, Jiang, and others, and waved his hand. Sorry, I have a mission to attend to, and I don't have time for sparring. Jiang Yu scoffed, here, only legendary beast pets can enter. They must be relying on your light. This battle is inevitable. I really want to see what makes you unparalleled. Yi Ruyan pointed at Lu Shang and shouted, Lu Shang, what do you want? Lu Shang spread his hands, Sister Ruyan, you are wronged. It was Jiang Yu who wanted to consult the unparalleled examinee, not me instigating it. His address changed from sister-in-law to sister, and his expression darkened. I am also very curious. Is there really someone who can make you abandon my cousin? What I have with your cousin is none of your business. Changqing, let's not bother with him and find Morong Cheng first. Yi Ruyan pulled Gu Changqing in the opposite direction. Gu Changqing allowed her to pull him along, and when the group had shifted to find a new direction, Lu Shang looked at Gu Changqing's departing figure and snorted, what a load of nonsense about the unparalleled candidate, he just got lucky. Yi Ruyan, oh Yi Ruyan, you're from a prestigious family, yet your judgment in choosing people is really poor. It's a good thing you're not with your cousin, otherwise, you'd be dragged down by that vase sooner or later. He raised his voice, as if afraid Yi Ruyan wouldn't hear him. Yi Ruyan feigned ignorance, and suddenly, her hand was empty. When she turned around, Gu Changqing was already smiling as he walked back. He approached Lu Shang, Jiang Yu, and the others from the Qinglong Academy, his smile not reaching his eyes as he said, my hearing isn't very good. What did you just say? Lu Xiao just said that trash matches with a waste vase, a perfect match. You heard me. Jiang Yu's large hands reached out towards Gu Changqing without any courtesy. At the same time, he spoke disrespectfully, but before he could finish, a blinding golden light suddenly flared up before him, a powerful and scorching aura crashing against his chest like a wave. In the next second, he was shot like a cannonball into a nearby piece of jade. Boom! Dust rose, and the high-quality jade shattered into pieces. On Gu Changqing's fist, golden flames transformed into the phantom of a divine bird, slowly dissipating. He waved his hand to disperse the remnants, clapped his hands, and shook his head, saying, the Four Symbols Academy indeed has top-notch verbal skills, but as for everything else, I'm greatly disappointed. His words ignited the stunned students of Qinglong Academy, who erupted in anger. The dog from Jinhai City, what does a sneak attack count for? Are people from small places this uncultured? You've never seen how big the sky is. Let me educate you. Is a legendary beast pet really that impressive? In our Qinglong Academy, it's nothing special. Damn it, don't move, let me handle this. One word stirred up a wave of anger. Instead, Lu Ziyi held back the classmates who were about to fight, urging them to remain rational. Those who didn't understand could spread rumors and slander without restraint. As one of the parties involved, he and others, after being sent out of the escape instance by Gu Changqing, all said the first thing they would do was settle this score personally. They knew how strong Gu Changqing was, trying to outsmart him. They wouldn't gain any advantage, let alone win. Gu Changqing looked at Lu Ziyi with some surprise, intentionally trying to quell the anger on both sides. Xiaoyi, as the representative of the new students of Qinglong Academy, are you deliberately shielding him? A woman in a flowing green dress with a mature face beckoned Lu Ziyi forward. As he timidly stepped up, her beautiful hands cupped his face, her soft voice laced with coldness. Jian Jia, I Slap! A crisp slap landed on his face, and the woman named Jean said lightly, "The Liu family has never produced such a disgraceful result as you. If it weren't for the mentor persuading my father, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter Qinglong. A spirit-level beast master, defeated by a mid-level beast master, the shame you've created, it seems I have to personally erase it." Lu Ziyi lowered his head in shame, casting a helpless glance at Gu Changqing. Just then, violent waves surged from the jade ruins, a brutal force spreading out and shattering the jade into grains. Jiang Yu's shirt ripped, revealing muscles like a coiled dragon. "Well, the power of this punch feels about right. Lu Xiyin, he is my prey. Jiang Wildman, I don't want to repeat myself." Lu Shang saw the two at odds and brushed his bangs aside, saying, Jiang Yu, he is an unparalleled candidate. Such a talent appears once in 100 years. Moreover, he is a heaven-bestowed legendary beast master. Don't just look at the level. Perhaps his combat power is the sum of both of yours. Then what do you suggest we do? Lo Xing's lips curled into a cold smile. When dealing with such a prodigy, you two should team up. This is the greatest respect for a peerless candidate and will truly test his combat strength. Lu Xiyin and Jiang Yu exchanged glances, both understanding Lo Xing's meaning. Immediately, the two clasped their fists towards Gu Changqing and said, "Jiang Yu from Qinglong Academy, seeking guidance from the peerless. Lu Xiyin from Qinglong Academy, reclaiming the humiliation in your hands." After completing the pre-battle etiquette, two roars echoed. Behind Lu Xiyin and Jiang Yu, a red and a blue dragon soared into the sky from the summoning array. Unlike Lu Ziyi's green dragon, these two had evolved, shedding their flesh wings, with fleshy bumps sprouting at both ends of their heads. Beneath their elongated bodies, two dragon claws were indestructible and incredibly sharp. Legendary beast pets. Both were dragon-type legendary beast pets. They had truly reached the extraordinary evolution path, exploring the realm of dragon transformation. "Lu Shun, do you want to bully the few with the many?" A golden lion-tiger hybrid beast pet stomped forward with earth-shaking steps, standing in front of Gu Changqing. The golden roar fixed its golden, intent-filled gaze on the two dragons circling in the air, opened its massive mouth, and let out a terrifying roar. Golden roar! Lu Sheng and the others showed serious expressions. Lu Xiyin looked at the towering golden roar and said, "This is the proud daughter who once overshadowed countless contemporaries in Jinling and was personally recruited by the principal of Qilin Academy but refused. I thought she was done for, but it seems today's surprises keep coming." Fragments of unknown material armor gradually wrapped around Yi Ruyan's delicate body. In an instant, as the helmet was secured, the golden roar let out another long howl towards the sky. Excitement. It was pure excitement. As if imprisoned for countless years, it finally saw the light of day again. "Golden Lin!" Yi Ruyan called softly, and a flash of golden intent appeared in the mouth of the golden roar, falling into her hand. It was a golden divine spear about 3 meters long, and as soon as it was in hand, a surging red glow radiated. Legendary! Another piece of legendary-level weaponry. In an instant, even the students of Qinglong Academy were left speechless. They had seen legends before, and it was true that more than one person in Qinglong Academy possessed legendary items, but to have 3 appear at once was no less than a grand competition held within the academy. Golden roar, golden Lin armor, golden Lin spear. Lo Xing's eyes sparkled, also captivated by Yi Ruyan at this moment. "Sister Ruyan, with your injuries, you don't need me to say what the outcome of helping him this time will be." With the golden Lin spear pointed horizontally, Yi Ruyan felt as if she had regained her former self, shouting, "If you want to fight, then let's fight, let's talk." Lo Xing's expression turned fierce. "Since Sister Ruyan has made up her mind, then I can only apologize. Sigh, why don't you ever listen? Do you have to force me to spank you in front of everyone?" Bang! Even through the armor, Gu Changqing's palm still landed on her backside. Yi Ruyan's face instantly turned crimson. "Just watch quietly, since it's a friend's mischievous child, a lesson is in order." That's right. Black Master has been eyeing those two dragons for a long time." Black Master looked up and shouted at the golden roar, "Big guy, take the mistress away and protect her. Black Master is going to show his might and slay dragons." "Slay dragons?" The golden roar looked at the still small black egg, blinking its lantern-like eyes, then took 2 steps back, as if acknowledging its bravado. "Little Chang, I won't back down." If before, Yi Ruyan was the gentle lady managing the household, every move affecting the entire family. Now, clad in golden armor, she was valiant and spirited, her sharpness as unstoppable as the golden Lin spear. But Gu Changqing had some concerns. The 1,000-year-old Yangshan ginseng had a potent effect and could only be taken in small amounts to regulate her internal injuries. "No worries, I will be careful." Yi Ruyan held Gu Changqing's hand and said softly, Aren't we supposed to venture out together? You want to leave me behind? How could that be? There's no need to take risks here, it's not worth it. I also need to adapt slowly and find my state. Besides, I don't want to let you face it alone, I can only hide behind and worry. With the conversation reaching this point, what else could Gu Changqing say? Alright, then today is the first battle for our handsome and beautiful duo to make a name for ourselves. Your sister is not a vase. Gu Changqing affectionately tapped her delicate nose. If anyone calls you a vase, I'll turn them into one. Lu Sheng and the others gritted their teeth, watching the two shamelessly flaunt their affection. Especially Lu Sheng, whose jealousy burned uncontrollably in the depths of his eyes. What a big mouth. I want to see how you turn me into a vase. Lu Jiyin shouted, and with a roar from the blue dragon, a dazzling light surged around her. Thick ice pillars, as wide as water barrels, suddenly covered Gu Changqing and the others like a storm. The bone-chilling cold quickly froze the ground outside the battlefield. Damn! Senior Lu is serious. Ice cold for 1,000 miles. It's ice cold for 1,000 miles. I've had the fortune to see Senior Lu's prowess in this move during the competition. Even those senior students who have been famous for years have fallen to this technique. That ignorant guy is about to become an ice sculpture. Senior Lu will kill the provocative peerless candidate with one move. Little roar. Yi Ruyan swept her spear, sending a wave of golden ripples spreading out. Just as the golden-haired roar was about to unleash its skill, Gu Changqing stopped it. I'll do it. The little golden creature on his shoulder ignited with blazing flames. Gu Changqing's level 5 fire control technique drew in all its power. Thousands of fire lines swirled around him, and with a loud phoenix cry, the true form of the fire phoenix slowly took shape. Gather! Gu Changqing shouted. The true fire phoenix wrapped around his right arm, and Gu Changqing slowly extended his fist, aiming at the blue dragon in the air. Ha ha ha, is he practicing Tai Chi? Peerless candidate, is that all? With that little flame, you think you can melt ice close to absolute zero? Indeed, people from small towns have no experience. I don't know how the Abyss evaluates them. It should be based on battle records. How much combat power can a country bumpkin have? At most, they can sweep through gold. Lu Jiyin watched the slowly moving fist shadow, which, under the cover of 1,000 miles of ice, looked like a candle that could be blown out at any moment. There is also a difference in rank between legendary beast pets. Thinking that having a legendary one can flaunt power and look down on everyone. Peerless candidate, pay the bloody price for your arrogance. The blue dragon roared again, and above the underwater ruins, the seawater isolated by a special space seemed to be summoned by some force. It began to surge and penetrate the isolation of space, spreading like an ocean entering the sea. Those who touch the dragon's reverse scale shall die. In the vast ocean, countless dragon-shaped water columns surged forth, carrying a deadly intent, descending like 1,000 dragons. Gu Changqing's pupils also revealed a murderous intent. These high-level students from the Qinglong Academy had always aimed to kill him. Even though it was a consultation, every move was lethal. If you seek death, don't blame me. The blazing sun's flames surged, and the fist imprint he struck suddenly burst open like a broken egg, revealing a majestic golden crow that slowly opened its eyes. As Gu Changqing engaged with Lu Jiyin, the restless Jiang Yu also wanted to make a move but was stopped by the black egg. Jiang Yu wore a teasing expression, playfully engaging in a melee battle with He Dan. The two legendary beast pets of Qinglong were besieging Gu Changqing, while Lu Sheng watched with great interest and said to Yi Ruyan, Sister Ruyan, how many moves do you think it will take for the person you care about to be killed? Lu Sheng, you have completely inherited the proud traditions of the Lu family. Has no one ever taught you that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens? Lu Sheng snorted, the one who hasn't learned is you. Do you really think my Lu family only has one auxiliary-type clan beast pet? Sister Ruyan, turn back. I think my cousin won't mind how many detours you take after being deceived. What I dislike the most is your attitude. Are you going to make a move? If not, I will. Seeing Yi Ruyan stubbornly unyielding, Lu Sheng said, Alright, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Sheng pointed with his index finger, and a fierce golden beam shot straight at Yi Ruyan. Yi Ruyan was startled, swinging the Jinlin spear to block it. At the moment the golden beam collided with the Jinlin spear, both Yi Ruyan and the golden hair roar trembled, feeling a kinship of the same bloodline. The sharp golden energy. Watching Yi Ruyan stunned in shock, Lu Sheng laughed maniacally. How is it? Not bad, right? Do you think that just because of a marriage contract, my Lu family would treat your clan's beast pet for free? Naive, you are too naive, and the Yi family is even more of a joke. Since you've witnessed the sharp golden energy, then take a look at this. Golden light spread, and the next moment, a golden hair roar, even more majestic and powerful than the little roar, stood before Lu Sheng. As this golden hair roar appeared, a loud beast roar echoed in the underwater world. It felt like an illegitimate child returning for revenge after gaining the ability to confront the legitimate heir. Lu family, you deserve to die. Yi Ruyen was furious. She never expected that the Lu family would use despicable means under the guise of treatment to seize the bloodline of the Yi family's beast pet. Moreover, it was done without the clan beast pet noticing. With your broken body, how much power can you unleash from the golden hair roar? I forgot to tell you, my golden hair roar was cultivated through special secret methods. It is far stronger than yours. Just as Lu Shang had everything under control, with everything in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, he felt very hot and extreme heat. Looking up at the battlefield in the sky, his confident gaze suddenly turned confused. What? What is that? How can there be a sun in the underwater world? Sun Dragon Divine Fist. I'll kill you. Level 5 Fire Control Technique. The energy drawn from Little Jean had reached 30% of its normal form. This meant that with a full force strike, Gu Changqing's damage had over 700 points of mental attribute bonus. This punch embodied the grace of the Golden Crow's shadow. Although it couldn't be as grand as when Little Jean unleashed it, in the sunless underwater world, that fist imprint resembled the sun seen in reality. Indeed, a bit capable, but still not enough. Lu Jiyin retracted her disdain and summoned her beast pet again. A graceful woman enveloped in ice and snow appeared, but instead of legs, she had a blue fish tail. King-level beast pet, Cold River Fish Woman. Wow, so cold. Who has a fire-type beast pet? Hurry and summon it for warmth. Blue Dragon's Absolute Zero, combined with the Cold River Fish Woman's wind and water elements. Is Senior Sister Lu trying to turn us all into ice sculptures? What about the unmatched candidates? What about legendary beast pets? In the face of absolute strength, they are still ants. Go, Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu is invincible. As the Cold River Fish Woman appeared, the heat that had begun to melt was instantly reduced several times. The 10,000 dragons evaporated by the Golden Crow Fist Seal, accompanied by the dual amplification of wind and water, surged forth once more. This time, the power was even stronger, the scorching heat of the Golden Crow Fist Seal being forcefully suppressed. Die for me. Combination skill Ice Enclosure for Miles. In the hands of the Cold River Fish Girl, a shimmering blue staff was held, at the top of which was embedded a gem exuding chilling air. At the same time, the blue dragon roared to the wild. The 10,000 dragons and ice pillars, under the push of wind and water, fused together, transforming into a majestic three-clawed divine dragon, about several dozen zhang long, its entire body appearing green. Wind come, rain come. Around the massive body of the three-clawed divine dragon, tornadoes formed, drawing in the vast ocean's water, like towering waterspouts. The frigid wind howled, and wherever it passed, the ground instantly froze into a thick layer of ice. The onlookers from both sides pressed tightly against their fire-type beast companions, huddling together for warmth to resist the impending chill. Die! Lu Jiyin's killing intent erupted. Immediately, the three-clawed divine dragon swam through the ocean, then dove down, its trajectory simple, directly pouncing on Gu Changqing. But the surrounding space seemed to slow down significantly. The extreme cold carried an awe-inspiring power that could freeze all things. Lu Shang's golden mane roared, sending out waves of golden light, preventing the cold from approaching. He coldly laughed. A mere intermediate beast master, without the gap in beast companions, is just that. Lu Jiyin's spirit level is different from other beast masters. The skills she obtained from her beast companions upon promotion are fusion skills. Just as Lu Shang said, a long cut had appeared on Lu Jiyin's wrist at some point. The flowing blood enhanced the combination skill of the Blue Dragon and the Cold River Fish Girl even further. The students of the Azure Dragon Academy mostly had beast companions like snakes and chickens, which had legends of transformation into dragons. The color blue, moreover, symbolized supreme honor. Any beast companion with a similar hue indicated that their Azure Dragon technique had received recognition from that figure. Facing the roaring three-clawed divine dragon, Gu Changqing exerted all his effort to mobilize flames to resist, but he was steadily pushed back. Truly, the students of the Four Symbols Academy were among the best of the best. The strength he faced was from an entirely different dimension. His heart raced, excitement flooding his mind, and a rich battle intent surged forth from within him. Blazing sun, fiery flame. The flames of Little Jean reached a new level of quality. Lines of fire covered every part of Gu Changqing's body. Gradually intertwining and converging, they transformed into an ancient, massive bell. Come, good. Gu Changqing shouted, his right fist once again brimming with surging firepower. Still a simple punch, but this punch, upon contact with the charging three-clawed divine dragon, instantly scattered into thousands of fire lines, like chains of flame, resembling a giant fiery lotus, which swiftly enveloped it. How could this be? Lu Senior's combination skill was broken? This isn't a dream, right? He's clearly only intermediate. As Lu Jiyin's younger brother, Lu Ziyi sighed at this sight. The promotion of rank indeed allowed beast masters to harness the power of their beast companions for their own use. But the root of a beast master is established by their beast companions. After a brief moment of distraction, Lu Jiyin scolded, "It's not over yet." Crimson blood splattered out, merging into the fire lotus. The next second, the trapped three-clawed divine dragon erupted with power once more, breaking through the encirclement at the cost of a third of its body being burned by the fire lotus, its form gradually solidifying into a true ice dragon, crashing into Gu Changqing's massive bell. Boom! Crash! In the sky filled with smoke and dust, small ice blocks flew in all directions. Terrifyingly, when the ice blocks fell and touched something, a thick layer of ice instantly spread within a 5-meter radius. The world was frozen for miles. It wasn't just a simple shout, the true horror was like this. Lu Jiyin's face turned pale, and after taking a few high-grade pills, she managed to stop the bleeding. "I won!" Lu Ziyi stared at her sister's nearly mad eyes, opened her mouth, but swallowed back what she wanted to say. Meanwhile, in the distance, Jiang Yu and Black Egg's melee battle continued. The scene abruptly fell silent. If a beast master died, then the summoned beast would also vanish into thin air. However, the violent explosions nearby showed no signs of stopping. "Ah, I almost got killed." In the center of the battlefield, covered by ice, flames were slowly burning beneath the ice, melting it away. Gu Changqing patted the water stains on his colorful robe, flames lifting him up from beneath, slowly rising out of the ice. The blood at the corner of his mouth had not yet dried, his complexion rosy as ever, showing no signs of injury. Rubbing the little golden furry head, he said, "Thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to withstand that combo skill." WH. What? Everyone present was filled with question marks. From his words, the fire skill just now was a beast master's skill? What the hell? Which beast master's skill can turn into a small sun? Which beast master can withstand the skills of a beast pet with their own skills while holding 2 major titles? A peerless candidate? Candidate my foot, a monster, it must be a transformed ferocious beast. Lu Ziyi sighed again. This was the truth she wanted to tell her sister. The other party's beast pet had never attacked from the beginning. It was simply a mobile energy source, just setting fires. That blue dragon has a mental attribute of about 1500. And the other attributes should not exceed 300. That fish woman is a pure support-type beast pet, capable of enhancing the blue dragon's power. A mental attribute of about 1500 is very strong. Gu Changqing muttered to himself, then looked up. Very good skill, but you have to die. But you have to die. You have to die. The voice was not loud, the tone very flat, but after it entered the ears, an inexplicable chill spread in the heart and mind. The killing intent was very pure to the point of not mixing any emotions, just simply wanting you dead. Lu Jiyin's heart suddenly contracted, and then she felt a chill all over her body. But she did not lose. The blue dragon circling above her head, after releasing the combo skill, still had great power remaining. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have that ability. As the proud daughter of the Lu family, since contracting her first beast pet, she had been ahead of and even surpassed the male members of her family. The Lu family also spared no effort, pouring countless resources into her growth. After 4 years of study and training at the Qinglong Academy, lingering at the spirit level for 3 years, she finally found the path to advance to the king level just before graduation. It could be said that even if it was a tough battle, she was not afraid. Now, a newly emerged freshman dared to claim they would kill her. The long-cultivated sense of superiority and pride erupted completely at this moment. Sister Jiyin. Lu Ziyi could no longer bear to watch, risking the humiliation of being reprimanded. She stood between her and Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, you went through so much trouble to come here just to fight? Our debts don't need my sister to settle. I will find you when the time comes. Gu Changqing landed on the ground, and the flames instantly spread, melting the ice. He looked at Lu Ziyi for a moment before saying, I'll give you face, sister, let's go. Gu Changqing turned and walked towards the direction of the exclusive equipment. Okay. Yu Ruyan patted the golden-haired howl, leaping up to follow Gu Changqing. Morong Qin and the others stood guard at the back. Bang! Once again, a crisp sound rang out. Lu Ziyi covered her face, her head lowered, but her gaze was icy cold. Want to leave? Did I allow that? Lu Jiyin shouted, and behind the blue dragon, a vast illusion of an icy plain emerged. One by one, divine dragons broke through the hard ice layer and soared out, emitting deafening roars, which then transformed into sharp, azure ice pillars several zhang long, overwhelming in force, encompassing everyone brought by Gu Changqing within their attack range. Ha! Lu Ziyi sneered. Since she couldn't stop someone intent on seeking death, there was no need for further persuasion. Stubborn. Little Jean flew off Gu Changqing's shoulder, transforming into its true form, the fire sparrow, its wings spread wide, golden flames illuminating the entire underwater world in a golden glow. With each flap of its wings, suffocating heat spread outwards. the effects of the frozen expanse vanished in an instant. Even the vast ocean summoned by the blue dragon quickly vaporized, enveloping the underwater sky. What kind of beast pet is this? Oh my, we're going to be dried up. Quick, summon all your beast pets to resist the heat. The unparalleled examinee. He has been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Look at its beast pet. It is indeed of silver grade, but the power it displays is many times stronger than Senior Lu. Only Lu Ziyi, with her fists tightly clenched, felt her nails digging into her flesh as if she were unaware. It had grown stronger, much stronger than during the escape battle. Give me annihilation. Gu Changqing no longer held back. Hitting a girl might leave a moral stain, but killing an enemy who had been trying to kill him from the start bore no psychological burden. Moreover, he didn't need morality. Screech! A bright cry rang out, and beneath little Jean, it was as if a sea of fire had erupted, dealing nearly double the spiritual attribute damage compared to the blue dragon, unleashing its full power without reservation. Lu Jian's eyes went blank. All she saw were countless ice pillars that had just fallen halfway, evaporated by the golden flames. The fiery domain tightened around the blue dragon like a net, leaving it nowhere to escape. Panic surged in Lu Jian's heart as she watched the blue dragon ensnared by the fiery net, its pitiful cries of pain echoing. At this moment, she finally realized why Lu Ziyi had tried so hard to stop her. But alas, it was too late. The damage unleashed by the doubled attribute suppression was geometric in nature. Lu Jian anxiously shouted, "Blue dragon, come back to me." But her command went unanswered. The blue dragon did not return smoothly to the beast space. Suddenly, her body shook, her mind feeling as if pierced by countless fine needles. The first beast space shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, disappearing into nothingness amidst the sound of ruthless shattering. Congratulations on killing a Lord-level, legendary bloodline beast pet, gaining experience plus 10 million, additional experience plus 7 million. Your level has increased by 1. Infinite golden attribute triggered. Please draw a golden attribute. Brilliant light burst forth from the rank badge. Especially the words unparalleled stood out. Wrap it up. At the same time, little Jean returned to its normal form, retracting the raging flames and landing on his shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his face. Boom! A heavy object hit the ground with a loud crash. The blue dragon had been burned to a carbon dragon by the flames, falling to the ground in a pitiful state, broken into segments. Gu Changqing was quite pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that killing the blue dragon would yield such abundant experience. Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the time and resources spent on such a beast pet were like a bottomless pit. Lu Xiyin was completely dazed, the backlash from the blue dragon's death causing blood to flow from her 7 orifices, her physical state nearing its limit. Don't say it's Gu Changqing, anyone present could kill her. Gu Changqing, I owe you 2 favors. Just don't kill my sister. Lu Ziyi pleaded. Is your favor really worth that much? It's not worth much, but at least it's better than killing her. Gu Changqing pondered for a moment and suddenly had an idea. I don't want your favor, I just need you to agree to one request, and I can let her go. Lu Ziyi was overjoyed. He couldn't stop Lu Xiyin, so he wouldn't try, but that didn't mean he could just watch his sister die. Okay, just say your request. As long as I can do it, even if it means being your servant. Gu Changqing shook his finger. I'm not interested in serving men, you know I'm a dropout. The city lord's mansion doesn't mind and has given me the position of captain of the city guard, a lonely person with a lot to do. My request is to withdraw from the Qinglong Academy and join my city guard. The students from Qinglong Academy present mourned for Lu Ziyi upon hearing such a request. The city guard was a desperate job only chosen by dropouts and impoverished people. Choosing to join meant that his life was essentially ruined. Just as everyone was whispering about what choice he would make, Lu Ziyi let out a long breath and said, "Alright, I agree." But the next second, something that surprised even Gu Changqing happened. Lu Ziyi is drafting an agreement for you, please check the details. Lu Ziyi submitted to the abyss, and a piece of grey contract paper appeared. He saw him cut his finger, signed his name, and the paper flew towards Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing examined the contents, which were nothing more than joining the city guard, and the penalties for breaching the contract were negligible. Gu Changqing was quite surprised and asked, "Aren't you going to think about it?" Lu Ziyi shook his head and tapped his temple. Many simple things become complicated because of a little prejudice in the heart. After you shattered my prejudice, my mind has cleared up quite a bit. This guy has some substance. Gu Changqing signed his name on the contract, and then a flame turned the paper to ashes. Dealing with smart people doesn't require extra constraints. Lu Ziyi nodded, then took off his Qinglong Academy uniform and walked over to Gu Changqing's side. Wait! At that moment, Lu Sheng's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Gu Changqing and said fiercely, "You think you can just walk away after killing Jian's beast pet? If I don't leave, can you keep me here? Gu Changqing smiled lightly and stepped forward, tilting his head to examine Lu Shang, clicking his tongue twice. You are far inferior to your cousin in temperament. At least he knows how to lower his head when facing me and understands how to use other underhanded methods to pressure me. After a pause, he pointed to the golden-haired beast he had stolen. You should think carefully about how to explain this to your family and the Yi family. You. Lu Shang gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound, but seeing the little gold on his shoulder, he forced himself to hold back. Gu Changqing was right. If he wanted to keep him, he couldn't. As for rallying the students of Qinglong Academy to attack, that was unrealistic. This wasn't a dungeon, it was a special scene. Death was real. Even if they were lucky enough to win, they couldn't escape the punishment from Qinglong Academy. Haydn, stop playing. Gu Changqing walked straight past him. Haydn responded to Gu Changqing's call, and then from another small battlefield, a golden staff fell from the sky. Boom! Dust flew, jade stones scattered, and the ground trembled violently several times before gradually calming down. Before long, they saw Black Egg walking out of the smoke and dust, carrying a broken bone club, mumbling to himself, that little Locha's skills are really insane, even Black Grandpa's club got broken. Keep it up, next time Black Grandpa will play with you again. Gu Changqing noticed that Black Egg was also covered in wounds, having suffered quite a bit in the close combat with Jiang Yu. However, the 30-point increase in his attributes proved that both he and his pet had charged into battle 30 times. Senior Jiang. Students who were close to Jiang Yu rushed over to check on him. Moments later, a few of them carried Jiang Yu back. His injuries were more severe than Black Egg's, with several of his limbs already deformed. Nevertheless, he still forced himself to sit up and cupped his hands towards Black Egg, saying, Gu Changqing, I owe your beast pet a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can send a message to Qinglong Academy or the Jiang family in Yunnan City. Black Egg raised his head proudly, waiting for Gu Changqing's praise. Well done. Gu Changqing generously offered a simple compliment. Oh, it was just SOSO, I just gave a few casual pointers. This guy will be even stronger in the future. Lu Shang was about to bite his teeth off. The situation that had seemed so secure was unexpectedly turned around by the two beast pets. Lu Shang looked at Jiang Yu with a hostile gaze. Jiang Yu noticed and said seriously, he truly deserves the title of peerless. I thought I could easily take down that monkey, but it fought like it was tireless, growing stronger with each battle. Humph. It's not my Lu family's shame, so don't talk to me about it. Jiang Yu understood the temperament of this favored child of the Academy's higher-ups and didn't explain further. Once you truly face him, you'll know what that feeling is like. Gu Changqing had no interest in their chatter and had already led the group towards the direction of the exclusive equipment. Lu Ziyi, who had just joined, appeared quite shy, especially when looking at Murong Qin, her gaze holding a hint of intrigue. Gu Changqing naturally held Yi Ruyan's hand as they walked ahead, perhaps having built a stronger mental fortitude. He didn't ask too many questions about the unexpectedly impressive performances of Xiao Jin and Black Egg. Sister, with the Lu family doing such despicable things, Uncle Yi won't be angry, right? Yi Ruyan shook her head. No, the so-called noble families value their reputation above all else. Even if they suffer a great loss, they won't make a fuss about it publicly, they'll just seek revenge in secret. I never expected the Lu family would do something so detestable. It's fine. Gu Changqing played with her jade-like hand, saying, the little bit of bloodline that the Lu family stole is destined to be futile. The natural power of the mimic beast has a chance to enhance the bloodline of beast pets. It's just a matter of healing a few more times. Yi Ruyan turned her head. Gu Changqing's confident demeanor calmed her restless heart. The group gradually delved deeper, and the surrounding light dimmed. Above them, it was no longer the deep blue, isolated sea water, but rather natural rock formations blocking the light. Everyone be careful, according to our progress, we have already entered the inner palace. Okay. Everyone responded in unison, instinctively forming a formation, with the beast pets guarding the outermost layer. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the underwater world, leaving behind a damp and cold atmosphere. What heavy moisture! On the Tongtian Lukai robe, beads of water gathered and dripped down. Yi Ruyan's delicate ears twitched. Did you hear the sound of water? Xiao Jin soared into the air, observing for a while before saying, Master, there's an entrance that looks like a cave over there. The sound of water is coming from that direction. Pick up the pace. Before long, they arrived at the location Xiao Jin pointed out. A massive stone towered up to the depths of the sea, resembling a great mountain. Looking at the shape of the stones and the moss that has grown all over them, one can tell they are ancient. A small stream, about a meter wide, flows slowly from within, following the undamaged water channel, spreading out in all directions towards the palace. The sound of water in the cave is even louder. Heiyi stepped forward, peering inside, and said, I can't see clearly, the passage twists and turns. Being restless, he struck the sides of the cave entrance with a bone stick, and a clattering sound echoed as debris fell from the stone walls. with moss detaching along with the rubble. Traces glimmering with a faint green sheen were revealed. Gu Changqing stepped forward and wiped away the dust, revealing 3 large, flamboyant characters: Dragon Treasure Pavilion, Dragon Treasure Pavilion. Facing the 3 large characters on the wall, Lu Ziyi stepped forward and gently touched them, as if recalling something. What? Do you know? Lu Ziyi shook her head. I've never heard of it, but there is a record on the stele at the entrance of the Qinglong Academy. It tells a little story, roughly saying that there is a dragon in the East Sea, and the dragon clan loves to hoard treasures. Because of this, they brought about a disaster. After the dragon lost its treasure, no one has ever found that mysterious place again. And we ended up here by accident because we took a wrong turn at the Trial Light Gate. I have a bold guess. Could it be that the Qinglong Academy is related to that mysterious place? That mysterious place is the Forbidden Sea. He scoffed. What's the use of thinking so much? Wouldn't we know if we just went in and took a look? Lu Ziyi smiled. Does your beast pet think I'm talking too much? Ignore him, just a nagging monkey. Gu Changqing agreed with Lu Ziyi's analysis. Perhaps there was another possibility. The dragon clan attracted disaster due to their treasures, and the sacred beast of the Qinglong Academy might be one of the dragons that escaped. Otherwise, the teleportation light gate leading directly to the Forbidden Sea couldn't be explained. Hey Dan, lead the way. Due to the narrow passage of the Dragon Treasure Pavilion, only 2 people could walk side by side. To be safe, the Morong family's guard team stayed outside, allowing only Uncle Tai to enter with them. The group walked for a long time, and calculating the distance, they should have reached the center of this massive natural stone. Suddenly, a blue light illuminated the front of the passage. Just as Hey Dan stepped into the light, a prompt from the abyss sounded. Do you wish to enter the special scene Dragon Treasure Pavilion? Gu Changqing checked the expressions of others. They all received the prompt. Enter. After Gu Changqing spoke, he saw the blue light shining on him, and in the next second, he was horrified to find himself being pulled into the Dragon Treasure Pavilion, while his body remained before the blue light. Master! 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 The 3 calls made Gu Changqing feel his heavy spirit return to normal. Fortunately, Xiao Jin and the others had truly entered in their real forms. Damn! Is this the Dragon Treasure Pavilion? A robust exclamation came from Uncle Tai beside him. Without exception, except for the beast pets, they all entered this place in spirit form. At this moment, they found themselves in a vast ocean of blue, which, although called an ocean, was actually a flowing blue gas. Being in a spiritual state, they felt too light, as if they were floating in water, soft and powerless. Directly ahead, a stone pillar reached up to the heavens and down to the earth. Surrounding it were piles of heavy bones. There were human bones, fierce beast bones, and even dragon bones. Complete dragon skeletons, heads facing the stone pillar, surrounded it from different directions. Gu Changqing found it all very strange. It seemed not like a battlefield but more like a sacrifice. Charm. Xiaobai used the Eye of Charm, and Gu Changqing felt his body grow heavy, slowly descending to the ground. At the same time, the others were also charmed, floating down from mid-air. In their status bar, an attribute of control appeared. Control, a state manipulated by the charming master, unable to escape. One of the abilities of my charming eye is randomness, Xiaobai explained. Gu Changqing nodded. The Qingqiu bloodline was quite interesting. However, the control of control was ineffective against him. He slowly approached the stone pillar, observing the surrounding bones. Suddenly, an ancient, rusted longsword caught his attention. Bending down to pick it up, as he turned, Uncle Tai exclaimed upon seeing the sword in his hand, that is, the sword of Lord Morong. As soon as the words left his mouth, Morong Qin's whole body trembled violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Steady, a sword doesn't mean anything. It only proves that they have been here, nothing more. Morong Qin's disturbance gradually stabilized. Gu Changqing circled around again but found no valuable clues. Even though there were many pieces of equipment, they were all damaged and unusable. The dragon bones, when touched lightly, turned to ashes and scattered. The only thing in the entire Dragon Treasure Pavilion that was inexplicable was that stone pillar. Black egg. Gu Changqing called out. The black egg closed its eyes, and after slowly opening them, said, that inexplicable attraction has disappeared, Master. Did we go to the wrong place? Gu Changqing suddenly smiled, feeling a surge of excitement. Go to the wrong place? Without that stone pillar, it would indeed be wrong. He pointed at the stone pillar. Go, pull it out. The black egg was taken aback, blinking its eyes, and seeing that Gu Changqing was not joking, it followed the principle that the master's words were commands and approached the stone pillar. It looked up. The height of the stone pillar was beyond its reach. In front of it, it felt as small as a speck of dust. Throwing the bone club aside, it huffed and rubbed its hands, grasping the stone groove on the pillar, using all its strength to pull. Crack! The edge of the groove was crushed, and the powerful inertia caused it to roll backward, landing at Gu Changqing's feet. Master, it's like an ant shaking a tree, it doesn't even budge. Gu Changqing leaned close to its ear and whispered a few secrets. Upon hearing this, the black egg's eyes lit up, and it stepped forward again, shouting, "Small, small, small, become small for me." In the Dragon Treasure Pavilion, only the black egg's foolish cries echoed. Is the command wrong? Gu Changqing was also puzzled. It was different from the dramas. The black egg's voice became hoarse from shouting, and seeing no results, its anger flared up. It pounded the stone pillar with its fists, cursing, "You dog thing, I am your master, and you dare to act tough with me. If you know what's good for you, reveal your true form quickly, or I'll break you and destroy this treasure pavilion." Lu Ziyi was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Is this how you train your beast pets?" Gu Changqing felt embarrassed, coughed lightly, and said, "The power of beast pets sometimes comes from their imagination. As the saying goes, the bigger the heart, the greater the power." Lu Ziyi's face darkened. She thought, "I believe your nonsense. Shouldn't it be the bigger the heart, the bigger the stage? Can I take back my words now? Sorry, once you join my team, you are mine in life and mine in death." Just as the two were bantering, the blue gas in the Dragon Treasure Pavilion slowly flowed towards the black egg. In a few blinks, the speed of the gas flow increased, creating a powerful suction that seemed to want to swallow them all. What's going on? Could it be that we triggered some mechanism? Just as everyone was puzzled, Gu Changqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Unbeknownst to them, the black egg, venting its anger, had smashed a large pit into the stone pillar. Its bloodied fists were pressed against the pit, and the blue gas was being absorbed into it. A faint golden light grew brighter, and the entire Dragon Treasure Pavilion began to shake violently, as if it were about to collapse. "Congratulations, your beast pet has formed a blood contract with the divine weapon, gaining the exclusive equipment, the Sea-Stabilizing Needle." The Sea-Stabilizing Needle. It really is it. Gu Changqing could no longer contain his excitement and said to the black egg, "Quick, take it away." "I know, master, but this guy is devouring all the surrounding energy." "Big sister, fourth sister, do you have the ability to get the master and the others out first?" The black egg was extremely anxious. Its bloodied fist stuck to the divine weapon that was partially exposed, unable to pull away. The key was that after the blood contract was established, the pulling force grew stronger, forming a small vortex that not only drained the energy from the entire Dragon Treasure Pavilion but also made Gu Changqing and the others' souls the next target. "I'll give it a try." Little Jean revealed its form, and a vast flame erupted, but the next second, the suction seemed to welcome everything, forcibly sucking away all the flames. At the same time, the stone pillars began to collapse. The thick layer of rock wrapped around the divine weapon crashed down with a rumble, smashing the bones on the ground to pieces. "Ha!" At this moment, the black egg made a puzzled sound, turning its head to Little Jean and said, "Big sister, keep the flames going. This dog thing seems to have a saturation point. Once it's fed enough, it will calm down." "You're the dog thing, dragging your feet over a broken piece of equipment." Little Jean scolded in dissatisfaction, but the flames did not stop. "Let's do it together. Summon all the beast pets." The Dragon Treasure Pavilion suddenly became lively. More than a dozen beast pets spared no effort, unleashing their strongest skills at the black egg. Yi Ruyan also wanted to help but was stopped by Gu Changqing. "It's a small matter, you don't need to get involved, sister." Yi Ruyan smiled warmly. "It's fine, I'll just let Little Howl take action. Keep a sense of proportion." "Got it." Under the bombardment of more than a dozen different skills, the debris on the divine weapon was completely crushed down. The Dragon Treasure Pavilion was enveloped in dazzling golden light, the domineering golden radiance sweeping through with a fierce metallic aura. With the continuous connection of skills, the divine weapon, having absorbed all the energy, began to shrink little by little until it reached a height of about 30 feet, then slowly came to a stop. "So tired. I can't take it anymore. It feels like my soul is being pulled by something. Oh my, what's happening? Are we going to return to our physical bodies?" Soon after, Yi Ruyan and the other soul forms became erratic and abruptly disappeared from the Dragon Treasure Pavilion. Gu Changqing was startled until Xiaobai said it could sense their life signs, which made him breathe a little easier. Meanwhile, the most contributing Little Jean was panting heavily, having exhausted too much energy. After consuming nearly 6 bottles of recovery potions, it finally showed some improvement. Looking at the Dragon Treasure Pavilion, which was buried nearly halfway, Gu Changqing roughly understood how the human and fierce beast corpses, aside from the dragon clans, had died. It was likely that they had been absorbed to death by the Sea-Stabilizing Needle. The Sea-Stabilizing Needle. Ha ha ha, Black Master finally has the most suitable weapon. It fits me perfectly. The black egg's fist detached from the divine weapon, feeling the wondrous state of the bloodline connection, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Hurry up and take it away," Gu Changqing urged. "All right." The black egg grasped it with one hand and shouted, and the Dragon Treasure Pavilion shook violently again, as if some extraordinary object was awakening. Then, the divine weapon retracted its brilliant golden light, transforming into countless golden stick shadows. The main body of the divine weapon flew out of the black egg's palm and directly came before Gu Changqing. Impudent, bold, little Jean and Xiaobai, one red and one pink, burst forth with energy, blocking in front of Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing looked at this divine weapon, which existed in countless fantasies, and coldly reprimanded, "What are you looking at? Look again and I'll throw you into the furnace for a reforge." The divine weapon seemed to have a spirit of its own, knowing that Gu Changqing was the master of its master, and immediately flew back into the hands of the black egg. In that instant, Gu Changqing saw the information about this divine weapon. Dinghai Shenzhen gold level equipment, can grow, can bestow gold attributes, strength plus 300, skill, Dinghai 1 stick, can unleash 10 times the damage of strength attributes, spirit power consumption, 3000, cooldown time, 2 hours. Description: an unknown divine weapon forged from divine iron, descended from an unknown world, once struck down countless dragon clans with a single blow, later revered as a treasure by the dragon clan. Isn't that the stick of the great sage? Coming from an unknown world, Gu Changqing suddenly thought of that arrogant and domineering lotus powder. However, upon seeing that it could grow and bestow gold attributes, the disappointment in his heart vanished without a trace. Not now, but it may not be later. In fact, it might even transcend. Be honest, or else you won't need the master to take action. Lord Black will personally break you. The black egg was also startled by the divine weapon's rudeness. To challenge the master is a matter of life and death. Alright, now that we have the divine weapon, we should leave. Suddenly, the divine weapon detached from the black egg again, flew to its standing place, and the tip of the stick pointed at Gu Changqing, then struck the ground vigorously. After striking a dozen times, there was a loud rumble, and the ground collapsed, a stream of clear water flowing out from within. "Master, it wants to say there is another treasure," the black egg explained for the divine weapon. As more and more water flowed out, a fist-sized pearl emerged from within. Gu Changqing's eyes widened, quickly floating over. Could it be this coincidental? The second urgently needed item, just like that, was in hand? Dragon Spring Pearl, special item, ability unknown, purpose unknown. It was indeed the Dragon Spring Pearl. Gu Changqing immediately stored the pearl in his backpack space, not forgetting to praise, "You know how to get things done. In the future, if there are good things, I will consider you." In a great mood, Gu Changqing was about to fly towards the light gate above. But in an instant, a heavy pressure suddenly descended, and Gu Changqing's soul seemed to carry a great mountain, pressing him back to the ground. Not just him, Xiaojin, the black egg, and Xiaobai, the 3 pets, were also powerless to resist, unable to move. He saw that the opening where the Dragon Spring Pearl appeared had already dried up, and a shadow of light was projected from within, displaying in the sky above the Dragon Treasure Pavilion. It was a dragon, a real dragon. If the Dragon Clan is composed of the creatures closest to dragons, then what was in the light shadow was a pure dragon. It was no different from the dragon in Gu Changqing's memory. Its entire body was azure, giving a sense of life while also accompanied by destruction. Qinglong. In this beast-controlling world, among the recorded pets and fierce beasts, only the legend of the Qinglong Academy could have such a form and such an overwhelming power. Junior, the Dragon Spring Pearl is one of the important sources of relics. Do not act rashly. The buzzing voice roared like thunder, akin to the drums of the wild. Hearing this, Gu Changqing's heart raced, and his soul was in turmoil. It had come for the Dragon Spring Pearl. Gu Changqing was someone who had seen great sights. There was not just one dragon. Senior. Gu Changqing's soul barely managed to rise and stabilize. Looking at the Qinglong in the light shadow, he said, "I have no intention of stealing the Dragon Spring Pearl. I just have a task at hand and need it. Once I complete it, I will definitely return the Dragon Spring Pearl." "Are you provoking me?" Suddenly, the Qinglong opened its massive mouth, and while the light shadow was just that, the dragon's might was very real. "I wouldn't dare." Gu Changqing felt as if his soul was about to scatter from fear. It was different, so different. The azure dragon of the sky merely recreated the memory scene through the power of the abyss, which was already incomplete and not comprehensive. "The creature before me is one of the strongest sacred beasts in the current Beast Master world, and also the pinnacle of evolution for dragons." Gu Changqing wisely took out the Dragon Spring Pearl from his backpack space and slowly placed it on the ground. "The gap is too great. Why do I keep encountering such over-the-top monsters?" However, the azure dragon did not move towards the Dragon Spring Pearl. Its lantern-sized dragon eyes glanced at the 3 pets that could not resist. Such a rich and pure bloodline. "Kid, are you the one that those old geezers have been discussing and lamenting about? The national number 1? The tone suddenly shifted, leaving Gu Changqing unable to grasp the azure dragon's attitude for a moment. "The junior has lucked into being the national number 1, but I am unaware of the discussions and lamentations. Humph, a bunch of ignorant and incompetent old fools, giving up their qualifications for the sake of temptation. You should come to the Azure Dragon Academy. Is this an open recruitment? It seems the Dragon Spring Pearl still has potential. The junior is unaware of the insider information. From start to finish, no academy has extended an olive branch to me. So, I stayed in Jinhai City and became the captain of a city guard. That's why I say they are short-sighted. Gu Changqing continued to flatter, sighing, actually, what I desire most is the Azure Dragon Academy. First, it is not far from Jinhai City. Second, your stories about the divine and the dragon have always inspired me. As for the third, which is the most practical, the resources of the Azure Dragon Academy are a level above those of the other three symbols. What a pity, what a pity, it is the junior who lacks that fortune. Nonsense! From the Azure Dragon's phantom, streams of azure light dispersed, wrapping around the three little creatures. The dragon's eyes were vibrant green, and after a while, the light dissipated. Not bad, an exceptionally superior bloodline. This dragon feels somewhat inferior. Their future achievements may indeed reach the ethereal divine realm. Gu Changqing curled his lips. It's not may, it's certain. Kid, continue. Another streak of light flew out and landed directly in Gu Changqing's hand. It felt cool to the touch, yet a surge of vitality spread from his palm into his body. It was a plaque, material unknown, engraved with the character for Azure. The Dragon Spring Pearl can be taken, but it needs to be returned after you complete your task. This plaque is my token. With it, no one can stop you from entering the Azure Dragon Academy. Azure Dragon Token, Special Equipment Effect. Placed in the Beast Master space, it can increase pet recovery speed by plus 200%. Description, made from the scales of the Azure Dragon, incredibly hard, containing the spirit power of wood. Wow, a treasure. Gu Changqing quickly put it away, along with the Dragon Spring Pearl. Alright, my time in this light and shadow is up. Junior, I will be waiting for you at the Azure Dragon Academy. After saying that, the light and shadow shattered. With the disappearance of the dragon's might, all pressure vanished. Little Jean merely snorted coldly and returned to the Beast Master space. The fearless Black Egg, however, caressed the sea-stabilizing needle, murmuring, "Is this the top combat power known so far? I'll remember this debt. I will collect it sooner or later. Take your time, no rush." Gu Changqing softly comforted, then floated towards the exit. The Azure Dragon, along with the other four sacred beasts, represents the known unmatched combat power that has fully evolved its bloodline to the pinnacle. A truly mythical level bloodline, an invincible powerhouse at the myth level 89. The human race can steadily move forward even after the older generation of beast masters has passed away, thanks to the contributions of the four sacred beasts. Master, I still want to kill the beast pets. In the Beast Master space, Little Jean lay on the ground, its dazzling flames seemingly trying to burn through the barriers of the Beast Master space. Little Jean, be good. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. Moreover, they can only suppress you by a level. In the same realm, you are invincible. Damn that desire for victory, combined with an insubordinate little rebel. It's still better to be Xiao Bai, not fighting or competing. After leaving the Dragon Treasure Pavilion, as Gu Changqing's soul returned to his body, he opened his eyes to find that Ji Ruyan and the others were not there. He walked out of the corridor, still not seeing a single person. Oh no, could something have happened? Just as Gu Changqing was about to shout, he saw a person in deep blue armor, wielding a dazzling white blade, flying up onto a giant rock. Then, holding the hilt with both hands, with a fierce shout, a nearly 30-zhan long white blade light was instantly slashed out. The blade light roared, and all obstacles in its path were swept away. Gu Changqing was startled. Damn it! One Qinglong left, and another Beast Master Swordsman appeared. The terrifying power made his scalp tingle, unmoved as a roar. In the next moment, the phantom of the golden-haired roar stood tall, charging towards the blade light. Sister! Gu Changqing hurried over, only to see the golden-haired roar's phantom shrinking continuously before the blade light, about to be cleaved down. Hey! Injuring the Black Lord's mistress, come and take your life. The Black Egg, already filled with evil fire from being suppressed by the Qinglong, charged forward with the Dinghai Divine Needle. The Dinghai Divine Needle in his hand shone with golden brilliance, and immense power surged through his bloodline, gathering in the Black Egg's body. Take a Dinghai stick from the Black Lord. The Dinghai Divine Needle suddenly thickened and lengthened, surpassing the blade light. The Black Egg's spiritual power instantly diminished significantly. This strike was not only to break the encirclement but also to test the power of the Dinghai Divine Needle. Black Lord, hold back. Just as the golden stick approached the armored swordsman, Morong Qin shouted anxiously. Hearing this, the Black Egg instantly reduced its strength by more than half. Unexpectedly, the armored swordsman changed his downward slash to a horizontal cut, meeting the Dinghai Divine Needle with the blade light. Damn it! No martial ethics. The black egg cursed loudly, feeling a tremendous force collide, being swept away along with the stick. However, when the blade light met the Dinghai divine needle, a sharp, crisp sound rang out, and the blade light shattered. Yi Ruyan and the others also rushed over. Gu Changqing confirmed that Yi Ruyan was unharmed and was about to summon Xiao Jin. Morong Qin stepped forward to stop him again. Gu Changqing, she's wearing armor made of deep-sea stone iron. So what? I can still blow her up, Morong Qin urged. That armor was a gift from Grandpa when my aunt became the lord of Shanghai City. Gu Changqing was taken aback, pointing at the armored swordsman. Are you saying she is the Morong City Lord? Yes, she is the city lord, but it seems she has lost her self-awareness. Uncle Tai had a terrifying knife wound on his chest. The Morong family's guard team had lost half of their members again, and the remaining ones were all injured. How do we wake her up? The unconscious Morong City Lord was a bit too terrifying. The key was that he couldn't use lethal force, only dealing with it as it came. Morong Qin and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Gu Changqing was speechless. Bringing you all here was purely unnecessary. Xiao Bai's skill is specifically aimed at the mind. Let her give it a try. Yi Ruyan suggested from the side. Xiao Bai, being called out, hesitated and said, the success rate of the confusion charm is the lowest, but I'll give it a try. Second brother, please. The black egg rolled up his sleeves, thrusting the Dinghai stick into the ground, saying, fourth sister, just go ahead, I'll handle the rest. Die, just die. At this moment, the Morong City Lord began to go mad again. The domineering and tyrannical power surged uncontrollably from her body. One by one, the phantom beasts appeared behind her and then merged into her body. The power surged again. Yi Ruyan was horrified. Not good. The king-level title has awakened. The Morong City Lord has crossed that barrier and successfully advanced. Uncle Tai was in tears. The City Lord. She has finally taken that step. Shut up, Gu Changqing coldly reprimanded. Damn it, is this a good thing? Advancing from spirit level to king level means crossing a chasm and successfully reaching the other shore. Whether it is the beast pet or the beast master themselves, there will be a qualitative transformation. What was already difficult to deal with is now even more challenging. Swish! A piercing sound of something slicing through the air rang out, and one could see the pale fingers of Lord Morong lightly brushing against the blade, instantly sending out several white beams of light that seemed to have a mind of their own, slashing down towards Gu Changqing and his beast pet. Damn it! Gu Changqing's face darkened. Little Jean emerged from the beast space, unleashing a full-force blazing sun flame to counter the strike aimed at him. How dare you be so ungrateful? Little Jean, burn it. If others won't attack, then I will be the target, right? Black Egg, give it your all, don't hold back. Hearing Gu Changqing's desperate command, Black Egg let out an excited roar, and in the blink of an eye, the Dinghai stick grew more than 3 times its size. It lifted it with one hand and clashed head-on with the blade's light. Gu Changqing, you mustn't, Morong Qin said worriedly, but was stopped by Yi Ruyan. I admired Lord Morong. Many years ago, she was my idol. But now, there is no Lord Morong, only an enemy. The cooperation between the Morong family and Xiao Qing is based on his safety. Miss Morong, do you understand? Morong Qin wanted to explain, but Uncle Tai spoke up first. Miss Yi, we understand. Yi Ruyan nodded. That's good. The Lord of Morong, who had been promoted to a king-level beast master, was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, her consciousness had faded, and she was fighting purely on instinct. Moreover, she was only borrowing the power of her beast pet without letting it join the battle. Before long, the blade's light was completely dealt with, and Black Egg and Little Jean flanked her from both sides. Black Egg took the lead in the attack while Little Jean searched for weaknesses to strike from a distance. The two pets worked in perfect harmony, especially after obtaining the Dinghai stick. Black Egg's 100 battle stick underwent a rapid transformation. With speed against speed, the offensive of Lord Morong was momentarily halted, shifting from attack to defense. Soon, the 100 battle stick had struck 100 times, and Black Egg immediately shouted, Big sister, combo skill, let's take her down. Little Jean chirped lightly, the shadow of the golden crow solidifying on her body, as she unleashed a blazing sun flame towards Black Egg. Dinghai! Black Egg threw the Dinghai divine needle into the air, bathing in flames before leaping up to grasp it. Instantly, the entire monkey transformed into a towering giant stick. I'll send you another move. Dinghai stick. The golden Dinghai stick, combined with the fiery heaven-slaying stick, was a deadly blow from Black Egg. The two sticks miraculously fused into one, shining brilliantly with golden flames, reaching the heavens completely. Gu Changqing, what are you doing? Gu Changqing ignored her, calmly saying, I'm making her calm down. You, if you keep talking, be careful, I might just kill her. Hearing the murderous words, Morong Qin could only shut her mouth. Kill. Feeling the power of the fused stick, Lord Morong's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. The white blade in her hand radiated a brilliance that was no less than that of the fused stick. It was as if a fierce, unparalleled killing weapon had awakened. That's not her dagger, but her weapon pet. Yi Ruyan nodded. That's her main beast pet, the 10,000 spirits blade. At the king level, there is no distinction between main and secondary. Boom! Lord Morong, bathed in white blade light, suddenly unleashed a massive blade beam that shot straight up. It met the descending fused stick, and the two forces intertwined, creating a violent impact that swept through the underwater world like a hurricane. Not enough, little Jean, keep going. This was still a king-level beast master who had lost her rationality. If she were fighting with a clear mind, then, master, a great opportunity. At a critical moment, Little Bai seized the opening in Lord Morong's defense, wrapping her in a torrent of pink energy. The sharp blade intent surrounding her, after a moment of resistance, suddenly allowed the pink energy to envelop her. Charm! Xiao Bai's voice trembled, clearly trying to charm the king-level beast master, which was no small feat. The situation had entered a state of balance. Perhaps Xiao Bai had achieved something, as Lord Morong did not go mad. Until the sound of the blade's edge whistled, shattering the fusion strike made by the black egg in Xiao Jin, the blade's light also completely dissipated. It worked! Xiao Bai collapsed weakly on the ground, and Gu Changqing hurriedly recalled it into the beast space. Ka ka ka! The sound of armor clashing grew closer, and the golden-haired beast roared, standing side by side with the black egg in Xiao Jin. Gu Changqing's face turned ashen. Although Xiao Bai said it worked, it did not mean it had regained its sanity. That's enough, enough! Morong Qin suddenly rushed out, running to Lord Morong's side, arms wide open, saying to Gu Changqing, "Isn't that enough? Do you really want to kill her?" Gu Changqing gritted his teeth in anger, tilting his head to Uncle Tai and saying, "Has she always been this foolish? Can't she see the situation? If we fight again, can I eliminate her too?" Uncle Tai also looked conflicted but still said, "Still, show some mercy. It would be troublesome." Very good. A warm compliment came, and Lord Morong's armor and the Wanling blade were all retracted. Beneath the helmet was a face that was both gentle and resolute. Lord Morong was not stunningly beautiful, but she could quickly capture attention. Gu Changling and Su De Baron had an extraordinary child. "Oh, is that you, Yen Yen? You've grown so much, it feels like a century since we last met. My two most valued comrades, my captain, how are they?" After asking, her hand rested on Morong Qin's shoulder, saying, "Girl, have you forgotten my warning? A rampaging beast master is an enemy, just like a ferocious beast. Next time you encounter such a situation, learn from him, understand?" I know, I understand." Tears streamed down Morong Qin's face as she struggled not to turn back. "Silly girl, after such a long time, don't you want to hug me? Woo woo." Morong Qin could no longer hold back, turning to embrace Lord Morong, crying like a helpless child. "Ha!" With the pressure in his heart lifted, Gu Changqing squatted down on a stone, taking out food and water from his backpack to replenish himself. The two women, who shared a special bond, cried for a while before Morong Qin gradually stopped sobbing. Gu Changqing stood up, cupping his fists in salute to Morong Danya, saying, "Lord Morong, I've long admired your name." Although his parents worked under Morong Danya, Gu Changqing had never met her. "Seeing you reminds me of your parents. We met when you were very young. Are they well?" Gu Changqing nodded. "Very well. Every year on the anniversary, many citizens in the city go to pay their respects." Then, Morong Danya was taken aback, incredulously saying, "Are you saying both of them?" Yi Ruyan's expression darkened. "They sacrificed themselves to save me." Morong Danya found it hard to accept, remaining silent for a long time before letting out a heavy sigh. "They are heroes, truly deserving heroes. Without their early warning and awareness, the last beast-tide disaster would have been unimaginable. Lord, why were you in the statue?" Yi Ruyan and the others accidentally touched a towering statue when approaching a dilapidated building, inadvertently releasing Morong Danya from within. "Let's go, leave this place first, and we can talk slowly on the way back." The team that had come was now reduced to just a few people on the way back. The students from the Qinglong Academy had vanished without a trace. Perhaps the academy's teachers noticed something was wrong and took them out of the Forbidden Sea. Once out of the Forbidden Sea, the sky outside had brightened, and a hazy sun rose from the faint mist. A strong smell of the sea rushed towards them. As Gu Changqing was leaving, he placed his hand on the portal of the dungeon, and the abyss prompted that the Forbidden Sea portal would close in 8 hours. "Lord Morong, I have another task to do, so let's part ways here for now." "Alright, be careful outside the city. We'll wait for you to return." Yi Ruyan stepped forward, not saying a word. Her meaning was clear. Gu Changqing took her hand and said, "It's just a simple delivery task. There's no danger. You and the Lord should go back and wait for me. Be obedient." Remembering the two beast emperor-level question mark monsters in the paradise, Gu Changqing dared not take Yi-Ruyan to take risks. Lord Moron's eyes lit up as he wrapped an arm around Yi-Ruyan's shoulder, glancing back and forth between the two. Yen, you too. No way. Oh my. This isn't like you. Quick, tell me the details. Saying this, he eagerly pulled Yi-Ruyan away, waving goodbye to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing understood, then summoned Xiao Jin and flew towards the paradise dungeon. Yi-Ruyan realized it was a diversion, and just as she was about to chase after him, she was stopped by Morong Danya. Don't chase after him, he didn't bring you because he was worried. Hurry up and tell me, how did it happen? Yi-Ruyan blushed at Morong Danya's question, losing her previous domineering demeanor. She murmured, it's just, feelings developed over time. Feelings developed over time. Morong Danya's voice suddenly rose, attracting surprised glances from others. She quickly lowered her voice, Yen, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Although Gu Changqing is a bit handsome, has better talent, and greater potential, you should also pay attention to his health. After all, he's still growing. Saying this, she patted her shoulder in a mock-serious manner. It's not your fault, this kid takes after his dad. It's understandable that you can't help yourself. Sister Danya, we can't talk about this on the way back. What I meant was that after living together for a long time, it just... Morong Danya suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Then I have to scold you a bit. Since you both have feelings for each other, just go for it, why worry so much? With such a quality guy, if you don't secure him early, someone else will take him away. Yi-Ruyan sighed, I won't say anything more, you go ahead. Morong Danya, perhaps having been in the Forbidden Sea for too long, finally had someone to chat with, as if she wanted to make up for all the conversations she had missed over the years. Yi-Ruyan, feeling miserable, became the listener. After a long-awaited hug with Morong Danya, Morong Qin became very strange. She wanted to get closer but was held back by some distance. With a royal beast master among them, their speed of return increased. From afar, they saw the massive city walls stretching endlessly appear before them. Morong Danya stopped her chatter. Suddenly her pupils widened, and a mist of tears filled her eyes. Zhao Zhanxiong, dressed sharply and neatly, stood at the city gate, smiling warmly at the returning Morong Danya. The two stepped forward in unison, slowly approaching each other, and when they were only a few centimeters apart, Morong Danya suddenly raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Zhao Zhanxiong still wore a smile, touching his cheek. He said, now, I've made up for what I owed you back then. Then, under the gaze of several people, Morong Danya threw herself into Zhao Zhanxiong's arms. Yi-Ruyan stared blankly at this scene. Is this a way to win over a husband? I learned it, and I'll try it when Xiao Qing comes back. Achoo! At that moment, Gu Changqing, who was on the road, felt an inexplicable chill. The mysterious and dilapidated settlement appeared in his sight. Perhaps due to the altar being destroyed, the triangular hunters and soul reapers did not appear, and he easily entered the paradise dungeon. As soon as his figure appeared, he saw dozens of feet-high black waves rising from the lake. Dragon Spring Pearl? I smell the scent of the Dragon Spring Pearl. Damn! It came right as I entered. Gu Changqing shouted anxiously, Senior, I won't let you down. But hurry up, or the pearl will be lost. As his voice fell, countless peach blossoms flew up from the small mountain, and a woman in a pink dress walked across the flower bridge, each step a moment, quickly hovering above the lake. It was the familiar technique that forced the waves down. Peach girl, do not bully me too much. As a fierce beast, you protect humans, you are unworthy of being the beast emperor. The dragon in the lake was clearly restrained by something. Otherwise, as a fellow beast emperor, it should not be so easily suppressed by the woman in pink. You talk too much today, why should I let you interfere with my actions? After saying this, she reached out into the void, and Gu Changqing was instantly transported to her side. Dragon Spring Pearl, give it to me. Gu Changqing hesitated slightly and said, Senior, there's something I need to clarify first. Will using the Dragon Spring Pearl destroy it? No, I will only activate its purification ability to rid it of the evil god's pollution. That's good. Please return it to me after you use it, as I still need to send it back. After saying this, Gu Changqing took out the Dragon Spring Pearl and handed it to the woman in pink. After she received the Dragon Spring Pearl, one hand pressed on Gu Changqing's head, and instantly, a surge of powerful energy poured into his body from the top of his head. Congratulations on completing the hidden task, Saving the Peach Blossom Paradise. Task completion 100%, rewards being distributed. Peach Girl imparts Beast Emperor power to you, experience plus 100,000, additional experience plus 70,000. Peach Girl imparts Beast Emperor power to you, experience plus 100,000, additional experience plus 70,000. Experience points skyrocketed at an incredible speed, and a thick layer of black impurities was expelled from his skin. Experience points jumped up in segments, and soon, your level has increased by 1. Level 19, just like that, easily achieved. And the Beast Emperor power continued to flow in. Your level has increased by 1. Your title level has reached its limit. You can only gain experience after promotion. It was not until the abyssal prompt that the power in the palm of the woman in pink receded. Immediately after, she waved her delicate hand towards the lake, and a sacrificial altar covered in water plants and fish bones was uprooted and brought to the flower bridge. Peach girl, you have gone too far. That altar is the accumulation of my power over many years. I will fight you. The woman in pink ignored the Beast Emperor's outcry and coldly snorted. The foundation has been destroyed by others. It's too late to accumulate more, so it's better to do a good deed. Damn. The Beast Emperor's eloquence was vividly reflected in his last word. Come. The woman in pink beckoned to Gu Changqing, and he moved to the altar, where countless materials shimmering with spiritual light were thrown in. Many of them were unfamiliar to Gu Changqing. These materials don't seem to be what is needed for a mid-level title to advance to a high-level one. Gu Changqing was not a picky person. If you want to use them, go ahead, as long as it leads to promotion. Various materials circled the altar several times, and the essence of their power was drawn out and entered the altar. Boom! A loud sound came from within the altar, and the next second, a surge of dense black energy erupted. Gu Changqing was shocked and wanted to retreat, but he was firmly suppressed by the woman in pink. Don't move! The woman in pink spoke coldly, and when the black energy wrapped him like a rice dumpling, she threw out the dragon spring pearl, and clear spring water flowed from the pearl, pouring down from top to bottom onto the black energy. Ah! A scream came from Gu Changqing amidst the blackness. He felt as if the black energy was like blades and sulfuric acid, slicing through flesh and blood, corroding his body bit by bit. Endure! The woman in the pink shirt remained indifferent, watching Gu Changqing struggle on the altar, and said to the lake, "Give me a few drops of your blood." The Beast Emperor in the lake was furious. Peach girl, if it weren't for the abyss suppressing me and that bastard draining most of my power, do you think I would be afraid of you? Being a beast has its limits. Do you really think I can't break the seal? Yes, stop dawdling, hurry up. A giant eye in the lake, peering through the water's surface at the serious and sullen woman in the pink shirt, suddenly became interested. Peach girl, we are of the same origin. I'm curious, with the black energy and the dragon spring pearl, you also want my blood. Is it that your spirit branch also needs to be given to him? For what? Just bringing back the dragon spring pearl can cleanse the residual energy left by that bastard? No, you are not that kind of beast who repays kindness with madness. The woman in the pink shirt did not answer, only gazing at Gu Changqing, who was struggling under the transformation of the black energy through the spirit spring. Fine, who told me I'm your senior brother? I'll help with this. Hopefully, he won't turn around and destroy you. Several drops of the Beast Emperor's blood flew out of the lake, merging into the black energy and the spirit spring. Suddenly, the two conflicting energies quieted down. The Beast Emperor's blood, domineering and unmatched, began to absorb all the energy. Out! The woman in the pink shirt shouted, and from her chest, a pink peach branch broke through her flesh and flew out. Then, countless soft pink energies joined in. The originally domineering Beast Emperor's blood quieted down in an instant, beginning to merge under the guidance of the pink energy. Gu Changqing, enveloped in pain, suddenly became quiet. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring, feeling comfortable and content. His body was slowly transforming into something unknown. Come! The spirit branch broke free from her body, clearly injuring her, and the woman in the pink shirt clutched her chest, beckoning towards the small mountain. Soon, a mimic beast rushed over, stepping on a flower bridge. Although the time is short, it has absorbed most of its residual spiritual power. Go, as I taught you. Meow, the mimic beast responded and then dashed to the altar, biting open a gap in the cocoon formed by the four energies. Upon seeing Gu Changqing's hand, a pair of cat claws reached out. Buzz! As Gu Changqing enjoyed the pleasant moment, his brain suddenly roared. The next second, he was enveloped by boundless green. Amidst the endless vitality, a green seedling emerged, growing rapidly. Once it reached over 3 meters tall, transforming into a large tree, it suddenly became a graceful young man. The scene then changed. The graceful young man sat by a pool of water, accompanied by a running peach tree seedling, while a small black snake swam in the bay. This is the memory of the woman in the pink shirt? As Gu Changqing pondered, the image changed again. An endless oppressive darkness enveloped the paradise. The people and beasts living there were gradually eroded, turning into terrifying monsters. The graceful young man, filled with compassion, transformed into a towering giant tree, driving away the darkness with his own strength, protecting the paradise. The image began to blur, and the memory started to break off here. In that moment of fading, Gu Changqing seemed to see the graceful young man on the towering tree gazing at him, lips slightly parted. Future person, please. Though I am a beast, I have found an unprecedented feeling in a human. May there be a day of peace. The image vanished, and Gu Changqing suddenly opened his eyes, waking from the darkness. At this moment, he was no longer on the altar but in the small mountain paradise. For beast pets were idly posing, while the woman in the pink shirt stood under the peach tree, letting the petals fall upon her. Beside her, a tall figure in black tight-fitting clothes, whose appearance was indistinguishable, quietly accompanied her. Senior! Gu Changqing stood up, but suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, landing in a rather embarrassing manner. Gu Changqing was astonished. He had only exerted a little force with his feet. How did he end up jumping? You're awake. Your modified body needs some time to adjust. Modified? Gu Changqing was taken aback, then observed his hands and feet, which were still the same, showing no signs of alteration. What she means by modification is enhancing the body's strength. What an idiot, the man in tight clothes scoffed disdainfully. Gu Changqing nodded in confusion, then suddenly looked up at the man. This voice, so familiar. You are that black loach. Damn! The Beast Emperor roared in anger. Kid, dare to call me by my nickname, and I'll tear you apart. Put! The usually serious woman in a pink shirt couldn't help but laugh at Gu Changqing's address. Stop teasing him. Let him get used to his new strength first. Gu Changqing nodded, then opened the abyss prompt, and dozens of prompts appeared. With each one he read, his mouth widened a bit more, and after finishing them all, he couldn't help but question his life. Is this still me? Gu Changqing title, Senior Beast Tamer level, 20 experience, 0/5242880 skills, Beast Power, Fire Control level 5, Golden Crow Armor, level 0, 100 Styles Combat, level 0, Talent, Infinite Gold Attribute Body Pulse, Ordinary, Respect Grade, Golden Crow Armor. True Fire Sparrow can summon armor with a strength of 30% of the main attribute of the beast pet, with no duration. 100 Styles Combat, Destined Monkey evolved from the 100 Battle Staff. The Beast Tamer can stack layers with arbitrary attacks. After 100 styles, triggers a special effect, skill damage plus 200% promoted to Senior. The Beast Power skill gained 2 more. Xiao Bai and the Mimic Beast had not yet been promoted, so they couldn't be drawn from them for now. Besides the skills, the exclusive feature of a Senior Beast Tamer, Body Pulse, was also unlocked. Body Pulse, as the name suggests, refers to the physical strength of the Beast Tamer. It is also a layer of protection that the Abyss has placed on the Beast Tamer. As the rank increases, the Beast Tamer's body will not be able to withstand the power of the Beast Pets. The level of Body Pulse will also be an important indicator when breaking through to the King-level Beast Tamer. Simply put, Body Pulse is equivalent to the bloodline of the Beast Pets, which is crucial. Thank you, Senior. Gu Changqing bowed to the woman in pink and the Beast Emperor's shadow. I really don't know what she's going crazy about, but, thanks to the Dragon Spring Pearl, we managed to eliminate the last pollution. Only then did Gu Changqing notice that the peach trees on the small mountain were lush and thriving. The lake at the foot of the mountain was a deep blue, with fish leaping out of the water, taking the floating peach blossoms into their mouths. That indescribable feeling vanished completely, and with the fragrance of flowers and a gentle breeze, his mood lightened. Here, the woman in pink threw the Dragon Spring Pearl to Gu Changqing, which glimmered, having dimmed nearly half. All right, you can go now. The woman in pink began to usher him away. Gu Changqing bowed again and said, Thank you once more, seniors. I hope to see you again. The Beast Emperor's shadow grunted. Next time we meet, we will be enemies. Kid, I hope you can hold your own against us. Don't scare him. But indeed, next time we meet, we will be enemies. Gu Changqing didn't dare to say much more, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left the instance. The Mimic Beast looked back 3 times, seemingly reluctant to leave. Once outside the instance, Black Egg's expression turned unfriendly. Third brother, have you turned rebellious? Meow 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 meow. The Mimic Beast trembled as it called out, and Black Egg frowned. The Beast Emperor is the strongest ferocious beast so far, right? How could it die? The Mimic Beast was listless and did not respond. Gu Changqing climbed onto the back of the little golden beast, listening to the exchange between the two beasts, his brow slightly furrowed. He did not inquire further. The matter of the Beast Emperor, even if there was a problem, was not something he could assist with at the moment. The most important thing right now was to quickly return the Dragon Spring Pearl. If he missed the time for the Forbidden Sea to open, would the Azure Dragon come knocking at his door? It was exhausting dealing with these over-the-top monsters. One could not afford to be careless at all. On the way, Gu Changqing took out the Lotus Powder card, cut his finger, and let a drop of blood fall. He was promoted to a high-level Beast Master, gaining an additional beast space. The Beast Pet card flickered with white light, and the next moment, a puff of Lotus Powder floated out. Beast Pet, Lotus Powder, Grade, Ordinary, Level, 0, Attribute, None, Skill, Dazzle, Description, just a simple, ordinary puff of Lotus Powder. Such a peculiar Beast Pet, what a shocking skill. The next step was to test his luck. Gu Changqing clasped his hands tightly, took a couple of deep breaths, opened his talents, and selected to draw golden attributes. Drawing 10 times at once, how delightful! Infinite golden attribute trigger. Do you want to draw 10 golden attributes at once? Yes. Drawing golden attributes, please pay attention to receive. A myriad of golden lights swirled, and 10 beams flew out. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden attribute. Tien Danyan. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden attribute. All things indestructible. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden attribute. No forged soldier spirit. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden attribute. Take with shame. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden attribute. Invincible empty-handed against blades. The first 5 golden attributes appeared before him, but none were the ones he wanted. Among these 5, all things indestructible and no forged soldier spirit belonged to beast pet equipment. Take with shame and invincible empty-handed against blades were unhesitatingly assigned to the mimic beast by Gu Changqing. Golden attribute, nothingness, effect, when the beast pet is in battle, randomly draw an item from the enemy. Golden attribute, invincible empty-handed against blades, effect, when the beast master is in danger, automatically triggers the empty-handed against blades effect, with a success rate of 100%. Although these 2 golden attributes were not bloodline attributes, merely simple skill golden attributes, they had an invincible and shameless effect on the mimic beast. Especially when combined with the golden attribute Flower Smile at Me, the enemy's attack would be caught, then the battle would be dragged away, and then the home would be robbed. Gu Changqing was just thinking about it and couldn't wait to test the effects. No rush, no rush. The main attribute hadn't appeared yet. Let's see the next wave. At this moment, the remaining 5 golden attributes appeared one after another. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden attribute, Hanyuan Demon Pill. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden attribute, Primordial Battle Blood. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden attribute, Intelligence Diminishing Aura. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden attribute, Abyssal Inferno. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden attribute, Void. Seeing the Hanyuan Demon Pill, Gu Changqing's heart settled firmly. Now, the lotus powder could undergo a transformation. However, his attention was drawn to 2 golden attributes. Tien Danyan, Bloodline Level Golden Attribute, Description, the Supreme Divine Fire born from the moon, devouring and burning all things, even the God's Spirit. Ability, one of the most mysterious flames in the world, possessing extremely powerful special abilities, to be explored after use. Requirement, Fire-type beast pet. Abyssal Inferno, Bloodline Level Golden Attribute, Description, the Supreme Divine Fire born from the underworld, all spirits and phantoms cannot escape. Ability, one of the most mysterious flames in the world, possessing a strong ability to burn souls, to be explored after use. Requirement, Fire-type beast pet. If these 2 bloodline golden attributes were assigned to 2 beast pets, it would add 2 mythic-level combat powers. However, their introduction bore a striking resemblance to the first golden entry that Gu Changqing received, the Great Sun Golden Flame. Great Sun Golden Flame, Lunar Devouring Flame, Abyssal Dark Flame, Sun, Moon, Earth, and Sky. Could it be? Gu Changqing was uncertain. Since they were all bloodline level, he feared that blindly bestowing them could lead to unknown changes, or worse, that one bloodline might devour another. I'll wait until we return to the city and see when Little Gold evolves. In the distance, the light gate of the Forbidden Sea appeared before him. Gu Changqing jumped off Little Gold's back, touched the light gate, and directly chose to enter. In the next second, he found himself in a lush green pond. A massive dragon head lowered, locking eyes with him. Holy crap! Gu Changqing's heart raced, and only after recognizing it was the Azure Dragon did he breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, a cat teleported beneath the Azure Dragon's whiskers, its 2 paws merging to pinch the whisker in its grasp. The Azure Dragon's lantern-sized eyes met the cat's grain-sized ones, and the air froze at that moment. The mimic beast's throat rolled, its claws trembling incessantly. It didn't understand why, having been comfortably in the badge space, it suddenly found itself pinching a whisker of such a colossal creature. It timidly released its paws, meowed at the Azure Dragon, and turned to scamper away across the water. Golden entry triggered. You have obtained a Dragon Clan treasure. Gu Changqing hurriedly stored the mimic beast in his space. Fortunately, the equipment that came from the golden entry went directly into his backpack. Otherwise, it would have been awkward to be caught red-handed. The Azure Dragon's eyes glimmered, saying, "Your beast pet is not simple. I can't even muster a hint of killing intent towards it. That's because you are magnanimous and didn't hold it against it from the start. Otherwise, even 1,000 of them would just be a matter of you blowing a breath." Having stolen someone else's treasure, especially a relic, he felt a bit guilty. "Let's go. I summoned you here for an important matter." As he spoke, the Azure Dragon's body shimmered with green light, and in an instant, a stunningly handsome man appeared in the pond. He flicked his long hair, sending sparkling water droplets flying. Even men couldn't help but be captivated. The azure dragon leaped out of the pond, a flowing robe draping over his perfect curves. Holy crap, a beautiful man. Gu Chongqing quickly closed his eyes, fearing something undesirable might sprout. Is my human appearance acceptable? Gu Chongqing nodded. Yes, you're stunning, turning heads among countless beautiful girls and boys. Of course, I specifically searched through dozens of versions before finally choosing this one. Let's go! The azure dragon whipped up a whirlwind, carrying Gu Chongqing out of the forbidden area, revealing the full view of the Azure Dragon Academy. An endless ocean stretched out, with a vast island standing in the midst of it. Rows of teaching buildings, palaces, and towering city walls were shrouded in colorful mist. Cranes called, and spirit birds soared. One might think they had entered a legendary realm of immortals. The forbidden area where the Azure Dragon resided was located above the island, a special place formed by unique clouds and mist. Under the weight of the whirlwind, Gu Chongqing swiftly flew into the nearest palace. A heavy door swung open, and Gu Chongqing found himself rushing through it uncontrollably, immediately met by dozens of sharp gazes directed at him. As he landed and tried to fix his disheveled clothes and hair, a loud voice boomed. Who are you? Dare to intrude upon the high-level conference room of the Azure Dragon Academy. Buzz! A powerful pressure surged forth, and a heavy ice spear shot through the air with tremendous force. It was so fast that it was upon him in the blink of an eye. There was no time to summon his beast pet. Gu Chongqing pushed off with his left foot, dodging to the right. Unexpectedly, his light body brushed past the ice spear, leaving a small wound on his shoulder. A bone-chilling cold spread and froze at the wound, while Gu Chongqing summoned golden flames in his palm to dispel the cold. Every reaction and response felt so casual, as if it had evolved countless times into a habit. Is this the power of the body meridians? Before he could catch his breath, more ice spears came rushing in. Xiao Jin! The hexagram formation beneath his feet suddenly activated, and before Xiao Jin's figure could fully materialize, a green shadow appeared before him, forcibly pressing Xiao Jin back into the beast space. At the same time, with a wave of his sleeve, all the ice spears disintegrated into countless sparkling ice shards. Lord Qinglong! Everyone in the conference room stood up and bowed to Qinglong. You all can sit down, little ones, find a seat wherever you like. Qinglong walked to the main seat at the long conference table and sat down with a thud, saying, Let's start the meeting. Gu Chongqing looked at the big shots from Qinglong Academy and chose the most remote spot. Just as he sat down, a palpable glare of anger shot towards him again. Gu Chongqing looked up to see an elderly man in his 60s. Damn! Are the people from Qinglong Academy always this temperamental? As if he owed him a debt of hunger. Regarding the issues in the Forbidden Sea, I personally went to investigate, and indeed there are signs of unknown activities left behind. Moreover, almost all elite-level ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Sea have been eradicated. If I guess correctly, Qinglong Academy will soon face a life-and-death crisis. I hope you can raise the students' strength in the shortest time possible, before disaster strikes. Once Qinglong Academy falls, the entire sea area will lose control. What this means, I don't need to emphasize. Gu Chongqing listened quietly. What was called a meeting was entirely Qinglong's monologue. Whatever he said, the people in the meeting would remember. Additionally, after finishing the important matters, Qinglong pointed at Gu Chongqing, who was slacking off. This person has been granted the Qinglong order by me, and from now on, he shall not be obstructed from entering or leaving Qinglong Academy. At this moment, a group of high-ranking officials, who only nodded and took notes, looked at Gu Chongqing with surprise. The Qinglong order was a symbol of Qinglong. Not to mention Qinglong Academy, even among the entire human race, it held significant weight. The elderly man who was glaring at Gu Chongqing said lightly, My lord, he is not a student of Qinglong Academy, and from the recent battle, he is not a beast master of the water or wood elements either. Isn't the Qinglong order on him a waste? I believe you should select outstanding individuals from the academy and grant them the Qinglong order instead. Qinglong casually crossed his legs and said meaningfully, Old man, it's been so long since that incident, it's time to let it go. Look at me, I don't even remember that old matter, just adding to the troubles. As the head of Qinglong Academy, all resources are at my disposal. Is that a small matter? Clearly, it was a serious injury. I spent 10 years filling that big hole, and you, since then, have stayed in the forbidden area without coming out. Now that you're out, you bring another disaster. If you keep this up, I won't stand for it. Wow! Gu Chongqing was dumbfounded. This old man was really bold. He actually dared to confront one of the four holy beasts, Qinglong. Qinglong was left speechless by his words, his face darkening as he said, Old man, don't think just because I raised you, I won't dare to take you down. Unexpectedly, the old man stretched his neck forward. Who are you? I am the ancestor of the Qingmu family. If you want to kill me, go ahead. As long as I don't die, the Qinglong order must not be given to him. Gu Changqing's anger also flared up. Senior, have I offended you? Am I eating the Academy's food or drinking the Academy's water? As soon as the words were spoken, the Azure Dragon pressed his forehead and said, Kid, you may not have eaten, but your parents have. Azure Dragon Academy does not like the surname Gu. The old man seemed to have hit a nerve, slamming the table and standing up. Someone, throw him out of Azure Dragon Academy. Immediately, another large door of the conference room opened, and several spirit-level beast tamers walked in with indifferent expressions. Let's go. Do we need to force you out? Azure Dragon sighed, feeling helpless. Kid, I can't do anything about it. Strictly speaking, he is indeed not wrong. However, there is still one way, which is to pay off your parents' debts. Parents' debts? Gu Changqing was already bewildered, accidentally falling into the lair of the creditors. Thinking about the tight days his family had in the past, and his parents being heroes of Jinhai City, Gu Changqing looked at the materials and money on him and generously said, since it's my parents' debt, as their son, I should help pay it off. However, please show me the bill, otherwise, I won't acknowledge it. The old man was taken aback for a moment, then laughed in anger. Alright, it's only right for a son to repay his father's debts. Someone, bring me the bill. Estimating that it would be enough, Gu Changqing calmly glanced at a few spirit-level beast tamers, remaining unmoved. After a while, stacks of account books were brought to the conference table. Gu Changqing scoffed, is the account management of Azure Dragon Academy so sloppy? You still need to find it on the spot. The old man sneered, arrogant little brat, look closely. These account books are all debts incurred by your parents, every single entry is recorded. Gu Changqing felt unsteady under him, almost performing a stunt of falling off the chair. He took an account book, opened it, and was nearly knocked out by what he saw. The materials recorded inside were all substantial, starting from tens of thousands. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, luxurious equipment, spirit pets, and offspring, from small expenses to lord-level items, and even borrowed a piece of legendary equipment. And this was just the first book. The stack on the conference table had at least 30 books. The little money in Gu Changqing's pocket would lead to bankruptcy for a single entry. Wait! Gu Changqing suddenly raised his hand and shouted at the old man, may I ask, what are the names of the two people who owe the debts? The last entry in the account book has their names and fingerprints. Male, Gu Changling, female, Su Ruoxing. Ha ha ha. Gu Changqing laughed out loud. Gu Changling and Su Ruoxing. Ha. Sorry, my parents are not named that. You have the wrong people. The next second, Gu Changqing charged towards the conference room door with all his might, a surge of power coursing through his body, leaping nearly 100 meters in just a few steps. Before anyone could react, a clear cry from little Jean echoed, ringing through the sky above Azure Dragon Academy. Trying to run? The old man snorted heavily, then looked at Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon, at some point, had taken out his phone and was scrolling, occasionally chuckling. Announced to the whole school to capture the debtor Gu Changqing. If he escapes, everyone loses 50 points. Yes. Once the high-ranking officials of Azure Dragon Academy left the conference room, the anger on the old man's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of nostalgia. Unknowingly, their children have grown so big. Azure Dragon put away his phone and said, yeah, I still remember when we dropped out together from Azure Dragon Academy. He truly is someone I recognized early on. The old man frowned. I say, ancestor, we are at least sacred beasts. Can we not maintain a sacred beast's demeanor? What sacred beast demeanor? Aren't we just raising kids for that dead dog long ago? Fine, you say what you want. But this time, who is this anomaly aimed at? Remembering the recent changes around Azure Dragon Academy, the old man was filled with worry. The Azure Dragon retracted his reckless attitude. At first, I thought it was due to the weakening of the abyssal rules that the beasts trapped within went berserk. But during the expedition to the Forbidden Sea, I discovered something even more terrifying. While the abyssal rules are weakening, there is no trend of them being reinforced again. The old man suddenly shuddered at these words. What do you mean? Are the abyssal rules collapsing? The Azure Dragon cupped the back of his head with both hands. I don't know. A rule that has lasted for 1,000 years suddenly changes. Is the abyss going to withdraw its protection from humanity? Should we inform the few from the Qilin? The Azure Dragon waved his hand. I can sense it, and they can too. Old man, step it up. The abyssal rules are a protection, but they are also shackles. This is an apocalyptic crisis for humanity, but it is also a tremendous opportunity. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds echoed from outside the conference room. The violent impact caused the entire hall to shake. The Azure Dragon became interested, and a green light curtain appeared, revealing Gu Changqing escaping under the blockade of the Azure Dragon Academy's guards. Humanity has always been a miraculous race. Their descendants can always create miracles that surpass their predecessors. Perhaps this is the intention of the Abyss. Watching Gu Changqing skillfully evade dozens of spirit-level beast masters, the old man murmured, "Yes, this is why I still keep the ledger. Those two were too astonishing. Maybe I'm getting old. I still feel willing to be taken advantage of by them." The Azure Dragon scoffed. "Then why did you order the pursuit? Isn't it because the ancestors saw his physical issues that he brought him to the Azure Dragon Academy?" The Azure Dragon was unconcerned, seeing a once useless little brother. "The black dragon blood is indeed one of the best for forging body veins, but it's not that kind of inferior product." The old man laughed. "It seems the ancestor is going to learn from me back in the day, knowing it's a loss but still willing. You don't get it, he has my Azure Dragon order, which makes him my envoy outside. If I don't help him, should I help you? Damn! They really are relentless." Gu Changqing rode Little Gold soaring above the Azure Dragon Academy, with dozens of guards closely following behind. From time to time, waves of skills bombarded and whistled towards him. Fortunately, the sky was Little Gold's domain, and with the Black Egg's big stick in hand, there was no substantial threat. "No, I need to think of a way, otherwise, this will just be a waste of energy." At this moment, the sprawling palace complex had already flown past, and below were rows of tall buildings. Complaining about the taste of the Azure Dragon Academy, he signaled Little Gold to descend, then found an empty room and quietly slipped in through the window. "Aren't you bombing? If you have the ability, come bomb me." Watching the guards above search aimlessly, Gu Changqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. A pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He looked around and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Damn, I chose the wrong target. How did I end up in the girls' dormitory?" In the exquisite and elegant room, rows of girls' clothes were hanging out to dry, with sizes both large and small. Time to slip away. And to think of the Four Symbols Academy, they can't even guarantee the students single rooms. Good thing I didn't come. Gu Changqing pouted and approached the door, just as his hand touched the doorknob. Creak! Suddenly, the bathroom door opened, and a rush of steam poured out. A graceful figure appeared, hazy in the mist. The figure glanced towards the door, and their eyes met. As the mist gradually dissipated, a man and a woman stared at each other, frozen in place as if struck by a spell, until the breathtakingly beautiful scene became clear. Gu Changqing quickly turned his head away. "If I say I walked into the wrong room, would you believe me?" Gu Changqing. A sharp cry filled with murderous intent and anger was followed by a barrage of ice pillars. "Do you know me?" As Gu Changqing deftly dodged, he finally saw who it was. "No way! What a coincidence!" The towel wrapped around Lu Jin slipped slightly as she raised her hand, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. A blush crept up her cheeks, whether from anger or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. "Don't shout!" Gu Changqing lunged forward, moving so fast that he almost left an afterimage. Just as Lu Jin was unable to resist, a hand covered her mouth. "It's really a misunderstanding, believe me. I believe you, my foot. Come here." Lu Jin pried Gu Changqing's hand away with both hands, like a rampaging lion. The ice transformed into a bird, roaring as it lunged at Gu Changqing, and the entire room was instantly enveloped in icy blue. Gu Changqing used his fire control technique to easily dissolve the ice bird, a large amount of water vapor bursting out of the room, rolling upwards. "I really didn't come for you. Why don't you believe me?" Gu Changqing wanted to explain further, but the next second, Lu Jin charged out of the mist, her body surrounded by a purple glow. But Gu Changqing's mouth dropped open in shock. "What the hell? Where's the towel? What do you want to do?" Lu Jin also realized this, her forward momentum suddenly halting as she looked down, her fair body completely exposed. When she had pried Gu Changqing's hand away, the towel had slipped off. "Ah, pervert! Big lecher!" Finally, Lu Jin's reaction was like that of a normal person. But Gu Changqing was in trouble. Outside, the sound of whistling air filled the space, and judging by the numbers, it wasn't just the guards of the Qinglong Academy. Students had joined in as well. "Over there! Everyone follow me! Don't let him escape! Bastard! Scoundrel! Despicable guy, hiding in the girls' dormitory! What the hell? I think I saw Senior Jin. She is not properly dressed. Senior's face is so red, oh my god, could it be that the two of them? Gu, we will never let you off." Originally, many people had not participated in the leader's order to capture Gu Changqing for an extra 50 points. After all, once the guards took action, it was basically a done deal. But with the rumors swirling about Gu Changqing dating Lu Jin being disheveled and blushing, and the two seemingly having made a lifelong commitment, the entire Qinglong Academy was in an uproar. You have to know, she was the goddess of all the boys in Qinglong Academy. Their own people couldn't catch her, and an outsider got there first. Now, the situation had completely changed. At this moment, Gu Chongqing was sweating profusely. Behind him was a dense crowd of pursuers, at least 1,000 strong. Unlike before, when the guards were pursuing, there was still some leeway in using skills to block. After all, the order was to capture. But now, thousands of skills were being unleashed in a frenzy, with no regard for whether they hit or miss. Even with Xiao Jin, He Dan, and other beast pets resisting with all their might, there were simply too many of them to fend off. Master, I feel like I'm going to meet my end here. He Dan extended the sea-stabilizing needle, intercepting a dozen skills aimed at him, panting as he sat down, desperately popping pills into his mouth. Stop the chatter, Xiao Jin, can you hold on? I'm fine, Master, I've found a place. While circling around, I noticed that those people were trying to keep their distance. Gu Chongqing immediately said, let's go there. Okay. With a fierce howl, Xiao Jin unleashed blazing flames in the air, forming a wall of despairing fire that temporarily blocked the pursuers. It then dove towards a spot in the west, where a forest lay shrouded in gray mist, a chilling aura rising from within. Gu Chongqing didn't care whether it was dangerous below. He commanded Xiao Jin to charge down. Above the Qinglong Academy, after many students worked together to extinguish Xiao Jin's flames, someone pinpointed Gu Chongqing's location. Not good, that scoundrel is heading towards the mysterious dragon forest. Serves him right, daring to trespass into our academy's forbidden area. It's over, 50 credits are out of reach. Our goddess is going to be humiliated, this is the outcome. Meanwhile, Qinglong and the old man, watching the movements outside from the conference room, saw the screen cut off after entering the mysterious dragon forest. The old man said, they've gone in. Qinglong lazily replied, yeah, they've gone in. The same trajectory replicated, those two changed drastically after coming out of the mysterious dragon forest. I wonder what this kid will gain. Hopefully, he won't fall into depravity. Qinglong shot him a glance. Are you afraid of missing him again? The old man smiled. Isn't what the ancestor thinks the same as what I think? I don't have as many tricks as you. I'm curious about what those two left behind in the mysterious dragon forest. The old man reined in his smile, regarded as rare talents in 100 years. If they survive, they could become leading figures among the beast tamers today. The secrets of the world outside the city are almost transparent to them. That's why the Four Symbols Academy is willing to give them a green light. But after coming out of the mysterious dragon forest, they seem to have abandoned their past, though they remain just as shameless. Qinglong rarely expressed emotion. The four forbidden areas of the Four Symbols Academy existed long before the fierce beasts descended. What secrets are hidden inside? How many secrets? Even I can only glimpse a corner. It all depends on whether he is the one to unravel the secrets. Master, indeed as the big sister said, those dogs don't dare to come down. Entering the mysterious dragon forest, through the gray mist, they could vaguely see the pursuing team in the air. They seemed to be wary of something and did not approach. It's good they didn't chase us down, let's recover first, and after we go out, we leave directly. Originally here to return the Dragon Spring Pearl, they inexplicably found themselves burdened with an enormous debt that they could never repay in 10 lifetimes. Being pursued and then encountering Lu Jin just out of the bath. Well, under multiple buffs, Gu Chongqing finally witnessed the terrifying combat power of Qinglong Academy. If it were anyone else, their ashes would have long been scattered in the sea. After resting for nearly half an hour, with the special effect of the Qinglong order, Xiao Jin and Haydn recovered particularly quickly. Let's go. They're not approaching also indicates the uniqueness of this place. While in the air, Gu Chongqing had noted the area range here. He pointed to the east side, where there was a cliff. They should be able to get out. One person and 4 pets walked through the dense forest. Xiao Jin wanted to fly up, but there were restrictions here. The higher they went, the denser the mist became, making it impossible to see north, south, east, or west. Calculating the time, they should be reaching the cliff area. Just then, there was a sudden noise ahead, followed by voices of conversation. Upon hearing it, one person and 4 pets couldn't help but shiver. Master, indeed as the big sister said, those dogs don't dare to come down. That voice was Haydn's. It's good they didn't chase us down, let's recover first, and after we go out, we leave directly. The response that followed was his. Master, this is. Listening to the familiar conversation, Haydn couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Gu Chongqing frowned, calling Xiao Bai to the front. After releasing the enchanting eye skill, after a while, the swirling pink energy gradually disappeared. Master, this isn't an illusion type skill. This place should be set with a special formation. Or, what we are seeing is the special ability of certain fierce beasts. Even Xiao Bai couldn't figure it out. It seemed that there was a reason why the students of Qinglong Academy didn't dare to pursue here. No rush, let's see what's going on over there. Through the mist, Gu Chongqing saw the source of the sound. The scene at that moment completely replicated the moment he first entered here. The person and the 4 pets, whether in communication or in their actions, were identical. making it hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. There's the smell of a dragon. Just then, the new contract, which had yet to be summoned, spoke up in the Beastmaster space. The smell of a dragon? Gu Chongqing was taken aback. The dragon mentioned by this one was certainly not some stinky fish or rotten shrimp trying to flaunt the remnants of the dragon clan. It couldn't be possible. If the Qinglong Academy really had other remnants of the dragon clan, it would have long surpassed the Qilin Academy. Can you determine the location? Gu Chongqing summoned the lotus powder, which gathered into a small head, floating in front of him, then transformed into a hand, pointing towards the strange woods ahead, saying, "Right there, but there's no physical form." In that case, Xiao Jin, get ready to act. The lotus powder blocked Gu Chongqing, beckoning him with a hand. "Where's my thing? You have a scent I'm very familiar with on you." Such a pet was truly unlovable, with no secrets at all. However, Gu Chongqing was also very curious about what the lotus powder would become after being granted the golden entry. He took out the golden entry for the Hunyuan demon pill from his backpack space. "Would you like to grant the golden entry, Hunyuan demon pill, to the ordinary level pet lotus powder?" "Yes." Golden entry granted successfully. "Congratulations, your pet lotus powder has been promoted to Demon Lotus." Demon Lotus? Could it be that he guessed wrong? After the golden entry was granted, the lotus powder formed into a ball. A strange red energy began to ripple outward. Guided by this energy, the lotus powder started to rapidly condense into a physical form. Slowly, flesh and blood began to grow, and after nearly 10 minutes, a burst of blood fire suddenly exploded within, revealing a little guy who looked exactly like the child seen on the altar, holding a lotus neck in its mouth, striding out with an air of indifference, a disdainful look in its eyes. "Let's go, catch the dragon with me." With the lotus neck in hand, blood fire surged forth. Gu Chongqing opened its information and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness! Pet, Demon Lotus, Grade, Bronze, Level, 0, Bloodline, Hunyuan Demon Pill, Golden Entry, a spirit pearl nurtured by the heavens and earth, possessing the power to split the sky and shake the earth." Attributes: Strength plus 180, Constitution plus 200, Agility plus 220, Spirit plus 0, Skills: Extreme Regeneration, Demon Lotus Fiery Karma, Dragon Slaying 3 Styles, Hunyuan Absorption, Missing 3 heads and 6 arms. Equipment: Description: Inherits the demonic power of the Hunyuan Spirit Pearl, possessing incredible abilities. To the Dragon Clan, it is an omen of disaster. Evolution: Special Type Pet, evolves every 20 levels of Bloodline. Evolution Route: Lotus Powder, Demon Lotus, Yin Yang Hunyuan Lotus, 3 Altars, See Meeting Great God. This is one of the legendary 3 rebellious ones. Looking at the 0-point spirit attribute, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but sigh. Only in this way could he continuously observe whether that one was nearby. However, its starting point was far beyond that of the black egg, especially the skills, which were significantly stronger. Extreme Regeneration, Bloodline Skill: As long as the bloodline is intact, I will not perish. Demon Lotus Fiery Karma, Bloodline Skill: Entangled by karmic fire, the soul forever falls. Dragon Slaying 3 Styles, Bloodline Skill: There are 3 ways to slay a dragon: pull, peel, and set the pot. Hunyuan Absorption, Bloodline Skill: Countless energies, all are welcome. 3 heads and 6 arms, Bloodline Skill: I transform into 3, smashing everything. The 5 Bloodline skills did not have detailed descriptions. This evil god summoned from another space had a mysterious soul that even the abyss could not clearly probe. The beast pet that Gu Chongqing forcibly pulled up using the golden entry, is fundamentally different. Young Master? Hey Dan raised an eyebrow at this title and snorted, "According to the ranking, you are the 5th. No matter your background, since you have become the Master's beast pet, you must rank according to seniority, understand?" Manhwa thrust her lotus neck to the ground, coldly saying, "What are you? How dare you teach the young master how to do things? Hey, we have someone even more arrogant than Hei-Yi. Kid, do you want to take a couple of moves? Bring it on, whoever backs down is a grandson." "Alright, then let's battle." Hey Dan and Manhwa, at odds with each other, each wielding their respective weapons, crashed together like 2 shooting stars. Xiao Bai and the mimic beast quickly hid behind Gu Chongqing to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Xiao Jin, on the other hand, watched with delight, drawing a fire circle to protect Gu Chongqing within. The 2 pets exchanged blows, their brute strength toppling giant trees to the ground. Manhwa, with her special evolution path, handled the 100 battle staff under Hey Dan's influence with ease. Meanwhile, the demonic lotus fire unfolded like a blooming lotus, causing Hey Dan to jump around. "Damn it, little thing. Are you forcing your Hei-Yi to go all out?" Manhwa refused to back down. "All out? Are you out of tricks?" She held nothing back in her hands and was equally defiant with her words. Gu Chongqing watched the clash between the 2 rebellious pets, feeling his status as the master threatened. You two, stop it. However, the battle continued, even escalating. Gu Chongqing, feeling exhausted, waved his hand. Xiao Jin, unleash it. Okay. Xiao Jin flew above the battlefield, the shadow of the golden crow suddenly appearing, a massive aura of destruction pressing down heavily on the two beasts. Seeing the fireball in front of him growing larger, with a divine bird soaring within, He Dan immediately threw down the 100 battle staff, half kneeling on the ground, his black face filled with loyalty. My most beloved and admired big sister, please accept my divine power. Manhwa also felt Xiao Jin's extraordinary bloodline suppression and, despite her pride, lowered her head. Fifth is fifth, but you guys in front better be prepared. The young master will challenge you at any time to reclaim the ranking. Gu Chongqing felt even more exhausted upon hearing this. This was no beast pet, it was clearly a living father. No wonder they were the rebellious pets of the three altars of the sea, where the tower lives or dies with you. This persistence and determination are rare throughout history. Xiaohua, didn't you sense the location of the fierce beast? Hurry up! Seeing Lianhua still glaring at He Dan in defiance, Gu Chongqing had no choice but to let her take the lead. Lianhua glanced at the forest where the anomaly occurred, and suddenly, a monstrous wave of demonic blood flames surged. You slippery little eel that won't rest even in death, let me crush you to ashes once more. Boom, boom, boom. Lianhua unleashed her ultimate move. One after another, blood-colored fire lotuses the size of grinding discs sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain, completely covering the area where Gu Chongqing had rested after entering the mysterious dragon forest. Perhaps feeling it was still not secure enough, Lianhua was ruthless. She severed one arm and two legs, then threw them into the pool of demonic fire lotuses. Once new limbs grew, she would sever them again and throw them in. This cycle repeated several times before she finally stopped. Gu Chongqing watched in shock, his eyes wide and his skin crawling, feeling a chill run down his back. What the hell? What kind of attack method is this? I know you are ruthless enough to remove bones from your father and flesh from your mother, but there's no need to turn it into an attack move, right? Isn't this a bit too brutal? The demonic fire lotus, after absorbing the severed limbs, surged like gasoline poured on a fire, flames leaping wildly. But her demonic fire did not burn the vegetation or stones. Despite the flames soaring into the sky, there was no substantial damage. Haydn snorted coldly and said, "Is that it? Burning air? Little spicy chicken. You don't understand anything, black-haired monkey. My flames burn causality. Do you know what causality is? Or should I have him buy you a few more books to fill that water-filled brain of yours?" Seeing the two rebellious kids about to start a fight, Gu Chongqing hurriedly shouted, "We're in a battle. Focus your attention." After saying that, he quietly asked Xiao Jin, "Magic fire burns causality?" Ignore his nonsense. Magic fire has the remarkable ability to automatically seek out and erode soul bodies. It has great destructive power against illusions, phantoms, and special spaces. But if one lacks the bloodthirst and killing intent, it's just for warming people up. Gu Chongqing nodded, understanding now. Each person and their 5 pets waited for the magic fire lotus to burn. Suddenly, in the steaming void, a twisted mark slithered across. Haydn and the magic lotus flower's pupils brightened, and they shouted in unison, "Got you!" Haydn threw out the sea calming needle, directly using its built-in sea calming strike skill. The magic lotus flower, with a circle of magic fire beneath its feet, flew above the mark and clawed at it. Boom! The forest trembled, and the sea calming needle fell from the sky, heavily pinning the mark below. The pinned mark struggled to twist and resist, but the sea calming needle remained unmoved, unable to stir any waves. "Human, you have trespassed into the mist dragon forest and attempted to harm the dragon race. Can you bear the immense karmic retribution?" Under the sea calming needle, the mark began to take shape. A dragon-like creature, 5 meters long and covered in faint scales, raised its head and roared at Gu Chongqing. Shanghai Dragon Beast, Fierce Demon Level Beast Level, 65 Attribute, None Bloodline, Shanghai Li Dragon Skills, Causality Mirage, Future Prediction Description, Guardian Spirit Beast of the Mist Dragon Forest. Although it has no combat power, its special abilities are sought after by countless races. This is the Mist Dragon Forest, and this Shanghai Dragon Beast's skills are a bit of a bug. If it weren't for encountering a Dragon Slayer VIP, perfectly countering it, it would be extremely difficult to walk out of this forest. As for the second skill, Future Prediction, Gu Chongqing scoffed. If it could truly predict the future, it wouldn't have been caught by Haydn and the magic lotus flower. Listening to the Shanghai Dragon Beast chatter, the magic lotus flower's hands ignited with magic fire, ready to skin and pull tendons. "Wait, Xiao Jin, keep an eye on it for me." Distracted, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but sigh. What sins had the dragon race committed? Xiao Jin flapped its wings and flew to the top of the magic lotus flower's head, and only then did the latter reluctantly jump down from the dragon beast's fatally ethereal back. With the sea calming needle holding it down, Gu Changqing wasn't afraid of it causing trouble. He walked up to its head and said, "Miss Dragon Forest, so there are many dragons deep in the forest." "Of course, there are at least 1,000. If you know what's good for you, let me go and leave obediently. Otherwise, if you provoke the dragon's wrath, no one can save you." "Is that so?" Gu Changqing used his fire control technique, trying to summon the magic fire of the magic lotus, but that fire was very strange. Even a level 5 fire control technique couldn't manipulate it. "You know its methods, so stop boasting. If there were really dragons, they would have come out long ago." The Shinhai dragon beast's eyes rolled, cautiously glancing at the magic lotus flower, and said, "As long as you don't kill me, I can take you to a place. I can see that your body pulse has just been forged and is still unstable. There, you will find what you need most." The body pulse is a new ability unlocked after advancing to a high-level beast master, and the knowledge taught in school is just a simple description. Gu Changqing was still quite unfamiliar with it. "Alright, don't play tricks. Xiaohua, write it. If anything goes wrong, skin and pull tendons." "Got it, stop ordering me around." The magic lotus flower climbed onto the dragon's back, and the Shinhai dragon beast sighed heavily. Cunning humans are not easily fooled. Immediately, it began to lead the way ahead. Wherever they passed, the trees all disappeared, transforming into a mist-covered stone staircase path. Gu Changqing became even more certain of his guess. Perhaps his skill range covered the entire misty dragon forest. After walking for nearly an hour, suddenly, the Shinhai dragon beast stopped in front of a cliff. Below was a surging sea of clouds, with rays of light shining through and birds calling. The Shinhai dragon beast took a deep breath and then exhaled. A powerful airflow swept away the mist, revealing a series of heavenly ladders. Those ladders were not made of ordinary materials but were formed from a thick white liquid. Gu Changqing focused his gaze and saw that within the white liquid, there were even miniature dragon shadows winding through it. "This is it." The Shinhai dragon beast breathed towards Gu Changqing and said, "This place is the dragon clan's treasure, the heavenly ladder. As long as you ascend to the cloud palace above the ladder, it will not only stabilize your body's meridians completely but also allow you to see the future." Gu Changqing scoffed, "Am I a fool? You want to kill me? Unfortunately, even if I die, it can still take you with it before dissipating." At this moment, the Shinhai dragon beast was in turmoil, the demon lotus flower hanging over its head like a divine sword, threatening its life at any moment. Seeing that Gu Changqing did not believe it, it said, "Do I have any need to deceive you? If it weren't for the curse, how could such good fortune fall to you?" The Shinhai dragon beast did not seem to be lying, and besides, little Jean was there to protect. "Then I will trust you this once." Gu Changqing strolled to the heavenly ladder, with the vast sea of clouds below and the same swirling mist above the ladder. He took a deep breath and stepped up with his right foot. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed in his ears. Immediately, a surge of overwhelming power entered his body from his feet, like a domineering dragon rampaging within. The sound of cracking echoed from within his body, and Gu Changqing felt as if something inside him had broken through, refreshing and invigorating. "Congratulations, you have broken through the first barrier of your meridians." The abyss prompt followed closely. It really was possible. The Shinhai dragon beast did not lie. Gu Changqing focused his mind, taking one step at a time towards the cloud palace. "Congratulations, you have broken through the second barrier of your meridians." "Congratulations, you have broken through the third barrier of your meridians." "Congratulations." Gu Changqing climbed the heavenly ladder step by step. With each step he took, the white liquid in the steps transformed into surging energy, along with the dragon shadow, darting around in Gu Changqing's body. The sound of barriers shattering echoed as if something within him was being shattered by the overwhelming energy. Little Jean accompanied Gu Changqing, its bright eyes revealing a frenzied admiration. With each barrier that broke, wisps of breath resembling dragon shadows rose from beneath his feet. "Ha!" Gu Changqing exhaled, his breath rumbling like thunder. At this moment, he felt as if 10,000 dragons were in his heart, and a single punch could crush a beast king. Every limb and cell in his body was eager to move. This is ascending to divinity? On the back of the Shinhai dragon beast, the demon lotus flower stood tall against the wind, blowing its hair wildly. It gazed at Gu Changqing, who was approaching the cloud palace step by step, murmuring to itself, as if asking the little loach beneath its feet. "It is indeed ascending to divinity, but it is not the legendary god, it is the meridians becoming divine." The little brat on its back exerted too much pressure, so much that it couldn't even think of resisting. "Meridians becoming divine?" Yes, the power of a beast master comes from their beast companion, but that is ultimately relying on external forces to strengthen oneself. Once the beast companion encounters misfortune and dies, the damage will be irreversible. Therefore, the ancestors of humanity devised a special method to solidify the physical body, hoping to reach the strength of the beast companion, and that is the meridians. But not everyone can condense the body veins. Even if one forces the condensation, it requires immense external power to break through the barriers of the body veins. Only then can one achieve complete body veins and use them freely. Oh, so it's the so-called unity of spirit and flesh. The demon lotus flower said lightly, nothing remarkable about it. The sea dragon beast was left bewildered. Unity of spirit and flesh? What kind of term is that? I've never heard of it. The heavenly ladder is that external force. Speaking of which, how could your dragon clan, like mudloaches, have patented human things? This was infuriating. The dragon clan is one of the few major groups standing at the pinnacle of the beast master world. Although they have declined, any beast pet or fierce beast with a hint of dragon blood is a dominant ruler in their territory. Yet, in its mouth, they became mudloaches. How could one endure this? Well, this was created by Lord Azure Dragon after spending years condensing countless heavenly materials and earth treasures, as well as imprinting the dragon soul. You also know that Lord Azure Dragon has a preference for humans. The demon lotus flower's dark, thick eye circles suddenly opened wide. Azure Dragon? Is it outside the forest? The sea dragon beast immediately shook its head. I don't know, maybe it's wandering around. I see, what a pity. What a pity, you say? This freakish beast pet doesn't make any sense either? The hints from the abyss kept ringing. Gu Changqing felt an inexhaustible power in his body. The last 10 steps were almost a run. As he stepped onto the cloud palace, a violent tearing pain swept through his entire body. Gu Changqing's flesh and blood vessels bulged, the veins stretched to their limits, and with a crack, they broke apart. 81 dragon soul shadows rushed out of his body, clawing and biting at his flesh. Little Gold was horrified. The blazing sun flames spewed forth, wanting to burn the biting dragon soul shadows, but its flames passed through without causing any harm. Take him to the spiritual spring of the Cloud Palace. At that moment, the voice of the Azure Dragon rang in Little Gold's ears. Little Gold did not hesitate, carrying Gu Changqing through the vast sea of clouds. The scorching flames dispersed the view, and soon, a spring bubbling with mist appeared. Little Gold rushed past and threw Gu Changqing into the spring, but his flesh had already been nearly torn apart by the dragon soul shadows, leaving only a bloodied skeleton. As he fell into the spiritual spring, about 10 seconds later, a thin peach branch broke out from his heart. In an instant, the peach branch, like a seed, radiated a pink energy that obscured the sky and sun, centered around the heart. The energy danced, transforming into peach blossoms, and faintly, a blurred image of a woman in a pink shirt appeared. She pointed at Gu Changqing in the spiritual spring and coldly said, "Gather." At the same time, Gu Changqing's heart beat again, and a drop of black blood like ink flew out. As the black blood emerged, it circled the spiritual spring, constantly attacking Gu Changqing's dragon soul shadows, which instantly lay down by the spring's edge, quieting down. Then, pink petals swirled into a 100-foot tornado, along with the dragon soul shadows and black blood, pouring into Gu Changqing's already skeletal body. Thump! Thump! The sound of heartbeats was like the drums of a wild battle. With each beat, a powerful gust of wind surged, causing the thick clouds to dissipate and disappear. The spiritual spring accelerated its disappearance, and on the skeleton, crystalline flesh was reshaped. Congratulations on breaking through the 81 barriers of the body veins reshaped and activated. Congratulations on advancing to the yellow realm of body veins, Beast Master skill damage plus 50%. Congratulations on advancing to the Xian realm of body veins, pet energy absorption plus 100%. Congratulations on forging the extreme realm of body veins, activating unique skill, Heart of the Extreme Realm. A series of prompts surged in as Gu Changqing regained consciousness. Gu Changqing couldn't go check, as before him, at the bottom of the exhausted spiritual spring, 2 figures appeared amidst the swirling mist. Gu Changqing's throat moved, 2 unfamiliar names were on the tip of his tongue, but it was difficult to utter them. Dad, Mom. In the choked call, the 2 figures slowly turned around, their handsome faces gradually becoming clear, wearing expressions of comfort. One day, he will come, bringing our unfinished tasks, stepping into this place. Take whatever you want, as long as it fulfills our promise to us. Gu Changqing's hopes were dashed, his face filled with frustration. They were looking at Gu Changqing, yet an unknown amount of time separated them. What remained here was merely a shadow of the past. Child. Suddenly, the woman's shadow softly called out. If your parents suddenly become ordinary, I hope you won't feel ashamed of them. Because they truly want to be your heroes. Tears streamed down. Gu Changqing took a few deep breaths, casting aside the weight pressing on his chest. He smiled, extending his hands to touch the shadow's arms. You will always be my pride, my heroes. It was as if time had a special connection. The handsome duo clearly paused for a moment, then gradually faded away amidst their radiant smiles. Gu Changqing wiped away his tears, leaping up from the spring's bottom, gazing at the blurred outlines shrouded in mist, and softly said, "Can the future really be foreseen?" With a hint of unrealistic hope, Gu Changqing stepped forward, walking deeper into the Cloud Palace. "Ancestor, how does it feel to hand over all the family assets?" In the conference room, watching the light screen restore the image, Gu Changqing was slowly approaching the hidden Cloud Palace in the sea of clouds, and Chang Muchuan could no longer suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth, his tone carrying a teasing undertone. The teased Qinglong rubbed his reddened forehead and said lightly, "What does it matter? It's not like someone is jumping around like a monkey. Also, prepare a set of clothes for the students of Qinglong Academy's inner court. Damn it, this whole family has taken so much from us. Isn't it reasonable to give us a set of shackles? Ha ha ha." Seeing Qinglong's rising anger, Cheng Muchuan laughed heartily. This ancestor was famously fond of treasures in the Beast Master world. This time, the expenditure was so great that it nearly drained their assets. It would be strange if he didn't explode. "It's already prepared. Gu Changling's outfit has been ready all along. I'm just afraid that if the other academies find out, they will hold us accountable." Qinglong lay back nonchalantly. "If there's a debt, there's a debtor. We want people, not his property. If they want to collect debts, they should go to the rightful owner. If they cause trouble, I'll personally visit the other 3 academies to meet old friends. It's been a while since I've had local specialties." "That would be great. Bring back more of the syrup fruit from Juke Academy. I'm craving it." "Old man, can't you just say to run an errand for me?" "Ancestor, I don't have your strength." After a moment of silence, the two focused their attention on the light screen. Watching the mist gradually unveil the mysterious veil, revealing the palaces formed by clouds, the elder couldn't help but ask, "Is there really something in the Cloud Palace that can foresee the future?" Xinglong shook his head. "I don't know. The Shinhai dragon beast said there is, so there must be. After all, only its clan was born alongside that legendary item. I'm now a bit hesitant about whether it's good or bad to let him know certain fragments of the future too early." While the two were pondering the foresight of the future, Gu Changqing had already followed the cloud bridge to the center of the palace group. Beams of sunlight streamed down through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the large area of open space with a golden brilliance. Gu Changqing stopped, no longer moving forward. "The Cloud Palace is like a fairyland, but only this place is the one illuminated by light." "Little Jean," Gu Changqing called out, and little Jean understood, spewing out blazing flames towards the spot where the sunlight shone. But in the next moment, the clouds evaporated under the flames, and a beam of equally intense blazing fire rebounded back. "Control!" Gu Changqing cast the fire control technique, and every cell in his body overflowed with fiery lines, wrapping around the rebounding blazing flames and drawing them into his body. Gu Changqing could clearly sense that after the blazing flames were absorbed into each cell, it was as if a seed had been planted, with the firepower evenly distributed, embodying the essence of endless vitality. He was quite surprised. Is this the effect of the body meridians? Normally, the use of the fire control technique was entirely based on the level to summon little Jin's power. Even when entering the body, it would circulate through the limbs and bones before being fully released. Now, the seed of firepower would remain, and as it slowly accumulated, even without borrowing, it could still unleash the skills of the beast companion. However, although the body meridians were strong, the power of the fire control technique would still fluctuate with little Jin's rank. Beast tamers still relied primarily on their beasts. "Master, you can now manipulate my flames at will." Little Jin was also happy for Gu Changqing's improvement. Gu Changqing patted its head and said, "From now on, you don't have to worry about me deliberately. But, only when little Jin is strong, can I truly be strong." Fully affirmed by its master, little Jean excitedly flew around twice and then said, "Master, there's something over there." Gu Changqing also saw it. When the blazing flames rebounded, the spot where the sunlight shone brightened for a moment. It was a mirror. The mirror's surface rippled like water, and its body was made of clouds and mist, ancient and mysterious. Causality mirror, unknown item ability, unknown description. It is rumored that by ascending the heavenly ladder, one can see the Cloud Palace. Within the Cloud Palace, there is a divine mirror that can observe the past and see the future. The description of this mirror was extremely vague. Gu Changqing first placed his hand on the mirror's surface, but nothing happened. He then flicked a drop of blood, still with no result. Just as he was at a loss, a palm-sized brass key flew out from his backpack space and then sank into the mirror's surface, quickly being absorbed. What was that? Gu Changqing did not remember obtaining such an item. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. When he first arrived at the Qinglong Academy, the mimic beast had boldly caught the whiskers of the Qinglong, and in a mix of shyness and theft, it had stolen a Dragon Clan relic. Could it be this key? Before Gu Changqing could think further, after the mirror absorbed the key, ripples spread out in circles, and then the light of the Cloud Palace suddenly dimmed. Strange beams of light enveloped the surrounding area within 10 meters. Then, snowflake patterns floated on the mirror's surface, and an image appeared inside. Gu Changqing focused his gaze and immediately changed expression. In the image, 4 holy beasts gathered at Qinglong Academy, and there were also many powerful beast tamers of the human race behind them, surrounded by a dense army of humans. Facing them was a mysterious being cloaked like a pillar supporting the heavens. One hand pressed down, as if the sky were collapsing. Despite the human race's full resistance, they were still powerless in the face of absolute strength. Qinglong Academy and the elite human forces led by the 4 holy beasts disappeared along with the island into the vast sea. The image lingered for several seconds before changing again. This time, it was 4 sequential images: vast oceans, mountains, deserts, and polar regions. For extreme environmental scenes, with fierce beasts emerging like bamboo shoots after rain, billions of troops fiercely attacking towering walls that spread like dragons. Then, the image disappeared again, replaced by another. It was 2 people, vaguely discernible as a man and a woman. They sat cross-legged in 4 ever-changing places, allowing something within their bodies to be forcibly pulled out and dragged away. Crack! Before Gu Changqing could fully see, the mirror suddenly emitted a shattering sound, breaking into several pieces right before his eyes, completely destroyed. With the disappearance of the causal mirror, the beams of light that had confined this realm also dissipated into thin air. At the same time, the Azure Dragon appeared in an instant, looking at the causal mirror, and said, "What you saw, keep it in your heart, do not mention it to anyone." Gu Changqing looked up at the serious Azure Dragon and said, "Lord Azure Dragon, I have only one question. My parents have been here, right?" The Azure Dragon remained silent. Gu Changqing nodded, "I understand, I will remember your words. Suddenly, I miss home. Go ahead, we will meet again. But before you leave, handle what needs to be done first." Gu Changqing was taken aback, wanting to turn and run, but was grabbed by the collar by the Azure Dragon and brought back to the conference room. Looking at the old man's cactus-like smile, Gu Changqing sighed heavily. He couldn't escape this debt. Outside the city, in the sky, a divine bird surrounded by golden flames emitted unmatched power as it flew rapidly towards Shanghai City. On the back of the divine bird, a young man squatted, resting his chin on his right hand, deep in thought. Beside him, a black monkey and a child entangled with demonic fire were waiting to fight at any moment. A little fox and a kitten were at the young man's feet, yawning in boredom. "I still can't believe it, such a huge amount, just like that it was written off?" Gu Changqing still couldn't understand. That was a staggering sum starting from 10 digits. There were also some things that money simply couldn't buy. There must be something fishy about this. His thoughts returned to a few hours ago when the Azure Dragon had grabbed him from the Cloud Palace and brought him to the conference room. Facing the strangely smiling old man, before Gu Changqing could even begin to speak, Aoki Chuan smiled and shook his hand, sincerely saying, "A young man with such outstanding talent, being a captain in Shanghai City is too much of a waste. How about this? Wear our inner courtyard's clothes, and I'll give you 2 months, how about that?" Whether to enter the academy was no longer Gu Changqing's primary concern. He opened his mouth, but before he could make a small request, Aoki Chuan was already laughing and patting his shoulder. "Lord Azure Dragon, you look just like a student from my Dragon Academy. Sigh, the evil fruits sown by the previous generation should dissipate with their passing. Changqing, there's no need to feel pressured. That debt will be written off once you officially enter the inner courtyard." Then, Aoki Chuan placed a set of inner courtyard clothing in his hands. "Go ahead, see you in 2 months." Gu Changqing had not yet recovered from the sudden surprise when he was sent out of the island by the Azure Dragon, back to the beach on the Forbidden Sea. He pondered this matter all the way, and the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Something unusual must be afoot. Who goes there? This is a restricted area of the city wall. Come down. Suddenly, a muffled shout came from below, pulling Gu Changqing back to reality. He looked down and saw that he was already close to the city gate. 2 patrol teams at the city gate were ready for battle, prepared to attack him at any moment. "Wait, I'm a person, not a ferocious beast." Well, he almost got treated like a ferocious beast attacking the city. Little Jean landed back on the ground, and he put away all his beast pets, cupping his fists towards the city guard and saying, "Sorry for disturbing you all." Among the city guard, someone quickly recognized Gu Changqing. "Damn, isn't this our Shanghai City's national number 1? Put away your weapons." Gu Changqing smiled awkwardly. After his experience at the Azure Dragon Academy, he had developed a bit of a shadow regarding the unmatched candidates and the national number 1. He was afraid the other party would say, "Let's spar a few moves." The misunderstanding cleared up. Gu Changqing looked at the 2 fully armed teams of 20 people and said in surprise, "Why is the city guard patrolling outside the city? Has something major happened?" "It's not really a big deal. It's just that recently, the ferocious beasts have been inexplicably gathering towards the city walls in waves. Initially, we thought it was an early beast tide, but after an inspection led by City Lord Zhao and the Beast Tamer Association, the conclusion was that there might be a great terror awakening outside the city. So, special patrols were arranged. Gu Changqing nodded. I see. Thank you for your hard work. After saying that, he took out some materials from his backpack space and distributed them to them. The city guard is a glorious yet dangerous frontline team. They face life and death crises at any moment. Thank you, we won't stand on ceremony. They were not pretentious and chatted with Gu Changqing for a few more moments before starting their work along the city wall. Gu Changqing entered the city and drove his little golden beast home. Yu Rian was not there. After making a phone call, he learned she was cleaning in the northern district. Moreover, tonight, Morong Danya would be hosting a banquet for them. Gu Changqing rested for a while and then began to organize all the gains from the Forbidden Sea expedition. The biggest harvest, without a doubt, was the 2 beast emperors and the body pulse specially forged for him by the Azure Dragon. The various opportunities in the Misty Dragon Forest initially seemed like the protagonist's halo, but upon reflection, without the Azure Dragon's approval, he probably wouldn't have even been able to enter. The body pulse forged can absorb and store the flames of the little golden beast as seeds, a definite impoverished version of the little golden beast. He opened the skill panel and focused on the Heart of the Extreme Realm. Heart of the Extreme Realm, passive skill of the body pulse ability. When the energy of the body pulse is exhausted, it can instantly absorb all the spirit power of beast pets for personal use. Increases beast tamer skill damage by plus 100%, body pulse defense by plus 100%, duration, 5 minutes. Description: a skill that can only be activated when the body pulse is forged to the extreme, growing stronger as the body pulse continues to expand. A low health rampage buff. This way, as long as he doesn't encounter overlevel monsters, self-preservation is completely assured. Then, he found an old map in a corner of his backpack. Qingqiu Mountain Ruins, map type consumable description, an ancient map that records a once glorious unmatched race. Usage condition, spirit level beast tamer. Oh, it actually turned out something from Xiaobai. This map was given by the paradise outside the world. But seeing that it requires a spirit level beast tamer to unlock, it seems Qingqiu Mountain is extremely dangerous. Stretching, he realized he was just waiting for the hidden main task reward from City Lord Morong. With some time left before the banquet, Gu Changqing left home and first took a stroll around the inner city beast pet shop, purchasing some materials needed for evolution and promotion. After that, he went to the Awakening Altar. At this time, a long line had formed in front of the Awakening Altar. Whether they were commoners or children of noble families, they were lined up in an orderly fashion. From time to time, people from the 2 classes would exchange words and encourage each other. The teacher guarding the altar hurried over to Gu Changqing as soon as he arrived, addressing him as Captain Gu. Teacher, such a warm scene is extremely rare in the beast tamer world. The teacher patted his arm with emotion. It's all thanks to you. After explaining in detail, he finally realized. Since Gu Changqing became famous after the national examination, Shenlin, as the city lord's secretary, began to widely promote his growth trajectory while also laying bare the intricate relationship between the classes of noble families and commoners. Commoners took Gu Changqing as their goal, gaining a benchmark and becoming more vibrant. Noble families regarded Gu Changqing as a warning, becoming wary and thus tempering their sharpness. Gu Changqing smiled faintly after hearing this. He had merely set the stage. What noble families truly feared was the possibility of another or multiple gifted beast tamers like Gu Changqing emerging from among the commoners. Even if it couldn't reach the level of a legendary beast pet, he had put away his disdain. The lesson from the Chun family was a knife hanging over his neck. Are you here too? Oh, I'm here to upgrade the evolution grade of the beast pet. Then go inside. Gu Changqing followed his teacher to a room beside the altar. He saw his teacher press a mechanism, and a small altar appeared in the room, surrounded by protective formations. After the teacher left, Gu Changqing summoned little Jean and threw all the materials needed for evolution into the furnace on the altar. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and took out 2 golden inscriptions. Little Jean stood in the center of the altar, revealing the true form of the true fire sparrow, its blazing power spreading in the room protected by the formations. The evolution materials in the furnace melted into liquid and, guided by the formations, slowly flowed into Little Jin's body. In an instant, Little Jin raised its head and cried out, the wings of the true fire sparrow shining with dazzling light under the scorching golden flames. Its body was growing at an astonishing speed. A drop of blood wrapped in the divine bird's essence slowly floated out from within, and as soon as the blood emerged, Little Jin's form was instantly torn apart and reassembled. From a sparrow's body, it transformed into a hunting falcon nearly 7 zhang tall. The energy of the materials burned rapidly, and the golden flames began to change color, slowly approaching white. Gu Changqing watched little Jin's evolution, his brows never relaxing, because its evolution suddenly interrupted. As the white flames took shape, illusory images overlapped. Little Jin's form switched back and forth between the true fire sparrow and the three-yang burning falcon. I hope my guess is not wrong. Gu Changqing pressed the two golden inscriptions in his hand into the evolution formation. Do you wish to bestow the golden inscription, Taiyin Dan Yen, to the beast pet true fire sparrow? Do you wish to bestow the golden inscription, Dun Ming Yen, to the beast pet true fire sparrow? Yes. Golden inscription bestowed successfully. The bestowed golden inscriptions did not directly activate the bloodline but were drawn by the formation, slowly approaching that drop of great sun golden flame-like materials. Yip! The divine bird wrapped in blood let out a cry, then swallowed the two golden inscriptions, one by one. Gu Changqing watched in amazement. Although they were both golden inscriptions, the great sun golden flame actually swallowed the other two directly. After the two bloodline golden inscriptions merged into the great sun golden flame, a gray and black luster surged from the golden blood. At the same time, the switching of little Jin's form disappeared. The surface of the three-yang burning falcon's form was engulfed in white, gray, and black flames, which slowly gathered together, intertwining and burning, until the golden color was restored. Congratulations, your beast pet true fire sparrow has successfully evolved into the golden grade three-yang burning falcon. The moment the abyssal prompt sounded, Gu Changqing let out a long breath. The stone pressing on his heart finally fell to the ground. Yip! The evolved little Jin spread its wings, and as it flapped them, golden flames scattered, landing on the protective formation, surprisingly ignoring the formation's barriers. Wow! What kind of terrifying existence has the big sister evolved into? Barely able to catch up with my demon fire. The black egg and the demon lotus, the two rebellious ones, simultaneously emerged from the beast space, gazing at little Jin's new form in flames, one expressing admiration while the other feigned indifference. Gu Changqing couldn't wait to open the information on little Jin's new form, his mouth instantly capable of holding several eggs. Beast pet, 3 yang burning eagle grade, gold level, 20 bloodline attributes, great sun golden flame, unknown, battle intent boiling, gold, glutton spring, gold, sun shining brightly, gold, attributes, strength plus 800/1000, constitution plus 800/1000, agility plus 800/1000, spirit plus 4800/6000, spiritual power, 40,000 skills, form transformation, 3 yang flame, 3 yang fire body, golden crow shadow, energy storage, 100%, golden crow roar, blazing sun burning heaven, 3 yang, flame, a bloodline skill of the 3 yang burning eagle, containing a fusion of the 3 flame forms of sun, moon, and nether, cannot be upgraded, spiritual power consumption, 500 skill effects, flame of heaven, fire damage plus 700%, with a certain probability to trigger sun guard, reducing enemy defense energy by 50%. Flame of shadow, devours all to restore the beast pet's own spiritual power, with a certain probability to trigger moon gluttony, having the enemy's spiritual power within 10 meters of the beast pet. Soul flame, damage plus 700% to soul-type beings, with a certain probability to trigger nether abyss, stunning soul-type beings, rendering them immobile and unable to attack. 3 yang fire body, a passive skill of the 3 yang burning eagle bloodline, whenever subjected to fire attacks, automatically activates defense, resisting all forms of fire of the same realm. Gu Changqing could no longer comprehend the panel of the evolved little Jin with words. Just the 3 attributes of 800, with a limit of 1000, and the spirit attribute of 4800, with a limit of 6000, made him feel an impulse to return to the Peach Blossom Spring and compete with that loquacious beast emperor. The great sun golden flame evolved into the unknown after devouring 2 golden attributes. The distinction of the 3 different flames of 3 yang flame also allowed little Jin to transform into an all-purpose mobile artillery. Little Jin, Gu Changqing softly called, and after adapting to the new form, little Jin transformed into the initial form of the night bright crow, flying to Gu Changqing's shoulder and began to seek emotional value. Gu Changqing generously showered it with praise. As he left the room, he disdainfully glanced at the black egg and the demon lotus flower. If you dare to disobey me and cause internal strife again, I'll really let little Jin refine both of you. The black egg flattered, saying it wouldn't dare, while the demon lotus flower scrutinized the increasingly intense bloodline suppression on little Jin, saying, "What did you use on it? The grade is indeed bound by the rules of the abyss, but the bloodline aura is several levels stronger than before. Want to know? Behave, and you'll both have it in the future." Gu Changqing initially thought of using up all the other golden attributes, especially to strengthen the black egg's stabilizing needle. But then Yuruyan's call came in. This evolution took nearly 2 hours. He would deal with it later. Now he needed to go to the Morong family to find out what happened back then from Morong Danya. The death of his parents in the misty dragon forest added another layer of fog. After putting all the beast pets into the beast control space, Gu Changqing stepped out and was instantly dumbfounded. Aside from the houses protected by the formation, the dozen or so around the awakening altar were all burned to ashes. The teacher was tirelessly helping the students who came for awakening to put out the fire. Fortunately, there were no casualties, just some soot on their faces. Gu Changqing awkwardly extinguished the flames and compensated for the damages. Next time you evolve, come directly to me. There's an abandoned altar in the buffer zone, but it can still be used. Gu Changqing responded with an awkward smile, leaving the arson scene under the worshipful gazes of the crowd. Upon arriving at the agreed location with Yi Ruyan, the two took a taxi to the luxurious Morong family mansion. When they reached the villa's entrance, Gu Changqing saw the city lord Zhao Zhanxiong standing alone at the door, smoking, occasionally frowning and muttering something, then shaking his head as if denying some thought. City lord! The two got out of the car and approached. Zhao Zhanxiong looked up and smiled in response, then gave Gu Changqing a knowing glance. Sister, you go in first. I'll have a smoke with the city lord. Yi Ruyan understood immediately. What are you smoking at such a young age? I've cleaned up the camp with Ji, and here's the list of what we need. You can discuss it with the city lord. All right. Gu Changqing smiled as he took it. After Yi Ruyan went inside, Zhao Zhanxiong's expression changed, and he said seriously, Changqing, was there anything unusual about Danya during the Forbidden Sea? Unusual? Gu Changqing was taken aback by Zhao Zhanxiong's question. He recalled the details from that time and said, I don't think so. I heard from my sister and the others that City Lord Morong escaped from the statue and entered a state of chaotic consciousness. That's why he broke through to become a king-level beast master. Among our group, Uncle Tai, Morong Chin, and my sister are all very familiar with the City Lord. There were no unusual points in their interactions or habits. City Lord, what did you notice? Isn't City Lord Morong the same as before? Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head and then smiled. I was just testing your observation skills. Not bad, not bad. Your analysis is spot on. I trust you with the North District. Really? Then let's hurry up and get our supplies approved according to the list. Also, I might not be able to stay with the guard team for long. Gu Changqing told Zhao Zhanxiong about how Qinglong and King Muquan had forcibly included him on the list. He thought Zhao Zhanxiong would say something, but strangely, Zhao Zhanxiong showed no intention of keeping him and instead offered him encouragement, making it hard for Gu Changqing to discern which words were genuine and which were not. City Lord, I don't know if City Lord Morong is acting unusually, but you today are indeed very unusual. Yes, it is indeed a bit unusual. Zhao Zhanxiong's response was off-topic. They were clearly not on the same wavelength. Gu Changqing felt a sense of alertness. After all, Zhao Zhanxiong was a king-level beast master, and his perception was certainly stronger than his own. Moreover, the reward for the hidden mission had not yet arrived. Based on the speed of previous rewards, it should have been credited immediately after exiting the Forbidden Sea with Morong Danya. Could it be that something was amiss? What are you two doing outside? The banquet is about to start. It wasn't until Yi Ruyan came out to urge them that they snapped back to reality from their thoughts. To welcome Morong Danya's return, Morong Yuan had truly gone all out. The table was filled with delicious dishes, all rare delicacies that were highly nourishing. Just the value of this table alone exceeded 1,000,000 gold coins. Gu Changqing was also not holding back. After a hearty and cheerful speech from Morong Yuan, he focused on devouring the delicious food in front of him. In the middle, Zhao Zhanxiong stepped out to take a phone call, and when he returned, his brow was tightly furrowed. Morong Danya sat beside him, continuously talking, making Zhao Zhanxiong even more uncomfortable. At that moment, Yi Ruyan leaned close to Gu Changqing's ear and whispered, Xiao Chang, I feel like City Lord Morong is different from before. Gu Changqing paused his eating, wiped his mouth, and asked, in what way is she different? Her personality has become more cheerful, and she talks more. Moreover, she shows special concern for the people below. After we returned, she even sent someone to deliver some materials as a thank you. Isn't that a good thing? Those who entered the Forbidden Sea with her ended up alone and were imprisoned in the statue. After all these years, it's normal for her personality to change. Yi Ruyan nodded. What you said makes sense. But you must be hungry. Here, have some of mine. After forging his body veins, Gu Changqing found that his appetite had increased significantly. As the food went down, he could clearly feel the cells in his body cheering and sharing the energy. His body immediately warmed up, and the nutrients were drawn into the fire seed, gradually growing stronger. After Xiaojin evolved, the energy of the fire seed transformed from blazing sun flames to 3 sun flames. The only drawback is that she cannot trigger the special state of the 3 flames like Xiaojin. After an hour of joy, the dishes were cleared, and everyone sipped tea, steering the conversation towards Morong Danya. Gu Chongqing took a sip, set down his teacup, and said, "City Lord Morong, what exactly happened during the Beast Tide back then? What news did you receive that prompted you to head to the Forbidden Sea?" After he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Morong Danya, which was the question lingering in their hearts. Since the establishment of Jinhai City, it had faced countless Beast Tide crises, but Morong Danya was the first to dare to leave the city proactively. Morong Danya sighed, her eyes filled with nostalgia, and said, "It was your parents who brought it up. They discovered that many families were frequently traveling to the Forbidden Sea. During the investigation, it was found that the abyssal rules sealing the Forbidden Sea were quite weak. This time, the Beast Tide will likely unleash unimaginable ferocious beasts. Although the Forbidden Sea is far from Jinhai City, if ferocious beasts emerge from the sea, Jinhai City will be crushed under their attacks. Therefore, after discussion, we decided that I would lead an elite team to the Forbidden Sea to intercept them. At the very least, we must hold out through this wave of Beast Tide and wait for the revival of the abyssal rules." At this point, Morong Danya glanced at Uncle Tai across the table. Uncle Tai nodded. "The city lord is right. We received such orders, which is why we gathered half of the elite in the city at that time." Gu Chongqing furrowed his brows. According to Morong Danya, the source of everything traced back to his parents. However, the elite team that was originally under his command had perished in a town outside the city, making Morong Danya's statement feel incongruous. "Did the guard team under my parents also set out to the Forbidden Sea with you?" Before Morong Danya could respond, Uncle Tai stood up. "How could that be? Captain Gu and Vice Captain Su's teams were scattered across various critical positions in the city. If they all left, Jinhai City would never last until the abyss revives." Morong Danya followed his words. "Yes, they wouldn't do that." Yu Ruiyan's expression turned grim, and Zhao Zhanxiong's brows furrowed even deeper. "Alas, how could I speak nonsense without drinking? Being trapped in the Forbidden Sea for so long, you must have suffered a lot." Morong Danya did not take it to heart and sighed. "We endured countless hardships, and once we reached the Forbidden Sea, we were entangled by the ferocious beasts inside. After exhausting all our strength to get Uncle Tai out, my brothers, they all fell one after another to the mouths of the beasts. I could only fight desperately, dodging the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Sea. Until suddenly, strange music echoed in the Forbidden Sea, and then I was turned into a stone statue by the swirling sand, sealed within it, waiting for you." Music? Turned into a stone statue by sand? Gu Chongqing understood why Zhao Zhanxiong would say Morong Danya was acting strangely. Some things they had witnessed contradicted what she said entirely. For instance, how could her personal sword end up in Longbage, even if it was lost during the battle with the ferocious beasts? But Gu Chongqing clearly remembered that he picked up the sword from the hands of someone who had turned to dust. Although this alone could not prove anything, it was clear that Morong Danya was hiding something. Morong Yuan noticed some things on the table and changed the subject. "Chongqing, if the guard team is lacking anything, feel free to tell me. Our Morong family will fully support you." "Alright, if I really need something, I won't be polite with you." The so-called inquiries and notifications ended there. After leaving the Morong family, Gu Chongqing held Yu Ruiyan's hand and began to appreciate the night scenery around them. At that moment, Yu Ruiyan suddenly said, "She's lying. Why is she lying?" At that time, the message my master received was her distress signal. I still remember the content above, saying that they encountered an extremely dangerous beast. The master originally did not want to provide support, but those families united and collectively pressured him. Forced by circumstances, he had no choice but to send out the elite troops in his hands, and they have not returned since. Those families said they were afraid of me. What they truly feared was the leverage I held. After all, once the matter of raising beasts outside the city was exposed, they could not escape. Families raising beasts outside the city? Listening to Yu Ruiyan reveal part of the truth from that year, Gu Chongqing was merely shocked, not surprised. From the actions of Li Haoren and the Chen family, it was evident that there were higher-ups in Jinhai City who were secretly condoning and supporting this. This was known not only by the families but also by Zhao Zhanxiong and Shenlin, who were well aware. Therefore, Gu Chongqing's sudden rise interrupted their plans. Morong Danya dismissed the facts, shifting the point of conflict entirely onto Gu Chongqing's parents. Just Yu Ruiyan's words alone could not explain much. Perhaps both sides were right, and there was an unseen hand in the middle erasing the crucial steps. "Alright, sister, regardless of whether she is telling the truth or not, there will come a day when the truth is revealed." Morong Danya had just returned, and the Morong family's spirit was at its peak. It was clearly inappropriate to dig deep into the matter at this time. The key was that Zhao Zhanxiong had already begun to suspect, and it would be best for him to handle the subsequent investigation. In the following days, Gu Chongqing devoted himself wholeheartedly to the reconstruction of the North District Guard. Zhao Zhanxiong's resource approval was very quick. The next day, he sent over the material list that Yu Ruiyan had compiled. Watching the dilapidated camp gradually restore to its former state, Gu Changqing felt quite emotional. While he and Yi Ruyan were discussing the specific details of expanding and recruiting for the guard, Lu Ziyi pushed the door open and said, "Captain Gu, your prestige in Jinhai City is quite impressive. I just submitted a proposal to the Beast Tamer Association for an exploration of the outer city dungeons combined with selecting team members, and the person in charge of the review didn't even finish reading it before stamping it." "So fast?" Gu Changqing was also taken aback. "When did those people in Jinhai City become so easy to talk to?" Yi Ruyan smiled and said, "Now your reputation is almost surpassing that of the city lord. Those families are like reeds in the wind, swaying whichever way is strong." Yes, back then they were determined to protect the head of the Chen family. Speaking of the Chen family, how did Li Haoran and Chen Hai handle it? At this point, Yi Ruyan's expression darkened. The province sent people down to investigate personally, and with solid evidence, they escorted the two back to the provincial city. The city lord Shenlin and the others resisted with reason, but they still couldn't overpower the higher-ups. Li Haoran can be understood. After all, many things were instigated by the Chen family. As for Chen Hai, they even wanted to protect him. Clearly, that strange evil god has infiltrated deeply. Lu Ziyi, listening to their conversation, asked in confusion, "Is the evil god really that powerful? A completely unknown species full of question marks. What do you think?" Lu Ziyi clicked her tongue. I'm scared. There are some things I shouldn't know, so I won't listen." Saying this, she walked out of the room. Gu Changqing chuckled silently, understanding her thoughts. Once the selection criteria were established, Gu Changqing had Lu Ziyi announce it throughout the city, instantly attracting great attention. Especially the point that there were no restrictions on identity, only strength, made some impoverished beast tamers flock to it. The selection venue was an undeveloped map outside the city, which would be jointly controlled by Lu Ziyi, the Beast Tamer Association, and the City Lord's office. As for Gu Changqing, he became a hands-off manager. This was because Yi Ruyan received a call from her family, stating that the family beast pet, the golden retriever, was in increasingly poor condition. With no other choice, Ye's mother had to call, earnestly asking Gu Changqing if he really had a solution. After giving a positive answer, Ye's mother no longer cared whether the timing was appropriate or not, and immediately had the two set off for home. After all, nothing was more important than the foundation of the family. From Jinhai City to Tianyuan City, even with long-distance teleportation, it takes at least 10 days. Unless, Ant can open a back door and let the big shots from the provincial capital activate the long-distance teleportation. Yi Ruyan was packing her things and said, "That's impossible. Long-distance teleportation is a military channel and won't be open during ordinary times." True, just the materials for self-funding are unaffordable. "Sister, how about selling a few of the idle beast pet cards?" Although the golden tier could create many mythical beast pets, it could only grant that ability to the contracted beast pets, which cut off his dream of becoming immensely wealthy and powerful just by spending money. "Keep them, they might be useful in the future. Actually, it's not too urgent. As long as we get back within half a month, it's fine." "Alright, I'll listen to you." The next day, at the guard team's camp, when Gu Changqing apologetically explained the situation to Lu Ziyi, the latter's expression changed instantly, pointing at Gu Changqing's nose and saying, "You liar, you big liar. I see it now. You just want someone to guard the door, right? Believe it or not, the first day you let me go, I'll return to Qinglong Academy." Gu Changqing pressed him back into his seat and said earnestly, "Don't throw a tantrum. This is a test for you. I can promise you that as long as you get the guard team on the right track, I will go with you to the outer city dungeon. How about that?" Becoming stronger and observing how Gu Changqing became stronger was Lu Ziyi's reason for agreeing to stay by his side. "Really? Absolutely, very true. Then fine, 1 month. I'll wait 1 month. Deal." After settling Lu Ziyi, Gu Changqing left with Yi Ruyan. As they exited the camp gate and mounted Xiao Jin's back, he remembered something and called out to Lu Ziyi, who was sending him off. Qinglong Academy's 9th rule: anyone who voluntarily withdraws will never be admitted again for life. Lu Ziyi's face changed dramatically, and the azure dragon flapped its wings, unleashing several water columns as thick as barrels to attack. "Gu Changqing, I curse you. Xiao Jin, hurry up and go." With 800 agility, Xiao Jin flew like lightning, disappearing into the sky in an instant. Lu Ziyi was so angry he was jumping up and down, retracting the azure dragon, and suddenly laughed. "Don't forget to bring back local specialties." "Okay," the distant reply echoed back. After flying over the buffer zone, they landed at the North City Gate. The city guards recognized him and let them pass without even checking the exit permit. Jinhai City was just an obscure little town. Although it was the first line of defense against sea monsters due to its coastal location, it did not elevate its status. To use long-distance teleportation, one had to go to the provincial capital. Fortunately, with Xiao Jin's current speed, it would only take 2 days to reach the provincial capital of Huang Province. During the flight, Gu Changqing noticed that the frequency of beast appearances outside the city was increasing. Thick, dangerous beast auras emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. Even in the air, flocks of avian beasts occasionally appeared. Xiao Jin welcomed all challengers. On the third day, as the hazy sunlight rose from the horizon, he calculated the time and realized they would soon reach the provincial capital of Huang Province. Just then, a tiger's roar that shook the forest came from the ground. Following that was a series of loud crashes from skill collisions and rising dust. Tang Luoyao, this matter is beyond your Tang family's control. If you know what's good for you, take your people and leave. We won't kill you. Dozens of beast tamers in black cloaks surrounded Tang Luoyao and the other 8. Gu Changqing took a closer look and recognized all 8 of them. Looking at those in black cloaks, the strange and repulsive aura made his anger surge. Their attire was exactly that of the foreign organization worshipping the evil god, which was entrenched outside the city. The evil god, again the evil god. Although Morongdanya, who had returned, did not reveal much about the events of that year, the role played by the evil god must have been significant. Moreover, the series of encounters outside the city confirmed that it was attempting a larger scheme. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. Gu Changqing leaped down from his golden back, landing in the center of the battlefield, stirring up clouds of dust. This group of vicious beast tamers in Tang Luoya were stunned by the sudden turn of events. Before they could regain their senses, Gu Changqing had already charged towards the nearest vicious beast tamer. The heavenly flame transformed into a fire knife, recklessly aimed at the vital points of the vicious beast tamer. The vicious beast tamer, notorious for being a plunderer outside the city, had a remarkably quick reaction and rich combat experience. First, he dodged Gu Changqing's attack, then the beast tamer's skill coalesced and struck him. Seeing his attack succeed, the vicious beast tamer let out a sinister laugh from beneath his mask. In the next moment, the fire knife vanished, transforming into countless fiery lines that ensnared his entire body. Looking again, his skill was easily blocked by armor inscribed with the pattern of a divine bird. How is this possible? He was well aware of how powerful his own skill was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block Tang Luoyao's team head-on. Yet, before this layer of armor, he couldn't even leave a scratch. Die! The fire knife reassembled, transformed into the Yin Flame. After piercing the heart of the vicious beast tamer, the unique devouring attribute of the Taiyin Danyan activated. Gu Changqing felt a surge of life vitality flowing back into his body through the Yin Flame knife. Within his cells, the seeds of the Sanyang Yen blossomed with 3 colors of light, voraciously devouring. In no time, the vicious beast tamer's body rapidly shrank, turning into a skeletal corpse that fell to the ground. For a moment, there was silence. The remaining vicious beast tamers in Tang Luoyao, after swallowing hard, instinctively took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Gu Changqing. Feeling the strength in his body increase after the feedback, Gu Changqing lunged at the other vicious beast tamers again. 10 minutes later, after killing and devouring 2 more vicious beast tamers, the remaining few, seeing they couldn't break through Gu Changqing's Jinwu armor defense, decisively retreated. His strength had increased a little more. Gu Changqing clearly noticed that the seeds of the Sanyang Yen had slightly improved. He turned around, just about to greet Tang Luoyao and the others, when the latter, with a look of terror, pushed her palm up defensively and said, "Don't come over." Gu Changqing was taken aback, the thrill of his increased power fading as he realized how sinister his previous actions had been. He couldn't help but feel his heart race, unable to shake off the lingering fear. The Yin Flame, the Taiyin Danyan, this terrifying devouring ability that could turn everything into its own, after tasting that deliciousness, his mind had unknowingly been affected. He dispersed the Yin Flame, and only then did Tang Luoyao and the others' grim expressions slightly improve. Phew! Tang Luoyao let out a breath. "You scared me to death. I thought you had practiced some evil technique and gone mad." Yeah, that skill is a bit too terrifying, sucking the beast tamer to death. Even if they are enemies, it would be enough to kill them quickly. Can't see through it. It was hard to see before, and even more so now. The others shook their heads at Gu Changqing's transformation. This perverted guy was even more perverted than during the national exam. Tang Luoyao saw Gu Changqing's title badge, and her wariness significantly decreased again. "I thought so. You've been promoted to a senior beast tamer and awakened your body veins. But I must tell you, it's best to accumulate the energy of materials for the body veins. Just like you did earlier, directly seizing the energy of the beast master to fill the ascending meridians will leave unpredictable aftereffects." Gu Changqing nodded solemnly. "Thank you, I have just been promoted not long ago and didn't know there were so many intricacies involved." Gu Changqing felt a bit of fear. If a few malicious beast masters affected his future, it would be a loss. This Yin Flame should be avoided if possible. Or rather, it would be best used for defense with the Golden Crow armor rather than for offense. "Oh my, it's only been a short while since we last met, and you've already climbed several levels. How are we supposed to catch up? Tang Luoyao and the others returned to their former state of mind, with the latter circling around Gu Changqing a few times, her eyes filled with envy and curiosity. Until Xiao Jin chirped a reminder, Tang Luoyao shouted into the sky, "Got it, I don't have much interest in your master." Xiao Jin called out a couple more times, "Dog woman, do you really think I'm still a 3-year-old child?" After some small talk, Gu Changqing followed Tang Luoyao towards the provincial city. "Are you chasing after the malicious beast masters?" Tang Luoyao sighed. "What chase? We almost got wiped out." Gu Changqing was startled. "What happened?" "Chen Hai was rescued by them." "What?" Chen Hai and Li Haoren were taken away by people from the provincial city, and there had been no final resolution. Turning around, that malicious beast master from the foreign organization had rescued him from the provincial city. How could he not be shocked? After all, that was the provincial city. Its defensive forces were not something Jinhai City could compare to. Originally, a judgment had already been made regarding Jinhai, but somehow, someone leaked the location where Jinhai was being held, and last night nearly 500 malicious beast masters stormed into the city and rescued him. Although they suffered heavy losses, their objective has been achieved. By the way, you know more about Chen Hai's situation than we do. Do you know why they would rather lose their core forces to take him away? Gu Changqing furrowed his brows in thought, and suddenly, a possibility formed in his mind. Could it be that the hand of the evil god is different from other members of the foreign organization? Or rather, that it is a true part of the evil god? Tang Luoyao followed his train of thought. During the escape battle map, that arm had already fused with Chen Hai. If what you say is true, then Chen Hai has already become a vessel for the evil god. If that's the case, their reckless actions make sense. Gu Changqing sighed. If he had known this earlier, he should have acted decisively. Alright, one should not have eyes in the back of their head. If we encounter them again, just kill them. It can only be that way. The group walked for about half an hour when suddenly, a giant city gate, about 100 feet high, appeared before them. On either side of the gate, there were more than 50 guards on watch. Truly, this was the provincial city. The display of power was impressive. As they approached, Tang Luoyao was about to take out the city entry token when suddenly, these guards drew their weapons and summoned their beast pets. The leading guard captain pointed at Tang Luoyao and shouted angrily, "Tang Luoyao and her team, you colluded with the traitor Gu Changqing from Jinhai City, allowing a major criminal to escape. The city lord has issued a kill order. Brothers, the opportunity to eliminate the traitorous humans has come, kill them." Chapter 134, Not Listening? We'll beat you until you do. Gu Changqing never expected that this fire would burn onto himself. "Captain Wu, our team fought hard all night, killing 35 enemies. The abyss records are clear, and you say we are traitors?" Tang Luoyao brushed off the bloodstains on her armor, not arguing hoarsely but instead stating the undeniable evidence in the calmest tone. The captain surnamed Wu snorted coldly. "Who knows if you have long colluded with the thieves? The location of the serious criminals' detention was known only to a few of you captains. The others have been questioned and investigated by the city lord's office, and there was no motive or time. But you are different. Not only is the city an hour away, but you are also with Gu Changqing. I advise you to surrender obediently and not to be stubborn, or you will ruin the Tang family's position and reputation in the provincial capital." Gu Changqing could no longer endure it. He was being unfairly blamed. "May I ask this, brother? What evidence do you have to call me a traitor?" Captain Wu took out a wanted notice from his backpack, the seal still fresh. Gu Changqing, suspected of being associated with a malicious beast master organization outside the city. This has been confirmed by the confession of the notorious criminal Chen Hai. Anyone who captures or kills this traitor will receive a reward of 5 million gold coins, plus a lord-level beast pet card. The final signature was from the lord's mansion of the provincial capital. Damn it! Gu Changqing couldn't help but curse, but he was stopped by Yi Ruyan. "This matter is suspicious. According to your analysis, it is undoubtedly Chen Hai's malicious framing." Gu Changqing was furious. After being wanted, long-distance teleportation is no longer possible. Without long-distance teleportation, relying solely on Xiao Jin's speed would take ages. Or, break into the city? But after a moment's thought, Gu Changqing dismissed the idea. Regardless of success or failure, once the first step was taken, his guilt would be firmly established. However, Chen Hai's intent to frame him was too strong. Still, at this critical moment, once the wanted notice was issued, it would leave a record in the provincial capital and even in the cities below throughout the entire Xinhua kingdom. This meant that to return to the Yi family, he could only rely on the speed of beast pets. They came prepared. Just as the city guards were about to act, Tang Luoyao and the others surrounded Gu Changqing in the center. "Sorry to involve you. Hurry, we'll hold them off. I'm afraid it won't be easy to leave." Gu Gu Changqing's gaze turned to the massive city gate, where a dozen powerful middle-aged men, accompanied by elite soldiers, slowly emerged. Upon their appearance, Tang Luoyao and the others showed expressions of shock. "Father, what are you doing here?" Each of them was a well-known figure in the provincial capital. Tang Luoyao's father had a serious expression and shouted, "Rebellious daughter, why aren't you surrendering quickly? You have disappointed us greatly. Come back with us to the Lord's mansion. I believe the Lord will give you a fair judgment." Tang Luoyao's brows furrowed. "Father, we don't need to bring the elite teams of each family back with us. That is not for you to consider." Saying this, old Tang lightly gestured, and behind them, well-equipped elite teams with beast pets above the golden level moved past them, encircling Gu Changqing from both sides. "Get lost! Step back!" Tang Luoyao shouted, but they seemed not to hear, advancing step by step. "Everyone, I appreciate your good intentions and will remember them. If you need me in the future, just let me know." The fire control technique formed a fire cloud, sending Tang Luoyao and the others out of the encirclement. Gu Changqing looked at Yi Ruyan and sneered, "Sister, it seems someone doesn't want us to go home easily. Framing is one thing, but the intent is too obvious." Yi Ruyan clenched her fists. "Whether it's framing or blocking, did they have my permission to act against me?" A domineering aura surged from Yi Ruyan. The golden scale armor layered over her alluring figure, and with the golden spear in hand, a sharp killing intent spread. After the dual restoration from the 1,000-year-old rejuvenating ginseng and the natural power of the mimic beast, Yi Ruyan's hidden injuries had mostly healed, and after her injury, she had fallen back to the rank of a high-level beast master, slowly recovering as her condition improved. The rank had dropped due to injury, and there was no need to be promoted again. It was a natural progression. Golden scale. Is she the eldest daughter of the Yi family? Old Tang and the others gazed at Yi Ruyan's armor and spear, their expressions hesitant. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "If the Tianyuan Yi family also helps Gu Changqing, then don't blame us for being rude. Afterward, I will explain the circumstances to the old master of the Yi family." Yi Ruyan swept her golden-scaled spear, and the sharp golden killing aura transformed into golden armored Shilans, forcing back the elite team that had surrounded them by several steps. "Then it depends on how you explain it to him. Charge!" With a command from old Tang, over 100 elite confidants from various families, fearless and resolute, rushed forward with their skills. Little Roar. The golden-haired Roar, at Yi Ruyan's call, sat down like a small mountain with a thud. At the same time, it opened its mouth, and a powerful roar swept out. The strong sound waves were like thunderclaps on flat ground, shaking the trees and trembling the earth. Some beast tamers who hadn't managed to activate their defensive skills collided head-on with the roar, instantly dazed and bleeding from their 7 orifices. The golden-haired Roar of the Tianyuan Yi family has long wanted to give it a try. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, and a fierce tiger was poised to strike, the clan beast of the Tang family. Its bloodline was the same as Tang Luoyao's, also an opening spirit tiger. In the next second, the beast tamers in front retreated one after another, making way. The tiger's roar suddenly erupted, its might no less than that of the golden-haired Roar. The two sound waves clashed, and the brute force spread outwards. The ground rolled up, and trees snapped. Suddenly, on the fur of the golden-haired Roar and the opening spirit tiger, golden and white spiritual powers surged, then each transformed into spiritual power phantoms, resonating with sound waves, crashing into each other once more. Boom! 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 On the battlefield where sound waves surged, explosions erupted, raising dust several feet high, thick smoke billowing into the sky. Shie! Shie! The bodies of the golden-haired Roar and the opening spirit tiger burst with wounds, blood flowing down. When the sound wave skills dissipated, the momentum of both beasts waned. They were evenly matched. However, as the master of the beast, Yi Ruyan's expression only slightly changed, while the Tang family disciple spat out several mouthfuls of blood. "What a golden-haired Roar! My Tang family's spirit tiger is truly inferior." The disciple was straightforward, voluntarily conceding and stepping back from the encirclement. "Brother!" Tang Luoyao was worried, caught between family and a recognized friend, feeling conflicted. The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Yao Yao, don't blame us." At that moment, someone began to shout again. "The golden-haired Roar is no longer effective, it's nothing special. Everyone, charge!" Yi Ruyan frowned, about to activate the summoning array with one hand, when a golden rod and a green lotus stem, like divine weapons weighing thousands of pounds, heavily smashed down on their path of attack. "Which dog dares to speak wildly and lay hands on the mistress? A bunch of worthless rabble dares to shout, well then, I'll send you to heaven."